This is a world invaded by a war game, where every race, upon reaching adulthood, must become a game lord and be forced into the meat grinder of a war between all races. If you can barely survive the first game, the subsequent games will become a matter of whether you actively participate or not. Fortunately, everyone receives a lord talent. The man, named Gao Chang, drew the worst talent at the start, Hedonist. The initial war weariness level of a territory is 50%. When the war weariness level reaches 100%, the territory's inhabitants will force it into a state of peace. If a state of peace cannot be entered, the inhabitants will prioritize killing the territory. The people's execution efficiency of his commands is 80%. When the execution efficiency is below 100%, the people may ignore his commands. In addition, nightly revelry. Your happiness gain increases by 20%, and the happiness of your subjects increases by 10%. Birds of a feather flock together. You are more likely to attract people who share your tastes. Birds of a feather flock together. When your followers share your beliefs, your combat effectiveness increases by 20%. And at this moment, welcome to the war game. Welcome to today's Battlefield 79921. Please draw your territory type. Congratulations, your territory type is Fallen Empire. The Fallen Empire? Looking at this territory type that had been directly taken without his consent, Gao Chang couldn't help but smirk. Why did this name seem so similar to his hedonistic talent? The Fallen Empire. Just the word fallen in its name doesn't seem like a positive characteristic at all. Is this some kind of birds of feather flock together phenomenon among hedonists? I guess it'd be better to find a way to seek refuge with my classmate, Su Uki. Having already given up hope, Gao Chang casually clicked on the introduction to the Fallen Empire. The next second, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? A dense array of terms and attributes, like a short essay, instantly filled Gao Chang's eyes. And those individual effects. He recognized every single word, but when combined, Gao Chang could hardly believe his own understanding. The Fallen Empire. Synopsis. This empire stood at its zenith long before any known nation. They once possessed everything. They once understood everything, until they grew weary of everything, becoming lazy and decadent. But they were powerful, they were extreme, they despised everything. When the ants proudly raised their heads, who is prepared to be the first to touch the scales of this sleeping dragon? Effect 1. At the start of each game, your empire will possess all technologies available for research in that game. Effect 2. At the start of each game, you will receive an ancient legacy unit with combat strength equal to the top-tier combat force of that game. Effect 3. At the start of each game, your territory will have a minimum history of 10,000 years. Effect 4. At the start of each game, you will have a map/star map containing all terrain, caverns, and wonders in this game. Effect 5. At the start of each game, your territory will not spawn within your own faction's territory, and no one else's territory will spawn near you. What is this? What on earth is this thing? The enormous drop from hell to heaven left Gao Chang momentarily dizzy. It was like the very beginning of a game, where everyone else was a level 1 alt exploring the game, while he was the only one directly entering the fray with a max-level character to stomp on low-level opponents. Born the strongest, there's almost no one stronger than him. No, that's not right. Gao Chang slowly calmed down. According to the saying, birds of a feather flock together, how could someone with his playing dumb talent possibly be worthy of such a powerful territory? Moreover, the Fallen Empire. Given the word fallen, it couldn't possibly be that simple. With this in mind, Gao Chang continued reading. Effect 6. You cannot conduct research. You cannot change territorial policies. You cannot initiate wars. You cannot expand. You cannot construct buildings or attack units. You cannot recruit soldiers. This single point was like a bucket of cold water poured over Gao Chang's head. So this is what a decadent empire is like. Doing nothing, just going with the flow. They do resemble hedonists to some extent, only more thoroughly. Hedonists only increase war weariness by 50% at the start of war, while the corrupted empire simply forbids war altogether. Furthermore, it prohibits economic development, relying entirely on the legacy left by its ancestors. Although it seems like this is enough to guarantee Gao Chang's survival in this game, it just goes to show that people are never truly satisfied. When suddenly told that he will have everything, and that survival is no longer a problem, Gao Chang also longs to really take the plunge and not let his 18 years of life go to waste. Victory in a war game would not only allow the plunder of lands on which other races depend for survival, but would also bring enormous benefits to the entire human race, and even to Gao Chang himself. Fortunately, Effect 6 is not the end. Effect 7. When your bottom line is crossed, or you are on the verge of annihilation, Effect 6 becomes ineffective, and your territory type changes to Awakened Empire, granting you a random bonus. Effect 8. When you declare war on grounds of humiliation, vigilance, purification, or plunder, the Prohibit War Declaration option in Effect 6 is ignored. Humiliation. When someone rejects your offer, you can wage a war of humiliation to force them to apologize, pay compensation, and accept punishment. Warning. When someone's technology research reaches 60% of the game's maximum level, you can initiate a war of attrition. If successful, the opponent will be unable to surpass the 60% research cap. Purification. When any entity threatens the majority of players in this round, you can initiate a purification war until the opponent is destroyed. Plunder. Demand that the opponent hand over a certain amount of resources and allow your side to plunder their territory. Looking at these 4 reasons for war, Gao Chang was speechless for a moment. He had been far too naive. Compared to the reasons for war in Effect 8, what was Effect 6? It's true that initiating war is forbidden, but he can certainly continue to humiliate the other side until they can't bear it anymore and retaliate, then launch a war of humiliation. Even if everyone develops peacefully, once technology advances to a certain level, it will trigger a war of vigilance from the corrupt empire. Locking the opponent's technology at 60% is a painful thought. Even if they manage to develop enough combat power to threaten most people while under this technological blockade, it would immediately trigger a purification war from the fallen empire, a war aimed at annihilation. Of course, the most crucial point is the last one, a war of plunder. You must hand over your resources to me. If you don't, I'll take them from your territory myself. This is no longer just domineering, it's outright robbery. The entire effect of the Fallen Empire can almost be summarized in one sentence. My Fallen Empire can do whatever it wants. At this moment, the War Games prompt sounded again. Before selecting your spawn point, you need to name your territory. Name it. Gao Chang thought for a moment, then entered a name without hesitation. Wall of Sighs. Who wouldn't sigh upon seeing this territory? Naming complete. Lord Gao Chang. Territory, Wall of Sighs. Selecting landing location. Gao Chang was still not given any choice. The war game was completed randomly. The game's timeline is Stone Age. The races that will descend are humans, elves, gnolls, and low-level undead. The race that loses the war will have a piece of land randomly allocated from the participants' locations and incorporated into the victor's territory. Gao Chang then understood why the principal had left in such a hurry. The area where the students were gathered was originally a large open space. If the human race lost this game, that open space would inevitably be taken away. If they were assigned to the elves, they would be lucky, at worst becoming slaves and laborers. But if they fell into the hands of gnolls or undead, the headmaster would probably be devoured alive. Enjoy the game. With the final notification from the war game, Gao Chang suddenly felt a strong sense of weightlessness wash over him, completely unprepared. Despite suddenly plummeting from a great height, Gao Chang didn't feel the excruciating pain of being smashed to pieces. He landed steadily on the ground. What are you shouting? A puzzled voice came from his side. Gao Chang turned his head to look. A girl dressed in a cardboard dress was staring at him with a puzzled expression. After falling from the sky, Gao Chang landed directly in his own territory. However, this territory was excessively pleasant. According to the game's setting, the game's era was the Stone Age. In other words, the highest level of technology could only reach the peak of the Stone Age. Bronze tools would never have appeared, let alone iron tools. However, Gao Chang's territory seemed excessively luxurious. A wooden watchtower built against the mountain stood there, with heavy crossbows made of the sinews of an unknown animal mounted on it. The simple yet heavy arrows looked frightening. There's also the clothing worn by the initial inhabitants. Based on what Gao Chang has learned in class over the past 18 years, in primitive times, most people probably wore grass or animal skin clothing. In the initial stages of a newly arrived territory, it wouldn't be surprising to see people completely naked. But this was clearly not the case here at Gao Chang's place. Everyone's clothes were made of special paper, first made from wood pulp, then bonded together with some unknown plant fiber to form a tough, thick cardboard. This clothing wasn't itchy like grass clothing. It was more comfortable than animal skin clothing. Following the methods taught at school, Gao Chang marked out his territory panel. Wall of size, citizens, 13,900 warriors, 30 Tyrannosaurus riders, 500 longbowmen, defensive buildings, 137 crossbow watchtowers, 40 kilometers flood wall, production buildings, none wonder building, Stonehenge. Synopsis: tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestors of this territory stood at the pinnacle of the world. They knew everything about this world and could utilize everything. Even the true overlords of this world bowed their heads to these ants. Until they grew weary of everything, they created the world's safest haven, where they lived out their twilight years in peace. Even so, their legacy continues to this day. Tens of thousands of years of weathering have left no trace on their descendants. Indeed, powerful. Gao Chang clicked his tongue inwardly in amazement. Over the past 18 years, knowledge about war games had been the most frequently discussed topic in class. Gao Chang had also heard some things about ancient times. It is said that in the war game, the most developed territory of the human race in ancient times only had 2,000 people. That was only achieved by a highly advanced human in the interstellar age, with 2,000 times the scientific research support in ancient times. After all, this is an era extremely unfavorable to humanity. Humans excel at using tools, and the lower the limits of scientific research, the more disadvantageous it becomes. And this powerful territory, having just arrived, already possesses the two most terrifying and invincible military units of ancient times: knights and archers. In ancient times, these two types of troops held an overwhelming advantage against almost any foreign race. Roar! Just then, a furious roar suddenly came from afar. Gao Chang looked in the direction from which the sound came. Within the high walls built of ancient trees, the wooden doors slowly opened to both sides. One after another, Tyrannosaurus Rex, each 15 meters tall, walked in through the doorway. Some of the Tyrannosaurus Rex carried ancient antelopes several times larger than Gao Chang in their mouths. Yet, these powerful life forms were ridden on the backs of tiny humans. On the back of each Tyrannosaurus Rex sat a knight and two archers wielding longbows. Looks like we'll get some meat today. A sound of swallowing came from beside Gao Chang. Gao Chang turned to look at the girl who had been standing next to him at the beginning. Each initial territory would assign an officer to the lord. This must be his officer. Gao Chang casually opened her attribute interface. Sasha occupation: ancient noble loyalty, 100 ancient noble description. Nobles are born to enjoy life. You cannot assign them any productive work. Hey lord, what are you standing there for? Seeing Gao Chang still looking around, Sasha simply grabbed Gao Chang's hand and pulled him towards the direction where the Tyrannosaurus rider had left. If we don't hurry, we'll miss tonight's bonfire dinner. Because he didn't know the way, Gao Chang was confused as Sasha dragged him to a circular formation made up of several 100-meter-long boulders. Miracle Building, Stonehenge, Effect 1. The power of the miracle envelopes your territory, increasing happiness by 20 and maintaining a constant 100% cohesion. Effect 2. When the Stonehenge, worshipped for generations, is destroyed, your territory type will switch to Awaken Empire, and you'll be granted the Dragon Awakening buff. Dragon Awakening. This empire's war weariness will never increase. Never to improve? Gao Chang's eyes lit up. Didn't this perfectly offset his personal talent as a hedonist? For a moment, Gao Chang even subconsciously thought about how to demolish this miraculous building. However, after glancing at the Tyrannosaurus Rex rider at Stonehenge, he quickly dismissed the suicidal idea. Forget it. That Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth was bigger than his entire body. Gao Chang was absolutely certain that if he actually did that, even if he were a lord, he would probably be captured and used as food for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only Gao Chang himself knew what he was truly thinking. Since arriving at Stonehenge, Sasha's attention wasn't on Gao Chang at all. Instead, she kept gazing into the distance. At the foot of Stonehenge, many of the villagers had already started their own fires. The antelopes captured by the Tyrannosaurus Rex are being skinned and dismembered by a group of villagers. But many more villagers like Sasha stand still, watching the few who are working. Gao Chang subconsciously opened their attribute panel. Ancient nobles, and still ancient nobles. Zasha, Gokian suddenly spoke up. Sasha turned her head in confusion. Let me ask you something. How many ancient nobles are there in our territory? You mean that? Sasha tilted her head and thought for a moment. About 8 or 9,000? 8 or 9,000. Gao Chang covered his face with his hands. Excluding nobles and warriors, that meant that the actual number of people in this territory who could work was less than half. The Fallen Empire's type of territory was indeed quite unique. Then what about our food supplies? Gao Chang couldn't help but ask. Like everyone else, he was starting to worry about the food problem. Food supplies? Sasha's expression became even more confused. We simply can't finish all our food. Seeing Gao Chang's reaction, Sasha's confusion deepened. Isn't it enough for a few hundred people to work to support tens of thousands? Why are you so surprised, Lord? A few hundred people planting crops can feed tens of thousands? Upon hearing Sasha's words, Gao Chang subconsciously opened the technology interface he hadn't yet thoroughly examined. Sure enough, the entire technology tree was almost fully upgraded, including agricultural technology. Tens of thousands of years ago, the inhabitants here had mastered optimal breeding methods, reasonable planting densities, and various auxiliary farming tools. Furthermore, Gao Chang also discovered several unique technologies on the technology tree that belonged only to the Fallen Empire. One of these methods is called intensive cultivation. The description is simple. This country's agricultural technology has broken through the limitations of plants themselves, enabling the production of astonishing amounts of food on very little land. The effect is even more direct, doubling the yield per acre. With already maxed out technology, doubling production further allows a few hundred people to support tens of thousands, which is not an exaggeration. Moreover, Gao Chang's territory situation is completely different from others. According to the theories taught in class, novice lords typically start with everything in ruins. The situation is especially dire in the ancient era, where most players may only have a thatched hut and a few subjects, with virtually no food or resources. But Gao Chang's situation is completely different. The Wall of Size has existed for tens of thousands of years, and even considering only the food reserves of recent years, it probably wouldn't be enough to last until the end of the game. Oh dear! Just as Gao Chang was pondering, Sasha's voice suddenly came from the side. Lord, why are you acting so strangely? This is the first time in my life I've heard of someone worrying about not having enough food. As she spoke, she shoved a glass of ice-cold watermelon juice into Gao Chang's hand. Drink some juice, it might make you feel a little better. Fruit juice. Gao Chang looked down at the watermelon juice in the wooden cup, which even contained small pieces of ice. Wait, isn't it summer? And this is ancient times. Juice. Sasha poured herself a glass. This time, Gao Chang finally saw the source of the juice. There was a cellar hidden beneath Stonehenge, and the cellar was filled with ice. Store more ice in winter, so we can enjoy ice-cold juice in summer too. Sasha took a big gulp, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. Ah, so refreshing. After finishing her drink, she suddenly remembered something and looked at Gao Chang. Right, the Lord is actually worried that the plants won't taste good, right? Gao Chang was taken aback. Sasha, however, had an I understand look on her face. Although we've already planted over 200 kinds of plants in the territory, it's still a bit too few. But don't worry. She pointed to the antelope that had already been processed in the distance. I brought you here for the barbecue feast, didn't I? Gao Chang fell silent again. In this world, most of the school's courses revolved around war games. And in the ancient era's curriculum, teachers repeatedly emphasized the most terrifying thing in this era wasn't monsters but food. Due to technological limitations, humans in ancient times had to exert all their strength just to fill their stomachs. That's why it's said that ancient times were never humanity's domain. But now, these ancient nobles before Gao Chang are complaining that there are too few varieties of crops and that they don't taste good enough. I'd like to be alone for a while. Gao Chang smiled awkwardly at Sasha. They had indeed discussed many powerful territorial types in class, but fallen empires were definitely not among them. This special territory rendered almost all the knowledge he had acquired over the past 18 years useless. He had learned to identify poisonous herbs and how to govern a territory. Yet, standing here, he felt like an outsider. It seemed as if no one needed him as their lord. Sasha looked at him thoughtfully, blinked, and suddenly shouted happily. Great! This shout startled Gao Chang. She immediately realized she was too excited and quickly coughed lightly, blushing. Well, Lord, you can wander around for a bit. I'll call you when the barbecue is ready. With that, Sasha skipped and hopped away to the side. Gao Chang shook his head with a helpless smile. He hadn't expected a war game to be this easy. He wondered what the situation was like for the other players. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Player Peerless General has requested to add you as a friend. Gao Chang was taken aback. Did he know someone with that name? However, there were race forums in the war game, and communication between players was common. So the person who added him as a friend at the beginning of the game was most likely a player of the same race. Thinking this through, Gao Chang still agreed to the application. The next second, an extremely absurd communication came through. I knew you definitely didn't get a name change card at the start. Upon seeing this, Gao Chang's lips twitched involuntarily. No need to guess. Aside from his good buddy, Su Yuki, no one would be so foolish. Name change cards are actually just low-level rare items, not difficult to obtain. But to get one in less than 2 hours at the start of the game is considered incredibly lucky. Looks like you're doing quite well. Gao Chang replied with a smile. You've even proclaimed yourself the Peerless General? Pa. What's self-proclaimed? The other person immediately retorted. I am the Peerless General, under the pine tree by the Lufeng Gorge River in the Chang'an Mountains. I'm not bragging, but nobody under this pine tree can stand a chance against me. I just wiped out a nest of rats to establish my authority, and here I am, a name change card. A rat. Gao Chang couldn't help but ask, is it a squirrel? He had a pretty good idea of how he got the name change card. In the war game, lords who personally fight and win have a chance to drop items. The unlucky ones might only get a few straws. The lucky ones, like Su Yuki, get a name change card right away. You could only say the rich man's foolish son is indeed quite lucky. After the joke, Su Yuki suddenly became serious. By the way, I've already told you the location. If you can't hold out, bring your people to my place for refuge. You can find a map on the forum. Following his suggestion, Gao Chang opened the human race's internal forum. Sure enough, at the beginning of their arrival, some human players from higher planes had already begun to consolidate their forces and gradually draw up a simplified map of the current world. Gao Chang felt a warmth in his heart at this thought. Su Yuki had practically exposed the location of his territory to him. In the war game, although the human race appeared united to the outside world, it was not peaceful internally. Betrayal was tacitly permitted, and even killing a fellow human lord could yield additional rewards. If Gao Chang truly harbored malicious intentions, Su Yuki was now in an extremely disadvantageous position. Gao Chang muttered to himself, but where am I? He couldn't find his location on the human map at all, which was most likely related to the Fallen Empire's unique mechanics. Fallen Empire members weren't born within their own territories, nor were other lords nearby. Therefore, reuniting with Su Yuki was virtually impossible. Thinking of this, Gao Chang could only sigh and refuse Su Yuki's suggestion. Su Yuki obviously didn't expect him to refuse so decisively, and was stunned for a while before replying. Then be careful yourself. He then warned, according to my intelligence, all lords will face a natural disaster this week, surrounded by wolves. If you can't hold on, don't try to tough it out. Try to form alliances with your own kind. In Su Yuki's view, Gao Chang's rejection was mostly due to his male pride. After all, the talent of a hedonist wasn't exactly respectable, and he worried that Gao Chang would have difficulty being accepted by other human lords. They might not even be on the same plane. Who would want to take a stranger as a burden? I need to get ready too. Keep in touch if anything comes up. With that, Su Yuki ended the call. After hanging up, he looked down at the giant rat at his feet. Gao Chang was actually wrong. This giant rat was at least half a person's height. Creatures from ancient times were inherently powerful, and even ordinary rats were exceptionally ferocious. Several shirtless, lightly wounded warriors stood nearby. Thanks to Su Yuki's early conversion of all his subjects into warriors, coupled with the general's prosperity talent, the battle resulted in almost no losses, and several giant rats were successfully killed. Even so, he was having a very difficult time. Thinking of Gao Chang's hedonist talent, Su Yuki couldn't help but worry. The opponent would probably struggle even to farm monsters. After hesitating for a moment, he still reached out and touched one of the giant rat corpses. Trade. Giant rat corpse X1. The war game offers a trading function for friends. Su Yuki was planning to give the corpse to Gao Chang. According to his estimate, the initial population was only 3 to 5 people, and a giant rat, if eaten sparingly, could last for a week. "That's all I can do for you, brother," Su Yuki said with a smile, pressing the trade button. The next second, a red light flashed, and a glaring exclamation mark appeared. "The Fallen Empire's current attitude towards you. Disdain. You cannot initiate a trade with the Fallen Empire?" Huh. Su Yuki was full of questions. Looking closer at the trading partner, he saw it was indeed Gao Chang. Unconvinced, he clicked again. The same bright red exclamation mark popped up again. "You cannot initiate a trade with the Fallen Empire." Su Yuki was completely dumbfounded. This war game has a bug? On the other side, after ending the communication, Gao Chang also realized that things were probably not going well for Su Yuki. The territory had just been established, and on the very first night, they encountered an ancient natural disaster. Other races might be better off. Gnolls are ferocious and bloodthirsty. The undead had a natural advantage in ancient times, and elves were the darlings of the forest. Humans, on the other hand, are in the most difficult situation in this era. However, thinking of natural disasters, Gao Chang looked up into the distance. There stood a flood control wall stretching 40 kilometers, each timber made of ancient wood, coated with a special ancient lacquer, said to be immortal. He could hardly imagine what kind of natural disaster could break through such a massive wall. Before he knew it, darkness had fallen. Sasha, carrying a plate of roasted potatoes, skipped and hopped over to Gao Chang, clearly in a much lighter mood since she no longer needed to lead the way. "My lord, the barbecue feast is about to begin." She handed over the tray and added, "These are some snacks that the chef asked me to bring. You haven't eaten all day, so have some for now." However, judging from her expression, she clearly didn't expect Gao Chang to actually eat it. After all, there was a barbecue feast coming up soon. Who would specifically eat this kind of sticky roasted potato? But Gao Chang stared at the tray, stunned. The aroma was rich, the sauce exquisite, and the spices delicately added. In both his past and present lives, he had only ever seen roasted potatoes of this caliber in promotional images of upscale restaurants. Gao Chang took the tray, gently scooped out a piece with his wooden fork, and put it in his mouth. In an instant, the aroma exploded in his mouth. "Ding! You have consumed an ancient artifact, rosemary sauce potatoes. Your hedonistic talent has been satisfied. During this game, due to your joyful mood, the combat power of all your directly subordinate units increases by 1%. An ancient artifact, and one that can even boost army attributes. Although it's only 1%, it's just a potato." Thinking this, Gao Chang ate another one. However, this time the talent didn't trigger again. Clearly, the same type of artifact cannot be triggered repeatedly. When he came to his senses, he found Sasha looking at him with disgust. Lord, you actually ate it." She looked around to make sure no one was watching before quietly leaning closer and whispering, "Actually, I usually feed this kind of thing to the wolfhounds." "Oh, I see." A cheerful voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Sasha froze, slowly turning around. "Chef, what are you doing here?" It was a woman dressed similarly to her, but taller. 9 Falls, identity, ancient servant, ancient servant. Their mission is to serve the nobles eternally. But within the upper kingdom, even the lowest servant surpasses the high and mighty king outside. "I came to check on you because I was worried that you wouldn't like simple meals," Zhu Luo said, narrowing her eyes and giving her a half-smile. "But I think I've discovered some incredible secret." Sasha immediately chickened out and bowed her head to admit her mistake. "Chef sister, I was wrong." Zhu Luo chuckled and covered her mouth as she slowly said, "Since you've admitted your mistake, you can have a completely vegetarian feast tonight." Huh. Sasha froze completely. Gao Chang watched this scene from the side, somewhat surprised. In the Fallen Empire, the gap between social status didn't seem as large as he had imagined. Warriors, nobles, and waiters interacted casually, even joking with each other. But deep down, everyone carried a sense of pride. Soon, the evening's barbecue feast began as scheduled. A whole sizzling, oily antelope leg was placed before Gao Chang, its aroma filling the air. Poor Sasha could only nibble on the grass cakes. While eating, she secretly stared at the lamb leg in front of Gao Chang, her eyes practically glued to it. Zhu Luo noticed and quickly turned her head back. "What are you looking at?" "Eat up," she said, piling another stack of grass cakes in front of her. "Don't worry, there's plenty more." Just then, Gao Chong suddenly reached for a piece of lettuce. He tore off a piece of roasted meat from the lamb leg, rolled it up, and ate it. After a few chews, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. To him, the so-called lettuce was essentially just lettuce. It was rather ordinary on its own, but paired with the juicy roasted meat, it tasted exceptionally good. Seeing this, Zhou Luo smiled. As expected of the Lord, you're quite knowledgeable when it comes to food. She then ruffled Sasha's hair. Unlike some people, who only know how to eat meat, Sasha hugged the grass cake, whimpering in grievance. Just then, a strange wolf howl suddenly rang out. Zhou Luo instinctively slapped Sasha on the head. What are you howling about? Sasha looked completely innocent. It wasn't me. Gao Chong raised his hand to stop Zhou Luo. It's definitely not her. Just now, he had received a notification from the war game. Week 1, Calamity descends, surrounded by wolves. The warning was simple. 3 ancient giant wolves in the wasteland had their eyes on them. The thatched hut was no match for their power. The only suggestion was to light a fire. The unknown threat might force these hunters to retreat temporarily. Meanwhile, the number of players on the human forum has plummeted from 10,000 to 9,700, and it continues to decline. Clearly, not everyone can survive against a pack of wolves. Gao Chong watched the number of people slowly decrease, then looked up at the warriors beneath Stonehenge. He was curious. How would the fallen empire react to such a natural disaster? Meanwhile, the bonfire feast continued unabated. Wolves howled outside the city walls, but inside, the eating and drinking continued as usual. Finally, one of the Tyrannosaurus Rex riders couldn't take it anymore. Veins bulged on his forehead as he slammed a leg of lamb on the table. Shut up. Can't a person eat in peace? The riders stormed to Stonehenge and let out a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The dragon roared, sending the surrounding livestock huddled together in fear. The knight's face was grim. It was as if the howling wolves outside were an insult to his meal. Only when he passed Gao Chong did he manage a forced smile. Lord, please enjoy your meal. I'll go get everyone a refreshment. With that, he mounted his saddle and rode the Tyrannosaurus Rex straight towards the flood control gate. Gao Chong watched his retreating figure and asked Sasha, he seems to be in a bad mood. Sasha pursed her lips. He's probably annoyed by the noise. It's been a long time since anyone dared to howl like that around here. I kind of miss it. As she spoke, she secretly slipped grass cakes into Gao Chong's hand. Clearly, she didn't care about the wolves outside. But Gao Chong was getting restless. While the fallen empire possessed top-tier combat power, these warriors were remnants of the old regime and couldn't be replaced. They weren't invincible. Thinking of this, Gao Chong got up to go and take a look. But as soon as he stood up, Zhou Luo gently pressed him back into his chair. Oh, my good lord, what are you doing getting involved? She pointed around. Thousands of ancient nobles sat around a campfire, eating and drinking as usual, their expressions relaxed. It was as if the howling wolves outside didn't exist. This was the confidence left by their ancestors 10,000 years ago, and also the arrogance accumulated over millennia. Gao Chong wanted to speak, but Zhou Luo stuffed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. Zhou Luo rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed to the huge flood control wall in the distance. Don't worry, this wall can withstand an impact force of about 3 million newtons. Gao Chong was stunned. 3 million newtons? Even a car crashing at full speed only generates a few 100,000 newtons. And this wall could withstand dozens of times that force. But soon, he realized an even stranger problem. The newton, a unit of physics, shouldn't exist in ancient times. Gao Chong suddenly understood. Perhaps the real limitation of the war game wasn't technology itself. As long as modern tools weren't used, the measurement system, it seemed, wasn't a limitation. Thinking about it this way, the corrupt empire with its complete technological system was probably more terrifying than anyone imagined. Sasha chimed in to support Zhou Luo, her tone lighthearted. Relax, relax. The Wall of Size has stood for millennia. As far as we know, the one capable of collapsing this wall probably hasn't even been born yet. However, just as she said this, a completely different scene was unfolding in the snow outside the wall. 3 giant wolves, each 3 meters tall, were howling softly around the base of the wall. Their sheer size would likely have torn an ordinary person to shreds instantly. If Gao Chong saw this, he would probably understand why the number of players on the forum was rapidly decreasing. The territory has only been established for a day, and monsters of this level are simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary lords. Even if they band together, it's pointless, because the more people there are, the more wolves they'll attract. This is perhaps the true meaning of natural disaster. From the very beginning, the war game never intended for players to directly defeat natural disasters. The only way out was already revealed: fire. As long as the fire burns, the giant wolf will not approach. The problem is that the territory of the Wall of Sighs is too vast, making it impossible to light bonfires everywhere. According to the rules, the 3 giant wolves should be attacking now. But the biggest obstacle in their path is how to get over this sturdy wall. One of the giant wolves tentatively bumped into the wall, only to knock off a few tufts of snow-white fur, while the wall remained unmoved. This wall was made of ancient trees, each log fitting together perfectly, so that even a flood could not shake it. However, these giant wolves were clearly not stupid. One of them suddenly had a flash of inspiration and began frantically digging at the ground. Since it couldn't knock down the wall, it would dig underneath. With its cry, the other 2 giant wolves joined in. The 3 wolves dug together and soon created a deep pit. It worked. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in their eyes, as if they could already see themselves breaking through the wall and rampaging through, slaughtering the humans. Thinking of this, several giant wolves couldn't help but howl excitedly again. However, the situation suddenly changed the next second. The voice of the giant wolf standing outside the cave abruptly changed, from excitement to extreme terror. The 2 wolves inside the cave looked up in confusion, only to see a huge shadow completely enveloping the entire pit. A 15-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus Rex was looking down at them coldly. The 3-meter-tall giant wolf barely reached its calves. The Tyrannosaurus Rex smelled the meaty aroma emanating from the snow wolf, its mouth watering. Its expression seemed to say, "You're quite polite, even digging this pit for me." The 2 giant wolves inside the cave froze instantly. The pit was too deep. Their only escape route was through the entrance, which faced the Tyrannosaurus Rex's gaping maw. It was practically a buffet entrance. The giant wolf outside the cave tried to run, but after only 2 steps, the Tyrannosaurus Rex bit its waist and dragged it back. Blood gushed from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth, flowing down the cave entrance into the pit, terrifying the 2 giant wolves inside, who froze in fear. At the same time, Gao Chang also received a system notification. "Congratulations, you have won the first battle of this game." Gao Chang was still sitting under the Stonehenge, listening to Sasha and Zhu Luo chatting, when the victory notification popped up out of nowhere. He quickly opened the campaign interface. Only 2 large characters appeared before his eyes. Great victory. Enemy losses: 3 frost giant wolves. Our losses: none. Evaluation: a resounding victory. Reward: parsnip. Rare item. Gao Chang was stunned for a moment. So this is what they call exhilarating? This natural disaster seems a bit weak. He instantly forgot his previous worries. Compared to the natural disaster that ended in less than half an hour, Gao Chang was now more concerned about the rewards. After all, this was his first time fighting monsters and getting loot in a war game. He wiped the greasy hands from handling the grilled meat, stared at the reward screen, and silently said, "Claim." The next second, a peculiar herb appeared in his hand. Sapushnakavia divaricata. Rare item. Effects: dispels wind, removes dampness, detoxifies. Medicinal herbs. Gao Chang's eyes lit up. In ancient times, medicinal herbs were undoubtedly one of the most precious resources. Due to the extremely low level of technology, medical care was practically non-existent. Without medicinal herbs, even a minor injury could be fatal. More importantly, medicinal herbs could be cultivated. With a bit of luck, they could be continuously propagated. Thinking of this, Gao Chang subconsciously tightened his grip on the herbs in his hand. But when he grabbed them, they were gone. Where are my herbs? Gao Chang looked down and saw that the parsnip had already run into Sasha's hand. He hadn't even noticed when she had taken them. Gao Chang suddenly realized something. This seemingly idle, ancient, noble girl probably had ridiculously high personal attributes. Meanwhile, Sasha was carefully examining the herbs. After a while, she looked up and asked, "Lord, have you checked our weed warehouse?" "Weed?" Gao Chang was taken aback. "Isn't this a medicinal herb?" Sasha scratched her head and whispered to Zhu Luo, "Chef's sister, I always feel like the Lord isn't very bright. Zhu Luo helplessly pushed her head away. Don't plot so loudly, hey. She sighed and explained, it's normal that the Lord doesn't know the situation yet since he just arrived. After saying that, Zhu Luo got up, picked up some food, and gestured to Gao Chang to invite him to leave. It seems that Sasha has not fulfilled her duties as a guide at all. Let me show you around the territory, master. Sasha gave an awkward laugh. Hee. Before she could finish speaking, a sharp rap on the head struck her. You join in too, Zhu Luo said irritably. The three left the bustling crowd at Stonehenge and walked to a nearby, inconspicuous little warehouse. There were no lights, the wooden hut looked dilapidated, and it lacked even basic guards. Zhu Luo walked to the door and gently pushed it open. Creak! The warehouse door slowly opened. At the same time, Gao Chang heard the system notification from the war game. Congratulations on discovering natural wonders. Prunella vulgaris, Senecio scandens, Scriphularia ningpoensis. More than 10 medicinal wonders have been identified so far. Would you like to unlock the Lord Advancement Path? Shinon? Gao Chang stood frozen, staring in shock at the warehouse piled high with herbs. The herbs were carelessly tossed on the ground, simply categorized with labels, looking like a pile of weeds. He couldn't help but mutter, Are these what they call rare treasures? Seeing this, Zhu Luo offered a brief explanation. The reason no one paid attention to these herbs was because their yield was simply too high. The fallen empires started with all the technology, and with various bonuses, the herb production was ridiculously high. The inhabitants of the Wailing Wall are in excellent physical condition and rarely need so many medicinal herbs. Over time, the excess herbs are simply thrown into the warehouse to rot slowly. After hearing the explanation, Gao Chang scratched his head, his initial excitement instantly vanishing. He had thought the rare item would be something extraordinary, but it turned out to be just a mountain of herbs. At that moment, Zhu Luo suddenly asked, Has the Lord activated the Lord's path? Gao Chang nodded subconsciously, then looked sharply at Zhu Luo, his eyes filled with surprise. He had learned about the Lord's path in class. Different planes have different levels of civilization, and when a Lord enters a war game, they are usually only matched with battlefields of the same or lower level. Someone at Gao Chang's level can only enter the battlefields of the electrical age at most. If he wants to break through the limitations of the plane and enter a higher level, he must rely on the Lord's path. This is a way for Lords to advance in the game. By meeting certain conditions in the game, new paths can be triggered, allowing Lords to progress and eventually enter the ultimate battlefield. But the problem is, Zhu Luo is just a resident in the game. She shouldn't know these things. However, Zhu Luo seemed completely unaware of the shocking information she had just revealed. She simply rested her chin on her hand, pondered for a moment, and casually guessed, Let me guess, the Lord triggered the Shinon pathway, right? Gao Chang nodded, not denying it. The Shinon route is actually one of the most common routes for humans. It was specifically taught in class, and he had even memorized a lot of herbal knowledge for it. The trigger condition is extremely simple. Just identify more than 10 herbs. Once you enter the path, you gain a powerful buff at level 1. Citizens' constitution increased by 10%, poison resistance increased by 10%, and there's a chance to identify poisonous foods before eating. Afterwards, as long as new herbs are continuously identified, upgrades can be made continuously, even breaking through the limitations of the electrical age. Just as Gao Chang was about to accept, Sasha suddenly called out from beside him, Lord, you're not really planning to take this route, are you? She walked over and patted Gao Chang's shoulder, looking heartbroken. Gao Chang was taken aback. Is this method really that bad? Sasha immediately shook her head. It's not bad. It's just too ordinary. She pointed to the pile of medicinal herbs in the warehouse. A method that can be opened by just recognizing a few weeds. Everyone would choose it. At this point, she suddenly leaned closer, her face serious. Does your majesty find contentment with mediocrity? Gao Chang gasped. For some reason, he found her words quite reasonable. The Shinon path, which once seemed difficult, is now almost readily available. The easier something is to obtain, the more ordinary it seems. Gao Chang hesitated for a moment. Then which path should I choose? He looked at Sasha and Zhu Luo. These two seemed to have a deep understanding of the war game. Perhaps they really knew a better route. Just as Zhu Luo was about to speak, Sasha interrupted her. Sasha pulled Gao Chang a few steps forward, looked around warily, and then made a should gesture to Jiuluo. Then, she lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "As our lord, of course we should take the rarest and most difficult path to trigger." Gao Chang asked curiously, "For example?" Sasha said, enunciating each word clearly, "The miracle path." Gao Chang paused. Miracle? He didn't doubt Sasha's words, but he was a little puzzled. "What are the entry conditions?" Sasha gave a mysterious smile and whispered, "Witness a miracle, or witness the destruction of a miraculous building, because the demise of a miracle is itself a miracle." The words had barely left her lips when, with a loud thud, Jiuluo delivered a sharp rap on Sasha's head. She rubbed her fist, looking at Sasha with a forced smile. "Are you going to say next that you can find miraculous structures in the fallen empire?" Sasha stuck out her tongue. You guessed it. The next second, another sharp rap on the head landed. Jiuluo sighed, rubbing her forehead helplessly. "If anyone else heard what you just said, they'd go crazy." She paused, then added, "Maybe they'll tie you to a cross, roast you until you're charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and then throw you over the wall to feed the wolves." Sasha's face instantly turned deathly pale. Seeing that she had finally calmed down, Jiuluo's tones softened a bit, and then she looked at Gao Chang. "If Lord really wants to take the path of miracles, you can come with me to the Lord's Hall to look at the map. We have records of most of the miracles in this world." Gao Chang was taken aback. "So there was a Lord's Hall here?" He immediately glanced sideways at Sasha beside him. Since their arrival, this girl had only been busy taking him to the bonfire party and hadn't mentioned this at all. It seemed that only two things were on her mind: eating and coming up with bad ideas. With a deafening roar, a loud bang suddenly came from the direction of the wall. Immediately afterwards, the outer gate slowly opened, and the heavy footsteps of a Tyrannosaurus Rex echoed outside the wall. The old warehouse was not far from the flood control wall, and soon everyone felt the ground tremble slightly, as if some enormous creature was approaching. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Sasha drooled a few drops from the corner of her mouth and excitedly shouted, "Roasted wolf meat!" She immediately put on a pitiful expression and looked at Gao Chang, whispering, "How about we go and meet up with Brother Knight first?" Gao Chang felt somewhat helpless under her almost glowing gaze, so he could only nod in agreement. Anyway, the natural disaster had been resolved, and there were no immediate problems in the territory, so it didn't seem to make much difference whether he went to the Lord's Hall early or late. Seeing that he agreed, Sasha immediately perked up and volunteered to lead the way. Before long, the two intercepted the returning knight halfway through their journey. Only then did Gao Chang get a clear look at the knight's appearance after the battle. Because he was riding so high on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back, the knight had almost no blood on him, making it seem as if he hadn't even participated in the fight. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, however, was completely different. Strips of flesh clung to its gaping maw, blood stained its lips, and two giant wolf carcasses were bound to its sides, clearly indicating it had just survived a fierce battle. But the third giant wolf mentioned in the wargame report was nowhere to be found. Its whereabouts were unknown. Seeing Gao Chang come in person, the knight immediately leaped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back, landed on the ground, and quickly walked up to him, holding the reins. He smiled and said, "My lord, you could have just called me if you needed anything. Why did you have to come all the way here?" As he spoke, he pulled out a sharpened stone sword and pointed it at one of the giant wolf's legs, saying, "How about I cut off a wolf leg for you to take back?" While Gao Chang was enjoying a moment of ease, the other territories were far less fortunate. Night still shrouded the land, and the threat of natural disaster persisted. Su Uki stood at the edge of the firelight, gazing solemnly into the darkness. In the distance, three giant wolves slowly lingered in the shadows. Because of his overconfidence, he, like Gao Chang, did not form an alliance with other human lords. Thus, when the cataclysm struck, he was left to face three giant wolves alone, with only his territory. At that time, his entire population was less than 10. Those three giant wolves were no ordinary beasts. If two villagers were stacked together, their height would barely match that of the wolves. These monsters, over 3 meters tall, were virtually impossible for humans to kill on the first day of their arrival in the territory. Fortunately, Su Uki's location was relatively resource-rich, and he had received advance warning from the human lords of the higher planes, allowing him to prepare a large amount of firewood. The fire was now blazing, and as long as the flames were kept burning, they should be able to last until dawn. Compared to the human lords, the situation for the other races was much easier. Elves are the darlings of nature. They're so lazy that they don't even bother to light a fire. They can simply climb a tall, ancient tree to avoid danger. After all, wolves can't climb trees. As for the lower undead, the process is even simpler and more brutal. They simply bury themselves in the ground and wait quietly for dawn. Only a few unlucky souls that aren't buried deep enough will be dug up by the giant wolves and given a couple of bites as a midnight snack. Just when all the lords thought the night would slowly pass, the war game notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations to human Lord Gao Chang. Located in the territory of Wall of Sighs, you have been the first to eliminate the first week's scourge. This is to report your achievement. The announcement was broadcast 3 times. Besides Gao Chang himself, tens of thousands of lords in the game heard the name. Wait, Gao Chang. Su Yuki paused, finding the name strangely familiar. His first instinct was to open the communication interface and contact the other party. But soon, he shook his head and chuckled. He must be overthinking it. If it really was Gao Chang who did it, he'd eat the pine tree right then and there. After all, that guy's personal talent was hedonist. He'd be lucky to even get his territory under control on the first day. How could he possibly lead a bunch of scoundrels to victory against a natural disaster? It's probably just a coincidence of names. With so many human planes, it's perfectly normal to have a few people with the same name. Thinking this, Su Yuki closed his communication interface and refocused his attention on the 3 giant wolves outside the firelight. The immediate trouble was the most critical. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Gnoll race, a Gnoll lord standing at least 2 meters tall frowned as he stared at the War Games report. How is this possible? His first reaction was disbelief. It's important to know that his special ability is Gigantamax, which allows him to grow to 4 times the size of a normal Gnoll. Therefore, when the cataclysm struck, he immediately led his people to charge forward and fight the giant wolves head-on. The Gnoll was no less ferocious than a wolf, as evidenced by the numerous wounds covering his body. But it was only through first-hand experience that he truly understood just how terrifying those 3 giant wolves were. Even with him, the Dynamax Lord, leading the army, along with all the warriors of the territory, they were still utterly defeated. Half of the warriors were torn apart and devoured on the spot by the giant wolves, and the rest could only retreat in disarray with him back into the firelight. So he really couldn't understand how a human could solve a natural disaster on the very first day. If it were an elf, an undead, or even a Gnoll lord like himself who did it, he wouldn't be too surprised. But it's humans, after all. Everyone knows that humans are physically weak and practically useless without tools. Thinking of this, the Gnoll lord's gaze gradually turned cold. Your mistake was showing off like that. As he spoke, he pulled a talisman from his robes. This was a rare item he'd obtained during his daytime rampage against nearby beasts. Blessing Scroll, Bait, Effect, upon release, designates a lord to bear the calamity currently being faced by all lords of their tribe. Note, if the lord dies, any unresolved calamities will return to their original location. Looking at the scroll in his hand, the Gnoll lord's smile grew even more sinister. The drop rate for such items was extremely low, but with tens of thousands of lords, there was bound to be a lucky one. And he just happened to be that lucky one. However, the scroll has a condition. You must know both the opponent's name and their territory name to release it. This condition becomes increasingly difficult to meet as the game progresses. Once the opponent uses a name change card, the scroll becomes completely useless. Therefore, the early stages of the war game are the best time to use it. The Gnoll lord stared at the list of names and chuckled softly. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for being too flashy. A system notification suddenly rang in Gao Chang's ears. Should we release the Blessing Scroll, Bait? Without hesitation, the Gnoll lord Kyle chose Release. However, the scroll did not take effect immediately after confirmation. Instead, a huge red exclamation mark popped up in front of Kyle. Release this scroll onto the current target. There's a chance it will enrage the fallen empire. Do you wish to proceed with the release? Kyle looked puzzled upon seeing the notification. The fallen empire? What is that? He scratched the hair on the back of his head. Before adulthood, the Gnoll had received basic training in war games, but he never remembered anything about a fallen empire. Moreover, the name doesn't sound very strong. They've already fallen so low. How powerful can they still be? With that in mind, Kyle confirmed it again without hesitation. Yes. The red exclamation mark paused for 3 seconds before disappearing abruptly. Immediately afterwards, a server-wide announcement rang in the ears of all lords. The Null Lord Kale has used a magical artifact, a blessing scroll, bait, against the human Lord Gao Chang. This is to report. Human Lord Gao Chang will face all remaining natural disasters affecting humanity alone for 1 week. The moment the announcement was made, the expressions of all the lords changed instantly. They were initially puzzled as to why the Gnolls would bless humans. But after seeing the results, I realized that this was not a blessing at all. It's clearly a deadly curse. It's only the first day of a natural disaster, and the human race hasn't suffered too much yet. If all natural disasters were to befall one person, the number would be terrifying. Based on the assumption that each lord corresponds to 3 giant wolves, Gao Chang will have to face at least 25,000 giant wolves. For any human lord, this was a certain death situation. Within the elven territory, an elven lord is holding a bow and arrow. Only 1 giant wolf remained under the tree, but he eventually put down the bow. If Gao Chang hadn't gotten the first kill, he would likely have been the one targeted by Kyle. Even with a smaller elven population, he still had to face thousands of giant wolves. Even ancient trees that are thousands of years old cannot withstand such an attack. Kyle's actions made many lords wary of him. No one knows whether he has a second scroll. No one wants to let a foreigner control their life and death. Of course, a few lords silently mourn for Gao Chang in their hearts. At the very least, he risked his life to test the scroll's effectiveness. Just then, Gao Chang received a private message. Peerless General. Hey, did you hear the announcement? Someone with the same name as you is going to be in big trouble. Gao Chang looked at the message with a strange expression. Yes, I'm so unlucky. After replying, he silently closed the chat window. It seems Su Uki is still unaware. That unlucky guy with the same name is actually him. And what he said was right. I'm really going to be in big trouble. Gao Chang looked up at the flood control wall. Outside the wall, the howling of wolves, which had disappeared, rang out again, this time more intense and more frantic than before. He already knew the number outside, based on information from the Human Forum. 28,500 giant wolves. This number even exceeds the total number of inhabitants within the Wailing Wall. On average, each resident faces 1.5 giant wolves. The problem is not everyone can fight. The nature of the fallen empire has led to a large number of ancient nobles gathering in its territory. They neither engage in production nor fight. What's more troublesome is that Gao Chang is unable to construct any buildings. Faced with a concentrated attack from all of humanity's natural calamities, what should he do? Kyle. Gao Chang uttered the name in a somber tone. The knowledge gained in the classroom is ultimately just theory. It was only at this moment that he truly understood the cruelty of war games. In this world, all unfamiliar lords are potential enemies. The stronger a person is, the more likely they are to be targeted. Just then, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Gao Chang turned around and met Sasha's curious big eyes. What is the Lord thinking? Gao Chang was silent for a moment, then asked a question. If we were to be attacked by nearly 30,000 giant wolves, will we still have a chance to escape? There are only a little over 500 soldiers in the territory who are capable of fighting. Even if 30,000 are just motionless pigs, it will still take several months to slaughter them. Not to mention that these giant wolves are bigger and more ferocious than pigs. After hearing this, Sasha quietly moved closer to Zhu Luo and whispered something to her. Our lord seems to be a bit war-weary. Zhu Luo helplessly pushed her head away. I've told you so many times, don't plot loudly. After saying that, he casually tore off a piece of still dripping roasted meat from the food in his hand and stuffed it directly into Gao Chang's mouth. And the Lord, what strange things are you saying? With his mouth gagged, Gao Chang could only make indistinct sounds. Just then, the knight who had just left returned. Moreover, this time, he was followed by more than 20 Tyrannosaurus riders. The howling of wolves outside was deafening. They couldn't possibly miss it. On the back of one of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a girl who was clearly not a warrior. Gao Chang subconsciously checked her panel. See Wandering Qin. Identity, Corrupted Supply Officer. The fallen supply officer, skilled in large-scale supply operations, capable of managing a logistics system for 100,000 people single-handedly. However, a long period of comfortable living has reduced his abilities to only 1/5 of their peak. Supply officer? Gao Chang was puzzled, but then he noticed something strange. Hearing the howling of wolves outside, Hayukin's eyes were filled with excitement. Etc. Why is she so excited? Before Gao Chang could react, Sasha had already shouted excitedly, "Sister Yu." Hayukin turned her head and saw her, and then saw Lord Gao Chang, before she slightly suppressed her smile. The next second, she leaped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back. After landing, the girl clapped her hands and smiled at Gao Chang, saying, "So the Lord is here too. Want to go take a look together?" The new supplies that we're about to receive? Gao Chang was taken aback for a moment, then subconsciously asked, "You mean the wolves outside the wall? Those are nearly 30,000 giant wolves, not 30,000 pigs." But on second thought, the value of these wolves seems to be much higher than that of the pigs. Zhu Luo smiled and stuffed another piece of roasted meat into his mouth. She then said to Hayukin, "Since the supply officer has invited us, let's go with the Lord to take a look." Hayukin patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex's thigh, and the giant beast immediately crouched down, revealing its broad back. Even lying down, it was several meters tall, and it would be difficult for an ordinary person to climb up. Zhou Luo effortlessly grabbed Gao Chang's waist, leaped onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back, and was immediately followed by Sasha and Hayukin. Once Gao Chang was settled, Hayukin called out to the knight, "Let's go." The Tyrannosaurus Rex took heavy steps, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Before long, the group arrived at the foot of the tall wall. Zhou Luo once again carried Gao Chang to the top of the wall. Standing here, the outside scenery was laid out before them. Gao Chang swallowed the meat in his mouth and finally had time to look into the distance. Countless shimmering blue lights appeared in the forest, the eyes of the frost wolves. As they blinked, the forest resembled a starry sky, accompanied by the rising and falling howls of the wolves, captivating all who watched. It wasn't until Hayukin's shout pulled him back to reality. "I'll say it 3 times, no arson, no arson, no arson." She shouted the order to the rear. As soon as she finished speaking, fires broke out in all the watchtowers. On each watchtower, 2 attendants operated ballistay, while several longbowmen stood ready. The high ground allowed arrows to easily leap over the walls and reach far into the distance. While preparing, Gao Chang found several crossbow-related technologies in his mental technology list. First up is the rocket. This technology allows refined oil to ignite arrows, causing them to be fired from crossbows and carry flames that can directly ignite an area. Setting fire to the mountain would indeed seem like a quick way to deal with the wolf pack. But Hayukin had just repeatedly emphasized, no fires allowed. Gao Chang was unaware of the fallen empire's situation and had no intention of seizing command. He simply continued to examine other technologies. Triple shot. Improved ballista structure, capable of firing 3 rounds in succession. Volley. The ballista can fire 3 bolts at the same time. Long range. Utilizes the parabolic trajectory to triple the range of long-range units at higher altitudes. Just then, Hayukin gave another order. Shooting. The next second, the sound of something cutting through the air came from dozens of watchtowers at the same time. The sky was instantly filled with arrows, like a torrential downpour. The wolves, who had been observing, seemed to be provoked and charged wildly towards the wall. They clearly understood that this high wall made of giant logs could stop those deadly crossbow bolts. The idea is correct, but each ballista fires 9 large bolts in one shot. Even when it flies 1,000 meters away, its power is still terrifying. A single arrow can often pierce through several giant wolves that are standing close together. Even more outrageous, the arrows in the territory seemed endless. In just 1 minute, Gao Chang had seen 6 volleys of crossbow bolts fired simultaneously. A rough calculation showed that at least 5,000 bolts had been fired. The closer they got to their territory, the denser the rain of arrows became. The wolf pack made their advance extremely difficult. Even so, a small number of giant wolves still managed to step over the corpses of their companions and force their way to the vicinity of the wall. At that moment, hundreds of longbowmen on the watchtower simultaneously drew their bows to their fullest extent. Projectile, longbow units can attack enemies over obstacles. The next moment, a new round of arrows rained down from the sky. The giant wolves that had just charged through the ballista death zone were immediately covered by a rain of arrows before they could even get excited, and they had no chance to catch their breath. As time went on, the area outside the wall gradually became filled with the carcasses of giant wolves. Gao Chang's tense mood gradually relaxed. Is this the ancient fighting force left behind by the fallen empire? With overwhelming technological superiority and resources accumulated over millennia, as long as the wolf pack cannot break through the range of the arrow rain, let alone 30,000, even 100,000, the outcome will be the same. He turned to look at Hayukin. However, they found that the supply officer was licking his lips, staring blankly at the wolf carcass outside the wall. This one can be used to make a wolf skin coat, and that one has perfect fur. It can be used to make a carpet. This was shot so badly, it's probably only good for making hats and scarves. Sasha on the other side was even more exaggerated. She was practically drooling. Roasted wolf meat, braised wolf meat, steamed wolf meat, stewed wolf meat, dried wolf meat. Clearly, the two had already planned to use this natural disaster for their own purposes. Zhu Luo sighed and said to Gao Chang, "They've always been like this. It's embarrassing for the Lord." As she spoke, she picked up the food again and continued to feed Gao Chang while explaining. Because of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, almost no wild animals dared to approach the territory. Gao Chang took a bite of his food and nodded. He naturally understood the territorial deterrent effect of apex predators. Zhu Luo pointed to the wolf corpse outside the wall. "Look, these wolves have snow-white fur, run around a lot, and have firm and delicious meat. They even rush over to their deaths on their own, saving us the trouble of chasing them." She added softly, "In the tens of thousands of years of records of the fallen empire, we have never encountered anything so good. Okay, the groceries are delivered to your door." Upon learning of the situation outside, Gao Chang's last bit of tension vanished completely. To him, even all the natural disasters facing humanity combined were nothing more than a delivery. There were probably very few threats capable of shaking his wall of size. Thinking of the wolves still charging outside, Gao Chang sighed silently for them. According to the rules of the war game, as long as his territory wasn't completely ablaze, the wolves had to keep attacking. Tonight, many more would likely die. He silently cursed. What a sin! He could only blame the Null Lord, Kyle. If that guy hadn't used the bait blessing scroll, these wolves wouldn't have been lured here, ultimately becoming hides and food. 5 minutes have passed. The ground outside was almost riddled with arrows, but the ballistay on the watchtower never stopped firing. As the number of shots increased, the servants operating the ballistay gradually regained their feel for the ball and became more and more skilled at loading bolts. Furthermore, the fallen empire was incredibly wealthy, so there was no need to conserve crossbow bolts. The servants simply loaded 9 bolts in sequence and fired them directly. As a result, the rain of arrows from the sky grew increasingly dense. In less than 10 minutes, half of the 30,000 wolves had died. Only a very few giant wolves managed to get through the double hail of arrows and reach the city wall to catch their breath. "They're here." Hayukin suddenly stared at the distant forest area. "What's here?" Gao Chang asked instinctively. Hayukin casually remarked, "It's a set of quilts and sheets." The words had barely left his lips when a deafening roar echoed from afar. The wolves, who had been charging wildly, immediately halted, licking their wounds as they slowly retreated. Gao Chang enjoyed the roasted meat that Zhu Luo fed him while looking into the distance. That roar just now was clearly not simple. It looked like a big guy. Soon, several old trees in the forest were snapped in half, and a huge creature emerged from between the broken trees. Zhu Luo explained from the side. With tens of thousands of wolves, how could there be no wolf king? She casually tore off a small piece of roasted meat and held it to Gao Chang's mouth, coaxing, "Ah." Gao Chang opened his mouth and ate the roasted meat, squinting as he sized up the wolf king in the distance. The creature was a full 5 meters tall, only 2 meters taller than an ordinary giant wolf, but its physique was astonishingly robust. It wouldn't be surprising if it killed an ordinary giant wolf with a single slap. Behind the Wolf King followed dozens of guards. These guards were also enormous, standing 4 meters tall, making them significantly larger than ordinary giant wolves. Not bad, not bad. Hayukin commented softly. This fur looks much finer. It would definitely be warmer to make a quilt from it. The Wolf King stared intently at the city wall from a distance of 1,000 meters. You could almost feel Hayukin's malicious gaze and Sasha's drooling. Hee, an even bigger roasted wolf steak. Ever since the Wolf King appeared, Sasha's mouth hasn't stopped drooling. Because she was punished by not eating meat for talking bad about Jiuluo earlier, she now wants a roast and taste everything she sees, even the Wolf King. Enraged by the two aggressive gazes, the Wolf King roared to the sky. The next moment, the wolf pack launched another attack. This time the formation was significantly more dispersed, and the wolf pack suffered far fewer casualties amidst the rain of arrows. Half a minute later, the Wolf King, along with his guards, began their charge. The guards surrounded the Wolf King, constantly deflecting incoming crossbow bolts. The distance of 1 kilometer was quickly shortened. Jiuluo said calmly, "They can rush over. After we reach the wall, the Wolf King will gather his guards and the surviving wolves, look for weaknesses in the wall, and then rush in to bite our throats." Upon hearing this, Sasha's face turned pale again. Gao Chang didn't react much, because he could tell from Jiuluo's expression that things definitely wouldn't go as she said. After all, she had already revealed the Wolf King's plan in advance. Just then, Haiyukin suddenly ordered, "Open the door." Just as the Wolf King was about to charge, the huge wooden gate of the flood control wall slowly opened. This is clearly a trap, but it is also the only entrance into the territory. One of the guards' eyes lit up, and he suddenly leaped through the gate. The next moment, puffed, a shower of blood exploded in midair. Behind the door, more than 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex were already waiting with their mouths wide open. A 4-meter-tall wolf guard is practically no different from a 15-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus Rex. It could be swallowed whole, perhaps chewed a couple more times. By the time the Wolf King realized something was wrong, it was too late. After killing the guard, the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out of the gate in droves, greedily scanning their surroundings. Food is everywhere. Even a 5-meter-tall Wolf King is just a main dish at a buffet in their eyes. The Wolf King let out a soft whimper. It suddenly sensed that something was wrong. The script seems like it shouldn't be written this way. Who is truly responsible for the natural disaster? The next second, a Tyrannosaurus Rex charged forward and bit down with its gaping maw. The last thing the Wolf King saw before he died was that giant mouth. For Tyrannosaurus Rex, biting off the head of the Wolf King in a wolf pack would be too easy. Because it was a severed head, the Wolf King's fur was preserved intact. Hookin clapped her hands excitedly. A great victory. Tonight's victory was absolutely perfect. For Supplies Officer, nothing is more gratifying than the spoils are intact. With the Wolf King dead, the remaining wolf pack reverted to being mindless beasts that only knew how to charge blindly. Arrows rained down relentlessly. After hundreds of thousands of arrows and crossbow bolts were exhausted, nearly 30,000 giant wolves lay dead outside the walls. The ground was riddled with arrows, leaving almost no place to step. At that moment, the War Games notification sound rang out. Congratulations on completing a thrilling battle. Enemy casualties: Frost Wolf King X1, Frost Guards X80. Our casualties: none. Evaluation: a resounding victory. Haiyukin had already jumped down from the wall. While directing the men to go over the wall to harvest wolf pelts, she excitedly muttered, "This time we should be able to make a wolf pelt coat for everyone." Taking advantage of the lull after the battle, Gao Chang decided to check the rewards for this great victory. After all, this was a cataclysmic event against the entire human race. They couldn't just give him some windbreak grass like before. Thinking this, he muttered to himself, "Old man, hurry up and give me some gold coins," and then opened the rewards interface. Rewards: Beast Pen, Building Blueprint, Raptor Night Camp, Oddity, Black Soil Oddity, 50 Animal Hide Armor, 30 Night Saddles, Skull Hammer, Oddity, 50 Stone Hammers. The rewards were incredibly generous, including not only weapons and equipment, but also building blueprints, cavalry camps, and even black soil for farming. It practically covered everything from combat and production to development. Gao Chang also noticed the description of the animal pen. It could raise various dragon species, and if paired with a Velociraptor night camp, it would essentially create a complete cavalry training system. Adult Velociraptors are over 2 meters long and a little over 1 meter tall. Although shorter than giant wolves, they're still cavalry units. In ancient times, cavalry were almost irreplaceable. The problem is, for Gao Chang, these things are completely useless. After reviewing all the rewards, Gao Chang's expression turned somewhat dejected. This was because the fallen empire was completely incapable of constructing new buildings. Behind every building and artifact was a clear label: unusable. While the Velociraptor night camp was a marvel. It was essentially a recruitment building, and the fallen empire couldn't recruit soldiers either. As for the black soil, he considered it utterly useless. After visiting the old warehouse with Ju Luo and Sasha, he already knew just how wealthy the fallen empire was. They even left large quantities of medicinal herbs to rot on the ground. They certainly wouldn't lack food from this small plot of land. Moreover, once technology is maxed out, the yield of ordinary land is no less than that of rare items. Therefore, this piece of black soil holds no appeal for him either. Happiness is gone. Gao Chang sighed, his voice tinged with a sense of weariness. Ju Luo, standing beside him, looked at him with a puzzled expression, only to hear him continue to lament. Being too wealthy isn't always a good thing. The rewards seem pretty generous, but I can't use any of them. Thinking about it carefully, even if I did manage to build a Velociraptor Knight core, what then? Based on the standards of the strongest human territories in ancient times, 2,000 people could only support a maximum of 100 Velociraptor Knights. Gao Chang, however, had a full 30 Tyrannosaurus Rex riders. A single bite from a Tyrannosaurus Rex could swallow a rider whole. In a real fight, each of his 30 Tyrannosaurus Rex could take 3 bites and flatten the strongest territory in human history. But it's a waste to just leave it like this. Gao Chang stroked his chin, pondering how to dispose of this garbage. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I've got it. He opened his friend's list and found Su Uki. As soon as he started to chat, Su replied immediately. Peerless General, what's wrong? Are you in trouble? It's almost dawn. Just hold on for another hour. If there are any problems, I'll help you figure something out tomorrow. Seeing that the other party was concerned about his safety immediately, Gao Chang couldn't help but smile. After all, they were brothers from the same plane, and their relationship was much closer than that of those lords he didn't know at all. As the saying goes, don't let the good stuff go to outsiders, so he simply sent a trade request. Su Uki stared blankly at the pop-up transaction interface. Didn't they say trading was prohibited? Did the war game fix the bug? Despite his doubts, he still opened the trade interface and put all the firewood he didn't need up there. Anyway, he was hiding under a big pine tree, and firewood was everywhere. If he didn't have enough, he could just cut down the tree. He didn't even bother to look closely at what Gao Chang had put down before pressing the Agree to Trade button. The next second, a large pile of wood fell from Gao Chang's head with a crash. Holy crap! Gao Chang looked up at the pile of wood and couldn't help but curse. You fatso! Are you trying to murder me? On the other side, Su Uki took a few seconds to remember that Gao Chang seemed to have also put something in his inventory. After opening his inventory, he was silent for a few seconds before suddenly blurting out a sentence. Holy crap! Immediately afterwards, Gao Chang's chat window started shaking violently. Gao Chang, no, Brother Chang. Where did you get all this good stuff? Did you steal or rob the war games? Holy crap! Cavalry units! Brother Chang, do you know what ancient cavalry means? And with the black soil, we won't have to worry about food anymore. There are also animal pennings and a complete set of equipment for taming beasts and training cavalry. Messages kept flooding the screen. Faced with Su Uki's relentless barrage, Gao Chang didn't hesitate to mute the chat. It was better to let him calm down for a while. In the eyes of the fallen empire, these things were nothing but trash. After tossing the items to his brothers, Gao Chang's mood actually improved considerably. He looked down at the battlefield again. The ancient servants moved with incredible speed. Perhaps due to the added advantage of advanced technology, they cleared the battlefield at an astonishing pace. Wooden carts continuously transported the animal hides back to the territory, and because there were so many, a special space was cleared to pile them up, quickly forming a small mountain. Just as Gao Chang was looking at this slaughterhouse, the War Games notification sound rang out again. You have participated in a massive battlefield with over 10,000 creatures. Do you wish to unlock the Lord Advancement Path? Lord of War, your territory has slain over 1,000 creatures in a war. Do you wish to unlock the Lord Advancement Path? God of Slaughter, you witnessed over 10,000 creatures being skinned alive. Do you wish to unlock the Lord Advancement Path? Blood King, 3 advanced paths in the war system appeared before him at the same time. Unlike Shinnong, which was more supportive, these were purely designed for war. Among them, Master of War provides a morale boost to the army, and in the later stages, it can even unlock the Never Retreat war strategy, which perfectly offsets the negative effects of the powerful hedonist. God of Slaughter, on the other hand, is more direct, purely increasing the army's combat power with a 10% increase at Tier 1, 30% at Tier 2, and ultimately even multiplying the army's combat power. In terms of combat power alone, this route almost completely crushes most auxiliary methods. Chapter 14, Lord's Hall. After the blood-soaked king. Sorry, I've never even heard of Gao Chang. At the same time, I witnessed the brutal skinning of 10,000 creatures. Few lords could accomplish such a horrific act. Even if it were achieved, it's unlikely that any lord would publicize this method extensively. After all, entering the first tier requires witnessing the skinning of 10,000 creatures simultaneously, and the required number of creatures for subsequent tiers will certainly be even more terrifying. If this gets out, even our own people will feel a bit disgusted. Therefore, the Blood Monarch is an extremely niche advancement path, and Gao Chang is completely unaware of everything about this path. Currently, Gao Chang is in the game arena, so it's impossible for him to find an experienced player who has gone through this process to ask for advice. Wait a minute. Speaking of the senior figures, Gao Chang looked to his side. He tentatively asked Jiu Luo, "Do you know about the Blood Monarch Lord advancement path?" Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't know, Gao Chang chuckled. What is he thinking? Why would he ask his in-game subjects such a question? I know, Jiu Luo suddenly said. As expected. Wait, you knew it. Gao Chang subconsciously raised his voice a few decibels. Jiu Luo nodded. Does the Lord want to know the effects of the Blood Monarch pathway? I happen to know some of that. At the first level, the Blood King can add a Bloodlust buff to his troops, allowing them to recover their health and strength by injuring enemy soldiers on the battlefield. At the second tier, the Bloodlust buff applies to all citizens. At the third tier, the Blood Bathing feature is added, allowing all citizens to repair their severed limbs by bathing in the blood of their enemies after a battle. That sounds like a very strong talent. Just as Gao Chang was thinking this, Jiu Luo changed the subject. However, the conditions for advancement through this method are also extremely demanding. With each advancement, the requirements increase tenfold, and the viewing time also becomes shorter. The final step to advancement requires watching 1 trillion lives being skinned alive within 3 minutes. Can you really walk down this path? Jiu Luo asked meaningfully. Upon hearing this outrageous number, Gao Chang's initial thoughts vanished instantly. If it's the path of the God of Slaughter, upgrading to the final stage should only require killing 100 billion lives. Although it seems difficult, it may not be impossible in future high-level battlefields. But watching 1 trillion lives being skinned alive in just 3 minutes is a bit too outrageous. If the future is an interstellar battlefield, where will Gao Chang find the skin to skin living beings? And that's a whole 1 trillion lives. Is he some kind of mentally disturbed madman who simultaneously skins 1 trillion lives? Garbage root. After listening to Jiu Luo's explanation of the Blood Monarch path, Gao Chang became somewhat uninterested in the Warlord and Slaughter God paths. After all, the difficulty of advancing through all 3 paths increases tenfold. Once you reach the later stages, the advancement becomes an astronomical number. Thinking of this, Gao Chang immediately rejected all 3 options. In any case, within the Wailing Wall, Gao Chang has many other opportunities to choose from, and doesn't necessarily have to choose one of these 3 paths. Seeing that the waiters outside the wall were still skinning people, Gao Chang couldn't help but yawn. It was already past midnight, and the sun was about to rise when Gao Chang realized that he hadn't slept all night. The other citizens within the Wailing Wall still appeared to be in high spirits. But Gao Chang doesn't have that kind of physical fitness. Jiu Luo clearly noticed this as well, so she gently helped Gao Chang sit down. He patted his thigh. My lord, if you're tired, please rest for a while. Lying on Jiu Luo's lap, a wave of drowsiness washed over Gao Chang, and he gradually fell asleep. I woke up again at noon the next day. No one disturbed Gao Chang's peaceful, baby-like sleep. But they didn't let Gao Chang just sleep on the wall. Here it is. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Gao Chang found himself inside a building, covered with a prepared wolfskin blanket. Upon seeing the wolf pelt, Gao Chang seemed to realize something and suddenly sat up. The natural disaster that occurred last night has been perfectly resolved. Judging from his appearance, he must have been carried somewhere to rest. Upon opening the interface of the building beneath him, Gao Chang saw information about it. Lord's Hall. Effects. Issuing decrees. Declaring an enemy. Declaring war. The Lord's Hall has many effects, and this building is obviously not something that could be built in the early stages. It's the second day of the game. Gao Chang roughly estimated that he was probably the only one who possessed this thing. However, this effect is completely useless against high strength. The nature of the fallen empire dictates that it is too lazy to do most of the things that the Lord's Hall can do. Gao Chang smiled and shook his head. This reminds me of the strength of the fallen empire I witnessed last night. This negative effect is negligible. As I step out of the room, Zhu Luo was already waiting outside with breakfast. No, I should say lunch for quite some time. You didn't sleep all night? Gao Chang asked, somewhat surprised. He fell asleep close to sunrise. And Zhu Luo also had to prepare her own food, which means that Zhu Luo didn't get any rest all night, right? Zhu Luo nodded, then smiled. It's okay. With our physical condition, staying up all night is nothing. But my lord, everyone has been waiting for you for quite some time in the council chamber of the Lord's Hall. It's about what happened last night. Hearing that there was something important to discuss, Gao Chang perked up considerably. While enjoying being fed by Zhu Luo, they followed Zhu Luo toward the council hall. Push open the door to the council chamber. A dozen or so people were already seated on either side of the long table, waiting for Gao Chang's arrival. Gao Qiang's fought Hai Yuqin. Compared to last night, Hai Yuqin has now changed into a thick wolfskin coat. Because of her petite stature, Hai Yuqin was completely wrapped in a wolfskin coat, revealing a lazy expression. Oh, the Lord has arrived. Upon seeing Gao Chang arrive, Hai Yuqin gave a lazy greeting, showing no trace of the energetic demeanor she had displayed the previous night. On the other side, the knight who was the first to take the Tyrannosaurus Rex out last night sat opposite the sea harp. Gao Chang only remembered to check the other party's attribute panel at this moment. Lei Ishuo. Identity, Tyrannosaurus Rider Captain. Loyalty, 93. Synopsis. The dragon-taming methods passed down from their ancestors made them the most terrifying beings in ancient times. When they appear on the battlefield, it is enough to strike fear into the hearts of any enemy, causing them to hesitate and retreat. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind Gao Chang. Wow, everyone's here so early. Sasha popped her head out and greeted everyone. Chapter 15, Those Who Sell Their Heads for Profit. Thump. Without hesitation, Zhu Luo gave Sasha a sharp rap on the forehead. How did you manage to arrive later than the Lord? Zhu Luo smiled and slowly asked, the veins on her forehead forming a well shape. Ugh, I'm going to get beaten up like an idiot. Sasha covered her forehead and fled to sit. Seeing this, Zhu Luo sighed, walked to the head of the table, and gently pulled out the chair. My lord, please. As Gao Chang took his seat, Zhu Luo also found a place to sit down. Upon seeing this, Hai Yuqin coughed lightly. Now that everyone is here, shouldn't we demand an explanation for what happened yesterday in front of the Lord? Gao Chang looked around. Apart from Sasha and a few others involved, everyone else just rested their chins on their hands, looking rather uninterested. Because I didn't know what to say. Gao Chang followed suit, resting his chin on his hand and leaning against the table. Hukin didn't seem surprised by Gao Chang's actions, so she continued talking. First, it's Captain Lei Heshuo. Hai Yuqin reached out from her wolfskin coat and pointed at Lei Heshuo. If Captain Lei Heshuo hadn't acted rashly and hurt those harmless little guys, we wouldn't have been targeted last night. So, the knights will receive double the share of the supplies allocated to the giant wolf this time. Huh? Gao Chang looked at Hai Yuqin in surprise. Judging from Hai Yuqin's tone just now, he thought she was going to interrogate him. Wow, it turned out to be a reward. Lei Heshuo grinned widely, scratching the back of his head somewhat embarrassed. Ha. Tell me, what's this all about? Hai Yuqin paused for a moment, then continued, and then, if we're not wrong, then who is? Who dares to provoke us? An officer replied lazily. That's right. Hukin nodded. I don't know why these newborns, these little bastards who are as tender as babies, have the audacity to challenge our authority. But we must correct this mistake. They shouldn't have another chance. You have unlocked the reason for war against Noel Lord Kale. Humiliation. The majesty of the fallen empire is inviolable. Any military action against the fallen empire will end in the most tragic outcome. Gao Chang glanced sideways at Hai Yuqin, noticing the uncontrollable smile on her lips. This doesn't look like someone going out to seek revenge at all. And, judging from the murmurs Hai Yuqin made last night, she must have been ecstatic. He noticed that Gao Chang was staring at him. Hai Yuqin then noticed that her expression was inappropriate. Therefore, he stretched out 2 fingers and tried to press down the corners of his mouth, forming an expression that was both angry and amused. Gao Chang didn't point out Hai Yukin's comical expression at that moment, but simply asked a question. I understand the logic, but how do we find that territory? So far, Gao Chang's only knowledge of the No Lord is that his name is Kyle. Gao Chang hadn't even had a chance to tell Hai Yukin and the others about this information. In other words, Hukin had no idea who had launched this conspiracy against the Wailing Wall. She didn't even know the other person's race or name. Please wait a moment. It was not Hukin who answered Gao Chang's question, but Jiuluo. Jiuluo stood up, walked outside, and quickly carried in a huge sand table, gently placing it on the long table in front of everyone. This is... Gao Chang's eyes widened. This appears to be the map in the Fallen Empire effect, which contains all the information for this game. It turns out it was located inside the Lord's Hall. Compared to this detailed map, the map on the Terran Forum was as rudimentary as a child scribbles. From this sand, Gao Chang saw the current location of the Wall of Size. It is the central meeting point of the 4 tribes. Because of the nature of the Fallen Empire, the Wall of Size cannot be born within the sphere of influence of any race, which is why it appears in such a less than advantageous location. This place is destined to become a battleground, a position that other lords will have to fight for once they have developed their power. At this moment, Jiuluo continued to speak. In fact, their location was exposed the moment the other side made their move. Jiuluo picked up a polished pebble and placed it in a spot on the sand table. That area belongs to the territory of Anoles. At the spot where the pebble fell, there exists a miraculous life. That miraculous life form will transform into the shape of an animal during the day, greatly reducing its combat power. But coincidentally, after killing that miraculous life, its power was to turn an area into a hunting target for predators, which is commonly known as bait. Gao Chang tried his best to use simple and easy-to-understand language to organize Jiuluo's speech. You mean, that lord by chance killed the miracle life form and used its power to launch last night's attack? Jiuluo nodded. So, the ignorant fellow who dared to offend us is right where the stone fell. This is the wisdom accumulated over tens of thousands of years of history by the Fallen Empire. They know this world inside and out. So, shouldn't we plan a road that can safely reach our destination? Gao Chang asked. After hearing Gao Chang's words, Jiuluo raised her head and looked at Gao Chang, then changed the subject. It seems that the Lord has not yet gotten used to the attitude that a person of a superior country should have when facing a new power. So, my Lord, please repeat these words with me. Selling the first item by placing a price tag, Jiuluo said, emphasizing each word. Selling the first item under a price tag? Gao Chang repeated it with a puzzled look. Jiuluo nodded, and after Gao Chang repeated it 3 times, she suddenly pointed to the position of the pebbles in the sand table. What's this? Yes. Gao Chang wanted to say it was the territory of the No Lord, but he swallowed the words back. A feeling of sudden enlightenment welled up in Gao Chang's heart. This caused Gao Chang to subconsciously change his statement. He's a scoundrel who sells his head for a pittance. Jiuluo revealed a satisfied smile. He then took out a sharpened wooden stick and placed it between the Fallen Empire and Kyle's territory. Pointing to a label on the path of the wooden stick that Gao Chang didn't recognize, Jiuluo continued to ask, "What is this?" They're the kind of people who sell their wares by placing a signboard. Gao Chang answered without hesitation. In this one, Jiuluo pointed to another spot. This time, Gao Chang didn't even look at it before answering directly. A nobody who sells his head for a pittance. That's right. Jiuluo asked no further questions. Instead, he pointed to the wooden stick in the sand table. Our path has been planned. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so this is our attack route. Chapter 16, The Reason for War, Humiliation. Is the pretext of war to humiliate the No Lord, and thus initiate a war of humiliation? Yes. Under Jiuluo's guidance, Gao Chang launched his first war since entering the war game without hesitation. He's just a nobody. What's there to be afraid of? Rather, it's more accurate to say, the other party caused Gao Chang anxiety last night, and also prevented many soldiers and servants from getting a good night's sleep. He must pay the price for this. Kyle, far away, was completely unaware of what was happening at that moment. He was clearing away the corpses of the Knoll warriors who had died in battle yesterday, outside his territory. Because so many soldiers died in battle, 3 giant wolves simply couldn't possibly eat all those corpses. The corpses of the gnolls that they couldn't finish eating were left behind and carelessly thrown on the ground. What Khal needed were these corpses. By turning these corpses into jerky, the territory will have enough food to feed the rest of the warriors. Therefore, Khal can also reduce unnecessary production-related residents. With a sufficient food supply, the number of citizens that a territory can recruit each day will also increase. At that time, Khal will convert all the newly recruited citizens each day into combat professions. It's estimated that in a few days, he will be able to resolve this natural disaster crisis, just like Gao Chang. According to Kyle's estimation, after defeating the pack of wolves surrounding them, the worst item they would get would be a rare item. It's even highly likely to be rare troop types or valuable items like camps. I just don't know what that human lord got. Gao Chang's image once again appeared in Kyle's mind. However, Kyle then shook his head with a sinister smile. It doesn't matter what I get. As the one who sticks his neck out, he certainly can't give Gao Chang the opportunity to develop. That human lord must have died a few hours ago. With Gao Chang serving as a negative example, Kyle didn't see any other lords kill reports of defeating the Scourge last night. Clearly, even those lords who were capable of overcoming natural disasters were afraid. Nobody wanted to die. They were afraid that there were similar strange items in this game. This will give Kyle ample time to develop, even though his dimensional level and personal talent are not the best in the game. However, given enough time for development, all gaps can be bridged through hard work. Bite! The war game notification sound suddenly rang in Kyle's ears. Huh? Kyle looked at the interface in front of him with a puzzled expression. He didn't do anything, so why did a notification window appear? The next moment, a bright red exclamation mark came into Kyle's eyes. The sighing wall of territory has declared war on you. Reason for war: humiliation. You are about to enter a state of war. Since the enemy is a corrupt empire, your initial war weariness level is 50%. The rate of war weariness gain is increased by 100%, and morale is decreased by 20% in this war. Note, if you lose this battle, you will receive a special status: humiliated. Humiliation: resource acquisition rate reduced by 50%, citizen happiness reduced by 30%, lasting for 10 years. What a shitty state. Kyle's expression changed. It turned out to be a negative buff that lasted for 10 years. The ancient era in war games lasts for a very short time. 10 years is enough to play 20 games in the ancient era. In other words, once Kyle is humiliated, he's essentially useless in the game. What kind of hellish thing is this? Kyle scrolled through his own screen, wondering why he hadn't humiliated this reason for war. However, if we're talking about lying, Kyle isn't lying at all. The world is so big, yet he has never revealed the location of his territory. Even if the Lord survived the first night's natural disaster, what could he do to himself? Just finding the location of his own territory was enough to exhaust that Lord named Gao Chang. Thinking about this, Kyle couldn't help but laugh. Having survived the first day, Gao Chang still needs to endure 6 more days of natural disasters. In this situation, instead of thinking about how to save his own life, he actually declared war on himself, which is truly a reckless act. But after regaining his senses, Kyle frowned as he looked at the state of his people within his territory. Because declaring war is a public act, all the people within the territory will know that they have been declared war upon. In Kyle's eyes, those Jackalman leaders, who were half a meter tall, were all trembling. Just a simple declaration of war, and they're trembling like this. Is this still what a bloodthirsty, frenzied gnoll should be like? Kyle, enraged, yelled, "Haven't you eaten yet? If you don't hurry up, are you waiting to be wolf food tonight?" The gnoll warriors shook themselves off and quickly resumed their work of drying meat and gathering firewood. Compared to Kale's towering 2-meter-tall form after Dynamaxing, these soldiers are only half a meter tall. They're nothing to brag about. However, what Kyle didn't realize was, those eyes that were full of worship yesterday now held a strange emotion. Var wir is plus 1%. Oh, that's interesting. Gu Yu lay in the territory hall, while Gao Chang looked at the war interface with great interest. 50%, 51%. Unexpectedly, the fallen empire's declaration of war would bring such great psychological pressure to the enemy territory. The negative effects of the hedonist talent were directly offset. Even Kyle's war weariness level is 1% higher than Gao Chang's here. Judging from this, Even if Gao Chang doesn't actually make a move and just keeps at it with Kyle, Kyle's war weariness level will be maxed out before Gao Chang does. The phrase, a player who sells his name on a platter, is truly apt to describe Kyle. My lord. Just then, Sasha's little head popped out from behind the door. The captain has already gathered all the cavalrymen. Let's set off early, and maybe we can make it back for dinner next week. Are you coming along too? Seeing that Sasha looked ready to leave, Gao Chang couldn't help but feel curious. After all, Sasha, as an ancient noblewoman, did not engage in production or combat work, and should not have much combat power herself. At this moment, Jiu Luo stepped out from behind Sasha. Let Sasha go with us. You'll see what Sasha's role is when the time comes. Gao Chang nodded. After all, I already have one child to support, so bringing another one along won't make much difference. Outside the Lord's Hall, 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex have been brought here. Lei Heshuo did not intend to take all the knights out of the Wailing Wall. In reality, most lords' territories probably have fewer than 20 inhabitants. Taking out a full 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Please. Hukin pointed to the back of one of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. There, a large frame was woven from wrought tan, just big enough for people to sit comfortably. It's clear that, as the supplies officer, she had taken Gao Chang's frail physique into consideration. Chapter 17 back then, they were as innocent as babies. Boom! The gates of the flood control wall were closed heavily. Gao Chang finally left his own territory for the first time in this game. Leaving the protection of the high walls is tantamount to completely joining this barbaric game. Behind Gao Chang, the tall wall gradually receded into the distance. And the entire team seemed to be moving in a straight line, just as Jiu Luo had said. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's enormous size gave it an unparalleled advantage in ancient times. Many obstacles that humans simply cannot overcome, Tyrannosaurus Rex could easily trample over with a single leap. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex continues running at this speed, it probably won't be long before it gives that Gnoll Lord a big surprise. While Gao Chang was leisurely riding on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the other lords were not idle. Although this natural disaster could be avoided simply by lighting a fire. But those who are truly determined will never simply wait quietly for the natural disaster to pass. Gao Chang's experience made many lords wary. But they didn't forget that the war game wasn't just a week long. The fact that the 4 tribes did not clash during the first week was due to the presence of wolves all around them. But what about the second week, the third week? No one can guarantee what the rules will be next week. It's important to understand that in ancient times, there were far more rules than just natural disasters. The wolf pack is only a temporary threat. Their real enemies remain the other lords. Under the pine tree, Su Uki had already begun placing the strange object that Gao Chang had sent. A fertile black soil field increased crop production 5-fold. In addition, Su Uki himself was born in the electrical age, and in ancient times he had a scientific research speed that was 30 times faster. As long as technology advances, Su Uki will likely not have to worry about food for a long time to come. In addition, the other strange items sent by Gao Chang greatly enhanced Su Uki's combat power. Su Uki took a large hammer with a terrifying skull bound to it in his hand. Skull Hammer, a rare object. Additional attributes: Fear, Skull Crusher, Critical Strike. The properties of the strange item that Gao Chang sent were nothing short of terrifying. With these 3 additional attributes, Su Uki even felt that he could smash a small Karami with a single hammer blow. In fact, Su Uki had also tried hunting when the giant wolf left in the early morning. With the help of a strange object, Su Uki could smash a deer's head open with a single hammer blow, causing its brains and blood to flow all over the ground. This is something that a stone axe made of wood and stone could never do. With dozens of sets of armor and weapons, Su Uki was absolutely confident that he could deal with the threat of being surrounded by wolves within a week. Okay, I'll go find Brother Chang and meet up later. At this point, Su Uki still couldn't imagine how Gao Chang managed to get so many good things. Are you really going to make war games too powerful? Several days have passed in the blink of an eye. Having grown accustomed to the threat of the wolf packs, the lords of each tribe have begun to develop steadily. Because they were all participants from higher planes, almost all lords in ancient times possessed high research bonuses. In just a few days, the changes have already brought about tremendous changes for some lords. However, no one was willing to be the first to step forward and become the next lord to solve the natural disaster. The second and third place lords who resolve a natural disaster will also receive a broadcast to the entire game. No one knows whether Kyle or any of the other lords are hiding anything sinister. Everyone is waiting for others to scout out the dangers ahead for them. Gao Chang was unaware of this and didn't care, because he was blocked by a high mountain. Beyond that lies a series of steep mountain ranges, a terrain that even a Tyrannosaurus Rex would find difficult to traverse. However, if one wishes to reach Kyle's territory, one must cross this mountain range. Gao Chang looked at Zhu Luo with a puzzled expression. What happened to the rule that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line? If they follow Zhu Luo's route, they'll probably have to flatten the entire mountain range to get across. Zhu Luo seemed to sense Gao Chang's questioning gaze, but said nothing. She simply pointed to a cliff in the mountain range. Gao Chang looked in the direction of Zhu Luo's fingers. Just then, Lei Heshuo suddenly pulled on the reins, causing the Tyrannosaurus Rex to crash into the cliff as if it were about to commit suicide. Boom! The expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. Under the full force of Tyrannosaurus Rex's impact, the cliff collapsed with a roar, revealing a dark, hollow interior. This cliff was actually just a disguise. Its actual thickness was far less than it appeared. When we want to move forward, there are roads everywhere in this world, Zhu Luo said with a smile. Congratulations, Lord Gao Chang, on discovering the ancient civilization ruins. The Foka Altar. Foka Shrine, difficulty Review. Not recommended for any lord to explore solo. After the ruins were fully revealed to everyone, Zhu Luo turned around and asked Gao Chang, "Do you remember the question I asked you in the Lord Hall?" Upon hearing Zhu Luo's words, Gao Chang recalled the events. Back in the Lord's Hall, Zhu Luo pointed to a corner of Shatu and asked Gao Chang what it was. Gao Chang's response at the time was, "A scoundrel who sells his wares." Thinking about it this way, Zhu Luo's question seems to have a deeper meaning. Even before setting off, Zhu Luo had anticipated this scene. She wanted Gao Chang to adopt a tougher stance when facing locations marked on the map. And this is probably the place Zhu Luo pointed to earlier. After smashing through the outer shell of the ruins, the Tyrannosaurus Rex team did not stop, but instead, under the command of Huqin and Lei Heshuo, ventured into the pitch-black ruins. Upon entering the ruins, Gao Chang discovered that the ruins were incredibly vast. Even when a Tyrannosaurus Rex entered the ruins, there was no instance of its head reaching the ceiling. But as everyone entered the ruins, a loud boom suddenly came from behind Gao Chang. A huge rock fell from the ceiling, blocking everyone's way back. Along the corridor, torches rose one by one, igniting eerie blue flames. Looking at the scene before me, Zhu Luo narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone tinged with emotion. The ruins of the Foka clan. It has a history of 3,000 years, hasn't it? 3,000 years of history. Gao Chang's surprised voice came from the side. It's important to understand that war games are set in the ancient era, where the technological ceiling is extremely low. If this is true now, how much more so 3,000 years ago? It's hard to imagine how the Foka civilization managed to leave behind such a massive ruin 3,000 years ago. Yes, 3,000 years ago. Zhu Luo nodded. However, compared to us, they were as innocent as babies back then. Chapter 18, Because They Saw Us. The Tyrannosaurus Rex procession moved forward slowly. Zhu Luo also took advantage of the time to tell the story of the Foka civilization. Over the past 10,000 years, we have witnessed the rise and fall of too many civilizations. Among them, the Foka clan developed rudimentary wisdom about 3,500 years ago. At that time, they gradually abandoned the way of running on all fours, and their 2 forelimbs gradually evolved into a more flexible form. In the following 500 years of exploration, we witnessed them discover how to use fire, and we also witnessed them learn to lift stones to knock bones and extract marrow. Just like those guys scattered all over the world now. The Foka people are gradually being recognized as civilized. Hearing this, Gao Chang felt somewhat ashamed, because he knew who those guys Zhu Luo was talking about were. Aren't those lords who were forcibly brought in by the war game? Zhu Luo once again demonstrated knowledge that she should not have known in this game. However, Gao Chang did not interrupt Zhu Luo's speech, but continued to listen. The ruins before us are the altars built by the Foka clan 3,000 years ago. The Foka clan believes that only the most intelligent members of the clan are worthy of continued training so that the Foka clan can continue to grow stronger. Therefore, when their people come of age, they will put them into this altar and leave them to fend for themselves. Brute force is useless here. Only those with sufficient wisdom can step down from this altar under the witness of the Supreme Being. And those tribesmen who are not needed will be completely abandoned. Upon hearing this, Gao Chang felt that this operation was so similar to a war game. Similarly, when a member of the clan reaches adulthood, they are thrown into an area using the same method of raising goo poison and left to fend for themselves. Only those who survive can enjoy adulthood. So, the demise of this civilization stemmed from their brutal trials. Gao Chang could already imagine that under such a trial, less than 1 in 10 Foka tribe members would survive to adulthood. The Foka civilization, which had built such a magnificent altar, suffered heavy casualties and was ultimately forced to withdraw from the scene under the watchful eyes of countless ferocious predators. Of course not. Zhou Luo's voice interrupted Gao Chang's unfounded associations. He then looked at Gao Chang with a strange expression. My lord, why would you think that? No matter how cruel this trial is, it cannot change the fact that those who survive are the elite. Under the leadership of elites, the Foka civilization will only grow stronger. Zhou Luo's words only made Gao Chang more confused. If Zhou Luo said that the Foka civilization would grow stronger, then what is the deal with this ruin right now? Gao Chang was certain that since it was now called a ruin, the Foka civilization must have already perished. Just as Gao Chang was wondering, Sasha leaned her head closer. Are you talking about the Foka civilization? I know that. When I was a child, I heard stories from my uncles and aunts that the time when the Foka civilization disappeared was about the same as the time when this altar disappeared. At that time, the Foka civilization grew stronger, so their range of operations also expanded. Therefore, it was around the time that the Foka civilization built this altar. They saw it. Sasha suddenly adopted a mysterious posture and whispered in Gao Chang's ear. We. Us. That's right, it's us. Sasha distanced herself and nodded haughtily. At that time, those molted monkeys saw us and our walls for the first time, unaware that our ancestors had been observing them for a full 500 years. When they learned that we were observing them, they were enraged. It seems that being treated like a monkey in a circus by us is a complete insult to them. Sasha suddenly covered her mouth and laughed out loud. The Foka civilization is a civilization that highly reveres ancestors, gods, and wisdom. They seem to think that having wisdom means having everything, and they even want the gods to help them select the wisest members of their tribe, which is why they built this altar. But I heard that until their last member of the tribe was riddled with crossbow bolts from our watchtower, they never doubted that it was because they lacked wisdom. So that's how it is. Gao Chang couldn't help but feel ashamed. Once Sasha put it so bluntly, Gao Chang understood everything. So, the demise of the Foka civilization had nothing to do with any natural disasters or internal troubles. It was simply because they made eye contact with the Wailing Wall from 3,000 years ago. The Foka civilization was not a player in a war game, and it did not have the research acceleration capabilities of advanced civilizations. A civilization that had only developed for 500 years died without dignity beneath the Wall of Sighs, which has a history of 10,000 years. And this was only 3,000 years ago. In the tens of thousands of years following the fall of the Wailing Wall, civilizations similar to the Foka civilization were probably quite common. Witness the rise of civilization. Witness the fall of civilization. Perhaps this is what a decadent empire is like. We've arrived, Zhou Luo suddenly said. At this point, the Tyrannosaurus Rex team also stopped. Gao Chang and the others had already crossed the passageway emitting eerie blue flames and arrived at a disc. Around the disc stood several tall, simple stone statues. Those are the appearances of the elders in the Foka civilization, Zhou Luo explained. Upon seeing the appearance of the stone statue, Gao Chang realized that the so-called Foka civilization was not human. Instead, just as Sasha said, it really is more like a monkey that has lost its fur. Looking at the stone statue, the face appears incredibly abstract due to the carving technique. However, the elders of the Foka civilization displayed flexible forelimbs, with arm joints several times more numerous than those of humans. In addition, they habitually hunch their backs, and their legs appear thick and strong. It looks more like some kind of wild beast. At this moment, Zhu Luo stepped forward and explained to Gao Chang the reason for entering the ruins. The Foka civilization took nearly 100 years to build this altar. They exhausted the power of the entire civilization, almost hollowing out the bottom of this mountain. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so as long as you pass the trial at the altar, you can leave through another exit of the altar and reach the other side of the mountain. And we have already passed the first trial. Gao Chang was puzzled. Zhu Luo explained the contents of the first trial of the Foka civilization. Those special torches emitting a ghostly blue flame rapidly consumed the oxygen in the passageway. Thanks to the unique wisdom of the Foka civilization, the carbon dioxide produced by combustion would completely accumulate at the bottom of the passageway. The newly grown members of the Foka civilization must use their wisdom to solve this problem. Force has absolutely no effect on this. The reason why Gao Chang felt nothing the whole way was actually quite simple. He's too tall. Or perhaps Tyrannosaurus Rex was too tall. The carbon dioxide that sinks to the bottom does not hinder their breathing at all. Chapter 19, We Never Say Please. Next comes the second trial of the Foka civilization. Zhu Luo pointed to the sculptures of the elders around her. The Foka civilization seems to have wanted to use these stone statues to inspire the power of their ancestors, thereby selecting the most intelligent members of their tribe. Based on our existing records, the name of this trial seems to be Please. The key to this trial is whether or not you can persuade the elder's stone statue to move. Gao Chang looked at the stone statues. The size of these statues looked terrifying. Was this another trial that couldn't be solved by brute force? But we know exactly how to pass this trial, right? Gao Chang asked Zhu Luo. He had gradually become accustomed to the wisdom of the corrupt empire. Of course we know how to properly pass this trial. But Zhu paused for a moment. We really dislike the name of this trial. No one other than us is worthy of making us utter the word please. At the same time, Haiyukin gave Lei Heshuo a look, and Lei Heshuo understood immediately. Holding the reins of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lei Heshuo once again recklessly charged forward. Boom! Once, twice. As the impacts increased, cracks appeared on the elder's stone statue. Finally, the elder's stone statue could no longer bear the weight and shattered into huge rocks that crashed down. At the same time, the hollowed-out pipes under the elder's feet were also revealed. At that moment, Gao Chang noticed something amiss. The tray under the elder's feet is not flat, but has a slight curve. If enough steam is introduced from elsewhere through the perforated pipes, the elder should be able to slide into the central disc on his own. However, it's no longer needed. Lei Heshuo stopped the impact, turned around, and directed the knights to manipulate the Tyrannosaurus Rex to push the fragments of the statue onto the disc. There were already 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex standing on the disc. Therefore, the disc could not withstand the weight of just one stone statue and fell straight down. Thump! The disc slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After everyone had settled down, Gao Chang looked around. The underground space is hundreds or thousands of times larger than the space above. At first glance, it looks like a strange scene resembling an underground world. The mushrooms, emitting a faint glow, provided a glimmer of light to this world. Every now and then, strangely shaped arthropods would crawl by in the distance. This is the third trial of the Foka clan, and it is the real trial. Zhu Luo turned her head and looked around. In the understanding of the Foka civilization, the wisdom of survival is also a kind of wisdom. Those who have passed the first 2 trials must find the correct path to the outside world in this third trial in order to truly complete their coming-of-age ceremony. The difficulty of the first 2 trials is nothing compared to this one. The Foka civilization believes that the third trial is personally overseen by the gods. Here, strength, wisdom, luck, everything is part of the trial. Only Zhu Luo smiled and said, the Foka civilization has never actually activated this altar. Everyone knows what 9 falls means. The construction of this altar by the Foka civilization also marked their coming into contact with the Wailing Wall. Their wisdom was mercilessly crushed by the corrupt empire. Even those remaining members of the clan fled east and west, disappearing into the long river of history. This altar, once built, remained vacant until the existence that destroyed the Foka civilization set foot on it. Gao Chang couldn't help but sigh. If this altar is indeed being watched over by a god of the Foka clan, then we should be considered enemies of that god. Goo! Sasha's stomach suddenly emitted a strange sound, completely destroying the tense atmosphere. Sasha rubbed her stomach. My lord, let's forget about things that are civilized or not for now. When are we going to eat? Sasha's mention of it made everyone feel a bit hungry. It wasn't that the group didn't want to bring more food. It was just that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had an enormous appetite. Outside the ruins, things were all right. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex finished its hunt, there was even a surplus of food left over to supply everyone. But finding food within these ruins is not so easy. Chef's sister. Sasha grabbed Jiuluo's hand and shook it around. The chef won't let us go hungry, right? Hayukin's eyes also turned towards them. Although Hukin is a supplies officer, she's indeed not as proficient as Jiuluo when it comes to food. Jiuluo's lips curled into a smile. All right, everyone in the Lord are hungry too. Perfect timing. Finding a way to fill one's stomach is also an important part of this third trial. Upon hearing Jiuluo's words, Gao Chang understood the significance of the third trial of the Focus Civilization. The third trial, which seemed to finally put brute force to use, was in fact a complete trap. In ancient times, there was almost nothing more important than eating besides living. If they were outside, the tribesmen with brute strength could hunt and kill carnivorous or herbivorous creatures to satisfy their hunger. But the underground world is completely different. As Gao Chang just witnessed, the life forms of organisms have changed in such a harsh environment as the underground world. Here, most organisms have mostly skeletons with very little flesh and blood. They wanted to rely on brute force to replenish their energy in this ecological environment. It's likely that what's being replenished won't even keep up with what's being consumed. So how exactly are they supposed to fill the stomachs of themselves and the Tyrannosaurus Rex in such a place? Jiuluo jumped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex, carrying with him a large clay plate. The moment she landed, Jiuluo reached out and grabbed the mushrooms around her. Mushrooms were placed one by one in a terracotta dish. Just then, Jiuluo stomped her foot, crushing an arthropod to death under her feet. Picking up the arthropod's corpse, Jiuluo carefully wiped away the dirt from the body, then squeezed the corpse hard, dripping the squeezed-out juice onto the mushroom. Then Jiuluo found 2 more suitable stones and used them to prop up the clay plate. He took a bundle of firewood he had collected from the outside world from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then lit it with a flint and steel. In front of everyone, the fluorescent mushroom began to gradually swell. Fermentation. Gao Chang subconsciously thought of this word. The scene before me looks so similar to fermented steam buns. However, the raw materials were mushrooms and the fluid from the corpses of unknown insects, and Gao Chang had no idea what kind of chemical reaction had occurred. But the mushrooms, which were originally just a thin layer, piled up into a small mountain after being heated. Gao Chang understood that the food problem was now solved. Exploding mushroom of day 20. A dozen minutes later, Jiuluo extinguished the flames, stood in front of the clay plate, rubbed his hands together, and picked up a huge mushroom. At this moment, the mushroom in Jiuluo's hand began to tremble erratically, like a bomb about to explode. Jiuluo was clearly not afraid. He even took a bite directly from a mushroom in his hand. The next instant, Jiuluo revealed a satisfied expression. It tastes good. We can eat now. Upon hearing this, the knights behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex leaped down and reached out to grab the mushroom. Jiuluo did not stop the knights, but she took out a few mushrooms and handed them to Gao Chang and the others. Sasha, of course, didn't hesitate to start munching on the mushroom. Hukin first looked at the mushroom, then shrank into her wolfskin coat and ate slowly. Seeing everyone eating like this, Gao Chang looked at the bouncy, trembling fluorescent mushroom in his hand, and finally closed his eyes and took a bite. The strange texture stimulated my highly sensitive taste buds. Even though the mushrooms didn't burst with juice, Gao Chang felt as if something was gently exploding in his mouth. The mushrooms didn't taste particularly amazing, but what it really deserves praise for is that it's fun. Bite. You have consumed an ancient artifact, the exploding mushroom. Your hedonistic talents have been satisfied. During this game, influenced by your joyful mood, the attack power of all your directly subordinate units has increased by 3%. The dish that Jiuluo made turned out to be another ancient wonder. Compared to the rosemary sauce potatoes I ate at Stonehenge back then, the boost from the bomb mushroom seems to be more specific. It doesn't increase overall combat power, but directly increases attack power. At the same time, the bonus has also increased significantly. Don't be fooled by the fact that a 3% bonus may not seem like much. At this rate, Gao Chang estimates that he only needs to consume 2 or 3 more ancient artifacts to surpass Su Yuki's general's affluence. But is the test of the Nafoka civilization really that simple? Gao Chang even saw some knights feeding the Tyrannosaurus Rex with the mushrooms they couldn't finish eating. Although Tyrannosaurus Rex was a carnivore. But the first time he ate the exploding mushroom, the peculiar taste was indescribable, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex ate it without any resistance. Mushrooms, with the necrosis fluid of arthropods. If this is all the test the Foka civilization faced, then this ruin seems to be only of this caliber. Don't you think this third test is a bit too easy? Zhou Luo appeared behind Gao Chang with a smile. Servants who catered to nobles needed an exceptional ability to read people's expressions and moods. Therefore, when Gao Chang's expression changed slightly, Zhou Luo had already roughly guessed what Gao Chang was thinking. That's right. Gao Chang readily admitted his thoughts. Zhou Luo's gaze drifted to the mushrooms that were everywhere. But what you may not know is that if you consume these mushrooms daily, their lifespan will never exceed 7 days. Gao Chang looked over with curious eyes. He naturally wouldn't suspect that the mushrooms were poisonous and that Zhou Luo was deliberately trying to harm him. If that's the case, does this mushroom have some unknown secret? Have you ever experienced the joy of a mushroom bursting in your mouth? While asking the question, Zhou Luo directly explained the reason why this happened. That's an illusion caused by the spores spreading in your mouth. Although mushrooms appear larger and thus provide a greater feeling of fullness, this is just one of the illusions caused by the spores. I usually call this kind of cuisine fake cuisine. The actual quality of what you ate has not changed. In other words, even if you eat your fill every day, you will definitely starve to death after 7 days if you only consume explosive mushrooms. Zhou Luo picked up a remaining mushroom, her smile widening. The wisdom of the Foka civilization is the most advanced in the last 3,000 years. If the person being tested is complacent and indulges in the delicious food available everywhere, they will have no chance of leaving here alive. Of course, 7 days is enough time for us. After eating and drinking their fill, the group continued riding the Tyrannosaurus Rex and moved forward in a straight line. During this time, Zhou Luo also shared some of the strange ideas that the Wall of Size had before its fall with Gao Chang. For example, someone once proposed a hypothesis. If they travel in a straight line from the east side of the world, one day they will be able to return from the west side. But since the fall from grace, people have become too lazy to put into practice this conjecture that they can neither eat nor drink. To keep everyone entertained during the tedious journey, Sasha told quite a few stories. At this point, Gao Chang discovered that Sasha's storytelling ability was really good. In Sasha's words, nearly 1,000 years of civilization are told in a joking way. Some of those civilizations were destroyed not long after their birth. Some persisted for a very long time. As one civilization after another emerged from Sasha's words, Gao Chang's impression of this world gradually became more complete. This world doesn't seem to be the playground created by war games. On the contrary, it has its own past and its own history. Sasha's story is of no help in winning the war game, but it is probably the last vestige of defiance in this world. Unbeknownst to them, the road had led to a dead end. Congratulations on discovering an ancient relic, enlightenment. The war games notification sound drew Gao Chang's attention. At this moment, Hai Yukin was wearing a wolfskin coat and groping around on a mud wall where there was no road ahead. Is there something there? Gao Chang squinted. On this wall, there seemed to be only some moss and a few mushrooms that emitted a faint glow. Wrong. Gao Chang's eyes widened. After Hukin dug through the soil, what was revealed were stone slabs engraved with strange symbols. Just looking at those stone slabs gave Gao Chang the illusion of enhanced thinking. It seems that Gao Chang can now solve some math problems that he couldn't even write out before, even with a few more steps. Ancient relics, enlightenment, strange objects. Introduction. Writing is a powerful symbol of the establishment of a civilization. They seem to inherit all the wisdom of civilization. If one could understand these characters, even a most foolish beast would have the hope of advancing into civilization. Effect 1. When enlightenment is active, the research speed of the faction is doubled. Effect 2. All residents within the territory receive the Enlightenment effect, including the Lord. Enlightenment. Creatures with this effect gain 1/10,000th of their intelligence daily. What an amazing artifact! Gao Chang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Such wonderful things actually exist within the ruins of the Voca civilization. In terms of long-term development, this artifact should be the most powerful artifact Gao Chang has ever seen. Whether it's accelerating scientific research or fostering enlightenment, the benefits are considerable. Such enhancements would not be outdated even in the feudal era or the electrical age. Chapter 21 Rewards for Passing the Trial. The reason why the Foca civilization placed this strange object here is probably also related to the trial. As a description of the strange object states, written language carries on the wisdom of a civilization. If Gao Chang's guess is correct, the text on the stone slab should explain how to successfully complete the trial. Hayukin glanced at the scribbles on the stone slab and suddenly scoffed disdainfully. I can't understand at all. What kind of rubbish is this? These written records of the Foca civilization are clearly outside the scope of the Wailing Wall study. Their civilization level was far lower than that of the Wailing Wall, so the people of the Wailing Wall simply didn't bother to recognize that rubbish. The analysis would take much longer and cannot be completed overnight. Hukin peeled the stone slabs off the mud wall one by one and threw them behind her. Even without the help of these stone slabs, she thought she had already figured out the structure of this underground altar. Zhu Luo then packed up and put the stone slab away. She saw the interest in the stone slabs in Gao Chang's eyes, and without him saying anything more, she knew what to do. On the other side, Hayukin removed all the stone slabs. He reached out and swept the vines and mushrooms off the mud wall, then rubbed the wall vigorously. Soon, after the thin layer of soil was rubbed away, what was revealed was a wall of rubble made of piled up mud and sand. That wall looked very unstable. Hayukin, however, revealed a knowing expression. Reach out and pull a stone off the wall. A rustling sound began to emerge. Some mounds of earth mixed with gravel began to fall off the wall. Then, the sound grew louder and larger. Hayukin gripped her wolfskin coat tightly, wrapping herself inside. Before long, the noise coming from the walls became deafening. A massive amount of mud and sand rushed towards us like a flood. At this moment, everyone could even feel the mountains above them trembling, as if they were the wrath of God. Who would have thought that removing just a small pebble from this wall could trigger such a huge chain reaction? Fortunately, the impact of the mud and sand was not great, and Hayukin, the only one standing in front of the mud and sand, used her wolfskin coat to block the falling stones. Therefore, despite the large scale of the event, apart from their clothes getting a little dirty, the participants did not suffer any significant losses. Suddenly, the vibrations stopped abruptly. A faint light shone in from an extremely distant place. After that wall completely collapsed, an upward passage was formed. Is this the way out? Gao Chang was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the Foca civilization would set the exit of the altar behind the stone slab. Those who participated in the trials had even a shred of reverence for the unrealistic gods, or for the ancestors and rules of the Foca clan. One should not do things like Hukin that damage the altar. Without destroying these stone slabs, they would never have the chance to leave this place in their lifetime. Seeing this, Gao Chang even felt a sense of admiration for the beings of the Foca civilization who created this altar. They have been teaching their people who participate in the trials to question. After all, questioning is a prerequisite for wisdom. Bite! Congratulations! You have found the way out of the Foca altar and successfully completed the Foca civilization's trial. The notification sound of the war game came on. In Gao Chang's eyes, the stone slabs that Zhu Luo had collected emitted a faint glow. However, it seems that only Gao Chang could witness this miraculous scene. The others present were not drawn to this scene. You have now gained the approval of the Foca civilization. Next, you can randomly select 3 terms from the Foca civilization and choose one of them. Without consulting Gao Chang, the war game has already begun to draw cards automatically. Soon, 3 entries appeared in front of Gao Chang. Courage. This civilization once used all its strength to strike at the stronger. Effect. Unlocks the ability to recruit troops for the Foca civilization. You can train your people into Eagle Snake Warriors. Eagle Serpent Warrior. A unique ancient unit of the Foca civilization. They possess the keen senses of an eagle, agility several times greater than regular warrior units, and the cunning of a snake, with a chance to anticipate the enemy's attack direction in battle. Such a powerful unit. No wonder it's a reward dropped from a ruin with a difficulty level of A. Gao Chang looked on with envy, wondering what types of troops other lords could recruit. But judging from the description alone, the Eagle Snake warriors are definitely not weak in combat. They might even be able to rival the Velociraptor Knights that Gao Chang encountered earlier. However, the resources required to train them are far less than those required for Velociraptor riders. If Gao Chang weren't unable to recruit soldiers, he might have already chosen this option. But there are no what-ifs in life, and Gao Chang quickly put the entry aside. Then we turned our attention to the second term. Wisdom. You and your people could decipher the Focus Civilization stone tablets, allowing you to directly inherit all of Focus Civilization's technologies. This is yet another extremely powerful term. If other lords had seen this, they would probably have been overjoyed. Inheriting technology is certainly faster than researching it. Choosing this option even gives you a chance to compete for victory in this wargame. But Gao Chang only glanced at it casually before tossing it aside. Hayukin and the others clearly looked down on the script of the Focus Civilization. If they were to try to decipher the stone tablets themselves, wouldn't they be even worse than their own people? So, only one entry remains. Gao Chang looked at the last entry. Ancestor worship. The Faka civilization held some degree of ancestor veneration. After selecting this entry, your people's memories of their ancestors will become clearer. This entry. Gao Chang squinted. It seems that war games do indeed generate randomized terms. If the first two terms can be rated S, then this ancestor worship will at most get a B, or even a C. The participants in war games are all newly formed territories. There are no ancestors to speak of. Selecting this term is essentially the same as not selecting it. But Gao Chang's territory is somewhat special. The unique characteristics of the Fallen Empire's territories have resulted in powerful territories having histories spanning tens of thousands of years. Therefore, Gao Chang couldn't help but wonder what kind of sparks would be generated if he chose this entry. Since the first two entries weren't very useful anyway, Gao Chang directly chose ancestor worship. At that moment, sunlight shone into Gao Chang's eyes, revealing that in the short time that had passed, everyone had successfully stepped off the altar. Gao Chang closed his eyes under the intense light. Therefore, he did not see the fleeting look of longing in everyone's eyes. Lei Heshuo even gripped the reins tightly and muttered something in a barely audible voice. We're Bat World. Chapter 22 Perfect Judgment Method. Once Gao Chang's eyes adjusted to the bright light, everyone's expressions returned to normal. Hukin once again adopted that lazy expression. It was as if the slight change in his expression had never happened. Although I don't know why they suddenly reminisced about their past glory. But these things are best left as memories. One should always look forward. For example, they don't really like activities right now. If it weren't for the fact that some people went too far this time, even daring to target them, the knights wouldn't actually want to stray too far from the walls. Gao Chang surveyed the landscape beyond the mountains. Beyond this mountain range lies the spawn area of the Gnoll Lord's territory. It must be said that the spawn range for the Gnoll Lords is really good in this wargame. With the natural barrier of mountains, it is difficult for both humans and elves to make direct contact with the Gnolls. Only lower-ranking undead have access to the Gnolls. But at this time, most of the dead should still be buried in the ground, quietly waiting for their territory to develop. Therefore, they became another line of defense for the Gnolls. Kyle probably took this into consideration when he used the Blessing Scroll on Gao Chang. Even if something goes wrong and Gao Chang survives the week surrounded by wolves, there's nothing he can do about Kyle. Humans and elves could never touch his territory. He was perfectly safe. Of course, these are all just Kyle's wishful thinking. Gao Chang mentally estimated that it should be the 7th day since the war game began. It happened to be the last day that the wolves were surrounding them. It seems that Sasha's plan to return to the Wailing Wall within a week is not going to succeed. So how do we find the Gnoll Lord's territory? Gao Chang turned to look at Zhu Luo, although you pointed out the approximate location through the sand map. But beyond these mountains, there are tens of thousands of Gnoll tribes of varying sizes. Even if a specific area is designated, the amount will definitely not be much less. This is information that Gao Chang obtained through the wargame. On the other hand, within human forums, some senior members of the human race who had participated in several war games began to analyze the current combat strength of each race. According to that expert's estimate, it is currently the last day of the first week, and if the Gnoll's development is not significantly hindered, on this day, the combined population of all the Gnoll lords should exceed 1 million. This number will far surpass that of humans and elves, second only to the lower undead. There's nothing we can do about it. In ancient times, the Gnolls had a significant advantage in hunting. They don't need to develop tools and technology like humans due to improve their hunting speed. For Gnolls, their hands and feet are their sharpest weapons. Sufficient food means the ability to recruit more people and conscript more soldiers. Therefore, they're able to distance themselves from humans early in the game and grow rapidly like a snowball. Similarly, the excessive number of Gnolls greatly increased the difficulty for Gao Chang to find Kyle. This is, after all, the Gnoll's home turf. If Gao Chang acts too aggressively, he is likely to be attacked by the masses. Actually, you don't need to worry about that, Zhu Luo explained. We have a very perfect judgment method. Oh, Gao Chang wore a curious expression. Considering that the Fallen Empire possesses all the technology in this game, some of its strange features don't seem so odd after all. However, what Zhu Luo said next made Gao Chang feel that Zhu Luo was being a bit too extreme. We'll just walk straight there. Anyone who sees fear in our eyes must be a guilty murderer. Zhu Luo had barely finished speaking. Gao Chang then heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes nearby. Looking down, they saw several Gnoll scouts collapsing to the ground, their legs trembling, hidden among the grass. They are only half a meter tall. Humans are considered insignificant by them because they are thin and not plump. But Tyrannosaurus Rex was completely different. In their eyes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was 15 meters tall, was 30 times larger than them, and its entire body was covered with tough skin and muscles. His mouth still smelled of the fishy, foul-smelling meat. This is a monster, a titan. Moreover, I think I just heard something terrifying from those humans. Everyone's eyes were on them. The Jackal Scout shuddered again. No, I mustn't be afraid. I mustn't be afraid. Thinking of this, one of the scouts forced a smile. We were just scared, not guilty. Do you believe us? Because of the nature of war games, all races can understand each other's languages. But Gao Chang and the others understood what he was saying, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not. Suddenly, a Tyrannosaurus Rex sneezed and accidentally stepped on it. With a loud bang, when the Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its foot again, all that remained beneath its foot was a pool of sticky paste. Huh. Sasha looked at the ground covered with weeds and bits of meat and gave a look of disgust. It won't taste good if you add grass. Zhu Luo turned around and looked at Gao Chang. He didn't say anything, but simply spread his hands and shrugged. It seems like I didn't say anything, but it also seems like I said a lot. Gao Chang swallowed back all the words he originally wanted to say, such as attack them as a group. Would 1 million unarmed humans gang up on a Godzilla? He thought it probably wouldn't happen. So now, this is roughly the situation the Gnolls are facing. In fact, Gao Chang brought not just one Tyrannosaurus Rex, but a full 20. If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Gao Chang simply started hanging out with Sasha. If we end this war sooner, we might be able to get home for dinner before the end of next week. Zhu Luo smiled slightly. Although Gao Chang was now showing signs of wanting to give up, hadn't he learned the proper attitude for dealing with people as someone who had served in court? Zhu Luo was quite satisfied with this. Since it is your order, then we will obey your will. Achoo! Kyle rubbed his nose. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but just a moment ago, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, so cold that he instinctively sneezed. But that coolness vanished in an instant. It must have been an illusion, right? Kyle shook his head, not giving it much thought. His territory is well located. Heading southeast into the territory, one encounters a continuous mountain range that stretches as far as the eye can see. Kyle's reconnaissance revealed that there were many cliffs in those mountains that were simply insurmountable. Therefore, it is completely impossible to cross these mountains to launch an attack. Chapter 23 Impossible, absolutely impossible. At least in ancient times, it was completely impossible. Kyle thought of Gao Chang, who had declared war on him, and couldn't help but burst into unrestrained laughter. He declared war on himself, but today is the last day that the wolves are surrounding him. So, the human lord still can't do anything. Although the war is not over yet, this means that the human lord is not dead. But what can that human lord do? Having had his development time slowed down by a week, any advantage he had in this war game would be wiped out. Becoming famous isn't scary. What's scary is becoming mediocre after becoming famous. At that time, many lords will help Kyle tear Gao Chong to pieces. What Kyle needs to do is stabilize the war weariness level in his territory. Currently, in the war game interface, Gao Chong and Kyle's war weariness levels are 57% and 54% respectively, although Kyle has a negative status effect of gaining 200% war weariness. However, no major problems have occurred in Kyle's territory over the past week. In addition, Kyle has slowed down his development and taken better care of the feelings of his Null subjects. Therefore, Kyle's current war weariness level is actually lower than Gao Chong's. Even so, Kyle managed to form a Null tribe of 200 men. The formation of a 200-person tribe in the first week is considered quite good development among all the Null lords. This goal was achieved entirely thanks to Kyle's personal talent. Although Kael'thas's territory type is not worth mentioning, its Dynamax ability was a huge advantage in the ancient times. Speaking of which, we should be able to try and kill those giant wolves today. Kyle looked out of the territory, his face contorted with malice. The giant wolf only appears at night. Today is the last day that the pack of wolves will surround him. It will be his last chance to hunt the giant wolf. Most capable lords would likely choose to make their move today. After all, having the confidence to defeat a lord surrounded by wolves, and having developed to this point, one should be fairly certain of success. The turning point in this game is tonight. Tonight will be the time to determine the leader of each race in this game. Bite! Suddenly, the server-wide announcement for the war game sounded once again. Human Lord Gao Chong defeats Null Lord Patrick, achieving the first kill of the game. This is the first time in the game that a lord has been killed by a foreign lord. What does this mean? As the war game's meaningful notification tone faded, Kyle's expression turned somewhat strange. Is it a coincidence that the lord who declared war on him was also named Gao Chong? But the lord named Patrick happened to know that. Like Kyle, Patrick was also a Null lord born near the mountains. Because of their proximity, the two lords had a good relationship and even intended to work together. But now, Patrick is dead. He became the first lord to be killed by a foreign lord in this war game. Could it be that they share the same name? Or is it just another coincidence? Kyle's eyes trembled slightly. That can't be right. He's in the heart of the Null territory. This place has a natural barrier. To cross over from the territory of the lower undead, one must pass through the territories of many Null lords. Therefore, all of this should be impossible. Yes, it was all just a coincidence. Put that terrible thought out of your mind. Kyle once again focused his attention on the giant wolf he would be facing that night. Only by fully concentrating could he feel a little more at ease at this moment. Kyle was unaware that not far from him, Zhu Luo was watching Gao Chong and blinking. That's not it. Gao Chong shook his head. Beneath their feet lay a Null camp utterly devastated. In reality, the Tyrannosaurus Rex simply came over and stepped on the buildings, flattening them all. Even some Nulls hiding inside the buildings were trampled into mincemeat. Gao Chong also learned of the announcement of his team's first kill. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's kick just now seemed to have crushed a Null lord to death, without even giving the Null a chance to scream. However, judging from the lord's name, he must have stepped on the wrong person. After all, the high-intensity war interface has not yet been settled. His war with Kyle continues. As for Patrick, it was entirely his own bad luck. It's not good to be born in any particular place, but to be born in a place close to Kyle. However, after killing Patrick, Gao Chong saw many strange and unusual paths to becoming a lord. Congratulations on achieving the first kill of an enemy lord in a game. Would you like to unlock the lord advancement path, Purist? Congratulations on slaying a lord. Do you wish to unlock the lord advancement path, King of Slaughter? Congratulations on completely destroying a territory. Do you wish to unlock the lord advancement path, Conqueror? Too many pop-ups appeared when I killed Patrick. Gao Chong kept clicking no until he finally managed to get rid of all the annoying pop-ups in the wargame. These advanced paths were high-end paths that Gao Chong would never have dared to even dream of. But looking at it now, what kind of deformed melons and cracked dates? Well, Gao Chong sighed. Actually, the miraculous path that Sasha mentioned was quite tempting to him. The miracle creatures in the Null territory should be an excellent choice for unlocking miracle pathways. Unfortunately, Kyle beat him to it. Miracles are rare in this world, and who knows if other lords will be as impulsive as Kyle and try to do it. So, Does this mean Gao Chang is really going to dismantle his own Stonehenge? My lord, the sound of the sea's zither brought Gao Chang back to his senses. Hayukin pointed to a Tyrannosaurus rex, which was carrying the arm of a gnoll. The jackal, however, paid no heed to the pain and continued to fawn over Gao Chang. This gnoll isn't afraid of us at all. Sasha looked at the gnoll with a curious expression. Jiu Luo nodded. It seems he has nothing to do with those idiots who are so foolish as to try to take advantage of us. Just as the jackal was about to show a look of delight, Jiu Luo changed the subject. But the Tyrannosaurus rex must be tired after walking for so long, so it's not bad to make it ready-made food. The jackal's face twitched. With immense difficulty, she managed to maintain her fawning smile under Jiu Luo's gaze. All right. Gao Chang interrupted Jiu Luo's words. He saw through Jiu Luo's plan. Jiu Luo wanted to be the villain herself and break down the jackal's psychological defenses. He naturally answered all of Gao Chang's questions without reservation. As expected, after Gao Chang stopped Jiu Luo, the jackal showed a grateful expression. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gao Chang asked directly, "Do you know where Kyle's territory is?" Chapter 24, Betrayal and Turncoat. Kyle? Upon hearing the familiar name, the gnoll was visibly taken aback. Was it that bastard who brought these monsters here? Now that the Lord has been crushed to death by Tyrannosaurus rex, the loyalty of these recruited subjects has long since turned to zero, not to mention that Kyle is not even considered as Lord. Therefore, selling Kyle's position did not put any psychological pressure on him at all. Of course I know, the jackal said with a fawning smile as he looked at Gao Chang. He understood that at least he wouldn't die. As for Kyle, he's not their lord, so who cares about his life or death? Gao Chang nodded, and the rider on the Tyrannosaurus rex gently pulled on the reins, allowing the Tyrannosaurus rex to put the gnoll down. After being put down, he made no attempt to escape. Of course, Gao Chang wasn't afraid that he would escape. With a body only half a meter tall, even if Gao Chang let him run 20 steps ahead, the Tyrannosaurus rex could bite him to death in one bite. This way, please. The gnoll quickly adapted to his role as a guide, walking ahead to show Gao Chang the way. Kyle was unaware that a crisis was rapidly approaching. As darkness deepened, Kyle was making intensive preparations for his final showdown with the giant wolf. In a daze, he seemed to hear the sound of a huge object moving nearby, probably due to his extreme mental tension. After all, even though Kyle's territory already had nearly 200 gnolls, he dared not say that he had any intention of completely defeating those 3 giant wolves. Boom! Just as Kyle was thinking this, he suddenly felt the ground behind him shake. A shadow fell over Kyle. Why did it get dark so quickly? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Several large drops of water fell on Kyle's head. Kyle reached up and touched his head in confusion. Why was it raining? Look up. A mocking voice came from above Kyle's head. Kyle instinctively looked up and saw a gigantic, gaping maw. The water droplets we just saw weren't raindrops at all, but rather the saliva of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Without hesitation, Kyle rolled away, dodging the Tyrannosaurus rex's biting attack. They acted quite quickly. As Gao Chang watched Kyle's movements, he could clearly sense that Kyle was not comparable to an ordinary gnoll. Because of the advantages of Dynamax, Kale is several times more agile than a regular gnoll without any reduction in mobility. If it were any other gnoll, they definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack. So you're Kyle. Gao Chang's voice continued to come. At the Tyrannosaurus rex's feet, another gnoll looked at Gao Chang with a fawning smile. If there isn't another gnoll lord named Kyle nearby, he should be the one you're looking for. Upon hearing this, Kyle glared at him angrily. At this moment, he knew perfectly well who had lured these monsters there. What terrified Kyle the most was that at this point in time, the only one who could possibly come seeking revenge was that human lord. But how is that possible? This is the heartland of the gnolls, and that mountain range is insurmountable, even for the monsters under Gao Chang's command. How did Gao Chang get here? Did he fly over? Although many things were on my mind. But Kyle quietly retreated step by step. Just as they were about to escape the Tyrannosaurus rex's attack range, the gnoll on the other side suddenly let out a loud roar. Sir, he's trying to escape. Grass! Kyle could only roll away again, dodging another attack from the Tyrannosaurus rex. But this time, he rolled to the core building of the territory. It was a small thatched hut. Although it wasn't much, in ancient times, having a building that could shelter you from the wind and rain was already quite good. However, to say that it was used to stop Tyrannosaurus Rex is completely ridiculous. A Tyrannosaurus Rex could crush this tiny building with a single stomp. Gao Chang leaned on the bamboo basket, watching Kyle run away indifferently. If Gao Chang and Kyle were face to face right now, Kyle would probably be a head taller than Gao Chang. But now that Gao Chang is riding on the back of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, everyone looks like a nobody to him. Kyle, whom he'd been thinking about for several days, seemed to be nothing special after all. At this moment, the Gnoll troops in Kyle's territory also noticed the situation and surrounded them one after another. Despite their seemingly large numbers, not a single Gnoll dared to approach when faced with the rampage of 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex. From this perspective, the Gnolls looked more like spectators watching a play. Kyle was furious, but he didn't have any good solutions. If you force your people to launch a suicide offensive, their loyalty will inevitably drop drastically. However, it now seems that not only loyalty, but also war weariness will soon become a major obstacle for Kyle. War wir in es plus 3%. War wir in es plus 1%. Each time Kyle escapes, his war weariness level increases by 1 point. In a short period of time, Kyle's war weariness level has surpassed Gao Chang's. Enough! Kyle finally couldn't hold back and roared. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped moving not because Kyle's roar frightened them, but because Gao Chang stopped the knight's actions. He was a little curious about what Kyle was going to say next. Kyle first glared angrily at the collaborator at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet. Then he looked at Gao Chang with a wary gaze. He didn't understand. He had absolutely no idea how Gao Chang could come up with such an outrageous unit when the game had only been going on for a week. Humans did have knight units in ancient times, but Kyle had never heard of any human being who could tame a Tyrannosaurus Rex in ancient times. What do they have to use to train them? Is it their smooth, hairless buttocks, or their stone axes that don't look sharp at all? With the limited tools available to humans, it would probably be impossible to even pierce the skin of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even the rewards for defeating the Calamity with high strength seem a bit off. How could a war game possibly issue such outrageous rewards? I can't understand it. I just can't understand it. If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. Looking at Gao Chang, Kyle's eyes suddenly lost their previous ferocity. At this moment, Kyle looked like a dirty little stray dog covered in mud. I admit that I was wrong before, but when it comes to interests, I think there is nothing that cannot be overcome. Oh, Gao Chang looked curious. Did Kyle just mention the word interest? That's right, profit. Kyle gave a strange smile. I still have a great use for you. For example, Gao Chang asked. For example, I can log onto the Gnoll forum. If you spare me, I guarantee you will know everything that happens between the Gnoll lords from now on. Furthermore, the terrain and topography of all the Gnoll birthplaces will be shown to you. You will have the opportunity to win this war. Kyle, the Gnoll lord, has requested to add you as a friend. Chapter 25, Sasha's Role. Gao Chang and the others exchanged glances. They both noticed the strange expression on each other's faces. If Gao Chang hadn't seen the sand map that Zhu Luo had taken out before setting off, he might have been a little more interested in Kyle's suggestion. But now, the map that Kyle can provide is probably no better than the rudimentary map on the Terran Forum. Compared to the detailed sand map left by the ancestors of the Fallen Empire, it is simply not good enough. As for the other intelligence, it's a joke. The people of the High Power and the Wailing Wall know more about the world than all the Gnoll lords combined. There was no need for Gao Chang to know about the development and strategic plans of other Gnoll lords. Throughout their journey, the Gnoll's fighting prowess has been evident to all. They're a bunch of scoundrels who sell their wares for profit. It's a miracle Gao Chang isn't causing them any trouble. Sasha, looking displeased, darted out from beside Gao Chang. You think you're qualified to talk to us about cooperation? I really don't know if your creator was drunk when he made you and forgot to put brains in you. They're nothing but wild dogs that walk upright, creatures that don't even know shame. You think that having downy hair means you don't need to cover your body? I don't even know how you can tolerate your sticky organs dangling around so freely. After Sasha finished speaking, Kyle's face turned red. Whether from anger or shame, it was hard to tell. Gao Chang stared at Sasha in disbelief. Zhu Luo said that having Sasha along would be useful. Could it be that she actually has that effect? Previously, Gao Chang only knew that Sasha liked to come up with bad ideas and was greedy, but he didn't realize that her level of sarcasm was also at its maximum. Rather, Gao Chang should be more grateful to Sasha for sparing his life. If Sasha sprayed on his head, Gao Chang's fragile heart couldn't take it. Kyle looked so ashamed he wanted to die. It wasn't that he didn't want to wear clothes, but rather that in ancient times, it simply wasn't worth wasting resources on clothes. After all, they have fleece, so it's not like they're completely naked. Kyle felt his face burning and his head spinning. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, Kyle's subjects shared similar ideas with him. Her face, hidden beneath the downy hair, was bright red. The way he stared at Sasha was as if he wanted to kill her. In fact, they have already taken concrete action. I kill you. Not knowing what to say, Kyle simply roared and charged towards where Gao Chang and Sasha were. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he put the cooperation matter out of his mind. If he doesn't kill Sasha, he probably won't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Kyle's gnolls did the same thing. Even the most good-natured race cannot tolerate such an insult, let alone these bloodthirsty and ferocious jackals. On the contrary, the gnoll who was leading the way, seeing this scene, very cooperatively hid behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and had no intention of getting involved at all. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out an excited roar. What would it be like to see 200 gnolls charging at the same time? For any ordinary human lord at this moment, it would be an unprecedented and fierce battle. But what if the target were 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex? Then it can only be considered a buffet meal. Gao Chang only felt his body sway before the Tyrannosaurus Rex beneath him lowered its head and bit down. A gnoll was bitten in the mouth and instantly torn in two. As for the gnolls who ran to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet, at the moment they used their proud claws to tear at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's skin. They then realized just how wrong they had been. Tyrannosaurus Rex's skin was incredibly tough. Their so-called sharp claws couldn't even leave a scratch. Instead, the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned around and stomped its foot, and hordes of gnolls died tragically under its feet. Kyle, on the other hand, is relatively flexible. After barely dodging the legs of several Tyrannosaurus Rex, it seized the opportunity and seemed to want to climb onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body to directly take off Gao Chang's head. He realized that Gao Chang was the only weakness here. But what Kyle didn't notice was that Ray and Shuo, who were standing next to him, also seized the opportunity. He pulled the reins in his hand. The Tyrannosaurus Rex beneath, Lei Heshuo, suddenly turned around and kicked Kyle away. Unable to flip over while flying in midair, Kyle could only watch helplessly as another Tyrannosaurus Rex came and kicked him back through the air. At 2 meters tall, Kyle is not as easy to crush as other gnolls, but still pretty good as a football. The gnolls' charge quickly came to a complete halt. One after another, the Tyrannosaurus Rex lay lazily in place. Burp, I'm full. Kyle watched this scene with eyes wide with rage, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, during an impact, Kyle suffered internal injuries from a blunt force trauma, coughed up blood, and died. Bite! Several war game notification windows popped up in front of Gao Chang. The interface where Kyle could request to add friends disappeared at the same time as Kyle's death. Instead, congratulations to Gao Chang for the helpful tip. Congratulations on your victory in this battle. Since Kyle was dead, Gao Chang could no longer achieve the war objectives and was therefore declared the victor. As the victor of the war, you can choose one of the following options. I. Occupation. You can occupy the territory of the opposing lord, not selectable. 2. Plunder. You can plunder territory and obtain 80% of its resources. Requires you have already occupied the entire territory of the opposing side. 3. Destruction. Destroy all facilities in the territory and prevent other lords from occupying it. Requires complete occupation of the opponent's territory and utter defeat of their military forces. 4. Achieving war objectives requires the other party's consent. The unlucky Lord back then probably didn't get those pop-up windows because Gao Chang didn't declare war. Now, Kyle's death has shown Gao Chang the consequences of a lord's defeat in war. However, upon closer inspection, 2 of the 4 options are unselectable. Looting and destruction are of little use to Gao Chang. If that's the case, then let's just destroy it. Gao Chang pressed the destroy option. The next instant, a gentle breeze blew by, and a thatched hut on Kyle's territory was blown away and drifted into the distance. Without the bodies of the ground gnolls, it's hard to believe that a jackal tribe once lived here. Oh, before we knew it, night had fallen. 3 giant wolves emerged from the forest. Today is the last day that the wolves have surrounded us. I wonder if this giant wolf was attracted by Kyle or another Knoll Lord. But halfway there, the three giant wolves suddenly stopped. Something seems off. Chapter 26 Barbecue. Barbecue. Sasha's shouts made all the Tyrannosaurus Rex look towards the giant wolf. Now that they've come into everyone's view, they naturally have no chance of escaping. Before the giant wolves could even tuck their tails between their legs and run away, they were caught up by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which bit off their heads. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex then spat out the giant wolf's head to the side. They've already eaten too much. They're definitely not going to have room for wolf meat tonight. However, at that moment, the notification sound of the war game came on. Congratulations to Knoll Lord Sahar for defeating the Scourge surrounded by wolves, becoming the second Lord in this game to resolve the Scourge's threat. Oh, Gao Chang looked at the corpses of the three giant wolves, then glanced behind him with a playful expression. There, the Knoll who was giving directions was already sweating profusely. We've been exposed. He had even been secretly lighting a campfire. They seemed completely unsurprised by the arrival of the giant wolf. Gao Chang wouldn't believe these were all coincidences. He had just killed the giant wolf that had been brought by the pack of wolves when a Knoll Lord was reported to the entire server. Where do so many coincidences come from in this world? Aren't you going to say anything, Lord Sahar? Gao Chang smiled and asked Saha. A lord of your stature should not disguise himself as a lord or his subjects. This is not how you should behave. Saha's legs buckled, and he knelt down. My lord, spare my life. My territory was slaughtered by Patrick, and I had no choice but to become his subject in order to survive. This like this. Saha's eyes darted around. Sir, who else do you want to kill? As long as I know, I'll take you there immediately without saying a word. If Kyle was like a mud-covered wild dog before, Saha, on the other hand, is more like a wagging-tailed pug. In terms of both size and ferocity, it is far less than 1/5 of Kyle's. He didn't even dare to discuss any cooperation with Gao Chang. However, Gao Chang's attention has now been drawn back to the war game. Right after Sahar finished his server-wide announcement, more reports kept coming in. Congratulations to Undead Lord Thorpe for defeating the Scourge surrounded by wolves and becoming the third Lord to resolve the Scourge in this game. Congratulations to Elf Lord Jingyi for defeating the wolves surrounding her and becoming the fourth Lord to resolve the Calamity in this game. Congratulations to Human Lord Star Sword. Congratulations, Knoll. The broadcast just now seemed to have lifted some restrictions, and lords began to attack the giant wolf. Gao Chang's screen was also flooded with announcements about the war game. This information continued until the 10th Lord defeated the pack of wolves. Interestingly, Gao Chang even saw an interesting announcement in the 10th position. Congratulations to Human Lord Peerless General for defeating the wolves surrounding the Scourge and becoming the 10th Lord to resolve the Scourge in this game. Gao Chang certainly knew who the Peerless General was. It seems that the things he gave Su Uki did have some effect. However, judging from this list, it seems that none of the other lords have used the rare renaming card that Su Uki obtained. Name change cards shouldn't be rare. Perhaps it was because those lords were focused on making a name for themselves and disdained using such items. Regardless, Su Uki became the safest person on this assassination list. Gao Chang then began to think. In such a short period of time, 10 lords have defeated the pack of wolves surrounding them. It's hard to say how many more will follow. Just as Kyle had predicted, today would be a watershed moment between the lords of the various races. Which lords will stand at the top of this game and gain leadership within their respective races will be determined tonight. Gao Chang looked away from the war game interface, glanced at Saha, and casually waved his hand. Saha was still kneeling on the ground, completely unable to understand Gao Chang's meaning. All right, get up, Gao Chang simply said directly. He was quite satisfied with Sahar's attitude. As for him becoming the second lord to resolve the natural disaster in this game, Gao Chang considered it a reward for guiding him. Furthermore, Gao Chang doesn't need to consider the feelings of other people. Sasha's attention was entirely focused on the upcoming barbecue. After dealing with Kyle, Juluo, and the others became lazy again, seemingly not caring at all about Sahar, the Knoll. To put it bluntly, they have no hatred towards the Knoll race. They are merely subjects in the game, not lords participating in a war game, so there is no irreconcilable grudge between them. Currently, there is no lord whom the fallen empire can describe with such an extreme word as hatred. Of course, there may not be one in the future. Sizzle. The aroma of roasted wolf chops wafted through the forest. This was all thanks to Zhu Luo bringing a lot of spices with her before she left. Otherwise, everyone would have only been able to eat the purest roasted meat. Of course, barbecuing at night is a very dangerous activity, because you never know how many eyes are watching you in the dark. The premise is that there are no resting Tyrannosaurus rex around them. Fearing the aura of the Tyrannosaurus rex, wild carnivores unrelated to the natural disaster dared not approach this area. After the meat was grilled, Sasha took a rib first. Underground, the only food available is the exploding mushroom. Although it tastes good, you'll get tired of eating it every day. The ribs of this giant wolf are clearly the best way to cut through the greasiness. Gao Chang walked over to the wolf meat that Zhu Luo had torn up, took some, and handed it to Saha. Saha looked at the hand Gao Chang offered, still seemingly not understanding what Gao Chang meant. If the meat was what attracted him to continue guiding Gao Chang, he could understand it. But Gao Chang doesn't have any lords he wants to kill right now, so what's the point of giving him meat? Could this be my last meal before I'm executed? Thinking of such a terrible thing, Saha's legs trembled and he knelt down again. What are you doing? Gao Chang frowned, stuffed the meat into Saha's hand, and then took another portion for himself. This. Saha held the meat, looking like he dared not eat it. Here, you can have it, Zhu Luo said directly from the side. She seemed less patient with people outside the citizens of the Wailing Wall. So-called thunder and rain are all the Emperor's grace. Since Gao Chang had offered the meat, it was a gift from the fallen empire. Saha's hesitant actions annoyed Zhu Luo. In fact, she roasted the meat herself. How could she possibly poison Sahar? All right, how about you tell us your story? Gao Chang gave a reason, while also showing a curious expression. Saha said Patrick had slaughtered his territory, which Gao Chang was quite curious about. Of course, this is not accompanied by any sympathy or other emotions. It's just that Sasha told so many stories along the way that Gao Chang suddenly started to enjoy listening to stories. Chapter 27, The Path of the Defectors. Hearing that there was something amusing, the knights nearby tied their reins to the tree and sat down around. Who doesn't like to hear fun? Seeing everyone gather around, Saha was so frightened that he moved even closer to the fire. He had no idea that the group of guys right now looked like they had a lot of fighting ability. Instead of thinking about their grand strategy, their specific tactics, and how to gain a greater advantage, they need to think carefully about their future plans. Why are they so interested in their own unfortunate stories? But with all eyes on him, Saha dared not remain silent. He made a snap decision, took a bite of wolf meat, and recounted all that had happened over the past few days. Compared to Patrick and Kyle, Sahar did not fare well among the gnolls. In just a few days, Saha's number of subjects did not exceed 10. Clearly, just like Gao Chang before entering the war game, he was thinking about how to get through this first war game. He'll be safe as long as he survives this game. In fact, Saha was quite lucky. The place where he was born was located in the heart of the Gnoll people's territory, protected by natural mountain ranges, which were enough to isolate him from war with other tribes. This is also the furthest point from the main battlefield of the Gnolls. Logically speaking, unless the Gnolls suffer a complete defeat, Sahar should be a sure thing to survive this game. But the problem is that the Gnoll lords around Sahar are too capable. Even though they were deep in the heart of the Jackal tribes, their ambition to make a name for themselves remained undiminished. Therefore, Saha became their victim. The reason Patrick massacred the Sahar people and destroyed the Sahar territory is actually quite simple. He's going down the path of Lord, the traitor. You can enter this path by killing a fellow Lord in a single game. This approach is geared towards the mid to late stages. It's not very useful in the early stages, but once you upgrade to the mid-game, you can change the landing location of your own territory at the beginning of each war game. Later on, traders were even able to recruit people from other tribes based on the location they arrived at. This seems very useful, since once the war between races breaks out, the traders can tear off their disguise and give the outsiders a central advantage. Of course, those are just wishful thinking. In reality, the way for traders to advance is by slaughtering their own kind. Therefore, most defectors are loyal lackeys of foreign tribes. Those traders who advance to the later stages have already stained their hands with the blood of countless of their own kind. Defectors always side with the victors. If Gao Chang hadn't accidentally killed Patrick, he would have slaughtered countless more Gnoll territories. In order to elevate the path of the traitor to an intermediate level in this most primitive ancient era. That's absolutely outrageous. Sasha listened intently, and in a moment of empathy, she took a big bite of the rib in her hand. Such a wicked guy deserves to be killed more often. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Sahar stopped telling the story, and Sasha couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. You continue. Sahar sighed. Actually, the story ends here. Wars between lords are always brutal. As long as there is profit to be made, even kinsmen will not be spared from killing. Not all lords are like you, Sahar looked at Gao Chang, but couldn't think of a word to describe him for a moment. Kind-hearted and compassionate, Zhu Luo reminded her. Yes, kind-hearted. Although Gao Chang unintentionally destroyed one Nole tribe, he also intentionally destroyed another Nole tribe. But Sahar still wanted to believe that Gao Chang was kind-hearted. Bite. The natural disasters of this week have ended. This week's Lord losses totaled 3306. May you all continue your efforts. Just after midnight, the War Games notification sound rang out precisely on time. Countless weak lords breathed a sigh of relief. They finally had a chance to catch their breath. Game rules have been lifted this week. Week 2, springtime and all things. All things flourish in spring. A strange warm current spreads from the center of the world in all directions, increasing the growth rate of all crops tenfold and the research speed twice as fast this week. The rules for this randomly generated game are pretty good. Increased crop growth means more food for the people, allowing them to recruit more followers. The increased research speed further accelerates the game's progress. During this period, the power gap between the lords who eliminated the giant wolf and those who did not, and other ordinary lords, will gradually widen. After all, the lord who eliminated the giant wolf possessed at least one rare artifact. Even if, like Gao Chang, one only obtains a single herb, one can still grow rapidly by utilizing the characteristic of all trees flourish in spring. If Gao Chang's guess is correct, because the lord are developing well, this game may very well enter the stage of inter-race battles earlier than expected. Natural disasters are not scary. What's scary are the lords of both their own kind and those of other races. Once the battle enters its chaotic phase, it truly becomes a meat grinder, where countless lords will perish. In contrast, Gao Chang was thinking, go to sleep. Staying up past midnight is a disgrace to the nature of pleasure seekers. Gao Chang didn't care how many other lords would die. After all, he wouldn't be the one to suffer a major disaster. Snoring. Gao Chang's snoring soon began. Zhu Luo tenderly picked up the sleeping Gao Chang and carried him to the campfire, letting him lie on her lap. Unwittingly, Zhu Luo also overheard Gao Chang muttering something about a scoundrel selling his head. Zhu Luo smiled gently. As a waitress, she sensed Gao Chang's fear from the very beginning. Gao Chang was afraid of this world. He was always worried that his safety could not be guaranteed. But he is also the lord of the Wailing Wall. He shouldn't have anything to fear. Sending troops to Kyle was nothing to Sasha and her fellow citizens. It wasn't even a proper outing, just a casual stroll in the countryside. But along the way, a strong sense of security gradually filled them up. They walked straight ahead. They trampled the ruins of ancient civilizations, crushed unfamiliar lords along the way, and ultimately crushed their own enemies. Gao Chang was finally able to experience it firsthand. Just how absurdly can a legacy left by the ancestors of the fallen empire protect them? This also brought a strong sense of security, allowing Gao Chang to gradually get along well with Sasha. You're welcome, my lord. Zhu Luo stroked Gao Chang's forehead and said softly, this is the duty of a waiter. Let the nobles live without worries. Zhu Luo didn't say the last words, for fear of waking Gao Chang from his dream. The others gradually fell asleep as well. The knights leaned against the Tyrannosaurus Rex, while Hukin wrapped herself tightly in a wolfskin coat. Sasha even hugged the leg of a Tyrannosaurus Rex in her sleep, drooling constantly. Chapter 28 Supreme Alliance. Saha watched this scene with envy. Everyone fell asleep quickly and deeply. It's hard to imagine that they could fall asleep so peacefully with an outsider like me in the room. When Saha was still alive, Patrick was extremely uneasy and constantly wanted to get rid of him. If it weren't for the other Nole lords keeping an eye on things, Patrick probably would have made his move long ago. So, is this what it feels like to be trusted? Saha's emotion lasted less than 2 seconds before he felt a gust of hot air blowing towards him. I turned my head and looked. A Tyrannosaurus Rex was staring at him, sizing him up. Saha didn't dare to move at all. So these Tyrannosaurus Rex weren't asleep after all. Okay, Gao Chang and the others don't need to worry about anything. The one who should be worried now is him. Saha was absolutely certain that if he dared to make a move while all the knights were asleep, he would immediately be given a good meal by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Having a late-night snack isn't too much to ask, is it? Thinking of this, Saha immediately dared not think about it anymore. Looking around at the sleeping people, Saha simply lay down on the ground and pretended to be dead, anxiously praying that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would not come over. Gao Chang stretched and lifted his head off Jiu Luo's soft legs. Jiu Luo had already fallen asleep, and Gao Chang was actually the first one to wake up among them. Now the second person has also woken up. Saha opened his eyes, stood up from the ground, and looked at Gao Chang with tears in his eyes, leaving Gao Chang completely bewildered. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Gao Chang asked, puzzled. Saha shook his head, continuing to look at Gao Chang with tears in his eyes. That's ridiculous, Gao Chang muttered. He then turned around and shook Jiu Luo's body. What is it, my lord? Jiu Luo rubbed her eyes and sat up. It's time to cook, Gao Chang reminded him. Of the people brought out so far, there is one supply officer, one nobleman, and the rest are all warriors. Logically speaking, cooking a meal shouldn't be difficult, but unfortunately, everyone is too lazy to cook. Therefore, the responsibility of cooking still falls to Jiu Luo. Okay. Jiu Luo yawned and stood up. After stretching, Jiu Luo felt much more energetic. After waking everyone up one by one, Jiu Luo began to prepare breakfast. Gao Chang sat to the side, looking at the chat messages in the war game. After sleeping all night, Gao Chang's chat window was almost overwhelmed with messages. Peerless General, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Gao Chang silently replied with a 6. Unexpectedly, Su Uki replied to the message instantly. You finally replied? I thought you gave me all the good stuff and got robbed by another lord. I was so scared. Gao Chang didn't know what to say, so he could only reply with another 6. All right, brother, I have something important to ask you about. Seeing that Su Uki said he had something important to do, Gao Chang reluctantly became a little more serious. What's up? Has the Supreme Alliance, founded by Gong Xingjian, invited you? Seeing Su Uki's inexplicable question, Gao Chang scrolled through his friend list and replied, No. No one added him as a friend last night. Su Uki, far away in the Chang'an Mountains, felt inexplicably disappointed upon seeing Gao Chang's reply. He actually had some suspicions about Gao Chang, including himself and Gong Xingjian. 3 human lords actually received server-wide notifications. The lord who achieved the first kill was none other than Gao Chang. When inviting Su Uki, Gong Xingjian made a bold statement. The Supreme Alliance will integrate all of humanity's high-end forces to form a parliamentary system, and at the same time unite all lords that can be united to jointly decide on humanity's next strategic direction. If Gao Chang is the same Gao Chang who was announced server-wide, Gong Xingjian would definitely have invited him. After thinking for a moment, Su Uki told Gao Chang all the information that Gong Xingjian had mentioned in their private chat. After all, if it weren't for Gao Chang, he wouldn't be able to become the 10th Lord in the server-wide announcement. Rather, it's more accurate to say that despite possessing so many rare items, Su Uki's ranking of only 10th indicates that his abilities are still considerably inferior to those of the top lords. Since all of this is thanks to Gao Chang, he should also have the right to know about the Upper Alliance. As for the secrecy that Gong Xingjian had repeatedly emphasized in their private chat, Su Uki had long since disregarded it. The Supreme Alliance? Gao Chang was surprised that Su Uki actually brought him some interesting news. Su Uki now believes that he wasn't the one who first killed the top-ranked person, which is why he didn't receive Gong Xingjian's invitation. But that's definitely not the case. Gao Chang knew in his heart that he was the number one. If Gong Xingjian were to invite Gao Chang would definitely refuse without hesitation. He did not want to be bound by this inexplicable organization. But the fact that Gong Xingjian didn't invite him is rather intriguing. Since Gong Xingjian wanted to integrate all the high-end forces of the human race, why did he deliberately bypass the human race's first kill? By the way, what else did Gong Xingjian tell you? Gao Chang asked Su Uki through his friend. Let me think about it. Su Uki thought for a moment and then replied. He also said that after the establishment of the Supreme Alliance, he would be the leader and I would be the deputy leader, and the two of us would jointly control the power of the alliance. The more I listen, the more interesting it becomes. Gao Chang's lips curled into a smile. If a parliamentary system is to be established, then why is it that the leader and deputy leader share power? Moreover, since the two of them share power, do the opinions of others really matter? Su Yuki then mentioned some unfamiliar names, seemingly some of the human race's most outstanding talents who had triumphed over packs of wolves. They will serve as elders of the Supreme Alliance, possessing the right to deliberate within the alliance. What is their relationship with Gong Xingjian? Gao Chang suddenly asked directly. Su Yuki was somewhat confused. How could I possibly know that? Gao Chang sighed. His brother is definitely general material. No wonder Gong Xing's sword wants to implement a parliamentary system. Gong Xingjian was in charge of recruiting elders, but in reality, it was just to make an appearance. At that time, no one would know Su Yuki. So what say would Su Yuki have in the Supreme Alliance? In reality, it was nothing more than Gong Xingjian's one-man show. Oh well. Gao Chang did not remind Su Yuki to stay away from the Supreme Alliance. Su Yuki ultimately got himself into trouble for being famous. The title of Peerless General has already resounded throughout the human territory. Even without the Gongxing sword, there's no doubt that other people with ulterior motives would approach Su Yuki, and the consequences might be even worse. At least within the Supreme Alliance, Su Yuki is still the nominal vice leader. Although Gong Xingjian had ill intentions, he wouldn't really break ties with Su Yuki. Since that's the case, let him do whatever he wants in the Supreme Alliance. It was time for him to eat, and Gao Chang glanced at Jiu Luo. Chapter 29, Die on My Doorstep. The remaining wolf meat from yesterday has already been cooked by Jiu Luo. The fragrant grilled ribs were carried onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which meant it was time for them to leave. Several days have passed since he left the Wailing Wall, and there's nothing worth lingering about in this Knoll territory. Are you leaving? Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex get up and head back the way it came, Sahar's expression was complicated. Should he be glad? Fortunately, Gao Chang had no intention of killing him. But when Gao Chang was about to leave, Sahar couldn't help but feel a little flustered. War games are not child's play. Once Gao Chang and his powerful enemies leave, without Gao Chang's deterrent, what will become of Sahar? Keep in mind that he is currently just a lord without any territory. However, Gao Chang still left. Saha's story last night was indeed very interesting, and Sasha empathized with it. But what does that have to do with them? After a story is finished, it's over. Why would those outside the play care about the fate of those inside? The Tyrannosaurus Rex's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. As Saha stood alone, he felt as if pairs of eyes were beginning to stare intently at him from the forest. Without any subjects, he felt utterly unsafe in this place. Finally, after remaining silent for a long time, the fear in Saha's eyes gradually subsided. He seemed to have made a decision and walked in the opposite direction from Gao Chang. That area is near the Undead Lords and is where most of the elite Knoll Lords gather. Ding! Lord Sahar has requested to add you as a friend. A message suddenly appeared in front of Gao Chang. Gao Chang turned his head to look behind him, but the expected scene of Saha following behind did not occur. Compared to Kyle, Saha seems to know better how to do things that please people. Therefore, Gao Chang was not stingy with a friend slot. Agree. After accepting Saha's friend request, there was no message from the other side complaining. There was complete silence on the other end of the friend's message. Even after Gao Chang waited for a while, Saha didn't send him any messages. He shook his head. Gao Chang quickly forgot about this minor matter. The road back was much easier than the road there. Gao Chang originally thought that the disc from the Focus Civilization was a disposable item. As a result, Hookin found a place nearby to add firewood. After lighting a few pieces of wood, only half an hour later, the disc where everyone was located rose into the air with the help of steam until it got stuck on the ground above. This is actually a reusable facility, similar to an elevator. But it makes sense, considering the Focus Civilization took 100 years to build such an altar. It's certainly not meant to make this training ground a one-time consumable. Of course, the ruins of the Focus Civilization have now become an unobstructed passageway to the Wall of Size. The road to the Knoll territory was thus placed in Gao Chang's hands. Because they were already familiar with the route, the time it took to return to the Wailing Wall was obviously far less than the time it took Gao Chang to find Kyle. This week, when all the trees are sprouting new life, is only halfway over, and Gao Chang has already seen a shadow of the flood control wall. I'm finally back. Sasha yawned and lazily lay down on the edge of the basket. A week and a half away from home was still too exhausting for a noble woman who did not engage in any productive activities. Of course, it's the mental exhaustion. Sasha's strong physique meant that her body would not be as fragile as that of an ordinary person. Wait, what's this? Gao Chang smelled a pungent odor of blood and suddenly stood up from the basket. Logically speaking, it should be normal for there to be a bloody smell in ancient times. But the smell of blood was rather unusual. Compared to antelope blood, it clearly has less of the gamey smell of antelope. The smell of blood seemed somewhat familiar to Gao Chang. It's like the smell of him cutting his finger with a pencil sharpener when he was a kid. However, compared to that flavor, the current flavor is much stronger. Apart from Gao Chang, everyone else stood up. Clearly, they also noticed something unusual on the other side of the flood control wall. As the Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from the cover of the trees, a bright and clear view appeared before them, and Gao Chang's brows furrowed tightly. Corpses everywhere. It was still a human corpse. Humans wearing leaf aprons or sheepskin skirts were impaled on the ground by crossbow bolts or riddled with arrows by longbows. Among the corpses, Gao Chang also spotted two men whose clothing was noticeably different from the others. A man and a woman, dressed in exquisite leather suits, were both pierced by crossbow bolts and nailed to the ground in a backward-facing position. This is a human lord? This is not hard to tell from their clothing. It's not surprising that a human lord would appear in this place. After all, Gao Chang's location is a battleground. Basically, apart from anoles who are blocked by mountains, the other three races need to pass through the area where Gao Chang is if they want to start a war. What Gao Chang couldn't understand was why the human lord would die at his own doorstep. Logically speaking, this is still a time for the various lords to develop, and no one should be exploring the outside world so quickly. Let's go take a look, Gao Chang ordered. Upon arriving at the place littered with corpses, Gao Chang was carried by Jiu Luo as they jumped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gao Chang didn't even glance at the barely clothed citizens and walked straight toward two men who looked like lords. Upon getting closer, Gao Chang discovered that the blood of the man and woman had already dried up. The man was holding a small fragment of a tortoise shell. Gao Chang removed the fragment from the man's corpse and immediately discovered that it was also a strange object. Divination by tortoise shell, strange objects. Effect: activates tortoise shell divination, providing guidance on the question posed in the user's mind. 0 uses remaining. This kind of rare item is obviously not as easy to obtain as a name change card, since we were able to possess such a rare item in the first week. If it weren't for good luck, this man would definitely be a prodigy lord of the human race, the kind who could defeat the natural disaster in the first week. But this prodigy died right at his own doorstep. Judging from the degree of congealing of the blood, he should have been dead for almost a day, Jiu Luo reminded him. Having cooked frequently, she could naturally tell how stale the bloodstains were. Of course, none of the people present were cannibals, so they still had to figure out how to deal with the corpses, which was quite troublesome. Just as Gao Chang was pondering why these people had died at his doorstep, a faint voice came from the side. Gao Chang glanced at him sideways. The female lord's eyes twitched slightly, and her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. There are still survivors? Chapter 30, Divination. Heal her, Gao Chang instructed the people around him. From the moment he saw the tortoise shell divination, he felt that the two people seemed to know something, and it might even be related to him. Gao Chang was inexplicably interested in this. Of course, this was just a casual remark. Having been stuck here to dry for a day and a night, let alone in ancient times, it probably wouldn't be able to be saved even if we moved it several eras later. After receiving Gao Chang's order, Jiu Luo stepped forward and pulled out the crossbow bolt. The female lord's body trembled slightly again from the intense pain, but then things calmed down again. Her last breath was not enough for her to make any greater moves. Boom! At that moment, the gate of the flood control wall opened, and an old voice came from behind the gate. My lord. An old woman with a hunched back emerged, accompanied by several longbowmen. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sasha's eyes lit up, and she immediately threw herself into his arms. Grandma Zuzu. Okay. The old woman smiled kindly as she gently ruffled Sasha's hair. Gao Chang looked at the old woman who came out and seemed to recognize her. There seems to have been an old woman among the people sitting on either side of the long table in the Lord's Hall at that time. However, Perhaps due to her advanced age, she did not participate in the discussion at the time. But just like now, her gaze towards everyone was full of kindness. "I'm the one who's going to kill him," Zhu Zhu suddenly said. "Uh-huh." Gao Chang didn't react for a moment. It's hard to imagine that such a seemingly harmless old woman could say such things so calmly. Zhu Luo asked, puzzled, did Granny Zhu Zhu foresee something? At this moment, Gao Chang opened Zhu Zhu's panel. Zhu Zhu. Occupation. Ancient noble. Ancient shaman. Loyalty, 100. Ancient shamans. Synopsis. They were once the best diviners, until over time they slowly forgot the art of divination. It's not that this old woman foresaw anything. Faced with Zhu Luo's question, Zhu Zhu slowly withdrew his kind gaze. Looking at the female lord being carried by Zhu Luo, Zhu Zhu's eyes contained an indescribable charm. They saw us in the divination, which should not have happened. What the lord who used tortoiseshell divination might not have known was, all divination techniques in the world today have evolved from the most primitive methods. Therefore, it is the ancestor of all divination techniques. From a moment he used tortoise-shell divination, from the moment he saw the wall of size. Zhu Zhu saw him from another direction as well. I am sorry. Zhu Zhu quickly came to his senses and let out a long sigh. I'm not a young person anymore. I cannot stand by and watch my children be threatened in my generation. After expressing his apologies, Zhu Zhu turned and left, while several longbowmen came to Zhu Luo's side and helped him lift the female lord. From Zhu Zhu's tone, Gao Chang sensed the unspoken meaning behind her words. She is old and no longer as fearless as a young person. Anything that could potentially threaten the Wailing Wall in the future should be erased from the annals of history. The old woman's kindness was reserved only for the children inside the Wailing Wall. But frankly, it's mostly arrogance. She never believed that the Wailing Wall lacked the ability to deal with those that existed. The future is the future, and the present is the present. Those who die now have no future. She knew this principle even without divination. Should we still save them? Zhu Luo and Sha Sha looked at Gao Chang. Grandma Zhu Zhu's words make some sense. Since these people could see the wall of size and the tortoise-shell divination, they must have something on their mind about this territory or Gao Chang. But the two of them were young at the time. Compared to the elderly, Zhu Luo and Sasha clearly lacked the sense of decline unique to the fallen empire. They still have some vitality, so they don't care about any future threats. The Focus civilization developed for many years and was once so powerful, but in the end, it all vanished like a bubble in the face of the corrupt empire. Let's try our best to save them, Gao Chang said after thinking for a moment. His thoughts were actually somewhat similar to those of Sasha and others. But more than anything, he knew that this war game wouldn't last long. It is simply impossible for a lord to develop to the point where he can threaten the Wailing Wall. After receiving Gao Chang's affirmative reply, the group led the female lord toward the abandoned warehouse. The remaining Tyrannosaurus riders were simply disbanded on the spot. Can it really be saved? Halfway there, Gao Chang couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. He was just saying it casually. After all, they've already become what they are. In ancient times, it seemed impossible to save them, right? We might not have been able to save them before, but we might be able to now. Zhu Luo did not give a very definite answer. Upon arriving at the abandoned warehouse, Gao Chang was immediately taken aback by the state of the warehouse's exterior. This week already had the Everything Grows New Life buff, and the Fallen Empire had also maxed out its planting technology. This boost isn't just addition, it's a terrifying multiplication. Therefore, within the Fallen Empire, the growth cycle and yield of herbs have been increased to an extremely terrifying level. Now, the herbs that were already plentiful are now even more plentiful. One by one, herbs marked as rare and precious in ancient times were casually piled up on the muddy ground outside the warehouse, forming a small mountain. If these things weren't so bitter that even dogs wouldn't eat them, they might have already been culled and used as animal feed. Zhu Luo instructed a longbowman to find a large pot for stewing meat, fill it with water, and then put in various herbs that Zhu Luo recognized or did not recognize. Then, the large earthenware basin was placed on the fire. When the water reached a certain temperature, a fragrant aroma wafted out, making one want to drink it. Only then did Zhu Luo release the female lord. I don't think this woman's wound is fatal. She's just lost too much blood. That's why the herbs I just added are the main ingredients for a blood-nourishing soup. As Zhu Luo explained, she reached out and touched the water temperature in the basin. The water temperature is just right. Gao Chang's lips twitched slightly. Those in the know understand that Zhu Luo is preparing a medicinal bath, but those movements just now seem more like she's making soup. Taking advantage of the time, Gao Chang also started looking at the technology tree interface. The method Zhu Luo is currently using comes from one of the ultimate technologies in herbal medicine, medicinal baths. Medicinal bath. Description: herbal baths provide 10 times the recovery power of basic potions, and this recovery power increases with the growth rate of the planted students, providing additional benefits. There's also a small note below. Note: the amount of medicinal materials wasted in medicinal baths is an horrifying amount that would have been unbearable in ancient times. Please research this technology with caution. Chapter 31: Cannibals? Does resilience increase with growth rate? Gao Chang seemed to have seen something extraordinary. The Fallen Empire's agricultural technology tree is also maxed out, resulting in extremely high crop growth rates. And then there's the special blessing of springtime this week. In other words, within this week, the restorative power of the medicinal bath will be hundreds of times greater than that of basic medicine. The worst thing is when things multiply. Within this week, even if the medicinal bath doesn't quite reach the point of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones, it will probably be close enough. No wonder Zhu Luo said that she wasn't confident at other times, but this time was special. The location chosen by the ancestors of the Fallen Empire was actually quite good. The Wailing Wall is currently located in the very center of the world. Unseen by Gao Chang, beneath the location of the Wall of Sighs, invisible ripples continuously emanated. The ripples swept outwards, and wherever they touched, plants experienced a period of rapid growth. If Gao Chang could see this, he would know that this is the peculiar warm current mentioned in the introduction of All Trees Grow in Spring. Being at the very heart of this warm current, Gao Chang actually receives the most benefits. The most obvious point is that the plant growth rate exceeds the amount described in the game rules. This change in ratio will also be directly reflected in the medicinal bath. As the warm current radiated outwards, bubbles suddenly rose from the basin containing the medicinal bath, attracting Gao Chang's attention. At that moment, Gao Chang looked into the basin. The female lord, completely immersed in the medicinal bath, seemed to have regained her vitality. As her nose twitched slightly, a lot of bubbles gurgled up from her mouth, which was completely submerged in water. The female lord unconsciously drank mouthfuls of the medicinal bath water. Suddenly, the female lord sat up abruptly from the basin, panting heavily. Then, looking at Gao Chang and the others surrounding him, he was stunned for a few seconds. The events of the day before seemed as vivid as if they were happening right before my eyes. "Don't eat me," the female lord pleaded almost instinctively. Gao Chang, who was about to speak, froze on the spot. Seeing that no one responded, the female lord, enduring the excruciating pain that rendered her almost unable to move, crawled out of the medicinal bath and fell heavily to the ground. From the look in the other person's eyes, Gao Chang saw only deep fear. Just like Saha in the past. Back then they were gnolls, but now they've been replaced by humans like themselves. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If it were Gao Chang himself, they were left to dry in the open for a day and a night, like cured meat after being hit by crossbow bolts. When he regained consciousness, he saw himself being stewed in a pot, surrounded by a group of people holding weapons such as longbows. It would probably be easy to think of cannibal tribes or something similar, right? After falling out of the medicinal bath, the little strength the female lord had regained quickly dissipated. Therefore, she quickly lost the ability to move and could only look at Gao Chang with a face full of terror, as if she could already see her fate of being slowly boiled over a low flame. Speaking of which, do cannibals add seasonings when they cook her? Or should I leave it plain? Will it really taste good that way? In that brief moment, the female lord had already thought of many things. Just then, Zhu Luo stepped forward, squinting dangerously at the female lord in front of her. What are you going to do?" The female lord swallowed hard and asked cautiously. "Of course, we'll send you back into the pot." "Twice-cooked pork? What twice-cooked pork?" As if hearing something delicious, Sasha, who had been hiding somewhere, suddenly jumped out. Wait a minute. Gao Chang suddenly glanced to the side and wondered if Zhu Luo and Sasha had just said something dangerous. Although her words are easily misunderstood, Zhu Luo is still capable of taking action. When Jiu Luo reached out and grabbed the female lord by the back of the neck, she felt a dangerous aura enveloping her. Facing Jiu Luo, she seemed like a lamb to the slaughter, ready to be skinned alive if she wasn't careful. Even in her healthiest period, she was powerless against this force. Splat! Jiu Luo threw the female lord back into the large basin. After adding some water, he also added some extra medicinal herbs. With a little replenishment of energy and strength, I shouldn't be completely unable to move like I was just now, Jiu Luo silently murmured to herself. As more medicinal herbs undergo chemical reactions, the result is that the medicinal bath in the basin becomes even more fragrant. Jiu Luo is not a good doctor, but she is a good cook. Therefore, when making the medicinal bath, Jiu Luo subconsciously used different herbs to neutralize their bitterness and astringency, retaining only the most original fragrance. It smells so good. Sasha leaned over the ceramic basin and swallowed hard. The female lord shrank back in fright, seeing an aggressive look in Sasha's eyes. She wouldn't want to eat me too, would she? How could such a young and cute girl be a cannibal? The female lord subconsciously made a sarcastic remark. She had completely given up on the idea of running away. Because of her near overturning of the medicinal bath, several longbowmen had surrounded the earthenware basin to prevent her from escaping again. Although she couldn't escape much from within the flood control wall, it was still better to avoid some trouble. Of course, in the eyes of the female lord, this scene was just cannibals waiting for their meal. She was actually prepared for this situation. After all, so many people participate in war games every year, and only 1 in 10 survives. Why should she be the lucky one? Since there's no way out, we might as well consider what to do next. Looking at Gao Chang, who seemed to be the leader, the female lord asked cautiously, "Can we omit the cilantro?" 3 question marks appeared on Gao Chang's forehead. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether he or the other party had misunderstood the situation. Hearing the other person's amusing remarks, Jiu Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even the slower-reacting longbowmen belatedly realized what the other party meant. So they all turned their backs, struggling to suppress their laughter. Only Sasha seemed not to understand the meaning behind the other person's words. After testing the temperature of the medicinal bath with her hand, Sasha even stuck out her tongue and licked the contents of the bath. This is a flavor I've never tasted before. Thump! Jiu Luo gave Sasha a sharp rap on the head. Looks like it's time to teach you the good habit of not drinking bath water. Without giving Sasha a chance to resist, Jiu Luo had already dragged Sasha away from everyone's sight. At this moment, apart from a few longbowmen, only Gao Chang, who was standing, and the female lord inside the pottery basin remained on the field. Is it possible that we are not cannibals? Gao Chang asked tentatively. The female lord immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. Judging from her expression, it seemed she was saying, impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 32, it's so good. Then just accept that as true. Gao Chang waved his hand helplessly. After learning bad habits from Sasha, he felt that he had become much more lax. For example, right now, he's too lazy to explain. Anyway, once the other party regains their strength, they should realize that they really are not cannibals. Seeing that Gao Chang didn't explain further, the female lord seemed to have misunderstood something again. She submerged half her head in the water, bubbling and gurgling. Time passed slowly, but Jiu Luo and Sha did not return, and the sky gradually darkened. Finally, the female lord could no longer hold back. Mr. Chief of the cannibal tribe. I'm not a cannibal, Gao Chang corrected. Well, chieftain of the cannibals, could you please give me some advice? You say. Gao Chang became somewhat interested. The original decision to save the female lord was simply to find out why they had found their territory. But now it seems that the pleasure the other person brings me is probably more than I expected. For example, right now, is she trying to deceive me and then take the opportunity to escape? That is, the female lord hesitated slightly as she spoke. Could the fire be made to burn even brighter? As if afraid that Gao Chang wouldn't understand, she added, the water hasn't even boiled yet, so the meat won't cook through. What an honest girl. Gao Chang was speechless. If she were truly the chieftain of a cannibal tribe, wouldn't her first reaction be to think about how to deceive herself and let her leave? What's the deal with adding fuel to the fire yourself? What's your name? Gao Chang suddenly asked. Jilanju Yelengiu answered softly. She didn't understand why the cannibal chieftain was asking her name. Perhaps it was a characteristic of their ancient race. Gao Chang shook his head inwardly. If he had previously thought that Ji Lin Jiayu was someone with ulterior motives after hearing what Zhu Zhu said, at this moment, Gao Chang felt that Ji Lin Jiayu was being used by someone and was being used as a pawn to test him. Or rather, a pawn to be discarded. After a while, it got completely dark. The outside temperature began to cool down, but Ji Lin Jiayu, soaking in the medicinal bath, felt warm all over and couldn't help but groan comfortably. The next moment, she noticed Gao Chang looking over at her with a deep gaze. Sand, chieftain, would you like to join me for a soak? It's quite comfortable, Ji Lin Jiayu said with an awkward laugh. Seeing that Gao Chang hadn't heated up the pottery basin, she couldn't understand why, but she was glad that he could survive. I don't know why. Soaking in this basin, Ji Lin Jiayu could feel her body recovering rapidly. It seems that it won't be long before she can move her body freely. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Jiu Luo's voice suddenly came. She was holding a torch, and Sasha was with her, carrying food. I came back a little late because I went to prepare some food for everyone. Jiu Luo brought a bowl of hot soup to Gao Chang. The broth is incredibly rich and flavorful, with large chunks of boneless lamb at the bottom. After Gao Chang finished a satisfying sip of mutton soup, it seemed as if the chill of the night had been swept away. You have consumed an ancient wonder, the 10-ingredient tonic soup. Your hedonistic talents have been satisfied. During this game, due to your joyful mood, the stamina of all your directly subordinate units has increased by 10%. Because the territory is rich in resources, and considering that the Lord is in poor health, I specially cooked this bowl of mutton soup for the Lord. Jiu Luo explained. This soup has the effects of invigorating qi, replenishing blood, and strengthening muscles and tendons, making it quite suitable for people like you, Lord, who have a weaker constitution. As they spoke, Jiu Luo also served a bowl to each of the longbowmen who had been guarding the area. The territory already has so many medicinal herbs that the warehouse can't hold them all, so there's no need to favor one over the other when it comes to this medicinal soup. Ji Lin Jiayu, who was standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. What she just saw, this cannibal tribe is actually drinking mutton soup, and it's such a fragrant mutton soup. Since entering the war game, Ji Lin Jiayu has not had a proper meal, although she could also lead her people to hunt and catch antelopes. Most of the time, they could only do simple roasting, and the recruited people even prefer to eat raw meat directly. Every time the local people used stones to smash open the antelope's head, Ji Lin Jiayu couldn't help but hide to the side, trembling with fear. They actually sucked the brains out of sheep. This era was so barbaric that Ji Lin Jiayu felt out of place here. But what did she see today? It's a mutton soup with various spices. That fragrance was unlike anything that could have existed in ancient times. Even in the soup, Ji Lin Jiayu recognized some common medicinal herbs. Those are all rare and wonderful things. Even the foolish son of a landlord wouldn't be this extravagant. All right, and you too. Jiu Luo looked over with a smile. Me? Do I have one too? Ji Lin Jiayu swallowed hard. There's sheep to eat today, so they won't eat me? I guess so, Jiu Luo replied ambiguously. Then he brought a bowl of mutton soup covered with cilantro to the side of the basin. Here you go. I added extra cilantro. Why is there cilantro in it? Yelengiu granit invardl. She was just joking. She thought this cannibal tribe had no idea what cilantro was. No, the real focus should be on why cilantro existed in ancient times. For people who don't like cilantro, it's completely unacceptable. That, Ji Lin Jiayu gave an awkward smile and said cautiously, I don't eat mutton. Drink. Jiu Luo smiled slightly. Not a single sprig of cilantro can be left. If you don't eat mutton, I'll have to regretfully add the two-legged sheep to our menu. Wah! Ji Lin Jiayu let out a wail, feeling incredibly empathetic towards Sasha. 9 falls and such, that's too insidious. What did you just say? Sasha looked up and saw Jiu Luo's face, which had a half-smile on it. I think I've reminded you more than once. Don't plot loudly. Oh no, I've blurted out what was on my mind. Sasha knew things were going badly, but it was too late. Jiu Luo grabbed Sasha by the collar and dragged her directly toward the warehouse. On the other side, under Jiu Luo's threat, Ji Lin Jiayu had already picked up the mutton soup and started drinking it. The sound of slurping soup could be heard. Ji Lin Jiayu quickly downed a bowl of mutton soup. Ji Linjiao even licked the coriander leaves off the edge of the bowl clean with her tongue. Even Ji Linjiao herself didn't realize that she had been hungry for a day and a night. When a person is extremely hungry, everything tastes delicious. Burp. Ji Linjiao let out a burp. It smells so good. Chapter 33 Indifference. Night fell quickly. After Ji Linjiao regained her strength, she was pulled out of the ceramic basin and taken to the Lord's Hall. Seemingly realizing that the others truly had no intention of eating her, Ji Linjiao's curiosity was piqued. Wow, were there really such luxurious buildings in ancient times? After entering the Lord's Hall, Ji Linjiao acted like a country bumpkin, touching and looking around everywhere. The entire Lord's Hall was covered with luxurious carpets made entirely of genuine wolf pelts. Compared to Gao Chang's Lord's Hall, Ji Linjiao thought of the thatched hut that she had painstakingly built in her own territory and couldn't help but sigh that comparisons are odious. Even a cannibal tribe in the wild lives so well, while I, a lord from a higher plane, live in a place that's worse than a doghouse. Yes, a doghouse. On the way to the Lord's Hall, Ji Linjiao accidentally discovered some places where wolfhounds were kept in captivity within the territory. Those wolfhounds didn't seem to be raised for fighting. They seemed more like they were kept as pets, perhaps serving as guard dogs on the side. And those wolfhounds even have their own small huts to live in, living better than she, the Lord. Ahem. Gao Chang coughed lightly twice, reminding Ji Linjiao not to act like such a country bumpkin. He then plopped down on a large bed that had been prepared for him. The bed is covered with a mattress made of wolf fur, which is incredibly soft. The moment Gao Chang sat down, he was enveloped in the long wolf fur, which felt very comfortable. Ji Linjiao bit her lip lightly, her mind constantly yearning for it. All right, now you should tell me why you're here. Gao Chang's eyes finally turned serious. Although Ji Linjiao brought a lot of fun to the territory, Gao Chang's main purpose in rescuing her was, I still want to know why they don't focus on developing their territory properly, but instead use divination to predict the location of their land. Faced with Gao Chang's question, Ji Linjiao looked somewhat hesitant. Don't forget, I can save you, and I can kill you too, Gao Chang reminded him. Think about what happened to your companions. Everyone except you died outside the wall. What makes you think you're the only one who survived? Ji Linjiao bit her lip, her memory of the day before becoming clearer thanks to Gao Chang's reminder. They had only gotten a little close to the wall when they saw a rain of arrows falling from the sky. In less than a moment, everyone collapsed, and blood blurred Ji Linjiao's vision. So they're all dead, right? Ji Linjiao asked. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, you might soon follow in their footsteps. Currently, only Gao Chang and Ji Linjiao are in the room. Gao Chang shifted to a more comfortable position on the bed and continued to threaten Ji Linjiao. So, have you made up your mind, my lovely emergency rations? Huh. Ji Linjiao was at a loss. According to Gao Chang, if she didn't answer well, the cannibals would eat her. Braised or steamed? No, that's not right. Ji Linjiao quickly shook her head, realizing she had accidentally misunderstood something else. But, as an NPC from a wilderness faction in a war game, will she be able to understand what she says next? Well, let's try anything, even if it's a long shot. Ji Linjiao gritted her teeth and said, We are here to find a lord named Gao Chang. Oh dear, they really came looking for me. Gao Chang had already guessed this, so he did not show any surprise. Continue. Seeing Gao Chang's calm demeanor, Ji Linjiao realized he must know about the lord's internal affairs, and suddenly a guess came to her mind. Were you also captured here? Gao Chang almost couldn't figure out Ji Linjiao's thought process for a moment. Take it or leave it. Call. Upon hearing Gao Chang's answer, Ji Linjiao seemed relieved and relaxed considerably. Sitting down next to Gao Chang, Ji Linjiao couldn't help but complain. We're all lords who were captured. Why are you teaming up with those cannibals to scare me? Gao Chang almost burst out laughing. The cannibals that Ji Linjiao mentioned had just called him Lord. However, it seems that Ji Linjiao was really starving at the time and subconsciously ignored the way others addressed her. Let's get down to business. What are you looking for Gao Chang here for? Actually, it's not that we wanted to find Gao Chang. After realizing that Gao Chang was also a human lord, Ji Linjiao relaxed a little. It was an order from the leader of the Gongxing Sword Alliance. The Supreme Alliance? Gao Chang blurted out. Hey, you joined too? Ji Linjiao looked over in surprise. Gao Chang shook his head. I didn't. Go on, why did Gong Xingjian ask you to go find that Gao Chong? Ji Linjiao nodded as if she understood. Oh, actually, we don't know either. But I heard from others that the reason they're looking for us is related to the rare items we possess and our personal talents. Wu Yangzia's extraordinary artifact is the art of tortoise shell divination, which can locate powerful territories. My personal talent is hanging by a thread. I can survive for 3 days in a near-death state. The reason they chose to send the two of us to contact Gao Chong is probably because they considered the possibility that Gao Chong might injure someone. With my personal talent, I still have a chance to get the message back to the Upper Alliance. While Ji Linjiao was speaking, Gao Chong kept observing Ji Linjiao's expression. The Wu Yangzia she mentioned should be another human lord. However, he didn't have Ji Linjiao's talent, and he's now beyond dead. Ji Linjiao, on the other hand, did not seem to express any sadness or resentment in the face of the death of another lord and the annihilation of his own people. You don't seem to care about them at all, Gao Chong asked, somewhat puzzled. You mean the lord who was with me? Ji Linjiao smiled and shook her head. I've only known him for a few days. If it weren't for the arrangements of the Supreme Alliance, I wouldn't have had any connection with him at all. And what about your own people? Gao Chong continued. At this point, Ji Linjiao revealed a distant expression, not towards Gao Chong, but towards her own people. Aren't those NPCs just people you can recruit if you have food? So this is how Ji Linjiao has always viewed his people. Gao Chong understood what Ji Linjiao meant. Other lords outside seem to recruit their subjects in ways that differ from Gao Chong's. Because the territory type of Zhao Qiang is the fallen empire, no recruitment options are available. Meanwhile, other lords outside seem to be able to directly increase the population of their territories by consuming food. It's like really playing a game. Would a lord be devastated if all his troops were wiped out? The answer is definitely no. Chapter 34, Doubt and Rumors. Forget it. Let's not talk about that now. So have you ever thought about what Gong Xingjian's purpose was in sending you to find that lord named Gao Chong? Ji Linjiao hesitated for a moment, her expression showing some hesitation. After considering my current situation, I decided to speak up. This was originally a secret mission. Ji Linjiao leaned close to Gao Chong's ear and whispered, Alliance leader Gong Xingjian suspects that this guy named Gao Chong is a threat to the human race. Oh, Gao Chong's eyes flickered. This really did sound like explosive news. If he weren't Gao Chong, how do you know? First of all, given the capabilities of humans in ancient times, it would have been almost impossible for them to achieve the first kill in a natural disaster. Ji Linjiao explained step by step. Secondly, since you're also a lord, you heard the broadcast that day, right? The Lord of the Knolls used a blessing scroll to set Gao Chong as bait, luring away all of humanity's natural disasters. As Ji Linjiao finished speaking, Gao Chong suddenly realized something strange. The wolf pack, formed from all the natural disasters that had befallen humanity, was riddled with arrows and turned into hedgehogs. Where on earth did those kill announcements from Gong Xingjian and Su Yukai come from? Could natural disasters possibly recur? Moreover, judging from the current situation, quite a few people within the human race have successfully resolved a natural disaster and obtained rare artifacts. Things are getting stranger and stranger. However, Ji Linjiao seemed unaware that something was amiss. Gao Chong was all alone after all. No matter how terrifying he was, he couldn't possibly kill all the giant wolves. Wasn't it reasonable for him to miss some? But the problem lies here regarding the hint given by Gong Xingjian. Besieged by nearly 30,000 netherworld wolves, just a few days ago before the natural disaster had ended, Gao Chong killed a jackal lord to vent his anger. It wasn't just about taking out one's anger on someone. The mastermind is already dead. Of course, Gao Chong only thought these words to himself. Wait, a netherworld giant wolf. Gao Chong suddenly realized. He quickly flipped through his battle reports in the war game. As expected, both battle reports indicated that the natural disaster was the frost giant wolf. There is no such thing as a giant ghost wolf. In other words, the natural disasters that Ji Linjiao and others faced later were different from the ones they faced. This recurrence of natural disasters is likely the work of someone with ulterior motives. For example, low-level undead. The only beings capable of using methods like resurrection from the dead are probably low-level undead. Gao Chong silently memorized them. Despite being labeled as lower, the intelligence of lower-level undead is by no means inferior. Therefore, Gao Chang did not believe that they would obediently find a hole and bury themselves, waiting for the natural disaster to pass, as was said in the Human Forum. Those undead have probably already begun their actions without anyone realizing it. Ji Linjiao shook Gao Chang, making the distracted Gao Chang look at her. Don't you think Gao Chang's combat power seems a bit excessive? Ji Linjiao asked, staring at Gao Chang. Yeah, you're right. Gao Chang replied dismissively. Seeing that Gao Chang agreed with her statement, Ji Linjiao continued. Therefore, the alliance leader speculates that Gao Chang must be a veteran player of war games, and that he has taken some very evil path to becoming a lord. It is unlikely that direct combat will be the best way to defend against the threat of 30,000 giant wolves. Therefore, the path to becoming a powerful lord is most likely the path of vertical and horizontal alliances, or a similar path. Cross-sectional and cross-sectional approaches. It's a method that Gao Chang has never heard of before. There are countless ways to play war games, and no plane of existence dares to claim that it knows all of them. Moreover, Gao Chang was in a compulsory education school, where the curriculum was taught through common and easily accessible pathways. Those methods with extremely stringent entry requirements are generally not explained. That's right, both vertical and horizontal routes. Yelengiu nodded. Am I to mention, I was the fourth young lady of the Ji family in Heiken, so my family taught me some things to pay attention to in war games. Among them, the vertical and horizontal paths are one of them. They are not crazy, but they are more crazy than crazy. The requirement for entering the crossroads is to, as the instigator, start a civil war or a foreign war within one's own camp, after losing all one's own people. Gao Chang nodded. It certainly didn't sound like a path an ordinary person could take. The more Ji Linjiao spoke, the more solemn her expression became. Through the various paths of upward mobility, what one can gain is primarily initiative. According to the alliance leader, there are two active abilities in the horizontal and vertical path, which perfectly match the situation that Gao Chang encountered. Shifting the blame eastward, using one tiger to devour another. Shifting the blame to other lords can transfer the threats they face to them. Using one threat to devour another can go a step further, allowing previously untapped threats to launch attacks against other lords. With these two abilities, taking down a mere null lord would be a piece of cake. However, what truly made Ji Linjiao solemn was, those who embark on the path of strategists and traders will inevitably have designs on their own people. This is how they advance. Even if they have no malicious intent, other lords of their own tribe will suffer heavy losses due to the use of the crossroads. Therefore, Ji Linjiao believes that this approach is inherently evil. But these are all just guesses, aren't they? Gao Chang chuckled lightly. Since Gong Xingjian chose to send you here secretly, you should know that no one would believe his wild guesses, right? Originally, not many people believed it. Ji Linjiao seemed a little embarrassed. But things are different now. Amid Gao Chang's furrowed brows, Ji Linjiao recounted the news that was trending throughout the Upper Alliance. Ji Linjiao and Wu Yangzia were merely testing Gao Chang's abilities. According to Gong Xingjian, it seems he wanted them to make contact with Gao Chang and see what kind of lord Gao Chang really was. Unfortunately, Ji Linjiao and his companion were both killed under the flood control wall, and they didn't even get to see Gao Chang. Ji Linjiao had no idea what had happened and could only take advantage of the time when her personal talent was activated to send back the news of the total annihilation. Strangely, even though Ji Linjiao had clearly explained the situation, the rumors within the Upper Alliance became increasingly outrageous. Some people say that the annihilation of Ji Linjiao and his people, as well as their entire population, should be blamed on the lord named Gao Chang. He must have used some underhanded means to kill Ji Linjiao and the other person. In a short period of time, these rumors became more and more outrageous and terrifying. Chapter 35 playing along with him. Amidst the widespread rumors, Gao Chang has become the culprit behind the current loss of human lords, a figure everyone wants to kill. It seems that even without any evidence, Gao Chang is an utterly wicked villain. Furthermore, the Supreme Alliance has already issued an arrest warrant for Gao Chang within the human race. It seems they intend to leave Gao Chang with nowhere to stay in the entire human race. Interesting, quite interesting. Gao Chang sat up in bed, his face revealing no emotion. Ji Linjiao had only reported it for a short time, and before she even saw him, it had already turned into an overwhelming storm targeting her. Gao Chang simply doesn't believe that no one was pulling the strings behind the scenes. As for Jilin Jiayu and Wu Yangzia, they are probably just naive and unlucky people pushed out by Gong Xingjian. Their unusual objects and personal talents are not important. Most importantly, they have to die on their way to find Gao Chang. As for why the others believe Gong Xingjian's lies so easily, it's actually quite easy to guess. It's because Gao Chang was too dazzling. He single-handedly killed the Cataclysm 6 days ahead of all the lords of the 4 races. Even Kyle's blessing scroll, which promised certain death, failed to kill Gao Chang. For ordinary lords, Gao Chang's existence is an obvious threat. Therefore, even if they knew that the accusations against Gao Chang might not be true, and even if they didn't believe in their hearts, they would still help Gong Xingjian to make the accusation seem true. For many people, those who are 10 times stronger than ordinary people are considered geniuses. Those who are 10 times stronger than geniuses are prodigies. A prodigy like Gong Xingjian is just right to guide this war, while a monster like Gao Chang only increases people's fear. However, Gao Chang felt a strange sense of unease. This frustration was something I didn't feel when facing Kyle. After all, Kyle's calculations were nothing more than life and death. Gong Xingjian, on the other hand, aims to make Gao Chang a figure reviled by everyone in the human race. If Gong Xingjian could see Gao Chang's attitude at this moment, he would definitely see 4 words, burning with rage. 9 falls. Gao Chang got up, pushed open the door, and went out. At this time, Zhu Luo was still awake and naturally heard Gao Chang's call. "My lord, is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing Gao Chang's obviously gloomy expression, Zhu Luo seemed somewhat puzzled. If I said I wanted to kill or capture all the human units within a 10-mile radius outside the walls, could I do it? Gao Chang had thought about it before saying those words. The Wall of Size is located in a battleground and is quite far from the spawn points of each race's territory. An ordinary lord would never appear here at this time. If a human lord were to emerge at this point in time, it could only be from one faction, the Supreme Alliance. Only the direct descendants of the Star Sword would appear here at this time. Their purpose is actually quite easy to guess. Jilin Jiayu has completed her task. Now all that's needed is to squeeze out the last bit of value from her. That means ensuring she doesn't make it back alive. Once other new human lords are discovered near the Wailing Wall, Gao Chang's guess will be clear as to whether it is true or false. Zhu Luo stared intently at Gao Chang's face, seemingly discerning something from his expression. "Did someone embarrass you?" Zhu Luo asked. Gao Chang's anger momentarily subsided, and he looked at Zhu Luo with surprise. Because what Zhu Luo said, although there was still a slight difference, was not far off. "I see." Without needing Gao Chang's reply, Zhu Luo nodded to indicate that she understood. "You've become despicable, deciding someone's life or death just to save face, just like us." Zhu Luo smiled slightly. "As the Lord, your face is our face. Whoever challenges our authority will ultimately regret it." Having said that, Zhu Luo seemed to have no intention of sleeping anymore, and got up and left the Lord's Hall. What just happened?" Jilin Jiayu walked out weakly. After she finished talking about Gao Chang and the Upper Alliance, Gao Chang stormed out, completely unaware of what he had said wrong. "Ding! You have unlocked the reason for war against the Star Sword. Humiliation. Ding! You have unlocked the war reason for the Star Sword. Purification. Ding! You have unlocked the war reason for the Star Sword. Plunder." Hearing the war game notification sound in his ear, Gao Chang quickly walked into the house and locked Jilin Jiayu outside. "You can sleep outside tonight. Just find any room you like." After Gao Chang finished speaking in a cold voice, he returned to the bed and completely wrapped himself in the blanket made of wolf king fur. No wonder Hayukin liked to wrap herself in a wolfskin coat so much. This feeling is so reassuring. His anger had already largely dissipated from his encounter with Zhu Luo, and now, wrapped in the blankets, Gao Chang didn't seem so angry anymore. Upon calm reflection, it's not entirely impossible for Gao Chang to obtain the Gongxing sword now. Su Yuki is currently the vice leader of the Supreme Alliance, while Gong Xingjian is completely unaware of the relationship between Su Yuki and Gao Chang. It could even be said that Su Yuki's position as deputy leader of the alliance was entirely due to Gao Chang's support. Killing Gong Xingjian was easy. After all, with 2 powerful figures who have been reported to the entire server, the Supreme Alliance has become the #1 force among humans. They can run away, but they can't hide. If Gao Chang just follows the trail, He can crush Gong Xingjian just as easily as he crushed Cao back then. If Gao Chang were still burning with anger, he might make such a plan. But now that I've calmed down, Gao Chang suddenly realized the Star Sword seems to have another use. The only drawback of the Fallen Empire right now is the numerous restrictions on Effect 6. Once the territory type changes to Awakened Empire and those restrictions are removed, Gao Chang will undoubtedly become the strongest being in this game. It's an existence that can only be countered by all players combined. To transform a territory from Fallen Empire to an Awakened Empire, it is necessary to use external threats. Gao Chang naturally did not believe that the Star Sword could threaten the Fallen Empire. The strongest prodigy in human history only managed to develop his territory to a size of 2,000 people in ancient times. Even if Gong Xingjian was a peerless genius, he could only sigh helplessly in the face of the wall of sighs. Gao Chang was betting on his methods. The awakening of a fallen empire is not limited to the path of near destruction. Now, because of Su Yuki, Gong Xingjian is in the open, while he himself is in the dark. The Star Sword could never escape my control. A sunny smile returned to Gao Chang's face. No rush. Let's play along with him. Chapter 36, My People Are Here. The next morning, Gao Chang was woken up by a series of howling and wailing sounds. He impatiently pulled back the covers. Gao Chang kicked open the door and strode out of the Lord's Hall. What are you yelling about so early in the morning? What are you doing? Seeing this, Gao Chang's morning grumpiness gradually dissipated. Several men dressed as lords, covered in blood and with not a single unscathed inch of their bodies, were tied to the wooden fence outside the Lord's Hall. Upon hearing Gao Chang's question, Zhu Luo turned her head to look behind Gao Chang. There, Ji Linjiao walked out of the Lord's Hall, trembling. Blood everywhere. Ji Linjiao's hands were trembling. She had encountered the same situation as that day. Everyone will die, and they won't even have the ability to resist. Finally, Ji Linjiao answered Gao Chang's question. They're the lords of the Upper Alliance. No, it's prey that we hunted, Zhu Luo corrected. Nearby, several longbowmen were sharpening the stone knives at their waists. It seemed as if they could poke holes in the lords at any moment. Enough. Finally, a lord covered in blood could no longer bear it. Do you know who we are? The Supreme Alliance will not let you get away with this. A stone knife plunged viciously into the lord's chest. Because the stone knife was not sharp, it did not penetrate the flesh very easily. More often than not, it's simply the stone rubbing against the muscles, causing endless pain. The lord couldn't help but scream in agony. Ji Linjiao had already turned her face away and looked to the side. That was so barbaric. The ancient times were truly barbaric. But Zhu Luo is right. For cannibal tribes, it just means they're going out hunting. Finally, the lord's screams grew fainter and fainter, and with a final soft thud, he collapsed to the ground. Dead. Another lord asked in disbelief. So they chased them all night, killing all the people they had brought with them, just to bring these lords here to be killed? Quiet. When Gao Chang spoke again, everyone fell silent, including Ji Linjiao, who was standing to the side. In the dead silence, Gao Chang stared at the several prodigies from the Upper Alliance in front of him. If it didn't catch anyone last night, then his guess was wrong, and many of his plans would have to be scrapped and started over. But now that they've caught the person, Gong Xingjian's scheme and Gao Chang's guess are pretty much confirmed. Facing the few surviving lords, Gao Chang slowly asked a question. What is your purpose in coming here? The group looked at Gao Chang, then at Ji Linjiao beside him, and seemed to understand what to say. We are looking for a lord named Gao Chang. One of them replied without hesitation. It's a lie, kill him. Gao Chang casually pointed, and an arrow flew from the side, piercing the temple of the person who had just answered. You, what right do you have to kill people indiscriminately? Finally, the remaining lords could no longer tolerate it. At Gao Chang's rate of killing, they would be wiped out in just a few minutes. It's not that I wanted to kill him, but that he didn't cherish his own life. Gao Chang narrowed his eyes and casually dropped a bombshell. I have people within the Supreme Alliance. This was, of course, just a test. Although Gao Chang does have people within the Upper Alliance, Su Yuki, the mascot vice leader, is definitely unable to access the actual actions of Gong Xingjian. Fortunately, no one else knows. The scene was completely silent. The lord's expressions were not good. With Ji Linjiao present, they seemed to have understood Gao Chang's meaning. Gao Chang knew what their purpose was in coming here, and he wanted them to tell Ji Lin Jiayu what they wanted to say in person. It was Ji Lin Jiayu who was killed, under the disapproving gazes of the other lords. One of them uttered those words, one by one. Upon hearing this, Ji Lin Jiayu, who had been trembling behind Gao Chang, suddenly stopped trembling. She covered her mouth, looking incredulous. Kill me? Why are you killing me? These words came from the people of the Supreme Alliance. But isn't the Supreme Alliance an organization formed by the human race to resist pressure from external races in this game? Aren't all the things they do for the sake of humanity? Then why kill yourself? Ji Lin Jiayu couldn't understand. How long are you going to stay naive? Since you've already said it, the Lord won't mind saying a little more. You are the ultimate messenger of intelligence. If you are still alive, how can you confirm that Gao Chang poses a threat to the human race as a whole? But I've never even met the Gao Chang you're talking about. Ji Lin Jiayu couldn't help but argue. Her message back to the League made this clear. So, you're the naive young lady all along. Having already broken off all pretense of civility, the Lord glared at Ji Lin Jiayu with a sinister look. Use your brain and think about it carefully. Why is that guy named Gao Chang able to get the first kill in the calamity? A scroll of blessing terrified the 4 clans prodigies for 6 whole days. How could he possibly survive? What made him so special? So you don't care at all whether Gao Chang is truly harmful to the human race as a whole. You're just being sarcastic, Gao Chang said quietly. So what if we are? Look at the human forums. How many people are just like us? I am Gao Chang. As soon as Gao Chang finished speaking, the Lord's voice abruptly stopped. Mechanically raised his head to face Gao Chang directly, his face seemingly filled with astonishment, fear, and disbelief. I am Gao Chang. Gao Chang repeated it again. How is that possible? The first thought of the several lords of the Upper Alliance was not to send the intelligence back, but to rush to deny it. Although they had escaped for a night and were in a sorry state. But they also firmly believed in an idea in their hearts. This territory could never belong to any lord. Because throughout recorded history, no human lord has ever developed his territory to this extent. High strength is naturally impossible. I am Gao Chang. Seeing that no one had any intention of believing him, Gao Chang sighed and waved to the longbowmen behind him. You felt good cursing me just now, huh? Then kill them all. Before the lords could beg for mercy, several more arrows shot out and pierced their skulls. So now only Ji Lin Jiayu remains. Gao Chang turned around and looked at Ji Lin Jiayu with a half smile. At this moment, Ji Lin Jiayu looked completely lost and dejected. With her limited understanding, she simply couldn't comprehend why the Supreme Alliance would want to kill her. Don't even think about passing my intelligence back, Gao Chang warned. As I said, I am Gao Chang, and I also have people within the Supreme Alliance. So you know what will happen if you dare to pass on even a little bit of information to Gongxing John. Chapter 37, Should I Send You a Wife? After a moment of silence, Ji Lin Jiayu suddenly asked in a low voice, You're not going to kill me? So many lords of the Upper Alliance were killed without warning. Presumably, one more of her wouldn't make a difference. Gao Chang looked at Ji Lin Jiayu speechlessly. As expected of a naive and innocent girl chosen by the Star Sword, strictly speaking, she has already been killed by him once. If he really wanted her to die, he shouldn't have saved her back then. Even if someone had the talent to hold her up, Ji Lin Jiayu would probably be dead by now. But after thinking about it, Gao Chang said, half-jokingly, It's emergency food. It won't be fresh if you kill someone. Ji Lin Jiayu remained silent for a while. This time, she wasn't scared. She was, after all, the 4th young lady of the Ji family. Although she was well protected before entering the war game, she was just dull, not stupid. Now that she knows Gao Chang's identity, she naturally knows that this place is not the cannibal tribe she imagined. Since you made them say those things in front of me, you must have some ulterior motive towards me, right? Ji Lin Jiayu raised her head and met Gao Chang's eyes. Gao Chang scratched his chin. Well, he really didn't have any designs on Ji Lin Jiayu. Sending Zhu Luo to capture people outside the wall was merely to prove Gao Chang's own guess. Now it seems that Gongxing John and some others are indeed trying to smear themselves, which is pretty much in line with Gao Chang's guess. Knowing the whole story was enough for Gao Chang. He doesn't need any help because in this game, no lord is strong enough to be his ally. But now that Ji Lin Jiayu has asked, Gao Chang feels that he should indeed have some ulterior motives. However, Ji Lin Jiayu cannot die now. After returning to the Upper Alliance, Gong Xingjian and Ji Linjiao will inevitably break ties, so someone with enough prestige to keep Gong Xingjian in check is needed. For example, Su Dukai. Gao Chang seemed to have thought of something, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Gong Xingjian was targeting him in this way. Although Gao Chang doesn't plan to kill him yet, it doesn't seem right to let him live too comfortably. Therefore, Gao Chang asked Ji Linjiao, since you call yourself the fourth young lady of the Ji family, there should be some vassals who came in with you in this game, right? It's like he and Su Yuki enter the same game. Although war games have countless battlefields, players who enter the game at the same time in the same plane will most likely be assigned to the same batch of battlefields. As expected, Ji Linjiao nodded. With me came several servants, children, and several bribed vassals. Although it's not easy to find adults who enter the war game on the same day, if we really want to count, the Ji family's involvement in this game should be around a dozen lords. Gao Chang nodded. Compared to the massive number of human lords in this game, the few lords from the Ji family seem insignificant. However, it's important to note that most lords in war games are there to survive. There are not many lords who truly aim for victory. If we narrow the base to those aiming for victory, the proportion of lords from the Ji family would be considerably higher. At that time, several servants' children wanted to escort me, but Gong Xingjian stopped them. According to Gong Xingjian, it's because he's afraid of alerting the enemy and scaring you into not daring to come out. Ji Linjiao shook her head with a wry smile. Now she knew perfectly well why Gong Xingjian had stopped her from bringing people out. At that time, he should have already begun planning his own death. If he brings his subordinate lords with him, the difficulty for Gong Xingjian to intercept and kill him will increase significantly. Ji Linjiao even considered a terrifying possibility. If he were to die, he feared the Ji family's retaliation, and the servants' children would surely become enemies of Gao Chang to avenge him. In this way, they became loyal supporters of the Star Sword. Gong Xingjian's actions were equivalent to swallowing up the Ji family's power in this game without firing a single shot. Ji Linjiao's expression began to darken. After the truth came out, Gong Xingjian's virtuous and upright image in her eyes was completely destroyed. Naturally, many of the things he had done took on a different meaning in Ji Linjiao's eyes. You despicable person. Yelengi Uspat. But with Gao Chang watching from the side, Ji Linjiao didn't utter any more offensive words. Next, I will tell you what I want you to do next. Gao Chang sent a friend request to Ji Linjiao. After Ji Linjiao passed the message, Gao Chang sent an address to his friend's chat window. What is this? Ji Linjiao looked at Gao Chang in confusion. It's your position as vice leader. You want me to take Min and kill him. Ji Linjiao thought of a terrible possibility. It's impossible for Gao Chang not to be angry after being schemed against by Gong Xingjian. Could it be that Gao Chang is planning to make her Ji family the vanguard and take action against the vice leader of the Supreme Alliance? No. Gao Chang frowned and shook his head. Judging from how easily she was fooled by Gong Xingjian, she obviously doesn't have a very high IQ. He was genuinely afraid that Ji Linjiao might suddenly lose her mind and order her men to chop Su Yuki up. What I mean is, I want you to bring the power of your Ji family and join your vice leader. Out of respect for him, Gong Xingjian should not touch you for the time being. Ji Linjiao listened with a mixture of understanding and confusion, as she had actually heard of this vice leader before. That peerless general? But why would he help the Ji family? Gao Chang smirked. I have my own way. Gao Chang opened the chat interface with his friends and sent a message directly to Su Yuki. Is my eldest son home? As expected, Su Yuki replied instantly. What's up, Brother Chang? Although Su Yuki was somewhat disappointed to learn that Gao Chang was not the one who took the first kill in the natural disaster, his way of addressing him remained unchanged. In any case, this server-wide announcement was given to him by Gao Chang. Thinking of Gao Chang's hedonistic talent, once he develops further, when the four races are locked in a chaotic war, ensuring Gao Chang's safety and allowing him to enjoy a comfortable life in the rear will certainly not be a problem. How about I send you a wife, along with a few henchmen? Gao Chang said, as if joking. Su Yuki was stunned for a moment, seemingly not quite understanding. Who? Ji Linjiao and several lords of the Ji family. Upon seeing the message from Gao Chang, Su Yuki scratched the back of his head. Ji Linjiao and Su Yuki had a vague recollection of each other. Ji Linjiao was one of the elders that Gong Xingjian had brought into the Upper Alliance. But how did she get involved with Gao Chang? By the way, this is just a notification, Gao Chang said firmly. I've already sent her over. You just need to wait to pick her up. Chapter 38, A Cursed Star Descents. Close the chat interface with Su Uki. Gao Chang, turn around. You've already made all the arrangements? Ji Linjiao asked curiously. Certainly. Gao Chang nodded. It's not a difficult thing. If you don't want to suddenly die one day, following that vice leader is a good choice. Ji Linjiao once again deeply felt how terrifying Gao Chang was. Has his infiltration of the Supreme Alliance reached this level? The Peerless General is a top-tier expert whose name has been announced across the entire server. He actually said he could send people over just like that. From this perspective alone, Gao Chang's cunning is no less than that of Gong Xingjian. So, I haven't even escaped the wolf's den, and I've already entered the tiger's lair? Ji Linjiao couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. So what are you still doing here? Gao Chang looked at Ji Linjiao with a puzzled expression. The ancient servants have already arrived and begun cleaning up and also dealing with the Lord's corpses. I have made all the necessary arrangements. Why isn't Ji Linjiao leaving? Does she want to stay for dinner? Ji Linjiao opened her mouth. Actually, she really wanted to say that it would be safer for her to stay here. But it was clear that Gao Chang didn't want her to stay. Seeing that Ji Linjiao was still standing there dumbfounded, Gao Chang simply called over a longbowman and threw Ji Linjiao out of the wall. The inconsiderate outsiders were finally cleared out, and the world was peaceful once again. Gao Chang walked to the top floor of the Lord's Hall, lay down on a rattan rocking chair, and comfortably basked in the sun. This is exactly what a lord with a talent for pleasure should do. There was no fighting, no infighting between lords, only the warm sunshine. Taking a breath of fresh air, Gao Chang stretched and lazily pondered the current clues about the various races. Needless to say, Gao Chang had just returned from there. Gao Chang is currently completely unaware of what the elves are planning, and we don't know what kind of mischief they're up to. The undead have likely already begun their work in secret. The natural disasters that have revived the human race this time are probably the work of the undead. As for the human race, thinking of the scene Su Uki was about to face, Gao Chang couldn't help but show a fatherly smile. They give away rare items, equipment, people, and influence. If this were a novel, wouldn't my behavior be considered that of a personal old man? Oh wait, those old men who come with them are all severely crippled themselves. If it were me, it would be different. I would cripple whoever comes. Yes, an old man who doesn't need to grow up and is completely invincible. Once the entire Ji family is under Su Uki's command in a few days, Gong Xingjian will probably have a headache. Gao Chang is not worried about this. No matter how naive and innocent Ji Linjiao is, she will inevitably drift apart from someone who wants to kill her. Thinking of Gong Xingjian's ugly expression soon, Gao Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bite. This week's rules have ended. This week's Lord losses totaled 1452. May you all continue your efforts. After several days of farce, the fast-paced week has finally come to an end. In ancient times, the main factor limiting development was food. Therefore, a week of tenfold production meant that this week was equivalent to producing 70 days' worth of food. This directly accelerated the game's progress by more than 2 months. Gao Chang, however, was so engrossed in his dream that he did not hear the notification from the war game. Game rules have been lifted this week. Week 3, the inauspicious star descends. A malevolent star descends. One lord from each race will be randomly selected to receive the malevolent star buff. The holder of the malevolent star buff can determine the final strategy for their race in this game. Note, the more people in your clan recognize a lord, the higher the probability of obtaining the ominous star buff. When the ominous star is defeated, the clan's final strategy will be declared a failure. Beep 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 beep. Listening to the constant stream of messages from his friend list, Gao Chang rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up. The sun was high in the sky. It was clearly time to get up. After calling Zhu Luo to wash his face with cold water, Gao Chang finally noticed the messages in his friend list. Su Uki was naturally the first to be affected. Are you there? Are you there? These 3 words practically flooded the private chat interface between the two, starting from midnight, and Su Uki would send them every now and then. Have you seen the new rules this week? New rules, huh? Gao Chang took a quick glance at it while he had the chance. An ominous star has descended upon the world. With a raised eyebrow, Gao Chang opened his interface and, after careful examination, finally confirmed that he did not have the ominous star buff. In another chat window, Ji Linjiao sent some bad news. In the past few days, after returning to the territory of the human race, she led more than a dozen lords of the Ji family to join Su Ukai's forces. Therefore, just as Gao Chang said, Gong Xingjian did not attack her. As Gao Chang requested, she did not bring up the news that Gong Xingjian was trying to smear Gao Chang and that he wanted to assassinate her. Both sides remained peaceful until the rules came into effect this week. The ominous star chosen this week is Gong Xingjian. Ji Linjiao said with a hint of solemnity. Now that the Star Sword is considered an ominous star, its demise would mean the immediate failure of humanity's ultimate strategy. It can be said that those who oppose the Star Sword are now opposing the entire human race. Upon hearing the name Gong Xingjian, Gao Chang gradually calmed down. If it's a public Star Sword, then there's nothing strange about it. Although Gao Chang was the first to kill the Cataclysm, it's reasonable that Gong Xingjian's reputation surpassed Gao Chang's due to his establishment of the Supreme Alliance and his strategic planning within the human race. Moreover, Gao Chang is now covered in infamy because of the mudslinging he did to Gong Xingjian. He could not meet the condition of gaining the approval of the human lord. What should we do now, before Gong Xingjian makes his move? Ji Linjiao couldn't help but ask. If the rules were different this week, with the Ji family's power, she could have held her own against Gong Xingjian. But now that the ominous star has arrived, Gong Xingjian's status has risen accordingly, and the Ji family alone is no longer enough to overshadow her. At the same time, fearing that Gao Chang might not realize the seriousness of the problem, Ji Linjiao directly reminded him, according to one of my lords, if Gong Xingjian really wants to break off relations, he can simply label us as traitors to the human race without any regard for the consequences. At that time, the saying, to fight external enemies, we must first secure internal stability, will inevitably lead to us being hunted down by all the lords of the human race. Looking at the latest message from Ji Linjiao, Gao Chang was surprised that Ji Linjiao had even considered this step. It seems she does have some clever people on her side. All I can say is that she is, after all, the fourth young lady of the Ji family. Her naive and innocent nature was achieved through the sacrifices of others. As for the threat posed by the Gongxing sword mentioned by Ji Linjiao, Gao Chang didn't seem to care much. He simply replied calmly, "Don't be fooled by his arrogance when he's in power. If he were to give an order, I guarantee his life would be in danger. Just some cheapskates." Looking at the 3 reasons for war against Gong Xingjian in his hand, Gao Chang could only hope that Gong Xingjian would be sensible. If they don't know what's good for them, even if the human race loses this ominous star, it will still be a problem. Chapter 39, The Ultimate Strategy of Humanity. Ji Linjiao had originally planned to get some advice from Gao Chang. Seeing Gao Chang's nonchalant attitude, all he could do was stomp his feet in anger. At this moment, a lord behind Ji Linjiao couldn't help but ask, "Fourth miss, is the person you mentioned really reliable?" Ji Linjiao did not tell them that the person she contacted was Gao Chang, because at this moment, she and the lord under her command were right next to Su Ukai. Ji Linjiao was still quite wary of this unparalleled general whose abilities were unknown, especially when she saw cavalry appear in Su Ukai's territory. She felt that this peerless general's army might be even stronger than Gong Xingjian's. Therefore, Ji Linjiao could only calmly reply to the lord behind her, "Are you questioning me?" "No." The lord who had just spoken quickly shook his head. They were there to protect Ji Linjiao, so they dared not question her ideas. Even though Ji Linjiao lost all her warriors and had almost no people left in her territory, no one would look down on her because of this. The other lords don't care about Ji Linjiao because they are not from the same plane of existence as her. They'll just leave, and the Ji family won't be able to do anything about it. However, the dozen or so lords that Ji Linjiao brought were different. They were originally servants of the Ji family or bodyguards hired by the Ji family. Although everyone is a lord in the war game now, there will always be a time when they leave the war game. Once they leave the war game, it will be easier for the Ji family to crush lords like them who are vassals of the Ji family than to crush an ant. In other words, their primary objective in this war game is not to win the war at all. Instead, the priority is to ensure that Ji Linjiao, the fourth young lady of the Ji family, returns safely. With this in mind, the lords began to discuss how to deal with the threat of the Star Sword. Of course, this discussion should avoid taking place outside of Su Uki. What they didn't know was that Su Uki, whom they were wary of, was having a pleasant conversation with Gao Chang. You mean, Gong Xingjian is planning to gather all the elders at the forum to discuss the final strategic choice for humanity? He even invited you? Gao Chang was somewhat puzzled. What was Gong Xingjian up to this time? According to the internal intelligence obtained by Su Uki from the Upper Alliance, the ominous star has absolute control over the choice of the final strategy. There is absolutely no need for Gong Xing's sword to go through all this trouble. Oh dear, the voting results are coming up soon. Can you help me decide which one to vote for? Su Uki's message has just been released. At the same time, a poll for Gong Xingjian also appeared within the Human Race Forum. Gao Chang clicked in and took a look. This voting restriction means that only elders of the Supreme Alliance can vote. The votes of the Alliance Leader and Deputy Alliance Leader are equivalent to 5 votes of an ordinary elder. It can be said that the votes of Gong Xingjian and Su Uki will directly determine the final strategic direction of the human race. But after seeing the voting options, Gao Chang frowned deeply. Were all these things? No wonder Su Uki wanted his advice. In the voting options, Gong Xingjian only gave his name. As an inauspicious star, he has 3 options: the power of stars, the power of mountains and rocks, and the power of fire. This seems to be similar to the options Gao Chang faced in the Foka ruins. Gao Chang remembers that the 3 words he drew were courage, wisdom, and ancestors. However, each entry has a detailed explanation. Clearly, Gong Xingjian never released those explanations. He simply released a name and let everyone guess, so that everyone would assume he didn't know what the options meant. There's a conspiracy. Gao Chang sensed a conspiracy. Gong Xingjian is putting on a show again. It's really hard to figure out what he's up to. While everyone else was undecided, Gong Xingjian was the first to cast his vote. The power of the stars. Of the 3 options, the power of the stars seems to be the best choice. However, the elders of the Supreme Alliance did not all rush to vote, because they knew that there was still one person who hadn't voted. The peerless general, Su Uki. Logically speaking, they only need to vote along with Gong Xingjian now. It makes no difference whether Su Uki has 5 votes or not. But it seems nobody wants to do that. No one knew whether such a humiliation of General Wushuan would provoke hostility from the other party. Unleash the power of fire, Gao Chang said to Su Uki in the chat box. Good. Without asking why, Su Uki trusted Gao Chang's intuition. In reality, Gao Chang just wanted to make things less pleasant for Gong Xingjian. As expected, Gong Xingjian's expression changed when he saw Su Uki cast his vote for the power of blazing fire. The elders also fell silent. Logically speaking, as long as the leader and deputy leader both cast their votes for the same option, the votes held by the elders will not change anything. Not every member of the Supreme Alliance is an elder. Typically, an elder is responsible for managing dozens of lords who have joined the Supreme Alliance. Therefore, within the entire Upper Alliance, including Ji Linjiayu, who hasn't yet broken ties with the enemy, there are only 15 elders. Unless most of the elders unite against the 2 leaders, it is unlikely that they could defeat the 10 votes they hold combined. The prerequisite is that both leaders cast their votes in the same place. Now that one has chosen the stars and the other the flames, everyone is in a very difficult position. In the very next moment, the number of votes for the power of fire increased to 6. It was Ji Linjiayu's vote. Since Su Uki has cast his vote for the power of blazing fire, she, currently under Su Uki's command, naturally will not choose any other option. The first elder has already voted, and the remaining elders have also stepped forward. Su Uki's lead did not last long. The star power vote quickly overtook them. Ultimately, the power of stars received 12 votes, the power of fire received 8 votes, and the power of rocks received 5 votes. Everyone knew that the elders who voted for the power of the mountain and stone were essentially abstaining from voting. They tried not to offend either Su Uki or Gong Xingjian. So, it seems the voting results are in. Gong Xingjian announced the voting results in a high-profile manner on the Human Forum. At the same time, announcements for war games began to play. The human race has chosen its final strategy, the power of the stars. Human race initiates war contribution system. The human race has opened a resource submission interface. By submitting resources, players can advance the progress of their final strategy. A resource submission interface for the war game also appeared in front of Gao Chang. The resources required include food, timber, stone, and rare items. But the most crucial point is something special. Miracle Item 0/1. Miracle Item? While there's one thing about wonder buildings being powerful, I've never actually seen a wonder item. Perhaps Kyle's blessing scroll could be considered a miracle item, but unfortunately, Kyle squandered it. Just then, Gong Xingjian suddenly released a bombshell announcement. He will contribute this miracle item. Human Lord Star Sword submitted one miracle item. Final strategy progress 1/5. Meanwhile, Gong Xingjian's war contribution also soared in the rankings, directly surpassing a large number of zeros and taking the top spot. Chapter 40, I won't let it go. No one can take it. So, is the value of a miracle item 5,000 points? Gao Chang looked at the score Gong Xingjian had obtained, lost in thought. According to Gao Chang, there are other ways to gain war contribution points besides handing over resources. Whether it's launching a war against foreign tribes or disrupting their ultimate strategy, you can earn considerable contribution points. What kind of concept is the 5,000 points that Gong Xingjian obtained? Occupying the territory of a foreign lord yields contribution points ranging from 100 to 1,000. If one wants to catch up with the current Gongxing sword by slaughtering lower-level lords, one would need to slaughter the territories of 50 foreign lords. Taking the path of making contributions is even more difficult. Currently, among the 5 contribution options, besides the miracle items contributed by the Star Sword, there are 4 other options: grain, timber, stone, and rare objects. Each option costs 10,000 war contribution points. It's basically impossible to surpass Gong Xingjian through this method. Aside from the fact that the rare item is worth 10 contribution points and has a total requirement of 1,000. All other options require a full ton to earn even a single contribution point. A ton of grain weighs a full 1,000 kilograms, and nowadays there are very few lords who can produce 1,000 kilograms of grain. Even after giving away this grain, it was a devastating loss for many people. Even so, it's only a tiny contribution. So much so that even after the leaderboard had been up for several minutes, most people, except for Gong Xingjian, still had 0 contribution points. Most people are hesitant, even though the final strategic deployment requires the concerted efforts of all human lords to achieve. But they had absolutely no idea what the ultimate strategy meant. Is it really worth abandoning the development of all lords to support such an unknown final strategy? Is it really worth it? Gao Chang was also thinking about this problem. However, he was considering a different approach. Gao Chang was not entirely satisfied with keeping Gong Xingjian in the top position among humans. Since he's so eager to take first place on the leaderboard, it's very likely that this first place will bring Gong Xingjian some special benefits after the war game ends. However, Gong Xingjian has too many 5,000 contribution points. If Gao Chang wants to surpass Gong Xingjian now, he only has 3 ways. Either contribute enough resources, or kill a large number of foreign lords, or just take down the Star Sword directly. A few seconds later, Gao Chang put the question out of his mind. There's no question of whether it's worth it or not. Unlike other lords who had reservations, Gao Chang had no worries about developing his territory. This confidence came from the characteristics of the fallen empire. Of the 3 methods, the fastest and most convenient is undoubtedly the first one. As for supplies, as a corrupt empire that has stood for tens of thousands of years, the Wall of Sighs has no shortage of food and medicine. Gao Chang still remembers the scene of those medicines being thrown into the mud to rot. Those medicinal herbs are all rare and precious. Is one miracle enough to secure the top spot on the war contribution list? What if I hand over 1,000 strange items? While not a miracle, the sheer quantity of products completely overwhelmed the quality. Gong Xingjian knew absolutely nothing about the legacy left by the ancestors of the fallen empire. With this in mind, Gao Chang spoke out publicly for the first time on the Human Races Forum. Since the leader of the Supreme Alliance, Gongxing Sword, is so generous, I should naturally lend a hand, shouldn't I? Who is this big shot? Wait, Gao Chang. The Terran forums were in an uproar. No one expected that Gao Chang would still dare to speak out after being publicly offered a bounty by the Supreme Alliance, the largest power within the human race. Moreover, it was a direct provocation against Gong Xingjian, the leader of the Supreme Alliance. Nobody had high hopes for Gao Chang. Although Gao Chang secured the first kill against the Cataclysm, After being targeted by the Null Lord, he might not be as strong as Gong Xingjian now. Many people, however, were simply watching with amusement. Although Gong Xingjian only submitted one miracle item, he still earned a full 5,000 contribution points. Therefore, the contribution points that can be obtained by contributing resources are only 40,000 points. If each human lord divides them, it is only 4 points per person. At this stage, how much can Gao Chang offer? Human Lord Gao Chang submitted 1,000 rare items. Final strategic progress 2/5. Human Lord Gao Chang has submitted 10,000 tons of provisions, bringing the final strategic progress to 3/5. Seeing Gao Chang firmly at the top of the war contribution leaderboard with 20,000 contribution points, the entire forum seemed to freeze for a few seconds. 20,000 contribution points? Wait, does that mean the remaining contribution points for the final strategy are only 20,000 points? Everyone was focused on who could take Gao Chang's first place. Gong Xingjian, his face grim, crushed the wooden teacup in his hand. Compared to those who were just watching the spectacle, he was more concerned about how Gao Chang managed to produce these items. 1,000 strange objects, 10,000 tons of grain. Let alone Gao Chang. Even if all the leaders of the Supreme Alliance were combined, they probably couldn't come up with this many items. Considering his previous probing, which only revealed Gao Chang's formidable martial prowess, but failed to extract any further useful information, it's clear that he only managed to ascertain Gao Chang's strength without obtaining any other useful intelligence. Gong Xingjian slammed his hand on the stone table. This Gao Chang is really no pushover. If he had just behaved himself, we wouldn't be in this situation today. In this war, Gong Xingjian has every reason to strive for victory and first place. Therefore, for Gong Xingjian, the human race must win this victory, and Gao Chang, who is currently the #1 human race, must also disappear. If Gao Chang hadn't secured the first kill in the natural disaster, or if he had fallen slightly behind on the war contribution list, there would still have been room for reconciliation between the two. But now, nothing is impossible. So, has Alliance leader Gong Xing made up his mind about the cooperation? In the shadows beside the Star Sword, a terrifying skeleton was speaking a human language. Can? Gong Xingjian nodded slightly. But the human race must win this game, and I want to see your sincerity. Must the human race win? The flame in the skull's eyes flickered for a moment. Then it said, that will depend on the abilities of the Alliance leader of the Public Star. As for sincerity, what does the Alliance leader of the Star Alliance want us to do? At the crossroads of the 4 races, there exists a human lord. I want you to kill him. That's right, Gong Xingjian has already figured out the exact location of Gao Chang's territory. That previous probe wasn't entirely fruitless. Human lord, a strange glint flashed across the skull, but because it had no skin, the Star Sword did not notice it. You foreign lords are truly strange. You show no mercy to your own people, unlike us undead. Never mind. The sincerity you requested will be delivered in a few days. Chapter 41, The Pledge of Allegiance. Have they left? Sometime after the skeleton disappeared, Gong Xingjian withdrew his sidelong glance. No wonder he's a brainless idiot. They actually came up with the idea of cooperating with me. The lower undead seeking cooperation with the Star Sword naturally had their own motives. In this war game, the undead spawn point is not very favorable. Because the gnolls have the natural barrier of the mountains, they have no need to worry about the threats from humans and elves. Therefore, the gnolls could deploy all their lords' fighting power to fight the undead. But the undead are different. If the human and elf races get involved in a protracted war with the gnolls, the undead are likely to be the first race to be eliminated in this war game. Although cooperating with Gong Xingjian is a last resort, given Gong Xingjian's current influence within the human race, they have no other choice. Moreover, the benefits that the Star Sword can bring to the undead race go far beyond this. Gong Xingjian waved to a corner, and a pile of withered bones suddenly stood up. Are we already able to recruit the undead race's leaders? Gong Xingjian murmured to himself. This is the type of territory he drew in this game. Territory type, control of the 9 provinces. It comes with 2 special effects. 9 provinces under 1 rule. Whenever you form an alliance with a foreign lord or become a vassal of a foreign lord, you will unlock their recruitment options for subjects and warriors. Maximum of 9 races. Managing subordinates effectively. You can research the technology of the opposing race and share it with them. Gong Xingjian was very satisfied with this type of territory. Even the undead race's search for cooperation with the Star Sword owes a debt to Yu Jizhu. The Star Sword can recruit undead subjects, research undead technology, and share it with collaborators. Everyone knows that human technological research is at an unprecedented pace, while the undead race had very limited technology in ancient times. With the help of the Star Sword, by the end of this game, the undead might be able to complete 80% or even 100% of their tech tree. Of course, these collaborations will only unfold in detail after the undead have eliminated Gao Chang. Oh, Sasha lay down next to Gao Chang and happily stuffed a piece of roasted meat into her mouth. As expected, roasted meat is the best. Wouldn't you like a bite, my lord? No. Gao Chang waved his hand. Since he surpassed Gong Xingjian in contribution points and became number 1 on the war contribution list, Gong Xingjian seemed to have completely fallen silent. These days, the discussions about Gao Chang on the forum have gradually disappeared, as if they had become the only stubborn thing that Gong Xingjian still holds. With Gong Xingjian not causing any trouble, Gao Chang found himself bored. Reaching out to ruffle Sasha's hair and hearing Sasha make a hee sound, Gao Chang also slumped onto the long table in the Lord's Hall. He finally understood why some people seemed so happy when 30,000 giant wolves besieged the city. In this ancient era with little entertainment, a life free from worries about food, clothing, and safety is truly quite boring. After all, the legacy of their ancestors ensured that those within the Wailing Wall would not have to worry about food and drink, nor would they need to migrate due to safety concerns. No, I can't be so lazy. Gao Chang sat up straight and patted his face. Some people have already given their all to survive. How can you be so lazy? Now, why don't we encourage Gong Xingjian? Gao Chang suddenly had this idea without thinking. If we provoke Gong Xingjian a little, maybe he'll be motivated to continue opposing us? Just as Gao Chang was about to put his plan into action, an unexpected chat box lit up in his friend list. Saha, which route do you think we should choose? With the next message from Saha, Gao Chang instantly perked up again. The message Saha sent was, the route of the ominous star? It's important to know that after the Star Sword confirmed its strategy, the undead and elves also quickly confirmed their own strategies, which were broadcast to the entire Wargame server. The undead have chosen their final strategy, the power of life. The elven race has chosen its final strategy, the power of the forest. At the time, Gao Chang didn't hear the Gnoll's final strategy and thought he had been too careless and missed it. Surprisingly, the week is almost over, and the Gnolls still haven't chosen their final strategy. Interestingly, the Gnoll's ominous star is Sahar, and he's even now seeking my opinion. Unlike the Gongxing sword, the information Saha sent was quite detailed. Like the humans, the Gnolls also have 3 ultimate strategies. Ancient Power. Deploy the Great Totem Pole Wonder Construction Plan. The Great Totem Pole will provide each Gnoll Lord with a random wonder blueprint. Wild Power. Deploy the main combat unit, the Giant War Chariot Construction Project. The Giant War Chariot is 50 meters tall, requires 3,000 Gnolls as its power source, and can flatten any obstacles in its path. Wild Power. Deploys the Altar of the Sacrifice Wonder Construction Plan. During the Altar of the Sacrifice, all lone Gnolls will double in size. Very competitive. The 3 ultimate strategies can offer something quite terrifying. After seeing the detailed information about the 3 strategies of the ominous star buff, Gao Chang finally understood why the entire clan had to work together to activate the so-called final strategy. From this, Gao Chang saw the potential threat to the Wailing Wall. Implementing the ultimate strategy may be very resource-intensive, but it is absolutely worth it. So you've come to me to confirm the Gnoll's final strategy? Gao Chang asked Saha, somewhat puzzled. Aren't you afraid that I'll choose the strategy least suitable for the Gnolls? These are your freedoms. You may do as you please, Saha said respectfully. In fact, the Gnolls had no intention of winning this game. Gao Chang scratched his chin. Saha's attitude had indeed been hitting him where it hurt. From this perspective, letting Sahar decide the final strategy for the Gnoll race seems more like a pledge of allegiance. Then let's choose the power of the ancients, Gao Chang tentatively suggested. Ancient Power appears to be the least threatening ultimate strategy against the Wailing Wall. Good. Saha did not hesitate. The next moment, all announcements were made. The Gnolls have chosen their final strategy, Ancient Power. Gao Chang narrowed his eyes. It must be said that Saha's decisive attitude was truly delightful. Go ahead and tell me. You probably have more than one thing to ask me about. Haha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. A message quickly appeared in Saha's chat box. The gnolls are preparing for a full-scale attack on the undead. Are you interested in earning some contribution points? The image of Gao Chang leading the Tyrannosaurus rider like a god on that day is still vivid in Saha's mind. Chapter 42, The Dead are coming. Gao Chang narrowed his eyes. Sahar dared to say this because he must have the support of most of the Gnoll lords, just like Gongxing Jian among the humans. In Gao Chang's view, his decision was quite wise. At this stage, all races are investing heavily in the final strategic deployment, so their territories are unlikely to see much development. The current stage is when the fighting capacity of each ethnic group is at its weakest. If most Gnoll lords abandon the final strategy and invest resources in territory development and warrior recruitment, perhaps we can actually eliminate the undead from this war before they complete their final strategy. However, although Saha had shown his sincerity, he had come to the wrong person. Gao Chang shook his head. This is different from the previous order for Zhu Luo to lead men to capture the lord outside the walls. After all, it's right in front of my own house. How can I allow someone else to snore beside my bed? Besides, it doesn't take much effort to walk a few steps in front of my house. The region where the undead lord resides is very far from the Wailing Wall. Before they angered the people inside the Wailing Wall, Gao Chang, based on his understanding of them, simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to those so-called skeletons. That's right, it's not impossible to get Gao Chang to send troops. However, Gao Chang must be given a reason, as the other party has violated his principles. Just then, Gao Chang suddenly noticed an old figure walking past him. Grandma Zuzu? Seeing Zuzu walk toward the wall with a very clear goal in mind, Gao Chang raised an eyebrow, sensing that something was about to happen. The last time Zuzu intervened was when Gao Chang and the others were away, and he ordered the killing of Ji Lin Jiayu and the others who could potentially threaten the territory. Why is Zuzu making a comeback now? Could it be that, in Zuzu's eyes, there's another being that could threaten them in the future, appearing around them? Thinking of this, Gao Chang temporarily closed the chat window with Saha. He called out to Zhu Luo and Sha Sha, and together they chased after the place where Zhu Zhu had left. Gao Chang stopped only when he reached the flood control wall. He discovered that Zhu Zhu was not the only one who had come to the top of the protective wall. Even Lei Heshuo and Haiyukin appeared here, standing on either side of Zhu Zhu. Haiyukin glanced back and waved to Gao Chang and the others. You guys came too. What is going on? As Gao Chang asked the question, he climbed to the top of the flood control wall and looked out. Then I saw the lawn in the distance gradually withering. The withered creature is getting closer and closer to the wall of size. At this rate, it will probably spread to the base of the wall in less than an hour. Sasha glanced at it casually, and after realizing she couldn't eat it, she looked rather uninterested. On the contrary, Zhu Luo showed a thoughtful expression. An interesting plan. You've already figured out this anomaly? Gao Chang looked at Zhu Luo, already used to the waiter's all-knowing image. If even the Lord's Path 9 falls knows so clearly, how much more so the current anomalies outside the walls? You pretty much know now, right? Zhu Luo nodded, then stretched out a finger and pointed outside. Look at the land in the distance. Those ancient trees show no sign of withering at all. The withering is limited to the lawn on the ground, and it can hardly affect even a small flower. Rather than a mutation, it seems to me more like a threat and a clamor from something. It's like the whimpering and howling of a puppy facing an insurmountable threat. What a vivid and apt metaphor. Gao Chang chuckled to himself. However, after Zhu Luo said that, the intimidating power of that terrifying scene instantly dropped to zero. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed as Zhu Luo had said. Only the small grasses were slightly withered, while the larger plants, not even a single flower, were affected by the withering. It really does look like someone is putting on a show. Zhu Zhu smiled slightly to the side. Zhu Luo has grown up too. But if it were just a little bit of superstition, it wouldn't be worth me risking my old bones to come here in person. As he spoke, Zhu Zhu looked toward a spot in the withered land. Hukin understood immediately and stretched out an arm, waving it towards the ballista behind her. In an instant, a crossbow bolt ignited with flames flew out and struck the spot in Zhu Zhu's line of sight. The fire was raging. Where the fire had burned, the lawn was burned away, revealing a large number of eerie skeletons slowly moving forward in the soil beneath the lawn. TCH, did you notice? In the soil, Snow's hollow skeleton opened and closed, making a disdainful sound. In order to establish a cooperative relationship with the human race, he was selected by the Great Tomb to become a cadre who would submit his pledge of allegiance to the Star Sword. But in reality, he never took the lord named Gao Chang seriously. What difficulty could it be to kill a human lord? As a leader of the Great Tomb, he was far superior to ordinary human lords. To ensure everything went perfectly, a dozen or so undead lords accompanied them this time. Relying on the undead race's consistent numerical advantage, Snow commanded a terrifying force of over 10,000 troops. Originally, following the principle of caution, Snow also intended to sneak into the walled area by digging. Unexpectedly, Gao Chang's territory has developed quite well, possessing the ability to launch long-range fire, and he even anticipated my plan, exposing me in advance. Unfortunately, this was far from enough for Snow. Gao Chang's actions were only hastening his death. Since we can't fake it, let's not bother with any pretense at all. Boom! After the lawn was burned away, the soil exploded open with a roar, and a skeletal monster emerged from the soil. At first glance, Snow appears to have a head without skin, but his lower body consists of two strong and powerful legs, making him look like some kind of dinosaur. The arms were also completely transformed, forming two bizarre limbs composed of broken bones, shaped like long snakes. He looked at Gao Chang, who was surrounded by people on the wall. A hoarse voice came from Snow's head organ. "You're Gao Chang. His talent is bone stripping, and this human skull was naturally a trophy Snow obtained after casually eliminating an unfortunate human." Of course, Snow didn't care about being just a lowly lord, and neither did Gong Xingjian. Gao Chang, however, felt extremely disgusted looking at this haphazardly pieced-together body. Seeing Gao Chang remain silent, Snow revealed a terrifying smile. "Silence will not change your fate. Someone wants you dead, so you will inevitably die here today, even if you build a wall to hide your cowardice." Snow finished speaking. Countless skeletal arms emerged from the soil. The undead Lord Snow declares war on the human Lord Gao Chang, citing the reason: hatred of life. Chapter 43, Useless Guy. Tens of thousands of swaying skeletons formed a terrifying sea of bones. Some of the skeletons were even holding bone shields and spears. Although it looks a bit fragile, it's definitely enough for this Stone Age. Snow looked at Gao Chang with a mocking expression. "As the first lord to achieve the first kill of the Cataclysm, I thought you had something to be proud of. So if it turns out he was just imitating the elves, hiding on the wood, and trembling." From a distance, Snow could not see the more than 100 crossbow watchtowers inside the Wall of Sighs. All he could see was a poor lord standing on the wall, and a pitiful 100 or so archers under his command. Snow did not believe that Gao Chang built the wall on his own. According to his thinking, Gao Chang must have had some kind of extraordinary encounter. It is highly likely that he headed directly to the battlegrounds after entering the war game, thus occupying this unclaimed building in the wild. But humans are still humans after all. Snow continued his sarcasm. If it were the elves, they wouldn't need such a tall wall at all. In fact, any giant tree would be a wall for the elves. Sasha simply couldn't listen anymore. Snow's disdain for the others gave Sasha goosebumps. He's clearly just a bone scrap that doesn't look appetizing. So why is he so confident? "What did you say?" Sasha didn't lower her voice at all, so Snow heard everything clearly. Snow's jaw trembled incessantly. How dare this little human girl provoke him so much at this stage? Could she not see the tens of thousands of undead warriors behind her? Snow suddenly burst out laughing. "I initially felt sorry for you, but now you've successfully enraged me. I hope you'll still be able to talk to me like this after I tear down your crumbling walls." Listen to Snow's confident words. Sasha pouted, stood at the very edge of the wall, and stared at Snow with a puzzled expression. "I can't even imagine what kind of hardships you encountered on your evolutionary path that required you to throw away your already pitiful brains. So you were just thinking with your brainless head? What a pathetic wretch. You bastard." Faced with Sasha's aggression, Snow's condition was no better than Kyle's had been back then. He ignored Sasha and Snow's mutual insults. Hookin turned to look at Zuzu, and, at the same time, pointed to Snow in the distance. "Grandma Zuzu, is the guy you predicted the one?" Zuzu nodded, then shook his head. "It's him, but it's not him. To be more precise, it should be them." Gao Chang was still puzzled by the riddle that Zhu Zhu was playing. Suddenly, I received a notification from a war game. Your territory has detected that the Undead's tech tree is about to reach 60% of the game's maximum limit. The rationale for total war against the Undead has now been unlocked. Beware. Upon seeing these hints, Gao Chang instantly understood what Zhu Zhu had calculated. But he really didn't expect that the Undead race, who had been keeping quiet all along, would actually be the fastest developing force in terms of technology in this game. At the same time, Zhu Zhu looked indifferently at the Undead army outside, while examining their armor and shields. Fast, too fast. In just 1 month, they have developed to such a level. Zhu Zhu finds it hard to imagine what might happen in another 2 months. As long as it's him, that's fine. Hayukin's lazy expression from a few days ago has changed. He wrapped his wolfskin coat tightly around himself and leaped down from the wall. Seeing that someone had actually jumped from that height, Snow stopped his mutual insults with Sasha and turned his attention to Hookin. Was he so scared that he committed suicide? As the smoke and dust cleared, Hayukin opened her wolfskin coat, patted the dust off the fur, and then looked at Snow. Snow waved his hand to stop his restless skeleton warriors. He knew they were nearing the point of losing their aversion to life. Sasha is actually right. Most low-level undead are brainless and lack intelligence. It was precisely because he was telling the truth that Snow was so angry. However, since only one person has come down from the other side, let me savor the thrill of hunting life first. Boom! There is no need to say anything more. Snow pushed off with his legs and broke away from the undead army at an extremely fast speed. He was very confident that he could take Hookin's head and then return to the main force of the undead. What he didn't know was that at least dozens of crossbow watchtowers were already aimed at him. If Hayukin were to wave her hand behind her, Snow would be blasted to pieces by hundreds of crossbow bolts. Don't make a move yet. Hookin called out to those behind her. She wanted to see just what kind of existence this civilization, which could rapidly advance its technology in just 1 month, truly was. Across from him, as the Hookin gradually came into focus, Snow's skull crackled with a smile. This little potato, who looks no more than 1.6 meters tall, is the human lord going to send this little girl to fight against him? Then he should really accept the gift from that human lord. Snow's two long, snake-like arms suddenly stretched out and lunged at Hayukin. Staring at Snow, who was rapidly approaching her, Hookin stretched out her delicate hands. She was just a helpless supplies officer. What fighting power could she possibly have? Click. What? By the time Snow showed an expression of disbelief, it was already too late. Hookin grabbed one of Snow's arms and easily crushed the connecting bones, causing the entire arm to hang limply to the ground. What did you do? Snow screamed instinctively. So this is all there is to it. Looking at the bone fragments in her hand, Hayukin seemed to have figured out how to allocate resources when facing the undead. In the millennia since the Wall of Sighs fell, countless civilizations have perished here. Among them, there are countless arrogant individuals and a multitude of powerful ones. The current undead civilization may seem unique, but it is far from being powerful. The corrupt empire is like a stubborn rock blocking the path of civilization's development. So many civilizations have perished, so why does the undead race stand out from the crowd? You're useless now. Hayukin reverted to her earlier lazy demeanor and looked at Snow with a playful smile. What did you say? Before Snow could react, Hayukin suddenly charged towards him. It was too late to turn around. The final scene Snow saw was Hookin inserting her hand in her throat and disassembling her entire head. Chapter 44, Your Orders. Click. A necromancer, Lord's jawbone, fell to the ground. What happened in that brief moment? Snow rushed forward. Snow had an arm ripped off, Snow had his head ripped off, and Snow typed GG. Everything happened so fast that the 10 lords who came with Snow didn't even have time to react. She killed Snow. One of the undead lords removed his own head, wiped it thoroughly, and then put it back on. But what I saw was exactly the same as before. Who is Snow? He's a high-ranking official in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, capable of hunting small carnivorous dragons with his bare hands. But now he was easily killed by Hayukin. No, saying he killed him isn't accurate. Hookin simply removed Snow's brain, rendering him unable to communicate with his body. But everyone knows that unless Snow can use his talent to transfer his consciousness to another skull right now, falling into the enemy's hands is no different from being dead. Unless they can retrieve Snow's head. That's right. Take back Snow's head. roared a necromancer lord, commanding the skeleton warriors behind him to launch a charge. Their undead are not as fragile as other races. As lords of the undead race, they still have a chance to be resurrected as long as their heads are intact. The other lords also reacted quickly. Snow is a cadre of the great tomb of Nazarick, which has now almost unified the power of the undead. Snow must be saved if they don't want to suffer a dismal exit from this game. Otherwise, if they lost their commander without losing a single soldier, how would the other undead lords view them when they returned to the Great Tomb? Hayukin held Snow's skull in her hands, completely oblivious to the vibrations caused by the movement of tens of thousands of skeletons in the distance. How interesting, Hayukin exclaimed, tapping Snow's head. Snow was opening and closing his mouth repeatedly in Hayukin's hands. Hayukin could imagine what kind of vicious words he must have used to insult her. However, due to the lack of certain vocal bones, Snow's skull alone could not produce any sound. Seeing Hayukin toying with Snow's head like this, a lord of the undead race shouted from afar, "Give Snow's head back!" Oh! Upon hearing this, Hukin tucked Snow's head to her waist and glanced at the undead sea that was gradually advancing with swaying steps. Its intimidating power is good, but its combat ability is far inferior to those cute wolves. But the distance is about the same. The musician playing the sea's zither waved behind him. The next moment, several undead lords witnessed a scene they would never forget. Countless arrows rained down from behind the wall. The longbowmen's arrows were relatively easy to deal with. Most of them slipped through the hollow bones of the skeletons, with only a small number piercing the skulls and completely killing the skeleton warriors. What truly terrified them were the massive crossbow bolts that were fired as if they were free. Often, after a few dozen seconds of reloading, thousands of giant crossbow bolts are fired. A single giant crossbow bolt, if it hits its mark, can shatter one or even several skeleton warriors on the spot. Even if they aren't destroyed, they could be rendered unable to fight. What frustrated the undead lord the most was that these slow-moving skeletons were simply incapable of dodging such difficult maneuvers. How many of these giant crossbow bolts do they still have? One lord couldn't help but roar at the other lords. Even a fool could tell that these giant crossbow bolts must have been incredibly expensive to make. In just a few minutes, thousands of these giant crossbow bolts have been fired from Gao Chang's territory. And if you add in the arrows fired from those longbows, the ground is practically riddled with holes. The undead lord couldn't help but curse inwardly. In the past, the undead race always overwhelmed others with sheer numbers. Even if their quality was poor and their combat power was low, they could exhaust the enemy even if they couldn't kill them. As a result, they encountered Gao Chang today, and they finally witnessed what it means to have a fear of insufficient firepower. Is this the amount of supplies that would be available in the Stone Age? In a short moment, the undead lords imagined a lot of things. For example, Gao Chang might be a lord who has participated in many war games and embarked on a lord path related to resources. Even so, several undead lords couldn't help but want to curse. If he's so great, why doesn't he go to the mechanized era and launch missiles? Instead, he's in the Stone Age blasting fish, isn't he? But in the end, the undead still outnumbered the undead. Finally, a skeleton warrior crossed the rain of arrows and got close to Hukin. Boom! In the empty eyes of several undead lords, the massive gate of the flood control wall, stretching for tens of meters, suddenly burst open. One after another, Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from behind the door, looking at the pile of skeletal warriors on the ground, none larger than their own feet. Those eyes, let alone fear. That's like looking at a bunch of toothpicks or teething sticks. Roar! With a roar, the Tyrannosaurus Rex swept past Hukin with its foul-smelling maw, dangling several skeleton warriors and slowly chewing them up. It has to be said, although there was no meat, it was crunchy and satisfying to chew, making for a very enjoyable experience. Taking advantage of the undead's momentary lapse in concentration, Hayukin acted again, grabbing the heads of the two undead lords and detaching them from their bodies. Seeing that Hayukin already had 3 heads hanging from her waist, the remaining undead lords immediately stopped in their tracks. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. How can these little potatoes be so terrifying? Doesn't she feel creeped out by having 3 skulls hanging from her waist? The remaining undead lords had a vaguely strange look in their eyes. If they dare to go up like that again, won't they also have their heads ripped off and used as decorations? Withdraw. One of the undead lords couldn't help but ask. All right, that's your order. The other undead lords were overjoyed. While ordering their warriors to defend against the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack, they burrowed into the mud. As Snow's trusted followers, they all possessed the skill of digging, which they could use to launch surprise attacks or escape if they failed, making them invincible. In the blink of an eye, only the undead lord who had just proposed retreat was still standing there, somewhat dazed. No, I think I was using a questioning tone just now. Indeed, I will testify for you. Click. In the blink of an eye, Hayukin also removed his head and fastened it to his waist. After losing the command of all the undead lords, the remaining skeleton warriors became like headless flies, running around aimlessly on the field. This is also a disadvantage for the undead race. They recruited their subjects and trained their warriors at a very low cost, but at the same time, their intelligence did not improve. Once the Lord's command is lost, the remaining people are simply unable to act independently. Chapter 45 General's Entries. If there's no head left, it can be disassembled. Hookin stopped what she was doing and lazily stretched. That's a wrap. Meanwhile, Gao Chang opened a chat window with Saha. News of Seika is still looming ahead. The Gnolls are preparing for a full-scale attack on the undead. Are you interested in earning some contribution points? No new information has been received. It seems that Saha is quietly waiting for Gao Chang's reply. Good. This time, Gao Chang did not refuse. Given Gao Chang's current number of warriors, launching a punitive war against the undead race would be somewhat troublesome. According to estimates, at this stage, the total number of Gnolls should have exceeded 1 million, and if it were undead, it could be 10 times that number. It's not that they can't win, but the sheer number of undead could drag Gao Chang into a protracted war. Since Saha was willing to provide cannon fodder and auxiliary troops to help in the battle, Gao Chang naturally had no reason to refuse. Indeed, in Gao Chang's eyes, he was the one who should be the main force. In the near future, his feelings will surely be proven true. Far away in the front lines of the Gnolls. Upon seeing Gao Chang's reply, Saha revealed a strange smile. Will the powerful reinforcements you mentioned really come? A Gnoll lord standing next to Sahar asked in confusion. He was the second lord to kill the Scourge, and a malevolent star among the Gnoll race. Sahar gained immense support within the Gnolls with almost no effort. They believed that Saha might have some ability, but they didn't think Saha could summon any strong reinforcements. Even if they were stronger, could they still be as powerful as the now united Gnoll army? According to Sahar's plan, they will launch a surprise attack when the undead race invests a large amount of resources in their final strategy. This is almost a war that we can win. We don't need any outside help at all. Saha looked at the lord who questioned him, shook his head, and revealed a strange expression. Believe me, you'll be glad I found this foreign player. Upon opening the war game interface, Saha glanced out of the corner of his eye at the lord's path he had entered. Horizontal and vertical. Should we launch a full-scale war against all the undead lords? Yes. Saha and Gao Chang launched a full-scale war against the undead race at almost the same time. However, unlike Sahar essentially declared war on the undead on behalf of the Gnolls as a whole. Therefore, in Saharan's war interface, it is tens of thousands of lords fighting against tens of thousands of lords. From Gao Chang's perspective, his war interface only showed a lonely wall of size. Has war broken out? The moment the war began, Zuzu looked into the distance. Strangely, although she was not a lord and did not know where the undead lord was born, she accurately located the undead race's location. What alarms us will become a disaster hanging over other civilizations. Let this old woman lead the team out in this war. Upon hearing Zuzu volunteer, Gao Chang suddenly recalled something he hadn't done since entering the game. In addition to lords personally leading their troops in a battle, war games also allow players to recruit powerful generals to command the fighting. Although there were no generals to recruit in the Stone Age, in some advanced future eras, a powerful general could be more than 10 times better than a lord. Zuzu's current intention is clearly to have Gao Chang appoint him as the commander-in-chief. Wait, let me go instead. Jiu Luo suddenly spoke up. Seeing Gao Chang's hesitant expression, Jiu Luo continued to add, there are still many civilizations that exist. If we go to war with one of them, the others may get involved. Although we are not afraid of anything, the fact that Grandma Zuzu is staying in the territory can perfectly prevent us from being ambushed. This sounds a bit like something out of metaphysics. Despite everything that has happened, Gao Chang still highly approves of Jiu Luo's control over the overall situation. However, Gao Chang still had one question. So, I don't need to go with him this time? My lord. Jiu Luo looked at Gao Chang with a half-smile. Although it's embarrassing to say it outright, it's safer for you to stay within the territory. Hearing this, Gao Chang stopped worrying. He wasn't a pedantic person. Since Jiu Luo said he would be in danger, why should he risk his life? Besides, it's really not appropriate for the Lord to personally go to the front lines every time. If this weren't the Stone Age, most lords would probably choose to let their generals lead the troops while they themselves remained within the defenses of their territory. Upon opening the war game interface, Gao Chang casually organized the knights into a unit and then handed the commander over to Jiu Luo. Suddenly, Gao Chang felt that something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that after Jiu Luo became the main general, he actually possessed 12 golden attributes. Fallen Empire. The legacy of your ancestors makes you far more powerful than any other being. When you are the commander-in-chief, the combat strength of your troops increases by 50%. Using local resources, this general's troops can never be cut off from supplies. Gaining the upper hand, ordinary tactics are highly likely to be seen through by this general, and ambushes are ineffective against him. This general is adept at both advancing and retreating. He will not get bogged down in a difficult battle, and his actions cannot be hindered. With Jiu Luo becoming the commander, the Tyrannosaurus Knights' overall momentum clearly became much fiercer when they gathered under the wall. Gao Chang awkwardly scratched his face. So, your personal command hindered your subordinates' performance? These entries, just the entry for the Fallen Empire alone, are comparable to the wealth and status of 5 Su-UKI generals. Wait, could it be that other people are experiencing the same thing? Gao Chang subconsciously shifted the command to Sasha. Sure enough, another bunch of golden entries flashed into Gao Chang's eyes. Although Sasha's entries are not as numerous as Jiu Luo's, she still has a total of 9. Fallen Empire. Perfect diplomat. When this general performs an insulting act, the other party's favorability will decrease by double, and there is a high probability that they will become enraged. Broad-minded. This general will not be provoked by words and is immune to any negative status effects related to chaos. Arrogance. Under this general's influence, all subordinate units will not be gripped by fear. After switching the main general back to Jiu Luo, Gao Chang accepted with peace of mind the fact that he was the only one who was useless in personally leading the expedition. If your lordship has no further questions, I am ready to go. As Jiu Luo walked towards the wall, she turned back to give Gao Chang some instructions. My lord, remember to get enough sleep every day and eat on time. Wah! Seeing that Jiu Luo had really left, Sasha seemed to suddenly realize something and looked at Jiu Luo's back with teary eyes. The chef's gone. Who's going to cook for us now? Chapter 46 Cadre Meeting. Deep within the great cemetery of the undead. Even before the undead lords had fled, news of Snow's failure had reached the ears of many of the officers. A dozen or so cadres with strange appearances gathered in the Supreme Council Hall. Although the council chambers of the Stone Age were quite rudimentary, they were enough to prove that the undead technology was far ahead of its time. It's important to know that the next step beyond the council hall is the Lord's Hall. And even among the gnolls, no lord has yet developed the technology of the building to this extent. As for the human race, even the elders within the Supreme Alliance are mostly scattered and acting independently, so Gong Xingjian naturally has no need to study the council hall. In the silence, the supreme being of the undead, seated in the main seat, suddenly spoke slowly. Tell me about Snow's failure. Looking at the dozen or so cadres, the supreme being was over 5 meters tall, with incredibly strong bones. Compared to a leader, he was more like a living war machine. But those in charge who understood him knew that this stemmed from the supreme ruler's personal talent. And for this, he also lost a lot. Power within. All the subjects you recruit will become part of you. It took thousands of skeletons to increase the supreme being's size to 5 meters, demonstrating just how low the conversion rate of this talent is. This talent is even a passive skill. In other words, if he cannot lead other lords, this supreme ruler will remain a lonely figure indefinitely. Fortunately, at least in this game, he was successful. After the supreme one spoke, the council hall gradually became noisy. Just a mere human being. 10,000 isn't enough. How about giving me another 100,000 skeleton warriors? If we can't beat him, will we at least wear him out? That's right. You have to understand that Snow was just one of us. The strongest one. The field fell silent instantly. The cadre who had just spoken noticed that everyone's eyes were on him. The other cadres glared at him with murderous intent. It seemed like they were blaming him for bringing up something he shouldn't have. Suddenly, one of the cadres timidly raised his hand. Why don't we just surrender? We can find a place, dig a pit dozens of meters deep, and bury ourselves there. They can't possibly kill us. Boom! The Supreme One smashed down with a punch, flattening the cadre who had just spoken into a solid lump. You spineless coward! If you continue to disrupt morale, I'll tear your bones apart and feed them to the pigs. Soon, the cadre's bones bounced back. This has something to do with his personal talent. Cartilage. Your bones are quite flexible, reducing blunt damage by 80%, and your bones slowly recover over time after being deformed. Then, according to your majesty, what should we do? Of course, just as the Supreme One was about to speak, two announcements from a war game were heard. One was a notification to all undead lords. The Gnolls have declared war on the undead. Reason for war, total war. The other is a notification to the entire server. The undead race's technology level has reached 60% of the game's maximum level first. To suppress the threat, the Fallen Empire has declared war on all undead lords. Reason for war. Beware, you're about to enter a state of war. Warning, unique to the Fallen Empire. Once the Fallen Empire wins a war, all lords on the losing side will be unable to break through the 60% limit of the tech tree until the end of the game. Since the enemy is a corrupt empire, your initial war weariness level is 50%. The rate of war weariness gain is increased by 100%, and morale is decreased by 20% in this war. When the Supreme saw that the initial war weariness level was 50%, he was stunned. The undead don't have the concept of war weariness. They don't even have emotions or a skeleton. So what are they afraid of? But when the interface for the war game was opened, the number of question marks on the Supreme's forehead increased again. Because in the war interface with the Fallen Empire, the war weariness level is clearly stated as 50%, 50%. Even due to the influence of the Fallen Empire, the undead's war weariness towards the Gnolls has increased to the same level. 0%, 50%. After calming down a bit, the Supreme One sat back down in his original position. I suddenly feel that the proposal just now is quite interesting. On the other side, Saha, who had not yet made a move, also noticed the change in the war weariness levels of both sides. The undead's war weariness level jumped directly to 50%. Unexpectedly, the collaboration with Gao Chong has already yielded benefits in a very short time. The other Gnoll lords naturally noticed this as well. His gaze then turned to Saha. The plan remains unchanged. Let our people catch the undead off guard. As Saha issued the order, the Gnoll Lord, who was already prepared, led a vast army of warriors and swept towards the birthplace of the undead. The Gnoll Lords dared to go all in with Sahar, not because they trusted Sahar that much. Rather, it's because the terrain is different for the undead. The Gnoll's birthplace is surrounded by mountains, with natural barriers provided by mountain ranges, and they only need to face the threat of the undead. The undead race mostly roam the wilderness, so it is necessary to be wary of all three races at the same time. In other words, the Gnolls can afford to lose, but the undead cannot. Moreover, should we be wary of war? A Gnoll Lord looked at the server-wide notification record. If the undead lose this war, it will be tantamount to a complete defeat. As flames erupted at the border between the two races, the first full-scale war in this war game completely broke out. Meanwhile, Sa, who was stationed at the rear, revealed a strange smile. The progress of the project is increasing. Whether the Gnolls or the undead die, it will increase Sahar's progress in traversing the land, just as he promised Gao Chong. In this war game, the Gnolls, the Sahars, had no intention of letting the Gnolls win. On the one hand, Saha did not believe that Gao Chong lacked the strength to defeat him. On the other hand, after being surrounded and killed by Patrick, while the other Gnoll Lords stood by and did nothing, Saha had already lost the concept of race. Now, he only pursues personal victory. An individual victory is simply surviving this damn game. As wise as he is, he naturally knows who he should please. Looking back at the road he had come from, Saha's eyes seemed to see the endless mountain range. The heavenly soldier in Gao Chang's hand suddenly appeared from that impossible place and unintentionally saved him. So, enjoy this wonderful gift I have prepared for you. Use the flesh and blood of the gnolls to hold back the main force of the undead. Therefore, Gao Chang's heavenly soldiers could then advance in another direction to slaughter the undead's production units and annihilate their territory, and obtain the highest war contribution in this game. Chapter 47 Battle of the Frontlines. Bite. This week's rules have ended. The number of lords lost this week was 6782, a surprisingly high figure. At midnight, Gao Chang did not go to bed early. Another bonfire party was held at Stonehenge. Even now, the ancient nobles are still singing and dancing, enjoying themselves immensely. Sasha's joke did not come true. Although Zhu Luo has temporarily left the territory, there are still many servants in the territory. Even without Zhu Luo, there will be other people to do Zhu Luo's work. Therefore, it is impossible for everyone to go hungry. What is the Lord thinking about? Sasha leaned closer to Gao Chang and took a small bite of the roasted meat. Gao Chang glanced at Sasha, whose mouth was dripping with oil, then lay down on the lawn and looked up at the starry sky. More than 6,000 people died last week. It's more than 4 times that of the week before last, Gao Chang muttered to himself. Because of the all-out war between the gnolls and the undead, many lords who tried to slip through the cracks suffered annihilation. The death toll last week even exceeded the number of people surrounded by wolves in the first week. Of course, these people are definitely not just gnolls and undead. Humans and elves are definitely included among these 6,000 people, as tensions between the 4 tribes escalate. In the absence of external wars, the best way to train troops is through the weaker lords of the same clan. Some lords even intended to use the remains of their fellow lords to advance their own lordly path. After all, higher-level pathways will bring greater bonuses, increasing their survival rate in the upcoming battlefield meat grinder. Sasha tilted her head in confusion, seemingly not understanding what Gao Chang meant. However, Sasha has never thought about things she doesn't understand. Holding the barbecue, Sasha sat down next to Gao Chang and continued to eat noisily. Sasha was somewhat puzzled as she looked at Gao Chang's outstretched hand. Hurry up and share some with me, Gao Chang said with a laugh. He sighed for a moment, and then he got hungry. After snatching the roasted meat from Sasha's hand, Gao Chang continued to focus on the interface of the war game. Although the rule of the ominous star has ended, the ominous star buff it brought still remains. It seems that the final strategy does not necessarily have to be achieved within a week. As long as the ominous star remains alive, the final strategy can be achieved at any point in time. At the same time, the end of one rule also signifies the beginning of another. Game rules have been lifted this week. Week 4, Linjun Battle. Prepared for battle. This week, you may initiate or be forced into a war, regardless of race or outcome. Note, all those who do not accept the war will be randomly selected as war targets by the war game, including but not limited to ancient ruins, dinosaur colonies, fallen empires, etc. Gao Chang looked at the annotations of the war game with a puzzled expression. No, why is he being dragged into this? If possible, Gao Chang would really like to give it a try. What would happen if the penalty for engaging in battle with the enemy was randomly assigned to the fallen empire? Is it that they are forced to declare war on themselves? Or will another corrupt empire emerge within this war game? Unfortunately, Gao Chang didn't get that chance. Your objective, engage in battle, achieved. According to the prompt, Zhu Luo should have already arrived in the territory of the undead. Like Gao Chang, the gnolls and undead were in a state of total war, and almost every lord directly completed this week's rules. Humans and elves, on the other hand, were caught in a dilemma. Is the lord who unites his own people and launches a full-scale war without any preparation? Or should they abandon total war, wage civil war within their own tribe, and sacrifice weak lords to preserve their own strength? It seems like a difficult decision. No, they always have a third option. Gao Chang took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand, pondering the flaws in the rules of the war game. It's clear that this rule is intended to significantly reduce the number of existing lords. Although Gao Chang was unaware of the dangers of the other random items, he knew of the terror of the fallen empire. If they do not participate in this rule, they may even directly enter into a state of hostility with the fallen empire, which is no different from suicide. In reality, A war can be achieved quickly and with little loss simply by pairing up lords, declaring war after confirming the outcome, and then surrendering directly. The only drawback is the level of trust between lords. The losing side will inevitably have to bear the losses. However, they can hardly guarantee that the victors will not make excessive demands. Fortunately for Gao Chang, thanks to the protection of the fallen empire, he didn't need to worry about the infighting with other lords. Now, all he has to do is sit here, eat his barbecue, and wait for his war contribution points to be credited to his account. That's right, as Zhou Luo officially stepped into the birthplace of the undead race. In a short period of time, Gao Chang had received several messages about gaining war contribution points. Without Gao Chang personally leading the expedition, the Tyrannosaurus Rex formation moved at nearly twice the speed. They swept through the undead territory with ease. The numerous requests for help on the undead forums quickly caught the attention of the Great Tomb. Although the battle with the gnolls was fierce on the front lines, the Supreme could not sit idly by and watch Zhou clear out those poorly defended territories in the rear. A fallen empire? The Supreme One silently recited the title. He did not immediately associate this name with Gao Chang. How many enemies are there? With the Supreme Being of the Great Tomb speaking, accurate information was quickly transmitted to the Supreme Being. 20 riders, 20 cavalrymen. They looked like humanity's elite fighting force. But there are only 20? The Supreme Being, who had initially felt nervous, now wore a strange expression. He got up, crossed the heavy lines of defense, and glanced in the direction of the gnolls. The number of jackhalmen dressed in simple armor could be counted in the hundreds of thousands or millions. I originally thought the fallen empire had sent a large number of troops. Upon hearing the news, it turned out there were only 20 cavalrymen. The emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the main force of the undead is locked in a fierce battle with the gnolls, the defenses in the rear are not so weak that they cannot even handle 20 cavalrymen. Which cadre is closest to the invaders? The Supreme asked instinctively. But when he saw the name that was reported, his face immediately darkened. That name belongs to no one else. It was that spineless lord who had advocated surrendering in the council chamber just a few days earlier. Although he was born timid and fearful, his territory developed unexpectedly well, far surpassing that of other lords. Otherwise, he would not have become a leader of the great cemetery. Covering his forehead, the Supreme One waved his hand helplessly. The garrison lords combined can muster at least 50,000 skeleton warriors. Tell that spineless coward that if 50,000 can't defeat 20, I'll make soup out of his bones when I get back. After thinking it over, the Supreme still felt it was inappropriate. Then bring in that cadre from the council chamber who requested 100,000 troops and have him transfer 100,000 troops from the front lines back to reinforce the area. Chapter 48, Spineless. 50,000? 100,000. When the Supreme Being's order reached the spineless man, he was being chased around by Tyrannosaurus Rex. As a cadre left behind, Zhou Luo went straight for the spineless coward after entering the territory of the undead. Finding a spineless person is not difficult. As a cadre left behind to guard the Great Tomb, Spineless was naturally considered the elite among elites by the other undead lords. Without Zhou Luo needing to say anything more, the lords of the undead race spontaneously led her to the spineless coward. The price, of course, is the countless bones scattered everywhere. Skeleton warriors can manage to fight off gnoll warriors and the like. But you want to use this thing to fight a Tyrannosaurus Rex? If spineless people weren't shameless, they would have chuckled to themselves. He is the most qualified to speak on how vulnerable the undead race was in the Stone Age, because he personally witnessed the Tyrannosaurus Rex crush more than a dozen skeleton warriors with a single stomp. Those foolish lords don't even think about it. Everyone has skeleton warriors under their command, but they can't break through the Tyrannosaurus Rex's defenses, which has attracted them to deal with it. Can I handle this on my own? It's fair to say that if it weren't for his unique talent of having soft bones, he would have died countless times. Go, Lord Fitch. Hearing the encouraging voices in his ear, the spineless man couldn't help but glare at them. What had just happened wasn't what angered him the most. What angered him the most was watching himself being trampled flat by the Tyrannosaurus Rex time and time again. The undead lords under his command actually stood by and did nothing. Not only do they not help, but they also encourage each other, as if they're afraid they won't die fast enough. He saw the spineless man glaring at him. Several undead lords shrugged. Lord Fitch, This really isn't our fault. We didn't have any good ideas either, since we couldn't break through the defenses. Having said that, before the Tyrannosaurus Rex could even notice them, the undead lords vanished into the ground in a flash. A cowardly soldier is a cowardly individual, and a cowardly general leads to a cowardly army. The lord under his spineless command has truly inherited his wisdom. Watching his men escape, the spineless man clenched his fists. Thinking back to the Supreme's order, he almost couldn't help but curse back. Because those undead lords were right. At this stage, the skeleton warriors are no match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex's defenses. Their osteoporotic bone spears break almost instantly when they touch the Tyrannosaurus Rex's thick skin. The Supreme Being actually told him to dispatch 50,000 skeleton warriors to wipe out the invading cavalry. Didn't the Supreme Being's math teacher teach him that multiplying 50,000 zeros still results in zero? Enough! The spineless man suddenly turned around. He pointed his finger sharply at Jiuluo, who was clearly the leader. The sudden burst of momentum intrigued Jiuluo, who then called a halt to the cavalry regiment's advance. Since they invaded the undead territory, Jiuluo hasn't encountered anything that can stop them. But this skeleton is, after all, a cadre of the Great Cemetery. Could it be that this guy, who can always get back up after being crushed every time, has some hidden trick up his sleeve that they don't know about? You chose me as your first target, because you wanted to pick on the weak, didn't you? The spineless man's tone gradually turned sinister, and an indescribable aura emanated from him. Then, emphasizing each word, he said fiercely, "Well, you've certainly picked the right people. I surrender." Boom! The Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped down with its massive foot, crushing the cartilage once again. Only then did the knight on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back hear what the spineless man had said. Then he looked at Jiuluo with an innocent expression. This can't be blamed on me. It's the first time I've seen someone surrender so resolutely." Jiuluo sighed and shook her head in exasperation. Just that one jerk of a spineless man almost made Jiuluo, let alone the others, lose the urge to retaliate. "I already said I surrendered." A few minutes later, the cartilage bounced off the ground again and swelled back to its original size. He then looked at his own bones with a pained expression. Although it's a spineless creature, it can only be immune to 80% of blunt force damage. He is not invincible. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex hits him a few more times, he might never have to leave this wargame again. Just as the spineless man was feeling sorry for himself, a human woman's delicate and beautiful legs appeared in front of him. "Put aside your aversion to the breath of life." The spineless man chuckled and raised his head. Although it was hard to imagine, Jiuluo could still see a hint of mockery in the spineless skull. This must be the lord of the fallen empire. Seeing is believing. Because of the need to cooperate with humans, the spineless creature recently learned some human etiquette. And here it is, coming in handy today. However, Jiuluo clearly looked down on the spineless politeness and did not play by the rules. She looked at the spineless man with a half-smile. "Seeing is believing? Then you tell me, what's my name?" "G.A." The spineless man fell silent instantly. He had no idea what the woman in front of him was called. However, this woman was getting a little too close to him. Looking at the woman who was already right in front of him, the spineless man secretly calculated the chances of escaping after killing Jiuluo. Killing a Tyrannosaurus Rex is difficult, but killing a 9-headed serpent is much easier. With his innate ability to cartilage, he might not be unable to escape. Make up your mind. The spineless man raised his head, and his tone softened instantly. "Look at my brain. I've even forgotten your name. I deserve to die." After saying that, the spineless man slapped himself without hesitation. Why kill him? How could he do something so dangerous? "I deserve to die. I deserve to die." As long as Jiuluo didn't tell him to stop, the spineless man kept slapping himself. "That's enough." Jiuluo still spoke up to stop this spineless behavior. Reaching out and grabbing the ribs of the soft bone, Jiuluo pressed himself close to the soft bone. "Tell me, among you, who can declare this war defeat? You're looking for the Supreme One?" The spineless man instantly understood what Jiuluo meant. It is difficult for the undead to be completely defeated because their war weariness is almost impossible to increase. They wanted the undead to declare defeat. Either wipe the undead race out of this game completely. Alternatively, like Jiuluo is doing now, let the undead race admit defeat on their own. Currently, Only the Supreme Being can accomplish this. Having realized this, the spineless man said obsequiously, "To be honest, I was born to welcome the arrival of the fallen empire, and the Supreme Being you are looking for. He not only ordered me to send 50,000 skeleton warriors to block your path, but also transferred a full 100,000 skeleton warriors back from the front lines against the gnolls, saying he would completely annihilate you." The spineless man spat. "That Supreme One is truly despicable. It is an honor for us that the fallen empire has arrived. Not only did he not greet us with his shoes on, but he also dared to obstruct us. That's enough. Lead the way." Zhu Luo interrupted the spineless man's endless rambling while glancing at him. "Humans use idioms well, but don't use them again next time." Chapter 49, Ambitious and Eager for Success. Your war contribution has increased by 1,000. Your war contribution has increased by 1,000. Gao Chang yawned groggily. He had gone to bed too late the night before and slept soundly until the afternoon. However, upon waking up, I was greeted with 2 messages indicating that my contribution points had increased by 1,000. At the same time, it was accompanied by hundreds of messages, which increased the war contribution to varying degrees. Gao Chang scratched his head, enjoying the wash water brought to him by the waiter. So, who did Zhou Luo offend in the Undead's Den to deserve so many contribution points? A being who can provide the full 1,000 contribution points is clearly not an ordinary lord, at least not one of those who just coast along. Currently, Gao Chang's war contribution score on the human race's ranking list has risen to nearly 50,000, enough to drive Gong Xinjian mad with jealousy. The reason is simple. Gong Xinjian, who is currently ranked second on the leaderboard, only has 5112 contribution points. The third place was even more pitiful, with only 82 contribution points, which was less than a fraction of the twos. It's fair to say that if it weren't for the Star Sword contributing a miracle item, it would be no better off than third place. However, he was the one who got the miracle items first, and he was also the one who proposed the establishment of the Supreme Alliance. Gong Xinjian clearly seized all the initiative in this game. So why is Gao Chang standing on the throne of first place? Gao Chang, who was being targeted by Gong Xinjian, found Hai Yukin, who was taking stock of supplies after washing up. At this moment, there are several skulls on Hai Yukin's table, all belonging to the lords of the undead race. "You actually still kept them?" Gao Chang couldn't help but chuckle. A hobby of collecting. Hai Yukin smiled indifferently, casually arranged a few skulls, and placed them on a shelf to the side. "By the way, Lord, is there something you need from me?" Just out of curiosity, Gao Chang watched Hai Yukin get into work mode. According to the resources stored by the Fallen Empire, if it's only for the consumption of a little over 10,000 people, then reckless spending is not a problem at all. Hai Yukin, as the supplies officer, had no need to keep track of supplies. She had always done it this way before. But after discussing it with Grandma Zizu, Hukin entered a working state, just like she is now. Is something about to happen next? In response to Gao Chang's question, Hai Yukin nodded. "My mother-in-law told me. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, and I'm not sure if it will even happen. But the nobles are about to wake up." Looking at Hai Yukin's expression, Gao Chang realized that what Hai Yukin meant by the nobles waking up seemed like a terrifying thing to her. Gao Chang could even see the seriousness on Hai Yukin's face. Like Hai Yukin, Zhou Luo, who was far away, also sensed something. Holding the reins of the Tyrannosaurus Rex alongside the knight, Zhou Luo couldn't help but look back towards the Wailing Wall. Lord Zhou Luo. The spineless, smirking voice brought Zhou Luo back to her expressionless state. It was precisely because of the spineless betrayal that Zhou Luo was able to rampage through the birthplace of the undead race without any effort, and even crush to death a fellow cadre of the Great Tomb. It's fair to say that even if the Tyrannosaurus Rex's team could still rampage through this place without spinelessness, they wouldn't be able to find those officers so accurately. "How's it going?" Zhou Luo glanced at the spineless coward. "I have done everything you asked me to do." The spineless man opened and closed his mouth, chuckling. "I have informed the lords who came to provide support to proceed to the location you instructed. Now all you have to do is check it." "Okay." Zhou Luo nodded. As for the 100,000 skeleton warriors that the spineless man mentioned, Zhou Luo didn't take them seriously at all. If something cannot be breached, it still cannot be breached no matter how many come. That good-for-nothing Fitch could have gathered 50,000 troops from the surrounding lords. but he had to wait for me to join him before he dared to launch an attack. Chester, who had just retreated from the battlefield with the gnolls, couldn't help but curse. While facing a full-scale war against the gnolls is dangerous, it is also a good opportunity to gain war contribution points. After the war game ends, the Lord can receive considerable benefits based on his contribution to the war. Whether it's increasing the Lord's personal qualities, improving territory attributes, or even obtaining items that can be used on other battlefields. As long as your contribution to the war is high enough, you can randomly encounter anything, whether it's strange or bizarre. As a result, because of his statement in the council hall, "Give me an army of 100,000, and even if I can't defeat the enemy, I'll exhaust them to death," he was successfully targeted by the Supreme One. Now, facing a mere 20 riders from the fallen empire attacking the undead's heartland, the Supreme Being has actually granted him the authority to mobilize 100,000 skeleton warriors, allowing him to lead a portion of the lords to provide reinforcements. But his ideas differed from those of Fitch, that spineless coward. Chester was quite confident in the face of what he called a corrupt empire. According to the forum's battle report and the description by that spineless Fitch, the enemy consisted of only 20 riders. No matter how strong these 20 riders are, with a ratio of 100,000 to 200,000 or 5,000 to 1, the advantage lies with us. Even if he can't win, his 100,000 troops should be able to exhaust the enemy, right? Speaking of which, Fitch, that spineless coward, actually chose a pretty good rendezvous location. Chester looked at the meeting place that Fitch had pointed out to him in the chat box and felt a little strange. This location is an open plain, making it impossible to set up an ambush, and is very suitable for a large troop to be stationed. Although Chester didn't care about ambushes or similar issues, his choice of this location proved that Fitch had excellent judgment. That spineless coward does have some skill. Chester rarely admitted Fitch's abilities. Normally, among all the cadres in the entire cemetery, Fitch would definitely be one of the ones he despised the most. "But I'm not even 1/10,000th as good as you, Lord Chester." The undead lord standing nearby hurriedly flattered him. Chester had an even worse reputation in the cemetery than Fitch. Chester was ambitious and eager for quick success. Almost every undead lord around him understood this. He can praise others, but he will never allow anyone to praise anyone other than himself, except for the Supreme Being. He was able to become a cadre in the Great Cemetery simply because his territory type was exceptionally good. Unending spawn. For every undead unit you lose, one will spawn in your territory if there are skeletons within it. This is why Chester likes to talk about numbers. Because there were no losses, Chester's territory now commands a far greater number of warriors than any other undead lord, thanks to his continuous recruitment efforts. Therefore, he was eager to prove himself, believing that he could defeat all his enemies through sheer numbers. Chapter 50, a mere 100,000 troops. The march of a few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chester arrived at the plains where he had agreed to meet Fitch. Because it is located in the birthplace of the undead, the plain had fallen into complete silence, and several broken bones could even be seen stuck haphazardly in the ground. Lord Chester. A necromancer lord looked at the empty plain before him, seemingly with a bad feeling. "That spineless coward Fitch isn't here," he subtly hinted. Based on the impressions many undead lords had of Fitch, that he was spineless, he would have preferred to bury himself within the protective circle of others. Now the plain is empty and stretches out before you, and something just doesn't look right. Chester hesitated for a moment. What that undead lord said is correct. Judging from Fitch's nature of wanting to regroup with his 100,000 strong army, even when facing only 20 cavalrymen. When he commands 50,000 skeleton warriors, he will inevitably have to protect himself thoroughly, layer upon layer. Even if other undead lords disagreed with Fitch, they wouldn't disrespect the Supreme One. But now, the grassland seems too peaceful. Chester simply didn't believe that Fitch, that spineless coward, would dare to scheme against him. If that's really the case, the Supreme One won't need to do it himself. He'll just dismantle Fitch's bones and make soup today. Upon opening the Friends interface of the war game, Chester directly and bluntly questioned Fitch about the past. "Where are you and your people?" "Underground," Fitch replied quietly. Upon seeing those two words, Chester was instantly speechless. Well, his narrow-minded thinking overestimated Fitch's backbone. Because of the underground drilling technology, Only 2 cadres in the cemetery have researched it so far. One of them is Snow, who is presumably dead, and the other is naturally the spineless Fitch. However, the two are different. Snow suggested burrowing underground to better attack other territories. Fitch, on the other hand, was simply trying to escape. Having experienced being buried deep underground, the low-level undead's burrowing technology was absolutely unparalleled in the Stone Age. Once they burrowed underground, few lords could catch them. Now, with just those 2 simple words from Fitch, the slight doubt that had arisen in Chester's mind had vanished. Of course, what gave him even more confidence was the 100,000 skeleton warriors following behind him. The skeleton warriors gathered together like a mighty tide, and any living being would be overwhelmed by this raging tide, unique to the undead. Let's go and join up with that spineless coward. Without flinching, Chester stepped into the center of the plain and found the location Fitch had given him. A huge rock that was specially moved here as a marker. After Chester had gained his footing in front of the boulder, Fitch also emerged from the mud. "You're such a spineless coward." Looking at Fitch's filthy skeleton, Chester mocked him mercilessly. As far as he knew, the fallen empire, which had invaded the rear of the undead, only had a total of 20 cavalrymen. A mere 20 cavalrymen were enough to frighten Fitch, who commanded a full 50,000 skeleton warriors, into hiding in the ground. "I think we shouldn't call you a spineless coward anymore. With your ability to burrow so well, you might as well become a groundhog." The undead lords who followed Chester burst into laughter. They weren't afraid of Fitch's retaliation. Even among the senior management of the Great Cemetery, Fitch was known as a spineless coward. Strangely enough, among the cadres of the Great Cemetery, there were those who advocated fighting, those who advocated defending, and even those who advocated surrendering. But someone like Fitch, who advocates digging a hole and burying himself, is truly a unique individual. With that kind of guts, they can't even muster the courage to retaliate after a mere mockery. Fitch had a sullen face, and because he was shameless, it was impossible to tell what his expression was at that moment. He merely managed a forced smile as he asked Chester, "Lord Chester, the lords you brought from the main battlefield should all be here, right?" Upon hearing this, Chester stopped laughing and looked at Fitch with surprise. Inside the Great Cemetery, he and Fitch were both officers, but now Fitch had demoted himself and was calling him Sir. "No wonder he's such a spineless coward, Fitch. So what if they're all here?" Chester said. "Great, it's good that everything is here." Fitch's jaw opened, as if he were silently laughing at something. The next instant, Fitch reached out and grabbed Chester's skeleton. "Fitch, what are you doing?" "My lord, why haven't you made your move yet?" Chester and Fitch's voices rang out simultaneously. Before Chester could figure out who Fitch was calling, a terrifying figure burst out of the boulder and stomped down on him. "Your war contribution has increased by 1,000. Your war contribution has increased by 120. A large number of war contribution points flooded the high-powered game panel. Meanwhile, the Gnolls also clearly saw that among the thousands of undead lords they were attacking, dozens of lords' territory markers disappeared instantly. They surrendered? No, they were wiped out. What happened? Some Gnoll lords are still confused about the situation. It seems Chester was wiped out. Because Chester had previously been in charge of frontal combat, many Gnoll lords were aware of the terrifying nature of his territory. The officials at the large cemetery were not just there for show. Chester can have a constant supply of skeleton warriors simply by ordering other lords to bring in corpses to feed him. Although there is a limit to the number, it also saves time and resources from re-recruiting. Therefore, even when Chester was ordered by the Supreme to lead 100,000 skeleton warriors back to reinforce the Heartland, he did not take his own elite troops from the front lines with him. Instead, they chose to keep them around to continue earning war contribution points. If the Gnolls want to advance their lines, kill Chester, or destroy Chester's territory, this is something they must do. This is a formidable enemy that causes them immense headaches. In an instant, he died. The next moment, on the front line blocking the Gnolls, some of the skeleton warriors instantly decayed, turning into dust and being blown away by the wind. The skeletons that are resurrected, due to their inexhaustible nature, do not remain in place when the territory is removed, but rather disappear along with the territory. A great deal of cheering erupted from the Gnoll lines. Although the Gnoll lords did not know who killed Chester, the loss of Chester's territorial characteristics greatly reduced the pressure the Gnolls faced when attacking. At least they no longer have to face beings that can die and resurrect indefinitely. Ah, cadre. Gioluo let out a soft chuckle. Unlike Fitch, who is a special kind of soft-bone person, Chester, a high-ranking official of the Great Cemetery, and the dozens of undead lords under his command. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped on him, it was no different from stomping on an ordinary skeleton warrior. They were all reduced to a pile of shattered bones, utterly dead. Chapter 51, The Proud Spine. Because all the lords died, Chester's 100,000 skeleton warriors instantly lost their order, running around in all directions, and were no longer able to organize their fighting power. Considering that the territory would also disappear when the lord died, Gioluo did not bother with the harmless skeletons. They simply waited quietly for Fitch to bounce back to its original shape. A few minutes later, Fitch's bones twitched and then bounced back. My lord is indeed incredibly brave and resourceful, and with one plan, Chester never returned. After saying that, Fitch glanced at Chester's shattered bones with lingering fear. All the officials in the cemetery mocked him for being spineless. But what's wrong with him being spineless? He's spineless, yet proud. Those hard bones would crumble with a single step, but he's been stepped on countless times with his soft bones, and he's never been hurt. If you can't even survive a war game, what's so great about being a tough nut to crack? Thinking of this, Fitch continued to turn his head and fawn over Gioluo. Now that Chester has been eliminated, most of the other officers remain in various corners of their birthplace to guard against humans and elves. The path for you to meet, or rather, to summon the Supreme One, is now unobstructed. Enough with the flattery, just keep leading the way, Gioluo said directly. She had no interest in conquering the entire territory of the undead. That would be too tiring, and she was too lazy to do it. This is a war of vigilance launched by the corrupt empire. This is just a small warning to the undead, showing them what they should and shouldn't know. Compared to a corrupt empire, the wisdom of other civilizations is hardly a compliment. Knowing too much is a recipe for disaster for them. Chester, the unusual activity at the front lines and the changes in the war interface also caught the Supreme's attention. First Fitch, then Chester, and then the two cadres that Gioluo casually eliminated along the way. The cemetery was essentially hit hard. The Supreme couldn't understand it. If Fitch's loss could be considered somewhat understandable, then, so how did Chester, a staunch advocate of war, lose? The opponent only had 20 cavalrymen. But now is not the time to think about those things. The Supreme One looked towards the front line. Because of Chester's death, the undead's lines at the border with the gnolls have begun to crumble. In the Stone Age, their bones were not very strong. Therefore, gnolls can easily smash the skeleton warrior's bones with stone tools. They wanted to stop this all-out war launched by the gnolls. Skeleton warriors alone are far from enough. Fox, what do you think? The Supreme being asked a cadre behind him who was holding a skull. If you don't mind, it's time to play our trump card, Fox said, bowing his head. If the gnolls think their great necropolis is pinning its hopes on a final strategy, they are sorely mistaken. In fact, the undead race had already begun their preparations as early as the first week. Fox slowly extended the skull in his hand toward the Supreme Being. Wailing, strange object. Effect, this corrupted artifact possesses the power to unleash natural disasters. But please note that these disasters do not discriminate between friend and foe. Note, natural disasters will only reappear after they have been successfully overcome. The Wailing artifact was brought by Fox from a higher battlefield. The rules of the more advanced battlefields are more relaxed, so the characteristics of the artifacts are far better than those of the Stone Age. It's fair to say that Fox is a character who came down from the high battlefield to scuttle fish. Given the presence of the Wailing Howl, the undead are unlikely to lose this game, unless Fox is extremely unlucky and doesn't trigger any natural disasters throughout the entire game. Otherwise, Fox's advantages would be fully demonstrated should a natural disaster occur. Therefore, in this game, what the great necropolis truly pinned its hopes on was the wolves of the first week, not any so-called final strategy. After receiving the Supreme's instruction, Fox calmly raised the howling hand in his hand and squeezed it down hard. A black light enveloped the battlefield, and the sky instantly darkened. What's going on? The gnolls, engrossed in beating a drowning dog, watched this scene in bewilderment, until one after another, giant wolves with eerie green fur emerged from the darkness and bit off the throats of one gnoll warrior after another. Fox looked at everything before him with satisfaction. He had anticipated this scene. When discussing cooperation with the human race, at Gong Xingjian's request, he attempted to unleash the howling cry to revive the natural disaster that had wiped out the human race. Although many humans died as a result, it also created two famous figures, Gong Xingjian and Wushuan Shangjiangjian. It's fair to say that without Fox's help, aside from being highly skilled, no human lord receives any server-wide notification. Meanwhile, the helpless screams of the gnolls continued to echo. Compared to the gnolls, the undead suffered very minor losses, because most of the undead lords failed to kill the giant wolf. When the wailing howl was unleashed, the number of giant wolves attacking the undead was more than 10 times less than the number attacking the gnolls. There's one more thing that's a bit of pity. The Supreme shook his head. I originally thought that after cooperating with humans, I could use this wonder to give the elves a surprise. Now, if the gnolls are defeated, the elves might find out. No sooner had the Supreme being finished speaking than a deafening roar came from behind the undead race. The Supreme One suddenly stood up and looked back in disbelief. That voice didn't sound like the voice of the ghost wolf. Its voice was deeper and louder than that of the ghost wolf. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps approached. Suddenly, a pile of bones was blown away. With a sweep of its tail, the Tyrannosaurus Rex sent dozens of skeleton warriors flying, scattering them across the ground. Is this the 20 cavalry that's been circulating on the forum? The Supreme One wished he could crack open the skull of the undead lord who released this information and see if even his marrow had dried up. Why didn't anyone tell him there were 20 dragon knights for so long? Or is it that the undead lord's depleted brain cells prevented them from handling such complex language issues? The envoy of the fallen empire has arrived with divine might. You all should quickly turn back to greet him. Fitch's arrogant voice came from behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex, causing a hint of mild anger to rise on the skeleton of the Supreme Being's face. He didn't understand what welcoming someone with shoes turned upside down meant, but probably wasn't something said to him with great respect. What a spineless coward. I haven't seen him for a few days, but his courage has certainly grown. Having solidified his resolve to slowly simmer Fei Kewin in a bone broth, the Supreme looked at the 9 falls on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Surrender with your men, Zhu Luo said bluntly. On what grounds? The Supreme Being then pointed to the area behind him, saying, if we wait a little longer, those unprepared jackhalmen will be slaughtered by the netherworld giant wolves. After eliminating this main fighting force, we can invade the Gnoll territory and turn it into a land of death. So what do I care whether they live or die? Zhu Luo looked at the Supreme One with a puzzled expression. Chapter 52, the Gnolls defeat. You meet them. The Supreme Being pointed at Zhuo, then at the Gnoll camp in the distance, where wailing incessantly continued. Aren't you all in cahoots? This time, without waiting for Zhu Luo's reply, Fei Qi stepped forward and said, does a mere weak jackal worthy of being this lord's ally? Perhaps it was because of the Tyrannosaurus Rex standing next to him, but Fitch felt that this was the toughest thing he had ever said in this war game. However, it was clear that Fi's words had no credibility whatsoever in front of the Supreme. The Supreme Being was still somewhat suspicious, as the Gnolls and the Fallen Empire had declared war on the undead at the same time. Although their reasons for war differed, there are hardly any coincidences in the world. The arrival of 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex Knights was indeed beyond the Supreme's expectations. Even the Supreme One had no doubt that he was at risk of perishing today. But now Zhu Luo's attention is all on herself, and Fox has already left safely. Therefore, it will be worthwhile to test whether they truly don't care about those gnolls. During the few seconds of silence from the Supreme One, Zhu Luo was clearly getting impatient. Seeing Zhu Luo tapping her fingers on the reins, Fei Qi seemed to realize something and quickly ran towards the rear. Have you thought it through? To surrender or not to surrender? Faced with Zhu Luo's question, the Supreme One suddenly adopted a fighting stance, and swarms of skeleton warriors surrounded him. On his front line, thousands of undead lords and millions of skeleton warriors have gathered. A reduction is definitely impossible. Their skeletal bodies are so fragile now. If their technology is also permanently locked down to 60%, they'll be completely at the mercy of others. Moreover, the Supreme One also needs to observe Zhu Luo's attitude. As long as Zhu Luo shows even a hint of concern, There is room for negotiation between the two sides. Go, Lord Jillo. Fitch had already run to a very far position behind. After confirming that no matter how they attacked, they couldn't touch him, they didn't hesitate to cheer for Jiuluo. He glanced hesitantly at the Supreme Being. Go for it, Your Majesty. The Supreme One glared back, almost making Fei Qi laugh in anger. What a spineless coward. He can't even offend anyone by cheering him on, can he? Honestly, isn't it better to just live an honest life? Jiuluo looked at the Supreme and shook her head helplessly. She could see the Supreme's hesitation and resistance. Actually, it's not just about the Supreme. The Fallen Empire has encountered this kind of thing countless times throughout its tens of thousands of years of history. But those newly emerging civilizations never seem to learn humility. Strictly speaking, we are what you call inanimate objects. The Supreme One retorted, then gradually retreated. Just as the Supreme One retreated, a tidal wave of skeleton warriors surged forward, surrounding and attacking the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is a common tactic used by the undead. They're always adept at using their weakest fighting force to wear down the opponent's stamina and manpower. High-level combatants like the Supreme Ones typically only make their personal appearances when defeat is inevitable or victory is assured. However, Jiuluo would not give him a chance to escape the battlefield. With a roar, the Tyrannosaurus Rex beneath him charged directly at the Supreme Being. Countless shattered white bones shot into the sky along the way. This general is adept at both advancing and retreating. He will not get bogged down in a difficult battle, and his actions cannot be hindered. These skeleton warriors were no match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex's advance. The Tyrannosaurus Rex beneath Jiuluo rushed to the Supreme, being almost effortlessly, and bumped its forehead against him. Boom! A loud crash rang out. The Supreme Being's body fell backward, but he quickly stood up again. Jiuluo narrowed her eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen a skeleton withstand such a blow from a Tyrannosaurus Rex within the territory of the undead race. Of course, Fitch is an exception. At first glance, it appears that even after being struck by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Supreme's bones show no obvious cracks, suggesting that his injuries are not serious. Has it really developed to this extent in just 1 month? Jiuluo's sense of vigilance suddenly surged. The Tyrannosaurus Rex inside the Wall of Size have been bred for many years, making them the best of the best, and their combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary dinosaurs in the wild. Now, facing the Supreme Being, Tyrannosaurus Rex has actually encountered resistance. We can't let them continue like this. Their technological development must be permanently locked in the present. In reality, after taking a hit from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Supreme was not as unwell as he appeared to be. He could feel some cracks appearing inside his bones. No wonder ordinary skeleton warriors couldn't even stop the enemy from advancing. The Supreme One knows his own strength best. In the Stone Age, he was a naked weapon of war. Even this weapon of war could hardly stop him. So what could an ordinary skeleton warrior do? However, it's almost time. The Supreme Being looked toward the battlefield where the gnolls were. Fox, a guy who came down from the high battlefield to blast fish, has more than one strange item on him. For example, the artifact we're using right now that can greatly increase the intensity of the wailing. Dead infection, strange object. Effect: life forms killed by natural disasters will be resurrected as independent undead individuals. A strange green plague spread across the battlefield on the gnoll's side. Wherever the plague passed, all life turned into death. From this moment on, for every gnoll killed by the Dark Wolf, a new skeleton will emerge, tearing open the gnoll's flesh and blood to appear in the world. The gnoll lines have collapsed. Sahar, what should we do now? Several elite gnoll lords were eager to get Sahar's opinion. However, they soon discovered, filled with rage, that they were the ones who had started this all-out war. Sahar has vanished. I have said before that the gnolls have no intention of winning. When Sahar reappeared, he had returned to the place where he had met Gao Chong. This is the heartland of the gnolls. Even if all the gnolls on the front lines are wiped out, it's unlikely that the undead will be able to reach this place before the end of the game. At the same time, Saha opened his own panel. In the Lord's Path, the skill level has been raised to Tier 3. He was fed on the blood of countless gnolls, and he will be the only winner among the gnolls in this war game. What Saha just used was the ability he gained when he upgraded the horizontal and vertical path to the 2nd level. Invisible, limited to once per game, you can instantly travel to any place you've ever been. Saham murmured as he gazed in the direction Gao Chang had left. I just wonder if that person is satisfied with the gift I gave them. His original intention was also to use the gnolls to consume the undead artifacts. I never expected that the undead creatures would be so ruthless, able to rout the well-prepared gnolls. Chapter 53. Be vigilant as the war ends. At the point of conflict between the gnolls and the undead, the confrontation between the Supreme Being and Zhou Luo fell into silence. Because the Supreme One discovered problem, the gnolls' frontline troops were now completely wiped out. Zhou Luo, however, remained completely unconcerned. She truly wouldn't care whether those jackals lived or died. Having understood this, the Supreme Being slowly instructed the surrounding skeleton warriors to lower their spears. This was his stance, and also because these skeleton warriors posed no threat to Zhou Luo. May I ask a question first? The Supreme One stared into Zhou Luo's eyes with empty eye sockets. If we surrender to you, does that mean we also need to surrender to the gnolls? I don't care, Zhou Luo said without hesitation. Your grudges are none of my business. Upon hearing this, the Supreme One seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Although surrendering means their technology will be permanently blocked, leaving them stuck at 60% in the game with no progress. But this also means that they can get rid of the threat of these 20 Tyrannosaurus riders. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's advance was witnessed by all the undead lords present. These mere skeleton warriors are no match for them. As long as the fallen empire withdraws from this war, the undead race then abandoned their defensive measures against the humans and elves. By concentrating all their forces in one place, even if they lose this war game, they can at least win this all-out war against the gnolls. After figuring this out, the Supreme One posted an announcement on the Undead Forum. We lost the war against the corrupt empire, but our wrath against the living will set fire to every inch of the gnolls' land. After the announcement was completed, the Supreme One was the first to surrender to the fallen empire. Then came the Grand Tomb, followed by the Supreme's officers and their subordinates. Seeing that the entire Great Tomb had surrendered, the remaining undead lords naturally offered no resistance and declared defeat in their war against the fallen empire. Seeing this, Fitch, who was hiding in a safe area, naturally made a hasty escape, fearing that the Supreme One would turn around and cause him trouble. Meanwhile, Gao Chang, sitting inside the Wall of Sighs drinking chilled juice, saw the number of enemy participants in the war interface constantly decreasing, until it is completely reduced to 0. The fallen empire has achieved its objective of waging a full-scale war against the undead. This is to inform you, in this game, the undead race receives a permanent buff, Tech Lockdown, preventing their tech tree from exceeding 60% of its maximum potential. Finally, there was a congratulatory message for Gao Chang. Congratulations on completing the all-out war against the undead. As a reward, you can choose to take one item with you after the game. Calculating your contribution to this total war. Your contribution is 100%, therefore the item levels you can choose are Wonders and below. After the announcement, in the Elven birthplace, an Elven lord suddenly stopped the actions of his subjects. In the hands of that subject lay a finely crafted bow that was nearly finished. My lord, why? The leader seemed somewhat puzzled. Once the bow is completed and the technology is activated, the combat power of their territory will be greatly enhanced. With this fine bow, they could even easily hunt down small dragons. The Elven lord shook his head, offering no explanation. After crafting this exquisite bow, he wasn't sure if he would be able to push the tech tree to 60% of the current limit. The fate of the undead had given him a good warning. He approached the war game with utmost caution, and without absolute certainty of defeating the corrupt empire, he would never dare to provoke that unknown force. Besides, his chances of success are almost here. The Elven Lord picked up the polished stone knife in his hand and led his people toward the roots of an ancient, towering tree. At the base of the ancient tree is a huge, excavated cave. Upon entering the cave, a putrid stench immediately hits you. Jing Yi, a weak yet gritted voice, came from the front of the Elven Lord. She was an elf girl who was bound. Her body was covered in cuts and lacerations, with congealed blood mixed with dirt clinging to her thin frame. Looking around the cave, all that could be seen were the corpses of elves who had been tortured to death. You'll get your comeuppance. Jingyi did not respond, but quietly walked forward and lifted the girl's chin. The life of the elves comes from the ancient tree of life. The girl in front of us comes from the same plane of elves as Jingyi. Strictly speaking, the girl is still Shai Zuha's younger sister. So he took advantage of the other party's trust, lured the other party and all his subjects here, and tortured them to death. Seeing the anger in the girl's eyes, Jingyi did not hesitate to cut open her artery with a stone knife, letting the last drop of blood drain from her body. Final strategy progress +1. Have you unlocked the Lord's path, renegade? No, this was already the umpteenth time that Jingyi had rejected this approach. The reason that made Jingyi do such a thing was naturally the final strategy brought about by the ominous star buff. Forest Power revives a giant tree over 50 meters tall into a war tree. While the war tree is present, it will periodically generate split versions to fight alongside it. Synopsis: elves have long protected the forests, so when they are in dire straits, the forests they protect will reveal their true power to them. The conditions for achieving this ultimate strategy are not demanding. In fact, they could be described as very simple. Because this ultimate strategy requires neither miracles nor any resources. Its only need is the corpses of 3,000 furious elves. Yes, it was filled with anger. Only the corpses of vengeful spirits who died in anger can bring the ancient tree of war to the world. Aside from anger, all other emotions are worthless. Neither their bravery in fighting against foreign enemies nor their heroic sacrifice could disturb the ancient war tree in the slightest. All it needs is anger. For those elves who trusted Jingyi, what could be more infuriating than his betrayal? Progress 2963/3000. Looking at the progress bar, which was nearing its critical point, Jingyi revealed a grim expression. It will be soon. He slaughters several lords and hundreds of their subjects here every day. He only needs to lure one more lord over to make his month of caution worthwhile. The elves will win this war game. As for those lords who have died, the tree of life can sprout even more at any time. What that mother truly needs is more land where she can take root. Jingyi stared at the pit behind her with a look of madness. Facing the corpses of his fallen comrades, he seemed to see the kind face of his mother. Chapter 54 Final Strategic Deployment. Jingyi, you'll die a horrible death. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Jingyi slowly put down the stone knife, dripping with blood. A smile appeared on Jingyi's lips. The ancient oak tree before me finally slowly opened its angry eyes. That was a mysterious power, far beyond the Stone Age. The elven race has achieved its final strategy, the power of the forest. The instant Gao Chang received the server-wide notification, Zuzhu pushed open the door and entered the Lord's Hall. At this moment, Zuzhu changed into a witch's robe and held a bone staff made of some unknown animal bone in his hand. Facing Gao Chang, her expression was unexpectedly serious. I suddenly sensed an evil aura that had surpassed the limits of this world, rising from a forest thousands of miles away. Seeing Grandma Zuzu's attitude, Gao Chang couldn't help but put away his previously relaxed expression. As soon as the elven race achieved their final strategy, Zuzu sensed it and claimed to have felt an evil aura that had exceeded the limits of the world. It's hard not to think of that ultimate strategy. Gao Chang had seen the Gnolls' ultimate strategy, and neither their giant chariots nor their sacrificial altars resembled anything the Stone Age could possess. The forest power of the elves must be at least of equal value. Moreover, Gao Chang's heart tightened. The elven race had achieved their final strategy and had seized the initiative. This true meat grinder battlefield of the Stone Age is probably about to begin. Just as Gao Chang was quietly waiting for Zuzhu to say something next, Sasha suddenly pushed open the door and walked in, looking at the heavy atmosphere in the hall with a puzzled expression. The Lord and the old woman are both here. The bonfire feast is about to begin. Are you still staying inside? After saying that, without waiting for their reply, Sasha walked up with a smile, took their hands, and pulled them towards the outside. Let's go. Eating is the most important thing in the world, so just don't think about anything that's bothering you. As they were being led away, Zuzu glanced out the window. He then leaned close to Gao Chang's ear and whispered, "Lord, we might have to go pick up Zhu Luo and the other children." "You mean Zhu Luo and the others are in danger?" Gao Chang thought of a possibility. The ultimate strategy achieved by the elven race could threaten the Tyrannosaurus riders who are outside. This is not impossible. According to Gao Chang's prediction, if the Gnolls achieve their final strategy, their giant war chariots would probably be enough to flatten his own flood control walls. Zhu nodded, making no attempt to hide the seriousness he felt about the matter. At the same time, she also expressed concern about the current state of the territory. An evil aura that has exceeded its limits has descended upon this world, and within the entire Wailing Wall, only she, the diviner, has noticed it. For tens of thousands of years, no one has broken the tranquility of the Wailing Wall. The arrogance of the nobles was ingrained in their very bones. They would not take anything seriously until they experienced it firsthand. Someone must shatter everyone's dreams before that evil aura arrives, or even a fallen empire will pay the price for its arrogance. But who can do it? What? Gong Xingjian jumped up from his seat. He also saw the server-wide announcement. He was just worrying about Gao Chang's ridiculously high war contribution, and now the elves have given him another great gift. How could the elves have been the first to complete the final strategy? Gong Xingjian was completely baffled as he looked at the nearly completed final strategic progress. Today is the last day of the week, and the Terran race's final strategy is finally nearing completion. If it weren't for myself and Gao Chang, the final strategic progress of the human race would never have been so fast. Speaking of this, Gong Xingjian has to thank Gao Chang. Because Gao Chang contributed all the required food and rare items, the other lords no longer needed to contribute these two resources. The surplus grain is enough to elevate the overall development of the human race to a new level. More people mean more labor, which means gathering more resources in the same amount of time. Now, all that's needed is to fill in the stone option, and the humans will be able to complete their final strategy. But it will happen soon. Now that the Star Sword has recruited a large number of skeletons to mine day and night, the demand for stone will surely be met tonight. Looking at the radiant image of the power of the stars, Gong Xingjian couldn't help but relax a lot. Many people will die tonight. Elves and Gao Chang were nothing more than stepping stones for him. Humans will win, and he will be the ultimate human champion. So, it's time to notify the others to take refuge. The messages were sent out by the Star Sword and reached every lord who had joined the Supreme Alliance. Humanity has achieved its final strategy, the power of the stars. Shortly after the Terran race completed its final strategic deployment, it was midnight. Bite! This week's rules have ended. This week's lord losses totaled 52-28. May you all continue your efforts. After this set of rules ended, no entirely new rules were introduced quickly. Instead, a grand roulette wheel was set up before some of the human and elven lords. Punishment time. At this moment, Gao Chang heard a dragon's roar. In the darkness, flocks of pterosaurs flew out of the mountains and forests, heading towards the birthplace of the human and elf races. Only when they were about to pass the Wailing Wall would the pterosaurs slightly deviate from their flight path and take a detour from the more distant sky. It seems some lords haven't followed the rules this week well, choosing instead to remain inconspicuous and fish in troubled waters. Now, they will pay the price for their choices. Bite! Upon hearing the voice beside him, Gao Chang suddenly realized that he was also among the punishment options. Did anyone actually draw their own name? The human lord, Peerless General, has declared war on the human lord, Gao Chang. Reason for war? None. Gao Chang wasn't the only one who was stunned. Even Su Uki, who was opening the chat interface, was stunned for a moment. Because everyone around him was a human lord. He didn't have anyone he particularly trusted, nor did he want to harm the weaker lords, so he didn't choose to declare war on anyone. Of course, no one dared to declare war on him. Therefore, as expected, Su Uki failed to complete the weekly match against the enemy. As for drawing a high-level character, that was a complete accident. But why is his enemy Gao Chang? Looking at the enemy's name displayed on the war interface. At this moment, Su Uki finally came up with a guess that he had thought about many times but dared not believe. A message was sent directly from the chat window. Brother Chang, have you received my declaration of war? And your Gao Chang, the one ranked number 1? Right. Gao Chang had no intention of hiding anything. In reality, he thought that when he sent architectural blueprints to Su Uki and arranged for the Ji family to work under Su Uki, he was doing so. His good friend should have already guessed it. As for the results now, his good friend seems to be a bit slow to realize things. It's just on the other side of the chat box. Upon seeing Gao Chang's reply, Su Uki's expression changed. Chapter 55, Unleashing the Power of the Stars. Oh no. Because of Gao Chang's admission, he suddenly understood many things. As a vice leader of the Supreme Alliance, Gong Xingjian still revealed some things to him. This includes some information about the power of stars. He was just about to open the chat window when he wanted to talk to Gao Chang about this. At that time, he was not in a hurry because he did not know that Gao Chang was the one that Gong Xingjian wanted to deal with, the one located in the 4 battle zone. Now that he knows Gao Chang is the same Gao Chang who is ranked number 1 on the leaderboard, Su Yuki finally realizes the danger Gao Chang is in. Su Yuki casually clicked surrender on the war interface and sent a chat message to Gao Chang. Run. Find a cave to hide in. Su Yuki knew that his sudden statement would only leave people confused. Therefore, an introduction to the human race's ultimate strategy, the power of the stars, was subsequently included. Power of the stars summons the power of the stars to descend upon the world. Once activated, a meteor shower will fall continuously for the next 24 hours, indiscriminately striking the territories of all 4 races. Note, borders between different races will have a higher chance of being attacked, up to 4 times. The higher the threat level of a lord, the greater the chance of being hit by a meteor shower. A meteor shower? Gao Chang never expected that the final strategy drawn by the human race in this Stone Age would actually be related to meteorites. With the power of the stars, you are none other than Emperor Guangyu of Han. Lu Xiao? No, what exactly is Gong Xingjian trying to do by choosing this final strategy? Gao Chang glanced at the human forum for a very short time. Within the human race's forums, most lords were still discussing what the rules would be next week, while others were worrying about the impending punishments. Nobody was talking about the meteor shower that was going to fall in the next 24 hours. At the same time, this week's rules also came into effect. Since the Elven race has launched its final strategy first, and the number of lords killed in this round has exceeded 30%, the victory conditions for the war are unlocked starting this week. Victory in war. When a number of remaining lords in this round is less than 40% of the total, the faction with the most remaining lords will win this game. The conditions for victory in war. Gao Chang knew that. There are many different victory conditions in war games, but these are not disclosed to players at the beginning of the game. Generally, depending on the development of each race in the game, there'll be different ways to win, such as domination victory or religious victory. However, winning a war is the most common way to win a war game. Gao Chang's idea before entering the war game was to become one of the remaining 40% of lords. But at this moment, he thought of the fact that Su Yuki had specifically informed him. Gao Chang couldn't help but guess that Gong Xingjian's failure to inform the other human lords about the power of the stars was because he intended to abandon them as pawns. Now the Null Lords and Undead Lords are both severely weakened. Their numbers have drastically decreased, and the Elven Lord population was already small to begin with. As long as a number of human lords die, the final settlement phase will soon begin. Of course, the most important thing is yourself. Gao Chang hadn't forgotten that he was in a place of constant warfare, and the chance of being attacked by a meteorite was 4 times that of an ordinary lord. At the same time, it possesses the highest level of threat in the world, making it the most likely target for meteorites. In other words, unless you're incredibly lucky, you're almost guaranteed to be a target when a meteorite strikes. Even Gong Xingjian's calculations were very good. He only announced the news about the power of stars within the Supreme Alliance at the very moment the meteor was about to strike. Even if Su Yuki informed him now, given his speed, he wouldn't be able to hide in any cave. My lord, look at the stars in the sky. Sasha tugged at Gao Chang's sleeve with her greasy hand and pointed her middle finger at the sky with her roasted ribs. The stars are exceptionally bright tonight. Gao Chang raised his head, staring at the gradually enlarging point of light, his pupils shrinking. Meteorite. And there's more than one. Multiple meteorites fell into the wall of size at the same time, and judging from their appearance, they were aimed at Gao Chang. No wonder Su Yuki reminded us to look for a cave. If a meteorite were to actually hit, there would be no use in hiding unless there was a sufficiently thick protective layer. But it can minimize losses as much as possible. Realizing this, Gao Chang shouted loudly to those around him, "Scatter quickly!" The laughter near Stonehenge stopped abruptly, and then everyone saw the spot Gao Chang was pointing to. Several shooting stars shone even brighter in the eyes of the crowd. My lord, please take that silly girl Sasha away from here first. Zhu Zhu stood up, staring at the meteorite in the sky, without a trace of panic in his eyes. Zhu Zhu was one of the few people who didn't eat much at tonight's bonfire feast. She had been troubled because the divination was gradually tilting in an unfavorable direction. That evil aura is gradually intensifying. It was precisely because Zuzu was also a member of the ancient nobility that she understood even better the arrogance and decadence in the hearts of the nobles. And now this raging fire that has fallen from the sky will be the best opportunity to burn away everyone's despair. Everyone evacuated from their original spot, and even Sasha was pulled aside by Gao Chang. At this moment, Gao Chang looked at Zhu Zhu, who was still standing in front of the Stonehenge. Zhu Zhu subtly swung his bone staff. Unbeknownst to everyone, the path of a meteorite in the sky underwent a completely insignificant change. This change caused the meteorite to impact the location of Stonehenge. At this moment, Sasha looked at the increasingly bright flames in the sky and the location where the flames were about to reach, and finally realized that something was wrong. Wait, what's that over there? Before Sasha could finish speaking, a deafening roar was heard. An endless heat wave spread in all directions as the meteorite crashed into the very center of Stonehenge. Snap! Sasha dropped the grilled ribs in her hand and stared blankly in the direction of Stonehenge. Not only Sasha, but almost all the ancient nobles who had just been chatting and laughing all had the same blank expression. Even when another meteorite crashed and collapsed the flood control wall, it did not change their expressions in the slightest. Your wonder, Stonehenge has been destroyed. All bonuses from Stonehenge will soon expire. You have witnessed the passing of a miracle. Do you wish to embark on the path to becoming a lord? Miracle. Yes. Having finally found this path, Gao Chang chose to step into it almost without hesitation. In that instant, the whole world seemed to come to a standstill. The towering flames froze in place, and everyone within the territory seemed to freeze in their tracks. The only change was the sudden appearance of a blinding white light on the site, where the ancient Stonehenge had been completely reduced to ashes. Chapter 56, Awakening the Empire. Tell me your wish. A clear, ethereal voice came from Stonehenge. Who? Gao Chang asked instinctively. But the voice did not answer Gao Chang's question. It simply repeated, state your wish. Gao Chang paused, as if realizing something. Upon checking his personal attributes, he found that he had not gained any abilities after entering the first stage of the miracle path. At that moment, the war game notification sounded. Witnessing the demise of a miracle is a miracle in itself. You have successfully embarked on the path unique to miracles. No one knows if you'll reach the top, but now, make any wish, and a miracle will grant your dream. Seeing the prompts in the war game, Gao Chang remained silent for a moment. Make any wish. It is said that the strength of each path is equal. Can a miracle path really be that powerful? 999 more wishes? Gao Chang asked tentatively. But the light in the center of Stonehenge seemed to pause for a moment, then repeated, state your wish. Cut. Knowing that the other party couldn't really grant all wishes, Gao Chang curled his lip. Since that's the case, let's just be as greedy as possible. I hope that I can always win the war game. The light paused for a moment, as if trying to understand what Gao Chang was saying. Then, a medal depicting the ancient Stonehenge appeared out of thin air in front of Gao Chang and was imprinted into his personal panel. Your wish has been fulfilled. Can it really be done? Gao Chang suspiciously opened his personal panel and looked at his Lord Path. Miracle, Tier 1. This time, a brand new ability has been added below the path. Estimation, the 37th of the 36 stratagems. When facing any enemy, you always estimate that you can win. Effect, while you're alive in the game, all lords in the game can directly see the difference in military, economic, and technological levels between themselves and any other lord. Several question marks appeared above Gao Chang's head. The wish he made was that he could win the war game forever, right? Or does this miraculous path include the word, I hope, in the wish list? Gao Chang's lips twitched. It really wasn't impossible. At this moment, as Gao Chang fully entered the miracle path, the light of Stonehenge disappeared, and everything around Gao Chang returned to its dynamic state. Gao Chang only heard a soft sound beside his ear. Sasha was already kneeling on the ground, looking in the direction of Stonehenge and shedding 2 lines of clear tears. If you listen closely, you can hear a few indistinct words coming from Sasha's mouth. My spices, my smoothies, my... The negative effects of the meteorite are still ongoing. Because of contact with the ice buried beneath Stonehenge, countless scalding water vapors are spreading outwards, along with some small, flying stones. Just then, a rock hit Sasha on the head, and a streak of blood instantly flowed down her smooth forehead, mixing with the clear tears in Sasha's eyes. At this moment, the world that Sasha saw was stained with blood. Gao Chang reached out with some concern and helped Sasha up. Suddenly, Sasha grabbed Gao Chang's hand instead. "My lord." Gao Chang was clearly taken aback when he saw Sasha in front of him, whose eyes had suddenly returned to calm after being vacant. Because at that moment, Sasha's expression was very strange. The smile and nonchalance that used to grace her face are nowhere to be seen. Although Sasha had suggested demolishing Stonehenge, everyone knew it was just a joke. The collapse of Stonehenge is a significant blow to Sasha. Sasha doesn't know what she did wrong to deserve this treatment. But Sasha slowly looked at the completely destroyed flood control wall in the distance. It wasn't just Sasha. Gao Chang also made a keen observation. Almost all the ancient nobles, even those not around Stonehenge, walked to the open space, their eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. They simply cannot comprehend the extent of their crimes. Now, let's speak frankly. Given that Stonehenge has been destroyed, you will receive the buff, the Dragon Awakens. Your territory type has been changed to Awakened Empire. The gears of fate turn forward, the long-dormant dragon slowly opens its eyes, and the lurking tiger bares its fangs to the world. The nascent civilization had long lost the respect it once held for the imperial court. Your people have sharpened their blades and are now gazing into a world both familiar and strange. Now, it's time to use fear to revisit their memories. Effect 6 has been removed. You have already obtained the Awakening trait. Awakening Empire. Effect 1. You will unlock exclusive recruitment privileges for all troop types and building blueprints for the Awakened Empire. Effect 2. You can recruit soldiers without spending any resources, and there is no training time when you use your citizens to recruit soldiers. Effect 3. The number of soldiers you recruit is not limited by the total number of your subjects. Gao Chang knew that none of these things were the most important. Most importantly, after his territory was changed to an Awakened Empire, he was finally able to build structures and recruit warriors like a normal player. I couldn't wait to open the recruitment page. A wide variety of unit options came into view. Gao Chang discovered that not every civilization's awakened units can be recruited by the Empire. However, the unique troop types of the Awakened Empire can only be described as monstrous. Gu Lu swallowed hard, and Gao Chang decisively set several conditions among the many troop training options. Fire resistance, sorted by combat power. Many unit options disappeared instantly. Among the remaining options, Gao Chang immediately looked at the unit with the strongest combat power. Obsidian Champion Foot Rider. Introduction. Obsidian is also a stone, but a unique forging technique allows us to craft it into armor. Only the most exceptional warriors can be crowned with the title of champion. Training requirements. Ancient Noble X1. Characteristics. Immune to cutting damage, immune to piercing damage, immune to fire damage, immune to lightning damage. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Gao Chang had never heard of any other unit type that could possess so many damage immunity abilities at the same time. Moreover, the strength of the Obsidian Champion Foot Knight goes far beyond that. In addition to being immune to a large amount of damage, this Foot Knight also has a special characteristic. Oil-coated armor. These warriors are skilled at using flames as a barrier, scorching any enemy who dares to approach them. Chapter 57, The Supermodel's Military Branch. Without any hesitation, Gao Chang immediately maxed out his training quota. After exiting the training interface, Gao Chang saw all the ancient nobles heading towards their residences, including Sasha beside him. There are no training costs or training time. When everyone reassembled, they had all changed into a set of heavy, jet black obsidian armor. The weight of that armor was so great that it could even leave a mud pit in the ground when one walked on it. At the same time, Gao Chang noticed something. Although the description states that only 1 in 10,000 warriors can be given the title of champion, the Obsidian Champion Foot Knight is a title bestowed upon them. But all the Foot Knights present, who were transformed from nobles, were champions. Gao Chang subconsciously thought of a sentence. What makes a nobleman noble? Is it because they were born into nobility? No, it's because the blades in their hands are sharp enough, and they themselves are powerful enough. But the Awakened Empire brings much more than that. Gao Chang looked to the other side and saw that the servants were not trained as Obsidian Champion Infantry Knights like the nobles. Because in the unit tree, Gao Chang also saw some outrageous things. Their combat power may not be that terrifying, but if placed in the Stone Age, it would be a complete dimensional reduction attack. Oil Can Thrower. Description: these agile can throwers were special cloaks that grant them immunity to fire and are adept at bringing flames to every corner within their sight. Training requirements: Ancient Servant X1. Characteristics: immune to fire damage, high melee mastery, raging fire. Like Foot Knights, this is also a type of unit that uses oil for attacks. Gao Chang hesitated for a moment, then trained half of the servants in his territory to be oil jug throwers. As for why not train them all, the reason is that Gao Chang saw in the previous training menu that the waiters could be trained into many flexible types of soldiers. For example, there are wilderness builders who can construct defensive structures and engineering tools anywhere, and dragon tamers who are skilled in taming. One by one, attendants, some wearing cloaks and carrying pottery jars, others holding hammers and tools, approached the Foot Knights. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Chang had already trained all the people in his territory into top-tier soldiers of this era. Gao Chang even felt that these types of troops, placed in the Stone Age, would be like having questions beyond the syllabus on an exam paper, leaving people helpless. At the same time, Gao Chang's training interface has also changed. Although there are no more citizens available in the territory, Gao Chang's training for all types of troops is still lit up. He was still able to continue training troops. Thinking about the third effect, Gao Chang, with a try-it-out mentality, pushed the training of troops to the maximum number. 10,000 people. Training began without charging Gao Chang any resources, and these new soldiers would complete their training in 7 days. Even though Gao Chang no longer had any extra subjects. My lord. At this moment, a figure wearing obsidian heavy armor walked heavily to Gao Chang. Only from a voice could Gao Chang realize that the person standing in front of him was Sasha, who loved to eat, drink, have fun, and come up with bad ideas every day. Sasha planted a heavy great sword in the ground in front of her and knelt down on one knee. My lord, we have over 13,000 soldiers ready to fight, awaiting your command. At the same time, almost all the Foot Knights made the same move. More than 13,000 people. Looking at the available troops before him, Gao Chang realized that the number of these warriors was more than 6 times the total number of people under the strongest lord in the Stone Age in human history. Who would have thought that just an hour ago, he only had 30 Tyrannosaurus riders and 500 long bowmen at his disposal? Before you issue your command, may we say a few words first? Hayukin suddenly asked Gao Chang. At this moment, Hayukin's profession as a supplies officer has completely shed the word degenerate. Now, she can perfectly manage supplies for 100,000 people, and she is no longer the same as before. Gao Chang nodded. Then Hayukin looked at the warriors in front of her and shouted loudly. We have been silent for too long, so long that there is no memory of us left in the world. As Hayukin spoke, Lei Heshuo also came over with the 10 Tyrannosaurus riders who had stayed behind. So long that those newly emerging civilizations dare to trample on our dignity. So long that other civilizations no longer take us seriously, Lei Heshuo added. Grandma Zuzu also turned her gaze to the soldiers. Our ancestors used their remaining light to protect us for 10,000 years. They made their descendants immune to all disasters, so they could enjoy wealth and luxury. Now, the lingering glory of our ancestors is gradually losing its power to deter villains, but they have already passed down their strength and wisdom. It is time for us to go and protect our descendants. The scene fell silent, and everyone looked at Sasha's location. Sasha almost lost her composure, her originally serious expression crumbling. Fortunately, thanks to the thick obsidian armor, Sasha's embarrassed expression was not visible. Look, why are you all staring at me? Why would other people feel like they also prepared a speech? Sasha kept trying to signal to Gao Chang to give the order quickly, but all her attempts were thwarted by her obsidian helmet. Even through the armor, Gao Chang could sense Sasha's embarrassment. The discomfort I had just felt due to Sasha's personality change vanished instantly. Gao Chang casually patted Sasha's armor and whispered, "Just say whatever you want, everyone's watching." Okay then. Sasha stood up from the ground and picked up the great sword in front of her. After a long pause, he shouted loudly. Today, we were eating barbecue and singing songs when suddenly we were blown up by some bastard who appeared out of nowhere. They burned our roasted meat that we hadn't even had a chance to eat, set fire to the spices we had painstakingly prepared, and destroyed our ice cellar. As she accused the other party of their crimes, Sasha burst into tears of grievance. At the same time, some of the soldiers present gripped their swords a little tighter. Seeing that Sasha was crying harder and harder, Gao Chang quickly stepped forward and continued. Can we tolerate this kind of thing? No. A hand holding a kerosene can was raised. Then what should we do? Gao Chang continued to shout. Burn them. Yes, burn them. Burn them alive. As the shouts of burning them to death grew louder and louder, Gao Chang quietly returned to his original position. Actually, there's no need to be so extreme. Chapter 58, Declaring War on the World. Because of your speech, the Dragon Awakening buff has temporarily been changed to Dragon's Wrath. To Gao Chang's surprise, a simple speech actually triggered a notification from the war game. Dragon's Wrath buff. Your war weariness will never increase, and the combat power of all warriors in your territory will increase by 10%. Compared to the Awakening of the Dragons, the Wrath of the Dragons adds an extra bit of combat power, but there are absolutely no downsides. Gao Chang looked at the many soldiers in front of him. When their pride is torn away, when peaceful life becomes a dream, their anger nearly set the whole world ablaze. Then let's end this war. Gao Chang already knew what he needed to do at this moment. He reached out and grasped the great sword that Sasha was holding. Gao Chang shouted loudly, from this moment on, we declare war on the world. At the same time, all surviving lords in the war game received a server-wide notification from the war game. The Wailing Wall has awakened from its millennia-long slumber and once again reigns over the continent that once cast its shadow. Now, giants have entered the children's paradise. The awakened empire declares war on all lords. Reason for war: the Wrath of the Dragons. Warning: this is a hopeless war. Immediate surrender is recommended to minimize losses. At a time when most lords were still a loss, a new server-wide announcement has appeared again, this time from the Awakening Empire. We will once again cleanse this world, submit, or die. The war game thoughtfully provides each lord with two unique options that are only triggered when the Awakened Empire declares war on them. Option 1. We will not be enemies with the Awakened Empire. Selecting this option will automatically surrender to the Awakened Empire, making you a vassal state. You will not be able to win this game unless the Awakened Empire is destroyed. After seeing the commentary on Option 1, many lords hesitated, even with the warnings from the war game. There must always be a winner among the 4 tribes. If they were to bow down to this inexplicably appearing Awakened Empire at this moment, they would be destined to end up as losers. Therefore, many people turn their attention to Option 2. Option 2. They're just foolish old relics. Sweep them into the dustbin of history. All lords who select this option will be forced to join the war against the Awakened Empire. At that moment, Gao Chang's miraculous talent came into play. For some reason, he gained a special ability in front of other lords, to see the difference between himself and others. Many lords subconsciously check the gap between their own strength and Gao Chang's. In military matters, the enemy is like a god compared to us. In economic matters, they're like gods compared to us. In terms of technology, they're like gods compared to us. 3 figures, like gods laid bare before all the lords. The Null and Undead lords, who were locked in a fierce battle, made almost no hesitation in choosing not to antagonize the Awakened Empire and continued to engage in the fighting between the 2 sides. But apart from the Undead and Nulls, most lords still clung to a sliver of hope. I choose Option 2. One by one, the human and elven lords chose Option 2, because they know they are not fighting alone. All lords who choose the second option will, to a large extent, become foes on the same side. An existence that a single lord cannot defeat. But what if most lords were combined? We might not be unable to defeat them. As a result, one hostile target after another appeared in the powerful war panel. Almost all the elites of both the human and elven races chose to join the war. However, to Gao Chang's surprise, the message came from Su Uki. Do you need help? I'll bring the Ji family over to assist you. After fully understanding who Gao Chang was, Su Uki also understood many things. For example, right now, if you want to help Gao Chang, most of the elders within the Supreme Alliance are unreliable, even those who once stood with him in the vote. After the server-wide announcement, Su Uki also learned that Gao Chang would be facing a large number of enemies. The worst-case scenario is that the humans and elves unite. After the meteor shower ends, they will first surround and kill Gao Chang, and then engage in a decisive battle between the two sides. At this stage, the only people who might go with Su Yuki to help Gao Chang are the Ji family members whom Gao Chang himself arranged. No rush. Let's wait until the meteor shower is over. Compared to the fighting power that Su Yuki could bring, Gao Chang was more afraid that his eldest son would really die on the way. How dangerous a 24-hour continuous meteor shower is can only be known by experiencing it firsthand. Just as Su Yuki sent the message, another meteorite crashed into the wall of size. This time, it was different from the time it was smashed at Stonehenge. Without large amounts of ice to cool it down, the heat wave directly ignited the surrounding greenery. If it weren't for the fact that everyone present except Gao Chang possessed extremely high fire resistance, they might have already been killed by the burns. "We need to get out of here quickly," Zhu Zhu said, frowning. "As long as we are here, the stars in the sky may fall at any moment." Gao Chang nodded, even though this war might very well be the final showdown of this game. He also didn't want these meteorites to destroy his territory. After informing Su Yuki that there was no need to come to his aid for the time being, Gao Chang first looked towards the heart of the human territory. Just as Gong Xingjian knew where he was, Gao Chang also knew the location of Gong Xingjian's territory perfectly well because of the presence of Su Yuki and Ji Lenjiu. But Gao Chang always had a strange feeling about the Gongxing sword. "I felt both angry and amused. Destroying the ancient Stonehenge under the watchful eyes of everyone in the fallen empire was simply the most impossible thing imaginable. But Gong Xingjian did it. Using the power of the stars, Gong Xingjian was indeed very clever enough to help Gao Chang successfully awaken the fallen empire. Even Gao Chang himself couldn't do that. So, let the Star Sword, which is closer to us, enjoy itself for a couple more days, and take everyone to visit the birthplace of the elf race. Or should we send Gong Xingjian to see his great-grandmother? After all, once the fallen empire awakened, neither the Star Sword nor any so-called final strategy was needed anymore." Gao Chang didn't even hesitate for a few seconds. The information that followed solidified Gao Chang's resolve. The elves declare war on the humans. Reason for war: total war. The elven technology has reached the game's maximum of 60%. You have unlocked the reason for declaring war on the elven race. Beware. At this moment, Jingyi stood atop the ancient war tree, silently gazing down at everything in the distance. Chapter 59, Shai Zuha's Ambition. An alliance with the human race? What a mediocre person's idea. Unlike other lords, Jingyi never even considered the option of allying with the human race. Similarly, he didn't care at all about the suddenly emerging, awakened empire. Looking at the ancient war tree at her feet, Jingyi felt only peace. Victory belongs to the elves. The ultimate strategy brought about by the ominous star buff is something that completely breaks through the upper limit of the world's technology tree. Humans originally had the ability to fight against the elves because they were the only two races to achieve the final strategy in this war game. But the humans were too foolish. Indeed, faced with the star power chosen by Gong Xingjian, Jingyi could only utter the word foolish. Don't be fooled by the spectacular sight of a meteor shower. It can actually cause injury to both the meteorite showerer and the observer. Moreover, just then, a meteorite struck the ancient war tree, smashing a hole through its trunk. But the next moment, a tremendous suction force erupted from the roots of the ancient war tree. As one vibrant tree after another in the forest withered and died, the wounds on the ancient war tree seemed never to have appeared. A smile appeared on Jingyi's lips. Moreover, this so-called meteorite shower has no effect on me. The only chance for the Star Sword to win is if the meteor shower kills enough human lords, and then, taking advantage of the elven race's numerical disadvantage, it can secure victory in this game. But Shai Zuha wouldn't just stand by and watch him win. Thinking of this, Jingyi took out a scroll and used it directly. Letter of Request for Battle Oddity. Effect: after using the request for battle, the game will not proceed to the settlement phase unless your race wins or is completely wiped out. As cautious as he was, he naturally considered the possibility that Gong Xingjian intended to slaughter his own clan's lord. After submitting a declaration of war, the war game will not end until the elf race becomes the race with the most surviving players in the game. Next up is the performance of the ancient tree of war. On the way back, Zhu Luo was a little uneasy. She saw fireballs raining down from the sky, smashing the undead lords who couldn't dodge in time into dust. These are not enough to alarm Jiuluo, because after just one day, the fireballs stopped falling. What really made Jiuluo feel uneasy was the number of undead she was currently encountering. They were now close to the border of the undead race, but had not yet left the undead race's spawn point. However, Jiuluo no longer saw any undead units. This sense of deathly stillness is quite illogical, even in the realm of the undead. No, stop. Jiuluo suddenly stopped the entire team's movements. Her eyes were fixed on the oak tree in front of her, which showed no signs of anything amiss. If we move another 30 steps as a whole, you will launch an attack on us. Suddenly, the oak tree opened its eyes, looking at Jiuluo with a puzzled expression. What kind of human being would suspect that a tree is lying in ambush? Step back. As soon as Jiuluo finished speaking, tree roots emerged from the ground and pulled a Tyrannosaurus Rex that couldn't dodge in time into the ground. There have been layoffs. After retreating to a safe area, Jiuluo's expression turned somewhat grim. Directly in front of her, rows of oak trees opened their aged faces. These old creatures were no smaller than Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, some of the oak trees suddenly stretched their roots out of the soil. As the soil was gradually turned over, Jiuluo finally understood where the spirits had gone. They tried to burrow underground to escape the insurmountable threat, but ended up becoming nourishment for these strange trees. Seeing that the loss of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and its rider was irrecoverable, Jiuluo did not hesitate and immediately ordered his men to retreat to the rear. Because of the activation of the characteristic of knowing when to advance and when to retreat. During the evacuation, the oak trees failed to stop the group. An unexpected bonus. In a secluded corner in the distance, Jingyi watched in surprise as Jiuluo and her group quickly departed. He did not know Jiuluo or Tyrannosaurus Rider. Out of caution, and unsure whether this would attract the attention of the fallen empire, he did not gather any intelligence about it during the past month. But with the arrival of the war tree, he felt that he could get to know it now. Jingyi's lips curled into a strange smile. When the all-out war with the human race began, he left the other elven lords to their fate and led the war tree here alone. This is to trigger the war tree's splitting property. Given sufficient nutrition, why can't the elves have the same ability to quickly deploy troops as the undead? Clearly, Jingyi regarded the bones of the undead as perfect nourishment. Even the oak tree that Jiuluo just encountered came from the split of the ancient war tree. Oak Guardian. Description. This creature originated from a split of the ancient tree of war and possesses 1/10 of its power. Did you think the Oak Guardians were finished? But then they saw acorns being tossed into the soil in the distance from the canopy of those old oak trees. In just half an hour, the acorns grew into objects less than half a meter tall, yet nearly human-shaped, and began to follow the direction Jiuluo had left. Acorn Boy. Description: Oak Guardian fruit, possessing 1% of the power of an Oak Guardian. This was Shizuha's plan. At this moment, the ancient tree of war has moved to the territory between the elves and the undead. He only needs to slowly erode the undead race, and he will be able to obtain a large number of war units that are not afraid of death by relying on the excellent nutrients of the undead race. The human race, having chosen the power of the stars, has absolutely no way to contend with the ancient tree of war. After he devoured the undead and gnolls, he devoured both humans and any awakened empire. Nothing can stop him now. That's what Shizuha was thinking. A group of uninvited guests have already intruded into the territory of the elves. Umans. When the elven lord saw the massive arrival of tens of thousands of humans on the ground, he couldn't help but show a wary expression. Everyone knows that the elves have launched a full-scale war against the humans. Therefore, he didn't think that the humans came to the elves' birthplace to befriend them. Moreover, the previous meteor shower that struck the human race had cost them many brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, many elven lords wore gloomy expressions. Because of the unique reproductive methods of the elves, most of the elven lords who enter the game in the same plane and in the same batch are relatives of each other. And a meteor shower from a star sword. This allowed many elf lords who had never left the forest since the beginning of the game to personally experience the pain of losing loved ones. As they pondered, the gloomy expressions on the faces of some of the elven lords transformed into hatred. The fine bows in their hands were silently aimed at the Obsidian Champion infantry knights who were about to step into the forest. Chapter 60 Initial Operations. Is this the starting location in the Elven territory? Outside the forest, Gao Chang stood on the plain, while Sasha led hundreds of champion infantry knights to block his way. He had no intention of traveling with the main force. After all, the combat units currently being trained are all fire-loving, and Gao Chang hasn't had enough of life yet, so he doesn't dare to follow this group of oil tankers into the forest. Meanwhile, the previously recruited field engineers also did not head into the forest. Gao Chang just tested their ability to build anywhere. Subsequently, with the actions of thousands of field engineers, Gao Chang witnessed the spectacle of a skyscraper rising from the ground. A rather rudimentary outpost is being built at an incredible speed. The sentry towers and ballistae were built on site. If it weren't for the limitations imposed by the times, these engineers could probably have brought even more surprises. My lord, your request has been fulfilled. At this moment, a field engineer came to Gao Chang's side and said something. At the same time, he tentatively asked, should we set up some more offensive equipment? Gao Chang nodded. In fact, ever since he arrived in the Elven territory, he had been looking at the building list. The sheer number of offensive weapons is overwhelming. It's impossible to know what to build. If it were any other lord, they probably wouldn't have these troubles, Gao Chang thought to himself. At this stage, it's hard to say whether other lords have invested in the technology tree to the point of machinery. As for Gao Chang, there are many attack devices he can build, but most of them were things designed for city walls or buildings like battering rams and giant catapults. Using these things to attack the elves scurrying about in the forest is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Far too cumbersome. Suddenly, Gao Chang's fingers, which were scrolling through the interface, paused. I never expected that such a thing would be found inside an attack weapon. Fire Dragon Cart. Description: a long-range area of effect unit with an attack range of 50 meters. When destroyed, it has a chance to trigger a violent explosion within a 50-meter radius, burning all objects within the area. Characteristics: slow, fragile, high self-destruction. What's self-destructing car? This is it. Just as Gao Chang confirmed the creation of the Fire Dragon card, a force of tens of thousands, a mix of foot knights and can throwers, finally entered the outer edge of the forest with heavy steps. From this moment on, they successfully entered the range of the elves' attack. Swoosh! The sound of wind breaking rang out. Without any warning, the elves fired the first arrow. They would never stand idly by and watch humans enter their territory. Unsurprisingly, the arrow broke into two pieces the instant it collided with the obsidian. But the sound of the collision and the crisp sound of the bowstring had successfully revealed his position. Behind the heavy armor of the foot knight, the lightly dressed pot thrower lifted his cloak, revealing a full pot of kerosene. Rows and rows of oil canisters rained down on the spot where the arrows had just been fired. The number of oil canisters far exceeded the number of arrows that had just flown by. What is that? The elven archer stared wide-eyed at the overwhelming barrage of clay pots. These people clearly didn't recognize this thing. Only the elven lords who participated in the war game suddenly changed their expressions upon seeing this thing. Looking at the overwhelming barrage of burning pots being thrown at us, they suspected a less-than-ideal possibility. With a series of crisp, cracking sounds as pieces of ceramic shattered, countless drops of oil covered the spot where the arrow had just been fired. A raging fire shot into the sky. An incredibly eerie wail rose from the flames. Surprisingly, the first to suffer heavy losses were not the elven archers who were shooting arrows. They had already changed positions the moment the oil canisters were thrown in. Where they had stood, the seemingly normal trees were now bursting into a series of pitiful howls amidst the raging flames. What the hell is this? The elven lord's eyes widened. Tree man? Are there treants in this war game? They didn't immediately think of the force power activated by Jing Yi, because Jing Yi never told any lord the specific details of the ominous star buff. For most elven lords, the week of ominous stars was more like a week of uneventful events. Seeing the treants in his own territory now made the elven lord look like he'd seen a ghost. However, they had to put the issue of the tree people aside for the time being. We can't let those humans keep burning now. The elven lord's face darkened as he watched the oil jugs being tossed out as if they were free. They were fast enough to escape the fire, but what about the forest? Without the protection of the forest, wouldn't the elves' advantage in guerrilla warfare be completely lost? Their eyes were drawn to the pot throwers mixed among the foot knights. If we want to save the forest, we absolutely cannot let those can throwers live. Let me give a try. An elven lord suddenly stood up straight and pulled out 2 polished stone swords from behind his back. The soldiers he brought with him were almost all dressed the same as him. Lord Yi Jing, on the surrounding giant trees. The other lords looked at the lord who had just spoken with strange expressions. They thought of some rumors about Yi Jing. Compared to the other elven lords, Yi Jing didn't seem to be as fond of bows and arrows. Even when faced with the natural disasters of the first week, he chose to use melee skills to fight the pack of wolves. It is said that on the last night of the week of natural disasters, Yi Jing fought against 3 giant wolves all by himself without relying on his people. In the end, the 3 giant wolves were slowly sliced to death, while Yi Jing was only slightly exhausted and didn't suffer any additional injuries. He may not be the fastest elven lord to kill the giant wolf, but he is definitely the most ruthless one in the eyes of all the lords. Therefore, Yi Jing was never really accepted by other lords. But not being accepted doesn't mean he's not strong. Many lords secretly glanced at the warriors brought by Yi Jing. Sword dancer. Description: skilled in dual sword combat, agile and nimble, capable of passing through hordes of soldiers without a trace of blood on his body. Features: climbing mastery, speed, dual wielding of light weapons. The wondrous building for training sword dancers was the reward Yi Jing obtained after killing the giant wolf. The lords exchanged glances. No matter how much they disliked Yi Jing and felt that he was somewhat disgracing the elegance of the elven race, they could not show it at this moment. In terms of close combat ability, Yi Jing and his sword dancers should be the most powerful units of the current era. Alright, Lord Yi Jing, just go ahead and do it. We'll provide you with ranged support, an elven lord suggested. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one offered to join Yi Jing in attacking the Obsidian Champion Foot Knight's lines. Chapter 61 Sword Dancer. Yi Jing shook his head. He had anticipated this scene from the moment he began to speak. Yi Jing then said nothing more. He picked up the 2 stone swords in his hands and ran down the tree trunk. As Yi Jing launched his attack, dozens of sword dancers quickly followed. Although their numbers seemed insignificant and laughable in the face of the awakened Empire's army, Yi Jing did not believe he had no chance of winning. The sword dancer's power has been proven in countless hunts. Multiple sword dancers working together could even kill a giant dinosaur-like creature. Their goal now is not to annihilate all the human warriors. Victory is achieved by destroying most of the oil canisters. The elven lords behind Yi Jing did not break their promise. The instant Yi Jing charged forward, a barrage of arrows shot out from the canopies of the giant trees, engulfing the can throwers on the ground. Facing the rain of arrows, the foot knight snorted coldly. Without needing any instructions from others, they spontaneously stood in front of the grenadier, chests out. Their arrogant gazes looked disdainfully at the direction for which the rain of arrows was coming. Not a single arrow pierced their armor. The elven arrows, which had always been invincible, now seemed as laughable as a baby's toy. Outside the forest, Hooken rode on the back of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, chatting casually with Granny Zuzu. The seemingly intense battle within the forest didn't even bring any tension to the 2 of them. I really don't understand why these civilizations think they can surpass our accumulated knowledge over thousands of generations with just 1 month of effort, Hayukin asked, puzzled. Grandma Zuzu smiled and shook her head, then reached out and ruffled Hooken's hair. Between me and my mother-in-law, who do you think is more needed? Hayukin chuckled, seemingly not having pondered the question for long. If my mother-in-law asks who is more respected, my answer is my mother-in-law. But since my mother-in-law asked who is more needed, Hooken proudly pointed to herself. A war cannot be won by simply shouting slogans. She, as the supply officer, was in charge of allocating supplies, battle damage, and miscellaneous items needed along the way for the deployment of 5 or even 6-figure numbers of soldiers. If resource allocation is not done well, or will there be an unlimited supply of crossbows and oil canisters for those gold-devouring beasts to consume? Without her, even a single battle would likely cause the Lord a lot of headaches. Hailing Hayukin's explanation, Tsutsu smiled indifferently. Yes, we old folks can't compare to you young people. Hayukin was suddenly stunned, because at this moment, wasn't she in the same state as those newly emerging civilizations? They were proud of themselves, and therefore gradually stopped paying attention to the old folks. All right, let's look over there. Zhu Zhu pointed towards the very front of the battle line. At that position, Yi Jing had already led his men to charge in front of the infantry knights. Zing zing zhong zhong. The two swords swiftly slashed across the various joints of the foot knight. This is a technique used by sword dancers to deal with heavily armored troops. By attacking the connecting parts of the heavy armor with a sword, the armor can be dislodged. Unfortunately, the effect was not significant for the Obsidian Champion foot riders. Those fragile stone swords were not capable of prying open the obsidian. Therefore, Yi Jing did not linger. After making 2 more cuts on the infantryman's breastplate, he spun around and dodged the heavy sword that was coming at him. Such superb skill. Is that a lord? Gao Chang naturally noticed Yi Jing's figure. In Gao Chang's eyes, compared to those guys who hid in the treetops and secretly shot arrows. Now, Yi Jing and the others, dancing back and forth in the heavily armed troops' lines, appear even more elegant. But it's just elegant. To Gao Chang, Yi Jing's current movements were like those of a dancer in a ballroom. The movements are elegant, yet they don't feel threatening. Although the Obsidian Champion Foot Knight was not as agile as Yi Jing and the sword dancers following behind him, but their numbers are close to 10,000. What does it feel like to be surrounded by 10,000 heavily armored knights whose armor cannot be penetrated by a few dozen light infantry? Gao Chang was too lazy to think about it, nor did he want to try. After dodging the attacks of several foot knights, Yi Jing finally managed to get close to the side of Can Thrower. Seeing the Can Thrower so close at hand, Yi Jing couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It's good to be able to get close. Dealing with these kerosene cans will likely be a long-term task that takes days to complete. Thinking of this, Yi Jing swung his 2 swords down at the hand that was throwing the can in front of him. Without the heavy obsidian armor, the long robe worn by the Can Thrower alone would not be enough to withstand the slash. However, what Yi Jing and all the sword dancers did not expect was, faced with the oncoming twin swords, the Can Throwers not only did not retreat, but instead met the attack head-on. An unlit kerosene can was smashed into Yi Jing's face, causing him to black out. Before he could react, another tremendous force struck, and one of Yi Jing's 2 swords was gone. Yi Jing wiped the oil off his face, looked at the only sword he had left in his hand, and then at the other sword that the Can Thrower had taken from him. They even brought weapons? This was the first time Yi Jing had encountered something like this, and even with the good manners of an elf, he almost cursed out loud. Is this the kind of character a soldier should have? Okay, the other side isn't a warrior. Having his weapon taken from him, Yi Jing had no intention of lingering in the fight and slipped through the gaps between the foot knights. But looking back, they found that more than half of the sword dancers they had brought were dead or wounded. Most of them were not killed by foot knights. Instead, when facing the Can Thrower, he was disarmed by the Can Thrower and killed in a one-on-one fight. So advanced melee proficiency includes disarming someone with bare hands. Gao Chang muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. In the current situation, it would be wishful thinking for the elves to send heavy infantry to break through the infantry knights' defenses, provided, of course, that they possess heavy infantry. As for light infantry, they only need to approach the Can Thrower. A Can Thrower with superior melee skills would tell them that the strength to throw a can of kerosene would probably be enough to smash their skulls. Perhaps it was a warrior's sixth sense. Yi Jing suddenly noticed a gaze fixed on him from afar, and immediately turned to meet it. Han Yukin and her group passed by the barrier between the main force and the engineering corps. Ye Ying successfully met Gao Qiangshgeish. That is, the Lord of Humanity? Yi Jing thought to himself subconsciously. Seeing Gao Chang completely unarmored, Yi Jing seemed to realize something. Is he a pampered fellow like other elven lords? Yi Jing suddenly chuckled softly. All those who are still alive, follow me. Chapter 62, Unexpected Developments. Yi Jing's voice was clear and crisp. Without a word, all the sword dancers who could still move followed Yi Jing's movements. Gao Chang squinted. He noticed that these lords seemed to always like to carry out decapitation strikes when they couldn't defeat the soldiers. Suddenly, Gao Chang looked down at Yi Jing's feet and frowned. Suddenly, a thick vine stretched out and bound Yi Jing's body, pulling him deeper into the forest. What did you do? Yi Jing screamed, but he was powerless to loosen the vines even a little bit. At the same time, because of the distance, Gao Chang did not hear his shouts. The sword dancer intended to rescue Yi Jing from the vines. However, the vines were too tough and retreated too quickly, leaving the people with no way to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as their lord was captured by an unknown entity. Umans! Left with no other choice, the sword dancers could only glare angrily at Gao Chang, whose face looked completely innocent. It's clear that Gao Chang really didn't do anything, so he's not taking the blame. However, the exclamations that soon came from midair once again drew the attention of the sword dancers. It turns out that it wasn't just Yi Jing who was there for that one moment. All the elven lords were suddenly pulled into the depths of the forest by the vines that appeared, just as these recruited citizens were caught in a dilemma between blocking Gao Chang and saving their lord. Another anomaly occurred. Those trees that were originally normal suddenly grew old faces, and one by one they stood up and threw off the spirits that were on them. Their roots extend from the ground, forming large feet that allow them to walk. Wait. Some of the elves who had been thrown to the ground were still unaware of what had happened. Without hesitation, the trees stomped down, and when they lifted their feet again, only the crushed corpse of the elven archer remained. Awakened Empire, powerful Jingyi, who was leading a large number of oak guards toward the ancient tree of war, looked at the elven internal forum and revealed a cold smile. He originally intended to eliminate Jiu Luo and those Tyrannosaurus riders first, to deal a heavy blow to Gao Chang. Unexpectedly, Jiu Luo managed to outmaneuver him, thwarting his plans. However, this is not a big deal. They were supported by the undead. The number of Oak Guardians is approaching 10,000, and the number of Acorn Boys is countless. And then there's the ancient war tree that exceeds the combat power limit of the Stone Age. Jingyi no longer cared about the fighting strength of the other elven lords. His only request of those lords now is that they live well until the end of this game. As for the all-out war with Gao Chang, he took complete control of it all by himself. Boom! The farce in the forest continues. The awakened treants didn't care about the lives of the ordinary elven people. As they attacked the Obsidian Champion Foot Knights, the elven soldiers suffered heavy losses instead. Dozens of sword dancers had already left the battlefield, and looking at the chaos before them, they were at a loss as to what to do. Why is this happening? From any perspective, shouldn't treants be natural allies of the elves? Why are these tree people so indifferent to their lives and deaths? Thinking of the lords who had just been bound by vines, the sword dancer suddenly had a guess. Perhaps only the lord's life truly counts as a life. Your sword dancer's loyalty minus 60. Your elite archer's loyalty minus 90. Almost every elven lord was greeted with a message that the loyalty of their subjects had plummeted. But now, they are struggling to protect themselves. Just then, the field engineer who had reported earlier came to Gao Chang's side again. My lord, the offensive equipment you requested has been completed. Gao Chang looked in the direction the engineer was pointing. 100 Fire Dragon vehicles were built at an incredible speed. These vehicles are not large in size and can be easily operated by a maximum of 2 people working together. Suddenly, Gao Chang smiled. Have some of the main force withdraw and bring back the equipment. Looking at the tree men rising up in the distance, Gao Chang felt a bit uneasy about burning people, but he had no such concerns about burning trees. Rather, it's more accurate to say, Gao Chang couldn't wait to see those old guys being cremated to ashes when they faced his burning music combo. Who hasn't fantasized about setting a mountain on fire during their rebellious phase? Faced with the treants that were already charging head-on, a small number of foot knights retreated. But most people were prepared for battle. A crackling sound rang out. As a long-range attack can thrower, he accidentally threw the oil can into his own camp this time. As the kerosene was ignited, the entire land was covered with an inextinguishable flame. This included the armor of foot knights, although they were much smaller than the tree men in front of them. But with the help of the raging fire, they shouldn't be the ones to be afraid of. As the foot knights advanced, everything that touched their armor was set ablaze, while the tree man's line of soldiers was forced to retreat several steps. With ample space to throw, the can throwers became even more unrestrained. It's not just about having a tree-like direction. Even normal trees cannot escape the attack of the kerosene canisters. As the fire truck was pushed to the front line, the fire intensified once again. The fire dragon vehicle can spew out a flame arc as long as 50 meters, and the resulting fire is incomparable to that of the oil tank. Even if a treant braved the flames to destroy the fire dragon chariot, it would only trigger an even bigger explosion. The entire forest was burning in flames. The tree man's wails continued endlessly. The obsidian champion Foot Knight, walking amidst the flames, is more like a demon descending from the fiery hell to the mortal realm. At this moment, in the deepest part of the forest, feeling the rapidly rising temperature, Yi Jing, who was sweating profusely, finally came to his senses. The dragging of the vines had ended, and he found himself hanging in a place that looked very crowded. This place is like a hollowed-out cave, with a large number of elven lords hanging here by vines, just like cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered in a human slaughterhouse. He even saw his sisters among them. What on earth happened? An elven lord murmured to himself. The oppressive heat emanating from the outside world made all the elven lords feel uneasy. But now they are bound by vines, and even if they wanted to escape, they have nowhere to go. Half a day later, gurgle. An elven lord made a swallowing sound. Fire, there's fire. What kind of fire? The other lords looked on in confusion, but the next moment their eyes widened in surprise. Flames were already burning along the vines, and as the vines burned, a large amount of pungent odor entered the cave. Only then did the elven lord realize that the outside world had become a sea of fire. Chapter 63, Burning the Fortress. Am I going to die? Seeing the fire gradually engulfing the area along the vines, Yi Jing closed his eyes in despair. He was not afraid of death. From the moment he sprouted from the ancient tree of life, he already knew that this day would come. During the period from childhood to adulthood, he practiced swordsmanship diligently, becoming an outcast among his siblings, so that when the war breaks out, we can protect our brothers and sisters. However, he simply couldn't understand why he had died so inexplicably. The thick smoke from the forest fire shrouded the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. More fire trucks were built on the spot along the way, further aggravating the forest fire. There was a heavy rain during that time, but even so, it could not stop the oil from burning. Only after most of the plants had been burned did Gao Chang, protected by the Foot Knights beside him, step into the area where the forest had originally been. This place has been completely burned, with charred tree trunks everywhere and embers of charcoal scattered on the ground. Whether it's elves, tree people, or even the wild animals that originally lived on this land, everything was reduced to ashes in the raging fire. Even the territory of the dead is far more vibrant than the land beneath Gao Chang's feet at this moment. It seems that these forest powers are absolutely dead. Gao Chang crushed the charcoal on the ground with his foot. If these tree people were what Granny Zuzu had mentioned, things that had surpassed the limits of this world's technology tree, then, if that's all they're capable of, then they don't seem to be anything special. Just then, the ground trembled slightly. Having grown accustomed to it, Gao Chang recognized the sound as the Tyrannosaurus Rex running. My lord, Hayukin led a group of Tyrannosaurus Rex running towards Gao Chang. Gao Chang wanted to say hello, but he subconsciously saw Jiu Luo, who was injured behind Hayukin. 9 falls. Chef's sister. Gao Chang and Sasha spoke almost simultaneously. Suddenly, Gao Chang frowned as he noticed the numerous scratches on Jiu Luo's body. And the number of Tyrannosaurus riders following Jiu Luo seems a bit off. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped in front of Gao Chang, and Hayukin helped Jiu Luo down from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. What happened? Gao Chang asked directly. Sasha looked at Jiu Luo's blood-stained wounds and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache in her eyes. Was the chef being bullied? Jiu Luo forced a smile. Who in the world can bully our people? She didn't seem to want Sasha to worry and reached out to ruffle Sasha's hair. But just then, she noticed the obsidian armor Sasha was wearing. Jiu Luo lowered her raised hand. So, something happened in the territory too, right? Because she was focused on evading her pursuers, Jiu Luo didn't investigate why she encountered Hayukin and the others on the way. Upon closer inspection, the ground beneath our feet still feels warm. Only they in this world can do this. Gao Chang rubbed his chin as he listened to Jiu Luo's words. On one hand, he was thinking about how to tell Jiu Luo the news that Stonehenge had been destroyed. On the other hand, he heard the word also from Jiu Luo's mouth. And sure enough, something must have happened to Jiu Luo. Before Gao Chang could speak, Luo quickly skipped over the topic. Her expression quickly calmed down as she looked at Gao Chang in front of her. Lord, are the rest of us here too? Right. Upon learning this news, Luo immediately asked, can we notify everyone to withdraw the front line outside this burned area and organize a defense? Believe me, that will be the most terrifying enemy we have ever seen. Luo gently closed her eyes, recalling the scene she had witnessed during the retreat. She had a brief encounter with the ancient war tree. The war tree was a complete monster. Apart from its slow movement, Luo couldn't find any weaknesses in it. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of oak guards and acorn boys surrounded the monster. I don't know if it's just Luo's imagination. She sensed that the monster was splitting apart at a rate far exceeding that of the undead, transforming into living beings. Watch out, chef! Sasha's exclamation suddenly rang out. A large sword slammed directly into the ground behind Luo. The acorn boy, who had just emerged from the ground, was smashed to pieces by Sasha with the side of her greatsword. But soon more acorn boys emerged from the soil and pounced on the group. Gao Chang is not an exception here. Within a short period of time, all the patrolling soldiers on the burning ground were subjected to sudden attacks of varying degrees. Fortunately, Acorn Boy's light attacks failed to harm the Foot Knights. As the Foot Knights ignited their armor, the sudden attack was instantly neutralized. Their fighting power is not even as good as those old trees in the original forest, Sasha commented. Luo did not agree with Sasha's point of view this time. She knew that this was only the beginning. Because it was Luo who relayed the intelligence, Gao Chang almost didn't hesitate and ordered everyone to evacuate Hua Shaidai and return to the original outposts to garrison. Furthermore, according to Luo, the current outposts are insufficient to cope with the potential war that may occur next. The transformation was completed after thousands of engineers worked overtime for several days. This outpost, which stood outside the birthplace of the elves, underwent a major renovation and was completely transformed into a stone fortress. At the very moment the fortress was completed, Gao Chang discovered that it had actually become a recognized, marvelous building. Burning Fortress Oddity. Description: this seemingly simple, rocky fortress is equipped with thousands of oil pipelines, capable of transporting kerosene to any corner of the fortress walls. Characteristics: oil-filled moat, easy to defend and difficult to attack, nemesis of siege units. In fact, in the blueprint of the building interface, this fortress is not the best fortress that Gao Chang can build. This fortress was incredibly small. Although it could barely accommodate an army of tens of thousands, it was already too crowded. But according to Luo, the enemy is about to arrive. Time is of the essence, and a larger, stronger, and more robust fortress cannot be built with high strength in a short period of time. This should be enough, right? Gao Chang walked up to the city wall of the fortress. There are oil drain ports on the walls surrounding the fortress. If any enemy dares to attack, this fortress can directly discharge oil into the ditches dug onto the city walls, forming a curtain of fire. It has quite a few drawbacks, the biggest of which is that it consumes a lot of fuel. Maintaining the defenses of this fortress requires an astronomical amount of oil. However, because we are now in the Stone Age, all the fortress's shortcomings are overshadowed by its advantages. Gao Chang was very confident that no one could successfully capture the fortress before the oil ran out. Chapter 64 Evenly Matched. A deafening rumble echoed from a corner of the burning land, near the territory of the undead. A giant foot, spanning hundreds of square meters and composed of roots, stepped into the scorched earth. Jingyi stood on the canopy of the ancient war tree, looking coldly at the once vibrant, now utterly desolate, elven territory. Quiet. Not only was the territory quiet, but even the elven forums were eerily silent. The last post on a forum was a desperate plea for help from an elven lord. No one could save him. Aside from Jingyi, he was probably the last surviving lord of the elven race at that time. The ancient war tree moved forward slowly, step by step. Jingyi felt as if her heart was bleeding. It's not that I feel sorry for the deaths of these brothers and sisters. Instead, all the elven lords perished in a single battle, and the elven race almost lost any chance of victory, based on the characteristics of a letter of request to join the fight. Jingyi is completely trapped in this lousy game. He now has only one choice: to kill all the lords of the three races. Only by reducing the number of lords of the other three races to 0 can the elven race achieve victory. Otherwise, as long as the challenge letter continues to have an effect, Jingyi will have no chance of leaving this game. What a bunch of useless trash. Jingyi made no attempt to hide her dissatisfaction. He even had the Oak Guardians, which split off from the ancient Tree of War on the elven side, help out his fellow races. As a result, those so-called kinsmen were actually wiped out, even under his protection. That's all. It's just about killing everyone. A sickly smile reappeared on Jingyi's face. In the war game, each lord represents the weight of a small piece of land. After the war game ends, the victorious lords divide the land of the deceased lords according to their contributions to the war. In other words, if Jingyi kills all the lords now, she can monopolize all the lost territories from hundreds of plains. Wouldn't Mother be even happier in that case? They've arrived. Hearing the report from the sword dancers, Gao Chang casually waved his hand, dismissing them. Since the burning fortress was built, those scattered sword dancers actually took the initiative to join Gao Chang's ranks, which was something Gao Chang had not expected. According to Gao Chang, he didn't care about these people. After the Lord's death, the people naturally become ownerless neutral beings, no longer maintaining an absolute hostile relationship with Gao Chang. So Gao Chang naturally has no need to exterminate them. However, seeing the loyalty of these sword dancers after they joined his ranks, Gao Chang did not send them away. Sword Dancer, Type A. Loyalty, 73. These sword dancers were all above average in loyalty, and they seemed to have no intention of avenging their lord. Meanwhile, the addition of sword dancers temporarily compensated for Gao Chang's weakness of lacking scout units. Elves are already faster than humans, and the sword dancer's speed is amplified by this. They could easily be used as scouts, just like now. Before Jingyi even saw the burning fortress, Gao Chang already knew its location perfectly. It wasn't until Gao Chang recalled all the soldiers he had released back to the fortress that Jingyi belatedly realized what the burning fortress looked like. What the hell is this thing? Jingyi subconsciously stopped the ancient war tree, looking at the burning fortress blocking the way. It seems quite reasonable that stone fortresses existed in the Stone Age. But Jingyi always felt that something was not quite right. On the other side, Gao Chang also saw the appearance of the ancient war tree that Zhu Luo had mentioned. Its body was twice as tall as the fortress beneath Gao Chang's feet. A rough estimate puts it at least 50 meters high. Vines and moss cover the thick trunk of the ancient war tree, giving it a vibrant feel. But there was also a pair of eye-like biological patterns on the tree trunk, which inexplicably gave people a sense of unease. In addition, the roots of the ancient war tree exude a mysterious aura that can be detected. As the ancient tree of war buried its roots deep into the soil, it seemed to become one with the land beneath it. Is it really reasonable for such a monster to appear in the Stone Age? Just as Gao Chang was observing the ancient war tree, two pairs of eyes suddenly met. Estimate. Gao Chang subconsciously checked the difference in strength between himself and a lord opposite him. Gao Chang could usually guess the difference between himself and other ordinary lords. Therefore, this was the first time Gao Chang had used the miracle path to achieve this effect. In military matters, the enemy is on par with us. In terms of technology, they are as insignificant as ants compared to us. Gao Chang narrowed his eyes. Even if they are as insignificant as ants in terms of technology, even if Gao Chang has the advantage of the fortress, even if Gao Chang has a large number of unreasonable warriors and completely out-of-the-box technology, are they still evenly matched in military matters? The ultimate strategy brought about by the ominous star Zhou is simply too perverse. However, just as Gao Chang was thinking this, the estimated data suddenly jumped. In military terms, the enemy is slightly inferior to us. How did it suddenly become slightly inferior? Gao Chang was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly remembered the troops he had trained last week. Now that I've calculated the time, it seems that it is indeed time to finish training. Thinking back to what he had been training for the past few days, Gao Chang suddenly smiled as he met Jingyi's gaze. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be just some cheapskates. What is he saying? Jingyi frowned, seemingly puzzled by Gao Chang's meaning. Although he admired Gao Chang for being able to build a stone fortress out of thin air in such a short time, that was true, but that's far from enough. As Jingyi thought this, a cloud of dust rose behind her. Tens of thousands of oak guards, along with 1 million acorn boys, marched toward the center of the ancient war tree and the burning fortress. Even Jingyi felt that such a large number of troops were unnecessary. All it takes is for the war tree to step forward and flatten the walls of this small fortress. As for the interface that appeared out of nowhere a few days ago, which could estimate the combat strength of the enemy and ourselves, Jingyi completely ignored it. Could this small fortress possibly be slightly better than us? Don't take this joke so seriously. Should we start a war directly? After confirming that the other party was not as strong as him, Gao Chang lost the desire to talk to Jingyi. He estimated that he still wouldn't lose to Jingyi, who was just a nobody. Jingyi had no idea how many fire experts were gathered inside this small fortress. For example, right now, facing the fastest charging Acorn Boys, Gao Chang had someone bring out the oil-filled catapult he had carefully prepared. Chapter 65: Weapons and Reinforcements. Oil-fired stone throwing machine. Description: throws a large amount of rubble, causing minor blunt force damage while igniting a large area. Characteristics: slow, blazing fire. Compared to ordinary catapults, this type of catapult has a layer of fire-retardant paint on its surface, making it difficult to be ignited by flames. Gao Chang had experienced the power of this catapult. It could launch hundreds of stones coated with kerosene at once. Although its accuracy is questionable, it's perfect for dealing with relatively weak creatures like Acorn Boys. As for the Oak Guardians transformed from ancient trees in the distance, Gao Chang naturally prepared a surprise for them as well. A ballista equipped with incendiary arrows. Swoosh! At this point, the catapults in Balistay, with the longest range, had already opened fire. A dense barrage of pebbles rained down on the group of Acorn Boys, and flames instantly shot into the sky. The kerosene catapult was clearly very effective against these little wooden creatures. On the other side, a thick crossbow bolt struck the Oak Guard. While piercing through the Oak Guard's tough outer bark armor, it also ignited the Oak Guard directly. This is far from over. One after another, fire-powered vehicles were pulled onto the city wall. Because their range is only 50 meters, they can only attack enemies in positions diagonally below the city wall. However, the suppressive force provided by these flamethrowers was unmatched by the combined power of Balistay and catapults. Even if Acorn Boy breaks through the line of fire dragons again, behind them would be foot knights engulfed in flames, and oil-throwing men waiting for them. But Acorn Boy was destined to disappoint Gao Chang. Although these little creatures felt no pain at all, they ultimately failed to get past the fire dragon chariot. The city wall was right in front of us. But the streams of flame shooting downwards ignited every Acorn Boy who dared to approach. Gao Chang looked at Jingyi, who was standing on the ancient war tree, with a half-smile. This time, although Gao Chang didn't say anything, Jingyi thought he was really noisy. From Gao Chang's eyes, he seemed to see two words. That's it. Being looked down upon by a mere human. Jingyi clenched her fist, but then gradually relaxed it. A smile returned to his lips. But he's not incapable of ranged attacks either. Suddenly, the ancient war tree violently ripped off a large chunk of ground in front of it and hurled it at the burning fortress from a distance. Its target was clearly the spot where Gao Chang was standing. My lord! Sasha stood in front of Gao Chang, but her tiny body was nothing compared to the huge piece of land thrown over by the ancient war tree. Behind her, besides Gao Chang, Zhu Luo, Haiyukin, and others who were not trained as warriors all stood there. Sasha gritted her teeth, looking at the huge piece of land that had been shrouded in shadow like a meteorite. How could anyone possibly stop this thing? At the critical moment, several sword dancers suddenly rushed out, picked up everyone, and fled towards the other end of the city wall. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the section of the city wall where Gao Chang had just stood collapsed completely. The thrown ground also shattered into pieces, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Is everyone all right? Gao Chang shouted as he fanned the dust in front of him with his hand. We're fine. Zhu Luo forced her eyes open to count the number of people, and suddenly, she froze. Sasha is missing. Before anyone could react, Sasha's voice came from the ruins of the collapsed city wall. I'm fine too. The swordsman couldn't lift Sasha because the obsidian armor was too heavy, so he had to give up. Fortunately, after everyone was rescued, Sasha managed to hide behind the crenellations of the city wall, thus avoiding the direct impact of the falling ground. Therefore, Sasha's armor is only slightly damaged, but she herself is not seriously injured. It was clear that the ancient war tree's throw had disrupted the fortress's defensive formation. Gao Chang made a decisive decision and immediately ordered, "Light the moat." The moat that was burned down was actually a ditch, with oil slowly being poured in through pipes in the city wall to prevent it from being consumed too quickly. Even so, the amount of oil consumed every second is enormous. Only after Gao Chang gave the order was a kerosene canister thrown into the ditch. Within minutes, raging flames rose from all around the fortress, completely cutting off the Acorn Boys' advance. If they don't want to be burned to charcoal, the best thing to do is stay where they are and do nothing. However, although the Oak Guardians and Acorn Boys' path was blocked, the problem of the ancient war trees remains unresolved. During this time, the ancient war tree once again lifted a piece of land from the ground and smashed it onto a section of the city wall where fire dragon chariots were deployed. The fire dragon cart exploded in a series of explosions, and half of the city wall collapsed immediately. If the war tree were allowed to hurl its arrows indiscriminately, it could probably destroy even a fortress from a distance. Just then, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the sky. Gao Chang looked up and saw reinforcements. Quetzalcoatlus. Description: with a wingspan of 11 meters and a weight of 500 kilograms. This is the ruler of the skies, an apex predator that feeds on juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex. It was during training that Gao Chang discovered that the Quetzalcoatlus was actually a trainable unit. Therefore, out of the 10,000 training slots, Gao Chang trained a total of 3,000 units of Quetzalcoatl. In fact, Gao Chang was starting to doubt whether he could really afford to maintain just these 3,000 units. Quetzalcoatlus was no small creature. The amount of supplies they consume at each meal is astronomical. Even the food reserves of the Wailing Wall might not be enough for 3,000 Quetzalcoatlus. However, while they eat a lot, their fighting power should not be underestimated. These trained Quetzalcoatlus, unlike the Tyrannosaurus rex, did not carry knights. But there was one characteristic that made Gao Chang extremely envious: airdropping oil canisters. After training, the Quetzalcoatl can drop hundreds of oil canisters at a target location at once. When Gao Chang saw this feature, his first thought was, ancient bombers? Right now, these newly recruited Quetzalcoatlus are carrying canisters of fire oil that are completely full, although they did not have the ability to ignite oil canisters. But fortunately, there is no shortage of fire here. Quetzalcoatl began dropping oil canisters from a moat. They smashed a path through the oil, drawing the flames to the ancient war tree. It seems the outcome is already decided. Suddenly, something strange happened again. Sizzle. A large amount of white mist emanated from the ancient war tree, but the raging fire that burned continuously did not seem to cause it any harm. Jiu Luo's eyes had never left the ancient war tree since the very beginning. Suddenly, she spoke up. I understand. Chapter 66 Decapitation Operation. Look at the location beneath the ancient war tree. Jiu Luo pointed to the roots of the ancient war tree. You may not have noticed it very clearly, but I've been watching that place ever since the flames started. As the steam rose, the ground where the tree roots were located also slowly sank at the same moment. Therefore, I suspect that the tree may have been drawing groundwater to prevent the flames from reaching its body. In fact, Jiu Luo's guess was almost entirely correct. Just as the Quetzalcoatl was smashing a large number of oil canisters onto the ancient tree of war, the ancient war tree's downward-spreading roots rapidly draw groundwater down to the bark. While moistening the bark, the high temperature also creates a thin layer of water vapor, which effectively isolates the kerosene from the outside. Even so, it's impossible that it didn't suffer any damage in the face of such a large-scale attack. Jiu Luo had barely finished speaking. Then, some of the oak guardians suddenly withered. The parts of the ancient war tree that were scorched simply fell off, and new parts grew back. Steal nutrients from other tree beings to restore themselves. Everyone fell silent. As the war progressed, and the war tree revealed more and more of its methods, people realized just how difficult it was to deal with. There were only so many methods available in the Stone Age. Even the most intractable flames, the ancient tree of war has a way to deal with. It's not that it's impossible to take it down. However, then we'll have to risk our lives to achieve that. It's true that it's slightly inferior, but the ancient tree of war is clearly not helpless when facing the awakened empire. However, Gao Chang thought about it, and it made sense. According to the setting of the war game, this was the ultimate strategy to fight against the entire race of the other three races. In reality, he was just one of the lords within the human race. If the Star Sword had not chosen the power of the stars, the Gnolls would have completed the construction of the giant war chariot at this moment. Perhaps even ancient trees from war wouldn't have been this rampant. What should I do? While Gao Chang was deep in thought, the ancient war tree had already begun its attack on the sky. Its arms were insufficient to catch the Quetzalcoatlus soaring high in the sky, so the ancient tree of war resorted to its old method. He picked up a piece of ground and hurled it directly at the Quetzalcoatlus flying towards him. Before the Quetzalcoatlus could even drop the oil canister, it was stunned by the impact, and its body plummeted a short distance. Taking advantage of the moment, the vines formed a hand that reached up and grabbed the wind god Terrorsaur tightly. Amidst the sharp, agonizing screams of the Quetzalcoatlus, the ancient tree of war buried it alive within its own roots. Wrong. Gao Chang suddenly realized what was happening. Everyone keeps mentioning that the ancient tree of war is something beyond the limits of the tech tree. The awakened empire under his control was merely at the top of the technology tree, possessing only some unique technologies. Thinking about it this way, destroying the war tree is not the wisest course of action, because there is actually another option. Gao Chang glanced at the sword dancer beside him, just like what Yi Jing wanted to do but couldn't. Decapitation strike. Why bother with ancient trees from war? From the war panel, Gao Chang saw that the only remaining enemy of the elven race was a lord named Jing Yi. As for the other lords, they have all perished in the previous forest fire, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In other words, if Gao Chang kills Jing Yi now, the existence of the war tree will become meaningless. Sasha. Gao Chang glanced at Sasha, then paused before he could say anything. In the end, he still couldn't trust Sasha, who had always been by his side, to carry out the decapitation operation. So he changed his tune and said, "Go and take stock of some foot knights and pot throwers, and then have them kill that guy in the treetop." Gao Chang then turned to look at the dozens of sword dancers. Because Gao Chang only had heavily armed soldiers, he only served to draw fire from the treetops. The actual decapitation strikes were carried out by these sword dancers and highly skilled pot throwers. The swordsman did not refuse because the enemy was an elven lord. Instead, he performed an elven greeting towards Gao Chang. At the moment the ancient tree of war attacked, they realized that the vines were exactly the same as those that had kidnapped many elven lords. Therefore, regardless of whether the original intention of those vines was to protect or to cause harm, they were ultimately harmless. The sword dancers all have their reasons for killing Shizaha. Sword dancer loyalty +6. The sword dancer's loyalty has now reached 80, which is not much different from that of a newly recruited member of their own tribe. After Gao Chang's order was relayed, units within the fortress, specially trained as dragon tamers, released a signal towards the Quetzalcoatl in the sky. Immediately after all the grenades were thrown, the unburdened Quetzalcoatlus flew towards the fortress. Even when they grabbed a foot knight clad in obsidian heavy armor, their claws handled him as easily as lifting a chick. As for sword dancers and grenadiers, Quetzalcoatlus can take down multiple of them at once. After receiving the soldiers, a large number of Quetzalcoatlus stabilized themselves slightly in the sky before dispersing and flying towards the canopy of the ancient war tree. Because the enormous size of the Quetzalcoatlus could not conceal its form, Jing Yi was well aware of Gao Chang's thoughts at that moment. Faced with so many approaching Quetzalcoatlus, Jing Yi couldn't just sit idly by and wait to die. The acorn boys beneath the ancient war tree have already begun climbing toward the canopy. Their climbing was not smooth because a large amount of unburned oil remained on the tree trunk. Seeing this, the grenadier, who was being held by the Quetzalcoatl, began to precisely construct firewalls around the ancient tree of war to block the support of the oak guards and acorn boys. As for the Quetzalcoatlus that had not yet dropped their bombs, they headed straight for the place where the treants were most concentrated. Large fires began to spread across the land. Ordinary tree people do not have the fire resistance of ancient war trees. The path to support Shizuha has been cut off. Jing Yi could only watch helplessly as the foot knights and sword dancers were launched into the treetops by the wind god Terrorsaur. The moment the foot knight reached the treetop, he ignited his armor. Because it's close quarters combat, they can break through the war tree's steam shield and directly attack the war tree itself. Feeling threatened, the ancient war-loving army immediately made these foot knights its primary target. Numerous vines lashed out at the foot knights, seemingly trying to extinguish the flames. Taking advantage of the foot knight, drawing all the aggro, the swordsman easily passed through the vine barrier and approached Jing Yi's location at an extremely fast speed. Release the arrows. When a moment finally came, Jing Yi panicked. The damage these people are currently doing to the ancient war tree is negligible. But they were clearly after me. Chapter 67, The Annihilation of the Elf Race. Whoosh whoosh. As Jing Yi gave the order to fire, a barrage of arrows shot out from the lush foliage of the ancient war tree. He assigned all his people to protect him in order to prevent the enemy from carrying out a decapitation strike. Previously, in order to achieve the final strategy more quickly, Jing Yi had trained all her people to be jungle walkers. Those were the units that the training camp could train, which he had obtained from the natural disaster. Jungle walker. Characteristics: camouflage, concealment, and backstabbing. A sneak attack. When the opponent is out of your sight, you have a higher chance of hitting their weak points. Caught off guard. The sword dancers quickly lost several members. The remaining sword dancers could only flee hastily among the branches and leaves of the tree canopy. Both sides consisted of top-tier elven units, and without knowing each other's location, the battle reached a stalemate. Or should I fight this battle alone? The sword dancer, carrying 2 swords, was already used to this situation. Back when their allies were still elven lords, no one had ever fought alongside them. Now, they naturally have no expectations. Before the sword dancers could recover from their slump, they heard the dragon tamer's commands ringing out from the sky. What is that? The sword dancers suddenly looked up. A flock of Quetzalcoatl flew by, flapping their wings and dropping thousands of oil canisters where the arrows had just been fired. The man who threw the can then ignited the kerosene beneath him. Thick white steam rose from where the oil was burning, accompanied by the screams of jungle travelers. They were already flattered by the presence of foot knights, and now they also had bombing support. The sword dancer gripped his 2 swords tightly. This is what a real battle looks like. Swoosh! The sword dancer's figure sprang from the hiding place. Because of the raging fire, the jungle walkers have been forced out of their hiding place. Without the ability to inflict damage with hidden arrows, the jungle walker is no different from an ordinary elven archer. Sword dancers weave through the branches, and as long as they can see the jungle travelers, they have plenty of ways to dodge their arrows. Amidst screams of agony, the sword dancers swiftly swept across the battlefield. The jungle walker doesn't possess the advanced melee skills of a grenadier, and for the sake of concealment, he doesn't wear any armor at all. If we confront the sword dancers head-on now, we'll only be slaughtered. Watching the rapidly decreasing number of her subjects, Jing Yi slowly retreated. It wasn't that he was afraid. Rather, as long as he is alive, the elven race has not been defeated, and as long as the ancient tree of war exists, there is still a chance to make a comeback. Thinking this, Jing Yi slowly moved to the edge of the tree canopy. However, the next moment, 2 stone swords pierced through Jing Yi's chest and ripped out her heart. Forehead. With her last shred of consciousness, Jing Yi struggled to turn her head and looked incredulously at the sword dancer who had already attacked from behind her. All the jungle travelers were killed. Now it's his turn. Without hesitation, the swordsman ripped out Shizaha's heart and then kicked her away. Upon seeing this, the Quetzalcoatlus carrying the grenadier swooped down from the sky and swallowed Shizaha's corpse whole without any hesitation. With Shizuha's death declared, the eyes of the ancient tree of war gradually closed again. The fire is spreading. Let's get out of here quickly. The dragon tamer's voice boomed through the sky, urging the warriors carrying out the decapitation strike to retreat. However, the sword dancers looked at the spot where Jing Yi had died with inexplicable emotions. Before they could even express their feelings, they were grabbed and taken away by the Quetzalcoatlus. It seems the operation went smoothly. Gao Chang noticed the stagnation of the ancient war tree. With the help of the Quetzalcoatl, the decapitation operation against Shizaha was almost a breeze. At the same time, the war game announcement appeared before every lord. All elven lords have been wiped out. The elven race is now extinct in this game. Yet another nascent civilization has fallen at the feet of the awakened empire. We'll be the next ant to try and stop it. The elves wiped out? Upon seeing this message, the Supreme Being, still deep within the Knoll territory, couldn't help but wipe away non-existent cold sweat from his bones. Well done, Fitch. If you don't surrender when the opponent is weak, how can you fight them if they develop their strength? The Supreme Being quickly regained his composure and continued to command the great tomb of Nazarick in its offensive against the Knolls. Instead of thinking about it so much, we should just end this war game as soon as possible. Congratulations on completing the all-out war against the elves. As a reward, you can choose to take one item with you after the game ends. Calculating your contribution in this total war. Because you participated in total war, your contribution points will be cumulative. Your contribution level is 200%, therefore the item level you can choose is any. Item level is arbitrary. Looking at the prompts in the war game, Gao Chang thought that completing the second all-out war would allow him to take 2 items with him. Unexpectedly, it was still just 1 item. Only now the contribution points have been stacked to an excess, and the items that could be selected were no longer restricted. Shaking his head and closing the war game panel, Gao Chang was ready to welcome the warriors. The first to return were the sword dancers and grenadiers. They are the lightest, so they are slightly faster. Upon returning to the burned fortress, which had already collapsed in several places, the sword dancer was the first to approach Gao Chang and present the items in his hand. This is the Lord's heart. Gao Chang stared at the heart handed to him by the sword dancer, his expression somewhat strange. That elven lord, even his heart is black? No, that's not right. Gao Chang suddenly took the heart from the sword dancer's hands. In the War Games interface, this thing isn't called a heart. Reverse Kabbalah, Source V, Cruel. It seems to be a prop, or it seems to be a kind of energy. The war game didn't provide any further clues, so Gao Chang had no idea what this thing was. The only thing that can be said for sure is this. This thing could never belong to the Stone Age, and it might not even have come from a war game. Perhaps this is something that the Elven Lord brought in from his own plane? After all, there are countless planes in the war game, so it's not surprising that there are some strange things. However, just as Gao Chang was thinking this, the heart that belonged to Jing Yi suddenly melted in Gao Chang's hands. My lord! Everyone immediately gathered around, looking at Gao Chang nervously. Gao Chang shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Rather, it's more accurate to say that he seems to have been slightly enhanced. At this moment, a new attribute called Reverse Kabbalah Source has appeared on Gao Chang's attribute panel. Reverse Kabbalah Source V. Effect 1. Limited to once per game. The being you summon has a chance to gain the curse effect, Cruel, which triples all attributes. Effect 2. You will be blessed, and all beings of the same origin as you will be able to sense your location. Chapter 68 is not a blessing, but a mark. Do they share the same origin? Could it be Sasha and Jiuluo? Or other human lords? Gao Chang gently closed his eyes, then opened them again in an instant. Wrong. The perceived existence, the one of the same origin, doesn't even exist in this world. In that brief moment of perception, Gao Chang could sense that they were in several different battlefields. At the same time, Gao Chang only detected 9 targets. Those who exist are very likely also holders of the Reverse Kabbalah Source substance. If Gao Chang's guess is correct, this so-called blessing is more like a mark. Right now, he was like a coordinate being watched by those 9 beings. Even if they leave the war game and return to their own home plane, they probably won't escape this situation. My lord, are you really all right? Jiuluo asked doubtfully. You seem a bit off. Gao Chang looked up and saw the concerned looks on the faces of the people around him. Yes, he actually had nothing to doubt. As for Shizuha, killing her is no big deal. If Gao Chang had known that killing him would attract attention, he probably would have given the same order. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. No matter what attitude those beings have towards Gao Chang's attempt to seize the Reverse Kabbalah Source, they cannot appear in front of him in an instant. Besides, what Grandma Zuzu said earlier was correct. At the same time they saw us, we also saw them. It's still uncertain who the real threat is. Keep the matter of the Reverse Kabbalah Source in mind for now. Gao Chang checked his war contribution score. After 2 consecutive full-scale wars, Gao Chang's war contribution has approached 900,000. The entire human race rankings combined don't even reach a fraction of the top-tier level. Even among the top 100 human lords, some of their names are gradually disappearing, etc. Gao Chang suddenly focused his attention. A few minutes later, The name of another lord who was near the bottom of the top 100 was crossed out of the leaderboard and replaced by someone in the next rank. The human race has clearly not participated in any battles among the four races. So what's going on now? Gao Chang immediately sent a private message to Su Uki. The information we received, however, was that a civil war had broken out among humans. Gong Xingjian's use of the power of the stars completely exposed his hypocritical nature. He clearly had time to remind everyone to take refuge. But it is clear that he considered the casualties of human lords as a necessary means to win. The Supreme Alliance has now become estranged from the human lords as a whole. Because of his relationship with Gao Chang, Su Uki took the initiative to withdraw from the Supreme Alliance after learning Gao Chang's identity. Now that the civil war has broken out, Su Uki has almost naturally been chosen as the vanguard against the Supreme Alliance. Together with the Ji family, who have always been on the same side, they became the main force against the Gongxing sword. Of course, Su Uki's actions were also motivated by a desire to avenge Gao Chang. As for the Ji family's attitude, it's even simpler. The family's favorite fourth young lady was almost killed by Gong Xingjian. Now that Gong Xingjian's reputation is ruined, they naturally won't miss this opportunity to kick him while he's down. After learning the details of the civil war, Gao Chang glanced at the Quetzalcoatl soaring in the sky. Then, he silently sent a message. "I'll be there right away." How fast is almost there? Su Uki chuckled as he looked at the message Gao Chang sent, but didn't really take it to heart. After all, in this stone age, it would take at least 3 days to travel from the battleground to the location currently held by the Supreme Alliance. Su Uki was confident that he could end the battle within 3 days. "General, the surprise attack force that broke out of the Upper Alliance may need you to deal with it again." The Ji family lord stood to the side and spoke respectfully to Su Uki. Su Uki's Velociraptor cavalry is one of the few cavalry units of the human race and also one of the top-tier units. Below Su Uki's Velociraptor cavalry, the most powerful was no more than a type of antelope rider. However, given that the Lord held the position of an elder in the Supreme Alliance, it was impossible for him to come out at this time to fight a positional battle with everyone. Currently, among the lords of the Supreme Alliance who are fighting, there are almost none who can fight Su Uki head-on. Currently, the independent lords have formed a siege around the hideout of the Supreme Alliance. Although the Upper Alliance deployed some simple stone walls, as well as makeshift barricades and earthen pit traps. However, due to the numerical advantage of the independent lords, the Upper Alliance's lines were still retreating step by step. No problem, no problem. Knowing that most of his subordinates, apart from the Ji family, were independent individuals and that there were few lords with combat power, Su Uki did not refuse. Su Uki mounted the Velociraptor with his muscular body, holding a skull hammer in his hand, although it looks somewhat comical due to the Velociraptor's height. But no one present underestimated Su Uki's fighting prowess. Archery support. The men brought by the Ji family have become accustomed to cooperating with Su Uki during this period. Because their infantry could not keep up with the speed of the Velociraptors, they simply abandoned most of their infantry forces and specialized in archery. The Ji family specially mobilized resources to train elite archers. They might be slightly inferior to the elves, but they're still considered among the top human races. A volley of arrows rained down. The raiding force that Lord Ji mentioned had no idea that their original intention was to launch a sneak attack, but instead they were caught red-handed and all of them were wounded. Su Uki led more than a dozen Velociraptor riders out and charged through the crowd with unstoppable force. Peerless General. A lord of the Upper Alliance said through gritted teeth. Many people don't quite understand why this guy, who was originally the vice leader of the Supreme Alliance, is now leading unaffiliated people to attack the Supreme Alliance. The Supreme Alliance brings together the vast majority of humanity's elite. Is it really worth making enemies of these peasants? He's nothing but a coward who doesn't even dare to say his real name. Another lord in charge of the surprise attack said indignantly. Unexpectedly, this remark attracted Su Uki's attention. Su Uki flicked the blood off his hammer and looked at the lord who had just spoken. His original intention was not to kill the human lord. The lord in charge of the surprise attack was naturally aware of this. Otherwise, they would never have dared to lead such a small force deep into the rear of the independent lord. Finally, feeling uneasy under Su Uki's gaze, the lord couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that?" You really want to know my real name? Su Yuki smiled slightly. Tell me my name, and I'll give you a fright. Wait, the human lord who had just spoken panicked, for this peerless general had never revealed his true name. Now that he's revealing his real name, does it mean? Before he could think any further, the skull hammer slammed down on his head, spraying a burst of blood. Chapter 69, The Thoughts of a Smart Person. Another one died. Gong Xingjian looked at the contribution list and saw that another lord who was ranked lower in the top 100 had his name erased. Naturally, he knew that the surprise attack on the scattered people outside had ended in failure. However, Gong Xingjian's face did not show the slightest sign of panic. Su Yuki's betrayal was tacitly approved by him. In fact, he had already had this idea when the Ji family sided with Su Yuki. Too many human lords have survived in this war game. The natural disaster was disrupted, and a meteor shower did not kill as many lords as expected. In order to quickly advance the game to the victory stage, these superfluous human lords naturally had to be dealt with by the Star Sword. With this unparalleled general as a role model for the resistance army, he would then occasionally send out some unimportant, low-ranking soldiers who were on the leaderboard to be killed, in order to boost the confidence of the independent players in defeating the Supreme Alliance. This civil war would only intensify. What ordinary people don't realize is that elites are always elites. The casualty ratio between the casualty lords and the Supreme Alliance has been reduced to a terrifying 10-1. It takes the deaths of 10 independent lords to completely defeat one lord of the Supreme Alliance. The seemingly confident independent lords did not have as much of an advantage as they imagined. Gongxing's sword wants them to be daring and aggressive, so that they can quickly deal with the excess number of lords in the game. As for the true core strength of humanity, it was naturally sitting with Gong Xingjian, listening attentively to the battle reports from the outside world. With its core strength intact, even if foreign races were to wage war again, they would not be able to defeat humanity as it is now. The human race has already won. Everything was going according to Gong Xingjian's plan. Besides, high strength. Looking at the person far ahead on the contribution leaderboard, Gong Xingjian sighed helplessly. He gave up. They've tried every possible method, and Gao Chang's #1 position is now firmly in place and completely unshakable. At this point, Gong Xingjian was even a little afraid that Gao Chang would come knocking on his door. However, what Gong Xingjian didn't know was, what you fear most is what you are most likely to encounter. Just a few hours later, Su Yuki had finished eliminating the last soldier of the surprise attack force when he heard terrified shouts coming from behind. There's a dragon. A flying dragon. Su Yuki looked in the direction from which the shouts came, and his pupils instantly contracted. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Thousands of Quetzalcoatlus flew toward this place, seemingly carrying something in their hands. Because of the great distance, Su Yuki could only see a dense array of tiny black dots. However, the alliance of independent lords had been terrified and was completely routed. They could see the outline even from this far away. They didn't even dare to imagine what kind of monster it would be if they got closer. General, we should find a place to take refuge quickly. The lord of the Ji family hurriedly sought out Su Yuki. Ji Lin Jiayu has been moved to a safe location, and they also hope that Su Yuki will not make an unwise decision. With so many dragons sweeping in, something terrible must have happened. However, as the outline gradually became clearer, Su Yuki, who was about to move, suddenly stopped. Gao Chang. He hesitated as he looked at the figure being held in the hands of the Quetzalcoatl. The Quetzalcoatlus flew too fast. It didn't take long for a Quetzalcoatlus to fly close to the ground and pass over Su Yuki's head. Gao Chang extended his hand and gave Su Yuki a simple greeting. Then his gaze turned to the position directly in front of Su Yuki. Since Su Yuki is located here, the coordinates of the Upper Alliance are easy to guess. Cover-up strike. At Gao Chang's command, thousands of oil canisters were smashed from the beginning of the Upper Alliance front all the way to the core. Immediately afterwards, a lit oil canister was smashed down. The raging fire illuminated every corner of the Supreme Alliance. No arrow could be shot high enough to threaten the Quetzalcoatlus in the sky. Humanity is far from reaching that point. This is a completely unequal contest. Cough, cough. Amidst the thick smoke of the raging fire, Gong Xingjian, coughing violently, rushed out of the council hall with more than a dozen elders. He had no idea where the sudden fire overhead came from. The Quetzalcoatlus was too fast. Just as the fire was about to blaze, Gongxingjian's subjects did not have time to report the information to him. Alliance leader, what should we do now? An elder asked anxiously. Oil canisters continued to rain down from the sky, even turning his prized antelope rider into a roasted lamb. If this continues, the core strength of the human race in this war game will be completely wiped out here. What to do? Gongxingjian's gaze swept over the dozen or so elders, seemingly hesitant about a certain idea. However, at that moment, several loud rumbling sounds were heard beside them. Although Gao Chang did not recognize Gongxingjian, the conspicuous actions of Gongxingjian and the others still caught Gao Chang's attention. With the elder's address of Alliance Leader, Gao Chang had found the target he was looking for. One after another, Obsidian Champion Foot Knights were thrown into the fire. They are currently converging on the location of the Star Sword. Along the way, they encountered mostly ancient warriors wearing bark aprons and carrying simple stone hammers. These guys had absolutely no ability to fight back against the heavily armored Foot Knights who were covered in flames. Soon, the Foot Knights cleared a fireless area, surrounding the Star Sword within it. At that moment, Gao Chang, along with Sasha and the others, descended from the sky. You're Gongxingjian? You're Gao Chang. The two started speaking almost simultaneously. Without needing to say more, the two already knew each other's identities. Seeing Gao Chang's increasingly mocking gaze, Gongxingjian sighed. I admit defeat. Name your terms. Oh, the conditions? Gao Chang looked at Gongxingjian with some surprise. I always thought you were a smart person. So why do you think I wouldn't kill you even if I had a complete advantage over you? Of course I'm a smart person. Gongxingjian accepted Gao Chang's praise without the slightest embarrassment. So, I'm giving you advice from a smart person's perspective. I'm the only son of the Supreme Elder of the Wuji Alliance. As Gongxingjian spoke, he took a compass out of his chest. This Taishan compass is a product of my Wuji Alliance. Its function in this game is to predict the specific details of the next game event. Similarly, all the information on the human forum that foresaw game events in advance was released by me. Gongxingjian explained the function of the compass. Since everyone was on different planes, he could only use props to prove the strength of the power behind him. Gao Chang simply listened quietly, until Gongxingjian uttered a sentence. No matter how strong you are in the game, it's all fake. Chapter 70 Interests. Perhaps you will have some good fortune that will allow you to win a game. But have you thought about what you'll do after you leave this game? Gongxingjian patiently explained. After leaving this game, you can't quickly build a huge real-world power based on the accumulation of experience in just one game. And as long as you choose to re-enter the game, you'll be back on the same starting line as when the game began. What truly gives you an advantage at the start is the support you receive in real life, not how many games you've won. If I'm not mistaken, you don't have any support in reality, or you live within a certain power, but you're not important at all. Gongxingjian stared at Gao Chang, seemingly certain that Gao Chang wouldn't kill him so quickly. As for why he was so certain of Gao Chang's identity and status. Naturally, it was because of the naivete and ignorance that Gao Chang exuded, typical of a student. The greater one's power, the more intelligence one has about the war game. The higher one's status, the more followers one will have. Gao Chang lacks both of these qualities. If the faction you belong to has taught you enough knowledge, you should know that for some of the slightly more advanced human factions, interdimensional travel is not an impossible task. So you're planning to kill me in real life? Gao Chang interrupted Gongxingjian directly. Looking at Gongxingjian, a hint of mild anger flashed in Gao Chang's eyes. Gongxingjian's words are indeed very frightening. Within the game, the Fallen Empire protects you, but once you leave the game, who can protect you? But Gao Chang didn't understand why Gongxingjian had brought this up. This seems to be giving Gao Chang a reason to kill him. So the forces behind you really didn't teach you anything. Gongxingjian sighed, seemingly feeling that he hadn't deserved it. He has already concluded that Gao Chang's first place is entirely due to his good luck. In reality, Gao Chang was no different from those peasants outside who were trying to break into the Supreme Alliance. I've already conceded defeat, and there's no need for us to start another conflict. And, as I said, you can name any conditions you want. Gongxingjian looked at Gao Chang and gave several examples. Resources, rare items. If Gao Chang wanted, Gong Xingjian could even have someone bring him to the Wuji Alliance, so he could enjoy the same training and intelligence resources as other members. Of course, if Gao Chang doesn't intend to become a lord and instead wants to enjoy his later years in peace. The Wuji Alliance also controlled a Fourth Order wargame world that was completely under their control, and Gong Xingjian could arrange for Gao Chang to immediately enjoy his retirement life. Actually, the only dispute between us is very simple. I want to be number one, and you're number one. Gong Xingjian frankly stated his purpose. As the only son of the Supreme Elder of the Wuji Alliance, he constantly used methods to reach the lowest level of the wargame, simply to refresh his territory type. Because the territory type changes when entering a new wargame, and this variability is something that the familiar Star Sword cannot tolerate. He needs to permanently solidify a dominant type of territory. Coincidentally, within this wargame, he finally refreshed the territory type that satisfied him. Imperial 9 provinces. If Gao Chang hadn't suddenly appeared, Gong Xingjian would have quickly ended this game and left the ranks of low-level battlefields. Fine, I'll just swipe again. Although it was somewhat painful, it wasn't an unbearable price for Gong Xingjian. Having said everything that needed to be said, Gong Xingjian quietly looked at Gao Chang, seemingly waiting for Gao Chang to make a decision. He has already explained all the pros and cons clearly. Let go. There's no time or need for me to hate him, because I'm destined to go to a high-level battlefield, and he will also meet the conditions set by Gao Chang. Killing himself would be tantamount to directly opposing the Supreme Elder of the Wuji Alliance, and the forces behind Gao Chang would likely be unable to protect him. Gao Chang's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. It wasn't that they were hesitant about letting Gong Xingjian go, but rather that they were surprised by the information about Gong Xingjian. Many of the pieces of information that Gong Xingjian just mentioned were things that had never been discussed in class in the past 18 years. Especially information about territory types. According to Gong Xingjian, the type of territory can actually be fixed, and it seems that I have just met the conditions for a fixed territory type. Thinking about his talent, which was comparable to others being born at the starting line, while he was already born at the end of the track. Gao Chang's concerns about the Wuji Alliance lessened considerably in an instant. Then one last question, Gao Chang asked Gong Xingjian. You shouldn't have any vested interest with the other human lords, so why are you thinking of killing them when releasing the final strategy? For the victory of humanity. After talking for so long, Gong Xingjian seemed to have a plan in mind. Perhaps some weak forces will tell you that survival is the prerequisite for everything. But for us, the only goal after entering the war game is to win. But victory is always accompanied by sacrifice. If sacrificing some useless people can bring about a strategic victory, I will not hesitate. Yeah. Gao Chang stared at Gong Xingjian, and from his expression, Gao Chang knew that he was not lying. This was the kind of education Gong Xingjian received from a young age. The strong do not deserve pity, and the weak do not deserve sorrow. But if Gao Chang doesn't acquire the Fallen Empire territory type, could it be that he, Su Uki, and even most of the peasants described by the elites of the Upper Alliance from the same plane have all become victims of the Gongxing sword? Gao Chang had already made up his mind. Kill them. Regarding the concept of the Gongxing sword. Unless Gao Chang can maintain his strength forever, even a moment of weakness will pose a threat to his life. Gong Xingjian's gaze toward Gao Chang took on a slightly different look. The Wuji Alliance and the Gongxing family will not let you go. His tone was flat, as if he was more disappointed in Gao Chang's decision than in his impending death. However, with Gao Chang's orders, Sasha and the others didn't give Gong Xingjian any more chance to talk nonsense and directly used their heavy swords to cleave Gong Xingjian in two. They didn't care who Gong Xingjian was or which faction he belonged to. After being bathed in Gong Xingjian's heart's blood, the compass that Gong Xingjian had taken out earlier suddenly floated up and smashed hard into Gao Chang's chest. Then the compass fell limply to the ground, and a new mark appeared on Gao Chang's panel. It seems that with this marker, as long as Gao Chang returns to reality, the Wuji Alliance can accurately locate him. Chapter 71 Game Settlement. He picked up the compass and glanced at it. It seemed that this strange object had completely lost the predictive function that Gong Xingjian had mentioned after it was marked on Gao Chang. However, Gao Chang didn't care about the mark. As the saying goes, having a lot of debt is not a burden. He has already been targeted by the elves of a certain plane, so what difference would it make if there were one more Wuji Alliance? As for the others, Gao Chang glanced at the dozen or so elders of the Supreme Alliance. The elders immediately took a few steps back in unison. If it weren't for the flames rising behind them, they would have already been ready to run away when Gong Xingjian and Gao Chang were talking. It makes little difference whether these people are killed or not. In any case, because of the marking, the Wuji Alliance will definitely know who killed Gong Xingjian. The number of surviving lords in this game has fallen below 40%. Game over. The sudden notification sound from the war game was like heavenly music to the dozen or so elders. It seems that the oil canisters dropped by the Quetzalcoatl killed many of the lords of the Upper Alliance. Therefore, the number of lords, which had been very close to the critical point, finally dropped to 40%. Settle my account. Settle my account now. Before the war game notifications could be sent again, more than a dozen elders were already shouting impatiently. In the next instant, their figures vanished, disappearing directly from this war game. All of this was naturally observed by Sasha and the others. Among the surviving lords, the weak rejoiced at their good fortune, while the strong beat their chests in despair at their inability to achieve victory. The only thing that remains the same is that lords of all races around the world are disappearing. They can't wait to leave this hellish game. Shortly after the announcement of the war game, Gao Chang became the last lord in the world whose account had not yet been settled. The spirit of civilization has vanished. Grandma Zuzu seemed to sense something and spoke up. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers present put down their weapons. They understood what Grandma Zuzu meant. It meant they had won. After awakening, they once again took the world into their grasp until the start of the next cycle, until the next civilization that dares to challenge their bottom line emerges. Wah! Suddenly, Sasha took off her heavy armor and pounced on Gao Chang. So, Lord, you're leaving already? Will Sasha be left without anyone to play with when the chef isn't around? Why does this sound like a curse? Zhu Luo, exasperated, pulled away from Sasha, who was clinging to Gao Chang. He then turned to Gao Chang, smiled, and said something profound. My lord, we'll meet again in the future. Your standby period has ended. Settlement countdown, 3, 2, 1. Gao Chang could only say goodbye before his gaze suddenly rose towards the sky. In a short while, he returned to the place where he first entered the war game, the highest point in this world. From here, one can clearly see the territories of the 4 tribes. The elven forests were completely destroyed and burned, and the Knoll Mountains were filled with traces of battles against the undead. The world suffered unimaginable devastation because of the arrival of the lords. Calculating your war contribution. The war game's notification sound brought Gao Chang back to his senses. Since you have 900,000 war contribution points, your contribution points will be converted into 90,000 war coins. Ba coins. Regarding this point, the school only briefly mentioned it a few times during Gao Chang's classes, supposedly as the hard currency used for transactions between lords. However, its specific functions and value have not been explained in much detail. It takes 900,000 war contribution points to get 90,000 war coins. Given how difficult it is to obtain, the school probably didn't expect them to get much. Of course, none of this matters. What follows is the real highlight. The vast amounts of land and resources acquired as a result of the victory in the war. It wasn't until he looked at the continuously weighted data in front of him that Gao Chang truly understood what Gong Xingjian meant. Although he acquired a lot of things, they were of no use to a free spirit like him. He had no powerful backing to turn these into value, and in the end, he could only make a tiny, insignificant contribution to his own world. Gao Chang simply skipped over these contents and looked directly at the bottom, where he was most looking forward to the settlement reward. Since you participated in Total War, your contribution level is 200%. You could take any one item you previously owned and use it in future games. The next moment, a selection screen appeared in front of Gao Chang. Among them are the ancient megalithic structures of Stonehenge and the ancient remnants of the Focus Shrine, the Enlightenment. Furthermore, players can choose one of their subjects, such as Sasha or Jaluo, to bring into future war games. However, on this interface, Gao Chang discovered that even though Zhu Luo and Sasha had a lot of gold attributes, they could only be considered as rare items. On the contrary, the kind-hearted Grandma Zuzu was actually marked as a miracle. But these were never the choices Gao Chang truly needed to make. After searching for a long time in the selection menu, Gao Chang finally found what he was looking for among a large number of useless herbs and strange items. Territory type. Territory type. Selection criteria. Win this game and achieve the highest war contribution score for your faction. Note, the equivalent item tier varies depending on the type of territory. Gao Chang could understand this. If the territory type was very ordinary, it would at most be considered a rare item, which could be easily taken away. But if it's very strong, then it might require a choice beyond miracles to make that choice. I just don't know what type of territory I have, or what rank it will be classified as. With that thought in mind, Gao Chang reached out and tapped the screen. Territory type, Fallen Empire. Introduction. This empire stood at its zenith long before any other known nation. Rank? Unable to display rank, Gao Chang was clearly taken aback, not expecting this situation to occur in the war game. Gao Chang then felt a sense of relief. If he could only choose items of miracle level or lower, he might never have a chance to join the Fallen Empire again. But now, he has any choice he can make. Without any hesitation, Gao Chang permanently designated the Fallen Empire as his territory. And the settlement of this war game has finally come to an end. Gao Chang's consciousness continued to fly upwards, the ground beneath him growing smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. Suddenly, the searchlight shone on Gao Chang's head. Gao Chang understood. He was back. What are you daydreaming about, you brat? A burst of angry curses came over the loudspeaker in midair. The next instant, an armed helicopter flew over Gao Chang's head, its machine guns spitting fire and tearing the giant python that was preparing to attack Gao Chang behind him to shreds. The warmth from the flames quickly brought Gao Chang back to his senses from the discomfort caused by the war game's teleportation. The spot where he was standing was no longer the open space where the principal had brought them. This place has been completely transformed into a vast primeval forest. Just then, another helicopter landed above Gao Chang and lowered the rope ladder. An impatient voice came from the helicopter. Hurry up and get on the plane, kid. This land merger is too big. We still have to rush to rescue other people. We don't have time to waste with you. Chapter 72. Has this caused trouble? Upon boarding the rescue helicopter, Gao Chang discovered that there were several other people on board besides himself. These people, like myself, should be lords who returned from the war game today. They were clearly in deep trouble. They had just recovered from the war game, but little did they know that going home would feel like playing another war game. Because of their high strength, they almost became the meal of various ferocious beasts in the elven forest as soon as they returned. Just now, Gao Chang even saw a missile fly past him and plunge into the depths of the forest. He wondered if the army had encountered something difficult to deal with. Name. Just then, a soldier on the helicopter who was in charge of taking attendance asked in an annoyed tone. Gao Chang. Gao Chang wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the soldier's tone softened considerably when he said his name. Even so, Gao Chang didn't receive a friendly response. It seems that the expansion of their land holdings is not something they are happy about. After noting down Gao Chang's name, the soldier who called out the name suddenly turned to look at the driver. Having received the primary protection target, we are preparing to evacuate. The pilot nodded, and then the helicopter suddenly lifted off and turned to fly towards the edge of the forest. What's going on? Several people dressed as students on the plane looked at each other in bewilderment. However, since it was a good thing to be able to evacuate as soon as possible, no one raised any questions. The helicopter flew very fast and soon took everyone away from the edge of the forest. At this moment, many soldiers are busily setting up a perimeter outside the forest, and a large number of heavy weapons have been deployed here. Looking down from above, Gao Chang could see tanks and armored vehicles rapidly approaching the cordon on the distant highway. The helicopter sent a signal to clear a space on the ground for landing. After landing on the ground, the remaining people on the helicopter visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Come with me. After the other people on the helicopter disembarked one by one, the soldier who had just taken attendance called Gao Chang aside. They then led Gao Chang into a tent in the temporary camp. Upon entering the tent, the soldier's expression instantly turned serious, and he quickly stepped forward and saluted. Reporting to the brigade commander, the main protected target for this rescue operation has been brought to the scene. Continue the rescue operation. Yes. After saluting again, the soldier bypassed Gao Chang and quickly walked out without lingering for even a moment. The other soldiers inside the tent were mostly communications personnel, issuing various orders in a flurry of activity. Right now, Only the brigade commander and Gao Chong have any free time in this tent. The brigade commander looked at Gao Chong and smiled kindly. I am Bai Yinian, the brigade commander of the 24th Special Operations Brigade, and also the commander-in-chief in charge of this rescue operation. Bai Yinian then beckoned to Gao Chong and asked him to stand next to him. Gao Chong, right? You're not a soldier. You don't need to be so serious here. Bringing you here was actually a requirement from above, so it should be considered a good thing for you. His attitude towards Gao Chong was clearly much better than that towards the other soldiers. However, ever since he got close to Bai Yinian, Gao Chong's eyes had been fixed on a computer next to Bai Yinian. There were even contribution rankings for several war games listed there. On one of the lists, he was firmly in first place with an absurd 900,000 war contribution points. All the people on the other list combined didn't even reach 1/10 of Gao Chong's level. After all, the person ranked first on the other lists only has a few thousand war contribution points. Following Gao Chong's gaze, Bai Yinian glanced at the rankings and then gave Gao Chong a half smile. So powerful. By the way, do you really know what good deed you've done? Did I cause trouble? Gao Chong asked hesitantly. Seeing that Gao Chong genuinely didn't understand, Bai Yinian casually opened the satellite imaging on another computer. Between two municipal administrative districts, 800 square kilometers of land appeared out of thin air. What do you think you did? No wonder the soldiers all seemed to be in a hurry. The expansion of 800 square kilometers occurred before anyone could react, catching the military completely off guard. They had no idea what was going on, because the war game uses a weighted system to calculate the land represented by a lord. Logically speaking, even if the battlefields these students could enter were absurd, it would be impossible for them to overlap land rights to reach 800 square kilometers. Unless a very, very large number of lords die in a war game and no one comes to share the weight, but that is a very slim chance. In previous years, after calculating the number of victors and the number of deaths, the land weight remained almost unchanged despite the increase and decrease in the number of victors and the number of deaths. Only then would the military feel comfortable allowing the school to set the location for the war game in the suburbs. Who would have thought that something like this would happen today? This is also the point that Bai Yinian finds most puzzling. The data suggests that there are also quite a few humans living in other dimensions. Even if humanity wins the war that Gao Chong is in, why should their plane monopolize all the power? I can't figure it out. I just can't understand it. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let these students play war games in the suburbs. If that were the case, things wouldn't be like this now. The forest separates two urban areas that are residential, and it also harbors countless threats. Nowadays, even the safety of civilians and military personnel is difficult to guarantee, so it would be strange if low-ranking soldiers could have a good attitude. Shaking his head, Bai Yinian banished the thoughts from his mind. This matter cannot really be blamed on Gao Chong, since his first war game as an adult was unavoidable. The fact that the students were able to seize such a large area of land was a major blunder by the strategic department. Report. Just then, another soldier reported and entered the tent. A girl with a frown followed behind him. The girl had traces of blood on her body and seemed to have just come out of a war game. Reporting to the brigade commander, the key protected targets have been brought over. Continue the rescue operation. Yes. After the soldiers hurriedly left the tent, the girl frowned as she looked at Bai Yinian with a scrutinizing expression. Before the two could speak, he took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Long Xianyao from Tunglong Group, and my father is Long Zaiwen, the chairman of Tunglong Group. I've just returned from a war game and need a rest. The military's insistence on keeping me here is surely going to disappoint taxpayers across the country. Bai Yinian's expression changed. After hearing Long Xianyao reveal her identity, he was even more confused about what the higher-ups meant. Chapter 73, Legend. Tunglong Group is a business conglomerate with enormous influence in society. Long Xianyao's immediate announcement of her identity upon meeting Bai Yinian was also meant to encourage him to speak frankly and directly, rather than resorting to bureaucratic jargon. After all, the military is not a single dominant force, and it is quite wary of dealing with the major financial and academic conglomerates. Therefore, Bai Yinian stopped trying to get close to him and keeping him in suspense. He waited for the soldiers to bring out two bright red certificates, which Bai Yinian personally and solemnly handed to Gao Chong and Long Xianyao. Mr. Gao, Ms. Long, as the top contributors to their respective war games, these two are the future prodigies of our human race. Now, On behalf of the highest institution of learning, I solemnly present you with your admission notices. Gao Chang looked at the certificate in his hand. It had an indescribable feel to it. So, is it that his plane of existence lacked power, or that he was simply not qualified to make contact with it in the past? However, Long Xianyao chuckled. The highest institution of learning. How could a high-ranking military officer become a lackey of academic cliques? Miss Long, please watch your words. Bai Yinian's expression was not very pleasant after being rebuked. He actually had no ill intentions towards the two of them. It was all at the behest of those above. But compared to Gao Chang, the hostility of this Tung Long group's daughter towards them was truly extraordinary. Long Xianyao held up the admission notice in her hand and waved it in front of her. Although I haven't heard of any prestigious university, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a place related to war games, right? Bai Yinian nodded, acknowledging Long Xianyao's statement. Long Xianyao sneered. Then you should have known before inviting me that, as a member of Tung Long Group, war games was not even among my targets. This is my first time participating in a war game, and it will also be my last. After saying that, Long Xianyao threw the admission notice aside and turned to leave. However, at that moment, several soldiers blocked Long Xianyao's path. Because of Long Xianyao's commotion, Gao Chang sensed something was amiss. It seems they had no choice in receiving this acceptance letter. I'm sorry, Miss Long. Bai Yinian waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to retreat, but none of them went far. Please allow me to reiterate. This is an order from above, and it has nothing to do with me. Now that all the accepted candidates have arrived, would you like me to personally escort Miss Long there? Long Xianyao stared coldly at Bai Yinian for a moment, then looked at the soldiers blocking the tent entrance. There's absolutely no need for that. He then bent down to pick up the admission notice again, glancing at Gao Chang in the process, before pulling Gao Chang out with him. Hey you! Gao Chang was surprised that Long Xianyao was so outgoing. Before Gao Chang could even greet Bai Yinian, he was already being pulled out by Long Xianyao. However, it seems that after all that trouble from Long Xianyao, Bai Yinian has lost interest in communicating with Gao Chang. After leaving the tent, a group of soldiers silently surrounded the two of them in a large circle. What seemed like a casual passing by was more like surveillance of the two of them. Long Xianyao sneered. The military is still the same old thing. Only someone like you who knows nothing can be fooled by their appearance. So you know a lot about this? Gao Chang looked at Long Xianyao, who kept tugging at his sleeve with a curious expression. I wouldn't dare say I know a lot, but I certainly know more than someone like you from a lower-class university. After leaving Bai Yinian's tent, Long Xianyao stopped wearing a long face. With a soft laugh, Long Xianyao explained some things to Gao Chang during their journey. For example, a large amount of free intelligence about war games that was approved from above was actually intercepted by various academic cliques. Unless they join the camp of the academic clique, ordinary commoners will not be able to know even a shred of information that should be free. Regarding this matter, the higher-ups that Bai Yinian mentioned have never paid attention to it. Perhaps they don't want to care, or perhaps they're simply too lazy to care, since it's just free information. Although Long Xianyao was not exactly a commoner, she was not on the same level as the academic cliques. She's always looked down on these academic elites. In Long Xianyao's eyes, what is this so-called top university? It's nothing more than another, bigger academic clique that wants to recruit dogs. However, this dog ended up in the hands of Gao Chang and Long Xianyao. Speaking of which, aren't you surprised that I know where to go without needing anyone to give me directions? Long Xianyao glanced at Gao Chang, revealing a wise expression. I've been involved in the family business since I was a child and have had a lot of dealings with the military and academic cliques. I can tell where he's going to fart the moment he opens his mouth. All right, we've arrived now. Long Xianyao pointed to a helicopter in the distance that was clearly a more advanced model, revealing an expression that said, I expected this. However, Gao Chang's attention was focused on what Long Xianyao was talking about regarding academic cliques, and he didn't pay attention to what Long Xianyao said afterward. Instead of the expected expressions of surprise and admiration, Long Xianyao's face fell. Just then, someone else rushed over. Gao Chang, Brother Chang. Su Ukai's shouts attracted everyone's attention. Near the helicopter, besides Su Ukai, there were 3 other young men and women. They also held the same admission notices as Gao Chang. After Gao Chang came to his senses, he counted the number of people present and understood. On the display screen beside Bai Yinian were contribution data for 3 war games. In other words, the 6 people present should all possess top-tier stats from a certain war game. It might be first or second, or it might be in the top 10. Of course, the number of lower-level battlefields available in a war game at the same time cannot be that small. Those who didn't get any rankings probably didn't catch the eye of the top universities. Speaking of which, Brother Chong, you haven't told me about your legendary exploits in war games yet. Su Yuki's words piqued the curiosity of the young people. Legend? What legend? Then, amidst everyone's expectant expressions, Su Yuki naturally recounted Gao Chong's exploits in the Stone Age, where he led a large group of flying dragons to annihilate the Supreme Alliance. However, the further back in the story goes, the more off-topic it becomes. Seeing that Su Yuki was about to start talking nonstop, Gao Chong suddenly reached out and patted Su Yuki on the shoulder. For no other reason than that Su Yuki's statements were becoming increasingly outrageous. If this continues, it might lead to his love story with war games. What's wrong, Changge? I haven't even started talking about the days when you dominated the war games. All right, no need to say anything more. Gao Chong quickly interrupted Su Yuki's subjective assumptions. At the same time, he patted Su Yuki's shoulder hard, forcefully changing the subject. Brother, do you know what? I treat you like a brother, but you've never even called me dad. Father? Su Yuki looked bewildered, seemingly unable to keep up with Gao Chong's sudden shift in thought. Chapter 74, The Highest Institution of Learning. Long Xianyeo suddenly burst out laughing. You're not as boring as I thought. No, what's the connection? Su Yuki rubbed the back of his head, not understanding how his brother and father were related. You know it's unrelated, yet you still make things up, Gao Chong said with a smirk. Tell me, who told you that I was stronger in the war game? Su Yuki was interrupted by a voice from behind him before he could finish speaking. Everyone's here. Let's get ready for takeoff. I don't think your counselors have the time to wait for you. The speaker was a man dressed as a sergeant. Judging from his appearance, his military rank was much lower than Bai Yinian's, and his face was always serious and unsmiling. Suddenly interrupted and affected by the sergeant's emotions, everyone lost their mood for joking. As the 6 men were put onto the helicopter, the sergeant slammed the helicopter door shut. Well then, goodbye. The sergeant waved his hand, signaling to the pilot that it was time to take off. Then, with a series of sputtering sounds, the helicopter flew directly towards a desolate area far from the city. Where are you taking us? Long Xianyeo was the first to frown. Being forcibly sent to some top university had already made her dissatisfied with the military. In Long Xianyeo's eyes, the direction the helicopter was flying and did not seem like the location a legitimate academic power should be in. The co-pilot calmly glanced back. Apart from Long Xianyeo, the other 5 people, including Gao Chong, did not show any major negative emotions, so there was no need to worry about the helicopter crashing suddenly due to causing trouble. You'll know everything when you meet your counselors. After saying this, the co-pilot turned around and ignored the people in the cabin who were at the forefront of various war games. The helicopter flew for an unknown period of time. It wasn't until dusk that it felt like we had suddenly bumped into a transparent barrier. Suddenly, a bright and clear view appeared before the 6 of them. A strange building stands in the direction the helicopter is facing. The building was half suspended in the sky, with several independent structures rotating around its center. Is this the highest institution of learning? The magnificent sight of the building in front of them captivated almost everyone. Is this levitation technology or gravity technology? Someone couldn't help but ask. The only thing they are certain of now is that these technologies are simply not available to them at this stage of their lives. The driver still did not respond to the questions. They simply dropped everyone off at the building's entrance and then quickly drove away in the helicopter. So, we're basically isolated here now. Long Xianyeo shrugged. Did you calculate how big that desolate area was along the way? Without a vehicle, we have absolutely no chance of leaving here. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a clapping sound came from directly in front of the 6 people. What a vigilant little girl. In comparison, the one who was the undisputed first-place winner, on whom several senior professors had placed high hopes, seemed to fall short of expectations. What emerged from the darkness was not a monster, but a young man dressed in a well-tailored suit. Judging from his appearance alone, he didn't seem to be much older than Gao Chong and the others. Welcome to the highest institution of learning. I am your counselor, and you may call me Mr. M. Mr. M looked at Gao Chang. So, you don't have any questions? We deserve to be number one. His words were delivered in a declarative tone, as if he were simply stating a fact. However, when it comes to this, Gao Chang really has a lot of questions he wants to ask. How exactly did you know our rankings and make preparations in advance to admit us to the top universities? Judging from the list on by Yinian's side, such a detailed list could not have been obtained by simply asking other game lords. This so-called top university seems to possess some kind of technology that allows them to see into the inner workings of war games. I didn't expect this to be the first question. Mr. M tapped his head, looking somewhat troubled. Doesn't that touch upon the truth of this world? But what does that have to do with me? Mr. M smiled and answered Gao Chang's question without hesitation. Because this power comes from the Academy. The power of the Academy, a colossal entity from one of the most powerful forces of humanity, capable of orchestrating a ninth-tier infinite battlefield spanning numerous planes. According to Mr. M's description, the dimension where Gao Chang resides is actually just a black box set up by the Academy. Its sole purpose is to continuously produce talent for the Academy and supply it to the battlefield of endless war. Of course, that's something only lords who have reached the top of the lord path can consider. For Gao Chang and others, it's too early to think about these things now. Even Gao Chang and others are no longer considered part of the Academy's official staff. They were just ordinary students and not considered part of the Academy's influence. The Academy has set up many more black box dimensions, and no matter how many geniuses die prematurely, it will not be a big deal to the Academy. Only by becoming a counselor like Mr. M can one be considered to have one foot in the ranks of the college members. Wait, I don't understand what you mean, Long Xianyao interrupted Mr. M. The information Mr. M mentioned did not exist in the intelligence held by Tung Long Group. The more knowledgeable a person is, the less they can accept their existing knowledge being challenged. Long Xianyao was currently in this state. She found it hard to imagine that the dimension she had lived in since childhood was a puppet controlled by some behemoth. All the knowledge that everyone learns is actually just a glimpse of the benevolence revealed by that enormous force. In that case, the concepts of academic cliques and financial cliques seem rather ridiculous. Mr. M looked at Long Xianyao and shook his head. Is it hard to believe? But this is your opportunity. Not everyone can receive my guidance or have the opportunity to join the Academy. Of course, all you need to do now is fulfill your responsibilities as students. Mr. M smiled slightly. Gao Chang, as the undisputed number one, do you dare to have a match with me in the area you excel at? Only the most gifted can join the highest institution of learning, so every student who arrives is absolutely arrogant. That's why, in their very first lesson, the counselors had to personally suppress the arrogance of these prodigies. What? Before Gao Chang could agree or refuse, the ground beneath his feet had already become transparent. This is a perfect simulation of a war game, a rapid-fire simulation operated by the Academy's infinite-level computer, High Prism, Mr. M explained. The lords do not need to participate in the battle and will not be in mortal danger. The war will be composed entirely of data, and the duration of the war, which is usually measured in months and years, will be shortened to less than a few hours. If you're scared, I can have all 6 of you come at me together. It's okay, Mr. M reassured him. No need. Gao Chang stared at the turntable in front of him, interrupting Mr. M. For some reason, in this fake simulation battle, the territory talent he drew was still Fallen Empire. Chapter 75. Is luck more important or strength? After hearing Gao Chang's words, Mr. M turned his gaze to the other 5 people, seemingly wanting to know what they thought. Let me confirm first, you're developing in sync with us, right? Long Xianyao suddenly asked. Of course. Mr. M nodded. Long Xianyao stepped forward. Then I'm sorry. If we can beat you, I hope you will let us go back. The next moment, she also entered the preparation stage of the war game, and then drew her territory type. Mr. M smiled, but did not respond. Clearly, he didn't think he would lose. On the other side, Su Uki looked around and saw that the other 3 were just observing, so he ignored them. I'm with Brother Chang. So, this time the opponents are 2 first-place finishers and 1 second-place finisher. Seeing that the remaining 3 people did not make a move, Mr. M was somewhat disappointed. Not only is it less fun with fewer people, but winning doesn't seem to prove anything either. However, since Gao Chang personally refused to send all 6 of them, it would be good to teach Gao Chang a lesson. The war begins. A notification sound, completely different from that of a war game, rang out. Immediately, everyone, including Mr. M, lost their senses of the outside world. Their vision was completely dark. They could only see a few other people who had joined the game and a small area around their own territory. This is a fog of war simulated by High Prism. In the simulation by the High Prism, the Lord will have a God's eye view, but can only observe the known lands. As Mr. M explained, he projected a full view of his territory. The fog of war shrouded all areas, so he didn't care what Gao Chang and the others thought of his territory. In this war game, the territory type I drew is Armory. Alsanov. Description: this territory has an extreme obsession with weapons. The increase and expansion of weapon types bring them pleasure. Effect 1. When you complete the research of a weapon, you will randomly obtain an additional weapon blueprint. Effect 2. Increases research speed for all weapon-related tech trees by 100% and decreases research speed for all defense-related tech trees by 100%. Effect 3. Increases the crafting speed of ammunition-type items by 100%. What a disgusting type of territory. On the other side, Long Xianyao and Su Yuki's faces darkened, clearly indicating that the types of territories they had drawn were quite ordinary. Village. Effect: increases your food production by 10%. Wild Man Camp. Effect: you can recruit citizens from a lower era using half the resources. Given this type of territory, if things go wrong, the 2 of them could end up as mere bystanders in the showdown. Mr. M noticed the 2 men's gloomy and uncertain expressions. Mr. M couldn't help but chuckle softly. When you're unlucky and draw a territory that's not the right type, there's nothing you can do. Is this what it means to win the first and second place in the war game? Indeed, as a counselor at the highest institution of learning, Mr. M naturally has some authority over this simulated battlefield. Adjusting his territory type was a small trick Mr. M secretly employed. He had to warn these so-called prodigies. The past is the past. The present is the present. Don't mistake a moment of glory for eternity. Given their methods, if they were to run into bad luck one day, they might not even have a chance to turn the tide. Sometimes the difference between a genius and a good-for-nothing is just a little bit of luck. Brother Chang, how's the type of territory you drew? Su Yuki couldn't help but ask Gao Chang. Both of them revealed the types of their territories, knowing they couldn't rely on each other, and right now, Gao Chang was the only one they could count on. Gao Chang rubbed his chin. The Fallen Empire, just like before. In fact, he had no idea what Mr. M meant by the fog of war. Gao Chang could see the entire game world clearly, and had no idea where the fog of war was. Unlike war games, the game world simulated by High Prism is very small, while the Fallen Empire itself occupies a large area. Therefore, in the scene that Gao Chang saw, his Fallen Empire occupied 2/3 of the land in the center of this game world. The other 3 huddled in their own nooks and crannies, completely unaware of Gao Chang's situation. After demonstrating the types of territories, Mr. M personally showed everyone how to quickly complete early development in ancient times. Hunting, traps, herb identification, and how to distinguish good from bad and deal with lords of the same kind when encountering them. It's clear that Mr. M genuinely wants to teach everyone something. Long Xianyao watched Mr. M's explanation and actions. Although she was still wary of this prestigious university, she had to admit that compared to Mr. M, her early plans were completely disorganized. If we can understand Mr. M's line of thought, then we can go back to the Stone Age. Even if she doesn't draw a good territory type, she can still enter the top 10 with her snowballing development. Mr. M suddenly stopped explaining and looked at the 3 of them with a half smile. A week has passed. Aren't you going to start developing yet? At this moment, Long Xianyao and Su Yuki's expressions suddenly changed. Having just listened to Mr. M's explanation, I had no idea that the timeline of the simulated battlefield would unfold so quickly. In just over 10 minutes, it was equivalent to a week. Given Mr. M's snowballing speed, how could they possibly catch up with him? Thinking of this, Gao Chang casually sent a trade request to Long Xianyao and Su Yuki. Gao Chang has sent you a transaction request. Long Xianyao gave Gao Chang a strange look. None of the 3 of them had developed yet, so what could they possibly be trading? The other party is trading with you. 10,000 tons of grain and 1,000 medicinal herbs. Holy crap, Brother Chong! Su Uki exclaimed in surprise. Long Xianyeo's mind went blank for a moment. What is that? Seeing the bewildered and excited expressions on their faces, Gao Chong scratched the back of his head. So you're saying you gave too much? Gao Chong didn't quite understand Mr. M's developmental theory, but sounded very impressive. Just to be on the safe side, Gao Chong sent each of them half of the final strategic supplies. In other words, simulation games don't need to consider the feelings of other people. In a real war game, Gao Chong would still have to consider the feelings of his subjects. Seeing the startled expressions on the three people's faces, Mr. M chuckled softly. They're still young after all. They had no idea how fast the high prism simulation was, and in those few minutes they wasted, another day quietly passed. This is also true in war games. Falling behind others by a few minutes every day might not be noticeable in low-level battles. But what about in future high-level battles? A few minutes wasted each day can gradually turn into a difference that can be measured in years. Chapter 76, Where is your development going? Closer, closer. Since he couldn't develop at all, Gao Chong could only watch the other three develop for half an hour out of boredom. During this period, Su Uki and Long Xianyeo both used their vast resources to grow their territories to over 1,000 people. Meanwhile, Mr. M continued to develop steadily in the same place. He was being far too cautious. Despite being so close, he hadn't made any contact with Gao Chong's territory yet. Seeing Gao Chong's lax attitude, Mr. M frowned secretly. Although he couldn't see the situation in the three people's territories due to the fog of war. But after his reminder, Long Xianyeo and Su Uki began their respective operations and development. Only Gao Chong continued to do nothing, and he didn't even listen to the explanations of some development outlines. Is it because they didn't draw a good territory type that they've completely abandoned the land? Mr. M couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous of Gao Chong. I never imagined that winning first place in a mere war game would make him so proud. If Gao Chong continues with this mindset, it's not impossible that he'll die in the next war game. But now it's time to wake these arrogant young people up. Mr. M surveyed his territory. Through this period of development, he has already used the armory feature to unlock the fine Bao technology tree. They also mastered the ability to make flaming arrows using animal fat. Now with hundreds of archers at his disposal, Mr. M felt he had the ability to put an end to this game. With this in mind, Mr. M immediately ordered hundreds of archers to sweep through the areas where the fog of war had not yet been lifted. Seeing that Mr. M had finally made a move, Gao Chong subconsciously sent a guess. In military terms, the enemy is as insignificant as an ant compared to us. A moment later, Mr. M looked at the tall wall that blocked all paths and showed a confused and bewildered expression. He lived in the Stone Age, right? Suddenly, a volley of giant crossbow bolts shot out from inside the wall, forcing Mr. M to retreat his troops several kilometers. Was that a ballista? Mr. M looked at Gao Chong and the other two with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" What about development? The three opponents were already behind him in development, and Gao Chong hadn't even made a move. He only walked a few steps. The ballista was brought to his face. Okay, no wonder he doesn't like listening to theory. They're playing magic in the Stone Age on him. That. Gao Chong shrugged sheepishly. He hasn't actually gotten a reason to wage war against Mr. M yet. The type of corrupted empire simulated by the High Prism is much more rigid than the real corrupted empire. Unless there's a reason for war, Gao Chong can hardly transfer anyone out. Counselor, how about you take your time and develop your career for another 2 years? Gao Chong's seemingly harmless remark nearly made Mr. M lose his temper. The Stone Age should have ended in at least 6 months, so why is Gao Chong telling him to develop it for another 2 years? This sounds like it's saying, I'll give you your hands, your feet, and your brain too. Before Mr. M could reply, Su Uki and Long Xianyeo's men burst out of the forest. Since Mr. M sent troops, both of them have taken action without prior arrangement. Their ideas were surprisingly aligned, to bypass the walls of Zhao Qiang's territory and directly attack Mr. M, gaining a 2-on-1 advantage. Upon seeing the troops the two men brought out, Mr. M experienced a kind of breathtaking beauty, as if his vision had suddenly gone black. Cavalry. All of them were cavalry? In the Stone Age, the limitations on cavalry units were not only limited by technology, but also by logistics and the supply of provisions. As a result, despite the enormous cost to the cavalry units, Long Xianyao and her companion managed to each lead out over 100 of them. All right, you win. There was no need to fight at all. Mr. M ended the simulation with a dark expression. Mr. M did not mention the possibility of developing for another 2 years. Losing is embarrassing enough. If he were to lose again after 2 more years of development, he might not be able to resist jumping off this floating academy. For a moment, Mr. M couldn't figure out what was wrong with his development. Why is the opponent so far superior to us in terms of unit types and technology? Mr. M's good mood for the day was ruined, and his tone became much colder. He pulled 3 keys out of his pocket and held them out to the crowd. There are 3 two-person dorm rooms. You can choose one yourselves. As for the various facilities in the academy, a senior student will come over later to show you around. Long Xianyao frowned slightly. Judging from what Mr. M, the counselor, said, it seems that he still doesn't intend to let them go back. Excuse me for interrupting, but it seems you didn't consult with Tonglong Group before forcing me to enroll. Long Xianyao couldn't help but say. No, of course we discussed it. Mr. M remained quite calm in the face of Long Xianyao's attempt to intimidate him. In fact, if you have carefully looked at your admission notice, you will find that the names of both of your parents have already been signed on the admission report. Upon hearing Mr. M's words, everyone took out their admission notices again and carefully read through the lines of text. What a joke! Long Xianyao suddenly slammed the admission notice to the ground. It's just a signature. How can you prove it wasn't forged? Should we call to confirm? Mr. M suddenly took out his phone and handed it to everyone. Long Xianyao instinctively reached out to take it, but Mr. M bypassed her and handed it to Gao Chong instead. You go first. After hesitating for a moment, Gao Chong took the phone and dialed that familiar number. He didn't know what other people's acceptance letters looked like. However, Gao Chong's admission notice stated the reasons for both parents' consent. If Gao Chong is admitted to the top university, the 2 of them will receive a substantial reward and the privilege of visa-free travel to tourist attractions around the world. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Gao Chong asked. However, what came from the other end of the phone was a voice that made one blush. Several seconds passed before the person on the other end seemed to realize what was happening, and their tone became more urgent. Oh, it's Xiao Chong. Your dad and I have something urgent to attend to. Remember to listen carefully in class. Bye. Beep beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. You really don't care at all? Gao Chong sighed helplessly. Chung, your parents are your true love. He was just an accident. However, due to the extremely high mortality rate of war games, in order to encourage childbirth, children from ordinary families like Gao Chong are basically supported by society. Therefore, Gao Chong didn't feel too sad. Although Su Yuki's conditions were slightly better than Gao Chong's, they were still roughly equal in terms of ability to get along. Like Gao Chong, he quickly accepted the status quo. The call was passed to Long Xianyao. Unlike Gao Chong, Long Xianyao, born into a wealthy family and having managed a family business with Long Xiwen for many years, has a stronger sense of family affection. Therefore, the moment the call was connected, Long Xianyao's questioning voice came through. Gao Chong didn't know what the other person was saying, but he saw that Long Xianyao's expression was getting worse and worse. Finally, he even threw the phone to the ground. Mr. M's already unhappy face darkened even more instantly. Is it possible that that's my phone? Chapter 77, The Wisdom Center. Just ask my dad to compensate you. He has plenty of money anyway, Long Xianyao said nonchalantly. Mr. M remained silent for a moment, then turned and walked into the building with a dark expression without mentioning the phone again. A cell phone isn't really a big deal. There was only one thing that bothered him, how exactly he lost. Just then, another person came out of the building. Mr. M, are these the junior students I'm supposed to mentor? Hey, Mr. M. I passed by Mr. M. After calling out several times, Mr. M did not respond. He simply shoved the dormitory key into the other person's hand and quickly left. Mr. M. The visitor glanced at Mr. M's back, then at the 3 keys in his hand, and was momentarily bewildered. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset and turned around with a smile. Hello, everyone. I'm your class mentor, Qi Ling, a sophomore. You could just call me Senior Qi. Seeing that no one spoke, Qi Ling couldn't help but awkwardly rub the hem of her clothes. Mr. M is a bit difficult to get along with. For example, he made everyone feel awkward when we first enrolled. The senior students have also experienced this, so don't take it to heart. But he lost. Gao Chang suddenly interjected. And Brother Chang even said he could let him develop for another 2 years, Su Uki added. The others nodded as well. Mr. M's welcome to the university this time was, in a way, embarrassing for him. Qi Ling was taken aback. He then chuckled softly. No wonder Mr. M's face was so dark just now. But you even beat Mr. M. Shouldn't you put on a happier expression? Mr. M is a notoriously cold and unapproachable counselor at the top university. The kind of person who usually doesn't even approve leave requests. Gao Chang suddenly noticed a few words. You mean, we usually have holidays? Upon hearing Gao Chang's words, the other 5 people also realized what was happening and quickly focused their attention on listening to Qi Ling's subsequent remarks. They were taken to the highest institution of learning by the military, and they thought it would be under full military management. Even Long Xianyao felt the same way. She knew more than most people, and therefore she knew that there was a special, secret team within the army that was tasked with plundering land when there was too much loss of land. Of course, that team's mortality rate was also ridiculously high. What do you take us for, a prison? Qi Ling sighed, rubbing her forehead. What kind of mess had Mr. M gotten her into? She had a feeling that these younger students were hostile towards the top university. The highest institution of learning is above the military. Even a 5-star general in the military cannot interfere with any of the decisions made by the highest institution of learning. But to some extent, we also cooperate with the military. For example, during your holidays, the military will dispatch vehicles to take you to and from school. Gao Chang turned his head and exchanged a glance with Long Xianyao. Judging from Qi Ling's words, the highest institution of learning doesn't seem to be as bad as Long Xianyao described. It sounds like a regular university. No, there are no universities in this world. Gao Chang suddenly realized that he had inadvertently projected his senses from his past life. In this world, once you leave the war game, you don't intend to re-enter it. Naturally, they became ordinary people that could be seen everywhere on the street, and there was no longer any need for them to learn about war games. Only those promising individuals who are prepared to continue waging war will join the various academies, which are the academic cliques that Long Xianyao refers to. Of course, academic cliques don't just admit anyone. Top-tier universities require not only talent and academic achievements, but also a privileged family background. A pass to a prestigious university is often extremely valuable and hard to come by. All right, come with me first. I'll show you around the facilities of the academy. Qi Ling greeted the group, as it was her responsibility as the senior student in charge of the class to help the students get familiar with the campus. Along the way, Qi Ling led Gao Chang and his group to visit various facilities of the highest institution of learning. The dormitories, lecture halls, canteens, and libraries were all much the same as Gao Chang remembered about university. Even a library contains tens of thousands of different books about war games. Although most of these books are free knowledge that should be widely disseminated according to policy, they're considered paid items in some prestigious universities. However, even though the library at the prestigious university is completely free, it remains empty, as if no students are interested in the books there. Occasionally, Qi Ling would bump into 1 or 2 people in the library, and she would quietly shake her head after they left. He then warned Gao Chang and the others. These are all losers in the war game. I hope you will not become like them in the future. Faced with Gao Chang and the others' confusion, Qi Ling did not explain, but simply led them to the last facility in the academy that she had not yet introduced. Students come and go here from time to time. The foot traffic is much greater than that of the library. The Intelligent Hub is controlled and operated by the Academy's infinite-level computer, Omega. Qi Ling explained the function of the facility in front of her. Among the vast forces in various dimensions of humanity, there are some that can disseminate and sell their intelligence through certain means. Because of the different power systems, this information scattered across the gaps between different planes is difficult to organize and interpret. The Academy's infinite-level computer, Omega, was designed for this purpose. Under Omega's control, the Academy's subordinate institutions, distributed across various planes, all possess the ability to search for that intelligence. Gao Chang understood some of what Qi Ling was saying. Simply put, it means that various major human powers have created one public web page after another. But having a web page alone is not very useful. This is why top-tier forces like academies met their end. What Omega provides is a search engine that can find these web pages, as well as a visual browser. Do you know why you can enroll while others can't? Qi Ling suddenly turned around and asked the crowd. Long Xianyao frowned. Why? Because you have money. Are you kidding me? Long Xianyao looked at Qi Ling with an expression as if she were looking an idiot. After several interactions, she realized that among those who enrolled, she was the only one from a wealthy and powerful family. If we're talking about wealth, it's more accurate to say that among those who didn't enroll in school, there are far more wealthy people. I'm not talking about the currency issued in this plane. Without the support of the top power, that kind of currency system could collapse at any time. Qi Ling paused for a moment before continuing. The currency I'm talking about is the war currency. Chapter 78, Search Engines. Upon hearing about the war coins, Gao Chang finally understood why they were the ones who enrolled. Because on that list, only 6 lords had contributions far exceeding those of ordinary people. In other words, they will have more war coins settled on them. Knowledge has a price, and among the returning lords, only you have the resources to acquire true knowledge, Qi Ling explained. This is why you were able to enroll. The vast majority of intelligence gathered by the Intelligence Center within the highest academy requires payment in war currency. Of course, as an institution established by the academy, the highest institution of learning will provide all the free knowledge stipulated by the academy free of charge. This time, Gao Chang finally understood why Qi Ling had sighed when she passed by the library earlier, looking at the people reading inside. Those must be the losers who failed in the war game and could no longer afford to pay the price of knowledge. They can only passively absorb what others want them to know, and they cannot guarantee that the information is not outdated. The truly successful people, however, are online here. The information available here is more timely and advanced, and the search for information is also more precise. Promise. Qi Ling suddenly reached out and handed over 3 keys. 2 people per room. You can choose your own dormitory. Although I don't know why you are hostile to the academy, you can rest assured if you don't want to join it. As students, you are not actually considered part of the college. Once your lord rank rises to a certain level, because the land you represent carries too much weight, the military may force you to leave this plane. At that time, you'll be able to choose your preferred faction in those dedicated warplanes. Gao Chang thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, won't the academy consider this behavior a betrayal? No, that won't happen. Qi Ling shook her head. There are too few lords who can enter the infinite battlefield. So most of the so-called geniuses are useless to the academy, and we don't mind letting them go to other forces to improve the overall strength of humanity. And the academy won't do you anything. Although we provide free facilities and accommodation, all knowledge that has a price must be purchased by you. At that moment, a skinny boy who was not very noticeable suddenly reached out his hand from behind the group. What do I need to do if I want to join the academy? Upon hearing this, Qi Ling suddenly smiled. Joining the academy is not an easy thing. If you want to join the college, you must first accumulate enough credits and then pass 4 levels of academic assessments. Only after completing another faculty and staff assessment can one barely enter the lowest level of the college. Of course, the academic exams are not difficult. They mostly assess developmental abilities and strategic vision and are personally supervised by Gao Prism. After explaining the difficulty of joining the academy, Qi Ling then went on to explain the benefits of actually joining the academy. After passing their first level exam, they will be able to enter the lecture hall and gain access to valuable teaching resources from various professors. After the second grade exam, students will have the opportunity to ask the professor questions once a week. While not as precise as the Smart Hub, its advantage lies in all costs being borne by the academy, relieving them of any worries. As for the upcoming grade exams, there will naturally be more benefits, but Qi Ling hasn't reached that grade yet. Su Yuki suddenly leaned over and poked Gao Chang. Brother Chang, I suddenly feel like joining the academy isn't so bad. What do you think? Not only Su Yuki, but also everyone except Long Xianyao had basically fallen for him. However, Gao Chang rolled his eyes at Su Yuki. I feel like I'm going to fail my first exam. According to Qi Ling, what was the first exam about? It's development. Based on the types of territories in his fallen empire, not a single resource building could be constructed. Gao Chang could already imagine his exam results. Full marks for the answer, 0 marks for the steps. Thinking of this, Gao Chang took a dormitory key from Qi Ling's hand. He was now going to check out the Smart Hub and didn't intend to continue listening to Qi Ling's explanation about joining the academy. Qiling naturally had no objection to this. Every year, there are some students whose aspirations lie outside the college, and the college has never interfered. But the road ahead for them will be entirely dependent on their own efforts, and it will be incredibly difficult. Hey Changji, wait for me. Su Yuki glanced at Qiling, hesitated for a moment, and then chased after Gao Chang. So, is this what the smart hub looks like? Upon entering the intelligent hub, Gao Chang and Su Yuki were suddenly lifted into the air by the ground beneath their feet and fixed in an open area. Here, apart from the interface delivered by Omega, the rest of the space is a void covered by countless dark green data bars. Please search for the information you wish to know. Each query costs 10 war coins. Su Yuki's eyes widened. They started charging for the very first query? No wonder so many people don't even have the qualifications to step into the academy. For most lords participating in the war game for the first time, they couldn't even afford the cost of a single inquiry. However, Gao Chang didn't feel anything. With 90,000 Warfire coins, his mere 10 Warfire coins were not even a fraction of his wealth. At that moment, he happened to have many things he wanted to investigate. For example, the Fallen Empire. Gao Chang entered the term Fallen Empire into the search bar without hesitation. A large number of similar web pages then popped up. After removing most of the irrelevant content, only the most recently published web page remains. Released by the faction Know-It-All, a list of the top 100 new territory types recently. An eye-catching gossip post, but the unlocking price is a whopping 10,000 war coins. The reason is simple. This review includes several types of territories related to the 6th tier battlefield. Knowledge is indeed very expensive. However, in this post, Gao Chang discovered that the Fallen Empire was only ranked 10th recently. So on a whim, I bought it. Click to view the full post. The first thing you see is a comprehensive analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of each territory type, including early game advantages, mid-game development speed, and late-game strength. It also takes into account the applicability of negative states in different battlefields, as well as some minor considerations. In terms of information content, 10,000 war coins is absolutely worth it, but it's definitely not something to sell to a lord like Gao Chang who has just stepped into the first tier path. Gao Chang first looked at the type ranked first, and he was a little curious as to why he was ranked 10th. However, Gao Chang's expression soon became somewhat strange. It's not that the number 1 team isn't strong, it's just that some things are hard to explain. Chapter 79 Picture for Fun. In a ranking of knowledgeable people, the top-ranked territory type is a newly introduced type from the Tier 6 battlefield. The Legacy of the Void. Description. The inhabitants of this territory are descendants of those from the Void, having completely broken free from the shackles of the land. Effect 1. In battlefields of Tier 6 and above, all buildings require no land. Effect 2. All buildings, including military structures, will gain the ability to navigate between the Earth and space. Effect 3. Increases warp speed of all units by 30% and travel speed of all units by 10%. Effect 4. Planet's habitability decreases by 100%. According to Bestone's assessment, this territory type is quite flexible. Although it only appears in battlefields of rank 6 and above, it does not possess the suppressive power of the lower ranks. However, its unique territorial characteristics mean that this territory can be attacked or retreated to. The ability to move fortress buildings further maximizes the practicality of this territory type. After all, in high-level global battlefields, the advantage of speed is magnified infinitely, and superior mobility is almost equivalent to victory. Then, Gao Chang discovered that the Fallen Empire had also been used to criticize and belittle others. In the eyes of the expert, the Fallen Empire, while possessing the advantage of starting with full technology, has virtually no mobility. After a strong early game, the inability to accumulate explosive power in the mid-game makes it highly likely that the Fallen Empire will be quickly caught up during this phase. Most importantly, this type of territory has never appeared on battlefields after the Stone Age, and its applicability to high-level battlefields is unknown. However, even if the Void Legacy and Fallen Empire talents meet in a battlefield of Tier 6 or higher, Bei Shaitong is still confident that the Void Legacy only needs to temporarily avoid the limelight in the early stages. By focusing on steady development, one can gradually erode the corrupted empire in the later stages. This is the benefit of flexibility. Gao Chang continued to look through the types of territories listed by the expert. In fact, most of the top-ranked territory types are related to their debut in high-level battlefields. After all, the higher the level of the battlefield, the more unique the types of territories that appear, and the more they fit the style of the higher-level battlefield. Few would expect the Stone Age to produce a type of territory that could fight its way into an endless war. It is quite incredible that the fallen empire that appears in the Tier 1 battlefield can be directly compared with the territory types in the Tier 6 battlefield. If we follow this classification method, the fact that the fallen empire appears in the top 10 might even be an exception in best know-it-all statistics. Gao Chang continued looking down. The more I look at it, the stranger the classification method of best knows seems. The classification system doesn't look at actual performance records, but rather categorizes things in a way that I feel is appropriate. I think this type of player only needs to develop properly to achieve incredible results, which is why he deserves to be ranked here. Before he knew it, Gao Chang had scrolled to the last territory type and discovered that there were actually replies to this post. Although replying cost a full 1,000 war coins, it still garnered thousands of comments. Breaking news. The number 1 ranked Void Legacy was crushed by the number 99th ranked Jiang Hiyang in the Ring Star battlefield. It is said that Eldar lords who draw the Void Legacy, apart from being able to escape quickly, are far behind us in terms of development. With such a crippled development ability, the know-it-all kept talking about an invincible mobile fortress, but he couldn't even squeeze out a bulkhead before he died. War games are just for fun. To really learn something, you have to read the all-knowing guide. Understands everything in a moment, cripples everything in a fight. The ultimate Jinx expert, teaching you how to master the war game step by step. After reading through the comments one by one, Gao Chang found that almost all of them were mocking the Bai Ashur Tong organization. Although they are well-informed and have the means to obtain all kinds of real-time intelligence, their favorite thing to do is to make subjective assumptions. Territory types that are often imagined by experts to have powerful uses will ultimately fail to realize their full potential due to various major shortcomings. This isn't just limited to this edition of the top 100 territory types. Almost none of the various inventories that Best Own has ever done have been accurate. Even those who were ranked number 1 didn't end up well. They all got what they asked for. Therefore, the know-it-all was also given the nickname Poisonous Milk within the human race. Over time, they discovered that they earned more war coins this way, and Best Own even became happy to turn their reviews into a gossip-style format. The major powers have become accustomed to the way know-it-alls behavior. Although the rankings have a somewhat joking tone, Best Own still provides comprehensive information on each type of territory. The fact that the Fallen Empire was ranked 10th was due to the knowledgeable man listing numerous advantages, praising it to the skies, including some points that even Gao Chang himself hadn't considered. The actual price of this post isn't that expensive. On average, information on each of the hundreds of territory types only costs 100 war coins, which is extremely reasonable. After all, this information is recent, and it's impossible to find such knowledge in the books in the library. Moreover, Gao Chang actually found something that interested him among the hundreds of types of territories. That was a territory talent that ranked near the bottom of the top 100. According to the informant's intelligence, the rebel temple originating from the second-tier battlefield is controlled by an elven lord from the elven race. Most importantly, the informant mentioned the word Kabbalah in the intelligence report, which made Gao Chang think of the reverse Kabbalah source that had entered his body. Perhaps there is some connection? Gao Chang vaguely guessed that the elven lord mentioned in the intelligence might be one of the 9 beings he had sensed. If Gao Chang's suspicions are true, then according to the informant's intelligence, the lord's location has been completely exposed to Gao Chang. Of course, Gao Chang's understanding of the reverse Kabbalah source is far from complete. After exiting the inventory, Gao Chang opened the search engine again and entered the keywords. Reverse Kabbalah source material. Among the web pages that popped up this time, the most popular one was the Saints' sincere invitation to all major forces to join forces in attacking the Kabbalah Tree of Life of the Elves. This is a bounty issued by the Saints, a human faction, for an entire elven plane, but the entrance fee alone is a whopping 3,000 war coins. The benefits are also obvious. The Saints will share all known intelligence in the post, and the value of this information will far exceed 3,000 war coins. The Saints promised not to take a single penny of the profits gained from the felling of the Tree of Life. Chapter 80 Kabbalah Tree of Life. Gao Chang did not spend the 3,000 war coins directly. It's not that I can't afford it. After all, Gao Chang just spent 10,000 war coins without even blinking. Instead, spending those 3,000 war coins is equivalent to getting involved with the Saints, and nobody knows whether that's good or bad. Of course, Gao Chang was even more curious about the connection between the Saints and the Kabbalah Tree of Life. Gao Chang then bypassed the pinned webpage and spent several hundred Warfire coins to buy some insider information. Although they were all just gossip, Gao Chang managed to piece together a general understanding of the Saints and the Kabbalah Tree of Life. Both are behemoths that have been roaming the 5th and 6th tier battlefields for years. Often, the territory gained or lost in a single war game can be calculated in the hundreds of millions of square kilometers. One of the characteristics of the Kabbalah Tree of Life is that whenever it conceives, some special offspring will be randomly born. Just like how the Star Sword can bring items that don't belong in war games into war games. The same applies to the special offspring of the Kabbalah Tree of Life. However, what they brought into the war game was not props, but Kabbalah essence. Different Kabbalah sources can bring them different effects. They are natural leaders, and with them in the game of war, the elves will be invincible. Killing them is pointless, because the power of the Kabbalistic source element comes from the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. Even if an individual using source matter unfortunately dies, a new individual will be born to obtain the power of source matter, maintaining the number of 10 source matter. Logically speaking, the Kabbalah Tree of Life and the 10 elements are almost impossible to destroy. But that's just in theory. The situation changed during a low to mid-level war game. The Crown, representing Source Eye, along with several other elven lords who also possess Kabbalah Source, slew 3 holy sons of the human forces. Those are all seed players cultivated by the Saints, with the opportunity to touch the advanced battlefield. The Saints would never swallow this insult. Thus, the current scene unfolds, with the Saints sincerely inviting all major powers and prodigies to join forces in attacking the Kabbalah Tree of Life. However, Gao Chang still couldn't find any information related to the reverse Kabbalah source from these rumors. The Saints, on the other hand, have a generally good reputation, aside from the common human tendency of attracting the attention of older members when they attack younger ones. Gao Chang simply spent 3,000 war coins to accept the Saints' bounty. One aspect is gathering intelligence. Secondly, according to other people's views on Saints, even if they accepted the bounty but did not do it, it would not necessarily lead to animosity towards Saints. It's no wonder that the post was made by the person in charge. Information that you can't buy anywhere else with any amount of war coins can be found here. This included what Gao Chang wanted to know, the matter concerning the reverse Kabbalah source. Unable to contain their anger at the loss of 3 holy sons, the Saints discovered a curse that would disrupt the stability of the Kabbalah Tree of Life. They orchestrated an epic defeat, delivering their cursed land to the Kabbalah Tree of Life. The Saints' purpose was achieved when the Kabbalah Tree of Life began to draw nourishment from those lands. Now, after the death of the owner of the Kabbalah source material, when a spirit is born again from the Kabbalah Tree of Life, there's a certain chance that it will inherit the reverse Kabbalah essence when inheriting the Kabbalah essence. An elf possessing the reverse Kabbalah essence will have characteristics completely opposite to the Kabbalah essence, and will also detach the Kabbalah essence from the body of the Tree of Life. Once they die in the war game, these reverse Kabbalah source materials will not return to the embrace of the Kabbalah Tree of Life, but can be directly seized and used by foreign lords. If all 10 source materials are taken away, the Kabbalah Tree of Life will wither and fall into eternal silence. And this is the revenge the Saints have prepared. Without the Tree of Life, that plane will never be able to give birth to new elves again. They want to sever the roots of those elves. However, at the very bottom of the post, the Saint made a promise to everyone who accepted the bounty. Any lord who acquires the essence of the reverse Kabbalah can directly join the Saints and obtain the status of a holy son. Gao Chang suddenly smiled. From this perspective, the Saints have a good idea. They lost 3 holy sons, but gained 10 new holy sons with Kabbalistic essence. Even if only half of the lords are willing to join the Saints can still make a profit while getting revenge. However, if you think about it that way, if I really want to, I could actually be considered a Saint's son now. Gao Chang opened the war game interface and looked at the reverse Kabbalah source V and his personal attributes, and thought to himself. At the same time, Gao Chang also thought of the Wuji Alliance's Star Sword. Now that he's been marked by the Wuji Alliance, they probably won't let him off so easily. I wonder how the Wuji Alliance, which Gong Xingjia mentioned, compares to the Academy and the Saints. Gao Chang casually searched for information about the Wuji Alliance in the search engine. Based on the search results, the Wuji Alliance comes from a world of immortals and martial arts, with Taoist magic as the main foundation of the alliance. However, in terms of sheer power, the Wuji Alliance's strongest territory is the 5th-tier battlefield. Although they have a wide range of methods, their overall strength is still a notch below that of the Saints, let alone a behemoth like the Academy. Seeing this, Gao Chang already understood. Regardless of whether one joins the Academy or the Saints, the threat posed by the Boundless Alliance will no longer be considered a threat. But what puzzled Gao Chang was, based on the search results, it seems that the Wuji Alliance did not promote revenge, nor did it mention the death of Gongxing Zhan. This approach is completely different from the saintly forces that wanted the whole world to know about the deaths of their 3 holy sons. It's safe to say that this is the very organization that trained Gongxing Zhan. The Wuji Alliance was eerily quiet. If it weren't for the fact that the Wuji Alliance mark was still displayed on his personal panel, Gao Chang would have thought that the matter was over. Just as Gao Chang was pondering, a friend request came in from a war game. Player, Pilgrim, has requested to add you as a friend. Who is this? Despite seeing the unfamiliar name, Gao Chang accepted the friend request. Soon a message was relayed to them. Send a mass message. Do not reply. This is a correspondent from the Saints organization. We just saw that you purchased and accepted our bounty through the Academy's Omega computer. For your personal safety when you are attacking the Kabbalah Tree of Life, here is an insider message that you are getting for free. What followed was a long introduction to the inverse Kabbalah source. As Gao Chang read through the text line by line, his pupils instantly contracted. Use only after purifying the reverse Kabbalah source material. As described in the information, if the reverse Kabbalah source is used directly, the personality will be gradually replaced. And within one breath cycle of the Kabbalah Tree of Life, it is assimilated into a point of the tree, becoming completely part of it. And one breath cycle of the Kabbalah Tree of Life. In just 6 months. Chapter 81 Fondalera. Although the pilgrims had told him not to return, Gao Chang couldn't help but ask, what if I accidentally use the reverse Kabbalah source? Soon, the pilgrims responded. The reverse Kabbalah source material will not return to the Tree of Life. After the assimilated particles are destroyed, the reverse Kabbalah source material can be retrieved and purified again. Gao Chang's lips twitched slightly. As expected of a powerful force, their methods are indeed simple and brutal. It's much faster to kill a lord than to find a solution. Well, I was just thinking about becoming a holy son, and now I'm about to become someone's target for elimination. However, the pilgrim seemed to realize something when answering this question. Seemingly not wanting to make any absolute statements, the pilgrims quickly offered a remedial solution. If we take advantage of the characteristics of war games, it may not be impossible to solve the problem of the reverse Kabbalah source matter. If you need, we are currently encircling and suppressing newborn source material in a 2nd-tier special battlefield. You can use the distress call to join our battlefield. Neogenetic material? Based on the information he had just seen, Gao Chang knew what the pilgrims were talking about. The carriers of the reverse Kabbalah source material do not appear out of thin air. Only by killing the previous Elven Lord who represented the Kabbalah essence can there be a tiny chance of a reverse Kabbalah essence appearing among the newly nurtured elves of the Tree of Life. Currently, the Saints have already assassinated Source I Crown and Source V Severe in the high-level battlefield. And the beauty, victory, glory, and foundation that represent the source material from 6 to 9 also fell one after another on different battlefields. These source substances will reappear with the newborn elves, but they have the potential to become reverse Kabbalah source substances. Gao Chang has already seen one of the reverse Kabbalah sources. The severe reversal of the source V has become cruel. The original essence, V, once represented the wrath of the Tree of Life, but now, this essence has been completely separated from the Kabbalah Tree of Life. As for the distress call, Gao Chang did a quick search and found a large amount of information, all of which was quite cheap. Overall, this is one way to enter a war game. Compared to entering a normal war game, the drawback of the SOS request is that it requires consuming one oddity item each time. Furthermore, lords who enter the game through the distress call will develop from the initial stage of the game, making it difficult for them to catch up at the top tier. As for the advantages, it is that you can choose the battlefield you want to join, rather than being randomly assigned by the will of the wargame. There are very few times when solo players need to use a distress call. This is the privilege of major powers. Often, in order to win a wargame, major powers will continuously invest more follow-up forces. However, unless absolutely necessary, or in high-level battlefields where prolonged battles are required, people rarely use the distress call item in low-level battlefields. The Saint's thoughts are actually quite obvious. Gao Chang doesn't have much time left, so it's better to keep him under my watchful eye. If Gao Chang can resolve the problem of the reverse Kabbalah source, the Saints will naturally keep their promise and grant Gao Chang the right to choose to become the Saint's son. If Gao Chang cannot resolve the trouble and is assimilated into the Tree of Life, the Saints may simply eliminate Gao Chang and sever any potential threats to the Tree of Life. But this war? Gao Chang looked at the war information sent by the pilgrims and seemed to be deep in thought. Feudal era, mythological era. Introduction, a variant of feudalism, where anything that is worshipped is called a deity. 8 million of these gods are hostile to each other, and the songs of holy war resound day and night, continuing eternally until only one voice remains in the world. This second-tier battlefield perfectly matches the location of the territory type that Gao Chang had previously seen at Beishaidan. That territory, which Bestone ranked in the top 100 of a new category recently, should have originated from this battlefield. The feudal era is of no use to Gao Chang in his current situation. But the word myth made Gao Chang vaguely feel that this era might be completely different from the feudalism he knew. If I accept the distress call, what should I do next? Gao Chang asked the pilgrim directly. It's very simple. The Saints can arrange for a lord with the artifact of the support order to invite you at any time. But before that, you need to apply to the power in your location for a piece of land to prepare for defeat. Entering the war game in cities or buildings is not allowed, and the Saints do not want to get into unnecessary trouble. It seemed to have sensed the high level of mental fluctuations. Next to the search engine in the Smart Hub, a question box suddenly appeared. Should we apply to the highest institution of learning for land reserved for wartime use? Gao Chang looked at the notification that suddenly appeared in the intelligent hub and tapped it with one hand. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the platform beneath my feet. Su Uki, who had been yawning next to Gao Chang, suddenly perked up. Huh? What happened? Brother Chang, have you finished searching for everything? Su Uki was already feeling drowsy when he started searching for things like Kabbalah and reverse Kabbalah from Gao Chang. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of red light, Su Uki wouldn't have realized what Gao Chang had just done. As for the box in front of him, Su Uki thought about the option Gao Chang had just chosen and subconsciously clicked the same option. When he turned around, he saw Gao Chang looking at him with a strange expression. Is that all you have? Gao Chang couldn't help but ask. Yeah, didn't you just select this option, Changge? That's the option to apply for land for war preparation, Gao Chang reminded him with a dark face. After Su Uki realized what was happening, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Brother Chang, we've only been out for less than a day, and you're already going back? Gao Chang nodded. I have some important things to do. You don't need to come along and risk your life. After calculating the time, Gao Chang continued. If you want to pursue the academic route, I reckon I'll be back around the time you finish your second academic assessment. Su Uki hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly patted Gao Chang on the shoulder. Although I don't know what happened, we're brothers, so it's fine if we don't go to the academy. It's unclear whether the Stone Age instilled great confidence in Su Uki. At this moment, Su Uki patted his chest again. Trust me, brother. If we're brothers together, we'll slaughter everyone, no matter what war game it is. Gao Chang chuckled as he looked at Su Uki's expression. So be it. Anyway, based on the information we just found about the distress call, once the appeal for help is issued, it can be responded to by a great many lords, no matter how wealthy they are. Besides, this was Su Uki's own wish, so Gao Chang didn't stop him. After all, he would have to go sooner or later, and there was no harm in him going to the same game as him. As for what Su Uki had just said, Gao Chang naturally responded with a smile. Brother Chang carried us to victory this round, so we can just relax and relax. Chapter 82, An Overly Equal Faith. What Gao Chang didn't expect was, they had barely left the Central Intelligence Hub when Mr. M blocked them at the door. So you want to participate in the war game? Mr. M looked Gao Chang and Su Uki up and down. He was naturally familiar with those two grinning faces, They had just given him a taste of his own medicine not long ago. Mr. M originally planned to ignore them for a while. Unexpectedly, just a few hours later, Gao Chang got himself into a big mess. As Gao Chang's class advisor, Mr. M naturally knew that Gao Chang had just applied for the land needed to participate in the war game. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even before Gao Chang applied, Long Xianyao had already left to participate in the war game. Mr. M didn't quite understand this behavior. As a force within the human camp that extends directly to the infinite battlefield, even if it is merely a subordinate academy. This place also has a large number of devices and resources available for use, and even access to unlimited level computers such as Hyprism and Omega. In Mr. M's view, talents like Gao Chang have just come of age, and even if they only spend half a year at the academy to solidify their foundation, they should still be able to achieve this. Even if you don't join the academy in the future, but instead side with any faction or enter the war game as a solo lord, you will still gain a huge advantage. One person who only knows how to talk about war on paper is better than 10 incompetent fools who can't even talk about war on paper. Or has one victory blinded them? Seeing Gao Chang's expression, which showed absolutely no sense of crisis, Mr. M wanted to try to persuade him again. There's no need to persuade him anymore. Gao Chang stopped Mr. M. He could understand what Mr. M was thinking, and the top university was far from as bad as Long Xianyao's self-biased notion. However, Gao Chang has already fixed his own territory type, and most of the teachings and simulations about development in the highest academy are completely useless to Gao Chang. It can be said that most of the knowledge taught here is not applicable to high-level players. If there were no risk of being assimilated by the Tree of Life, Gao Chang might temporarily try to embark on the path of the academy. But for now, let's wait until he resolves the risks before making any decisions. Mr. M sighed slightly and didn't try to persuade him any further. As a counselor, he did not actually interfere with the student's right to choose. After Gao Chang and Su Uki left, Mr. M stood in front of the Smart Hub, rubbing his forehead and smiling bitterly. What kind of nonsense is this? He was in charge of dozens of classes, and he had never encountered a situation where half of the students were lost on the first day of school. If Mr. M were to put it in his own words, the students in this class were completely disorganized, self-centered, and their boisterous behavior lacked any academic style. But how exactly did they win against themselves? Thinking about this, Mr. M couldn't help but start to get a headache again. On the other side, following the AI prompts from the top university, Gao Chang and Su Uki stood on 2 discs respectively. This is a short-distance transportation method provided by the highest institution of learning. The hovering flying disc can detach itself from the facility and carry people to the vast wilderness outside the highest institution of learning. At the same time, the highest academy will automatically calculate the land weight represented by the lord to determine the landing location of the flying disc. After several rounds of frisbee play, Gao Chang and Su Uki's final positions were determined. At this moment, Gao Chang also conveyed to the pilgrims that preparations were complete. Without saying any more nonsense, the pilgrims sent over an invitation from the distress call. That's the coordinates of a war game. Just copy this information to the war game, and you can join the battlefield where the saints are located as a responder to the call for help. In addition, there's also intelligence about this battlefield. This battlefield, which appears to be confined to a feudal era, is home to a large number of native gods and neutral units. In addition to territorial talents, each lord also needs to choose the god or pantheon to which they worship. Furthermore, due to the game variant, races are no longer fixed adversaries in this game, but have instead become various pantheons. But that was only the information available on the surface. Few people attempt to achieve religious victory. Secretly, various races are vying for ownership of the major pantheons. Because of the power to dominate and win, whoever is the first to bring most of the pantheons under their control will achieve true victory in this game. Looking at the intelligence sent by the pilgrims, Gao Chang couldn't help but sigh that there were indeed advantages to being a powerful force. Before we've even entered this war game, the saints have already revealed almost everything about it. According to the saint, there are some choices that are very good for Gao Chang when entering this game. For example, the Holy Light Pantheon, dominated by the god of light, and the 5 elements pantheon, dominated by the 5 gods of water, fire, etc. Or the belief in a single deity, such as the sun god or the moon goddess, is currently dominated by saints. In this war, God's function is to bestow blessings. The larger the pantheon, the harder it is to gain the favor of the gods, but the greater the bonuses received will be. Conversely, for deities with sparse faith, faith in them brings extremely high blessings, but the bonuses are also greatly reduced. Looking at the list of gods in the intelligence report, including Brune gods and pot gods, Gao Chang knew that the so-called 8 million gods were probably not an exaggeration. Because the deity they worshipped needed to make a decision before entering the war game, Gao Chang, who suffered from decision-making phobia, simply handed over the power of choice to Su Yuki. Su Yuki also chose the Holy Light Pantheon without saying a word. His reason for choosing this pantheon was, "Brother Chang, do you believe in light?" Seeing Su Yuki's serious yet amusing expression, Gao Chang didn't hesitate about which pantheon to choose. In any case, his true trump card has always been his territorial talent. As for the strength of the pantheon, it's just an added bonus. As Gao Chang and Su Yuki accepted the call for help from the saints, that great power descended once more. Their gazes drifted upwards into the sky, and once they stabilized, they found themselves standing above a continent. Welcome to War Games. Welcome to Tier 2 Battlefield 39741. Your territory's talent has been fixed as Fallen Empire. Just then, a majestic figure belonging to Holy Light appeared in front of Gao Chang, and then shattered with a bang. Due to the influence of Effect 5, your attempt to join the Holy Light Pantheon failed. Your beliefs are being reassessed. The next moment, phantom images of immortals and gods that Gao Chang had worshipped during the exam appear before him. The Jade Emperor, Buddha, God, the indescribable gods. Because your beliefs are too egalitarian and chaotic, you are unable to determine the highest goal of your faith, implement overall integration, and give birth to a new god. Chapter 83 Data Deletion. Integration complete. The name of the deity you worship is Data Deleted. Data Deletion. Mythology. According to legend, the deity you worship is an ancient ruler who created the world in 7 days and, after countless reincarnations, ascended to the throne as the ruler of the 3 realms through 9-fold merit. Characteristics: remnants of past power, creative force, intimidating, universal salvation, benevolence. This god, Gao Chang, knew that in this war game, the gods were just a background figure. But the god he created from this chaotic fusion of beliefs seems a bit too bizarre. First of all, what the heck is this data deletion thing from this god? Who doesn't even know the name of the god they believe in? However, in war games, the choice of a god is based on one's highest personal belief. According to the war games assessment, this is the god that Gao Chang worships most. Furthermore, because no one believes in it, data deletion perfectly matches the high-strength territory characteristic. Therefore, just like last time, Gao Chang felt his feet slip, and he fell towards the mainland below. Practice makes perfect. After getting used to the unreasonable nature of war games, Gao Chang stopped screaming. At that moment, at the sight of a divine court ruin on the continent, a traveler with a white beard stopped in his tracks. Looking at the moss-covered ruins of the divine court, clearly uninhabited for a long time, the traveler couldn't help but sigh. Such relics are not uncommon in the world. New divine courts are constantly being born, and old divine courts can be overthrown at any time. In this world, nothing is eternal except war, not even the gods. Just then, suddenly, a rustling sound came from the once desolate ruins. The elderly traveler's heart tightened, and he quickly looked in the direction from which the sound came. A heavily armored knight emerged from the moss, wandering aimlessly among the long-abandoned ruins. His helmet was completely black, and his face was not visible from the outside. But then, the traveler suddenly remembered a legend he had heard as a child, and he was so unaware that the wooden staff in his hand had fallen from his grasp. That was a legend his mother told him when he was a child. They once stood at the pinnacle of the divine court, wielding the power of life and death over all things. No one can defy their will, and their will will be placed on an equal footing with the will of God. Until one day, they saw something and suddenly sealed away all their Bibles, never turning a single page again. No one dared to cross their line until they were eventually completely forgotten by most people. Those who remember them call them the power to stagnate, the elderly traveler murmured. They have appeared. The sighing wall. Number of people, 21,060. Warriors, 1,000 guardian knights, 200 witch hunters. Defensive structures, 20 kilometers of the River of Oblivion, 10 square kilometers of fire and thunder array. Production buildings, none. Miracle architecture, ancient shrine. At this moment, Gao Chang had already descended into his territory. Compared to the Stone Age, for some unknown reason, the territory where Gao Chang was located looked quite dilapidated. There were no visible defensive measures, and the whereabouts of the people listed on the panel were unknown. All that remains of this land is the vicissitudes and silence revealed by the ruins. Gao Chang could vaguely discern the former glory of this land from the runes inscribed on the broken walls. At that moment, the pilgrim and Su Uki sent messages with questions almost simultaneously. Peerless General, Brother Chang, where are you? All right, let me tell you, this blessing from the Holy Light Pantheon is absolutely amazing. Su Uki then showed Gao Chang the blessing he had just received. Because you firmly believe in the power of light, all your subjects will gain the trait, Holy Light's Protection. Holy Light's Protection, you are immune to one fatal attack, after which this property expires. So this is the power of blessing. Su Uki's initial territory was probably very small, which triggered some kind of event right at the start of the game. As for myself, after chatting with Su Uki for a few moments, Gao Chang turned around and looked around the territory. Having too much territory isn't always a good thing. This meant that every time he entered a war game, he had to explore his own territory first, just like a treasure hunt. Gao Chang now needs to determine his location, and, at the same time, he needs to make contact with the unique beings of this era, the gods. My lord! Just then, a surprise voice came from behind Gao Chang. Gao Chang turned around subconsciously, then revealed a stunned expression. Sasha? My lord! Sasha pounced and knocked Gao Chang to the ground, rubbing her face against his chest at the same time. Oh, right, it's not just me. As Sasha spoke, several familiar figures emerged from the surrounding abandoned houses. Jiu Luo, Hai Yukin, Lei Heshuo, and other familiar faces from the Gao family appeared here. Jiu Luo frowned and fanned away the dust that rose up when she opened the door. It's been a long time since I cleaned. I'll have to do a thorough cleaning in a bit, cough cough. What are you doing here? Gao Chang looked at everyone and then opened their attribute panels. Compared to the Stone Age, everyone's attribute panels have undergone tremendous changes. Sasa, Occupation, Stagnant Saintes. Loyalty, 100. The Stagnant Saintess. Brief introduction. She has never picked up a Bible, so you can't expect her to recite a single word from it. On the other side, Jiu Luo came up to Gao Chang and unceremoniously pulled Sasha off Gao Chang. Jiu Luo then narrowed her eyes and surveyed the surrounding ruins. It's a very familiar place, just like we grew up here. But Jiu Luo paused for a moment, then said nothing, but smiled and looked at Gao Chang beside her. The Lord has chosen us as his reward. He's certainly greedy. Gao Chang scratched his cheek and turned his face to the side. He was completely used to Jiu Luo occasionally spouting outrageous remarks. Upon casually opening the Jiu Luo panel, it was discovered that Jiu Luo's identity had indeed changed. In feudal times, Jiu Luo's identity transformed into that of a divine attendant. Divine blessed servant. This unit has the potential to produce double or even more resources when performing any basic resource extraction work. Is it possible for any basic resource to produce multiple times more resources? Gao Chang squinted. War games only possess certain characteristics of games. Agriculture might be given an edge under the rules of war games, but jobs like logging and quarrying are still more realistic. Chapter 84, The Old Shrine. It is possible that logging and quarrying could produce many times more resources. Does this mean that Jiu Luo has the ability to create things from the void? As for the Nine Falls, Hai Yukin's position remained unchanged, except that she returned to her identity as the Fallen Material Officer. At that moment, Hai Yukin, wearing a wolfskin coat adorned with gorgeous gold thread, yawned leisurely. I'm going to lie down for a while. Wake me up when it's time to eat. After saying that, Hai Yukin returned to the small house. Lei Heshuo and Gao Chang, who were standing nearby, also took a look. The identity was not the commander of the Guardian Knights that Gao Chang had expected, but the same identity as Jiu Luo. Lei Heshuo had nothing to do while standing there, so after laughing heartily a few times, he turned and left. Soon, only Sasha and Jiu Luo remained by Gao Chang's side. Isn't Grandma Zuzu here? Gao Chang looked around but didn't see Zuzu, so he simply asked Jiu Luo. Mother-in-law, Perhaps we'll meet again in the future. Zhu Luo shrugged, speaking meaningfully. At the same time, Zhu Luo grabbed Sasha, who was running around. While grabbing Sasha's collar, he asked Gao Chang, "Next, would you like to visit the Lord's Hall first, or perhaps take a stroll through the shrine?" Compared to the unreliable Sasha, Zhu Luo perfectly integrated into the role of the initial guide of the territory. A shrine. Gao Chang had not forgotten why he came here. The threat of the Kabbalah Tree of Life is like a Damocles sword hanging over one's head. Although Gao Chang has not yet felt any impact on his consciousness or any signs of being assimilated by the Tree of Life, there is no guarantee when this time bomb will explode. Clearly, in this war game, the one capable of solving this problem is not ordinary people whose technological level couldn't even surpass that of the Middle Ages. Rather, they're the gods who exist as a backdrop. Please follow me. Zhu Luo led Gao Chang deeper into the territory. Along the way, Gao Chang encountered the Guardian Knights described in the panel. These knights, though still tall and imposing, seemed less intimidating than the Tyrannosaurus Rex knights of the Stone Age. If there's anything special about them, Gao Chang sensed a strong sense of threat from them, like the feeling a living creature has when facing its natural enemy. On the Guardian Knights panel, there is only one solitary but incredibly strange trait. The proverb of the Holy Spirit. These devout knights will only die after the gods they worship. After, Gao Chang rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He then gave a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. If he understood the meaning of this characteristic correctly, these Guardian Knights would only die after the death of the god, known as Data expunged. So, where exactly did the tech tree in this war game go? Gao Chang opened the technology interface and took a look. Just as he had anticipated, the technology tree before him was forcibly split into two main branches. In the past, the technology tree was supposed to be a towering tree that grows vertically upwards, with all technologies such as medicine and military technology being branches on this main trunk. But the times are different now, because it is a mythological era that evolved from the feudal era. This era naturally possesses two completely different technology trees. One is called Mystery, and the other is the technology that Gao Chang is familiar with. Unsurprisingly, Gao Chang possesses top-tier technology in both technology trees. Even the descriptions of the high-strength territory types have undergone some minor changes. The Fallen Empire, Stagnant Holy Authority. We've arrived. Zhu Luo's voice brought Gao Chang back to his senses. Led by Zhu Luo, Gao Chang was now standing in front of a seemingly abandoned temple. The heavy stone gate was completely secured by vines, and moss covered every corner of the temple. Miracle architecture, ancient shrine. Effect 1. The power of miracles envelopes this shrine. It seems the gods within are more willing to bestow blessings upon you. Blessing success rate plus 100%. Effect 2. When the old shrines are completely destroyed, the natural disasters of the past will return to this continent with power beyond the reach of the gods. This miraculous construction won't lead to the awakening of the fallen empire? Gao Chang frowned slightly as he looked at the description of the old shrine. This is hardly good news for Gao Chang. The power gap between the awakened empire and the fallen empire was already fully demonstrated in the Stone Age. If the fallen empire is the strongest power of this era, that awakened empire is capable of rivaling even stronger powers beyond this era. Destroying the Wonders was the simplest and most brutal way to free the fallen empire from its slumber. If Wonders are no longer seen as a sore spot for the fallen empire, then Gao Chang will have to find other ways to awaken the empire. But thinking about it now is pointless. Let's meet that god named Data Deletion first. Gao Chang was actually quite curious about what kind of surprises this being, who had merged with many of the great gods in his mind, would bring him. At Gao Chang's signal, Zhu Luo stepped forward and pressed her hand directly onto a stone slab in front of the shrine. Boom! A loud rumble erupted from the stone gate, tearing the vines apart and sending a cloud of dust flying. However, what appeared inside the stone gate was not a scene of utter ruin. Behind the stone gate lies a magnificent and resplendent scene. Zhu Luo didn't seem surprised and continued to lead Gao Chang into the shrine. After walking a few steps, Zhu Luo suddenly stopped, because directly in front of the three of them, a figure dressed in a cultivator's robe was slowly walking towards them. His face appeared somewhat pale, perhaps due to years of lack of sunlight exposure. But that didn't stop him from giving Gao Chang a slight bow. The ancient shrine welcomes the Lord. At this moment, Gao Chang opened the other party's personal panel. Starry Night. Occupation. High Priest. High Priest. They serve the gods day and night, possessing power unimaginable to ordinary people. 10,000 years have passed, and this is still the shrine, seeing the sunlight from the outside world for the first time. Zinke looked at the sunlight behind Gao Chang and closed his eyes in the blinding light. His expression and tone made it difficult to tell whether he was resentful or simply expressing his feelings. A moment later, with the sunlight shining on him, Zinke's complexion visibly improved. At this moment, Xing Qi turned around. I know that the Lord will not come without a reason. Next, I will guide the Lord to meet him. The ruler from the ancient times whom we worship. After saying that, Zinke took over Zhiluo's guidance mission. Watching Zinke turn around naturally, Sasha couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Stop pretending. Chapter 85 The Lesson of Data Deletion. Following Zinke's footsteps, Gao Chang noticed that the temple was always being cleaned. At least the distance between the gate and the statue was wiped spotless. Surprisingly, the dirtiest and most chaotic place was the library inside the temple. The place was covered in thick dust, and the spider webs everywhere made people instinctively reluctant to go near it. Seeing that Gao Chang was drawn to the library, Xing Qi casually explained, "It's been far too long since anyone has needed to peruse the scriptures of God. Over the years, no one has ever touched or even considered touching those books. Perhaps we have even forgotten why we believed in gods in the first place, and why we abandoned our faith in gods." As they spoke, the group had already reached the deepest part of the temple. Here, Gao Chang saw a strange statue. On a lotus flower that stretches out like an octopus, there's a dragon throne carved with 9 dragons. He, seated on the dragon throne, wore a pure gold holy robe and smiled, holding a flower in his hand, facing the direction of the outer gate. If it weren't for the completely hollowed-out eyes on the statue, this statue wouldn't be considered majestic, nor would it be considered eerie. But nowadays, just looking at that statue gives one a chilling feeling. Thump, thump. Zinke stepped forward and gently tapped twice on the statue of the god. "We have guests," Zinke said softly. Immediately, amidst a series of metallic clanging sounds, Gao Chang suddenly discovered that each pillar supporting the shrine from collapsing had opened a strange, "I'm made of pure gold." "Mortals, since you have seen the gods, why don't you worship them?" Before a majestic voice could finish speaking, it was completely interrupted by Xing Qi tapping the golden body. Sasha's brows were already furrowed. She was just a hair's breadth away from speaking. Zinke smiled sheepishly at Gao Chang, then hid behind the statue. "Wrong, not that sentence." Although the voice was very soft, Gao Chang could still hear most of it because it was a confined space. "Which sentence is that?" Another unfamiliar voice asked softly. "That's the line." Zinke couldn't help but raise his voice slightly, then immediately covered his mouth. Zinke peeked at Gao Chang sheepishly, then quickly withdrew. Before long, the voice of the statue came again. "My power is far beyond your comprehension. Offer up your flesh and blood and sacrifices, and I will share everything with you." Clang! A crisp sound came from behind the statue. Wrong. It's not that sentence, it's that sentence." "Which line is it?" "Oh, I understand." Suddenly, the voice of the statue changed again. This time, the statues no longer used a language known to humankind, but rather an ancient and profound language. His words seemed to contain knowledge that mortals could not comprehend. Only the moment the words are spoken. The war game prompts kept coming from in front of Gao Chang. "You have successfully summoned the deity you worship. When the reverse Kabbalah primal property is triggered, the god you summon will gain the cruelty trait. By listening to the teachings of data deletion, you gain a special attribute, sanity value. When your sanity level drops below 80%, you will receive a negative mental debuff. Below 50%, you will enter a state of madness. And below 30%, you will mutate. Your sanity level has decreased from -3 to -4 to -1. When your sanity level drops below 80, you enter a state of lethargy. Due to this lethargy, the growth of the reverse Kabbalah source material ceases." At that moment, a black tear fell from the corner of the statue's eye. Zinke reacted quickly, catching the teardrop. He then leaped onto the statue's hand, stood on tiptoe, and stuffed the teardrop back into its mouth. "How many times have I told you not to come out and scare people? Gods can scare people to death." Xing-Qi's sharp rebuke abruptly silenced the ancient and profound voice. Gao Chang then saw that his sanity value was gradually recovering at a very slow rate. In less than a minute, the suddenly appearing sanity value had almost dropped below 50%. Gao Chang is certain of that. According to the information provided by the saints, there is absolutely no such thing as a bizarre sanity value in this war game. Fortunately, it stopped. Gao Chang found it hard to imagine what he would look like if he went into a state of madness. It could be considered a blessing in disguise, because due to his mental exhaustion, the reverse Kabbalah source material actually stopped eroding him. Although I don't know the underlying principle, I shouldn't have to worry about being assimilated by the tree of life until my spirit recovers. What is happening now has solidified Gao Chang's belief in one thing. Within this war game, there should actually be a way to eliminate the threat of the reverse Kabbalah source. At this moment, looking at the statue that was still being educated by Xing-Qi, Gao Chang suddenly didn't know what came over him and opened the other party's attribute panel. Data deletion. Occupation, God. Characteristics, remnants of past power, creative force, unapproachable, compassionate, cruel. Not to mention that the two completely contradictory terms, kindness and cruelty, actually come together. What surprised Gao Chang even more was, this god, named Data Deletion, is actually considered one of his subjects? No wonder the high priest Zinki dared to reprimand his god without hesitation. Based on Gao Chang's experience during the Stone Age, he perceived the unique hierarchical relationships of the fallen empire. Data Deletion is no more noble than other subjects. Suddenly, Gao Chang felt something tugging at his trouser leg. Sasha, stop fooling around, Gao Chang said instinctively. I didn't do anything. Sasha's voice came from the other side. Gao Chang looked over and saw Sasha with her big, innocent eyes blinking at him. Zhu Luo was standing next to Sasha. If everyone is not here with me. Gao Chang looked down at his feet with a dark expression. A sticky, black tentacle somehow emerged from the crack in the floor tiles, tugging pitifully at Gao Chang's trouser leg. Seeing that Gao Chang had noticed him, the tentacle loosened its grip on the pocket and pointed at Xing-Qi, who was still scolding the statue. Then, looking aggrieved, she grabbed Gao Chang's trouser leg. You mean, you want me to persuade Zinki? Gao Chang asked with a surprised look. Seemingly understanding what he meant, the tentacle happily rubbed against Gao Chang's calf. Okay, I'll try to persuade you. Please move aside a bit. Under Zhou Luo's smiling gaze, Gao Chang forcefully pulled his leg back from the tentacle. Gao Chang had a rough idea of the identity of this tentacle. Perhaps it was the god who was considered one of his subjects. Chapter 86, God's Blessing. Gao Chang will still do what he promised. After pulling his leg out of the tentacle, Gao Chang still spoke up and said a few good words for him. Zinki didn't seem inclined to hold a grudge. In the end, he could only pat the golden statue in exasperation. I'm talking about that sentence. Do you understand what I'm talking about? The statue fell silent, and the tentacles that had just emerged from the cracks in the floor tiles retracted. Seemingly unable to think of anything to say, he simply chose to play dead to escape reality. Zinki slapped himself in the face and sighed heavily. He then put on the same serious and solemn expression he had at the beginning and turned around. Lord, you came to the old shrine to receive the blessing of that god, didn't you? Gao Chang glanced at the sanity value on the attribute panel, which was about to drop by 50%, and then looked at the serious Xing-Qi. He then shook his head heavily. Solving the problem of the inverse Kabbalah source mass is sufficient for now. As for the blessing of data deletion, he was really hesitant to accept it. However, just as Gao Chang shook his head in refusal, several more tentacles emerged from the crack in the ground, tugging at Gao Chang's clothes with a pitiful expression. Gao Chang turned his head to look at Xing-Qi. Zinki smiled sheepishly and explained to Gao Chang. Actually, he didn't mean any harm. After beating around the bush for so long, all I wanted to say to you was this. Should we feed him something? Gao Chang's lips twitched. This brings to mind the territorial characteristics of the fallen empire and the moss-covered gates of the old temple. Could this god not have received any offerings for tens of thousands of years? Even if other gods are doing poorly, they'll only go 3 days without eating 9 meals. This data deletion has been forgotten for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps if this door is not opened soon, it will have already forgotten what offering means. He is very obedient and easy to take care of. As long as you give him some offerings, he will definitely receive a lot of blessings. Zinki said, rubbing his hands together. Having said all that, Gao Chang had no reason to refuse. But he still asked cautiously, this so-called offering, is it some kind of cannibalism? It's not that bad, Zinke waved his hand. Our God isn't some evil God. As an existence that has accumulated ninefold merits through countless reincarnations, he is definitely a righteous God among righteous gods. Gao Chang glanced silently at the two words cruel that had appeared in the divine insight's characteristics. He swallowed the words, there are still 9,991 generations left, back down his throat. At this moment, Zhu Luo suddenly spoke up. It's all right. I can arrange these things for you if you'd like. I happen to know how to cook a little bit of the feasts offered to the gods. A banquet. Sasha turned her head away instantly. Can I eat this too, chef? Ignoring the usual gluttonous Sasha, Gao Chang nodded to Zhu Luo. After agreeing, Zhu Luo quickly left the old shrine and soon returned with several servants and a few chickens. However, at that moment, the people inside the shrine seemed to hear some strange conversation. Red Crown, what do you think this human woman is doing grabbing us? How would I know? Maybe they're planning to give us a bath. Look, the water's almost ready. Gao Chang looked to the side and saw that, under Zhu Luo's command, the servants had already set up a simple stove inside the shrine. Next to the stove, there's a cutting board and all the necessary seasonings. That human woman is so stupid. Why would she bring a knife to take a bath? Seeing Zhu Luo's increasingly dark face, and after confirming that he and the people could hear the chickens talking, Gao Chang seemed to realize something. Open the interface of the war game. This war game, as a variant of the feudal era, features a large and diverse number of participating races. Besides the familiar elves and undead, Gao Chang also saw some relatively new races. For example, beings like the Shadow Clan and the Minotaur. But besides those guys, chickens are also one of the races participating in this war. No wonder they can understand chickens. Just as Zhu Luo finished sharpening his knife and was about to pluck the chicken's feathers, the rooster that had just spoken finally realized something was wrong. You cruel human woman, you actually want to shave my fur. With a dark expression, Zhu Luo took another rooster from the waiter's hands with a smile and placed it on the cutting board. With a swift stroke, the chicken's head fell to the ground. After a few seconds of silence, the rooster let out a shrill scream. They're killing the chicken. Wait, what are you going to do? Soon, it discovered that Zhu Luo was already walking towards it with a knife in hand. The great chicken god will not let you get away with this. What? A divine rooster? Where's there a divine rooster? Sasha, who had just run off to play somewhere, immediately jumped out when she heard the words chicken god. So, is the divine chicken joining our lavish dinner tonight? Sasha asked Gao Chang expectantly. Gao Chang rubbed his nose. Not yet, but the future looks promising. As smoke slowly rose from inside the temple, a rich aroma quickly filled the enclosed space. Zinke couldn't help but swallow hard as he smelled the aroma. Although he was indeed a high priest, he couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten. Now it's the aroma of food. Then, this is the feast I have prepared for the gods. Zhu Luo wiped the small water droplets that had condensed on her head and pointed to the dishes that had already been prepared. 8 treasure chicken soup, boiled chicken, Sichuan-style chicken, braised chestnut chicken. Just as Zhu Luo was reciting the names of the dishes, a hand reached out and grabbed the chicken leg. Zhu Luo, without hesitation, gave Sasha a sharp rap on the head. He then said with a forced smile, "Good boy. We'll eat again tonight when we get back to the Lord's Hall." Ew. Sasha then squatted down to the side, covering her head. With Zinke as their witness, the group placed the offerings in front of the statue. The next moment, terrifying tentacles burst forth from the statue's eye sockets, sweeping away all the offerings on the table with lightning speed. At the same time, he didn't forget to break off 2 chicken legs and hand them to Sasha and Zinke respectively. Even Gao Chang was inexplicably given a portion of chicken wings. Of course, most of the chicken ended up in the god's own stomach. Your offerings have pleased your deities. Your deity has bestowed upon you the highest blessing, your former family. The gaze of the former familia, data deleted, is eternally fixed upon you. At all times, the power of the past will arrive as scheduled. Note, killing former members of the clan will enrage data deletion and greatly accelerate the arrival of natural disasters. Gao Chang casually strolled around the temple twice, seemingly unaware of what improvements his former clan had brought him. No basic attributes were added, and there doesn't seem to be any mysterious power either. Zinke casually glanced at the back of Gao Chang's head. What Gao Chang couldn't see was that a large, blurred eye was constantly following behind him. God is already watching him. Chapter 87 World Situation. After searching around, Gao Chang couldn't really feel that the blessing brought any unique effects other than the slower recovery speed of sanity. Sasha yawned, bored. After wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth, Sasha shook Gao Chang's arm. "My lord, when shall we eat?" Gao Chang looked at Sasha with amusement and handed her the chicken wing he hadn't eaten yet. "Let's go now, okay?" Receiving the god's blessing was an unexpected bonus, but Gao Chang has not yet discovered any other uses for the shrine. Besides the old shrine, there are many other places in the territory that he has not yet visited. Of course, after temporarily resolving the issue of the inverse Kabbalah source, the next primary goal is naturally to confirm one's position. As he left, Zinke smiled and waved to Gao Chang. "Welcome back next time." Even from behind the statue, several indescribable tentacles stretched out and waved at Gao Chang. But this scene always gives people a strange sense of absurdity. Your sanity score -1. Shaking his head, Gao Chang quickened his pace and left the temple. After Data expunged 8 and said goodbye, Gao Chang's sanity, which had just recovered a few points, dropped again. "Just one glance at it lowers my sanity level, so I dare not stay here any longer." I really don't know how Zinke manages to spend all his time with him. When Gao Chang arrived at the Lord's Hall, it had already been cleaned up. Although some signs of age can still be seen on the exterior walls, the interior has been completely renovated. Knowing what Gao Chang wanted to see, Zhu Luo had already instructed the servants to place the map of this world in the most conspicuous position, beneath everyone's feet. Because it is a Second-Order War world, the area of this continent is far larger than that of the Stone Age continent. A single, meticulously detailed map covered the entire floor of the Lord's Hall. "You and Sasha take a look first. I'll go prepare tonight's dinner." After saying this, Zhu Luo got up to say goodbye and headed towards the kitchen behind the Lord's Hall. Seeing Zhu Luo walk away, Sasha chuckled mischievously and moved closer to Gao Chang. He looked around and then whispered, "My lord, shall we go and catch the divine chicken and eat it?" Gao Chang raised an eyebrow. Ever since Sasha heard about the chicken god from those roosters, she's been obsessed with his body. After all, it's not far. Sasha hopped and skipped to a corner of the map. He pointed to the spot beneath him. "Look, this is our location. If we're fast enough, a round trip won't take more than 3 hours." Gao Chang looked down at the spot where Sasha was standing. On the map, Gao Chang's location was just a ruin, with no faction marked on it. However, with Sasha's guidance and the information given by the pilgrims before entering, Gao Chang finally confirmed his location on the map. Gao Chang's lips twitched immediately. His birth point was indeed too unconventional. Because of the call for aid, all races have been developing for some time before Gao Chang entered this war game. In the East, the pantheons of light, sun, and moon, which are actually controlled by saints, have formed an unbreakable alliance. Because the saints control several top-tier pantheons, while other casual players also have many smaller pantheons. In this war, humanity actually had a significant advantage. Under pressure, the various races quickly abandoned the game of hostility between gods and formed alliances according to their races. For example, the Life Pantheon, the Victory Pantheon, and the Goddess of Beauty possessed by the Elven race. Or perhaps the Shadow Clan's Dark Pantheon, the God of Deceit. Or perhaps the War God and various ancestral gods allied with the Minotaurs. The eastern region has already been carved out by various races and divided up like a palette. Therefore, in accordance with the characteristics of the fallen empire, Gao Chang was directly relegated to the far west, the most desolate place. The number of war game players here is small, and their quality is poor. They are even worse than the native inhabitants. They live here, just like the chickens, which are considered livestock by humans. After all, even with the protection of the gods, they had no power to fight against the major pantheons in the east. Besides being a desolate wasteland, this place is also a chaotic battlefield where all sorts of cultists and demons shout and fight. It lacks the tranquility and peace of the major pantheons in the east. Suddenly, Gao Chang felt a pang of fear, as if he were being watched by something. Is this feeling brought about by the reverse Kabbalah source? Gao Chang frowned. It seemed that even after the reverse Kabbalah source stopped assimilating him, The attributes he carried were still there. Just like now, Gao Chang can sense 4 beings in this world. 3 of them are in the Far East, but the remaining one is very close to me. He was even rushing towards his location at high speed. At this rate, it won't be more than a few days before that guy appears in front of me. It seems the elves have their eyes on me. Gao Chang sneered. The fact that Kabbalah source matter or reverse Kabbalah source matter can sense each other means that Gao Chang cannot escape their perception. I wonder what kind of expression the source carrier who rushed over will have when he sees me a few days later. He glanced at Sasha beside him. Gao Chang suddenly had an idea. Since Zhu Luo was idling around while cooking, why not take a look at the defensive facilities of this era? Ruffled Sasha's hair and asked directly, does Sasha know how to get to the River of Oblivion? The River of Oblivion? Sasha seemed to just realize what was happening, her face showing a look of sudden understanding. That's right, you have to cross the river to catch the Divine Rooster. I calculated the difficulty of crossing the River of Oblivion. Sasha immediately looked uninterested. This is too much trouble. I don't really want to move. Gao Chang chuckled to himself. Between starving to death and dying of laziness, Sasha actually chose both. I wonder if that's a strange thing. But then, Sasha's eyes darted around, as if she remembered something, and she suddenly perked up. Sasha coughed twice and straightened up. However, if your lordship is interested, I can take you on a tour. Just consider it a way to aid digestion before meals. Oh, although he didn't know what wicked idea Sasha had come up with this time, Gao Chang readily accepted Sasha's offer to lead the way. Follow Sasha out of the Lord's Hall. Perhaps because Stonehenge didn't exist in this era, everyone stayed indoors, and Gao Chang didn't encounter any people along the way. It wasn't until they had walked for some time and arrived at a riverbank shrouded in a pale green mist that Gao Chang finally spotted some living creatures. It was a little girl. Chapter 88 by the River of Oblivion. She looked to be less than 1.5 meters tall and was wearing a patterned long dress. For some reason, the water in the river in front of her seemed very calm, with no signs of ebb or flow. Therefore, even though she was sitting on a rock by the water, her clothes were not wet at all. The girl was also holding a fishing rod in her hand. Because his height and the size of the fishing rod were completely mismatched, it actually made him look strangely cute. Suddenly, the girl pulled hard on her fishing rod, and a jet of water shot up from the river. Wow, did you catch a big fish? Sasha asked instinctively. However, a few seconds later, seeing the creature that had been thrown onto the shore, Sasha shook her head in disappointment. It turned out to be a human that couldn't be eaten. Gao Chang looked around and surveyed the area. The person who was fished out had a rather unique appearance. She wore a snow-white robe soaked through by the water, and a hairpin embroidered with patterns adorned her head, which remained firmly in place even after being submerged in the river. It's not that the woman with her eyes closed looked more beautiful because she was wet from the river. Sasha clearly lacked any artistic sense to appreciate the beauty of the scene and stepped directly over the unconscious woman. Puff! Feeling the pressure coming from her abdomen, the unconscious woman spurted out a tiny jet of water. At the same time, Gao Chang also checked the panel of the unconscious woman. Unable to view, it seems they are not subjects of the fallen empire. However, in the few seconds that Gao Chang was distracted, Sasha lunged forward and grabbed the fishing girl's leg. Little sister Wang Chuan, can I ask you for a favor? Upon hearing the words, River of Oblivion, Gao Chang suddenly perked up. If he remembers correctly, the defensive measure he wanted to see this time was the River of Oblivion. Strangely, even the data deletion panel is still visible. Gao Chang couldn't see the attribute panel of the little girl whom Sasha called Wang Chuan. It's unclear whether it's because she wasn't considered a high-ranking citizen or if there was another reason. At this moment, Sasha was still shaking the other person's thigh. Good sister, help me cross the river, and I'll catch a magic chicken for you to eat later. Wang Chuan simply lowered his head with an empty gaze and glanced at Sasha. He then ignored Sasha and turned his gaze to the woman he had just caught. He glanced at the woman, then at the fishing rod in his hand. Suddenly, Wang Chuan grabbed his fishing rod and threw it into the river. Before Gao Chang could even figure out why this was happening, the river water suddenly began to surge, and there was a loud thud, as if the fishing rod had hit something hard. Then Wang Chuan looked at the center of the river with empty eyes. The thick fog on the river gradually dissipated, and a fleet of rafts was almost upon them. Your defense facility, the River of Oblivion, has detected a hostile target and is alerting you. Gao Chang suddenly received a notification from the war game. However, this notification came a little too late. The fleet had arrived and was about to approach the shore. According to information provided by the saints, among the numerous and chaotic believers of gods in the West, when believers of different gods meet, in most cases, there's only one path: life or death. Furthermore, from the strangely dressed barbarian-like figures on the fleet, Gao Chang couldn't discern a trace of a war game lord. Seeing the appearance of the fleet, Sasha released Wang Chuan's leg, stood up and moved close to Gao Chang, looking as if she wanted to protect him. Sasha's actions were naturally observed by the barbarian-looking guys on the fleet. Immediately afterward, Gao Chang heard loud laughter coming from the riverbank. Gibberish, Weibababu. Although it looks like a human, it's completely impossible to understand what era the bird language it's speaking is from. Gao Chang finally confirmed that the barbarians on these dozens of rafts were indeed the kind of barbarians he had imagined. It has absolutely nothing to do with the lords and war games. Just then, Sasha took 2 steps back, leaned close to Gao Chang's ear, and whispered, "Lord, they're insulting you." After listening for a few more sentences, Sasha continued, "They said that you, my lord, have delicate skin and are not as good as the women in their household. Oh, now they're saying that Wang Chuan is so short, like a bean sprout." Visibly, Wang Chuan, whose eyes were still vacant, now had 2 blushes on his face. "Well, they said I'm a real man because I dared to protect my man in front of them." Stop. I know you understand, so there's no need to translate anymore. Gao Chang interrupted Sasha from continuing to translate what the savage had said. "Really?" Sasha turned her head, a puzzled look on her face. "But they are negotiating with us." "Negotiation?" Gao Chang became interested. "What do those savages want to negotiate?" Sasha turned her head and shouted a few words in a language that Gao Chang couldn't understand. After hearing the other party's unrestrained laughter in response, she turned back and explained. "They say the woman who was caught by the river of oblivion is the holy maiden of the snow god, and also the sacrifice they want to offer to the god of hunting. If we don't meddle, they swear an oath in the name of the god of the hunt. You can postpone hunting us for a few days." Gao Chang glanced at the shirtless barbarian on the raft. Is this the first time someone has said they want to hunt him? Back in the Stone Age, in such a barbaric period, Gao Chang had never heard anyone dare to utter the word hunting in front of their territory. How could this mythical era be more barbaric than the Stone Age? However, after uttering the words snow goddess, Sasha seemed to have realized something. He ran all the way from Gao Chang's side to the woman who had fainted. Sasha took a water bag out of her pocket and placed it on the unconscious woman's skin. After a series of actions that even the barbarians couldn't understand, Sasha suddenly picked up her water pouch and took a sip. It's ice cold. Looking at Sasha's excited expression, Gao Chang felt as if she had found a new refrigerator. At this moment, Sasha abandoned her protective stance towards Gao Chang. Once again, Sasha latched onto Wang Chuan's coattails and pointed to the raft on the river. "Sister Wang Chuan, please kill them all, okay?" "Good sister." Wang Chuan did not respond, but simply looked at Gao Chang with empty eyes. "Kill them all?" Gao Chang asked tentatively. For some reason, Gao Chang saw the same empty look in Wang Chuan's eyes as the look in Data expunged eyes in the shrine. "You have changed the defensive structure, River of Oblivion, to attack mode. The River of Oblivion will no longer allow living beings to cross it. Due to the influence of the former clans, the River of Oblivion will be permanently upgraded to a wonder, pseudo, before you or data deletion die." And just as Gao Chang finished saying those words, a thick fog suddenly rose from the river, and from Wang Chuan's mouth, strange verses began to be sung. "By the River of Oblivion, laughing at the River of Oblivion, those destined to cross its waters will find peace. Those not destined will find their lives cut short." Chapter 89 Lost, Left Behind. Gradually, the voice from Wang Chuan became increasingly difficult to understand. In the end, only the whispers of ancient gods remained, murmuring among the river. Just as the barbarians were at a loss, several faint lights suddenly appeared in the thick fog on both sides of the river. Due to the thick fog, Gao Chang could only vaguely make out what appeared to be a ferryman carrying a lantern. "Your sanity score, -1. By the god of hunting." Seeing the dark figures gradually approaching the raft, several barbarians suddenly grabbed boulders and hurled them at the figures from a distance. This flying stone rope is a gift of wisdom from the god of hunting. It is invincible against creatures with legs. Once caught in the flying stone rope, one is often unable to move an inch or escape. If you have enough strength, it's not impossible to kill your opponent. Under the barbarian's watchful eye, the slingshot quickly struck the dark figure carrying the lantern, knocking him off the flatboat. Strangely, no waves were stirred up on the river, and when the dark figure carrying the lantern fell into the water, the small boat beneath its feet also sank. Before the barbarians could even cheer, to their horror, a small boat reappeared from the depths of the thick fog. Unconvinced, he threw the flying stone rope again. But no matter how many times they slammed the shadow into the lake, a new shadow would emerge from the thick fog. Ghost! A word he had never experienced before appeared in the barbarian's mind. When they tried to grab the throwing stone rope again, they found that it had all been thrown away. Their raft wasn't very big to begin with, and they wouldn't need to carry too many slingshots to capture a snow goddess. Who would have thought they'd encounter such a bizarre situation? Just then, a small boat approached the barbarian's raft. Upon getting closer, the barbarians on the raft finally got a clear look at the other's figure. It was a figure completely shrouded in black robes, with only a bony arm visible, carrying a lantern. It wasn't propelled by a pole. It appeared to be moving on the lake by itself. Suddenly, the ferryman raised his head. To the savages on the raft, it was a truly terrifying sight. Hundreds of grotesque eyeballs wriggled beneath the dark hood. Before anyone could scream, an even thicker fog had completely enveloped the raft. The lanterns went out, and the lake remained calm. No one outside would ever know what had happened. But the barbarians on the remaining rafts were already trembling. As followers of the god of hunting, they had hunted countless weak divine courts in this chaotic western land, and had never seen such a bizarre scene. Impossible. There's absolutely no way such a bizarre thing could exist in this world. But whether they want to admit it or not, it has already happened to them. The lake, shrouded in thick fog, resembled the gaping maw of a monster, seemingly poised to devour its prey. In the dim light, another raft made contact with the ferryman's small boat and disappeared completely into the thick fog. We can't stay on the river any longer. Suddenly, a barbarian turned his gaze toward the shore. They were very close to the shore, where there was only an unconscious snow goddess. As for the rest, they are not worth mentioning. A bean sprout, a skinny man, and a woman who showed absolutely no fighting ability. What kind of combination of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled? Once they reach the shore, they will be safe. Seemingly having confirmed this, the remaining rafts rowed recklessly toward the shore. The only thing you could see in the expressions of those barbarians was their terror at the sight of the river. Their earlier arrogance was nowhere to be seen. During this time, the ferrymen seemed to be getting closer and closer to them. One raft after another disappeared into the thick fog as they approached the ferryman's small boat. By the time they finally reached the shore, the fleet, which originally had a considerable number of people, had dwindled to almost nothing. The barbarian who had escaped ashore glanced at the lake with lingering fear. He then glared menacingly at the crowd. But when they saw Wang Chuan's empty eyes, the remaining barbarians suddenly felt a pang in their hearts, as if they had encountered some natural enemy. I instinctively clenched my fist, but it felt empty. In their attempt to escape the eerie ferryman, they had already thrown away all the weapons they could. Thinking of this, some of the barbarians were already wavering. Although they were still warily facing Gao Chang and the others, they had already begun to retreat, slowly moving towards the other side of the riverbank. Wow! Sasha suddenly exclaimed in surprise as she watched the direction the barbarian was moving. After gulping down a mouthful of ice water, Guru quickly pulled Gao Chang around. Just then, Gao Chang heard a loud rumble behind him, followed by a faint heat wave. Gao Chang cautiously turned his head to take a look. The barbarian who had just gone the furthest was blown to pieces in a loud bang. Large splatters of blood and flesh were smeared onto the other barbarians. At the sight of the recent explosion, a flame still burned. The fire and thunder array was actually placed behind the river of oblivion. So that's how it is. Gao Chang's eyelids twitched. Sasha had just led him through a large minefield. The barbarian was stunned for a moment upon seeing his companion's death. Then all the fear finally turned into anger. You can't walk on the river or on the riverbank. Their escape route was completely cut off. Wabi Babu. After shouting a slogan that Gao Chang couldn't understand, the last of the barbarians charged towards the group's location empty-handed. Judging from this, they seemed prepared to tear Gao Chang and the others apart with their bare hands. Bang! A barbarian's head exploded like a watermelon. Immediately afterwards, a series of loud noises and flashes of fire came from behind the barbarians. The remaining barbarians didn't even have time to react before collapsing to the ground, their minds filled with questions. What was it that just attacked them? Oh dear, it seems we're late. An apologetic voice came from the other side of the minefield. Gao Chang then saw a young man, wearing leather armor, walk directly from the minefield. Behind him followed hundreds of hunters carrying muskets, wisps of white smoke still rising from their muzzles. As he approached, the young man slung his spear behind his back and pulled out 2 pistols from his waist to fire at the barbarians on the ground. He also smiled gently at Gao Chang and Sasha. Lord and Saintess are still playing by the river so late. A lot of cockroaches have escaped in lately. Hope this hasn't spoiled everyone's enjoyment. By Hexiu. Occupation: Commander-in-Chief of the Witch Hunters. The Witch Hunter. Introduction. At the end of an old era, the guns and fire in their hands once made even the gods tremble. Traits: gun mastery, mine-laying mastery, light footwork. Chapter 90 Divine Subordinates. Light footwork. This unit will not trigger any passive traps unless actively engaged in combat. After a few more shots, bang bang. Bai Hexiu had already walked up to Gao Chang. Is everyone alright? His gentle tone was accompanied by a slight smile as Bai Hexiu narrowed his eyes, as if he were caring for several protected children. Gao Chang didn't feel anything, but Sasha moved closer to Bai Hexiu. Wait a minute, aren't you even older than me? Why are you talking to your older sister like that? Sasha poked Bai Hexiu's face. Come on, call me sister and let me hear it. Elder sister. Bai Hexiu gently slapped Sasha's hand away and casually pulled the pistol from his waist. As the fastest man in the world at this distance, it only takes me 0.017 seconds from aiming to firing. The gun was vaguely pointed at Sasha's chest, just as the atmosphere was growing increasingly cold. Bai Hexiu suddenly pointed the gun in another direction and released the safety in an instant. Hey, you over there, that's enough. Gao Chang looked in the direction Bai Hexiu was pointing his gun at. He wondered if the snow goddess, who had been fished up by the river of oblivion, had been awakened by the landmines and gunshots. He was now staring blankly as the witch hunters prepared the corpses of the barbarians. A cool breeze emanated from her body, bringing a chill to the surrounding area. Now, hearing Bai Hexiu's question, she simply said, sorry, woodenly, and the previously cold atmosphere vanished without a trace. Hey, what are you doing? Sasha snatched the pistol from Bai Hexiu's hand. Bai Hexiu seemed somewhat puzzled by Sasha's actions. What does this mean? It seems we haven't allowed outsiders to approach for tens of thousands of years, has it? By this time, the witch hunters had already sorted out the barbarians' fragments, put them in bags, and poured them directly into the river of oblivion. The dark green river water was stained with a hint of blood, but it quickly disappeared. At that moment, a fishing rod slowly drifted over from the river. Sasha looked towards Wang Chuan with pleading eyes. Wang Chuan simply reached out and picked up her fishing rod, then continued fishing by the river, seemingly oblivious to what Gao Chang and the others were saying. Gao Chang looked at the snow goddess at this moment. She remained seated there, listless, her eyes devoid of light. After seeing the barbarian dismembered and thrown into the river, his already pale face turned even paler. Sasha glanced at the woman, then at Bai Hexiu. He stomped his foot in anger. How can you assume her race? Bai Hexiu's smile twitched, and then he stepped forward and grabbed the snow goddess's saintess. Ignoring her pale face, Bai Hexiu grabbed her and brought her in front of Sasha. My dear sister, tell me what race she looks like. This. Sasha looked at Gao Chang for help, and Gao Chang scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Bai Hexiu sighed. If you want to keep it, just say so. Whether you keep it or not is up to you, Lord. Then keep it. Facing Sasha's expectant gaze, Gao Chang hesitated before speaking. Great! Sasha jumped up and snatched the snow goddess from Bai Hexiu's hands. After listening to their conversation, the snow goddess spoke softly. Thanks. Bai Hexiu raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. My name is Shui Ran, a holy maiden under the snow goddess, one of the 9 great gods of the western regions. If your excellency does not mind, the snow god lineage is willing to become subordinates of the deity your excellency worships. What do you think, your excellency? At that moment, Wang Chuan glanced at Swaran unintentionally. What a fortunate person. No wonder you were able to float on the river of oblivion. Well, it probably has nothing to do with her fishing. Wang Chuan was determined about it. Having said that, Shui Ran gently pinched her already soaked clothes. She was prepared to await her fate. Shui Ran was well aware of how each god's followers were hostile to the followers of other gods on this continent. If the followers of two gods can live in harmony, that must mean that one of them joined the pantheon of the other, forming a subordinate relationship. The words believers of the Lord God did indeed catch Gao Chang's attention. If you're a believer of the Lord God, how could you be in such a sorry state? After holding it in for a long time, Gao Chang finally managed to squeeze out the word disheveled. Being chased by a group of barbarians, Shui Ran was even called the saintess of the snow god. Aren't the other believers of this main god a bit too weak? Upon hearing this, the light in Shui Ran's eyes dimmed slightly. The followers of the snow god have been slaughtered. In Shui Ran's description, the snow god's faction was besieged by a large number of followers of primordial gods and ancestral gods, and was eventually divided up and wiped out. It is said that the shadows of several major pantheons in the east are also involved behind the scenes, with pantheons such as Holy Light, Life, and War seemingly participating. Gao Chang nodded. He understood why, but he didn't explain it aloud. It's not hard to understand. The land in the east had already been divided up. If the various ethnic groups are not currently prepared for a full-scale war, the best solution is to find a way to continue the development process and prolong the time. The abundance of native gods and believers in the West has become the best choice for wargame players. If I agree to a subordinate relationship, what will happen next? Gao Chang continued to ask. Shui Ran turned her head away, her voice trembling slightly. Next, the snow god will become a subordinate deity of the god you worship, occupying a secondary position in the shrine of that god. For a primordial deity who is worshipped as an ordinary wild animal, this might be considered something to be commended. But to the supreme deity, it would be an absolute act of blasphemy. But now, in order to maintain the faith in the snow god, Shui Ran has no other choice. The snow god requests to become a subordinate deity of your faction. Do you agree? Agree. It was a win-win situation, and Sasha was so looking forward to it. So Gao Chang naturally wouldn't want to spoil the mood. The moment Gao Chang agreed, Shui Ran seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. But then he lowered his head and fell silent. Her guilt towards God cannot be dispelled in a short time. Okay. I'll take you to eat something good later. Sasha isn't very good at comforting people. She can only try to think of things she likes. Suddenly, Sasha seemed to have thought of something. All right, I remember now. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to her, Sasha said directly, I remember the hunting god they were talking about was a giant python. Shall we ask them to make snake soup for us? Chapter 91, The Blessing of the River of Oblivion. This. Shui Ran looked up at Sasha with some surprise. As a saintess of the gods, Shui Ran could never connect the two completely unrelated words, eating and gods. Devour the god of the hunt. Gao Chang listened to what Sasha said and helplessly turned his head away. Sasha hasn't caught the chicken god yet, so how come there's a hunting god on the menu now? The purpose of entering this era was clearly to resolve the danger of the reverse Kabbalah source. Right now, Gao Chang has the illusion that he's filming a deity on the tip of the tongue. Seeing Shui Ran looking like her worldview had collapsed, Sasha thought her comforting words had worked. After chuckling twice, he clung to Wang Chuan's leg again. Sister Wang Chuan, please help us cross the river. Bai Hexiu leaned closer to Gao Chang and whispered, What are you and Sasha going to do, Lord? Gao Chang thought for a moment, and decided that if he followed Sasha's suggestion and went to the chicken god's followers to ask them to dedicate the god to him, I suppose this counts as a minor diplomatic incident. Oh, Bai Hexiu nodded. Understood. Since there's an incident, let's eliminate it. Bai Hexiu squinted and smiled. Don't worry, we've never caused any trouble over the years, because as soon as trouble comes, it's over. Let's go together from now on, so you don't run into those clueless guys again. Bai Hexiu then waved to someone behind him. Hundreds of witch hunters quickly lined up. The people here already make up half of the total number of witch hunters, which is enough to demonstrate their authority to the outside world. Bai Hexiu smiled slightly and explained to Gao Chang, either don't let outsiders see it, either make them feel fear. This is the wisdom passed down from our ancestors through countless holy wars. When everyone fears you, your words have the same effect as the will of God. Gao Chang nodded, stepped forward, and pulled Sasha away from Wang Chuan. who was throwing a tantrum. Just then, Wang Chuan's fishing rod stirred. Without Sasha's interference, a large fish was pulled up from the River of Oblivion with a sudden tug. Wang Chuan, holding the fish, glanced at Gao Chang with empty eyes. Gao Chang seemed to vaguely sense a hint of gratitude. Defensive structure, River of Oblivion, changed to detection mode. The River of Oblivion has bestowed its blessings upon you. May your destinies begin here, and may your hearts be forever united. The origin of the River of Oblivion. All those you lead will not get lost when crossing the River of Oblivion. Eternal bond. You have pleased the River of Oblivion, and thus gained the ability to remotely change its mode. Through the blessing of eternal union, Gao Chang saw 3 patterns related to the River of Oblivion, as well as specific data. Detection mode. 10% chance of getting lost, 90% chance of successfully crossing the river. Defense mode. 50% chance of getting lost, 40% chance of returning to the starting point, 10% chance of successfully crossing the river. Attack pattern. 90% chance of getting lost, 50% chance of returning to the starting point, 50% chance of successfully crossing the river. So that's how it is. The ferryman is not important, nor is he the target of the attack. After reading the detailed explanation, Gao Chang finally understood how those barbarians had managed to get ashore. The River of Oblivion is a product of a mysterious system on 2 technology trees, and therefore it does not follow any logic. Whether they can make it ashore alive depends not on whether they touch the ferryman, but on whether they have the destiny to live. Those barbarians who didn't get lost in the River of Oblivion had little to do with their rowing speed. They were just lucky enough to encounter that 1 in 5 chance. Just then, a lantern lit up in the thick fog. The ferryman, carrying a lantern, moored his small boat at the shore. This time, however, the flatboat is a bit larger. If squeezed in, it could easily carry over 100 people. Are we going aboard the ship? Seeing that Sasha had already pulled Shui Ran along and run up, Gao Chang didn't hesitate any longer. After everyone boarded the boat, the small boat began to drift away into the distance. Just then, Wang Chuan's empty eyes watched the small boat gradually disappear into the distance, and then looked at the river surface that had stirred up a few ripples. Suddenly, he whispered something. I just baited the spot, and the fish are already running away in fear. Sitting in the small boat, Sasha kept rubbing against Shui Ran. Speaking of which, did the snow goddess bestow any special blessings upon my sister? Shui Ran seemed a little uncomfortable with Sasha's persistent questioning. As the snow goddess's holy maiden, Shui Ran usually guarded the statue alone and had never experienced such enthusiasm from others. She cautiously extended her hand and asked blankly, Is this what you mean? A chill emanated from Shui Ran's palm. Then, a layer of frost began to form on Shui Ran's palms. First floor, second floor. With a gentle pinch, layers of frost were stained with snow and shaped into a snowball. The snow goddess has bestowed upon me the blessing of snow, but if you need me to fight, you will likely be disappointed. Shui Ran sighed softly, and the snowball in her hand fell and shattered on the ground with a crack. This is just an ordinary snowball. The true power of the snow god cult lies with its plate-armored foot knights, not with her, the saintess who only needs to proclaim divine decrees. However, Sasha was clearly very satisfied with Shui Ran's abilities. Turning her head and whispering in Gao Chang's ear, Sasha said, Add some more jam, and we'll have smoothies to eat in a few days. Gao Chang gave Sasha a thumbs up. It has to be someone who knows how to eat. On the other side, Bai Hexiyu watched as Shui Ran rubbed her chin. Suddenly, a gun was handed to Shui Ran. Now that you've joined us, learn how to use a gun. Gao Chang looked at Bai Hexiyu and realized that he was a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He had previously been thinking of killing Shui Ran, but after he agreed to let Shui Ran join the Wall of Size, Bai Hexiyu's attitude changed so quickly. Faced with Bai Hexiyu's words, Shui Ran was stunned for a moment. I can't do it. I've always been clumsy with my hands. The great sword that my knight brother can lift with one hand. I can't move an inch, even when I try my hardest. Bai Hexiyu chuckled. He then twirled his gun, saying, Stop thinking about those scrap metal. A gun is fast when it's 7 paces away, and it's both fast and accurate when it's within 7 paces. To put it simply, within 7 steps in 0.017 seconds, I am invincible. Just as Bai Hexiyu was busy showing off, Gao Chang suddenly patted him on the shoulder. What is it, my lord? Actually, sometimes it's not appropriate for boys to say they're moving too fast, Gao Chong said earnestly. Before Bai Hexiu could react, some of the witch hunters burst out laughing. Immediately, a burst of laughter came from the small boat. Immersed in the joyful atmosphere, Shui Ren couldn't help but chuckle, her previously somewhat gloomy mood completely swept away. Chapter 92 requires offerings. After the small boat docked, there was a smooth road on the shore. Because of the constant warfare between various pantheons, this land in the West is filled with all sorts of intricate and complex roads. Sometimes, travelers walk on a road without even knowing which pantheon it leads to. But for Sasha, none of this mattered. As Sasha said, the location of the chicken god is actually very close to Gao Chong's territory. The distance of no more than 3 hours round trip is actually an exaggeration. In fact, in just about an hour, Sasha had led Gao Chong from the main road into a secluded forest. Gao Chong looked around, but couldn't see any temple-like structure there. Just when even Sasha thought she was going to make a wasted trip, several voices suddenly came from the bushes. It's human. Could they be followers of the god of the hunt? No, that doesn't seem right. The followers of the hunting god are much stronger than them. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear you. What's there to be afraid of? The native humans don't understand our language. Gao Chong and Sasha exchange a glance. Sasha swallowed hard, tiptoed toward the bushes, and then reached out and grabbed. Yeah, they're killing the chickens. They're killing the chickens. Feathers flew everywhere as the rooster struggled. Then Sasha raised her head and grabbed the rooster's head, and the sound stopped abruptly. Why did you suddenly stop calling? Sasha asked curiously. I can understand you. The rooster also looked surprised. Then, as if realizing something, it struggled violently again. Who is your lord? I want to see your lord. Promise. Sasha grabbed the chicken by the neck and handed it to Gao Chong, then quickly moved it away. Now that we've seen the people, quickly hand over your divine rooster, so we can go back and have dinner. A divine rooster? A rooster god? You want to eat our god? The rooster shrieked. We're all lords in this war game. Can't we at least show some consideration? Stop talking nonsense. Sasha grabbed the chicken's head and started plucking its feathers. If you don't give me the magic chicken today, I'll eat you. Suddenly, a prompt from the war game appeared in front of the rooster lord. The fallen empire demands tribute from you, the chicken god. If you refuse to pay tribute, the corrupt empire will gain grounds for war against you, plunder, humiliation, and punishment. At the same time, a small new panel appeared in front of it. Because of the effects of the powerful miracle pathway, all lords can see a comparison of their own strength with that of other lords. At this moment, it looked at Gao Chong. In military matters, the enemy is like a god compared to us. In economic matters, they're like gods compared to us. In terms of technology, they're like gods compared to us. 3 blood-red lights, like divine beings, flashed into the rooster's eyes. Wait. The rooster suddenly stopped squawking. I think it's not a problem to take you to see the chicken god. The gods are magnanimous and won't blame me. Sasha turned her head and exchanged a glance with Gao Chong. Seeing Gao Chong nod, he finally let go and put the rooster down. Suddenly, the witch hunter raised his musket and aimed it at the rooster. The rooster shrank its neck. As the lord of the war game, it knows the power of human firearms. If it gets shot, it'll probably end up as roast chicken or fried chicken or something like that on the dinner table tomorrow. Out of fear, he had no choice but to obediently lead the way, taking the group to a gathering place of the Chicken Clan Lord. Because the Chicken Clan is not considered a very strong race, its leaders are surprisingly cohesive. Currently, almost all the lords have led their people to hide in the same place. Of course, there are also the gods they worship. This place is very remote, located in a desolate area, and requires passing through many obstacles. Aside from animals, creatures taller than a certain threshold will easily miss the hidden entry points along the way. Therefore, the other lords of the chicken tribe were completely dumbfounded when they saw humans with firearms appear on their territory. Sasha swallowed hard. Is this place paradise? There's so much delicious food here. Gao Chong, on the other hand, focused his attention on finding the chicken god worshipped by the Chicken Clan. Because Bai Hexiu was holding a gun and protecting Gao Chong from behind, almost no Chicken Clan lord dared to lead their people to fight. After walking a few more steps, Gao Chong was attracted by a building that was several meters tall. The shrine to the chicken god is actually not hard to find. Most chickens live in simple, low-lying dwellings. Therefore, all that is needed is to find a largest building, which must be the shrine of the chicken god. Moreover, this is comparable to a human granary, although the style of the building is very dilapidated and idealistic. But apart from the chicken god, Gao Chang couldn't understand what else those chickens needed that required such a large building. He kicked open the haphazardly pieced together wooden door. The first thing everyone saw when they entered the building was a large hen with its rear end sticking out. Golden, smooth fur, and a massive body that stands 3 meters tall. Is this the original deity worshipped by the chicken tribe, the chicken god? Slurp. Sasha sucked back the drool that had just spilled out. It would smell delicious if it were made into a dish, right? But just then, the hen suddenly exerted its strength, and a golden egg rolled out. As luck would have it, it rolled right to everyone's feet. Gao Chang instinctively picked up the golden egg and saw that it actually had attributes. Golden egg, rare item. Description: this is a spiritual egg. When you lack funds, it can be made of pure gold. When you're hungry, it can also be a large, edible egg. This, a hen that lays strange things? Gao Chang glanced at the chicken god. At this moment, the chicken god had already noticed the people who had broken in and also saw Gao Chang who had taken away his golden egg. But he merely shook his rear end and curled up into a fluffy ball again, showing no intention of launching an attack. This looks delicious too. Sasha looked at the large golden egg in Gao Chang's hand, seemingly hesitant. This chicken god is so close to the Wailing Wall. If we don't kill it, wouldn't we be able to eat golden eggs every day? But she actually wanted to eat them all. Why isn't there a way to both eat the divine chicken and eat golden eggs every day? Ugh, this is so frustrating. Sasha gave up thinking and walked to Gao Chang's side. Our Lord can decide what to take back, so the cook can prepare it for us. Before Gao Chang could reply, Bai Hexi suddenly frowned and pulled the two of them quickly out of the building. As soon as you leave the vicinity of the chicken god, a strong smell of blood hits you. Large numbers of barbarians are currently wreaking havoc in the territory of the chicken clan. Behind them, a giant python was coiled on an ancient tree, staring coldly at the crowd in front of the chicken god shrine. The god of hunting has actually appeared here. Bai Hexiu seemed to have thought of something and sniffed his own body. Yes, they're coming for us. Chapter 93: Guns and Bullets. Hunting Gods. Snakes have an extremely sensitive sense of smell, making them true predators in the ecosystem. The people were not far from the god of hunting. If you're still on the other side of the river of oblivion after killing the followers of the god of hunting, that's fine. Once you cross the river, it's almost like completely exposing your location to the perception of the god of hunting. The giant python twisted its bucket-like body and flicked its tongue at Gao Chang and the others. As if understanding the giant python's words, the barbarians who were killing chickens immediately stopped what they were doing and all looked towards Gao Chang's position. Gao Chang scratched his face. No, why would I look at myself? He didn't kill that barbarian by the river of oblivion, and isn't this delicate snow goddess beside him adorable? So, even the serpent god of the hunt likes to pick on the weak first? Just then, Bai Hexiu raised his hand instantly and used his pistol to smash the heads of the two barbarians who were closest to him. Then he casually took the long spear off his back and threw it towards Gao Chang. My lord, here you go. At the same time, a bullet pouch was also thrown over. Gao Chang instinctively caught the spear and aimed it at the head of a barbarian in the distance. Bang! With a gunshot, Gao Chang barely felt any recoil, and the barbarian fell to the ground. This gun is much more useful than I imagined. It's even a bolt-action sniper rifle with a 16x scope. Gao Chang touched the long gun in his hand. What boy would hate a gun? He then glanced at the fallen barbarian. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever killed someone with his own hands, even if it was just a barbarian. As for the nausea after the first murder, not at all. That's what makes firearms so terrifying. He only pulled the trigger once, that's all. It makes no difference whether the gun is pointed at a chicken, a cow, or anything else. Click. Having witnessed how which hunters use firearms, Gao Chang easily ejected the spent cartridge and loaded a new bullet. Bang! Another barbarian fell to the ground. It would take them a long time to run here on foot, and they would need to be strong enough to reload a few more rounds of ammunition. But the witch hunters on the side weren't just watching. Led by Bai Hexiu, a group of witch hunters had already set off towards the location of the giant python. Flames lit up the road, and the barbarians along the way had several holes in their bodies. The giant python flicked its tongue, coldly watching by Hexiu lead dozens of witch hunters toward it. A being worshipped as a hunting god by barbarian tribes is naturally not comparable in size to an ordinary giant python. In his eyes, Bai Hexiu and the others were as insignificant as ants. As for the bullets used in firearms, it had faced the forces of the true gods, whose so-called firearms were nothing but useless junk that couldn't even penetrate scale armor. Although the firearms in the hands of these prey seem easier to load and have a faster rate of fire compared to those he had faced before, but he still didn't feel that this posed any threat to him. Just then, as if sensing that the distance was close enough, Bai Hexiu's lips curled up slightly. Load the hunting bullet. Among the witch hunters behind them, several men unloaded a thick, black object from their backs. Upon seeing what Bai Hexiu and his men had pulled out, Gao Chang temporarily stopped slaughtering the pitiful barbarians and began to examine the technology tree interface. From the top of the technology tree, Gao Chang found information about these things. Large-size clingy tube. Description: an advanced firearm that fires 27mm bullets. Gunfire: God Hunter. Description: a special bullet composed of armor-piercing and fragile rounds, designed to destroy large units, particularly effective against units over 10 meters tall. Characteristics: armor-crushing, split. The unlocking of this type of bullet is already very close to the pinnacle of the current technological tree. The 27mm caliber Hunting God round possesses all the characteristics of armor-piercing and fragile rounds. The round shells will shatter into pieces upon contact with the hard armor. Subsequently, thousands or even tens of thousands of shrapnel fragments, amplified by their remaining kinetic energy, will pierce through the armor and penetrate directly into the opponent's body, inflicting excruciating pain. The most unique feature of this special bullet is that the higher the armor of the victim, the more severe the damage. Therefore, he was given the title of the Hunting God. Boom! A loud gunshot rang out across the battlefield. The god-hunting bullet struck the giant python, and the thousands of shrapnel fragments pierced through its body, exploding into a cloud of blood mist in the sky. Weibababu, watching the giant python fall to the ground, writhing and convulsing in agony, the barbarian even forgot what he was doing. But the witch hunter's cannons continued to ring out. Boom! Boom! One after another, the god-hunting bullets struck the giant python. The giant python's blood spurted out more than 10 meters, staining a large area of land red. Clang! A barbarian's battle axe fell to the ground. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The god of hunting never takes action because on the battlefields of the past, whenever the god of hunting appeared, his enormous body terrified all-powerful enemies. But now, the situation has developed in a way that has completely exceeded their expectations. The god of hunting didn't even have a chance to make a move before he perished on the spot. After the giant python died, the followers of the god of hunting fled the battlefield as if they were fleeing, as a notorious primordial deity. Presumably, news of the death of the god of the hunt will soon spread throughout the entire western region. Congratulations on your first victory in this game. The War Games notification sound suddenly rang out. Gao Chang raised an eyebrow. No wonder he felt like something was missing earlier. Those barbarians by the River of Oblivion didn't count his victory at all. Or does it only count if you kill the opponent's god? The death of the outer gods pleased your deity. Evaluation: a resounding victory. Reward: Sacred Seed, rare item, X3. A sacred seed? The name sounds like a good thing. It's much better than the parsnip that was found in the Stone Age. With that in mind, Gao Chang took out a sacred seed. The next moment, however, it wasn't the seed of a certain plant that appeared as expected. Instead, a sticky little tentacle appeared out of thin air in Gao Chang's hand. Seeing this, Shui Ran covered her mouth and turned her head away, looking like she was going to vomit. Sasha took a few steps back in disgust. My lord, where did you get such a disgusting thing? Gao Chang looked down and saw that the slimy tentacles were even rubbing against his fingers. This thing is actually called a holy seed. SAN value -1. Open the attribute interface of the holy seed. Sacred seed, rare item. Description: part of Data expunged. This ability can consecrate any address as a holy site. When a holy site is destroyed, there's a very high chance it will enrage Data expunged. Chapter 94 Holy Land of Blessing. Placement. Props used for blessing? It seems there's no problem. After all, this era is indeed somewhat related to faith. What the hell? Gao Chang slapped the tentacle onto the ground. Who would use this wretched thing for a blessing ceremony? The result was that this simple act of throwing, it seemed to trigger some kind of chain reaction. The clump of tentacles that had been thrown to the ground suddenly grew larger and larger. When it grew to half a meter, a large bloodshot eyeball grew out of the middle of the tentacle. Then, under Gao Chang's disbelieving gaze, those tentacles actually pried open the air and slowly climbed upwards toward the sky. Finally, it fixed itself in a certain position in midair, then looked around for a moment before gradually fading away and disappearing. SAN value -1. You have successfully consecrated the Chicken God Shrine. Just as the war game notification sounded, Gao Chang suddenly felt a special connection between himself and the big eyeball from before. With his eyes closed, Gao Chang saw a scene that was almost like a god's eye view. It was as if I'd become some kind of god, looking down on everything on earth from the sky. Gao Chang even saw his own body below. Forehead. Isn't this the perspective of that big eyeball from just now? Gao Chang opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. The feeling of staring at himself was really strange. Upon seeing the name of the invisible eye, Gao Chang felt even more bewildered. A superior eye. Characteristics. Intangibility. Unspeakable. Sanctuary Guardian. Virtualization. This unit cannot be attacked by physical attacks. Unidentifiable. This unit cannot be observed routinely, and the consequences of such observation are unknown. Holy Site Guardian. All attacks on the holy site will be recorded by this unit, and all attackers will be marked. After seeing these three characteristics, Gao Chang stroked his chin. The process of this blessing was indeed a bit disgusting, but at least I now have my own way of marking myself. Although it's just within the game, this ward is like a surveillance camera, allowing Gao Chang to see what's happening in the blessed land and its surroundings at any time. Hey! In an instant, Gao Chang had a good idea and immediately sent a friend request to Su Uki for a trade. A sacred seed was placed in the trade window. This item is not suitable for the saints, but if it is given to Su Uki, it will allow him to broaden his horizons in the east. Upon seeing the words sacred seed, Su Uki agreed to the deal almost without hesitation. Peerless General. Brother Chang, what's this time? The text was typed but then stopped abruptly. Gao Chang seemed to be able to imagine what had happened on Su Uki's side. Good stuff, really good stuff, since this thing is directly related to data deletion. Once a place is consecrated as a sacred site, it's equivalent to being protected by Gao Chang. Even if Chicken God or Su Uki encounter any misfortune, the murderer will not escape Gao Chang's discerning eye. It took quite a while before Su Uki finally sent word. Perles Général, à flèche nord-est à flèche sud-est. Although Su Uki only sent text messages, Gao Chang could fully imagine the emotions Su Uki wanted to express. The location that Gao Chang cannot currently see. Su Uki was constantly scrambling to remove the sacred seed that had fallen directly onto his face from midair. After finally managing to scrape the sticky mass of tentacles on the ground, Su Uki received a notification from the wargame. Your territory has been consecrated as a holy site. In that brief moment of distraction, when I turned around again, the tentacles had vanished without a trace. For some reason, Su Uki felt a chill run down his spine. It felt like something was watching me from the shadows, a chilling sensation. In reality, it was Gao Chang's curious gaze that was observing this place from the sky above Su Uki's territory. The layout on the east side is indeed quite different from that on the west side. Because of his high vantage point, Gao Chang discovered that the Saints had used a massive stone wall to enclose the various pantheons within their alliance. Inside the walls was a vast expanse of fertile land. The land in the east was already rich, and the various plants on the fertile land were growing exceptionally well. The territories of the various lords were also connected by roads. They are protected by saints. Even newcomers entering the battlefield through the distress call can safely gain enough time to develop in the rear. Judging from Su Uki's current state, it's clear that the Saints did not deceive Gao Chang about this. The Saints are also using this method to continuously increase their advantage in this wargame. Just then, Gao Chang suddenly squinted his eyes as if stung. As a phantom of holy light appeared in the distance, he turned his head to look at the location where his eyes were. SAN value -1. The holy light turned its gaze back, as if nothing had happened. Gao Chang looked away. It can only be said that the Holy Light Pantheon truly lives up to its reputation as one of the major pantheons. I didn't expect it to be discovered after only a short while. However, it's not a big problem. He and the saints aren't enemies, so it's not like he'd be so petty as to poke an eye. My lord, Bai Hexiu had already returned to Gao Chang's side from the front. Behind him, dozens of witch hunters were carrying away the dismembered carcass of the giant python. Regardless of the circumstances, they undeniably murdered a primordial god. So, this is your reason for not eating dinner and not coming home at night. Inside the Lord's Hall, Zhu Luo grabbed Bai Hexiu's ear with one hand and Sasha's ear with the other, pulling them up sharply. Gently, gently, it hurts. Sasha cried out with tears in her eyes. Bai Hexiu also looked wronged. So what does this have to do with me? Oh, I'm sorry. Zhu Luo put Bai Hexiu's ear down. It's just that pinching the Lord is a bit inappropriate. I just had an itchy hand and wanted to pinch something. The commander-in-chief shouldn't mind, right? Zhu Luo said with a smile. Bai Hexiu rubbed his ears and leaned close behind Gao Chang, looking at Zhu Luo with a resentful expression. I even brought back some ingredients for you. Upon hearing the word ingredients, Zhu Luo frowned and said with a forced smile, so you still remember its ingredients. Clang! Zhu Luo slammed a piece of rotten flesh to the ground, and several pieces of broken iron splintered out of the flesh. Are you expecting me to search for flesh inside bullets? It was rare to see Zhu Luo so angry, and Bai Hexiu couldn't help but shrink back in fright. I was just afraid that he wasn't dead yet, wasn't I? So, I fired a few more shots. How many shots? Zhu Luo asked with a smile. Only 7 or 8 shots. Real. Only 30 or so shots. Real. All right. Bai Hexiu, his face flushed, shouted loudly. More than 100 shots? Isn't that enough? Aren't you afraid it might not be dead? It's all passed down from our ancestors. If you kill someone and don't finish them off, it's the same as not killing them at all. Chapter 95 The Gods on the Tip of the Tongue. Suddenly, Zhu Luo smiled, her angry expression completely gone. My little brother looks so cute when he's shy. Then he let go of Sasha's hand. Okay, I was just kidding with you guys. There's no ingredient I can't handle. After saying that, Zhu Luo asked the others to sit down at the table first, while she brought out a plate that was bigger than a person from the kitchen. Opened a large bowl that was covering the plate. A golden light emerged from it. The prepared snake meat, served with the still glowing liquid of the golden egg, is garnished with some rosemary and simple spices. A dish made by 2 gods was prepared in a simple and unpretentious way. Sasha picked up a knife and fork and cut a piece. Ouch, it's so hot. He immediately turned his gaze to Shui Ran, who was extremely restrained to the side. Good sister, can you blow on it for me? Sasha clung to Shui Ran once again. Shui Ran lowered her head, emanating a cold breeze that cooled the meat on Sasha's fork to a perfect temperature for eating. Delicious. Sasha's actions were like discovering a new world. Gao Chang couldn't resist and also stuck a piece of snake meat dipped in egg liquid into his mouth, bringing it close to Shui Ran's side. The snake meat was quickly cooled to a suitable temperature. Shui Ran's complexion was just a little rosier. She clutched her skirt tightly, her head almost tucked up to her chest. Gao Chang closed his eyes and stuffed the snake meat into his mouth. A delicious taste that was hard to describe flooded his taste buds. You have consumed a mythical dish, hunting God's golden serpent soup. Your hedonistic talents have been satisfied. Your SAN value has been restored to full. In this game, your citizens will have a 30% increased combat power when fighting against mythical units. It truly lives up to its reputation as a mythical dish. One bite of this dish grants Gao Chang the equivalent of consuming 20 different rare and exotic dishes. Hiccup. Apart from Shui Ran, who was sitting on pins and needles, everyone else had eaten their fill. At this point, there was still more than half of the snake meat left on the plate, which was less than 1/30th of the total amount of snake meat. In other words, if only a few people present are eating alone, there's enough meat from this giant python to last for several months without any problem. Sasha, clutching her round belly, lay down on the sofa with a blissful expression. It still has to be God's cooking burp. Gao Chang was also unable to move, so he could only lie down next to Sasha. Yeah, 1 pot isn't enough. We can make several pots. Hiccup. Bai Hexiu had a satisfied expression on his face, but he said, I accidentally ate too much, so I won't be able to go on patrol for the next few days. Hiccup. Seeing that even Commander-in-Chief by Hexiu had let out a burp, Zhu Luo smiled and shook her head. It's all thanks to her good cooking skills. Otherwise, with Bai Hexiu's fighting style, he'd be more likely to get shot. Standing up, Zhu Luo looked at Shui Ran, who had barely touched her chopsticks, and tapped her shoulder. Not eating is disrespectful to a chef. Huh? Shui Ran looked up, her face flushed. I'm sorry. Promise. Just then, Zhu Luo cut a large piece of snake soup and ladled some egg liquid over it, handing it to Shui Ran. These dishes are for you and Zinky to eat together. Zinky is our high priest. Anyway, you're going to the temple soon, right? Everyone is unable to move, so I'd like to trouble you to make the trip. Shui Ran nodded subconsciously. Zhu Luo then gave Shui Ran some directions and sat down next to Gao Chang. The meat of the god of the hunt was surprisingly delicious, and she ended up eating too much. Seeing everyone collapsed on the sofa, Shui Ran could only get up gently, carrying the snake meat in the direction Zhu Luo had indicated. Having served as a saintess before, Yukarin's hands were quite steady as she held the snake soup. Even so, an accident almost happened. As they passed by a ruin, a figure on horseback rode right in front of Shui Ran, nearly knocking her to the ground. Shui Ran tried to say something softly, but the knight didn't even glance at her and walked straight past. Shui Ran stared at the departing knights, swallowing back the words she had originally intended to say. For some reason, she always felt that the knight was a little scary, and it doesn't look like a living thing. Shui Ran breathed a sigh of relief as she quickly walked to the old shrine that Zhu Luo had indicated. Once we're in God's realm, we should be safe, right? After all, no true god would do anything extreme in their own shrine. Upon entering the shrine, Shui Ran's smile instantly froze. An ominous aura emanated from the depths. Every cell in her body was telling her, escape, escape. Swallowing hard, Shui Ran mustered her courage and walked deeper into the area. As she passed the dusty library, she dared not look inside, fearing that some eerie monster might be staring at her. The closer they got to the depths, the stronger the ominous aura became, until Shui Ran heard a sinister laugh that sounded like that of a great demon. Ha ha ha! In Shui Ran's view, Xing Qi, dressed in a monk's robe, was standing behind a statue of a god, laughing loudly about something. Within the shadows cast by the firelight, there were twisted, tentacle-like things trembling incessantly. Huh? Who? Upon hearing the sound, Zinky's smile vanished instantly, and he put his hands behind his back with a serious expression. Yes, it's me. You heard everything? Xing Qi moved closer to Shui Ran, a mysterious aura enveloping his body. No. Shui Ran kept backing away, as if tears were about to fall. So whose shrine to their righteous god could be so bizarre? What are you holding behind your back? Zinky continued to press. Behind. Shui Ran was taken aback and took out the snake's soup and the egg liquid from behind her back. Zinky paused, a smile appearing on his lips. You're here. Why did you bring food? Seriously. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to our great old ones, the only true god in the world. As he spoke, Zinky patted the golden statue, and twisted tentacles emerged from the statue's eye sockets, seemingly greeting Shui Ran. With trembling hands, Shui Ran placed the food at her feet and was about to leave when Xing Qi pressed down on her shoulder. A chilling voice whispered in Shui Ran's ear. You look like you haven't eaten enough. Why don't you join us for a meal? A moment later, so you were just telling a joke? Shui Ran asked, taking small bites of snake soup. Otherwise what? Zinky patted the tentacles beside him. What do you think we're doing? Our god is a righteous deity with ninefold merit. You're lucky to have joined our pantheon. Chapter 96. Open your eyes and see who has crossed the line this time. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Gao Chang accompanied Sasha to lie on the banks of the River of Oblivion, leisurely basking in the sun. Over the past few days, Shui Ran has invited the snow god to a corner of the old shrine. Disappointingly, the so-called snow god, as a true deity, is merely a statue sculpted by Yukazome herself. It cannot be boiled, fried, or eaten. Its functionality is far inferior to that of the original gods. Meanwhile, after several days of research, Gao Chang also discovered that in this era, the fallen empire was probably not going to be stimulated so quickly. Although it's only a second-tier feudal era, its combat power shouldn't be high. However, due to the mutation, the length of the technology tree is truly frightening. Most lords tend to favor developing in mysterious areas, and who knows when they'll reach 60% of the technology tree. For the time being, Gao Chang was extremely free. The previous god of hunting hadn't finished eating yet, and now he didn't even know what to move. Ha ha, this Wan Chuan is so lame. After fishing up another odds and ends from the River of Oblivion, Sasha mocked them without any restraint. Only when two blushes appeared on Wan Chuan's face did Sasha turn over and lazily look at Gao Chang. My lord, is the guy you mentioned really coming? That's right, because of the inverse Kabbalah source material sensing, the guy who was approaching Gao Chang earlier is now close to the other side of the River of Oblivion. Because he was so bored, Gao Chang switched the River of Oblivion to detection mode and waited for the other party to cross the river. In reality, it was also because they didn't want the other person to get lost in the River of Oblivion. After all, the other party is also a carrier of source matter. If you get lost in the River of Oblivion, the source energy you carry will eventually go nowhere, and it might even become a hidden danger. Of course, Gao Chang wasn't completely unprepared, knowing the other party was coming. Within the surrounding fire and thunder array, 800 axemen, no, 80 witch hunters, were ready. They were just waiting for Gao Chang's order to riddle the newcomers with bullets. They've already started crossing the river. In his heightened senses, the closest person to him had already appeared on the surface of the River of Oblivion. Although the River of Oblivion is currently only in detection mode, there is still a 10% chance that it will cause the opponent to get lost. Fortunately, the other party's luck wasn't that bad. Before long, Gao Chang saw a small, swaying wooden raft drifting across the river. A gentle and refined-looking male elf stood on the raft. He was wearing a simple garment woven from plants, with most of his skin exposed. Apart from that, he only carried a short bow and a quiver of arrows, and had no other weapons. To Gao Chang's surprise, Wan Chuan did not put away his fishing rod or give any warning of the enemy until the other party reached the shore. The moment he disembarked, the elven lord strode toward Gao Chang. I finally found you, my friend. Looking at Gao Chang's ears, Yina's tone suddenly became somewhat insecure. In the next instant, he suddenly picked up the short bow, drew it, and strung it. You are not the elven lord. Who are you? I knew it. How could there be such ugly elves? Turns out the fog on the river was so thick it made my eyes blur. Gao Chang's face darkened. He thought that if the two source substances met, there would inevitably be a great battle. The current art style is completely different from what he imagined. I'll leave the matter of the source matter aside for now. But isn't it going too far to come to my house and attack my appearance? If he were a human, he would be considered quite handsome. Enough with the nonsense. You simulated the signal of my race's essence and lured me here. What are you trying to do? Yina had already aimed her bow and arrow at Gao Chang's head. It seemed that if Gao Chang didn't give him an explanation, he would use the bow and arrow to pierce Gao Chang's brain the next second. It turns out that the Elven Lord did not know whether the entity possessing the source matter at the source matter coordinates was a human or a ghost. Hearing Yina's words, Gao Chang suddenly realized. Before they came, the other party treated him like one of their own. No wonder they crossed the river without warning. However, this cannot be a reason to attack one's own appearance. Gao Chang sneered and gave a signal to his back. 80 witch hunters stepped forward, spears in hand. Amidst Sasha's disapproving glances, Gao Chang mimicked the villain's voice and chuckled. I have 80 guns here, while you only have a short bow. Try moving one. The Elven Lord looked at his abilities on his personal panel, and his face turned pale. He dared to come alone to contact Gao Chang. Naturally, he had his own confidence. But now, facing dozens of guns, whether that confidence is effective is another matter. Reverse Kabbalah source? Atheism. This fundamental nature prevented him from choosing a god to worship after entering this world. Without gods, there is naturally no territory for them to descend upon and develop. When he arrived in the desolate wilderness, he was almost completely bewildered. Fortunately, there's always a way out. Due to the unique nature of atheism, he controlled something that could be considered the nemesis of gods. Atheism. I'm the only one, not the only god. This ability allows him to summon a unique creature that counters all mystical systems, compensating for his lack of territory. If used properly, he dares to venture into even the major factions of the righteous gods. The premise is, don't get pointed at by 80 spears. That person is starting to split apart, Sasha suddenly said. Actually, even without Sasha's reminder, Gao Chang could see such a clear picture. A crimson humanoid creature with 2 horns on its head and flapping wings on its back actually crawled out of the body of the Elven Lord in front of it. At that moment, he stopped behind the Elven Lord. The feeling it gives is so similar. Satan. As Gao Chang uttered those 2 words, the figure floating behind the elf lord suddenly stopped. His eyes were fixed straight on Gao Chang. No, in reality, only he himself knows that the thing he is staring at is not Gao Chang at all. It was the eye at the back of Gao Chang's head. Just as Gao Chang uttered the word Satan, that eye suddenly opened. Then, in a world that only he could see, countless twisted eyes almost filled the entire space, staring at him with crazed eyes. Mockery, ridicule, glare, greed, cruelty. Those eyes seem to carry almost all the negative emotions in the world. This thing is beyond the limits of this world. That's right, something he simply couldn't contend with. One after another, ethereal tentacles reached out and pierced into his body as easily as poking tofu. The whispers of an ancient god seemed to emanate from the location of his shrine. He calls you Satan, so you become Satan. To become the Satan he desires. Chapter 97. From this day forward, I am Satan. Satan. Amidst the whispers, the avatar behind, Yenna, gradually became dazed, as if it had lost itself. Immediately afterwards, an eyeball burst out from the back of his head, but quickly disappeared again. Everything that is visible from his perspective is invisible to mortals. For example, right now, Gao Chang and the others can only see Na's avatar growing rapidly as if it had taken hormones. The veins beneath his muscles bulged out, as if tentacles were wriggling. The horns on its head grew larger and sharper, and even gradually curved, becoming more and more like the image of Satan in Gao Chang's mind. Just as Gao Chang hesitated whether or not to give the order to fire, Satan suddenly opened his eyes, surveying everything around him with a gaze that seemed to blaze with fire. I am Satan. I am a supreme commander of hell. Yenna quietly turned around and took a few steps back towards where Gao Chang and the others were. This is the first time he's encountered a problem after summoning his avatar so many times. Who is Satan? How come he doesn't know? This is clearly just a clone of myself. But now, it seems that he is no longer in control. Forehead. Yenna suddenly cried out in pain as an arm with sharp claws grabbed her throat. Satan's warm breath brushed against Yenna's nose. So, it is you who dares to command the great Satan? Snap! A slap knocked Yenna to the ground, leaving her completely stunned. He thought this monster was going to kill him. No, that's not right. Why did his clone kill him? But the next moment, Satan flapped his wings, flew close, and kicked Yenna away. You! Flying in midair, Yenna's hands gripped helplessly. His only support in the game suddenly turned against him, leaving him completely at a loss for how to react. But the next moment, Satan, flapping his wings, was already close by, gripping Yenna's collar tightly. Do you even know what kind of monster you've messed with? Satan roared. Yenna naturally had no way to answer. Feeling the scorching heat emanating from Satan's body, Yenna had already lost consciousness from the heat. Only then did Satan grab the unconscious Yenna and slowly descend to the ground. I glanced around. Countless eyeballs floated there, their tentacles holding them in place, staring intently at Satan. This thing created me, and it was this thing that gave me the ability to break free from control and think independently. As for the hell that was forcibly added to my memory, Satan sneered inwardly. They crossed the river of oblivion. This is the real hell. And who is he? He is the Lord of Hell, the epitome of depravity, and the founder of evil. He is flexible and adaptable. Thump! Gao Chang almost wanted to have someone shoot him, but then he saw Satan's legs buckle, and he knelt on the ground. My life has been like walking on thin ice, and I only regret that I have not met a wise ruler. If you don't abandon me, Stop! Gao Chang stared at Satan with a suspicious look in his eyes. Something doesn't sound right with these lines. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes that Satan split off from the elf's body, Gao Chang thought this person was one of his fellow villagers. So, you're saying you're going to surrender? Gao Chang asked, somewhat bored. Looking at the eerie tentacles that covered the entire sky above, Satan spoke without hesitation. What are you saying? When have I, Satan, ever been your enemy? Due to the influence of your former kin, you have successfully created a new mythical unit, Satan, who has now joined your people. As he listened to the notification sound from the war game, Gao Chang glanced at Satan, who was still kneeling. It really is the Satan I imagined? However, this is a perfectly good mythical unit, and turning it into a civilian makes it seem so cheap. First, I opened Satan's attribute interface and took a look. Satan. Myth. The brightest star in heaven, who once dared to stand alongside God, was cast into the abyss of hell, where he will never find peace. Characteristics. Unspeakable. Atheist. Hostile. Atheism. This unit deals 10 times more damage to Mystic units, while Mystic units deal 90% less damage to this unit. Hostile. When this unit appears, it is highly likely to be attacked unconditionally by mythical units. Let's set aside the inexplicable things that came out of nowhere. Although Satan has one positive and one negative aspect, his overall strength is still quite considerable. With the addition of 10 times the attack bonus and damage reduction from mythical units, even if you max out your tech tree to the limit of mysticism, you might still be no match for Satan right now. Seeing this characteristic, Gao Chang couldn't help but think of his own source substance V. The cruelty attribute clearly tripled the combat power of his resentful god, so why can't you see that? He hadn't seen Data Expunge move in the past few days, feeling like a salted fish lying in a temple. Even a chicken god can lay an egg. Or perhaps we could send Satan over to keep him company. Gao Chang glanced at Satan. His own shrine was indeed a bit empty. Aside from the snow god, who only has one statue, only Data Expunge can still move around a bit inside the shrine occasionally. Adding a Satan statue would give the shrine a more human touch. How about you join my pantheon? Don't want. Gao Chang stared at Satan, his eyes wide and narrow. I said, why don't you join my pantheon? Don't want. Click. Gao Chang waved to the side, and the witch hunter had already reloaded the new bullets. I'll ask you a third time, Gao Chang said with a sullen smile. Etc. Satan suddenly stood up and raised his hand to stop Gao Chang's actions. You truly don't know. The reason I don't want to join the pantheon is because I have a heart that loves humanity. I'm sorry I was born a devil. Ever since I can remember, I've wanted to become a bright human being and contribute more to the construction of hell. You understand? Applause. Bang. A bullet hole appeared on Satan's forehead. What utter nonsense. Sasha withdrew her hand, her temper flaring up. She had just learned how to draw a gun from Baihe. But then, several tiny tentacles suddenly grew from the bullet hole in Satan's forehead and quickly repaired it. It was just a headshot. It was just a minor injury. Satan stood up again, staring longingly at Gao Chang. Don't you need someone who can get things done for you? Gao Chang narrowed his eyes. Satan's words had struck a chord with him. Before awakening, most of the people in the territory were too lazy to move. Although the warriors could move, they needed a legitimate reason to take them out. But what if it's Satan? Chapter 98, the person, is actually quite nice. Satan doesn't need any awakening, even if no one provokes Satan. Presumably, Satan wouldn't mind fanning the flames in places where there are no flames, or adding fuel to the fire in places where there are flames. After all, he is the devil. You don't want to enter the shrine, so you want to stay and work for me? Gao Chang asked, squinting his eyes. Satan nodded. I've wandered for half my life, and I only regret. Stop. Gao Chang interrupted Satan's curse and looked at Yina, who was standing next to Satan. What do you think of this elven lord? Upon hearing Gao Chang ask this question, Satan couldn't help but chuckle twice. It's not about how I see it. It's about how you see it. However, as you know, strictly speaking, he is my main body, and I am his clone. If he dies, who will do things for you? As he spoke, Satan struck a coy pose. The shocking scene made several witch hunters turn their heads away. Gao Chang covered his face and glanced enviously at Wang Chuan, who had been fishing with his back to everyone. Wang Chuan hadn't looked back since then, so naturally he hadn't seen the shocking scene that had just unfolded. Who would have thought that Satan, who is 8 feet tall and full of muscles, could make such a seductive move? Then we won't kill them. Gao Chang then turned his gaze to the unconscious Yina. Although we don't kill them, it doesn't seem right to just leave them alone. Take him back for further investigation. Thump! A basin of ice-cold water, stained with snow, was splashed on Yina's head. Yina opened her eyes groggily, looking blankly at the circle of humans staring at her. Yes, and there's also that clone of myself. Suddenly realizing something, Yina glared at Satan with hatred. who would slap their original self as soon as their clone is summoned. Is there any justice left in this world? Recalling all the grievances she had suffered since entering this war game, Yenna burst into tears. I didn't touch him. Is he trying to scam me? Gao Chang spread his hands, looking innocently at the people behind him. They were originally planning to use torture, but since he hadn't tried it before, it would be a good opportunity for him to practice. Unexpectedly, the elven lord himself started crying first. He suddenly blew his nose. Yenna looked at Gao Chang and said, "Kill me. I will not satisfy any of your schemes." Gao Chang stroked his chin, thinking that if the elven lord in front of him hadn't been crying his eyes out. Based on that just sentence, Gao Chang might actually think he's a real man. "My lord, dinner's ready." At this moment, Zhu Luo walked over carrying half a golden eggshell. The eggshell contained a thick soup, which was still radiating a golden light. A dish that glows? Yenna didn't react for a moment, and even forgot to shed tears. "Oh, I also brought a bowl." Zhu Luo arranged the bowls, and then poured the thick soup from inside the eggshells into them. An enticing aroma wafted up. Under Yenna's hateful gaze, even Satan took a bowl of soup. A wave of sadness washed over Yenna once again. His clone had no worries about food and drink, while his main body was trapped here, exposed to the wind and sun, going hungry one meal after another. Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Suddenly, a large bowl was shoved to Yenna's lips. Knowing there would be other dishes later, we adhered to the principle of not wasting food. Gao Chang forced Yenna to drink the soup that he had only drunk halfway through. Glug, glug. Yenna initially tried to resist, but after taking a sip of the rich soup, all that remained was enjoyment. This thing is a mythical ingredient. After finishing half a bowl of thick soup, Yenna felt that the slap from Satan didn't hurt as much anymore. She then looked at Gao Chang with surprise. I didn't expect someone so ugly to be such a nice person. Feeling the frozen atmosphere in the air, Yenna broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, he blurted out his true feelings. "I'm really sorry I'm so ugly," Gao Chang said, emphasizing each word. "Beat him up." Now Gao Chang didn't need to say anything more. The surrounding witch hunters knew what to do. "Stop hitting him, stop hitting him." Yenna cried out, but her body was bound, and she couldn't move at all. They rained blows on Yenna, punching, kicking, wielding knives, guns, and clubs until Yenna was barely clinging to life. At this moment, Yenna's face was a mixture of blood and tears. Coupled with that handsome face unique to the elven race, which appealed to both men and women, it was impossible not to feel affection for him. "Whatever schemes and tricks you have, I'll give them to you, just stop hitting me." Gao Chang raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by saying he has some kind of conspiracy or trickery? What kind of talk is that? This elven lord is quite handsome, but unfortunately, he has an extra mouth." However, Gao Chang was in a good mood now that Yenna had given in. He scooped out some golden egg liquid and poured it directly into Yenna's mouth. Although the wound did not appear to be healing, Yenna's breathing was visibly stabilizing. This is something Gao Chang discovered while he was bored these past few days. The chicken god lays a golden egg every day. The liquid from the golden egg can be taken directly as medicine without adding any seasonings. It's unclear what kind of injuries it can treat at its most severe, but at least the injuries Gao Chang has seen so far have all been stabilized. Untie him. Gao Chang wasn't afraid that Yenna would escape. Once you enter the river of oblivion, returning won't be so easy. Moreover, to prevent Yenna from accidentally stepping into the fire and thunder formation and causing Satan to perish together in the northwest, it's estimated that Satan would kill him more than anyone else if he were targeting him. Gao Chang sat down on a chair to the side, propped his chin up, and looked at Yenna. He initially thought Yenna had come to kill him, but judging from Yenna's behavior, it didn't seem like it. "Tell me, what exactly is your purpose in coming here?" "My original purpose?" Yenna was taken aback, then suddenly realized what was happening. "My initial purpose was to find companions. If the other party is a reverse Kabbalah source, I can also join forces with him. Isn't this a coincidence?" Gao Chang smiled slightly. He pointed to himself and said, "I am the carrier of the reverse Kabbalah source substance." Yenna rolled her eyes. Regardless of the type of Kabbalah source, the owner must be an elf. Unless an elf possessing the essence of the reverse Kabbalah was killed by an outsider, and the essence was also taken away by the outsider. Suddenly, Yenna felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had just realized what was happening, and looked at Gao Chang in horror. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the source energy in you. Gao Chang waved his hand dismissively. Collect 10 source materials to create a new Kabbalah tree of life. He must be crazy to want something like that. Yenna hesitated for a moment, unsure whether she believed Gao Chang's words, and continued speaking. Chapter 99, The Destined Enemy. The carriers of the reverse Kabbalah source material actually had a very difficult time in this war game. Not for any other reason than because of this war game. Apart from Yenna and Gao Chang, the remaining 3 source carriers are all normal Kabbalah source carriers. Because of the 3 Kabbalah source carriers, Yenna was a figure hated and killed even by the elves. What? Gao Chang asked curiously. Yenna glanced at Gao Chang. Your human news seems somewhat outdated. The Mother Tree has mastered the method to reclaim the Kabbalah source material. Actually, that method is really simple. All we need to do is kill us, the owners of the reverse Kabbalah source, and then reintegrate the reverse Kabbalah source back into the Mother Tree. Yenna remained silent for a while. A friend of mine once gave himself to the Mother Tree. But your presence here proves you have no such intention, Gao Chang asked meaningfully. Yenna nodded. The source seems to be subtly influencing my thinking. Under the influence of the atheistic source, I seem to have gradually lost my dependence on the Mother Tree. Compared to the Mother Tree, I might want freedom more. So you turned your sword against your own brothers and sisters. Gao Chang nodded, seemingly understanding. It can only be said that he truly is the embodiment of Satan. I didn't, Yenna said, her face flushed. I just don't want to die yet. Why are some people born to die? Yenna's eyes were red, and it seemed that tears were about to fall again. The reverse Kabbalah source, I seemed to bring him not a blessing, but some kind of curse. Because of this source material, everything went wrong for him from the moment he entered the game. They had no territory, no people, and no God to worship. Meanwhile, 3 of his own kind, who possessed the essence of Kabbalah, were eyeing him covetously, seemingly ready to tear out his heart and offer it to the Mother Tree at any moment. The worst news is that the 3 carriers of the source essence, who respectively control the pantheons of life, victory, and beauty, are simply beyond his ability to contend with. In this game, Yenna considered himself the most tragic lord. Everyone except himself is his enemy. Therefore, he rushed over without hesitation when he sensed a new carrier of the source material joining the game. He desperately wanted to find a friend on this battlefield who wouldn't want to kill him, or even someone he could unite with. Even if the possibility of the other party possessing the reverse Kabbalah source quality is extremely slim, he is willing to give it a try. I see. Looking at Yenna's lonely and pitiful demeanor, like an abandoned puppy, Gao Chang couldn't help but place his hand on his head and stroke it back and forth. However, realizing that Yi Na was a man, Gao Chang withdrew his hand. In the end, all you really want is a friend who's on your side, right? What? You want to team up with me? Yi Na raised her head and looked at Gao Chang. Both of them are reverse Kabbalah source material, and in this war game, they're destined to be hunted down by the 3 Kabbalah source material carriers. Although he and Gao Chang are not of the same race. However, if Gao Chang is really willing to join forces, it's not impossible. No, you're overthinking it, Gao Chang said, his face full of rejection. What I mean is that you can be subordinate to me and do things for me. With the advent of the feudal era, war games gained many more features. In this era, recruiting vassals was strictly permissible. Among the many things the Fallen Empire doesn't do, the inability to recruit vassals is not one of them. A vassal state. Yenna gave a wry smile. Let them be vassals then. Lord Yenna of the Elven race requests to become your vassal. Do you agree? Agree. After agreeing to Yenna's vassalage, not much changed. Normally, vassals are required to provide their overlords with various kinds of supplies. But for a lord like Yenna, who doesn't even have territory, vassalage is more like a form of alliance. Seeing that there was no gossip to be had, the witch hunters scattered and returned to their patrol posts. Yenna looked at Gao Chang and asked a question. Have you thought about how you plan to face those 3 carriers of the source? Do I even need to think about it? Gao Chang looked at Yenna with a half smile. In this war game, the biggest difference between him and Yenna is that he is not on the opposite side of his own race. This war also involves the opposing forces of the Saints, the Kabbalah tree of life. Once the opportunity arises, the Saints will never miss the chance to stab the elves in the back. But I actually have a good idea. What? Yenna seemed somewhat puzzled. Gao Chang held a twisted tentacle in his hand, and handed it to Yina. Tell me, among the pantheons controlled by the elves, who is the strongest? Yina pondered for a while. If we really want to make a comparison, the foundation of Source 9 is roughly equivalent to the power that Source 7 Victory possessed. If I really had to choose the strongest one. Victory God's system. I see. As he spoke, Gao Chang pressed the sticky tentacles onto Yina's hand. Then this arduous task is entrusted to you. Seeing that Yina didn't seem to understand, Gao Chang had no choice but to explain. Now that you mention it, I feel that the Pantheon of Victory has a connection with the West. What I'm giving you is the sacred seed used for consecration. I want you to find the most easily collapsing building on the land of the Victory Goddess and complete the consecration. Yina seemed dazed until she was sent out of the river of oblivion along with Satan. Why can he understand every single word Gao Chang says, but not when they're put together? Why must the most easily collapsing building be chosen for the blessing ceremony? No, why should it be him going? When Yina suddenly woke up and realized what was happening, she was already on the road. And at that moment, Satan was still beside him. Since the clone broke free of his control, he has been completely unable to fathom what the clone is thinking. Unable to discern the clone's intentions, Yina dared not act rashly. Could it be that he really has to go to the east to release this so-called holy seed? Yina's face remained expressionless, but inwardly she was wailing. Those three elven lords definitely knew him. If he appears on the eastern land, he will be killed, right? It definitely will be killed, right? Just then, a figure wearing a cloak brushed past Yina. Then came the second and the third. Yina turned her head to look, but then they discovered a group of people dressed in tattered clothes, who looked like refugees slowly moving along the main road they were walking on. It appears to be. They're heading towards Jeoking. Chapter 100. What a simp. It seems they're enemies, not friends. Inside the wooden house built on the giant tree, the elven lord, seated in the main seat, rested his chin on his hand, seemingly deep in thought. He is Lan Yin, the holder of Kabbalah Source 9, and his source power is called Foundation. If other source matter can be described as the heart or branches of a tree, then he is the foundation of the tree. When the foundation is destroyed, no branch or leaf can escape unscathed. The power of the foundation allows him to temporarily eliminate the characteristics of other Kabbalistic essences, causing the other party to return to its essence. In most cases, this is the weakest and least capable source matter. Unless, among the holders of the Kabbalah source, one betrays the mother tree. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the treehouse. Enter. After Lan Yin finished speaking, a group of lords of different races walked in through the door. One of the elven lords, dressed in a flamboyant manner, walked straight to the wooden table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Then he looked at Lan Yin and chuckled twice. Inquisitor, you should have some guesses about that source holder who suddenly appeared in this war game, right? The three holders of Kabbalah Source Essence could not possibly fail to sense the sudden appearance of Source Essence in the West. As for why they didn't make any rash moves, it was naturally because that kid Yina went a scout ahead for them. When two source materials come into contact, what happens next largely indicates the attitudes of both parties. Judging from the current situation, Yina is getting along well with the newly emerged source material holder. Even after making contact with the other party, Yina, for some unknown reason, dared to head east. All the clues have indicated that the latest purveyor of the source essence to arrive on this battlefield is carrying the reverse Kabbalah source essence. They need to recycle one more source material. However, compared to Yina, Lan Yin felt a sense of disgust rising from the bottom of his heart as he looked at the female elf who had already sat down in front of him. The feeling of disgust reached its peak when she saw that there was even a human lord following behind her. Xiaowu, look at yourself now. Do you still look like an elf these days? Even that escaped traitor looks more like an elf than you do dressed like that. Shut up. With a loud bang, a hand slammed onto the table, and the human lord following behind Xiao Wu stepped in front of her. Who do you think you are to talk about her like that? Lan Yan's face darkened even more. This is because the current human lord is one of the three holy sons of the saints who are participating in this war game. He holds the 5 elements of the saints' pantheon and should theoretically be the mainstay of humanity in this war game. But what even the saints themselves didn't know was, even before the game began, this human lord had fallen hopelessly in love with Xiao Wu. Ultimately, It's because the human population is so large that such worthless individuals have even appeared among the new generation of saints. Even Lan Yin, as an enemy of the saints, couldn't help but feel sorry for the saints' forces on the human side. The power of the basics is extremely effective against those who possess the source essence, but it is useless against others. If it weren't for this human lord, he would never have allowed Qiu Wu to flaunt herself everywhere, disgracing her ancestors. The power of beauty, Judge, you'll never understand with your blockhead brain. Qiu Wu stroked her long hair and propped her bare feet up on the table, showing none of the elegance of an elven race. All right, are you all prepared to make a fool of yourselves in front of outsiders? At this moment, another elven lord interrupted the confrontation between Lan Yin and Qiu Wu. Despite wearing a full suit of plate armor, he remained agile and quickly sat down next to Lan Yin. With the three holders of the source essence all present, the remaining lords of various races also took their seats. They had no intention of paying attention to the farce that the elves had just put on. Similarly, they were not interested in the elven source material. As for the autumn dance, not every lord of every race can appreciate her kind of beauty. A Minotaur lord plopped down on the cabinet by the door, looked at Qiu Wu, and shook his head. You're only considered beautiful because human aesthetics are flawed. She has a slim waist and small hips. She looks like a woman who can't have children. I wouldn't even take her if she were given to me for free. You, looking at the Minotaur whose arms were thicker than her waist, Qiu Wu gritted her teeth. A guy who has absolutely no sense of aesthetics and doesn't know how to appreciate beauty. All right, stop arguing. A dark figure appeared inside the treehouse, interrupting everyone's argument. They came here because they had something important to do. What are your thoughts on the migration of followers of several different pantheons in the West? Migration event? Lan Dan Dao Wen. He had only just learned of this incident. The West was already in chaos, and now, under the schemes of the various tribal lords, the followers of the 9 main gods in the West are being gradually dismantled. Once those powerful pantheon followers are weakened to a certain extent, the major righteous god factions in the East will immediately intervene. Quickly clear away the large number of primordial and ancestral gods remaining in the West, and bring those lands under the wing of various orthodox god factions. This is also one of the ways they surpass humanity's advantage in this war game. A single saint has mastered too many powerful pantheons, forcing them to temporarily unite. As for the saint's son before us, Lan Yin glanced at the sycophant following Qiu Wu. The 5 elements divine system is actually still under the control of the saint. Once the news is exposed, his status as the Holy Son will be over. Therefore, the 5 element system cannot be considered as an ally. However, he still played a significant role in the plan to occupy the West. Qiu Wu suddenly chuckled softly. He reached out and hooked the chin of the human lord beside him, pulling his face closer. Brother, can you do something for your sister? Well, seeing the infatuated look in the other person's eyes, Qiu Wu couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips in satisfaction. This is what it should look like when I see her. Beautiful people should always receive more forgiveness and preferential treatment, shouldn't they? Brother, go to the West and help your sister find out who gathered those exile believers together. If you can. Qiu Wu paused for a moment, then gently bit the other person's ear and whispered, kill them all. The human lord's cheeks flushed instantly. Well, without waiting for Qiu Wu's instructions, he fled Lan Yan's wooden house with a flushed face. It's a pretty good dog, though, the shadowy figure who had just asked the question said dismissively. Speaking of which, what's his name? I don't know. Qiu Wu shrugged indifferently. There's so many people who like me. It would be exhausting to remember them all. Chapter 101, The Arrival of the 5 Elements Divine System. Walking on the smooth road, Yenna suddenly felt the ground shake. Before he could say anything, Satan covered his mouth and dragged him to a secluded corner with his wings. What's going on? After her mouth was released, Yenna asked in a low voice. Satan looked with cold eyes toward the end of the road. There was a vast expanse of plate-armored warriors. The armor of these warriors was engraved with 5 different colored emblems, but their uniform banners indicated that they came from the same faction. The 5 Elements Divine System. These plate-armored knights were followers of that pantheon. But Yenna also knew that the current 5 Elements pantheon was not the same as the 5 Elements pantheon at the beginning of the game. After the entire pantheon was completely hollowed out by the saints, the five elements pantheon became the property of the human power, the saints. Similarly, the attitude of the five elements divine system represents the attitude of the saints. Is this a declaration of war against someone? Yenna muttered to himself. He didn't expect Satan to give him an answer, because based on the elven people's understanding of saints, they shouldn't be so unwise. The East is not yet secure. Sending troops to the West at this time would only give various tribes an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. But the plate-armored knights on this road seem to stretch as far as the eye can see. Their numbers probably cannot be described in 5 figures. If it reaches 6 figures, it would be equivalent to the 5 elements divine system directly emptying out all its elite forces. It is conceivable that if the various races were to suddenly launch an attack on the 5 elements divine system at this moment, even if the saints reacted swiftly, a catastrophe would be unavoidable. Yenna was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at Satan. Should we remind that human? You should be happy even though humanity is suffering. However, when Yenna thought about the growing power of the 3 source carriers, he couldn't feel any joy. Have you added him as a friend? Satan's words left Yenna stunned. Leaving aside why Satan knew about this, upon closer examination, yes, it seems he really forgot to add Gao Chang as a friend. So it's too late. Besides, this has nothing to do with us. Pulling Yenna along, Satan circled around in another direction and left. To put it bluntly, after being transformed, he should have been a devil. The devil, on the other hand, loves to see the suffering of others. That fear cannot be borne by oneself alone. Satan glanced at the holy seed that Yenna was holding in her arms. He wants others to feel the same fear as he does, and ideally, the whole world should be completely shrouded in such fear. This doesn't do him any good, but he is Satan, and he just wants to do it. It's gotten much noisier outside lately. After returning from taking another golden egg, Gao Chang and Sasha were chatting on the sofa in the Lord's Hall. Since Yenna left, the area outside the River of Oblivion has become much more lively. Every now and then, people dressed as refugees would gather on the other side of the river. They didn't cross the river, but simply set up a simple camp on the opposite bank, glancing at the Wangchuan River from time to time. Gao Chang initially thought that some blind god had surrounded him. When they went out to collect the golden eggs, they brushed past the refugees without being stopped and realized that the people were not hostile. After a while, things remained peaceful, and Gao Chang eventually let them be. In any case, as long as they don't cross the River of Oblivion, the two sides will basically have no interaction. Your defense facility, the River of Oblivion, has detected a hostile target and is alerting you. Gao Chang frowned and sat up from the sofa. After several days, Wangchuan issued another warning. Last time it was a follower of the god of hunting. Who will it be this time? Is it that group of refugees outside? Should we switch the River of Oblivion to attack mode? No. Since learning that the Fire and Thunder Array was buried in the River of Oblivion, Gao Chang has rarely used the River of Oblivion's attack mode. In any case, getting lost in the River of Oblivion and being killed by the Fire and Thunder Array have almost the same effect. But if you get lost, everything you have will also disappear. Thinking this way, it would be better to let them go. Gao Chang was really looking forward to seeing their reaction when they saw the Fire and Thunder Array behind the River of Oblivion. I patted the lazy Sasha. Don't lie there. Come with me to the river. This time, he wanted to see which guy had eaten so much that he wouldn't want to eat for the rest of his days. On the banks of the River of Oblivion, a group of refugees were swept across the river. Behind them, crudely made rafts continued to transport plate-armored warriors. So, this is the place you were talking about. A man wearing sharp gold plate armor jumped off the raft. He was holding an elderly man in his hand, whose face was flushed and who was clearly having difficulty breathing. You will be punished for daring to set foot on land where holy authority has stagnated. The old man spoke in a hoarse accent. Retribution? The man scoffed. He then threw the old man to the ground and stomped on him. We are karma. The heavy plate armor pressed down, and the old man coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he still stared intently at the man. Faced with the old man's murderous gaze, the man smiled indifferently. I didn't believe the Holy Sun when he said there was something unusual happening in the West, but after seeing it today, I'm amazed at how bold you are. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? The man pulled the old man up from his feet again. to spread some fictitious holy authority of stagnation and to gather a large number of believers from various pantheons. Tell me, what exactly are you and your backer-up trying to do? I don't want to do anything. The old man glanced at the man out of the corner of his eye. I'm simply telling everyone that the stagnation of the holy authority has occurred. No one instructed me to do this. Snort. The man snorted coldly. He knew he wouldn't get anything out of this old man. Whatever their schemes and plots, they will find out once they see the so-called holy power of stagnation. In fact, it wasn't just the elves and other races that had designs on the West. The saints also made considerable arrangements in the West. The resurgence of resistance in the West is not something the saints want to see. According to the Sun, this matter must be dealt with seriously. Even if it's fake, we have to nip its momentum in the bud. Lord Howl, the Firewalker Vanguard, has been deployed. A soldier wearing red plate armor reported from his side. Behind Howl, a huge flag has been raised. The five-colored flag, representing the 5 elements of the divine system, now has a large saint character added to its center. This means that the pantheon has been completely controlled by the saints. Chapter 102, Let Me Go. In addition, we also found a little girl on the shore. As they spoke, 2 plate-armored knights carried Wang Chuan to Howl. Let me go, Wang Chuan said emotionlessly, looking at Wang Chuan's empty eyes and expressionless face. Despite its puppet-like posture, it evokes an indescribable sense of fear. Perhaps it's because Wang Chuan looks quite young. Howl managed a weak smile. Little sister, I'm not a bad person. If you tell me what the people here usually do, I'll let you leave, okay? He rarely uses this tone when referring to neutral units in the game. After all, in Howl's view, those humans who are not Lord units in the war game can't even be considered human. They are merely tools used by humans to win. If it weren't for Wang Chuan's young age, his fate wouldn't have been much better than the old man's. The fog on the river's surface gradually thickened. Wang Chuan's tone grew even colder. I'll say it again, let go. If Howl had turned around at that moment, he would have seen the light of lanterns already illuminating the river. And the light was approaching the shore. Boom! Just then, the sound of an explosion caught Howl's attention. Howl, disregarding the river of oblivion, abruptly turned his head to look. Where his gaze was fixed, one of the Firewalker's advanced team members had been blown to pieces. Fragments of plate armor, still covered in entrails, rolled to one side, while the ground was engulfed in flames. The old man laughed heartily. Retribution. Your trespassing on land where sacred authority has stagnated is your retribution. Shut up. Howl kicked him. He frowned as he looked at the spot where the Firewalker had just died. As the Lord of the War game, he is not a native of these game worlds. Therefore, he recognized it at a glance. A landmine. Damn it. Were landmines planted in the mythical era? Landmines do appear in the second-tier era, but there's something from the very late stage of the tech tree, right? Under normal circumstances, only in Tier 3 war worlds is it possible to use landmines in small quantities. Only in 4th-tier war worlds, where technology is paramount, is it possible for landmines to be used on a large scale and in a widespread manner. So now there's another question. How many landmines are there? Howl suddenly turned around and grabbed a refugee who hadn't even reacted yet. His lord path is Gladiator, which is more inclined toward a path that enhances himself. This path might not be suitable for an independent lord, but within a powerful force, he would definitely be a capable general. Early in his career, he had already acquired the ability to throw extremely long distances. Now is the time to put this ability to use. Howl threw the refugee with a sudden movement, landing him not far from where the Firewalker had just died. Boom! A huge flash of fire. The refugees who had just fallen were blown to pieces. Howl paused for a moment, then cast a cold glance at the refugees being swept across the river. Follow my orders. Drive these bastards in front of us, and if they don't comply, send them on their way. The Firewalker Vanguard carried out Howl's orders almost without hesitation. Amid the cries of the refugees, they were driven towards the fire and thunder array by heavily armored Firewalkers. Even if someone tries to run, their legs will be broken and they will be kicked into the minefield. Finally, a voice rang out from within the fire and thunder array. That's enough. Baihexiu led dozens of witch hunters out. Over the years, due to the characteristics of the River of Oblivion, many lives have actually successfully crossed the river. Baihexiu had seen people like Howl who crossed the river with malice before. He didn't really care what Howl and those plate-armored knights were doing crossing the river. Because no matter what Howl does, in Baihexiu's eyes he's just a clown. The refugees outside the River of Oblivion are not subjects of the Wall of Sighs. No one cared whether they lived or died, and they were not under Baihexiu's protection. But what Howl is doing now is going too far. It went so far that Baihexiu couldn't stand it anymore, both personally and personally. A pistol was pointed at Howl's head from a distance. Do you believe that it only takes 0.017 seconds for you to go from being alive to dying? Next, I will only give you one sentence to explain. Firearms. Howl looked at the musket in Baihexiu's hand and revealed an expression that said, I knew it. If I'm not mistaken, you're trying to gather these believers scattered by the war and build a massive army armed with firearms, right? The Holy Sun's words were indeed correct. A tremendous threat is rising in the west. Suddenly, Howl grabbed Wang Chuan beside him and held it in front of his head. Keep pushing forward. Following Howl's orders, the Firewalker vanguard advanced once again. This time, however, they were much more cunning, carrying refugees in front of them to act as human shields against bullets. They watched as one ragged refugee after another perished in the fire and minefield. Baihexiu suddenly lowered the gun in his hand, because he saw who Howl was carrying. Just now, Wang Chuan's face flushed very deeply. This time it wasn't shyness. She was genuinely angry. From Baihexiu's perspective, if Howl and his firewalkers were to glance back, you will then find that the ferryman carrying a lantern has already come ashore in the River of Oblivion. The lanterns in their hands emitted a dim, flickering light, seemingly rising and falling with the heartbeat of the River of Oblivion. The land that the ferryman crossed was also eroded by the fog on the river. Soon, they would be standing behind Howl and the others. Haven't you noticed anything yet? As the explosion subsided, Baihexiu couldn't help but ask Howl. What? Howl frowned, until he realized that the direction of his shadow was actually in front of him. There is light behind him. Howl suddenly turned his head. Behind him, the advance force of hundreds of firewalkers had vanished without a trace. A thick fog, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, enveloped the shore. There were no screams, no sounds of fighting. Everyone disappeared so abruptly. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in the thick fog. At the same time, the voice of Wang Chuan also rang out. This is the third time I've said it. Let me go. The thick fog swallowed Howl, but did not stop spreading. Instead, it continued to penetrate deeper into the fog. The thick fog stopped spreading and gradually dissipated when it came into contact with the fire and thunder array. After the fog dissipated, Howl and all the Firewalker advance party have disappeared without a trace. Chapter 103 The Truth is exposed. There was no trace of a battle on the riverbank. Their disappearance was incredibly abrupt. Also disappearing into the thick fog were the refugees who were unfortunately caught up in it. Only a small number of people who were driven into the fire and thunder array managed to escape this calamity. No, there's one more person. Baihexiu looked towards the location of the River of Oblivion. An old man, as a thick fog rolled in. He bravely held Wang Chuan tightly in his arms, trying to shield him from the eerie and unknown mist with his body. And he became the only living thing left at the scene besides the River of Oblivion when the fog dissipated. Child. Once the thick fog had completely dissipated, the old man released his grip on Wang Chuan and looked around blankly. They're all gone. Everyone is gone. A thick fog swept in, and faced with the stagnation of the Holy Authority, those elite knights clad in plate armor didn't even have the strength to resist. At this moment, Baihexiu finally came over as well. Baihexiu frowned as he looked at the old man. Judging from what that guy just said, were the people surrounding the river on the other side hired by you? No. The old man slowly shook his head. I'm just traveling aimlessly, telling my own story. So you told everyone the story of the stagnation of the holy power. A voice came from behind Baihexiu. Howl, and the others disappeared too quickly. So much so that even though Gao Chang rushed over without stopping, he couldn't see the other person one last time. However, because he arrived a step too late, Gao Chang overheard Baihexiu's conversation with the old man. That's right. I spread the story of the stagnation of the Holy Authority to every place I passed through. The old man did not choose to lie. Upon hearing this, Baihexiu's eyes narrowed dangerously. You're stirring things up. Gao Chang then questioned. So, but do you know what you've done? You've personally caused the deaths of innocent people here. He pointed towards the direction of the fire and thunder array. If it weren't for the news of the stagnation of the holy power that brought them together outside the River of Oblivion, they wouldn't have been used as tools to test the waters. Even the army on the other side of the River of Oblivion might not arrive at all. Surprisingly, when Gao Chang said those words, those people didn't look at the old man with any resentment. The old man sighed. If they don't die here today, they will soon die somewhere else in the future. In this world dominated by various divine courts, can you imagine how insignificant the power of mortals is? You can't, because you were the strongest and greatest divine court in the old era. Drag us into this mess, or you'll pay the price, by Hexiu warned. Of course I know the cost. I've heard far too many tales about the stagnation of sacred authority. The old man raised his white eyes. Legend has it that when the stagnant holy power awakens, the radiance of all the gods will fall from the sky to the ground. The revival of sacred authority will reshuffle the world, overthrow all existing order, and usher in an era of chaos. Your goal is to reshuffle the deck of this world. Gao Chang seemed to understand the old man's meaning. No, the old man shook his head. I just think that everyone should have a fair chance to live. But you're using the wrong method. Gao Chang turned around and glanced around. He saw sympathy for the dead refugees on the faces of dozens of witch hunters. But that's all. I felt sorry for them because I sympathized with their plight. What they would encounter after that was of no concern to Bai Hexiu and the others. They aren't even their own people, so how could they possibly provoke their anger? Suddenly, Gao Chang gave a self-deprecating laugh. Looking at the holy flag lying on the ground in the distance, he already realized what was going on. The old man is just a neutral unit in the game, so what he doesn't know is, in the future, I probably won't be enemies with the guys on the other side of the river. Because in the next moment, Gao Chang had already opened the chat interface with the pilgrim. Are you there? It seems like you've made a mistake over there. As Gao Chang revealed the whole story. Upon learning that the main force of the saints had surrounded Gao Chang, the pilgrim seemed somewhat dumbfounded. Because he couldn't figure out the point of surrounding Gao Chang. Gao Chang joined the war game through the saints' appeal for help, making him clearly one of their own, let alone gathering troops in the West or anything like that. Even if Gao Chang really did that, it would still be a good thing for the saints. Why not seize the resources in the West first? Humans have a stronger fighting force and can also shrink the living space of other races. I'm sorry. I'm checking the situation right now, and I'll give you an explanation later. After the message was sent, there was a long silence on the pilgrim's end. On the other side of the river, the human lord, who was taking stock of his troops, closed the chat interface with a gloomy expression. The questions from several messengers within the saints have been relayed, but they show no intention of responding. They had just received news of Howl's death. The Holy Sun was right after all. The enemy has infiltrated the saints. The saints are not a monolithic group at present. Apart from the Holy Sun himself, even the other two Holy Suns from other pantheons cannot be trusted. Among them were lords who looked coldly at the opposite bank of the River of Oblivion. Just now, after confirming that the other side of the river belonged to human lords, the Holy Sun explained the reasons for the attack. According to the Holy Sun, that person was a complete and utter scum of humanity. He actually fell in love with an elven female lord, and for that reason, he went to the West to develop his career. Everything he did was to reduce obstacles for the elven race to take over the West in the future. Such scum of humanity must not be allowed to live. Outside of the war game, all the chat messages seemed to disappear without a trace. The messengers of the saints finally realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly sent messages to the other two saints to confirm the situation. By the time the investigation was fully completed, the saints were in complete chaos. Within the Holy Light Pantheon, a saintess dressed in a golden silk priestess tightly gripped the scepter representing supreme authority in her hand, seemingly unable to believe what she had learned. She has confirmed that all the pillars and warriors within the Five Elements Pantheon have been transferred to the West. The Five Elements divine system has now been completely undermined. As for the remaining few big and small cats, they only put on a show. If they were to be attacked, they would be powerless to resist. If the Five Elements divine system were to be breached, it could very well lead to the complete collapse of the Saints' plans. How dare you? How dare you? As for what exactly happened within the Saints, Gao Chang naturally had no idea. But from the perspective of the Holy Land, Gao Chang saw something that was enough to enrage him. No, to enrage many people in the territory. The shrine of the chicken god was discovered by a passing plate-armored warrior. They stormed into the shrine and, almost without hesitation, ripped open the chicken god's belly. Even Sasha couldn't bring herself to kill the hen that laid the golden eggs. Chapter 104, The Holy Seed Sprouts. Is there no steamed egg custard for tomorrow night? Suddenly, Gao Chang seemed to realize something and manipulated the eye in the sky to glare at the scene unfolding in the chicken god's shrine. The plate-armored warrior who killed the chicken god didn't seem to realize anything yet. Rather, the remaining plate-armored warriors were still slaughtering the chicken clan lords outside the shrine. Several lords leading troops also wore smiles. I never expected to have an extra reward from going out. It's rare to see a wargame lord as weak as the chicken clan. In any case, as long as you kill the lord in the wargame, no matter how weak the opponent is, you can at least get a guaranteed amount of war contribution points. Moreover, the guaranteed contribution point for the second-tier battlefield are 300, which is 3 times more than that for the first-tier battlefield. Although this contribution is insignificant compared to those powerful foreign lords, even a mosquito's leg is meat. How much effort does it take to kill a few chickens? Before long, a thick, bloody stench enveloped the air above the chicken god shrine. Through the perspective of the holy seed, Gao Chang could even see the wisp of blood energy floating right in front of him. Because your holy land has fallen. Data deletion has been provoked. Hearing the notification sound from the war game, Gao Chang sensed a completely different emotion. Because it is connected to the senses of the sacred seed. One rooster and hen after another was killed by the armored warriors. The emotion he felt from the holy seed was not anger at being offended. Rather, it is a kind of satisfaction and happiness. Glug! Glimpsily, Gao Chang sensed through the senses of the holy seed that he seemed to have drunk something. Those things smelled fishy, but they nourished him like water, providing him with nutrients, and guide the sacred seed to take root and sprout. In a daze, Gao Chang felt as if he had hatched from his shell. He can move now, but it is not its own true form. Rather, it is the holy seed. Gao Chang's perspective gradually shifted, without making a sound, until he got close to the plate-armored warrior who was dismembering the chicken god. He stretched out his newly grown limbs. Puffed! A black, fleshy spike pierced through the warrior's chest, offering almost no resistance despite the heavy plate armor. What happened? Several plate-armored warriors nearby stared in astonishment at this scene. In their field of vision, a fluid monster with a constantly twisting body and a hideous single eye blocked the way out of the chicken coop. The fleshy spikes were pulled from the plate-armored warrior's chest. The monster, covered in an unknown fluid and tentacles, simply vanished from everyone's sight. Gao Chang seemed completely oblivious to the blood that had splattered into his eyes. Unlike last time when he shot and killed the barbarians. This time, Gao Chang used his own flesh to pierce through a person alive. The scene of piercing through flesh and blood, from the perspective of the holy seed, looked more like a horror movie playing in a 4D theater. The notification sounds of the war game were ringing out incessantly. Your reverse Kabbalah source V, cruelty, begins to grow anew. Your sacred seed, the shrine to the chicken god, has sprouted. High-powered eyes, growing period. Description. This is a mythical unit. Please bring sufficient combat power to defeat it. Characteristics. Cannot be looked at directly. Ancient divine body. Murmuring voice. Heavenly soldiers descend. Ancient divine body. Your form is in a distorted state. When you attack, your physical form will be revealed, and all witnesses will have their sanity. SAN. Checked every minute. Whispers. You emit invisible murmurs that persuade people to do good. Intelligent life forms with low sanity have a chance to lay down their weapons when fighting against you. Heavenly troops descend. You can summon any number of units to the ward's location, older versions only. Just then, the eye marking effect also seemed to come into play. Gao Chang suddenly sensed a bloody aura outside the chicken god shrine. All the plate-armored warriors attacking the shrine were enveloped in an invisible aura of blood, making them look so delicious and so tempting. Puffed. The eye, now with a twisted body, reappeared behind a warrior. Tentacles extended out, enveloping a soldier and sending him toward his eyes. Suddenly, what the soldier saw was not a large eyeball, but a gaping maw emitting a foul stench. A large amount of blood gushed onto the ground, and the eye disappeared again. Seeing this scene before them, the two remaining plate-armored knights in the shrine seemed to have their worldviews greatly shaken. They are believers of God and warriors of God. Even when faced with an evil god, they would not hesitate to give their lives for the righteous God they believed in. But even in the legends of evil gods, there is no scene as terrifying as this. They were like the chicks they had just slaughtered, utterly powerless against that twisted, enormous eye. This time, the plate-armored knight finally had time to scream, but he could not escape his destined fate. The last survivor, witnessing the scene before him, finally broke down in willpower and screamed. In a daze, a certain sound seemed to echo from the depths of the sky. Clang! The sound of the sword and shield falling to the floor caught Ai's attention. Not long after, only a few pools of inexplicable blood remained inside the shrine. Within Gao Chang's field of vision, everything was already a deep crimson. He could not see the plate-armored warrior being chewed and eaten with something stuffed into his eyes. From Gao Chang's perspective, all he knew was that with each plate-armored knight that disappeared, his field of vision would become a little redder. Your maximum sanity score has been increased by 5. Hearing the incomprehensible notification sound in his ear, Gao Chang had no intention of paying any attention to it. He himself didn't know why he was so calm. They could even smell the blood emanating from the outside world. He had no intention of severing his connection with the holy seed. On the contrary, I'm a little hungry. Subconsciously, Gao Chang turned his gaze to the heavenly soldier's descend attribute in the attribute panel. Just then, at the entrance of the old shrine, Shui Ran was doing her usual job of getting meals for Xing Qi. As she passed by some ruins, Shui Ran stopped in her tracks. After getting to know the area for a while, she discovered that the knights in this territory seemed to be patrolling along a very rigid route. And at this exact time, the other party will pass by this spot, down to the second. Previously, because she was unaware of this, Yukren had almost been knocked over by the knights riding their horses several times. Today, however, Shui Ran waited for 3 seconds, 5 seconds, and even 10 seconds before realizing that something seemed a little off. He quickly peeked out from the other side of the ruins. Instantly, Shui Ran's eyes widened. She saw the tall knight fall to the ground like a rag doll. His entire body rotted rapidly like a viscous liquid. Brother Knight, are you alright? Chapter 105 The Undying Knight. Receiving no response, Shui ran through the food she had prepared aside and hurriedly lifted her skirt to run towards the knight's location. Help! Help! Shui Ran's cries for help naturally went unanswered. The entire territory of the Wailing Wall remained deathly silent. By the time Shui Ran reached out to grab it, it was too late. The knight turned into a bloody mess and collapsed to the ground, leaving Shui Ran with nothing to grab. Meanwhile, inside the Chicken God Shrine, Gao Chang attempted to utilize the descent of heavenly soldiers. One after another, heavily armored knights riding tall horses emerged from the fluid-like body of the eyes. The small, chicken coop-like shrine to the god of chickens could not possibly accommodate so many knights of the faith. Only a dozen or so knights appeared, and the first knights to appear were pushed out of the chicken coop. Outside the chicken coop, the human lord from the Five Elements divine system saw this suddenly appearing heavy knight. Many people's first reaction is not hostility. But where do these tin cans come from? It wasn't until the knights of the faith silently raised their lances that many lords suddenly realized they were enemies, not friends. Defense! The piercing command came too late. The heavily armored knights had already begun to run. One after another, knights' lances pierced through the chests of the plate-armored warriors, stringing them together like candied hawthorns on a skewer. But this is not the end. More and more knights emerged from the shrine of the chicken god. Just looking at the emblem on their shoulder armor that resembled an open, I was enough to send chills down one spine. Looking at their emblems is like staring into the eyes of some ghostly entity. Some lords quickly averted their gaze and moved away from the shrine. As lords on the side of the saints, their extensive experience allowed them to quickly devise a response plan even when faced with a surprise attack. The Earthwalker troops, clad in spiked shields, quickly formed a battle line. The Woodwalker troops, wielding long pole arms, then crouched down and waited for their prey to come to them. Once a lone knight was captured, dozens of long-handled weapons would be thrust into his body. No blood flowed, no screams were heard, not even a soft groan of pain. If it weren't for the resistance when the needle pierced flesh, they wouldn't even know if they had actually hurt each other. The next moment, the Guardian Knight fell to the ground. From beneath his armor, a short flag fell out and stuck perfectly into the ground. While it was not visible from a normal perspective, twisted tentacles emerged from where the flag was planted, seemingly doing something. The lords who were watching the situation closely breathed a sigh of relief, although it's unknown where these heavy cavalrymen in iron cans came from. However, it would be far too easy to think that heavy cavalry alone could sweep them away. If they are alone, it's not impossible to kill them. However, at that moment, a cry of pain suddenly came from the spot where the knight had just died. One of the lords stiffly turned his head away. The knight who had been riddled with thorns suddenly reached out and snapped the head off a passing warrior. Why? Why are they still alive? The warriors surrounding the knights were also puzzled, and they even began to retreat. Even the most devout believers in the God of Death dare not claim they can receive death's forgiveness. Even the most devout believers in the God of Life dare not say they can escape the embrace of death. Death is eternal, so why are they still alive? Click, click. The sound of the various parts of the heavy armor colliding with each other rang out. It's unclear when exactly, but the wounds on the knight who had been pierced by dozens of long-handled weapons have vanished without a trace. He rose from the ground again and mounted the warhorse that had been waiting for him. The knight held his lance horizontally. The knights who protect God's faith have launched another charge. The lords' hearts bled as they listened to the constant reports of decreasing loyalty. If it keeps dropping like this, the soldiers are about to mutiny. No, I can't afford to get entangled with these tin cans anymore. After reporting the information to the Holy Sun, many lords exchanged glances. Withdraw. Although many Chicken Clan leaders are still hiding somewhere and have not been killed. But faced with an increasing number of knights protecting the faith on the field, they could still distinguish which was more important, their lives or their contributions. Good news! Suddenly, a lord shouted, "The Holy Sun is personally leading his men here." What? Some of the lords clearly had strange expressions on their faces. Good news, it really is good news, but only for them. But a rational person would quickly make the connection. Now, the Five Elements divine system has brought 100,000 troops to the west, and the Holy Sun is one of the representatives of the Saints' forces in this war game. Instead of staying in the central command, he directly intervened in the campaign. Wasn't that a bit too hasty? Many people have naturally advised the Holy Sun on this point. But the Holy Sun couldn't listen to any of it at that moment. The Saints began to repeatedly ask him what was going on. Even the other two Holy Sons who came to the war game this time began to suspect him. This situation is very bad for him. Once his trust in the Five Elements pantheon is exhausted, he will soon experience the bitterness of being betrayed and abandoned by everyone. However, recalling his intimate encounter with Qiu Wu before setting off, the Holy Sun's face flushed. He, like the other Holy Sons, once walked aimlessly down the path that every Holy Son would take. Advance through the Lord path, then climb to the upper echelons of the Saints, and secure more victories and resources. It wasn't until he met Qiu Wu that he realized he had been completely wrong. What race, what righteousness? In this world, nothing is more precious than a beautiful woman. Every smile and gesture of Qiu Wu was so perfect. If he could win a smile from a beautiful woman, let alone playing with the feudal lords by lighting the beacon fires, why wouldn't he kill them by lighting the beacon fires? He struggled to break free from his love and infatuation with Qiu Wu. The Holy Sun looked at the approaching shrine of the chicken god and gripped the reins tightly in his hand. Before setting off, Qiu Wu told him that he was to kill them all. So, to what extent should the killings take? If we slaughter everyone in the West, leaving corpses everywhere, will we be able to complete the beauty's mission? Release the arrows. To the surprise of many lords, the arrival of the Holy Sun did not seem to be a good thing. At a command, squads of crossbowmen raised their bows and arrows and unleashed a rain of arrows on the battlefield where the crowd and the knights were entangled. Those recruited plate-armored warriors were treated as expendable resources by the Holy Sun. Since the Knights of the Faith had already been slowed down, in order to prevent them from charging into the crossbow phalanx they brought, the only option was to have the warriors go with them. Things progressed so quickly that the Lord present didn't even have time to explain the characteristics of the Guardian Knights to the Holy Sun. Chapter 106, Brother, you smell so good. For a short time, The battlefield seemed to fall into a deathly silence. All the warriors and knights were impaled by crossbow bolts and fell to the ground. But as time went by, the knights, whose bodies had been pierced by several holes, swayed as they stood up again. Even more knights emerged from the shrine. It only stopped when the amount reached 1,000. Even the Holy Sun looked at the shrine of the chicken god with a shocked expression. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how 1,000 heavy knights could fit into that dilapidated chicken coop, which was less than 5 meters long. Were these 1,000 heavy knights previously crammed into a room performing acrobatics? And what the hell are these guys anyway? The Holy Sun squinted and looked closely. Under the rain of arrows, some of the Guardian Knights have even been resurrected several times. But after their resurrection, the Holy Sun could not detect any weakness in them at all. There was no loss, nor was there any weakness. It was as if resurrection came at no cost to them. Unbeknownst to the Holy Sun, while he was carefully observing the Knights of the Faith, a large eyeball had already reached the top of his head, staring down at his head. It smells so good. A scent of Kabbalah essence emanated from the Holy Sun, which he had picked up from Xiao Wu during their contact. But it is precisely this aura. This made him stand out in Gao Chang's eyes. Too many lives had been killed. At this moment, the high-powered Saint Seed's perspective had turned completely blood red. The vibrant red color completely blocked Gao Chang's way of observing the world. Only these delicious and sweet aromas can attract him and guide him in which direction. It is quite obvious. The Holy Sun is far more fragrant than other human lords. Staring intently at the Holy Sun, time passed by second. While the Holy Sun was still pondering a countermeasure, Gao Chang finally made a move. He did something he would never have done before. Open the chat interface with the pilgrim. Gao Chang sent a message. May I take a bite of your family's Holy Sun? May I kill him? What are you saying? The pilgrim was stunned when he saw the sudden message. He couldn't imagine how Gao Chang could say such a thing to him so calmly. Of course not. Before the message was even sent, the pilgrims were already drawn to the exclamations of several other messengers. Through a short internal investigation by the saints, they finally came to a conclusion that even their own people found hard to believe. The Holy Sun who controls the 5 elements divine system seems to have an ambiguous relationship with the elf race. The reason for diverting all the pillars of the 5 elements divine system is naturally to curry favor with a certain being in the elven race. Instantly, many high-ranking members of the saints, upon receiving the news, turned as black as a pot lid. Despite being a Holy Sun, he was still too inexperienced compared to the seasoned senior members of the Holy Family. There is no such thing as a secret that cannot be kept. If he did it, he would definitely leave clues. The only difference is the time it takes to find this clue. Unfortunately, the saints happen to have placed a Lord of the Renegade Path within the Shadow Clan. While lords who have renounced the faction are difficult to manage, supporting a few within a major power can be quite effective. Although the matter of the Holy Sun did not come to light. However, a simple search on the internal forum of the Shadow Clan game will reveal a wealth of information about him on certain gossip channels. This sycophantic son of their own has become a laughingstock in the gossip section of the Shadow Clan forum. Yet this laughingstock actually mobilized the entire core power of the 5 elements divine system to follow his foolish ways. Retreat, everyone. They received orders from the high command of the saints. Several messengers almost non-stop sent the story of the Holy Sun to the various lords under the 5 elements divine system. If they could, they wouldn't want to expose this scandal in its entirety. It's a pity that a single incompetent soldier can lead to an entire incompetent army. The lords who followed that Holy Sun almost all learned from him how to be a bit dim-wit. Without clarifying the whole story, even within the saints themselves, it won't be so easy to bring them back. Suddenly, the pilgrim seemed to think of Gao Chang. Looking at Gao Chang's message that he hadn't retracted, the pilgrim thought for a moment and then deleted the text in the chat window. Pilgrim, Odysson, what Holy Sun? All the Holy Suns on the Saint side are stationed within their respective pantheons, and none of them have ventured out. If you encounter someone outside who claims to be, or who resembles, the Holy Sun, please remember that the person has no relation to the Holy One, and the Holy One bears no responsibility for them. Have you distanced yourself from this? Gao Chang naturally understood the meaning behind the pilgrim's words. As expected of a powerful force, even at a time like this, they still want to save face. But It's time to eat. Before the Holy Sun could react, a large eyeball covered in tentacles suddenly appeared above his head. Several tentacles wrapped around his neck and sent him into the gaping maw of the giant eyeball. The bright red blood quickly stained the ground. Only then did the many lords following the Holy Sun belatedly realize that the monster was approaching. The Holy Sun is dead. Just as one lord uttered a trembling voice, all the lords of the five elements pantheon received a message from the saint's messenger. It was a piece of intelligence, a disclaimer, and a ceasefire declaration. This message stated that the Holy Sun had no relation to the saints and solemnly ordered all saints to immediately cease hostilities and return to defend the five elements pantheon. They should be grateful. They are my enemies, not the other way around. Seeing the numerous lords retreating in disarray from midair, the guardian knight immediately collapsed and returned to the land of the Wailing Wall. Gao Chang did not kill them all. Just as he said, this war, as some people see it, actually didn't even trigger the war criteria in the war game. Otherwise, they would have seen a completely different scene. For example, war weariness levels accumulate starting from 50%. In this farcical war, the saints may have lost a holy sun, several lords, and thousands of warriors. But at least they preserved 99% of their strength. As for those who died, Gao Chang surprisingly showed no emotional fluctuations at this moment. His thoughts and emotions remained calm and indifferent. Even with his slow reaction time, Gao Chang realized that this wasn't his usual self. However, at this moment, the eye he controlled was still chewing on the corpse of the Holy Sun. The aura of Kabbalah essence surrounded his mouth. In a daze, Gao Chang seemed to be seeing some kind of hallucination. A tree of life, its roots spreading across the world, stood before him. And in front of the tree of life, a beautiful woman opened her arms to him. Welcome back, my child. Chapter 107 Roots. What do you mean by your child? He shoved the woman who was close to him away and took 2 steps back. The woman was clearly taken aback for a moment. But a few seconds later, Gao Chang felt the ground shaking. The roots of the tree of life surged upwards and soon formed a smooth mirror behind the woman, and within the image formed by the mirror. What Gao Chang saw was neither his own face nor the shape of his eyes. Instead, it was another being, an old woman dressed in bright red, but with incredibly wrinkled skin. Just like this woman in front of me, now old. In the reflection in the mirror, there's a tree behind him. That tree also stood tall and straight, its bright red roots seemingly planted in every corner of the world. But it brought not life, but desolation. The reverse Kabbalah tree of life. Gao Chang coldly uttered the name. Yes, it's my child. The woman opposite nodded. Gao Chang looked at the woman and asked, so, you're Kabbalah? His ruthless nature gave him the ability to think calmly. The current situation is not right. Kabbalah should not exist in a world of war. Moreover, although it is unclear how advanced the world of the Kabbalah tree of life is, it must be a 5th order or even higher existence. As the mother tree of the elves, she is the mother of all elves in this entire plane. He could never possibly appear in such a low-level world as the 2nd order. So, is the change in the situation because he controlled his eyes and consumed the Holy Sun who carried the aura of Kabbalah? Hearing the unfamiliar name, Kabbalah, the woman clearly showed a hint of bitterness. If you prefer to call me Kabbalah instead of Mother Tree, then so be it. Although I can't see your face clearly right now. But, my child, he is growing strong, and you are becoming like him. Promise me you won't become him. Just as Kabbalah finished speaking, Gao Chang suddenly felt a restraint coming from behind him. The bright red roots spread up its body, pulling it toward the reflection of the reverse Kabbalah tree of life in the mirror. Gao Chang had a premonition that once he was pulled into that reflection, I might actually become part of the tree. Kabbalah tried to reach out and pull Gao Chang back, but it was too late. After all, Gao Chang is not an elf. As an ordinary human, how could he resist the assimilation and erosion of the reverse Kabbalah source? In the final moments before darkness descended, Gao Chang saw only an indescribable, eerie creature shatter the sky above the world and enter his own hallucination. Call. Gao Chang suddenly sat up. My lord. Turning his head to look around, Gao Chang realized that he was lying on the altar of the old shrine. Everyone was looking at him with worried expressions. Jiu Luo, Sasha, Shui Ran, Xing Qi, Bai Hek, almost all the familiar faces were there. What just happened to me? Let me speak. Let me speak. Sasha raised her hand. She rubbed her chin as if she was recalling something. When we were by the river, the Lord suddenly stood there motionless and didn't respond no matter how we called him. Then, after a while, the group on the other side of the river withdrew their troops. Later, since the Lord was still standing there dumbly, Sister Juluo, who had arrived, suggested that the Lord be taken to the shrine. That's about it. Gao Chang rubbed his forehead. An old shrine? Upon opening the War Games log, Gao Chang saw a long string of notifications that he couldn't receive in his hallucinations. Your SAN value is -3, -1, -6. You've directly viewed data deletion. SAN value -10. Your SAN value is below 80, and you are experiencing a state of lethargy, causing the growth of reverse Kabbalah source V to be temporarily slowed. Your sanity is below 50. You have entered a state of madness, and the reverse Kabbalah source V has stopped growing. Your sanity value is below 30. You have mutated and gained the mutated ability, Roots. Your sanity level has dropped to 0. My sanity value actually dropped to 0 once. However, he seems to be fine now. Gao Chang glanced at his personal panel. SAN value, 105/105. Because your sanity has reached 0, the effects of the old clan have been triggered. Your sanity level will remain at its maximum forever. Is it reset to full value after being reduced to 0? Gao Chang raised an eyebrow. So there was such a good thing. Why didn't you say so beforehand? As for the aforementioned anomaly, Gao Chang looked himself over. Fortunately, he didn't have any extra small parts or missing any small parts. The mutation caused by an excessively low SAN value seems to manifest itself in a different way. Roots characteristic. Summary. The reverse Kabbalah source failed to assimilate you. Instead, under the influence of DAT expunged, you mutated into having the power to control the roots, which will purge anything that might threaten the tree. Requirement. Existence in this world data deletion. Sasha, attack me, Gao Chang suddenly said. As for why it's not called Bihexia. Of course, he was afraid that with Bihexia's 0.017 gun drawing speed, this unprecedented root ability might not be able to protect him. Sasha tilted her head. This was the first time she had heard such an outrageous request. It seemed Gao Chang was indeed still half asleep. However, Sasha did not refuse. Sasha rubbed her hands together and reached for Gao Chang's collar. Just then, bright red roots suddenly emerged from beneath the altar, exactly the same as the roots Gao Chang had seen in his hallucination. These roots blocked Gao Chang's path, forming the shape of a monster wielding a heavy sword. Bang! With a gunshot, the monster was shot and blown apart by Bihexia, and Sasha successfully captured Gao Chang. Stop! Gao Chang quickly called a halt. After Sasha stopped moving, the roots and tendrils on the ground, which were about to reassemble, also suddenly stopped. Then the roots retreated into the ground, as if they had never existed. Gao Chang had a premonition that this might not be the limit of the roots, because he saw that behind the statue, more bright red roots were emerging, but dared not move an inch under the statue's intimidation. That's not all. Upon waking from the hallucination, Gao Chang noticed that the base of the statue also showed signs of roots and vines. The statue, still smiling with a flower in hand, became even more eerie with the addition of roots and vines. Just then, Zhu Luo took out a bowl of steamed egg custard and handed it to Gao Chang, breaking the eerie atmosphere. My lord, you've been in a daze for days and haven't eaten much. You should replenish your strength first. Chapter 108 The Plan for Alliance. Several days. As Gao Chang took the steamed egg custard from Zhu Luo, he suddenly realized something was wrong. How long has it been since I fell into a coma? It's been more than 3 days, hasn't it? As she spoke, Zhu Luo brought up a few more bowls of light food. Has it been more than 3 days? Looking at the steamed egg custard in his hand, Gao Chang suddenly hesitated and asked, Is the egg a regular chicken egg? Yes. Zhu Luo nodded. It was taken directly from the chicken god. Gao Chang said he felt like something was off. He witnessed the chicken god being gutted, but Zhu Luo claimed that the eggs were taken directly from the chicken god. A chill ran down my spine. Gao Chang hesitated for a moment, but still contacted the sacred seed at the chicken god shrine again. Having learned from his previous experience, Gao Chang was clearly much more cautious this time. He would immediately sever his connection with the holy seed should it launch another attack. However, after switching to the perspective of the Holy Seed, Gao Chang found that the area around the chicken god shrine was peaceful, with no signs of having been invaded. His vision returned to normal, as if the previous blood-red expanse had been an illusion. That's absurd. The perspective shifts to the interior of the shrine. Just as Zhu Luo had said, the chubby chicken god was curled up like a ball of fluff, showing no signs of having been gutted. Something still feels off. Gao Chang switched the perspective to be directly in front of chicken god. It wasn't until he saw it from this angle that he realized something was wrong with the chicken god. At this moment, the chicken god had a pair of dead fish eyes, staring blankly ahead. That look seemed somewhat familiar to Gao Chang. Upon closer reflection, Wang Chuan seems to have the same kind of gaze. After severing his connection with the Holy Seed, Gao Chang glanced at the location of the statue. If the chicken god's resurrection wasn't orchestrated by Wang Chuan, it must be related to data deletion. The strangeness of this data deletion system is no less than that of the reverse Kabbalah tree of life. Shaking his head, Gao Chang figured Yina's side would be making their move soon, and he guessed he'd probably be getting busy in this war game. However, there's one thing that must be done before the war game ends. Gao Chang turned to Zhu Luo and asked, "Do you know where miracles can be found in this world?" Advancement through the miracle path requires witnessing the passing of miracles. Although the miracle path likes to play word games with high strength. However, if you want to reach higher level battlefields or join those war planes, upgrading your lordship path is essential. Zhu Luo recalled for a moment, then shook her head. If this were a feudal battlefield, miracles would be everywhere, but this is the age of mythology. Do you think miracles were rare in the age of myth? Zhu Luo's question made Gao Chang think. In the age of myth, there were only two possibilities. Either miracles were everywhere, or nothing at all could be considered a miracle. Since Zhu Luo asked this question, it is obvious that it is the latter. In this era, nothing can be called a miracle. Apart from, Gao Chang glanced at the statue. The ancient shrine, as a wonder that came with the stagnant holy authority at its inception, naturally qualifies as a wonder. Feeling Gao Chang's inexplicably aggressive gaze, a tentacle emerged from a crack in the floor, making a bewildered question mark shape. Seeing this, Gao Chang shook his head, stopped mentioning the miracle, and started eating his steamed egg custard in small bites. Zhu Luo's cooking skills are still perfect. The newly laid eggs by the chicken god didn't cause any trouble. However, some people may not feel moisturized even when the moisturizing effect is high. In the life god system, inside Lan Yan's wooden house, a group of lords from various races gathered again. The Shadow Clan's lord spoke first. The main force of the five elements divine system is returning, and the other divine systems are also providing assistance to the five elements divine system during its period of weakness. It seems that Miss Kou's sycophantic brain is indeed not good. She can't hide it after only a few days of departure. Qiu Wu glanced at the Shadow Clan lord with displeasure, but this time she said nothing. The sudden loss of the five elements divine system as an aid caused her to be slightly inferior to Lan Yan. Therefore, before Qiu Wu finds other admirers, she has to pretend to be an elven for a while in front of Lan Yan and maintain the elegance of the elven race. Without Qiu Wu and Lan Yan's confrontation, the elf race didn't give outsiders a reason to laugh this time. Staring at the Shadow Clan's lord, Lan Yan tapped the table. Since he is the representative of the god of trickery, he must have some lofty theories to share, right? Of course. The Shadow Clan lord looked at the other elven lord beside Lan Yan. What is common knowledge right now is that even if the five elements divine system wants to defend, it will still take some time. In order to protect the various sections of the city wall, the Saints could not allow the other pantheons under their command to provide unreserved support to the five elements pantheon. If you're still focusing your attention on the West, you are being too short-sighted. A sinister smile appeared in the center of the shadowy figure. Once we take down the five elements divine system, it will be as if we have torn a hole in the Saints' defenses. Once the Saints are weakened, those lone wolves will be no threat in this war game. The elven lord, being watched by the shadowy figure, frowned slightly. He actually strongly disagreed with what the shadowy figure said. If they wanted to attack the five elements divine system, they should have made their move when that sycophantic holy son led his army halfway there, instead of waiting until now, when these saints have fully realized what's happening. As if sensing the concerns in the others' minds, the shadowy figure continued. As everyone knows, elves control the pantheon of victory, while Tauren controlled the pantheon of war. What would it mean if we united? A war we will win. What's there to hesitate about? Lan Yin rubbed his chin. The Shadow Clan Lord was right, but he still felt something was off. For example, what is the use of Shadow Clan? However, at that moment, Xiao Wu stroked her long hair and suddenly said, I agree. Just let me know when you're ready to attack. Unexpectedly, the people on the goddess's side were the first to respond to the call to attack, which even caught the Shadow Clan Lord, who had just spoken, somewhat off guard. After saying that, without waiting for anyone's reaction, Xiao Wu got up and left Lan Yan's wooden house. From her perspective, she is looking at her own territory type, the rebellion of the temple. Effect: for each act of blasphemy against an outer god, you will receive an additional blessing. A simple, direct, and effective result. Because of her rebellion against the temple, Xiao Wu will receive an extra blessing from the goddess of beauty every time she blasphemes against an outer god. Otherwise, with her abilities, it would have been impossible for her to develop the power of the goddess of beauty to a level comparable to that of the goddess of life. As for why she agreed to the Shadow Clan's call to attack, it was naturally because of this. Only by venturing into the heart of human territory can her beauty be truly revealed. What could be more blasphemous than successfully seducing a follower of an outward god? Xiao Wu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. It's just that one holy son died. There will always be more people who like her. This is a privilege that comes from beauty. Chapter 109, May the Holy Light Bless Them. Boom! The section of the city wall under the jurisdiction of the 5 elements gods collapsed. Despite the persuasion of the Shadow Clan Lords, the war against the 5 elements pantheon began as scheduled. Thick smoke billowed in the distance, and the smoke from the fire burning the rice paddies cast a hazy gray filter over the sky. On the section of the city wall defended by the Holy Light Pantheon, dozens of paladins holding cross shield were kneeling on one knee before the saintess. Lord Ashir, the section of the city wall defended by the 5 elements divine system, has been confirmed to have fallen. Ashir nodded, using the scepter that represented holy light to barely steady himself. The worst has happened. At the urging of the Shadow Clan, and spearheaded by forces such as the Elves and Tauren, along with the lords of some smaller races, an attack was launched against the 5 elements pantheon. There's no way around it. Humans are the biggest threat to all races in this war game, so naturally they attract more firepower. The false information released by Ashir seems to have had little effect. In reality, the reinforcements sent by the various pantheons of the human race to the 5 elements pantheon were quite limited. The apparent reinforcements were merely to stabilize the various races and await the return of the main force of the 5 elements divine system. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it. Lord Ashir, should we send reinforcements to the 5 elements divine system? Someone asked in a deep voice. Ashir shook his head. Neither the sun nor the moon have made any rash moves, so sending more reinforcements probably won't be of much use. Among the various clan lords currently attacking the 5 elements pantheon, the more powerful ones include the pantheons of life, victory, war, and deception. If they make any rash moves, we may become their next target. So what do you mean? May the holy light protect them, Ashir said sadly. The knights behind him understood, and without prior arrangement, they raised their cross shields to their chests and bowed their heads in silent mourning. May the holy light protect them, the knights shouted in unison. Ashir knew that this time, many of the lords at the bottom of the 5 elements pantheon would die, and the pantheon might even be wiped out altogether. But apart from that, the saints are not really so badly hurt in terms of their very foundation. As this war game has evolved, the gameplay has been quietly changed by the various races, no longer featuring pantheons as opposing forces as it did at the beginning. However, if the opposing forces are based on race, even if one of the 5 elements pantheon is lost, the saints still have the Holy Light Pantheon, as well as the Sun God and the Moon Goddess. The 100,000-strong army that went out is still there. Even without the blessings of the gods of the 5 elements pantheon, they can completely change their appearance and join other pantheons. The biggest loss, then, was the death of the lower-level lords and the shrinking of their living land. Of course, she didn't do nothing. Ashil raised his scepter and gave the order to the paladin behind him. Send a message to the Shadow Clan, saying that the Holy Light Pantheon has already dispatched most of its garrison to support the 5 elements pantheon. But the paladin seemed hesitant. Didn't you say you wouldn't support the five elements pantheon? Such deception seems somewhat contrary to the virtues of a knight. Asher turned around, looked at his recruited subordinates, and smiled slightly. These paladins were among the most powerful warriors of the feudal era. But if we really had to point out a flaw, it would probably be their fixed loyalty level of 60. As warriors of the gods, paladins' loyalty to their lords is limited to merely swearing an oath of allegiance. Any word that contradicts God could lower a paladin's loyalty level below the passing grade. However, for her, a saint, this was hardly a flaw. Aisher opened his mouth slightly. The holy light never lies. We only have offensive forces and no defensive forces, because the best defense is offense. Upon hearing Asher's explanation, the paladins finally understood. As expected of a saint who serves the holy light, her understanding of virtue is a level above theirs. May the holy light protect you. After the paladins rose and took their leave, Aisher turned around and looked towards the five elements divine system, which was still shrouded in thick smoke. She couldn't bear to see the five elements divine system devastated. Hopefully, this second piece of fake news will be of some use, even if it can just keep the foreign tribes quiet for a while. As for the foreign tribes retreating, Aisher still didn't have much hope. To force them to retreat, a major change would have to occur behind their lines, something the saints are currently unable to do. Broken. Having already reached the outer territory of the Victory Pantheon, Yenna seemed to remember something and suddenly slapped his forehead. Lords can add each other as friends remotely. Why do I have to add them in person? As she spoke, Yenna looked towards Satan with a wistful expression. Why didn't you remind me back then? If Satan hadn't previously misled his thinking, he wouldn't have failed to think of this. Why are you looking at me? You didn't even ask me. Satan shrugged, looking quite innocent. As a devil, isn't it perfectly normal for him to unintentionally bewitch others? However, Yenna didn't dwell on it. What's done is done, and you can't do it all over again. If Gao Chang really asks him, he'll just say he doesn't know. Right now, we need to focus on the present. Stepping into the eastern lands was fraught with danger for Yenna at every turn. He has no friends here. Everyone wants to kill him. Fortunately, through the mutual resonance between the source matter, Lan Yin and the others have now successfully broken into the walls of the five elements divine system. Despite knowing that he was coming, all three holders of the source essence chose to go to the front lines. No one stayed behind to deal with Yenna. It was clear that those three guys really didn't take him seriously. However, Satan, standing next to Yenna, wore a half smile. A wisp of flame shot from his nostrils, and Satan pointed to the spot beneath their feet. We're afraid we won't be able to leave anytime soon. What? Just then, several cold arrows suddenly shot out from the treetops. If Satan hadn't warned him beforehand, Yenna would have been badly injured even if he hadn't died. The cold arrow seemed to be sending some kind of signal. One after another, elven warriors clad in light iron armor emerged from their concealed positions in the forest, on tree branches on the ground. In an instant, Yenna was surrounded by people. I take back what I said earlier. Yenna swallowed hard. This is not a matter of not caring about him. The departure of the three source material holders was a trap to catch him like a turtle in a jar. Give me the holy seed, Satan suddenly commanded, reaching out his hand to Yenna. There are too many elven warriors right now. Killing Lord Satan won't be easy, but dealing with that little brat Yenna will probably be more than enough. But it remains to be seen whether they will have the opportunity. After receiving the holy seed from Yenna, Satan revealed a wild laugh. He then slapped the sacred seed onto a clump of grass at his feet. You have successfully consecrated the holy site. Then Satan stomped his foot and crushed the grass on its head. Your holy site has been destroyed. Chapter 110, Lord of the Three Realms. Meanwhile, inside the old shrine, since the sanity value was set to the maximum, Gao Chang moved his residence here from the Lord's Hall. With Shui Ran and Xing Qi by their side, the shrine wasn't too boring. However, that is precisely why. The moment the war game notification sounded, Gao Chang, sitting inside the shrine, clearly saw it. The statue of the deity in the old shrine, now data deleted, has several cracks in its golden face. Eyes occasionally flashed through the crack. His eyes seemed to be smiling. Excuse me. Zinke emerged from the darkness, apologized to Gao Chang, and then tapped the statue with the DATA delete icon. He then took out several pieces of gold, slowly melted them, and dripped them onto the shattered gold body. The gold quickly covered the crack, and the data deletion was restored to its original state. After doing all this, Xingqi turned his back to Gao Chang and said quietly, "If your excellency wishes to see the Holy Land, you may go and see it." In his sight, what happened last time will not happen a second time. Gao Chang remained silent. Was the last incident the one where the source material suddenly accelerated its assimilation speed under the stimulation of the holy seed? Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on Zinki's lips. "What are you still worried about? You will never be threatened in his presence, and you may even make some unexpected discoveries." Sure enough, Zinki must have figured something out as well. Anyway, I've gotten used to the fact that my people seem to know a little bit about everything. This time, Gao Chang simply closed his eyes and shifted his gaze to the east. On the outermost edge of the pantheon of victory, Satan continues to trample the grass beneath his feet. The elven lords who were constantly arriving from all directions were stunned by what they saw. Whereas the formidable enemy we anticipated, all they saw was a depraved, red-skinned monster. Do you want us to wait until you're done stomping?" A female elven lord asked Yenna with a half-smile. "There's plenty of grass here. You can walk on at your leisure. As long as you don't run away, that's fine." Hearing the other person's teasing yet meaningful words, Yenna smiled awkwardly. Even though he wasn't exactly shy, he couldn't help but blush slightly at this moment. Yenna grabbed Satan's tail and gave it a gentle tug. "What?" Satan glared at him sideways. If it weren't for his true form, he would have loved to rip Yenna's head off and use it as a football. "If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave," Yenna whispered. Not far ahead from here is the headquarters of the Victory Gods. Although the elves did not surround themselves with high walls like humans, they were not unprepared. Some siege weapons, similar to mobile crossbows, were transported over by the elven lords via ziplines made of vines between the giant trees. If it were just now, the opposing side would only have the advantage of numbers against Yenna. Right now, they've completely overwhelmed us, even in terms of technology. He then looked at the small short bow in his hand. Yenna found it hard to imagine how he would use this thing to deal with others later. "Don't rush," Satan scoffed. The next moment, feeling the resistance suddenly coming from the bottom of his feet, Satan suddenly grabbed Yenna and lifted her into the air. The ground where Satan had just stood trembled, and a cluster of crimson roots, surrounding an eyeball covered in tentacles, emerged from the earth. His bloodshot eyes scanned his surroundings. Just as the elves were wondering what to do, the roots suddenly launched an attack. Several elven warriors were unable to dodge in time and were directly bound by the roots, then pulled underground and disappeared from the sight of the many lords. The elf operating the crossbow on the rope was at a loss for what to do. Looking at the grotesque, twisted roots on the ground and Satan hovering in midair, they found it difficult to choose their target. However, they soon didn't have to consider it anymore. Several dark red arrows flew past, piercing the neck of the elf on the moving crossbow. Under the astonished gazes of many elven lords, the roots covered the ground, and the elves that had been dragged down rose again from the roots. However, at this moment, a part of their flesh had been assimilated into dark redwood. There were even branches growing out of their necks. Looking at those elven warriors with bloodshot, lifeless eyes, the elven lord in the distance suddenly felt a sense of unease. It was at this moment that Gao Chang took over the eye's perspective. Is this the location of the pantheon of victory? Through the sacred seed, Gao Chang saw the elves looking at him with terrified eyes. Honestly, the place Satan chose for him was really bad. Gao Chang had originally planned to deliver a central explosion to the Victory God system. It turns out he was overthinking things. Like him, Yenna was like a bright light bulb in the eyes of other source material holders, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. However, it was the data from this eye that piqued Gao Chang's interest. After the holy site was destroyed, the eye that grew back was different from the one at the Chicken God Shrine. High-powered eyes, growing period. Characteristics, indescribable, heavenly soldiers descend, ruler of the three realms. It seems that the power of these sacred seeds is not fixed, but is randomly drawn from the mythological attributes of Data expunged. Due to the high strength involved, the data deletion ability has become somewhat related to the root and vine properties, so this time the characteristics have also changed to some extent, leaning more towards the root and vine properties. Lord of the Three Realms. Introduction. As the ruler of the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, You will possess 3 unique attributes. Celestial Realm. You will no longer be able to enter an unobservable state. Everyone who sees you will have their sanity, SAN, value assessed every minute. Intelligent life forms with excessively low SAN values will enter a state of madness. Territory. Roots will defend your authority, and root soldiers will appear around you at irregular intervals. Human Realm. Enemies who come into contact with your body have a chance of being assimilated by you. Due to the difference in characteristics, the form of the holy seed that Gao Chang manipulated this time was also different. Compared to the eye in the chicken god shrine, Gao Chang lost the ability to freely move his viewpoint. If Gao Chang felt like a hunter hidden in the shadows when he first entered the eye's field of vision, then he was like a hunter hidden in the shadows. At this moment, he was like an ancient tree rooted in the ground, or a king sitting firmly on his throne, or perhaps a gigantic monster that gazes greedily at the ants. Just then, just like last time, the holy seed once again transmitted the feeling of hunger. Gao Chang looked at the tiny sprites not far away, which looked like walking French fries. However, this time, cruelty was not reignited, and Gao Chang did not open his bloody maw without any hesitation as he had when facing the Holy Sun before. Part of Chapter 1:11 The Tree. I see. Gao Chang sensed what Xing Qi wanted him to feel. At this moment, he can manipulate and command the roots only because he is Gao Chang, not because he is a tree. These roots no longer attempt to assimilate the high-strength plant. Similarly, the cruelty of Source V could no longer affect his judgment. This must be the blessing brought by data deletion. That time, when he entered the environment that Gao Chang had seen, what he did was probably more than just rescuing Gao Chang. He must have done something to the reverse Kabbalah source. However, in the short time that Gao Chang was stunned and thinking, the Elven Lord had already reacted. Attack! Attack! Hundreds and thousands of arrows flew from every corner of the forest, sweeping towards Gao Chang. As the darlings of the forest, they did not attempt to attach flames to their arrows. Therefore, when the arrow successfully pierces the roots, it sinks into the sea without even making a ripple. On the contrary, Gao Chang was completely brought back to his senses by these attacks. So, it seems they were the ones who destroyed their holy land this time. Suddenly, all the Elven Lords of the Victory Pantheon simultaneously received a notification from a war game. You have witnessed the destruction of the holy land of Stagnant Authority, and Stagnant Authority has gained a reason to declare war on you. Punishment. The Stagnant Holy Authority declares war on all lords of the victorious Pantheon. Reason for war, punishment. Given the unique nature of the Stagnant Holy Authority, your initial war weariness level is 50%. What? An Elven Lord in the 5 Elements Divine System suddenly stopped and looked at his war panel with an embarrassed expression. On the original war panel, his only opposing force is the 5 Elements Divine System. Therefore, the war weariness of the Victory Goddess is 10% compared to 46% of the 5 Elements Goddess. Facing a 5 Elements Divine System that is outwardly strong but inwardly weak, with all its main forces gone, this is almost a war that cannot be lost. But just now, because of that declaration of war by the so-called Stagnant Holy Authority, the war weariness level soared to 60% to 46%. War weariness level reached 60%. He could clearly see the aversion to war among his soldiers. Ralph, are you alright? Lan Yan's concerned voice came from the side. As long as he wasn't dealing with an Elven Lord as disgraceful as Xiao Wu, he was quite mild-mannered. He could tell from Ralph's expression that something was wrong with him. And at this crucial moment when victory seemed imminent, what could make Ralph show this expression? Is there something wrong with the Victory Pantheon? Lan Zhan, Gwitz! Upon hearing this, the usually composed Ralph suddenly reacted as if his hair had been blown off. No, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, the Shadow Clan and Tauren will reap all the rewards from this war against humanity. After saying that, Ralph ignored Lan Yan and let his massive heavy swordsmanship force away from Lan Yan. The belief brought about by the source of victory made Ralph absolutely unwilling to accept defeat. He could be a shield for his comrades or a sword for them, but he must never become a burden to them. Because he represents victory. Is that really the case? Lan Yan watched Ralph leave, but a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. His impression of other source holders has always been that their personalities are too biased towards a certain extreme. Sometimes his inherent neutrality and foundation make him seem out of place among others. Perhaps we should inform the Lord who is staying behind. Just to be on the safe side, Lan Yin reminded the lords of the life god system to pay close attention to the movements of the victory god system. Meanwhile, on the edge of the victory pantheon, after declaring war on the victory pantheon, Gao Chang gradually became familiar with his new body. This I may be somewhat bulky, but compared to the previous I, its level of terror is by no means much lower. For example, right now, before the elven warrior's terrified expression, a greatsword larger than himself came crashing down on him, cleaving him in two. It was a monster made entirely of roots, with roots of varying thickness forming its muscles, limbs, and head. It even formed a heavy sword made entirely of roots and vines. Although made of wood, its hardness was no less than that of steel. And monsters like these continue to emerge from the roots. As Gao Chang watched the root warriors fighting the elves, something suddenly occurred to him. If elves are beings born from the tree of life, so aren't these root warriors just another form of spirit? A reversed spirit born from the reversed Kabbalah tree of life. If I'm currently close to the reversed Kabbalah tree of life, wouldn't that mean? I imagine a scene of ancient war trees in the Stone Age. Gao Chang attempted to manipulate the roots to fully extend from the soil. And he succeeded. Boom! With a loud bang, the complex monster formed from the tangled roots and tentacles actually stood up from the ground. Without the constraints of the land, the roots can extend longer and farther. The feeling right now is really peculiar for Gao Chang. He felt as if he had hundreds of extra hands or feet. These limbs are incredibly flexible and can do countless things that human limbs cannot. For example, like this now. The roots shot out like spring plates, lifting the spear high into the sky. In a short time, hundreds of elven warriors were hung upside down near the giant eyeball. In the eyes of the elven lord, the holy seed at this moment was as terrifying as a tree covered with the heads of its own kind. Your war weariness level has increased by 7%. Your war weariness level has increased by 4%. With war weariness steadily increasing, the elven lords are finally finding it difficult to hold on. Withdraw. Quickly remove the shrine. Clearly, they abandoned the elves that Gao Chang had captured. In their eyes, being caught by those bizarre roots was probably no different from being dead. Before long, the captured elves showed expressions of pain. Those bright red roots were constantly pouring into their bodies. It wasn't until quite some time later that they finally stopped struggling. The roots suddenly snapped, and the spirits hanging in the sky fell to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. This time, they stood with the creatures created by the roots. They, too, were assimilated into the roots. Shaking his head, an elven archer suddenly raised his head and looked mockingly at the shrine of the god of victory. A hoarse voice, completely unlike that of an elf, came from his throat. Why did you run? We are all part of the tree. It was like this before, and it is like this now. Chapter 112. Go back to your own era. What does this tell us? Hovering high in the sky, Satan watched as the strange, large eyeball rose and walked toward the shrine of the pantheon of victory. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he flew high enough. He had seen the strange tentacles in the initial form of the holy seed. Therefore, even if it were killed, it would not want to face that mutated monster that emerged during its growth period. Suddenly, Satan gave an evil smile and muttered to himself. This tells us that we should protect the environment, and that it is wrong to trample on flowers and plants. Although he trampled the flowers and grass, the pantheon of victory was completely innocent. However, Satan likes to do wicked things. But when Satan turned his head, he saw Yenna's disappointed expression. What kind of look is that? I just feel that we could be a little more involved. Yenna asked hesitantly. Good heavens, what was he just doing? Did he travel all the way to the victory gods in the east just to trample on their flowers and grass? That's right, as a clone of myself. Yenna attributed everything Satan had just done to herself. That's why Yenna practically wanted to dig a 3-bedroom apartment and bury herself in it. How could he do such a thing? He has utterly disgraced his ancestors and has almost ruined the reputation of the elven race. Thinking of this, Yenna couldn't help but shed tears silently in her heart. Promise. Satan suddenly pointed to the root monster that had walked away. where you could go down there and find some sense of participation yourself? Don't want. Satan looked at Yenna in his hand and suddenly fell silent. It really is my true self, without a doubt. On the other side, Gao Chang's mood had gradually turned into excitement. This time, there were no brutal consequences, causing a surge of various emotions to well up in Gao Chang's heart. With each step the Yanzu took forward, Gao Chang's heart skipped a beat. What is he doing now that he has quickly emerged from the shadow of the reverse Kabbalah source? He was controlling a gigantic monster that could rampage and easily crush anything in its path. With a bang, it pulled out its roots and pushed down a giant tree that was blocking its way. Gao Chang finally felt the exhilaration that Jingyi had when she manipulated the ancient war tree. No, he's having a much better time than Jingyi right now. At most, Shizaha can only issue commands to the ancient tree of war. And I myself have completely transformed into a monster, experiencing it firsthand. Rumble. Puffs of dust rose from the territory of the victory gods. A large number of tree houses and Zeppelin equipment were smashed to pieces by Gao Chang, who was in a playful mood. Destruction, destruction, and more destruction. The lords along the way didn't even dare to stay in the trees, but only dared to prey on the ground that the passing monster would leave quickly. Even so, they often cannot escape the erosion of roots and tendrils. In the areas that Gao Chang passed through, roots and vines were almost everywhere. Let alone elves, any living creature with life force could be assimilated into the tree by these roots. Finally, the shrine of the god of victory is near. This was the first time Gao Chang had seen the statues of other righteous gods at such close range, apart from the snow god. Unlike the small statue that Shui, Rand, carved herself, the shrine to the god of victory is a huge stone platform, and the statue of the god is not enshrined under the eaves. He stands there, and when the wind and rain fall, he will be the first believer to be baptized by the storm. Upon closer inspection, the statue has no facial features. It simply holds a giant sword in both hands, with a blade plunging straight into the ground. Now, thousands of elves are kneeling before the shrine of the god of victory. The powerful eyes, under their deep control, and the vast army were already approaching from behind, seemingly unaware of it all. Has it really come to this? Behind the backs of the other elven lords, Ralph tried to hide his unpleasant expression. He did not make the mistake of the 5 elements divine system. Sensing that Yenna was heading towards his pantheon, he had left behind a large number of combat-ready troops. Even if Yenna were freed from the constraints of atheism and could recruit his subjects, he would never be a match for the many elven lords he had left behind. But Yenna actually did it. Ralph had no idea how Yenna had done it. All he knew was that, according to the descriptions of the other elven lords of the Victory Pantheon, it was an invincible monster. That thing is probably beyond the limits of the world. World cap. Cruel. Ralph suddenly woke up. Exceeding the world's upper limit is not difficult. It is often easiest to do when a higher-level world enters a lower-level battlefield. As far as he knew, there was one source material among the decaying matter of the mother tree that could do this. Cruelty. Cruelty can increase the power of summoned creatures by 3 times. Once the summoned entity reaches the world's limit, it will inevitably break through that limit after 3 times. So, did another holder of the reverse Kabbalah source material also get involved? Despite his gloomy expression, Ralph slowly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Why must 1 or 2 become enemies of the race? The mother tree gave them life, but they were unwilling to give their lives for the mother tree. What a bunch of ungrateful people. Fortunately, their time will come to an end. Number of people praying, 9999/10,000. When Ralph reappeared before everyone, he had regained his initial resolute and aloof expression. Just now, he summoned the elven lords and their people to complete their prayers to the god of victory. Because his essence is victory, he had vaguely heard the voice of the god of victory as soon as he entered the game. He chose victory, and victory chose him. The blessing that Ralph receives is call to victory. Calling for victory. Effect, this game can only be played once. Gathering 10,000 followers of the god of victory to pray can briefly pull the god of victory back from his endless slumber to the present world. Based on the intelligence gathering conducted by Ralph after entering the game, this mutated second-order war game is actually still based on the feudal era, with gods merely serving as background figures. Other lords, however, did not seem to possess the same power to invoke the gods. In other words, in this game, the winning team always has one chance to turn the tide. It's just a pity that this last trump card has been used up until now. On the shrine of the god of victory, he was under Gao Chang's intense gaze. The statue suddenly made a heavy sound. Boom! The giant sword made of stubborn rock was pulled from the earth by the god of victory. The next moment, the god opened his eyes and looked into Gao Chang's eyes. I never imagined that the first thing I would see when I woke up from my long sleep would be, amidst Gao Chang's astonished expression, the god of victory let out a long sigh imbued with the weight of history. Raising his great sword, the god of victory stood before his followers. His voice seemed to contain a mixture of heaviness and anger. The new era doesn't need you or me. O rulers of the past, return to your own time. Chapter 1:13 Ancient Tree with Roots. You know him. Gao Chang wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a sound in his eye form. Even when a sound was made, it was only the muffled whisper of the ancient god. The god of victory seemed to have no intention of communicating at all. The enormous statue strode forward, crushing through a large patch of roots and slashing towards the eye. The giant sword in the statue's hand slashed across the intersection of the eye and the roots, instantly sending up a large cloud of broken wood chips. Cut off. Behind the statue, the elven lord stared intently at the movements of the god of victory, not daring to relax for a moment. This was the first time many lords had witnessed the power of a true god in this war game. After all, in the past, apart from a large number of primordial gods and ancestral gods, true gods were simply unable to operate. Some lords speculated that the true god might have fallen into a deep sleep, while others guessed that the true god was merely a backdrop to the feudal era. Now, they know which guess was correct. Ancient gods slumber in the river of time. Even so, they have not forgotten to protect their believers, just as they are now. Yes, it's been severed. Gao Chang, speaking from a first-person perspective, can empathize with her far better than anyone else. The moment the great sword of the god of victory slashed down, it was as if it had severed his neck. Fortunately, this was from the perspective of the eye, so Gao Chang did not feel any pain at all. The neck, however, does not seem to be a weak point of the eyes. Gao Chang shifted his perspective slightly. After the god of victory severed the connection between the eye and the root, the eye is now much more agile. Tentacles climbed directly in the air, and Gao Chang was finally able to switch his perspective to the angle he wanted. At the same time, control over the roots and vines has not been lost. Could this be the legendary splitting up and acting separately? Boom! Under high-intensity control. Suddenly, the roots erupted with a powerful force, imprisoning the statue of the god of victory. The god of victory still wanted to struggle, but soon the roots had completely grown onto his idol. The weathered statue was cracked with fissures, and roots seeped into almost every crevice. Once the roots had completely eroded the interior of the statue and taken root in the ground, the only movement the statue could make was a slight tremor. Gao Chang controlled his gaze, bringing it close to the statue of the god of victory, and scrutinized the expression on the statue. Approaching the eye, the expression on the statue contained a mixture of hatred, resentment, and a sense of relief. It is not difficult to infer from his previous words that he is aware of data expunged. Perhaps countless years ago, data deletion did something. As for losing to data deletion, the god of victory didn't seem surprised at all. Unfortunately, Gao Chang couldn't control his eyes to speak, and thus lost the opportunity to communicate with the god of victory. Kill me. Bound by the roots, the god of victory suddenly spoke in a voice that could only be heard nearby. His voice this time sounded as faint as a mosquito's buzz compared to before. I would rather disappear from this world forever than sleep forever. And you, looking at the image appearing before him, the god of victory seemed somewhat mocking. In this new era, new deities are emerging every moment. An old man like you would never understand. In 10,000 years, in 20,000 years, God will continue to progress. God will never perish. Your era will one day pass. After saying this, the expression of the god of victory returned to its original state, and the violent struggle stopped. His time has come. The time he awoke from his eternal slumber was not even enough for him to swing his sword 3 times. Unfortunately, he only swung the sword in his hand once. There might not be another chance for the next strike. Click. A crack appeared on the stone face of the god of victory. The roots grew very quickly, and soon they had spread out, covering the entire face of the god of victory. At this point, the roots and vines were far from stopping developing. The bright red roots climbed continuously, reaching straight into the sky, forming an enormous ancient tree. Where the face of the god of victory had just been covered, a scarlet vertical eye emerged from the tree trunk. At this moment, the attributes of the sacred seed that Gao Chang observed also changed. Ancient tree with roots and vines, mature stage. Characteristics: indescribable, heavenly soldiers descend, ruler of the three realms, supreme creator. Supreme creation, warriors of the roots will gain the mimicry trait and will actively learn from stronger beings. Stimulated by the god of victory, that sacred seed became the first of the three sacred seeds to mature. Just from the name, Gao Chang could tell that this must be something similar to the ancient war tree of the elves. The moment the ancient root tree opened its scarlet eyes, a large number of root creations fell from its branches. Bang! A gunshot drew Gao Chang's attention. Under the gaze of the eye, the warriors generated by the roots, this time, no longer possessed enormous bodies. Instead, they appeared petite and delicate. They no longer carried terrifying heavy swords. However, in his hand, there was something called a gun, which was made entirely of roots and vines. Those are witch hunters? Looking at the root warrior's attire, Gao Chang easily associated them with witch hunters. Did these roots learn to use firearms by learning from the stronger ones? The sudden gunfire on the battlefield caught the elven lord completely off guard. But this is far from the end. The first bullet pierced the elven warrior's body. Visibly, veins bulged on the elven warrior's neck, and tiny roots sprouted from his eyes. The bullets from the roots seemed to be more than just physical damage. They also appear to be corrosive to the roots. Just as some elven lords realized this, the elven warrior, who had just been pierced, did not hesitate to draw his sword and behead his own kind. Hey! Return. All return to the embrace of the mother tree. The tens of thousands of elves praying beside the shrine were swiftly slaughtered. The number of elves is decreasing, but the influence of the roots is growing ever larger after they drink the blood of the elves. In midair, watching the bloody scene on the ground, Gao Chang slowly severed his connection with his eyes. There's no need to watch any further. If the victorious pantheon can't offer anything more. Therefore, the pantheon of victory should no longer be necessary. It lies far within the five elements system of gods. Lanyan has received messages from the other elven lords within the life god system. The pantheon of victory has fallen. Many weak lords have perished, and a strange ancient tree has covered the location of the victory shrine. With each word he spoke, Lanyan's brows furrowed even more deeply. Then, glancing at the five elements divine system, which was also close to falling, Lanyan suddenly issued an order to all the lords of the same faction as him. Retreat. Chapter 114 Contact with Aishir. The pantheons of life and victory have actually retreated. On the city wall, looking at the intelligence handed over by the paladin, Aishir narrowed his eyes slightly. Is the news reliable? Reliable, the paladin kneeling behind him replied. We have already sent our spies to the outskirts of the victory gods. According to the intelligence sent back by our informants, the entire victory pantheon is now shrouded in crimson roots, and it seems that the elves are very wary of those roots. And the paladin hesitated for a moment before continuing. Some of our people who went to the outer perimeter of the victory pantheon came back in pretty bad mental condition. According to them, they saw the shadows of trees deep in the forest. The shadow of the tree? Aishir frowned. I was just about to say that seeing the shadows of trees in the forest is quite normal. The words stopped just as they were about to come out of his mouth. Looking at the chat history that had ended with the pilgrim, Aishir seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on his lips. The fifth element is severe, or rather cruel. It really is a terrifying thing. What? The paladin looked up, seemingly not understanding what the saintess meant by source matter. Fiend. Aishir shook her head, discreetly concealing the smile on her lips. He then extended a finger and pointed it toward the five elements divine system that had fallen in the distance. Someone helped us force back the pantheon of life and victory. Now, paladins, show your power to our allies. Yes, everything is for the Lord of Holy Light. After taking the oath, The paladin raised his cross shield and left the section of the city wall where Ashir was located. After all his men had left, Ashir covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This call for help has brought quite a few interesting guys. Upon reopening the chat interface, Ashir sent a friend request. Inside the old shrine. How about it? As soon as his consciousness returned from his eyes, Gao Chang saw Xing Qi's smiling face. Is the Lord satisfied? You mean you want to control the power of the roots? Gao Chang recalled the terrifying power that had just swept across the land, capable of easily destroying everything in its path. He nodded, then shook his head. The roots are indeed very powerful. In fact, this is a characteristic. Gao Chang couldn't believe what would happen if he brought the power of the roots out of the war game. However, as a lord in a war game, Gao Chang doesn't actually have such a strong need for individual combat strength. Take Yenna, for example. The embodiment of atheism seems very strong. But being all alone, he was still forced to the chaotic land of the West by other elven lords who had subjects. Furthermore, unlike atheism, there are prerequisites for manipulating the power of roots. Data deletion. This power can only be unleashed with the protection of data deletion. After leaving this war game, without data expunged, Gao Chang would be unable to predict how the roots and source matter would change. If possible, he would prefer to resolve this problem completely. Suddenly, a prompt for a war game popped up in front of Gao Chang. Player, today I'm a cute little fairy, has requested to add you as a friend. Who is this? Gao Chang scratched his head. He didn't know many lords, and he didn't know who would add him as a friend at this critical moment. I recalled all the people I knew who I hadn't yet added as friends. Could it be Long Xian Yao? Or perhaps Yenna? Thinking of Yenna's face, which appealed to both men and women, Gao Chang shuddered and shook his head violently. Turtle, I dare not think about it. I absolutely dare not think about it. Although there was malicious speculation about who could possibly use such a name. But Gao Chang still casually accepted the friend request. Today I'm also a cute little fairy. Hello. Would you like to ask if you have any plans to become a child of our saints, dear? They're actually from the saints? Looking at the message in the chat box, Gao Chang shuddered once again. In his experience, anyone who has this kind of name and speaks in this tone is definitely a burly, uncouth man. However, upon seeing the invitation, Gao Chang asked a question in surprise. If it's this kind of invitation, why isn't it delivered by a pilgrim? The other party quickly sent a reply. Because you used unpurified reverse Kabbalah essence, the saint is temporarily unable to fulfill his promise. Dear. However, we have found a way to purify the source material. So, this invitation can actually be considered a personal invitation from me. However, if you want to purify the source essence within your body, you'll still need to make a trip to the Cathedral of the Holy Light Pantheon, dear. A Cathedral of the Holy Light Pantheon? Looking at the address the other party gave him, Gao Chang was about 70% convinced of their identity. The Holy Light Pantheon is under the control of the saints. Since the location they mentioned is here, it seems they're definitely from the saints. Since that's the case, there's nothing wrong with meeting them. As for the reason for this trip, Gao Chang glanced at the Victory God system, which had persevered until now. It can only be said that the will of the Victory Gods is quite firm. Even when the territory was almost completely lost, they managed to maintain their war weariness and avoid immediate surrender by relying solely on a portion of the troops that were out on the front lines. Since that's the case, then we can only make things harder for them. Turning his head to the side, Gao Chang suddenly spoke up. Xing Qi. Please call Zhu Luo and the others for me. So, Lord, you mean to go to war? Zhu Luo asked with a smile as she stood to the side. The Lord knows this too, doesn't he? At this stage, people's enthusiasm for going out is, well, not very high. Gao Chang naturally understood Zhou Luo's implied meaning. The destruction of the Holy Land twice in a row was mainly due to the power of data expunged. This proves that for most of the people, the so-called holy sites are really not important. Without the generals provoking the people, most people would naturally be unwilling to go on a long journey. Then let's select some people who are willing to make the trip and travel light. As he spoke, Gao Chang glanced at Xing Qi. Zinke immediately raised his hands in surrender with a wry smile. I haven't left this shrine for so many years. Please don't make things difficult for me. Then Sasha. Gao Chang looked toward the corner. Sensing Gao Chang's attention, Sasha hugged Shui Ran tightly. I'll go with Sister Shui Ran. Shui Ran gave a wry smile. In fact, as the holy maiden of the snow god, she rarely travels far from home. However, feeling Gao Chang's gaze, Shui Ran still nodded shyly. All right, Zhu Luo clapped her hands. In that case, let's invite Bai Hexiu and the others as well. Chapter 1:15 Preparations before departure. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. Bai Hexiu rolled around on the sofa. Gao Chang's lips twitched. Why didn't he see Bai Hexiu acting like a child when he went to the chicken god shrine last time? Sure enough, as the distance traveled increases, will the residents' willingness to go out also decline sharply? Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Luo suddenly reached out a hand, grabbed Bai Hexiu's ear, and dragged him away. With a dark expression, Zhu Luo asked with a smile, "It is your honor to serve the Lord." "Isn't that right, my dear Commander-in-Chief?" Bai Hexiu immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. "You know what the situation is like outside, Sister Zhu Luo. How about we wait a few more days?" Zhu Luo glanced at Gao Chang's position out of the corner of her eye. "If we wait a few more days, it might be too late to deal with the Lord's matter." Okay, I got it. Having broken free from Zhu Luo's grasp, Bai Hexiu listlessly began to reorganize the witch hunter squad. Unlike my last visit to the chicken god shrine, this time, Gao Chang saw Bai Hexiu find a number of wagons armed with firearms in a dusty warehouse within the territory. Transportation wagon. Characteristics: indestructible, well-stocked with ammunition, capable of laying mines. Huff, huff. Bai Hexiu pouted, blew the dust off the carriage, and then turned his head and coughed twice. "It's an old thing that I haven't used in years. I really don't know if it can still run." "That?" Shui Ran suddenly asked in a low voice. "How can we get these carriages moving?" Seeing that the carriage was covered in dust, she, being a clean person, couldn't help but wipe it with a cloth. But when she touched the carriage, the sheer weight made her realize that it was made entirely of extremely thick steel. If you use a regular horse to pull the cart, the horse will be exhausted, right? "Oh, this? You don't need to worry about that." Sasha's voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned to look and saw that Sasha was followed by dozens of knights. Sasha reached out and patted their armor. "Clang, clang, clang, clang. These are the ones who pull our cart. It consumes 0 fuel per 100 kilometers." Ignoring Sasha's strange remarks, the Guardian Knights silently stood in front of the carriage. Seeing the knight so close, Shui Ran awkwardly reached out her hand to greet him. "Good morning, knights." Unfortunately, just like every time Shui Ran greeted them, she still received no response from the knights. Bai Hexiu connected the carriage to the warhorse under the Guardian Knight. The knights then moved forward and pulled the carriage out of the warehouse. "All right then." Bai Hexiu nodded. "It looks like it can still move. I'll have to trouble Sister Wang Chuan later," Sasha added. Transporting these heavy, bulky machines across the river is not something that can be done with ordinary rafts. Upon arriving at the River of Oblivion, the group immediately spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Gao Chang suddenly let out a "huh." "You didn't throw him out?" To his surprise, the old man who had previously spread the name of his territory to the west was still there. Judging from his current appearance, it seems he's using a hard piece of bread to help Wang Chuan build a nest. As for the other refugees who were lucky enough to survive in the fire and minefield, they have long since disappeared. "Because Sister Wang Chuan likes it," Sasha explained. Sasha then whispered in Gao Chang's ear, "We were originally planning to throw him across the river to fend for himself, but he drifted back with the current on his own. I never expected that Sister Wang Chuan would like older men. Not like me." Sasha pulled Shui Ran from the carriage and hugged her tightly, rubbing against her twice. "I like it cold." After Sasha finished speaking loudly, Gao Chang suddenly realized what was happening and covered his face. "Do you remember what Zhu Luo once told you?" "What did the chef say?" Sasha tilted her head. Then she stuck out her tongue and chuckled. "I forgot, hee." "Then I'll help you remember." Zhu Luo's sinister voice came from behind Sasha. Thump! Zhu Luo's fist was already landing on Sasha's head. "Don't you dare start plotting with me so loudly. Apologize to Wang Chuan immediately." Look in the direction Zhu Luo is pointing. After hearing what Sasha had just said, Wang Chuan's expressionless face turned red once again. The fishing line in her hand was spinning rapidly. Just as the fishing line was about to run out, the old man, with quick reflexes, snatched the fishing rod from Wang Chuan's hand. "That's not how you fish," the old man said kindly, ruffling Wang Chuan's hair. The blush on Wang Chuan's face gradually disappeared. They ignored the old man, but also showed no resistance. Gao Chang rubbed his chin and looked towards the river of oblivion. Although what Sasha said was definitely influenced by her own malicious and subjective assumptions. But right now, things are actually quite similar to what Sasha said. The river of oblivion has changed somewhat. At least, when Sasha clung to Wang Chuan's leg, Wang Chuan resisted fiercely. Just then, an enormous flatboat suddenly emerged from the thick fog on the river. This flatboat was shaped like a giant ship, but it was very low, almost level with the river's surface. In Gao Chang's view, this was completely an unscientific force supporting the small boat to float on the water. On the small boat, the ferryman stood quietly at the bow, as if he were already waiting for Gao Chang and his companions. Since Wang Chuan had already prepared a way for everyone across the river, no one bothered Wang Chuan any further. The crossing of the river went quite smoothly. Soon, more than a dozen armed horse-drawn carriages had crossed the river. After leaving the misty Wangchuan River, Gao Chang was surprised to find that the development level on the other side of the river had already reached such a high level. The arrival of the Five Elements cult last time did not seem to dampen the enthusiasm of the refugees to come to the outskirts of their territory. Rather, it's more accurate to say, after the Five Elements divine sect left, more and more refugees came from all directions. They even built defensive structures facing outwards, relying on the natural barrier of the River of Oblivion as their backing. Watching the refugees moving back and forth busily, Shui Ran seemed somewhat downcast. What's wrong? Gao Chang couldn't help but ask. I actually know the background of many of them, Shui Ran sighed. A follower of the Mountain God, a follower of the North Wind God, a follower of the Aurora Lord. It seems that the Snow God is not the only divine court in the West to have fallen. A hint of reluctance flickered in Shui Ran's eyes. Perhaps the temples of the 9 main gods in the West have all fallen. The implications of the fall of the temple of the true God in the face of a large number of believers in primordial gods and ancestral deities are self-evident. Those believers who are lucky enough will be killed on the spot. Those who are unlucky may be taken away by the followers of other gods and become offerings to the gods or props for ancestral sacrifices. Chapter 116 God of Mountains. She's right, Bai Hexiu suddenly said. After leaving the area of the River of Oblivion, Bai Hexiu returned to his reliable demeanor and was carefully wiping the spear in his hand. Holding the gun, Bai Hexiu glanced outside the car before saying meaningfully, "That's why our journey here might not be so peaceful." No. Shui Ran shook her head. I don't think anyone would dare to intercept you. She had seen Bai Hexiu use a bunch of thick pipes to riddle the god of hunting with holes. The god of the hunt and his followers were not weak among the primordial gods of the West. The ability to hunt down the god of hunting without taking damage, such strength is something few divine courts in the entire West would dare to provoke. Even if we say that the followers of several primordial gods united, it is unlikely. The followers of different gods are inherently fighting each other. If it weren't for the presence of several divine courts in the East, the followers of those primordial gods wouldn't have dared to unite and attack the temple of the true god. At this moment, the group's convoy was not a temple, so it was not a big target and unlikely to attract an attack from the followers of the primordial god. How do you know they wouldn't dare? Bai Hexiu asked with a smile. At this moment, everyone had left the refugees' makeshift camp and began to walk onto the main road leading east. Fortunately, the wars over the years have built many roads, and if we maintain this speed at full capacity, it won't take more than 3 days to reach the east. During the journey, Zhu Luo took the opportunity to survey the surrounding environment of the main road. If I remember correctly, taking this main road should lead us right past the temple of the mountain god. This was inevitable. Side streets may not have as many rules, but main roads are inevitably connected to the various divine courts. Walking along the main road, one will inevitably pass by the temples of the major divine courts. Sometimes, certain shrines would set up roadblocks and charge fees to passing travelers. However, the issue we need to consider right now is not whether or not there is a cost. Upon hearing Zhu Luo's words, Shui Ran's face turned pale. Judging from the refugees she had just seen, the shrine of the mountain god should have already fallen. In other words, the best-case scenario is that the barbarians leave after looting the shrine of the mountain god. The worst-case scenario is that the barbarians simply settle there. Shui Ran didn't dare to even think about what would happen next if things went as planned. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and the sound of something being run over could be heard outside. Shui Ran opened a small window of the carriage and looked behind it. Her face instantly paled a little. There stood the figure of a barbarian, impaled by a knight's lance. The carriages kept running over him, and even though he wasn't killed at first, he was now beyond dead. Of course, Shui Ran was not afraid of the barbarians' deaths. Instead, it made her think of something bad. They had barely approached the territory of the mountain god when they encountered scattered barbarians. It was unimaginable how dense the barbarian population would be near the core. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. What happened? Sasha peeked out. Directly ahead of the main road, it appeared that a landslide had occurred, with a large amount of rubble and mud blocking the convoy's path. To make matters worse, directly above the landslide, a large number of barbarians emerged, looking down at the convoy as if they were prey to be slaughtered. Gibberish. The barbarian was muttering something Gao Chong couldn't understand. Gao Chong tapped Sasha on the shoulder. Translate, translate. Oh. Sasha listened to the barbarian talking for a while. They say they are followers of the mountain god, and all travelers who pass through here must offer a blood sacrifice to the mountain god before they can leave. No. Shui Ran interrupted Sasha, saying seriously, the mountain god is a very, very good god. How could he possibly ask his followers to perform a blood sacrifice for him? Sasha shrugged. Perhaps it's because they're talking about the god of this mountain. He then pointed forward. The two enormous wild boars shook themselves and emerged from the mud. When they appeared, everyone was immediately enveloped in their shadow. Gurgle. Shui Ran shrank further into the carriage, trembling as she asked, What is this? The god of the hunt was the largest primordial god she had ever seen. Even so, it was still less than 1/10 the size of the two gods before them. A god of that physique could probably wipe out the entire convoy with a single kick, Shui Ran thought silently, tears streaming down her face. The god who guards the mountain and the god who shakes the mountain. Together they form the mountain god I just mentioned. Sasha nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After speaking, Sasha looked at the giant wild boar in front of her, whose chin she had to look up to see, and licked her lips. The hunting gods they had seen before were less than 1/10 the size of them, yet they could feed everyone for several months. This mountain god, that should be enough to feed many more people for a year. Gibberish. Just then, something the barbarian said made Sasha raise her eyebrows. Gibberish. Sasha suddenly responded. The barbarian was stunned for a moment, then looked at Sasha in disbelief, and they started arguing back and forth. Immediately, Gao Chong saw the barbarian's face turn red, and he was yelling and roaring in anger on the sand. What exactly did you say to them? Gao Chong couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. They just said that my delicate skin and tender flesh are not enough for the mountain god to eat, so let them have their own taste. Then I said, why don't you hairless gorillas worship your ancestors? Instead, you worship 2 big meat buns. And then they got angry. Sasha shrugged. What a bunch of guys who can't take a joke. Gao Chong suppressed a laugh and gave Sasha a thumbs up. Using 2 large meat buns as a metaphor for the 2 gods who guard the mountain and shake the peak is indeed a rhetorical device that Sasha likes. No wonder he's a perfect diplomat with 9 gold attributes. When Sasha gets really sharp-tongued, she'll slap people in the face and expose their weaknesses when she insults them. Who can stand that? Careful. Baihexiu suddenly reached out and pulled Sasha back, while also closing the small window of the armored carriage. Bang, bang, bang. A noise was heard from the outside. Enraged, the barbarian pulled out his musket and launched an attack on the convoy that was surrounded below. Baihexiu rubbed the spear in his hand, his expression somewhat cold. I was right after all. The defeat of the followers of the true god is not simply a matter of their gods receiving sustenance. These followers of the original gods have inherited the technology of the true gods. Given time, they may really become the new mountain gods, just as Sasha said. Chapter 117, Butterfly Thunder. But they want to fight us. Baihexiu's eyes suddenly turned cold, startling Shui Ran. Realizing he had frightened Shui Ran, Baihexiu shook his head, looked away, and then chuckled softly. Since they want to fight, let them fight. After saying that, Baihexiu fired a few shots into the sky in a rhythmic manner, and the convoy began to move slowly again. In fact, the barbarians' muskets are not very penetrating. Those unpolished, round marbles, even if they hit the Guardian Knights, were easily deflected by their thick armor. The barbarians' initial burst of firepower appeared fierce. In reality, the damage inflicted on the knights pulling the chariot was not as great as that inflicted on the spearmen of the Five Elements divine system. There was a reason why the god of hunting looked down on firearms. Firearms have slow damage, slow reload, low armor penetration, and expensive ammunition. After several rounds of intense firing, the sound of the muskets from the barbarians has become sparse. Some barbarians even picked up their crossbows again and started shooting at the carriage. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Even with sharpened crossbows, they still couldn't penetrate the outer iron armor of the carriage. Just then, a dozen or so armed horse-drawn carriages suddenly lifted their top covers. Through the small window that was quietly opened, Gao Chang saw a large number of black dots being blasted away and splashed into the sky where the barbarians were. As you get closer, those black dots seem like butterflies fluttering in the air, until they completely sink into the mud. A brief pause of just a few seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Countless flames erupted from the mud, followed by the helpless howls of the barbarians. Shrapnel flew out of the mud, killing or maiming any barbarians it encountered. Numerous severed limbs lay forlornly on the ground. The barbarian camp, which had been firing indiscriminately just moments before, had instantly transformed into a living hell. After flipping through the technology tree, Gao Chang finally found the description of this thing at the very top. Butterfly mine. Description: wide area anti-personnel mine, capable of causing 100% disabling or incapacitating infantry units. Characteristics: inexpensive anti-infantry. Even among all landmines, this is considered quite inhumane. Because its primary purpose is to maim rather than kill, a butterfly bomb typically requires less than 10 grams of gunpowder. Within the fire and lightning array of the Wall of Size, the cost of each fire and lightning bolt is dozens or even hundreds of times that of these butterfly lightning bolts. However, the instantaneous death caused by fire and lightning cannot compare to the cruelty of these butterfly-shaped mines. Countless years ago, those who had the privilege of facing these landmines called them black butterflies that brought death. The butterfly mine has no possibility of being defused. Their low cost means that once activated, they have no safety measures and are completely explosive. Any being that comes into contact with a butterfly mine will be sent flying. Without rescue, they can only slowly await death amidst excruciating pain and mud. I didn't expect that these old things in the inventory could still be used. Bai Hexiu seemed somewhat surprised that the butterfly mine could be used normally, because he had no idea how long these dusty old things had been stored in the warehouse. It seems that these things were already covered in dust when he had memories of them. These things are usually just left in the old warehouse, exposed to the wind and sun all day long, and no one has ever thought of taking care of them. However, since these old things were still usable, Bai Hexiu naturally held back his subsequent actions. Originally, Bai Hexiu's plan was that if the butterfly thunder failed to work, he would have no choice but to command the witch hunters to fight against the barbarians outside. In any case, the armored carriage was equipped with special firing ports, so the outside could not hit the inside, but the inside could hit the outside. In any case, this is an unequal battle. However, it is quite obvious that the butterfly mine is more effective than expected. Outside the carriage, the smells of gunpowder and blood mingled together in the air. Since the butterfly mines were deployed, the barbarian attacks on the wagons have never been able to take off. They've started to get scared. Besides the butterfly mines that were activated immediately upon landing, there were also a large number of butterfly mines hidden in the muddy areas. In a densely packed minefield, every action a barbarian takes is a gamble with their life. They are brave, but that doesn't mean they are fearless. Listening to the screams of their companions still echoing around them, it seemed that every second they stood in this minefield was a form of mental torture for the savages who remained standing. However, what Gao Chang couldn't understand at this moment was, even though many believers have died or been injured, the two gods, Zhenshan and Hanyu, were simply watching from the back. Given their size, they could easily run over the convoy with a simple step, and the butterfly mines with their small explosive power wouldn't be able to harm them, right? So what are they afraid of? Unseen by Gao Chang, twisted tentacles had already crawled all over every corner of the armored carriage's exterior. Several round eyes were open on the tentacles. Data deleted. In fact, he had always been following behind Gao Chang, but his eyes were invisible to mortals. Unlike ordinary people, God can be seen. To the two large wild boars, which were as tall as small hills, the dozen or so small carriages now exuded an inexplicable threat. The threat was not death, but a fear stemming from the unknown. Every single one of their cells is issuing a warning at this moment. Staying here any longer might lead to something unfortunate. Boom! The god who could shake mountains was moved. But this time, the action was not forward but backward. As the barbarians stared in disbelief, the two gods retreated step by step. As the two enormous gods departed, the obstacles that had blocked the road collapsed backward with a deafening roar. Mud and sand flowed to the ground, and broken branches and leaves were scattered everywhere. Of course, there are also butterfly mines that are occasionally detonated by collisions. After retreating a certain distance, the two gods finally lay down again. Because their hair was covered in clods of dirt and mud from a distance, the two deities seemed to have merged with the layered mountains, making it difficult to distinguish them from each other. Both big meat buns ran away. Sasha pouted, seemingly unhappy. Seeing a hint of resentment in Sasha's eyes, Baihexiu very consciously turned his head away and began humming a little tune. The god-hunting bullet is actually a standard ammunition for witch hunters. The reason I didn't attack, just now, was simply because Baihexiu was too lazy to do it. Traveling far away is tiring enough. Seeing that no one was responding to her, Sasha could only hug Shui Ran tightly, giving them a look that said, "I'm ignoring you all." Seeing this, Gao Chang smiled and ruffled Sasha's hair. Next time for sure. Chapter 118 You Are, Today, is also a cute little fairy. This time it was because of the saint's invitation. In order to completely resolve the issue of the reverse Kabbalah source, Gao Chang needs to make a trip to the Cathedral of the Holy Light Pantheon as soon as possible. Once the source quality issue is resolved. No, after the fallen empire awakens. What god of mountains? What god of mountains? At that time, Gao Chang would not mind at all if Sasha set up two huge barbecue grills, one for original flavor and one for spicy flavor. Hearing Gao Chang say this, Sasha nodded in Shui Ran's arms. Traveling is always boring. Although Gao Chang encountered many enormous primordial gods along the way, none of them could compare to the terrifying size of the two gods who shook mountains and shattered peaks. Most of the gods, upon seeing Gao Chang's convoy, consciously kept their distance. Only a few individuals who appear to be mentally unstable will launch an attack on the convoy. As a result, it naturally became the main dish or side dish during the team's rest periods. However, apart from these primordial gods, the only feeling one gets from the entire West is one of desolation. Before entering this war game, according to the information Gao Chang obtained, there are many smaller beliefs within this game. For example, the pot god, the broom god, and so on. These gods were neither true gods, nor even noticed by the original gods. They were nothing more than the smallest of the small fry. At the same time, they have no power and cannot bestow any great blessings. For example, the blessing of the broom god can only make the floor in your home a little smoother and cleaner. Such a deity can be created with just a few believers or a small family. They often protect a family, generation after generation. Therefore, they became what are known as ancestral gods. In fact, in a world where every flower and blade of grass can be a god, their number should be the largest. However, despite traveling so far in the West, Gao Chang had never seen a single one of the ancestral gods mentioned in the intelligence report. The world seems to have gone wrong. In the face of endless war, no independent family or village can survive on this land. All that remains are piles of bones scattered along the roadside. Some of the bones were very new, while others seemed to have been dried out for several years. Not only humans, but Gao Chang saw the figures of various races among the bones. The chaos in the West may be the work of game lords from various races in the East. But in reality, Gao Chang understood when faced with those skeletons. Even if no game lords come into this war game, let the war game continue to develop. This scene was bound to happen sooner or later. This phenomenon becomes more pronounced the further away from the Wall of Size, persisting all the way to the border between East and West. The land to the east has been consolidated by various tribal lords and has become the territory of the major gods. In terms of the level of chaos, it is certainly far less chaotic than the chaotic areas to the west. But that's also why To the east, there is no trace of any primordial or ancestral gods. Most of those gods were either completely suppressed by the forces of the true gods, or had their gold coins stolen by the game lords. Is this what the east looks like? As she stepped into the lands of the various righteous gods, Shui Ran couldn't help but show a curious expression, although she was the holy maiden of the snow goddess. However, in the past, Shui Ran had always stayed by the side of the snow goddess day and night, and had no chance to go out and play. So this was the first time Shui Ran had seen what the east looked like. Only, isn't this eastern side a bit too eerie? Looking at the red roots that covered the forest, and the branches and leaves that even sunlight could hardly penetrate, Shui Ran couldn't help but swallow. According to Gao Chang's plan, the trip to the Holy Light Pantheon was intended to pass directly through the center of the Victory Pantheon. Because the ancient tree with its roots is here, passing through here can perfectly avoid contact with other ethnic groups. That's why Shui Ran is seeing the scene she's witnessing now. Currently, apart from the quietly moving roots, there are almost no living things in the Victory Pantheon. Shui Ran even had the strange feeling that those bright red roots were watching her. Fortunately, the team did not linger in the Victory God system. After traveling for half a day, the group finally saw the sun again. Seeing the massive city wall built by the saints before her, Shui Ran couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. She finally saw normal buildings. However, at that moment, with a loud rumble, the ballistay on the city wall turned around. A paladin carrying a cross shield appeared on the city wall. Who goes there? Ever since the Victory Pantheon was corrupted by the roots, some creepy species have appeared from time to time. Suddenly, a convoy of vehicles made of metal appeared from the direction of the God of Victory, leaving him no choice but to be cautious. Gao Chang opened his mouth, but before he could utter a sound, suddenly, I saw a message in my friend's chat. Today I'm still a cute little fairy. Have you arrived yet, dear? After looking at the message, Gao Chang paused for a few seconds before replying, I've arrived. Just as Gao Chang finished responding, a gentle voice came from the city wall. Let them in. They are not enemies of the holy light. After the voice finished speaking, the ballista, which had been vaguely aimed downwards, was retracted. A small gate at the foot of the city wall opened, seemingly welcoming Gao Chang's arrival. The armored carriage drove in through a small gate, and along the way Gao Chang saw 2 rows of paladins standing tall. They gripped their swords and shields tightly at all times, as if any rash move by the intruder would trigger their vigilance. Just then, footsteps came from the stairs behind the city wall. At the same time, a woman's soft laughter could be heard. I have long admired your name, the holder of the reverse Kabbalah Source V. At the same time, the Holy Light welcomes your arrival. The owner of the voice came into the convoy's view. It was a woman dressed in ceremonial robes. The golden threads that outlined the unique texture added a strong sense of holiness to her pure white sacrificial robes. At that moment, the scepter in the woman's hand gently fell to the ground. I am Ashir, the newly ordained holy son of the saints, and the one who invites you to join the saints. Oh, Gao Chang climbed out of the carriage and nodded as if he understood. You're a lovely fairy even today. The air instantly became awkward. Ashir blushed and turned her head away. She could clearly see the paladins on guard looking at her with puzzled and curious eyes. Cough, cough. After a while, Ashir coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. Turning her head back, Ashir said seriously, Aren't you curious? Why would I invite you to join the saints at this time, before you have been able to purify the source essence within your body? How can I help you purify the source substance? And what are my intentions towards you? Chapter 119, Personal Thoughts. Excuse me, did you just mention intent? Bai Hexiu walked out from behind Gao Chang. Before the naked, I could even react, Ashir felt a gun pressed against his forehead. Although she only had a musket, she wasn't a heavily armored warrior. This thing was enough to kill a defenseless saintess like her. What are you doing? Only then did the paladins on both sides react, and immediately became alert. Ashil raised his hands with a wry smile. Put down your swords and shields. Also, I was just joking. Bai Hexiu squinted as he put the pistol back to his waist. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had time to explain to me. What a fast man, Ashir thought to herself, a strange glint in her eyes as she looked at Bai Hexiu. This is the second time. On both occasions, Ashir failed to see his movements clearly, even the second time when he was already prepared. After Bai Hexiu finished speaking, More than a dozen witch hunters got off from each of the dozen or so carriages behind him, accompanied by knights who pull the chariot. Right now, these paladins are probably not enough to stop them. So, don't you have anything you want to say? Gao Chong asked Aishir. For example, why invite me to join the saints now, and what methods will be used to help me purify my source matter? Hearing Gao Chong's question, a mysterious smile once again appeared on Aishir's face. Purifying the source also requires the cooperation of one person. That's another lord who entered this war game through a distress call, just like you. As for the specifics, you'll find out in a bit. Aishir stopped joking, and the tense atmosphere on the field just now dissipated as if it were a joke. Actually, what I really wanted to say was the reason for inviting you to join the Saints. Aishir pointed out the way and explained. Since you accepted the Saints' commission, you should be aware of that, right? Several of our holy sons were accidentally killed in a higher-level war game. Although the loss of a few holy sons is of little consequence to the Saints. But it's inevitable there's a lack of successors in the leadership, so we have to quickly promote a new holy son to take over. This has led to, well, some mediocre and incompetent people also getting mixed in. Ashley's words seemed to be full of prejudice against certain people. By this time, everyone had already moved some distance away from the city wall. After passing the section of the city wall guarded by the Holy Light Pantheon, Gao Chong saw many game lords and soldiers from the Five Elements Pantheon. You should be familiar with them, right? Aishir glanced at Gao Chong out of the corner of her eye. Gao Chong nodded. Rather, he had a vivid memory of those guys who slaughtered the chicken god. However, it seems that after they withdrew from the outskirts of Gao Chong's territory, they were unable to arrive in time to support their own pantheon. There is currently no need for the Five Elements divine system to provide support. As lords under the saints, the main forces of these Five Elements pantheons were naturally divided up and distributed among the other pantheons under the saints to continue to shine. Aishir continued, the Five Elements divine system's standing combat strength ranks among the top in the entire East. If it weren't for some idiot with a head full of lewd nonsense who transferred away all the main forces that were the backbone, even if all the races united, it would have been almost impossible to take down the Five Elements divine system. At this point, Aishir couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. The collapse of the Five Elements pantheon allowed several foreign pantheons that had been under constant pressure from the Holy Foot to breathe a sigh of relief. This also wiped out most of the advantages that the Saints had painstakingly built up in this game. That's why I invited you. Aishir sighed. You've seen the consequences of promoting new sages from the bottom up. Although I, like the other holy sons, come from the bottom of the Saints at this point in time, to be on the safe side, I still prefer to seek outside help. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. The higher-ups of the Saints are not aware of your invitations or the invitations you and others have received. Wait a minute, Gao Chong interrupted Aishir. Rubbing his chin, Gao Chong looked at Aishir with a strange expression. According to you, the Holy Son should be the commander of the Saints' forces in a war game, right? Are you planning to hand over the command of the Five Elements divine system to me? Aishir nodded, then shook his head. He then explained, it's not just you. I've also found several other candidates for sainthood. I plan to give each of you some command authority over the soldiers. After all, 100,000 is a huge number, and not one person can mobilize them at will. If you don't want to take on the role of the Holy Son, that's fine too. In this selection of the Holy Son, I value his worth even more. So whether you are willing to take on the position of the Holy Son or not, solving your source matter problem will be our advance payment. Let's just consider it a small investment we're making. Having said that, Aishir stopped in front of Gao Chong. With arms outstretched, a holy light shone before everyone. Welcome to the Cathedral of the Lord of Holy Light. Upon entering the cathedral, everyone looked around. The church's interior walls are painted white, and the windows are all stained glass, creating an atmosphere of sacredness and inviolability. But Aishir did not stop. She had not yet reached her true destination. He casually waved away the paladins following behind him. Aishir walked to the front of the cathedral's pulpit, squatted down, and gently activated a mechanism under the pulpit table. A slight rustling sound was heard. In front of the group, the baptismal font inside the cathedral turned to the side, revealing a dark passageway beneath it. Aishir closed her eyes and gently made the sign of the cross on her chest. Without the cover of darkness, the brilliance of the holy light cannot be highlighted. Immediately, Aishir opened her eyes and gestured to Gao Chang. Come with me. The others should already be waiting for us. Gao Chang moved forward, and Zhou Luo and the others naturally followed, but Aishir obviously did not intend to stop him. This made Gao Chang curious about what was below the passage. Even Ashir's own people have to avoid it, but outsiders don't? Gao Chang's curiosity was quickly answered. Walking along the passage to the end, you'll see a huge underground facility. After the Holy Light Pantheon hollowed out the ground, it used 8 huge stone pillars to support the underground pit so that it would not collapse. And in the very center of the 8 stone pillars, the statue of the Lord of Holy Light stands there. The statue constantly emitted light, so much so that even underground, the view was not obstructed at all. Only, Gao Chang squinted. There was a very strong, fishy smell throughout the entire underground facility. Chapter 1:20 The Two Sides of Holy Light. Oh, you've arrived. A clear male voice came from behind the statue of the Lord of Holy Light. Aishir responded in the direction for which the sound had come before leading Gao Chang toward the statue. Beyond the statue, what came into Gao Chang's view was a ground littered with the corpses of elves. Many elves were bound and left here, and a man dressed in noble attire was directing his people to perform bloodletting. The elves had cuts made all over their bodies. Blood flowed down their bodies into the grooves in the ground, eventually pooling at the feet of the Lord of Light. This is Mr. Wenze, Aishir introduced to Gao Chang with a smile. Like you, Mr. Wenz is also one of the lords who joined this war game through the call for aid. After saying that, Aishir turned to Wenz and introduced Gao Chang. This is Mr. Gao Chang, the holder of the reverse Kabbalah source V Cruelty. Yes, I've heard of him. Wenze walked around the corpses at his feet and stood in front of the crowd. Looking at Gao Chang's expression, he saw a pampered child rather than a lord capable of standing on his own. However, Wenze is not one to judge people by their appearance. He always prefers to let the facts speak for themselves. News from the Victory God system has begun to spread. As one of the chosen holy sons of Ashir, he naturally knew what had happened to the Pantheon of Victory. If that ancient tree with its vines is the power contained within the cruelty of Source V. Therefore, the extremely high level of terror will directly reach the pinnacle of this war game. Fortunately, they were not enemies. I'm the one who helped you purify your source essence this time, Wenze said. I wonder if the Holy Maiden has already told you about my blessing halfway through the journey. The two sides of holy light. Synopsis. Darkness is what makes light shine. If darkness were to disappear, all the remaining light would become darkness itself. Effect. Reverse 1 attribute by offering sacrifices to the Lord of Light. Requirement. A Lord of Holy Light exists in this world. This is actually a very weak blessing. At least in the eyes of many, the effect was not even as good as the blessing and divine protection that Su Uki received. When Wenz first entered this war game, his initial use of this blessing was limited to reversing injuries. Through this blessing, Wenz can reverse a healing wound into a tearing wound, and vice versa. It seems to be fine. It can be used for both offense and defense. However, the two drawbacks of requiring sacrifices and targeting a single target make this blessing utterly useless. All of this will continue until Ashir finds him. He explained the blessed power he had received. Wenz glanced at Aishir with a look of awe. If Ashir hadn't found him, he probably wouldn't have known until the end of the game that the blessing he received was actually a conceptual ability. This saintess is meticulous and far more complex than she appears. He was nothing more than a tool to her. Wenze knew perfectly well what was going on. The reason Ashir was able to bring him on as the Holy Son was simply because this war game truly lacked such a leader. Once you leave this war game, the blessing power that extends from the game's rules will cease to exist. Therefore, the matter of the Holy Son that Ashir mentioned naturally became just a charade. Just as she said, the matter of the Holy Son was merely her personal idea, and the higher-ups of the saints were unaware of it. But even so, a sunny smile appeared on Wenze's lips. Even so, he still flocked to it. After Chao Jiao King finished introducing his blessing power, Wenze withdrew his gaze from Gao Chang and patted him twice. Several of Wen's subjects nodded and retreated in another direction. Before long, he came over with a very beautiful elven lord. Stop! How dare you treat me like this? Xiao Wu cursed loudly while being bound hand and foot. You will be punished for such desecration of my beauty. Just you wait and see. Those who admire me will soon storm your temples, smash your bones, and feast on your flesh. Before Qiao Wu could finish her curse, when Xinabu covered her mouth. At this moment, Qiao Wu could only glare fiercely at everyone present. Some time ago, she originally wanted to take advantage of the Allied forces' invasion of the Five Elements divine system to see if she could seduce the other holy sons of the saints. If she manages to seduce other holy sons and trigger the effect of the Temple of Rebellion, she will receive more blessings from the Goddess of Beauty. Who would have thought that? As the son of saints, and as the leader of the Holy Light Pantheon, Asher is actually a woman. How could she be a woman? When Qiao Wu first met Aishir, she was devastated to see a face that was several times worse than her own. And that damned woman also brought a whole bunch of burly henchmen with her. Whenever she thought of this, Qiao Wu couldn't help but grit her teeth. Her beauty has an effect on all living beings who admire her appearance, not just lords. Once attracted by Qiao Wu's beauty, any lord subjects will periodically increase their loyalty to her. Once this loyalty level exceeds that of the original lord, the people will betray him without hesitation. A smile that could topple a city, a second smile that could topple a nation. The Goddess of Beauty bestowed a blessing upon Qiao Wu, allowing her to define the course of a war simply by virtue of her beauty, even if she herself is not strong. Unfortunately, she still can't understand why. Not only is Ashel unable to appreciate her beauty, the paladins also can't. Even this human dog in front of her wasn't tempted by her own beauty. Qiao Wu looked toward Wenze. Doesn't he like women? Staring at Qiao Wu's icy gaze, Wenze couldn't help but shiver. He always felt that Qiao Wu was thinking about something very bad. However, Wenze had to admit that Qiao Wu was really beautiful, so beautiful that people couldn't help but want to give her their hearts. If Wenze had encountered Qiao Wu first, they would probably be willing to betray humanity now. But he met Ashir much earlier. In Wen's heart, Aishir's inner charm far surpasses Kou's by 10 or 100 times. At this moment, Aishir stepped forward and gently stroked Kou's cheek. Isn't it really beautiful? Qiao Wu looked puzzled, seemingly unsure of what Aishir meant by praising her. Aishir pursed her lips and smiled slightly. Then let everyone see what you really look like. Winds, demonstrate to our friend the power to reverse the source matter. Chapter 121 Reversal of Source Matter. No problem, Your Excellency. Wenze put on a pair of white gloves and gently placed them on Qiao Wu's body. Normally, Qiao Wu would have angrily rebuked the lowly insect for touching her noble and beautiful body. But now, hearing what Aishir had just blurted out, Qiao Wu felt a sense of foreboding. What are you going to do? Qiao Wu asked instinctively. A question you already know the answer to. When facing Qiao Wu, Wenze lost the patience he had when explaining to Gao Chang. He's just waiting. The power of the source is very strong, and the rank of the Kabbalah tree of life is also very high. Therefore, the required offerings are naturally quite demanding. If Qiao Wu hadn't brought a team of sacrifices with her to the Holy Light Pantheon, Wenze would probably have had a long time to struggle with reversing the source essence within her. Just then, it seemed that the offerings had been almost all presented. In Qiao Wu's trembling gaze, a gentle holy light appeared in Wenze's hand. As the holy light enveloped Qiao Wu's body, the excruciating pain that Qiao Wu had anticipated did not come. On the contrary, the light was gentle, making Qiao Wu feel as if she had returned to the embrace of her mother tree, until she saw a figure made of holy light appear before the mother tree in her mind. The image of the mother tree in Qiao Wu's mind gradually shattered. She sensed it. She distanced herself from the mother tree, just like any other rebellious child. Shui Ran, who was being hugged by Sasha, widened her eyes and covered her mouth with her hand. To outsiders, Qiao Wu's appearance suddenly aged after being touched by Wenze's hand, which was imbued with holy light. At first glance, you could tell she had the makings of beauty. But as time went by, Qiao Wu's face was now completely unrecognizable from what it used to be. Gao Chang had already turned his head away. After all, Qiao Wu's face at this moment was truly unbearable to look at. Just looking at it would ignite a strange anger within one's heart. If there were any impulsive people present, they probably would have already slapped Qiao Wu across the face. You have successfully desecrated data deletion, and you have received the blessing of the Goddess of Beauty. Hearing the notification sound in her ear, Xiaowu no longer cared about what blessing she had just received. She had a premonition. What is happening to her right now is perhaps more terrifying than death. What exactly did you do to me? Xiaowu asked, her lips trembling. Aishir looked at Kaiowu's face and nodded with a hint of satisfaction. He then took a bronze mirror from the offering table of the statue and handed it to Xiaowu. We've restored you to your rightful state, dear, Ashel said with a squinting smile. I wonder if it's because I'm too satisfied with Xiaowu at this moment. Aishir even used the tone of a friend chat. No. Looking at her own distorted, wrinkled, and terrifying face reflected in the bronze mirror, Xiaowu's eyes lost all their luster. How could that face possibly be on her body, the embodiment of beauty? Even a disfigured elf would be tens of thousands of times more beautiful than she is now. If Xiaowu were released at this moment, putting everything else aside, it's not impossible for someone with a weak constitution to be scared to death in the middle of the night. Is that all? Seeing Xiaowu suddenly lose her composure and become like a walking corpse, Aishir curled her lip. The claim that being corrupted makes you 3 times stronger isn't just a figure of speech. In a research of saints, the power brought by reverse Kabbalah source matter is usually far stronger than that of Kabbalah source matter. Just now, Aishir was worried that after the source essence was reversed, the autumn dance would suddenly go berserk and smash up the cathedral or something. But now it seems, she seems to genuinely resist the power of the reverse Kabbalah source. Aishir had originally intended to slap Koa's face to mock her, but looking at that ugly face now, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Okay, she admits she's a little bit of a looks-obsessed person. Let's get started. Aishir turned her head away, no longer looking at Kaiwa's face. Wenze nodded, then called out to the people beside him. Soon, some of the people stepped forward, carrying ritual daggers that had been contaminated with an unknown liquid. The dagger pierced Xiaowu's chest. Puffed. I don't know if one of the villagers cut an artery, but a jet of blood gushed out. But Xiaowu didn't even let out a scream. After losing her beauty, she seemed to have completely lost herself and the desire to live. Rather than live with an ordinary or ugly face, she would rather die. Gradually, Xiaowu's eyes, which had lost their luster, closed. A jet-black heart was ripped out by Wenze's subordinates. Because it was freshly taken out, the heart was still beating. I can't believe it. They actually did it, Aishir said, covering her mouth. Seeing Gao Chang's gaze, Aishir offered a brief explanation. My original idea was just to see how far this concept shift could go. After all, the source of the Kabbalah essence still lies in the Mother Tree, and this Elven Lord is not the kind of person who sees the Mother Tree's authority at birth. Logically speaking, even if it is converted into reverse Kabbalah source matter, we should not be able to plunder it. But, looking at that pitch-black heart, Aishir's words were self-evident. Reverse Kabbalah source 6, ugliness. The plunder was successful. The duality of the holy light fundamentally reversed Xiaowu's source type, even involving the concept of time. In other words, the rules of this war game are somewhat different. If this were in a conventional feudal era, its power, comparable to this blessing, is probably more than enough to rank it as a miracle item. After calming down from the shock, Aishir patted her face and composed herself. Only then did he turn his head to look at Gao Chang. As you just saw, the duality of holy light can completely reverse the concept of source matter. And next, we plan to reverse the concept again. By this time, the people of Winds had finished cleaning up Kaiwa's body. Wenze beckoned to Gao Chang and had him stand in the spot where Xiaowu had just died. Bai Hexiu gave Gao Chang a reassuring gesture. Anyway, there's no one faster than him in this underground facility. With him watching over him, Gao Chang wouldn't be in any danger. But Sasha... Seeing Sasha's actions, Gao Chang's lips twitched. Sasha had no interest in the source matter whatsoever. At this moment, she was holding a jar of jam that she had somehow pulled out, and she was pestering Zhu Luo and Shui Ran to make her a fresh smoothie. When Gao Chang looked at her, Sasha stuck out her tongue. My lord, please go in peace. I'll save you a portion of the smoothie once it's ready. It sounds like you're cursing me. Gao Chang couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 122 Sunday. Holy light had already appeared on Wenze's hand. Gao Chang stopped paying attention to Sasha's actions and became serious. Don't worry, it shouldn't hurt, Wenze explained upon seeing this. He then extended a finger and first tapped Xiaowu's heart, then tapped Gao Chang. After being covered by holy light, The black stains on Xiao Wu's heart gradually faded, and it returned to being an ordinary fleshy heart. The heart was carefully preserved in a wooden box by Ashir. As for Gao Chang, the moment he was enveloped in holy light, he saw the roots again. As the perspective flickers, the overwhelming roots seem to surge in from every corner, completely covering the cathedral of the Lord of Light. It was just another hallucination. Gao Chang understood. If it wasn't a hallucination, the other people standing next to me wouldn't be completely still at this moment. He watched as the roots drew ever closer, until they almost completely covered Gao Chang's field of vision. Suddenly, a chilling aura spread. Gao Chang felt as if a giant eye had suddenly opened behind him. But when I turned my head, there was nothing there. But after that feeling subsided, the roots that had swept in like a tidal wave seemed to recede as well. After the roots and tendrils were removed, a figure was revealed. Gao Chang was stunned for a moment. He recognized the figure. In fact, this should be the third time I've seen him. Lord of Holy Light. The first time was at the beginning of this war game, when Gao Chang originally wanted to join the Holy Light Pantheon. Unfortunately, due to issues of faith and the unique nature of the Fallen Empire's territory, they ultimately failed to join the Holy Light Pantheon. The second time was when the Holy Seed was traded to Su Uki. At that time, Gao Chang observed the situation inside the wall from the perspective of the Holy Seed, but the Lord of Holy Light noticed it. This is the third time, and the closest Gao Chang has ever come to him. Suddenly, the Lord of Holy Light opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the world before Gao Chang turned completely white, and everyone around him vanished without a trace at the same time. Is it another hallucination? The idea had barely surfaced when Gao Chang dismissed it. The current situation seems somewhat different from that of the roots. The Lord of Holy Light turned his gaze toward Gao Chang and remained silent for a moment. I never expected that the first thing I would see after waking up would be his eyes. After a cryptic remark, the Lord of Holy Light finally took a good look at Gao Chang. Please sit down. As soon as the Lord of Holy Light finished speaking, a chair appeared behind Gao Chang, forcing him to sit down. At the same moment, the world, which was made of pure light, suddenly changed and eventually formed a scene that resembled a chapel. Holy light is not just light. It can also be everything you perceive. The Lord of Holy Light did not sit down. His figure stood to one side, like a giant statue. No, he was originally a god. After all the images were formed, he stopped speaking and seemed to return to his original state. Gao Chang currently has no idea what the Lord of Holy Light is up to, so he can only continue to wait and see. The church bells rang a moment later. Faceless faces entered through the chapel doors, mechanically filling every seat. As sacred music played, Gao Chang's seat was moved to the pulpit in the chapel. Behind Gao Chang, he could even hear the dripping water of the baptismal pool clearly. All the blank faces turned to look at Gao Chang, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Just when Gao Chang thought that some kind of strange ritual was being performed. Suddenly, the war game notification sounded in Gao Chang's ears. You received the blessing of the Lord of Light. Sunday. Effect. The Lord's radiance shines upon you like a sun crown, and all paladin units, regardless of whether they belong to an enemy or friendly lord, will be forced to have 70 points of initial loyalty towards you. Gao Chang opened his mouth. What has happened? The Lord of Light blessed him? Something seems off about this, doesn't it? Not to mention that data deletion and the Lord of Holy Light do not exist in the same pantheon. Even within the same pantheon, the snow god has yet to bestow blessings. And what is his relationship with the Lord of Holy Light? It has absolutely nothing to do with us. Isn't this blessing a bit too casual? Gao Chang looked at the Lord of Holy Light with a strange expression. But then the Lord of Holy Light waved his hand, and the strange phenomenon vanished without a trace. Gao Chang returned to that pristine white space once again. I know you may have many questions, but don't ask them yet, the Lord of Holy Light suddenly said. For some reason, after putting aside the strange phenomena that had just occurred, Gao Chang actually detected a hint of a smile in the voice of the Lord of Holy Light. But upon closer inspection, the face of the Lord of Holy Light, completely covered by his hood, seemed to be described only as holy. The joking tone he used just now made it sound as if he hadn't said it himself. My time in a state of slumber is quite limited, so I'll keep it brief, the Lord of Holy Light said. I wonder if time has smoothed out that person's rough edges. But the demise of victory has gradually awakened the ancient gods from their hazy dreams. Although their consciousness and mine are still somewhat hazy, we're not far from returning to the days we once knew. Seeing that the Lord of Holy Light had finished speaking in a daze, Gao Chang finally asked, "What do you mean?" "You do not know." It sounded like a question, yet also like an affirmation. This time, Gao Chang clearly saw a slight smile playing on the corner of the Holy Light Lord's mouth beneath his hood. It seems that the river of time washes away far more than just us. The Lord of Holy Light raised his hand, and seeing that the giant eye behind Gao Chang did not move, he continued to wave it at Gao Chang. Gao Chang suddenly realized that many images seemed to have appeared in his mind. On a wild and desolate land, hundreds and thousands of races are confronting each other, without iron tools, firearms, or city walls. All that exists are one terrifying god after another. There's a forest lord who connects heaven and earth like a pillar, and a lava god whose every move turns into scorched earth for thousands of miles. This kind of power shouldn't exist in a second-tier war game at all. They were just background figures. Gao Chang knew that. All the gods, as powerful as depicted in the image, did not exist at the start of this war game. Their condition is likely worse than that of a sleeping deity like the Lord of Light. They may even be on the verge of extinction, etc. Gao Chang suddenly frowned. As the images in his mind shifted, all the gods who had just appeared fell to the ground. In the scene that the Lord of Light wanted him to see, the whole world became completely silent. All civilizations have fallen into ruin. There is no life, and there is no God. All that exists is a large eye rooted in the sky, curiously and bewilderedly observing the world. Chapter 123 One Direction of the Future. The image of the big-eyed creature flashed by only briefly. Soon, the desolate land began to teem with life, and the aura of a new civilization reappeared on this land. The scene ended, and Gao Chang opened his eyes and looked at the Lord of Holy Light. What exactly is he trying to express by showing these images to himself? The Lord of Holy Light asked. The gods do not cease to exist in the world. The demise of the victors is like opening Pandora's box. Do you know what will happen when the gods awaken? Gao Chang shook his head. Then before I fall into slumber, let me show you what the gods look like after they awaken. The figure of the Lord of Holy Light gradually faded away. In the final moment before dissipating, the world constructed of holy light suddenly fell into a black and white color. A terrifying scene unfolded before Gao Chang's eyes. Just outside their own territory, solemn figures stood high in the sky. The god of life, the god of trickery, the god of war, and a large number of other distinctive righteous gods appeared there. The ground was a sea of blood. The refugees outside the River of Oblivion had been slaughtered, and their blood flowed into the River of Oblivion, where it lingered for a long time. At the same time, the eternal mist that had shrouded the River of Oblivion completely dissipated, and the River of Oblivion lost all its vitality, collapsing on the riverbank, with only a broken fishing rod lying quietly at its feet. The fire and thunder array was flattened, and the Wall of Sighs was filled with shouts of battle. Gao Chang could only be protected in the old shrine, quietly awaiting his death. The scene abruptly ended only when the old shrine was destroyed and an absurd aura emanated from it. Don't forget, they hate you. They've always hated you. The voice of the Lord of Holy Light grew increasingly ethereal until it disappeared completely. Call. The image disappeared, and Gao Chang's surroundings returned to normal. He turned his head and looked around. Bai Hexiyu's expression was normal, and Wen Zhe and the others clearly did not notice anything unusual about the Lord of Holy Light. Wen Zhe even smiled and asked Gao Chang a question. How are you feeling? Gao Chang opened his personal panel and took a look. In the personal panel, an item related to Source V has been changed. Kabbalah Source Quality V Strict. Effect 1. Limited to once per game. The creature you summon has a chance to gain an incentive effect, increasing all attributes by 70%. Effect 2. You will be blessed, and all beings of the same origin as you will be able to sense your location. The reverse Kabbalah source material has been successfully purified, which means that this source material has completely broken free from the control of the Mother Tree. From this day forward, Source V will never return to the embrace of the Mother Tree. Asher didn't really have any ulterior motives here. Given the current situation, even if she no longer invites Gao Chang, based on the bounty offered by the saints, Gao Chang can still choose to become the Holy Sun directly. Asher casually took the water glass handed to him by the people, took a sip, and asked Gao Chang with a smile. By the way, did you see anything just now? She was in a good mood. Things went quite smoothly today. If we continue to acquire 2 source materials from the Kabbalah Tree of Life, the Kabbalah Tree of Life will soon wither away. Faced with Aisher's question, Gao Chang had no need to hide anything and casually mentioned that he had just met the Lord of Holy Light. Upon hearing that Gao Chang had seen the Lord of Holy Light, Aisher initially showed no reaction. After all, one's abilities came from the blessing of the gods, so it's not hard to understand why he would encounter the gods while using them. It wasn't until Gao Chang revealed the blessing bestowed by the Lord of Holy Light, which granted all paladins an initial loyalty of 70 points, that things became clear. Puff! Aisher spat out a mouthful of water. With a twitching smile, Aisher watched as Gao Chang's eyelids twitched. Gao Chang may not yet realize how extraordinary this blessing is. Although the Holy Light Pantheon has a special unit called Paladin. However, Paladins recruited by lords generally only have a fixed loyalty of 60 points. Don't be fooled by Gao Chang's 70 loyalty points. They're not that high. Aisher had no doubt that if Gao Chang were to go out of the cathedral now and make a shout, the paladins under his command might change hands. What a damn god, Aisher muttered under his breath. If you can give away such blessings, you might as well just give away your entire pantheon. Because Aisher's voice was very soft, Gao Chang didn't hear it clearly. All right. Aisher didn't let Gao Chang continue speaking. After hearing the blessing on Sunday, she lost interest in hearing the rest. Now that your hidden danger has been eliminated, why don't you come and join our operational meeting? A war council? Aisher nodded slightly, then suddenly seemed to remember something and chuckled softly. Speaking of which, you should run into some acquaintances. Gao Chang didn't know who Aisher was referring to, but he didn't refuse. After all, the other party helped me resolve a problem, so I still have to give them face. Moreover, in this war game, the Saints are strong allies in every sense. Remove any traces of sacrificial offerings from the underground facilities. Aisher led Gao Chang out of the underground and to the top floor of the cathedral. This looks like a conference room. Before the arrival of these people, many human lords have been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Asher, the lord, who belonged to the Saints, immediately rose and bowed slightly. Your Holiness. Aisher nodded. Only then did the Lord of the Saints sit down again. Gao Chang squinted at Aisher, who had his back to him. After facing many people, she naturally developed a leader's aura. Compared to the Holy Sun that Gao Chang had once met, Aisher's current aura seemed to be the proper temperament for this position. He instructed someone to bring out 2 more chairs, and Aisher, along with Wenz and Gao Chang, sat down in the main seats of the conference room. Upon seeing this, many lords immediately began to scrutinize Wenz and Gao Chang with their eyes. Most of the high-ranking members of the Holy Light Pantheon know Aisher, and rightful leader of the Holy Light Pantheon. But no one recognized the other 2 young men who were on par with Aisher. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself to you. Aisher reached out and gestured towards Gao Chang. This is the holder of Source V, and also the Lord who is besieged by the 5 Elements God system. He also seems to have killed that kid. As she spoke, Aisher racked her brains for a few seconds, but couldn't recall the name. Never mind, it's not important. Anyway, only one person died. Everyone can just keep it to themselves. Upon hearing what Aisher said, one of the lords of the 5 Elements divine system stood up with a grim expression. Why is he here? Chapter 124, the 5 Elements divine systems targeting. Faced with Aisher's complete indifference. As first-hand witnesses, the lords of the 5 Elements divine system have a unique perception of Gao Chang. Based on the information they gathered from the pilgrims, they naturally knew that the monster that killed the Holy Sun was inextricably linked to Gao Chang. Therefore, they couldn't quite say what kind of feelings they currently had towards Gao Chang. Is it anger? Is it hostility? Or is it fear? It certainly doesn't include shame. This person killed our Holy Sun. One of the lords of the 5 Elements divine system spoke up. Outside the conference room, Bai Hexiu was eavesdropping by pressing his face against the door, the safety on his musket already off. Wow, what a courageous person. On the other side, Zhu Luo had already dragged the fallen guard aside. The 2 were naturally worried about Gao Chang attending the meeting on his own. Just as they had guessed, trouble was already brewing for Gao Chang as soon as he entered the conference room. Don't rush to make a move. Jiu Luo pressed the musket down from Bai Hexiyu's hand. Listen again, and write down everything that just said. Jiu Luo smiled. If the situation escalates inside the meeting room, it won't be too late for them to rush in. The discussion among the lords of the Five Elements pantheon grew increasingly heated. Aisher suddenly spoke, interrupting everyone. Squinting, Asher asked a question. So, is the purpose of this meeting to argue? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Some of the lords seem to want to argue. But isn't it inappropriate for you to bring someone like that to this event? Yes, that person's actions may have been biased, but they did not warrant death. Besides this one, the lord who was speaking glanced at Gao Chang. This person killed not only the Holy Sun, but also several lords who were pillars of the state. Yeah. Aisher leaned back on the table and propped his chin up. Which pillars of a nation are you referring to? Tell me their names, and I might recognize them. Judging from her tone, Asher seemed to be getting a little impatient. The lords of the Holy Light Pantheon present also gave these outsiders from the Five Elements Pantheon a warning look. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. They found everything the Five Elements divine system had encountered both laughable and pathetic. The lord who had just spoken was instantly rendered speechless, because he knew that Asher couldn't possibly know those people's names. Perhaps they were the backbone of this war. However, within the entire Saints organization, they're still just ordinary members of the Saints. Those with the status of a Holy Son are candidates for high-level positions. How can anyone possibly remember the names of members who couldn't even obtain the status of a Holy Son? Why aren't you saying anything? Asher asked calmly. How many lords who remained behind died in the fall of the Five Elements divine system? And what tragic fate befell the reinforcements who entered this war game through the appeal for help? And all of this stems from your dereliction of duty. Now, facing those foreigners who slaughtered your compatriots, you haven't uttered a single complaint, but instead blame your own people. Oh, right. Aisher pointed to Gao Chang, sitting next to him. This person will become a saint in the near future, and is also the one that the saints are preparing to focus on cultivating. Listening to Aisher's lecture, the lord of the Five Elements divine system lowered his head in a somber mood. They certainly had grievances against other ethnic groups as well. The fall of the Five Elements divine system caused a complete collapse of the logistics for the lords present. If it weren't for the salvation provided by the Holy Light Pantheon, this army of tens of thousands wouldn't have survived. I think I understand what Lady Ashel means. One of the lords of the Five Elements divine system suddenly spoke up. Looking at Wenze and Gao Chang, she said, Since you two are on equal footing with the Holy Maiden, you must both be the next Holy Sons, right? If I'm not mistaken, one of the agenda items for this meeting should be to transfer our command to the two Holy Sons. That's right. Asher nodded. There are currently over 1,000 lords in the Five Elements divine system who have entered the Holy Light divine system, which has exceeded my command capacity limit. To ensure timely deployment, I plan to appoint a temporary Holy Son to take command of the Saints' forces within this war game. We have no objection to that. The Lord of the Five Elements divine system agreed. However, I and the more than 200 lords I represent are only willing to obey this man's orders. His finger pointed to Wenze, who had remained silent. Following him, representatives from the other 5 elemental divine systems also expressed their views. No one wants their boss to be a former enemy, and they are no exception. Aisher didn't speak, but simply gestured to Gao Chang with his eyes. Gao Chang shook his head and said softly, That's fine. Even though he is not yet in an awakened state, Gao Chang doesn't think much of the troops in the 5 elements divine system. Perhaps compared to those minor lords, their troops are quite good, even top-notch. But Gao Chang was someone who had experienced hardship before. These medieval war units were even inferior in attributes to the Stone Age Obsidian Champion infantry knights. Whether you eat this kind of whole grain or not is basically irrelevant. Since Gao Chang had expressed this opinion, AI Sierra quickly moved on from the matter, because Asher had a good grasp of the topic. After learning that they no longer needed to follow Gao Chang's orders, many lords breathed a sigh of relief, completely forgetting that the initial topic was to hold Gao Chang accountable. As for the next topic, Aisher spread a map out behind him. This is a simple map that only includes the various forces in the east, and it is drawn in a very simple and crude way. Compared to the world map in Gao Chang's hands, it's definitely incomparable. But that's definitely enough to watch. Pointing to the location of the five elements divine system, Aeshir continued to reopen old wounds. Due to the fall of the five elements divine system, the defenses that we Saints set up in this war game have developed a gap. Although the other races have temporarily withdrawn their troops, they probably won't give up such a good opportunity, Aeshir said meaningfully. Because the Saints are constantly sending people into this war game in order to eliminate the source carriers. The human race has a significant advantage in this war game. It's not so easy for outsiders to find a moment when the human race makes a mistake. I don't know if you all think, but now is the perfect time to eliminate us in one fell swoop, Aeshir asked, squinting. If I were in command of the other side, I would have already abandoned all development and expansion to prepare for war. Because this may be the only chance in this war game to eliminate humanity. Gao Chang listened to Aeshir's words and seemed to be deep in thought. You mean a full-scale war is very likely to break out next? Aeshir did not deny it, but pointed out the inaccuracies in Gao Chang's words. It's a collective attack on humanity by many races. Total War. Chapter 125, The Shrines, Strange Movements. Upon hearing the term Total War, many lords fell silent. They fully understood the meaning of the word. Once a full-scale war breaks out, it may not mean the end of the game, but it will certainly end with the withdrawal of a certain race or faction. If, as Aeshir says, all races are about to wage a full-scale war against humanity. Gao Chang's grudge is almost insignificant. Aeshir's gaze swept across the lords. He didn't say much, but directly provided a piece of intelligence. According to information from our intelligence network, there are reasons for the current retreat of various ethnic groups. The traders from the Shadow Clan say that there have been unusual occurrences at the shrines of the God of Darkness and the God of Mischief. The shrine of the God of Darkness is shrouded in black mist all day long, and only some of the core lords of the Shadow Clan have the right to enter the shrine. And from time to time, eerie laughter can be heard from the forest outside the shrine of the God of Trickery. It is said that all Shadow Clan soldiers who approach the shrine have been strengthened to varying degrees. Although we don't know as much about the other races, we speculate that their situation is similar to that of the Shadow Clan. Gao Chang's eyes flickered. Listening to the information provided by Aeshir reminded him of the scene he had just witnessed in the basement. According to the Lord of Light, the sleeping gods are awakening from their long slumber. Are the unusual movements emanating from the shrines everywhere a sign of their awakening? If this news is true, so what did the Lord of Light see for himself afterward? Gao Chang's expression darkened. Those images were not a good omen. The awakening of the true gods brought not prosperity and peace, but war of blood and fire. Of course, that's not important. The important thing is the blood, which represents oneself. If everything unfolds as the Lord of Light described, whoever awakens first will gain absolute initiative. Seeing that Aeshir was still issuing battle strategies to the various lords, Gao Chang simply closed his eyes and turned his gaze to his last holy land. Su Yuki's territory is also the only holy land that has not been destroyed. The Holy Light Pantheon has protected its rear well, so Su Yuki's side will not be threatened at all. If I destroy this last sacred site, will it cause me to enter a state of awakening? Gao Chang paused for a moment, but he soon abandoned the idea, because in any description, the destruction of the Holy Land would only greatly enrage Data expunged. It seems that there is no necessary connection between the Holy Land and the awakening of the Empire. And unlike the previous war game, the destruction of this wonder will not lead to the awakening of the Empire. So what exactly is the way I awaken in this war game? Must we wait until an insurmountable enemy tramples our territory before we are forced to awaken? Or perhaps I overlooked something. As Gao Chang recalled the miraculous architecture once again, he felt as if he had vaguely grasped some crucial information. Gao Chang, Aeshir suddenly said. Gao Chang looked up and saw that all the lords present were looking at him. Because your territory is in the west, once a full-scale war breaks out, other races will no longer pay attention to the west. And what you need to do is integrate the forces that can still be integrated in the west. Is that all right? While saying these things, Aeshir privately shared some information with Gao Chang. In this war game, a large number of neutral units can be utilized. Once they are recruited into their pantheon, the power of those believers will be directly used by them. In terms of resource consumption and time cost, this is much more cost-effective than recruiting subjects. In fact, that's exactly what Ashel did. although it's not apparent from the current meeting room setting. However, once you go to the forces of the Holy Light Pantheon, you will find that the forces have servants of various gods. Those were all followers of minor and medium-sized gods who had been absorbed by the Holy Light Pantheon since the start of the war game. In Aesir's view, taking advantage of the current downfall of various Western righteous gods, Gao Chang copying his own methods would be the wisest choice. This was also her remedial measure for the 5 elements divine system's disobedience. At the very least, Gao Chang must have enough troops under his command to be useful in a potential full-scale war in the future. Gao Chang nodded slightly and suggested that he leave first. This has little to do with the suggestions made by Ashley. In that brief moment, Gao Chang suddenly thought of a possibility. There seems to be a small detail that he has been led to overlook. He would have to return to the old shrine to confirm this detail. Aesir did not refuse. After watching Gao Chang leave the conference room, he continued to arrange the battle strategy. Thump! As Gao Chang casually closed the conference room door, he turned around and bumped into Baihexiu, their heads clashing. Hiss! Covering his head, Gao Chang took 2 steps back and looked at Baihexiu and Zhu Luo outside the door, asking in confusion, "What are you two doing here?" "Ah, that." Baihexiu glanced to the side and said, "If I said I was lost, would you believe me, Lord?" Lost. He saw the 2 paladins guarding the door, lying unconscious to one side. Gao Chang looked at Baihexiu with suspicion. "Never mind. I didn't dwell on this for long." Gao Chang, on the contrary, raised a question. "What exactly is written in our Bible?" "How would I know?" Baihexiu shrugged. "I've never seen one since I was a child." After realizing what was happening, Baihexiu looked at Gao Chang with a puzzled expression. "My lord, when did you become interested in that thing? Has nobody seen it?" Gao Chang rubbed his chin. Sasha's job description seems to mention that, as a saint, she has never opened the Bible or read a single word from it. As a religion, or as a believer in God, the people under his command were undoubtedly incompetent. "Let's go call Sasha and the others. Let's go back." Hearing Gao Chang say this, Baihexiu and Zhu Luo exchanged a glance and nodded. The convoy quickly left the cathedral. Gao Chang encountered no obstacles while passing through the city wall this time. Even the paladin's gaze toward the caravan carried a hint of solemnity. However, Gao Chang, whose mind was completely elsewhere, didn't notice at all. On his way back, Gao Chang also received several messages. One of them was the downfall of the Pantheon of Victory. The stagnant holy authority has achieved its objective in the war against the victorious Pantheon, retribution. This is to announce, after a long tug of war with the mother tree of roots, even though the war weariness of the victory gods increased rather slowly, their will to fight was eventually extinguished. Chapter 126, The History of Stagnant Sacred Power. Is this a good thing? Gao Chang didn't know, because shortly after the complete collapse of the Pantheon of Victory, he received various intelligence messages from Ashel. The demise of the Pantheon of Victory seems to have been a catalyst. Units from various pantheons and races have begun to roam around the other sections of the city walls set up by the saints. Although the all-out war that Aesir envisioned has not yet broken out. But those guys' military strength has already improved to the point of being visible to the naked eye. Gao Chang knew perfectly well what was going on. The fact that a total war has not yet broken out may be related to the prophecy of the Lord of Light. The high-ranking lords of those races should already know that the gods are about to awaken. It's obvious. The time they chose for the all-out war was after the gods had awakened. This power has absolutely nothing to do with them. Their technology hasn't advanced, so they naturally won't cross the bottom line of the fallen empire, and they won't launch a war of attrition. So, now it's a matter of who wakes up first? The scene foretold by the Lord of Holy Light is something Gao Chang certainly doesn't want to happen. Although the fallen empire has a chance to awaken when suppressed to its limit. But at the end of the scene, Gao Chang saw himself. He didn't know what would happen to him, because the gods have destroyed the old shrine in the image. Although the chances of survival were high, Gao Chang ultimately didn't want to gamble on the slight possibility of death. When passing through the land of the mountain god, Gao Chang glanced at the distant mountains unintentionally. The size of the 2 deities, Zhanshan and Hanyu, has been increasing, which is clearly abnormal. According to intelligence reports, even primordial gods shouldn't have such a growth rate. Perhaps it's related to their destruction of the pantheon of the true gods? Gao Chang frowned. These days, the whole world seems to be developing at an accelerated pace, giving Gao Chang a vague feeling that his stagnation is a regression. An ominous atmosphere permeated this war game. At this moment, perhaps only Sasha could still enjoy her food. Fortunately, the armored wagons were fast enough. Before the undercurrents erupted, Gao Chang finally returned to his territory. Relieved for the moment, Gao Chang headed straight for the location of the old shrine. Zhu Luo glanced at Gao Chang's back. Her eyes flickered slightly, and then followed him. "My lord." Before the old shrine, Zinke greeted Gao Chang with a smile. "You guys are back so soon. Did you have fun outside?" Gao Chang stopped in his tracks, stood in front of the shrine, and quietly observed Xing Qi. After a long while, Gao Chang asked a strange question. "What is written in the Bible?" "Oh, you mean that one?" Zinke clapped his hands and then casually waved them. "Just some formalities, not worth mentioning." Gao Chang narrowed his eyes slightly. These words don't sound like something a high priest should say. Zinke remained silent for a while. Instead of immediately refuting Gao Chang, he raised a new question. "Why did you suddenly become interested in the contents of the Bible?" "Because a friend told me something. Our enemy is about to wake up, and the target they hate most when they wake up is us." Listening to Gao Chang's answer, Zinke, on the contrary, showed an expression of sudden realization. He then smiled calmly and stepped aside the figure blocking the shrine. "Since you're so eager to know, why don't you go and see for yourself? However, if you think the Bible is what you're looking for, you're in for a disappointment." Zinke led him to the dusty library. Zinke picked up a book, reached out, and vigorously wiped the dust off the cover, and then handed the book to Gao Chang. "The Bible is just a record of our history. That's all. That's why I think it's just some boring stuff, and nobody would want to watch it." Gao Chang recalled what Zinke said. The weapons used by Hexi and others were basically taken from a dusty warehouse and used as needed. Tens of thousands of years have passed without any change, and there has even been a slight regression. History has long been forgotten, stagnant in the river of time. Perhaps this is the meaning of the stagnation of sacred authority. But Gao Chang still opened the book in his hand. Just as Zinke said, these so-called Bibles are nothing more than history books. But Gao Chang was immediately drawn into the book when he saw the first sentence. Human power is limited, but divine power is boundless. This is not something that the arrogance of a fallen empire would utter. But as Gao Chang continued reading, he discovered that this was not flattery, but a statement of fact. This book actually contains information that the saints had not discovered even after entering this war game for so long. In this war game, gods are not limited by the technology tree. Perhaps it's because they're just background figures. All races can only develop their tech trees to the peak of the second-tier battlefield, but not the gods. By enjoying the offerings of believers, God can go higher and farther than imagined. Third order, fourth order, and even eighth order and ninth order. In extreme cases, these gods might be comparable to lords in an infinite battlefield. For a second-order war game, they are far beyond the scope of the game. Although these gods are just background figures now, what about 10,000 years ago? 10,000 years ago, at a point in time when the stagnant sacred power had not yet ceased, they had already discovered this chilling thing. In the beginning, God was nothing more than a leader chosen by all things. But as the followers of various gods became increasingly fanatical, the gap between God and man seems to be widening. Gradually, the true gods occupied the sky, and the primordial gods roamed the land. The world simply could not contain so many gods. War was almost imminent. The gods at that time were close to the pinnacle of the technological tree of all living beings, and some gods had even broken through the limits of this world. Under the ravages of the gods, all things that did not believe in the gods were driven to the most remote and desolate place, underground. Both the ground and the sky were battlefields for the gods. At that time, the stagnant holy authority was one of the most powerful pantheons in the world. Part of the text in the book was crossed out, and Gao Chang only knew that for some reason his territory had persuaded Data expunged. The power of the past has descended completely, sweeping across every inch of land like a natural disaster. Meanwhile, the Wailing Wall also participated in this war of rebellion against the gods. To prevent the gods from surpassing humanity, most of the gods were slaughtered, and their scriptures and teachings were burnt. Only a few gods managed to survive, living in constant fear and dread of what had happened 10,000 years ago while they slept. And those sleeping gods, And so it became what it is today, the true God. After doing all this, in order to limit the development of Data expunged, the ancestors of the Wailing Wall chose to remain silent and no longer concern themselves with worldly affairs. This has gradually led to the stagnation of the current sacred power. Chapter 127, a different kind of brain circuit. Closing the book in his hands, Gao Chang finally understood what the Lord of Holy Light meant. No wonder the first thing the true God wanted to deal with after awakening was himself. It's all the fault of the decadent empire's tens of thousands of years of history. 10,000 years of history have brought not only sedimentation, but also trouble. The hatred from the past has settled into the present day. When both sides awaken in the new era, it is natural that enemies will be extremely hostile when they meet. However, Gao Chang has not yet seen any way to awaken the empire in these histories. At this moment, Zinke suddenly smiled and asked, "How do you feel after reading about our history? Is it that you're not looking for what you're looking for?" Not necessarily. Before Gao Chang could speak, another voice came from the side. Zinke turned his head and saw Julu sitting on a small pile of books, flipping through the classics in her hands. As he watched, he nodded approvingly. The things our ancestors did are truly awe-inspiring. If we were to remind everyone of this history, when the gods descend, I think everyone will be willing to take up the swords and spears of their ancestors once more, right? Zhou Luo gently closed the book, walked to Gao Chang's side, and handed the book to him. "My lord, do you remember what an old traveler once said? The moment we awaken, the entire world order will be changed by us. In the end, only we ourselves have forgotten the horrors we once suffered. To outsiders, we have never changed." Gao Chang gently took the book from Zhou Luo and glanced at it. The 18 Cooking Methods of Primitive Deities, Revised Edition, Issue 39. Wait, was this what Zhou Luo was just looking at? Gao Chang glanced at the history book in his hand, then at the recipe that Zhou Luo had just handed him, and couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of books in the shrine's library. At the same time, he had a strange feeling. He, Zhou Luo, and Xing Qi seemed to be talking to themselves, their thought processes completely disconnected. However, the method of awakening that Zhou Luo mentioned is not entirely impossible. Thinking back to when Stonehenge was destroyed in the last battle, Sasha's eyes lost their sparkle. If this recipe is given to Sasha and spread when the gods descend, a food siege. Whether others can awaken to high strength is unknown, but Sasha might be the only one to awaken. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly twice and discreetly tucked the 18 Cooking Methods of Primitive Gods into his pocket. Gao Chang picked up the history book again and looked up at Xing Qi. "Perhaps I haven't found what I'm looking for, but in another sense, I have found it." At least he confirmed one thing. The true gods hate Data expunged no less than they hate the corrupt empire. Destroying an old shrine will bring about natural disasters. So, is it possible to use so-called natural disasters to fight against the many righteous gods of the East? After all, in the vision shown by the Lord of Holy Light that Gao Chang saw, the shrine was destroyed after the territory was taken over. If we place the destruction of a shrine before the territory fell, the ending might be quite different. First, I need to confirm that everyone in the territory doesn't seem to care about this shrine, right? Gao Chang turned to Zhou Luo and asked. Zhou Luo nodded and asked in return, "If everyone really cared, how could this shrine have been abandoned for tens of thousands of years? I don't care about this place. Destroying it won't cause the awakening of the corrupt empire. If that's the case, how about we tear this place down?" Gao Chang asked Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's lips twitched slightly. After glancing at Xing Qi, Zhou Luo quietly pulled Gao Chang aside and whispered in his ear, "Lord, have you been corrupted by Sasha? I remember that Sasha was the only one who would secretly plot loudly before." While listening to Zhou Luo's words, Gao Chang kept his eyes on Xing Qi's expression. When he said those words, Zinke's face did darken slightly. But afterwards, he wasn't particularly excited. Such a calm emotional response suggests that even he, the high priest, is not prepared to protect the ancient shrine. As Gao Chang had suspected, the old shrine could indeed be destroyed by him. Gao Chang walked out of the shrine. Zinke's eyes flickered, but he made no move to stop him. Just as he appeared to be, he seemed genuinely unconcerned about the shrine being destroyed. After leaving the shrine, Gao Chang immediately went to Bai Hexiu's place. If we're talking about who can dismantle the old shrine the fastest, the Guardian Knights definitely can't do it. However, it was Bai Hexu, the commander-in-chief of the witch hunters. When he heard that Gao Chang was going to destroy the old shrine, his first reaction was not anger, but surprise. This is the first time I've heard of a believer planning to dismantle their own family shrine. What is this kind of thrilling, immoral feeling? He shook his head, trying to banish the strange thought from his mind. Bai Hexu led Gao Chang into the dilapidated armory with great enthusiasm. This sounds much more interesting than accompanying Gao Chang on his expedition to the east. The warehouse is filled with a large amount of useful and useless weapons and equipment. But clearly, those little gadgets were not what Bai Hexu was looking for. To destroy the old shrine, he needs a good one, like a landmine. Boom! With a gentle push from Bai Hexu, the door to one of the warehouse compartments collapsed with a crash. After a moment of dust rising, Gao Chang saw what Bai Hexu was looking for. Explosives, the purest form of explosives. The explosives were neatly arranged in a box, piled up to the height of a small mountain. Gao Chang stepped forward and examined the explosives inside the box. These explosives were long, red, tubular objects intertwined with fuses. On the other side, Bai Hexu also came over. As he gently stroked between the tubular objects, Bai Hexu let out a series of chuckles. I never expected it. I never thought these good things would be used again. Detonator. Summary. Is blasting mountains immoral? Okay, but there has to be something to blast, right? With a detonator in each hand, Bai Hexu's eyes gleamed. What boy could resist the temptation of an explosion? The ancestral teachings of witch hunters tell me that this thing is the most brutal weapon in the world. There's no problem that explosives can't solve. As long as the explosive yield is big enough, we can kill even a god. After a while, Gao Chang stared wide-eyed at the dense array of detonators and explosives that filled the entire old shrine. Aren't we going a bit too far with what we're doing? Gao Chang couldn't help but ask. His plan was to destroy the old shrine and unleash a catastrophe. Looking at the lethal amount of explosives Bai Hexu had planted, he seriously doubted whether the natural disaster would even see the sun rise tomorrow. Chapter 128 passed. Natural disasters? At this moment, the wall of sighs, which had not been bustling for a long time, became lively again. Many residents came out of their homes, curiously watching the scene outside the old shrine. It seems that Gao Chang's actions have successfully piqued their interest. Don't worry, Bai Hexu completely misunderstood Gao Chang's meaning. Seeing so many people looking at him, he assumed that Gao Chang was worried that the explosives weren't powerful enough. There's an old saying about explosives. We never talk about quality, we only talk about equivalent. No. Gao Chang's lips twitched. It was precisely because they were only talking about the yield that he wanted to say whether the yield was a little too much. However, before Gao Chang could even say something like, "Let's withdraw our forces," a witch hunter had already walked out of the shrine. Behind him followed Shui Ran, who was holding a small snow god statue. Shui Ran's eyes were filled with confusion at this moment. Oh, what is she doing? Why did she run away? Had bad guys broken in? Setting Shui Ran aside, the witch hunter approached Gao Chang and Bai Hexu and reported, "We checked carefully several times, and there's no one inside anymore. It's just that the high priest hasn't been found yet." "No problem." Bai Hexu interrupted the witch hunter, turned his head, and chuckled under the watchful eyes of everyone who was exasperated. "Just fry it." Boom. It is unknown exactly how much explosive was used to detonate the fuse. A small mushroom cloud appeared above the wall of sighs. Art is an explosion. Bai Hexu had only spoken half of his sentence when his infatuated face froze in midair. Before Gao Chang's eyes, the world seemed to freeze. You witnessed the end of a miracle, and witnessing the end of a miracle is a miracle in itself. Because you're in a Tier 2 world, your miracle path will be upgraded to Tier 2. The next moment, a male voice came from the mushroom cloud. "Tell me your wish." If you listen carefully, the voice seems to be about 80% similar to Shang Chi's, but not exactly the same. "Is this my wish?" Gao Chang did not speak immediately. Miracle pathways are indeed very special. Unlike other linear pathways, almost every miracle pathway has unique abilities. Therefore, some abilities with rather bizarre uses will emerge, such as the estimates that Gao Chang obtained from the Stone Age. This time, he wanted to keep his words as simple and concise as possible. Ideally, there should be absolutely no ambiguity. At the same time, it must be considered that the intensity of each pathway is roughly the same. If the bonuses provided by the second-order pathway are the same, then to what extent can a miracle actually achieve? After thinking for a moment, Gao Chang decided that the desire to increase attributes was definitely something he had to abandon first. Taking the God of Slaughter path as an example, if you make this wish now, you will most likely gain the ability to increase the combat power of all your subjects by 20%, which is the same as the bonus you get when you upgrade the God of Slaughter path from level 1 to level 2. However, if the bonus is only this small, even a high percentage bonus will feel somewhat unappealing. This bonus can be completely compensated for by Jiu Luo's cooking, so there's no need to waste resources on it. Therefore, his wish must be abstract enough, preferably in line with the characteristics of the corrupt empire. For example, more reasons for war or ways of awakening. After careful consideration, it seems unrealistic to expect a direct awakening method for the second-tier desire. Gao Chang already had a plan in mind. I want more reasons to wage war, and the ability to freely explore my own territory even before it awakens. The voices within the mushroom cloud seemed to be contemplating the feasibility of achieving this wish. After an unknown amount of time, a medal with a large eyeball engraved on it flew out of the mushroom cloud and stopped in front of Gao Chang. Your wish has been fulfilled. Taking advantage of the moment, Gao Chang immediately opened his personal profile. Miracle, Tier 2. Below the path, a brand new ability has been added. Intervention. Description: you always enjoy criticizing others who don't meet your expectations, trying to erase their unique style and interfere with their decision to follow the path you chose. Effect 1. At the start of each game, you can select up to 3 lords who entered the game at the same time as you and forcibly add the intervention buff. Effect 2. The lord you interfered with will lose their personal talents, lord path, and territory type for the remainder of the game. Effect 3. The lords you intervene in will walk on the path you have paved, no longer having to fight their way through the branches of the technology tree, and the speed of all technology research will be tripled. You can also gift obsolete equipment that you no longer need to your intervention targets, and your subjects will understand. Effect 4. You cannot tolerate failure on the path you have chosen. Therefore, you constantly ensure the correctness of the path. When the target being interfered with falls into crisis, you gain a reason for war, punishment. Punishment of war. People can make many mistakes in their lives, but their biggest mistake was offending us out of ignorance. So someone must pay the price for our displeasure. After Gao Chang fully entered the second-tier miracle path, the forbidden scenes around him began to flow again. Bai Hexiu finally finished saying that art is an explosion. The next moment, the shockwave from the explosion of the high-yield explosive swept outwards, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. When everything returns to calm, the site of the former shrine is now just a flattened ruin. Whoosh! Bai Hexiu waved his hand, seemingly quite satisfied with the power of the explosion. Gao Chang looked at the shrine that had been leveled and hesitated to speak. It's been so long and nothing has come out yet. Data deleted. Could it really have been blown up? Fortunately, the subsequent war game notification sound relieved Gao Chang. Given the complete destruction of the ancient shrines, the calamities of the past will return to this continent with power surpassing even that of the gods. Right where the detonator just exploded, a series of black phantoms seemed to be gathering in the ruins. Gah! Bai Hexiu's laughter stopped abruptly. His expression quickly turned serious, and in an instant, he raised his musket with both hands and fired 2 shots at the ruins. The 2 bullets struck the rubble blasted out by the detonator, but seemed to have no effect, even because they sensed the approach of an attack. The space above the ruins seemed somewhat unstable, as if some monster was about to emerge from the void and enter the mortal world. Until a large, square, black, rag-like Q-version cat jumped up from the ruins as if its fur had stood on end, letting out a threatening sound. Awooh! Your direct view of the data deletion will increase your SAN value by 10. Snap! In a corner of the ruins, Zinky, his body charred and tattered, covered his face. How am I supposed to make up this myth? Destroy it. Chapter 129, The Wisdom of the Ancients. Looking at the cat's silhouette boldly emerging from the ruins of the shrine, Gao Chang tilted his head, seemingly still not quite understanding. However, the next moment, the cat pounced on Gao Chang. Awooh! Hey you! Bai Hexiu turned around and saw Gao Chang rubbing against something inside a square black shadow. Looking at the gun in his hand, by Hexiu couldn't resist for a moment. He put the gun back at his waist and then reached out to grab the dark figure. So soft. Touching the delete data button doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, the data deletion is clearly very smooth and without a single hair. When you touch it, it gives you a feeling of being wrapped in fur. Gao Chang, who was enveloped in this feeling, could understand it best. It's like being surrounded by a blanket, making you want to hug it and fall asleep. Your hedonistic talents have been satisfied. Your citizens' combat effectiveness against mythical units is increased by 1% for this game. Your hedonistic talents have been satisfied. The War Games notification sound rang several times before finally stopping. When Gao Chang came to his senses, he found that the surrounding citizens had already gathered around him, pinching and hugging, data expunged. In other words, the size of the data deletion function is large enough, otherwise it really wouldn't be able to support so many people touching it. Whoa. Perhaps because too many people have touched it, data deleted keeps making sounds of resistance. Two large, watery eyes popped out from the top of the block, looking towards the ruins of the old shrine. Seeing this, Zinke pointed to himself, shrugged, and indicated that he was powerless to help. Data deletion can only express its threat by roaring. Awoo! Meow! Suddenly, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the data deletion button. Did he just shout something incredible? Data deleted. The movement paused, and the two eyes glanced at the corner of the square before disappearing in a short while. Hey, what you all doing gathered here? Why haven't we eaten yet? I'm so hungry. Just then, Sasha's voice came from the side. Seeing Sasha approach with a sleepy look in her eyes, everyone sheepishly withdrew their hands from data expunged body. Hey, Sasha seemed not to have reacted yet, staring at the enormous black cube. He reached out, pinched it, and then smelled it. It's soft. Is this a marshmallow? As she spoke, Sasha took a bite. Awoof! The black cube bounced up in front of everyone's eyes and flew away into the distance. The marshmallow escaped. Sasha paused for a moment, then subconsciously licked her lips, seemingly still savoring the taste. It doesn't have much of a taste. Thump! A book fell from the sky and hit Sasha hard on the head. What's this? Sasha looked briefly confused. It seems to be the Bible in the library. How did you end up here? Then I saw the title. The 18 Cooking Methods of Primitive Deities, Revised Edition, Issue 39. Glug. Sasha subconsciously swallowed. I opened the book and flipped through a few pages. Stir-fry steam grill. Saliva was already dripping down Sasha's lips. Hee. Truly the wisdom of the ancients, truly the power of words. The book contains a vast kitchen. The wisdom of our ancestors is truly undeniable. Just from the descriptions in the book, she could almost smell how fragrant these gods were. The only downside is that the ingredients are so large that they can't all be cooked in one pot, even though it's halal and spicy. In short, one person can't finish it all. Sasha smiled mysteriously, her eyes already glancing at the other citizens around her. Let me introduce our food, our Bible. Thump! Ouch! Stop joking around. Ju Luo interrupted Sasha impatiently. The Lord has been kidnapped by that big cube. The data deletion was faster than the arm carriage that Gao Chang once rode in. In this short time, Gao Chang had already been taken hostage and brought to the vicinity of the River of Oblivion. Where are you taking me? Gao Chang couldn't help but ask. Just when Gao Chang thought that data deletion was going to take him across the river, it suddenly stopped. Gao Chang crawled out of the dark, soft embrace, and fell to the ground. When she got up again, she looked up and met Wang Chuan's empty expression. Just as Gao Chang was about to laugh out loud, Wang Chuan pulled out a fish from somewhere. The shadowy figure behind them instantly split into two small oval hands, which took the fish. Suddenly, a small mouth appeared, and it began to eat slowly and deliberately. It was a terrifying scene, but for some reason, Gao Chang found it unexpectedly heartwarming. You directly faced data deletion. Your SAN value increased by 10. Your sincerity has moved data deleted, and you have received a new blessing. Eating fish. Eating fish. Description: data deleted. He really enjoys the pleasure of blindly eating fish, and now he wants to share this joy with you. Effect 1. Under the gaze of the past, you will receive the favor of the sea, increasing your damage to all marine life by 3 times. Effect 2. When you consume marine life, the ancient blessing is triggered again, restoring all sanity points and preventing you from entering negative mental states for a short period. At this moment, Data Delete suddenly stopped eating the fish and eagerly handed over the last bit of fish. "Is this for me to eat?" Gao Chang asked hesitantly. The block-shaped Delete Data button bounced up and down, seemingly indicating agreement. Looking at the small piece of raw fish residue, Gao Chang hesitated for a moment. He's never eaten raw fish before. For some unknown reason, Gao Chang actually took a tiny bit of fish scrap and chewed it. The taste is very peculiar. I don't know what kind of fish the River of Oblivion gave me. When you eat it, it doesn't feel like eating raw meat, but rather like sucking on some kind of cool, icy jelly. Because there was only a little bit of residue, Gao Chang slurped it all down in just 2 bites. You have triggered an ancient blessing. You will be unable to enter a negative mental state for a short period of time. The notification sound of the war game came on. At the same time, a message came from Asher. "Today I'm also a cute little fairy. Kiss, are you there? Quiche. Speak seriously. Okay, honey. According to the information from our traders, the Shadow Clan's devious pantheon has been mobilized. Based on the movement trajectory, the followers of the god of trickery will appear in the west. So please be careful." Chapter 130. The sound was a little louder. The god of deception. Just as Gao Chang was paying attention to the message from Aishir, he suddenly felt the ground shake. Beyond the thick fog of the River of Oblivion, something enormous seemed to be gradually moving. Data expunged, as eyes darted to the top of the block, peering suspiciously into the direction of the mist, seemingly considering something. The next moment, woohoo! Data deleted. He pulled Gao Chang in his arms again and skipped and jumped towards the River of Oblivion. A column of water rose from the surface of the River of Oblivion. Soon, the Data deleted message popped up again from the bottom of the river. After several cycles, they were getting further and further away from the banks of the River of Oblivion. At this moment, in the refugee settlement outside the River of Oblivion, almost everyone looked with despair at the 2 wild boars that blocked out most of the sunlight like mountains. The god who guards the mountains, the god who shakes the peaks. In less than half a month, their size increased more than 3 times. If you look closely at their eyes, you will find that their eyeballs are covered with a blackish turbidity. They seem listless now, just walking blankly in a certain fixed direction. Go to your new habitat." A tiny, twisted figure stood on the ear of the god of mountain, shaking, and whispered something. On the backs of the 2 gods of the mountain-shaking and mountain-suppressing sects, which could not be seen from the ground, a large number of Shadow Clan warriors gathered. As for their original followers, they were naturally slaughtered. After the same hint was repeated in the ear of the god of shaking mountains, the distorted black shadow stood in the sky and revealed its true form. An indistinct face, an aura distorting reality, and a dirty, tattered cloak. He is the deity worshipped in one of the temples controlled by the Shadow Clan. God of deception. I never expected that I would be the first one to fully wake up. The god of deception gazed at the mist shrouding the River of Oblivion in the distance. The higher you stand, the more you can feel the terror of that mist. No matter how much the god of trickery elevates himself, that inescapable fog will never dissipate. It completely enveloped the wall of size, making it impossible for outsiders to observe what was happening inside the high-power territory. But this also reveals a message to the god of trickery. That guy hasn't woken up yet. He had inadvertently caught a glimpse of that being in ancient times. If he were to awaken, the world would never be so peaceful. So, the god of mischief slightly raised his head, revealing his scarlet eyes beneath his cloak. Let him end that traitor of the gods here. The new era can no longer tolerate outdated relics from the past. As for the refugees who had set up camp outside the River of Oblivion, the god of deceit merely glanced at them before completely ignoring them. A bunch of trash. He doesn't care at all. Boom! The god of the mountain's giant foot landed slowly but heavily, and a third of the refugee camp, which had just begun to show signs of prosperity, collapsed instantly. The aftershocks of his footsteps even stirred up a giant wave in the River of Oblivion, until a huge dark shadow emerged from the river. The god of Janayu, who was just about to take another step, suddenly stopped. Even though his eyes were blinded and his 5 senses were deceived, he still sensed that aura. That aura of threat was utterly absurd. The god of trickery did not question the 2 gods about why they had stopped. He stared wide-eyed, incredulously at the creature emerging from the river. A monster resembling a lump of black mud, with dozens of thick tentacles attached to its body. In addition, countless tiny, downy tentacles were constantly trembling. Good heavens, how could such a bizarre thing appear in this world? You're awake? The god of deception gave an awkward, yet polite smile. I admit I was a little too loud just now. Before he could finish speaking, the god of deception noticed that the twisted black sludge was already close in front of him. At the cost of the river of oblivion dropping by half, the mud puddle has grown to the size of the two gods who guard mountains and shake peaks. Millions of malicious eyes opened from the mud. All the refugees who met his eyes involuntarily knelt down. Lord, the true Lord. A series of frantic murmurs came from the ground. Even the elderly traveler who first promoted the title of the holy authority of stagnation collapsed to the ground, emitting eerie laughter. He's back, he's really back. Myths and legends are true. The order and rules of this world will be reshaped. As the endless murmurs lingered, a few drops of water dripped from the body of the god of deception. If I had known, I shouldn't have made such a big commotion. But it was too late for regrets. Twisted tentacles swept in. The three gods, along with the Shadow Clan warriors who were completely unaware of the danger, were all enveloped in it. Boom! Boom! Two heavy sounds of objects hitting the ground. The ancient pantheon of trickery has completely faded from the stage of history. What does all this mean? By the time Gao Chang heard the War Games notification sound and finally managed to escape the embrace of data deletion, everything had already come to an end. Gao Chang only saw two corpses, each the size of a mountain, lying on the ground in front of him. I turned my head and glanced at the data deleted button. Oh, whoa. Data deleted, I acted cute. So, what exactly happened just now? My lord! On the surface of the river of oblivion, Sasha's voice could be heard calling out. Just as Gao Chang was about to be moved, Sasha's words continued. My lord, please don't throw it away, or the cook won't cook for us anymore. You can throw it away after you finish eating. I was so touched for nothing. Lord, after going ashore, perhaps because the corpses of the two gods, Jinayu and Hantan, were too conspicuous, Sasha immediately noticed Gao Chang beneath the corpses. So the lord wasn't lost after all. As Sasha approached Gao Chang, she swallowed hard when she saw the enormous wild boar beside him. How long can a mountain sustain us? Sasha has never tried it. But it doesn't matter. If she can't finish, she has her son. If her son can't finish, she has her grandson, and so on, generation after generation, endlessly. Thump! Jiu Luo punched Sasha on the forehead. Without explaining why, he walked straight toward the corpse. Taking out a knife, Jiu Luo stabbed it into the mouth of one of the gods. After a long while, she emerged from a hole to the side. As Jiu Luo emerged, he continued to marvel. All the internal organs have been removed. This is the best I've ever seen food prepared like this. Chapter 131, Destroying the Bible. I turned my head and glanced at the number of people present. There were quite a few. Besides Sasha, many other citizens were also called out in search of Gao Chang. Thinking that almost everyone hadn't eaten, Jiu Luo smiled slightly and shook her head. Cooking for so many people must be hard work for her for quite some time. All right, let's all try the simplest craftsmanship this time. A fire rose from the ground, and wooden skewers skewered with huge chunks of meat were placed on the fire to roast. Combined with Jiu Luo's secret spices made from locally sourced ingredients. After a while, the sizzling, oily roasted meat appeared in front of everyone. Slurp! Sasha swallowed hard. This time, not only Sasha, but even Gao Chang couldn't resist the temptation. Such a huge piece of roast meat, with firm texture, bright color, and not even a single bone, would probably only have appeared in comic books in the past, right? And this only used a tiny bit of flesh from the two gods who shook mountains and suppressed rivers. It's no wonder it's a deity. It's much more palatable than ordinary wild game. Wow! Before the meat was even cooked, Data Deleted had already hopped over to the fire, grabbed a skewer of meat, and started to devour it. Hemoglobin dripped from the corner of Data Expunged, mouth, adding a unique touch to the pure black Data Expunged. But looking at that perfectly square, bouncy body like jelly, no one could sense any terror from it. After a while, it seemed that the cooking time was about right. Jiu Luo handed another skewer, which was half a person tall, to Gao Chang. Yes, my lord, you and Sasha. Please eat first. Great! Before Gao Chang could speak, Sasha had already pounced on him and taken a bite of the huge meat skewer. Golden juice dripped down Sasha's lips. It seemed like Gao Chang was realizing for the first time that Sasha could actually look so cute. As he looked at it, Gao Chang took a bite of the part that hadn't been ruined by Sasha. Then, an indescribable burst of juicy pleasure exploded in my mouth. Xiao Luo's dishes retain the purest aroma of the meat, and when combined with simple spices, they offer a unique and exquisite experience. You have consumed the mythical dish, mountain roasted meat, satisfying your personal talent as a hedonist. During this game, your citizen's combat strength against mythical units is increased by 10%. Hiccup. After some time, everyone, including the person who deleted the data, collapsed to the ground, burping. Even so, the refugees of the 9 great gods in the distance did not dare to approach. From the moment Zhu Luo and the others appeared until now, they have been kneeling there. Only by witnessing the true form of the one true God can one know where the source of this world's terror lies. Of course, few people care about them. I feel so full of fighting spirit, Sasha said with a clenched fist. If you ignore her round belly, she might actually have a certain air of authority. After a satisfying meal, it was time for casual conversation. As if she had thought of something, Sasha took out the recipe that had hit her on the head earlier. Clang, 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 clang. Our Bible. Huh? Gao Chang touched his body and realized that the recipe he got from Zhu Luo seemed to have fallen out when he was bouncing around while being swept up in the DATA expunged. Unexpectedly, Sasha picked it up by chance. Could this be the legendary Divine Will? At this moment, Sasha had already opened the Bible in her hands amidst the curious gazes of many of her followers. As Sasha turned the pages of the Bible, she nodded and recited the verses in a missionary tone. The wisdom of our ancestors is boundless. Countless years ago, our ancestors discovered an advanced theory that other ignorant people simply did not know. There is a great canteen in books. It is a disgrace to have these precious books buried in the dust for thousands of years. According to the book, cooking deities should take into account the right time, place, and people. Among them, stir-frying, deep-frying, braising, stewing, and simmering are all unforgettable. Awu, Data deleted, responded quietly, seemingly agreeing with Sasha's statement. However, just as many people were listening attentively to Sasha's speech, a sinister smile gradually emerged from the shadows behind Sasha. Bai Hexiu suddenly widened his eyes. With his keen eyesight, he naturally noticed the abnormality in Sasha's shadow and promptly picked up his musket. Bump! The musket bullets struck the ground but failed to harm Sasha's shadow in the slightest. But the being within the shadow realized it had been exposed and suddenly burst out from Sasha's shadow, grabbing at the Bible in Sasha's hand with a black claw. Tear! The book in Sasha's hand turned to ash in a twisting motion. What are you doing? Sasha tilted her head, her eyes seemingly unfocused. I wonder what dishes I can order for my next meal. Her cafeteria is gone. The dark figure turned around and reappeared in the sky. As the god of trickery, his greatest skill lies in misleading and deception. What does the demise of the pantheon of cunning have to do with the god of cunning? I never expected that I would actually fool that being. He even stumbled upon something he had never even considered before. The Bible that stagnates the sacred authority. The god of trickery looked down with a mocking smile at the bustling masses on the ground. Time is like flowing sand, gradually eroding everything around them. In his slumber of 10,000 years, he had almost forgotten what had happened 10,000 years ago. If he hadn't harbored such deep resentment towards the being who destroyed the age of gods, he might have long since vanished into the river of time like the other righteous gods. Presumably, the being whom he has resented for millennia is not in much better shape than him. And just now, he personally destroyed the other party's holy book. Unlike the primordial gods, the sleeping gods almost all possess the power to break through boundaries. But those who reign high above the heavens have lost the physical bodies of primordial gods, who could stand firmly on the earth. For a true god, destroying the Bible is almost tantamount to destroying the foundation of the other person's faith and the basis of their existence. The demise of the deceitful pantheon is nothing. Behind the god of trickery, there are also a large number of righteous gods awakening. And what about him? Even if he were to wake up, what then? His followers cannot regain the glory of the past. Even as an ancient god, He was nothing more than fish on a chopping block when the gods attacked him. Hey, what's that fishy smell coming from here? The god of trickery turned his head to look behind him. What you see is a gaping maw that covers the entire square. Wow! Everything fell silent, as if the man who had just been laughing wildly had never existed. Chapter 132, Restoration of the Sacred Authority. Only Sasha remained, crouching and hugging her legs, looking dejected. She actually had her most important recipe ruined by a laughing idiot. Is Sasha really that useless? 2 clear tears dripped from Sasha's eyes. Gao Chang opened his mouth, about to say something to comfort her, when he suddenly received a friend message from Aishir. Today I'm still a cute little fairy. Oh no, oh no, oh no. 3 bad things in a row are enough to show how anxious Aishir is right now. She even abandoned her habit of calling her dear in her friend's messages. What could make the Saintess Ashel so anxious must be something of great importance. We misjudged the situation in this war game. Something's very wrong with this war game. As they were talking, Asher sent over a whole bunch of information all at once, and then there was no more information. In the previous battle plan, the appearance of the gods was not expected to completely disrupt the course of the battle. Just as the god of tricks was completely destroyed, the awakening of many righteous gods accelerated, and Ashel realized that her conjecture was completely wrong. This mutated war game seems to have broken down. Even though everyone's tech tree potential is locked at the limit of a second-tier war game. But Asher was horrified to discover that the gods, who served as the background figures, seemed to be exempt from this restriction. Just now, the Dark Pantheon controlled by the Shadow Clan also underwent change. The Saints traitors buried among the Shadow Clan also disappeared around the same time. His last message back was, "The gods are not on our side." After reading Aishir's intelligence, Gao Chang's first reaction was, another righteous god has awakened? It seems that the death of each righteous god accelerates the awakening of other righteous gods. But after realizing this, Gao Chang suddenly had an absurd idea. Could it be that my joining Midway caused this already mutated war game to change even further? After all, logically speaking, those true gods who are just background figures shouldn't be able to be killed. Suddenly, another message came from Ashir. The Lord of Holy Light has fully awakened. Wish us luck. It seems she sensed something different from the information she gathered about the Shadow Clan traitor. This game has completely changed. The system has shifted from believers controlling the Pantheon to God controlling believers. The practice of rushing to join and control the major pantheons of the gods has now become a shackle for all the race lords. Those righteous gods were too powerful, so powerful that they couldn't resist them, and therefore they could only become puppets. Gao Chang suddenly closed his eyes and connected with the holy seed located above Su Yuki's territory. He wanted to see what had become of the East. As the perspective shifted, the moment Gao Chang's eyes were connected, they were dazzled by a strong glare. The figure of the Lord of Holy Light was no longer hidden, but appeared completely above the cathedral. Countless paladins are worshipping in the same direction. The lords in the war game watched as their subjects trembled in fear. They realized a terrifying possibility. With just a word from the Lord of Holy Light, all the power they possess will instantly change hands. Before the true God, they are utterly worthless and possess nothing. Everything they have is merely a wedding dress prepared for the God's awakening. Looking out from the city wall, the area around the Life Goddess Temple is lush and green, with trees that have grown to an abnormal height. The Dark Pantheon was transformed into a region devoid of light, where even the light of the Lord of Holy Light could not illuminate a single ray of space. In another direction, the War Pantheon seems to be constantly resounding with the drums of war. The god of war had long been preparing for war. They awoke. Almost every prominent deity awoke from the ancient silence. But unlike other ethnic groups, their goal is not the divine system of the holy light, the sun, the moon, etc., which is controlled by saints. The lords of other races were no different from those on the human side. They cannot control God's thoughts. After all, God is the true master of the pantheon. Now, these gods have turned their attention to the west. From the diverse gazes of the gods in the sky, Gao Chang knew perfectly well that the prophecy of the Lord of Holy Light was about to be fulfilled. Turn your gaze back from your eyes. Gao Chang looked intently at Sasha, who was still crying, and stroked her hair with his hand. If the book is gone, we can just rewrite it. We will personally revise the 40th edition that our ancestors didn't write. Whoa. On the other side, the large cube emitted a terrifying sound, seemingly agreeing with what Gao Chang had just said. Should we write another one? Sasha raised her head and looked at the other citizens. Bai Hexiyu rubbed his nose. Although I really don't want to move. But some guys have gone too far by coming outside our territory and bullying our saintess. It was only at this moment that Gao Chang remembered that Sasha also had the profession of a saintess. As Bai Hexiyu finished speaking, many other citizens nodded in agreement. Everyone, Sasha sniffed hard, stood up, and seemed to have regained her spirits. Then let's rewrite our own Bible. In addition, the gods have angered us. Let's devour them all. Oh, given that your bottom line has been ruthlessly crossed by the gods, your territory type has been changed to Awakened Empire. Revive holy authority. The gears of fate turned forward, and the news of the gods' awakening did not seem to have been ignored by the fallen empire. The age-old rivals locked eyes once more, though their hatred had faded somewhat over the course of history. The gods' act of desecrating the Bible has completely ignited ancient hatred. Your people have sharpened their blades and are now gazing into a world both familiar and strange. Now, the entire world will be used to continue this ancient duel. Effect 6 has been removed. You have already obtained the awakening trait. Awakening the Empire, reviving the holy authority. Effect 1. You will unlock exclusive recruitment privileges for all troop types and building blueprints for the Awakened Empire. Effect 2. You can recruit soldiers without spending any resources. When you use any citizen within your pantheon to recruit soldiers, there is no training time. Effect 3. The number of soldiers you recruit is not limited by the total number of your subjects. Looking at the excited crowd, Gao Chang was caught off guard by the sudden awakening. So what exactly caused this awakening? Because that laughing black shadow just ruined the recipe? Or were they completely drawn in by the allure of mythical ingredients? Chapter 133 Unique Units. However, now that he has successfully awakened, Gao Chang no longer needs to dwell on those things. A smile appeared on his lips. Finally, we can open the recruitment and construction interface again after a long absence. The first thing is the recruitment interface. The Knights of the Faith and the Witch Hunters will certainly not be enough when facing the many true gods ahead. Even though the Witch Hunter's god-hunting bullet was powerful, it did not break through the limits of this feudal era. In other words, they can only deal with newly born gods. Those ancient gods who awaken from their slumber almost all possess power that surpasses the limits of the world. Therefore, Gao Chang needs a more powerful and mysterious force. Sort the recruitment interface by combat power from highest to lowest. On Gao Chang's recruitment list this time, the first one is actually the Holy Maiden of the Underworld. The Holy Maiden of the Underworld. Synopsis. Legend has it that after drinking the waters of the River of Oblivion, all souls will forget everything from their previous lives and wander, forever lost on the road to the underworld. Training requirement. Wangchuan X1. Characteristics. Twins. River of Oblivion. Underworld. Twin. This unit can freely transform its form. The River of Oblivion summons a mist to shroud the river, and all those who attempt to cross it may become lost in its waters. Yellow Springs. Calling for the return of the lost souls' bodies. Launching an indiscriminate attack on a designated area. The training unit for the Holy Maiden actually requires the River of Oblivion? Gao Chang glanced at Sasha subconsciously. What's the point of Sasha being a saint? Why isn't she the one they're recruiting for the saintess profession? Suppressing the urge to complain, Gao Chang still pressed the recruitment option. The recruitment option quickly went black. It seems that the Yellow Springs saintess cannot be recruited indefinitely. Gao Chang also had some guesses about this. Different war games have slightly different rules. The Yellow Springs Saintess is clearly a hero unit unique to the mysterious faction. This type of unit is not considered a regular unit, so it cannot trigger the Awakened Empire's unlimited recruitment feature. As Gao Chang was thinking this, a low murmur came from the bottom of the riverbed. I linger by the River of Oblivion, for the road to the Yellow Springs is long, so I must not turn back. As the sound grew closer, Wang Chuan, his eyes vacant, appeared in everyone's view. Unlike before, Wang Chuan was now wearing an earth-yellow robe, which was not as cute as before, but made him look a little more dignified. Wow, Wang Chuan has changed her clothes, Sasha said instinctively. Wang Chuan ignored Sasha and instead went to the refugees. helping the elderly traveler to his feet. Thanks. The old man didn't seem to be very comfortable with this posture. Just as Wang Chuan was doing this, Gao Chang was once again bombarded with war games. The North Wind God has been incorporated into your pantheon, and you can now recruit his unique units. The Aurora Lord has been incorporated into your pantheon, and you can now recruit his unique units. It seemed that in the instant they passed through the River of Oblivion, all the refugees immediately submitted to Gao Chang's command, becoming a vassal force similar to a slave army. However, after reviewing the unique troop types of several righteous gods, Gao Chang shook his head in disappointment. They're all scoundrels. For some reason, the quality of these righteous gods in the West seems to be much lower than that in the East. The concepts of Aurora Lord and Lord of Holy Light seem somewhat similar. In reality, Holy Light can appear incredibly violent, while Aurora is beautiful and gentle, and their special units are naturally worlds apart. The Bard. Characteristics: hymn, elegy, ode. Greatly boosts our morale, slightly reduces our war weariness, and very slightly increases our attack speed. Elegy significantly reduces enemy morale and slightly increases enemy war weariness. The special unit of the Aurora Lord is almost incomparable to the Paladin. If this is the case with the special units of the Aurora Lord, then it seems quite normal that the Aurora Pantheon was conquered by the primordial gods and their barbarians. On the other hand, after submitting to the holy authority of restoration, Gao Chang can also train them into warriors without expending any resources. However, these followers of other gods can almost only be trained as their own unique units, and cannot be trained as units of the old world system as a requirement. From this perspective, the only advantage these refugees have is probably their large number. After casually activating the training for all the auxiliary troops, Gao Chang continued to study his unique unit. After flipping through a few pages, to be honest, he seems to have misunderstood Sasha just now. Because in the training list, besides the Yellow Spring Saintess, there's another Saintess unit that can be trained. The flag-bearing Saintess of the past. Description: she excels at waving her flag and commanding others to charge into battle. Training requirements: Saintess X1. Characteristics: Ancient Banner, Inspire, Intimidate, Taunt, Enrage. Old Holy Banner. A mythical banner depicting the appearance of data deletion. Within the banner's coverage area, all allied dead units enter the resurrection countdown phase. If the flag bearer dies, the sacred flag will remain planted alone in the ground for a period of time until it is destroyed. Train. Gao Chang was curious about what the so-called Old Holy Banner was. Then they saw the two short hands of DATA expunged rummage inside their own bodies, pull out a black woolen flag, and hand it to Sasha. The flag depicts a square-shaped symbol for DATA expunged, and the DATA expunged character is even cutely holding a large piece of roasted meat in its mouth. Gao Chang could already picture Sasha waving the flag. This seems a bit too weird. As for the remaining units, they're basically all retrainable. For example, the waiters were trained as battlefield engineers. Compared to the Stone Age, they obviously had many more building options. Because of the extra steel, these engineers could even handcraft armored vehicles resembling armed wagons anywhere. In terms of combat, Gao Chang chose a special, mysterious unit. Heretic Knight. Synopsis: to everyone else, they are utter heretics, but at this moment, they are using their knights' lances to judge heretics. Training requirements: 1 resident. Traits: mythical resistance, extreme resilience, mystic counter, master-level melee weapon mastery, master-level firearms mastery. Myth resistance: their rationality influences their perception. Gods seem less formidable. Mythical unit influence reduced by 90%. Mystic Bane: heretic knights are heretics of the concept, dealing triple damage to all creatures from mystical or mythological systems. After training all available targets to be heretical knights, the people in front of Gao Chang left for a short while. When they emerged from the dried-up riverbed of the River of Oblivion, they had all transformed into tin cans covered in armor. The lance in his hand gleamed coldly, and a large-caliber musket was slung across his back, radiating an aura of intimidation at all times. Chapter 134: The War of Heaven begins. On the other side, the special units of the 9 great gods have also been trained. The Bard of the Aurora Lord played a long, melodious tune. The Stone Spirit Vanguard of the Mountain God wielding a giant shield, stood like an impregnable wall. With the blessing of awakened traits, those displaced people who had lost their temples and homes became the gods' most powerful warriors once again. Although the special units of several righteous gods are still somewhat different from those of the old system. But if you lower your expectations, Gao Chang thinks it's actually quite commendable. At least in their respective fields, these specialized units are a cut above the average 5 elements divine system. At this moment, the elderly traveler had already followed Wang Chuan to Gao Chang's side. Slightly steadying his trembling body, the old man lowered his head and sighed softly to Gao Chang. The world order has completely collapsed. Since I was born, the world has been shrouded in war, and I don't know how long it has lasted or how long it will last. Even if we gather at the feet of the great and righteous God, we will still be slowly eroded and devoured by this corrupt world. Hearing the old man's words, many people secretly clenched their fists. Those who gather outside the river of oblivion, aren't they all refugees? The reason they became refugees was naturally because their homes were slaughtered, their relatives fled in all directions, and even the idols they worshipped were completely toppled. There's no place for them in this world anymore. If that's the case, then no matter how bad the world gets, it can't get any worse. I've spent my life traveling the world in search of ways to reshape the world order. And when I passed by here, I thought I found it. The old man looked up at Gao Chang and said in a firm tone, "Now, with just one command from you, all the children here will be willing to charge into battle for you, even if it means facing the gods." Even when facing the gods. Before the old man, Wang Chuan's lips suddenly curved into a slight smile. This curve looked incredibly eerie on Wang Chuan's face, which had never shown any expression before. With both hands raised in front of his chest, the sound of an ancient god's low murmur emanated from Wang Chuan's mouth. "We have never seen heaven, but we have brought hell back to earth." The warning sounds for the war game rang out at the same time. Every lord in this war game received a notification from the war game. Event: the War of Heaven has been triggered. The ancient feud has evolved into a full-scale war between the revived holy authorities and the gods, who promise to bestow rich rewards upon their vassals and punish all who disobey. Now, both sides only have 2 options, friend or foe. Supporting either side means giving up our sovereignty, but neutrality might be more dangerous. So who will emerge victorious and share in the ultimate paradise? As soon as the event was triggered, 3 options appeared in front of all lords. We have decided to support the restoration of the holy authority, the Wall of Sighs. Selecting this option will automatically assign you to the vassal state of the revival of the holy authority and place you in the all-out war against the gods. We will pledge allegiance to the gods. Choosing this option will maintain your status as a believer in the divine authority and join the all-out war against the restoration of the holy order. We will not take sides. Selecting this option will automatically sever you from your own pantheon and simultaneously join the all-out war against the restoration of holy authority and the gods. "My lord," Zhou Luo's call came from Gao Chang's ear. Behind her, hundreds of thousands of troops were ready to go. "Do you remember what we said before?" Gao Chang recalled for a few seconds and then understood what Zhou Luo meant. "Of course I remember." He smiled slightly at the eastern sky. "Just a bunch of scoundrels who sell their wares." Inside the cathedral of the Holy Light Pantheon, bathed in the blessings of the Lord of Light, Ashel fell into a strange state of calm. She did not send any more messages to Gao Chang, because she knew that the nature of this game had changed once again. The power divisions that everyone had painstakingly established based on race were completely dismantled due to the awakening of the gods. Now, the outcome of this game has become uncertain. The feeling the gods gave her was very wrong. This kind of existence seems more suited to be dealt with by lords who are skilled in operating in 4th tier or even 5th tier battlefields, rather than a newly minted saint like her. Of course, the most troubling question for Asher is how to end this game. After the gods awoke, the victory of religion and the victory of rule became a joke. Even if believers agree, those high and mighty gods would never allow themselves to become subservient to others. A war led by gods is almost impossible to end, because no god dares to claim that they have the power to suppress the entire world. In this way, perhaps this game will only have one ending: victory in the war. Victory in war. When a number of remaining lords in this round is less than 40% of the total, The faction with the most remaining lords will win this game. The only thing that made Ashur breathe a sigh of relief was because the Saints used the distress call to increase the number of human lords, the chances of humanity winning this war are actually quite high. What I was thinking about next was how to survive in the hands of the gods. After all, the lords in war games are not true believers of the gods, and the wars of the past were based on races. How could they possibly be willing to start a holy war with the gods now? But the current situation is different. Ashur looked at the event known as the War of Heaven with a somewhat solemn expression. She actually knew about the Wall of Sighs, Gao Chang's territory. As for what exactly this revival of the sacred authority is, the liaison officer hasn't provided any information yet. Logically speaking, as one of her own, she should support Gao Chang. But in this state of absolute rationality, Ashur felt that this was not a good idea. The third option can be completely disregarded. Regardless of the combat strength of both sides, joining a full-scale war against the restoration of the holy authority and the gods is absolutely the worst possible option. In the next two choices, in Isil's eyes, the right to revive the holy power should be slightly weaker than that of the gods. On the other hand, Ashur could not guarantee that the gods were of one mind. In a world where gods wage war day and night, once the gods achieve final victory, what awaits them will definitely not be the paradise described in the event. So how should we choose? Ashur rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Sometimes, absolute rationality cannot guarantee the absolutely correct choice. Limited by information and intelligence, even the most rational analysis is of no use. You don't need to rush. When stepped out from behind Ashur and gently massaged Ashur's shoulders. Chapter 135 The Lord of Holy Light's Plans. He then glanced warily at the sky and said softly, "This matter does not require us to make an immediate decision. It's not too late to see what others have to say before making a choice." Compared to Ashur, this choice is not difficult for most lords. In fact, in the eyes of many lords, these three options could be completely eliminated as one. It is unrealistic to wage a full-scale war against both at the same time. But they also didn't know what the revival of sacred authority was. Moreover, the territories of most lords are covered by the Pantheon. Under the watchful eyes of all the righteous gods, how dare they rebel right under their noses? Therefore, most lords chose to pledge allegiance to the gods the moment the option appeared. In the high-powered war panel, the number of hostile lords also increases. Very few people have chosen to join Gao Chang's side. The first one to join Gao Chang was none other than Yenna, who had been dragged away by Satan and hidden in some unknown corner. "Why can you access my control panel?" Yenna stared at Satan with an ugly look, as if she had swallowed a fly. Just now, an event appeared in front of him, but before he could even look at it, Satan pointed it down with his hand. By the time he realized it, he had already joined a full-scale war. Not to mention that our side doesn't have many people. The number of rival lords is rapidly increasing, sometimes in the thousands. This is going to kill him. You are me, and I am you. Don't forget that. Satan chuckled disdainfully. He did not explicitly state why he manipulated Yenna's choices. Besides Ina, the second person to choose to join Gao Chang's side was Su Uki. Unlike Ina, who hadn't even had a chance to read the whole story, Su Uki at least read it all before choosing to join Gao Chang's side. Su Uki glanced at his subjects and couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate. Fortunately, due to his own insufficient abilities, he has not yet reached the point where he can recruit the Holy Knights, the top-tier unit of the Holy Light Pantheon. Otherwise, the Paladin's loyalty would probably have plummeted to negative levels the moment he chose to oppose the gods. So that's all? Gao Chang looked at the war interface and realized that no lord had joined his side for a long time. It seems they really don't have a high opinion of Gao Chang and the holy power he represents. However, the next moment, Gao Chang suddenly raised his eyebrows. The Chicken God has chosen to support the restoration of the holy authority, and all lords under the Chicken God's command have automatically joined the all-out war against the gods. The Lord of Holy Light has chosen to support the restoration of holy authority. All lords under the Lord of Holy Light have automatically joined the all-out war against the gods. The Snow Goddess. The number of lords on Gao Chang's side is increasing at a rapid pace. Although it's nothing compared to the number of lords on the side of the gods, it's at least better than the meager number just now. Inside the cathedral, Ashur, who was still hesitating, suddenly widened his eyes and looked up at the Lord of Holy Light above in disbelief. What happened? What did she see? While she, the Holy Maiden of the Holy Light cult, was still hesitating, the Lord of Holy Light, the enemy of the restoration of holy authority, chose without hesitation to join the side of the restoration of holy authority and fight against the gods together. Even the speed at which they joined was only after that incomprehensible chicken god. It was as if I could sense Asher's confusion and shock. A phantom image of the Lord of Holy Light appeared inside the cathedral. The moment the Lord of Light appeared, all the paladins in the church knelt on one knee, expressing their reverence for the Lord of Light. Clearly, the Lord of the Holy Light holds far greater authority over the paladins than Lord Asher. A giant hand made of holy light gently caressed down, while the voice of the Lord of Holy Light echoed in the center of the church. Children, there is no need to have any doubts. The Holy Light will always stand on the side of justice. Asher's eyes flickered. She had a feeling that she had used similar rhetoric herself. The Lord of Holy Light did not notice anything unusual about Asher. Sensing the paladin's worshipful expressions, the Lord of Holy Light continued to issue divine pronouncements. The Holy Light will always stand on the side of justice. Since the fall of the God of justice 10,000 years ago, Holy Light has represented justice. Thump! Thump! The paladin pounded his crossed shield and roared. For the supreme Lord of Holy Light. With things having come to this point, Asher could only sigh helplessly. She had no choice. For Asher now, whether he chooses option 1 or 2, the final result will be to join the side that restores the holy authority. Since there's no way to resist, you might as well just accept it. Winds, go and keep an eye on our allies. Asher instructed behind him. The allies she spoke of were naturally the factions of the righteous gods, such as the sun and the moon. In this war game, the last of the 3 saints who entered into the game is there. Before the gods awaken, they are undoubtedly their allies. But now it's hard to say. Venshin nodded. He also had a premonition that after the change of stance, the people on the other side were probably no longer friends. Unlike other ethnic groups, the Holy Light Pantheon has not built walls around the gods of the sun and the moon. Once war breaks out, it will be the most primitive and bloody meat grinder. Seeing that Asher understood the meaning of his oracle, the figure of the Lord of Holy Light immediately vanished from the cathedral. Above the heavens, the smile of the Lord of Holy Light quickly vanished. The Holy Light is the most loyal ally of justice. Therefore, he knows perfectly well how the God of justice fell 10,000 years ago. He was killed by his own hand. It was after that incident that the Lord of Holy Light understood a principle. Victory is justice. It is not a victory by God, but a victory in concept. Unfortunately, they had been asleep for far too long, so long that the gods had forgotten why they had survived in the first place. Has time washed away their memories, or has hatred blinded them? It's possible that either way is true, but the Lord of Holy Light doesn't care. You're here. Where the Lord of Holy Light gazed, a blazing sun suddenly rose. The scorching heat rushed towards the Holy Light Pantheon. The Lord of Holy Light merely raised his hand slightly. I said, "Let there be light." In an instant, these scorching auras were blocked out by a light barrier. But while the barrier of the Lord of Light can isolate the power of God, it cannot prevent mortals from entering and leaving. One by one, plate-armored knights with the emblem of the sun god engraved on their chests have stepped into the territory of the Holy Light. Fortunately, Ashley and Winds had made preparations in advance. Numerous warriors from various factions of the 5 elements have already set up defensive lines at the point of contact between the 2 factions. In terms of combat strength, the elite troops of the 5 elements divine system are by no means inferior to the followers of the sun god. Even considering the number of people, the 5 elements divine system is even more powerful. For a time, the Lord of the sun god system dared not make any rash moves. Chapter 136 Secrets and Internal Strife. Holy Lord, you have gone too far. A muffled sound came from the sky outside the light screen. As if the sun had fallen to earth, a blazing sun crashed violently into the light barrier created by the Lord of Holy Light. Realizing that it could not shake the light barrier, the figure stopped moving. Standing outside the light curtain, it allowed many game lords to see its appearance clearly. It was a figure dressed in a majestic robe, predominantly red, with a soft and smooth texture, like a flame under the sun, giving a warm and fiery feeling. The sun god, the Lord of Holy Light, softly uttered the other person's name. And the goddess of the moon, a cold, silvery light emerged from beside the sun god. The moon goddess gently raised her head, as if to express her stance. You've sided with our enemy. The moon goddess seems unable to understand the Lord of Light's actions. At this moment, the many lords on the ground did not rush to start fighting, but instead looked up at the sky. As a second-order world, the battles between gods are ultimately just a backdrop for most lords. That was a battle that didn't belong to them at all, although the outcome of a god's victory or defeat would affect them. For lords like them who participated in the war game, such matters were beyond their control. After a brief pause, the moon goddess continued speaking. Why? Because we are all sinners, the Lord of Light replied. Enough. The sun god was clearly short-tempered. We're not here to listen to your nonsense about convincing believers. Puff. The Lord of Holy Light suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? The sun god frowned slightly. The Lord of Holy Light stopped laughing after a while. A pressure instantly enveloped the sun god. I laugh at you for actually forgetting everything from 10,000 years ago. All the gods are dead, so why are we the ones who survived? Is it because we're the strongest? Hearing the Lord of Holy Light's question, the sun god was momentarily stunned. Are they the strongest? Of course not. How did they survive that ancient catastrophe? The sun god suddenly clutched his head. His long slumber seemed to have caused problems with his memory. He forgot a message, a very crucial message. Let me help you recall, the Lord of Holy Light suddenly said. For among the gods, we are the true sinners. The Lord of Holy Light extended a finger and pointed it at the sun god. I witnessed with my own eyes that you betrayed the god of lava, murdered the god of fire, deceived the god of the hearth, and personally destroyed several pantheons, large and small. Back then, they were my enemies, the sun god said. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. 10,000 years ago, the number of gods was as numerous as the stars in the sky. When would so-called gods not die? Of course, they are your enemies. The Lord of Light did not refute, but instead turned to look at the goddess of the moon. Lord of the frozen earth, goddess of the frost tree, goddess of the night raven, you have killed quite a few gods, and many of them were even on good terms with you. The moon goddess frowned slightly, just as the sun god said, You still haven't remembered? The Lord of Holy Light looked at the goddess of the moon with some disappointment. Do I have to put it so bluntly? On the day of Ragnarok, you betrayed your own side and turned to the enemy. That's right, it's the one you hate the most right now. Have you all forgotten? Shut up. The sun god interrupted the Lord of Holy Light. He was covering his head, seemingly unwilling to recall the past. It was he who chose to forget those memories over 10,000 years, just to gamble on a possibility of killing that being. Over tens of thousands of years, it wasn't just them who became weak. Thinking of a certain being, the face of the sun god's body became more gloomy, and even his gaze toward the Lord of Holy Light was tinged with hatred. Holy Lord, your ability to spread rumors and deceive the masses surpasses even your cunning schemes. Today, I will not let you live. After the sun god's rage, pale yellow and pale red light flashed across the sky from time to time. The infighting among the gods came much faster than expected. Meanwhile, on the ground, the lords on the side of the sun god also began to move. It had nothing to do with the sun god. Rather, they received orders from another holy sun in this game of saints. Eliminate the Holy Light Pantheon and snatch the unused Source 6 Beauty from Ashir's hands. The other party doesn't care how much power the saints will lose. After all, it's only a second-tier battlefield, and even if all of them are lost, it won't shake the saints' position on the upper-tier battlefield. In comparison, having a legitimate reason to obtain the Source Essence from Ashir is of far greater significance to that holy sun. After all, they're the enemy in a total war right now. Could there be a more suitable opportunity? The downsides of promoting the holy sun from the bottom. Aishir's cold gaze fell upon the advancing lines of the solar system. She was very disappointed by the other party's choice. The three people who entered this game were all promoted to management positions by the Saints to make up for the losses of emerging forces. As it turned out, the three of them had nothing in common. Besides himself, one is a womanizer, and the other is unambitious and only wants to take things from his own people. Working with this kind of person makes Ashir feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. 1 Zay, use up the source energy. Upon hearing Aishir's words, Winds was taken aback, but quickly nodded and opened the box containing the beautiful essence. Aishir looked in another direction. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as Gao Chang also agrees to join the Saints. In this war game, the number of holy sons is just right, neither too many nor too few. Of course, this is all predicated on their ability to survive. A war contribution leaderboard for each faction had appeared in front of Ashel. On the side of restoring the holy authority, Gao Chang is far ahead with 300,000 contribution points. Aishir, who has been involved in this war game for a long time, only has a little over 100,000 contribution points. As for the other lords on the list, they're even fewer. Suddenly, the contribution scores of many people on the leaderboard began to rise gradually. Aishir looked toward the front line. The Sun Knights have already clashed with the forces commanded by Winds. Due to the excellent coordination among the various troop types of the Five Elements Divine System, the Sun Divine System gained no advantage in the first round of clashes. However, the sound of heavy objects collapsing behind him struck Aishir's heart like a hammer blow. I turned my head to look. The city walls that faced the foreign invaders collapsed, just like the Five Elements Divine System at that time. A new pantheon has joined the war against the Holy Light Pantheon. Can they win? Or rather, how long can they hold on? Chapter 137, The Last Meeting of the Races. Wow. Sasha devoured the entire green pepper and meat skewer in her hand in one bite. Since the army set off, the daily consumption of meat has increased exponentially. Regarding the number of these primordial gods in the West, not enough to eat, really not enough to eat. Fortunately, there were two great gods who could stabilize mountains and shake peaks, otherwise the food for the troops alone would have been a headache for a while. Hayukin calculated her daily food consumption with dissatisfaction, then glared at the bewildered Baihexiu. Why are the grain warehouses full of bombs? No, I don't know. Baihexiu shifted his gaze and hummed an awkward little tune. Really? Hayukin's eyes narrowed slightly. Gao Chang couldn't hear their subsequent conversation. After the army set off, he was once again held in Dat Expunge's soft embrace. For some reason, Gao Chang felt that data deletion really liked to stick to him, just like a clingy cat. Command of the troops has been transferred from Gao Chang to Jiu Luo. Thanks to the golden attribute, Nine Falls, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. The hundreds of thousands of troops were rampaging through the west like dump trucks. As for now, Jiu Luo sits atop, data deleted, gazing eastward at the situation. As we get closer and closer to the boundary between the west and the east, the number of bones scattered across the ground, being devoured by barbarians, is dwindling. Instead, a thriving and vibrant scene has emerged. But everyone knows that this vitality is not a spontaneous act of life, but a gift from God. We're almost there. Jiu Luo gently swung her legs, reminding Gao Chang. The lair of the God of Life is also our first stop when we set foot in the east. The advance of hundreds of thousands of troops was enough to make the ground tremble, and it was impossible for the gods not to sense it. Therefore, in the direction that Jiu Luo was looking at, a verdant figure emerged from the sky. The God of Life, the deity who holds the reins of life. He has no fixed form. The form of life is abstract, therefore he can be anything in the imagination. The God of Life lowered his head, his gaze lingering briefly on the cube-shaped body of data deletion for a few seconds. Then he looked away. They're here. The words of the God of Life resounded like a divine oracle in the ears of every lord of the Life Pantheon. In an instant, all the lords learned of the approaching enemy. Inside Lan Yan's treehouse, the lords of various tribes gathered together once again. This time, however, there were noticeably fewer people. The Elven race is left with only Lan Yan as their representative, while the Shadow Clan's representative of the God of Deception has also disappeared. The main pantheon of the Minotaur didn't send anyone over at all. They only contacted the head of a certain original god. As for the remaining minor races with weak combat capabilities, they remained largely unchanged due to their extremely cautious approach. The atmosphere inside the treehouse was somewhat silent. Lan Yan spoke first. After coughing lightly twice, Lan Yan looked at the lords of the other races. Given the current situation, what are your thoughts? The lord representing the Minotaurs chuckled dismissively. What else can we say? Isn't it clearly written on the war panel? Lan Yan's eyes flickered slightly. He understood what the Tauren lord meant. although the Holy Light Pantheon stands against the gods for some reason. However, the Holy Light Pantheon does not represent all the human lords. After removing some casual players and saints who are lords distributed across other pantheons, the Holy Light Pantheon only has a few thousand lords. It seems like a lot, but the number of lords standing on the side of the gods is already close to 100,000. If we include the troops under the command of the various tribal lords, the number would reach tens of millions. In this light, it seems that the Holy Light Pantheon is acting like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating its own strength. Compared to the Tauren's confident demeanor, the Shadow Clan representative sat quietly to the side, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. He listened quietly, like a nobody, to the discussions between the lords of various races. Movie City, what do you think? Lan Yan's sudden outburst drew the attention of many races' representatives to the silent Shadow Clan lord. In this wargame, the Shadow Clan is definitely a well-developed race. Although they are still far inferior to the humans who have issued a distress call and whose reserves are constantly being replenished, they are definitely among the best of the best compared to other races. What do I think? Ingchang slightly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the strangely shaped alien lords. You probably don't know how the deceitful pantheon perished, do you? Compared to others, the cinema is not very optimistic. The deceitful gods were destroyed in the west, and the destruction was so rapid that the Shadow Clan didn't even have time to react. As a result, the Shadow Clan inexplicably lost half of their manpower in this wargame. From any perspective, victory in this war was out of their reach. The Dark Pantheon will lend a hand in this all-out war, Shadow City said. This is the will of the God of Darkness. He cannot change it. But, Ingchang paused for a moment, then continued, don't expect our Shadow Clan to put in much more effort. Unlike the spokesperson for the Mischief Gods, the Studio City's tone was more direct and their thoughts were more straightforward. He couldn't bring himself to do something that would benefit someone else. Upon hearing the tone of the film studio, the representatives of many of the smaller ethnic groups present noticeably lost their momentum. Ultimately, this all-out war is one that many people do not want to join. The outcome of a war game is not important. Don't be fooled by their current positions within various pantheons. Once they leave the war game, who cares about the lives of those gods? Despite clearly having the upper hand, the atmosphere on the field began to gradually weaken. Lan Yan suddenly regretted mentioning it to Ingchang. Fortunately, it's not too late to remedy the situation. Looking at the others, Lan Yan reminded them, we're not entirely without interest either, are we? Isn't war contribution the best reward for everyone? When the topic of contributions to the war came up, some representatives of races who knew victory was hopeless rekindled their fighting spirit. Contribution level means how much benefit they can bring out from this war game. Forget about racial victory. We have to get something out of ourselves, right? Lan Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the gods can muster an army of tens of millions, it's hard to say how much cohesion they have. If people's hearts are scattered, then the world will truly fall apart. As the representatives of various races reached an agreement, several deities they mentioned also appeared within the territory of the Pantheon of Life. Suppressing the auras that disgusted him, the form of the God of Life appeared in the sky and nodded to the arriving gods. Chapter 138, The Cooperation of the Gods. Of the gods who arrived, only the goddess of fertility had a good relationship with the God of Life. As for the remaining gods of wine, darkness, and so on, if placed 10,000 years ago, they would definitely be the most resolute enemies of the Pantheon of Life. A god who can brew wine with life, and a god who prevents life from growing, can hardly be on the same page as the God of Life. It's a pity that things aren't what they used to be. Noticing Gao Chang's ever-advancing army, even though the God of Life was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to coexist harmoniously with the other gods. After all, they now have a common enemy. The old system. There is no need for the old days in this world. Old relics should lie in their coffins. After exchanging greetings, the gods in the sky looked toward the boundary of the territory of the Pantheon of Life. At the border, several primordial deities are hidden in a corner, covered by greenery blessed by the God of Life. In terms of quality, these primordial gods are somewhat inferior to the primordial gods of the West who fought each other all day long. But in the East, the main fighting force is not them at all, but the warriors recruited by the various wargame lords. We're getting closer. The first heretical knight crossed the boundary and stepped into the territory of the Pantheon of Life. Looking back at the front lines of the restoration of holy authority, Sasha, as the flag-bearer saintess, showed absolutely no awareness of leading from the front. Holding the flag and following behind the many heretical knights, Sasha even yawned out of boredom. But in front of Sasha, the heretical knights, dressed in full heavy armor, resolutely presented themselves as an insurmountable torrent of steel. On their journey so far, countless primordial gods had fallen beneath the hooves of these pagan knights, contributing to the creation of the 40th edition of the cooking method. More and more heretical knights are now entering the territory of the Pantheon of Life. The roads trampled by their horses had almost all the flowers, grass, and shrubs flattened, so that the following troops could travel smoothly. However, such behavior, when placed within the territory of the Pantheon of Life, is utterly blasphemous. To the God of Life, every flower and blade of grass is life, and such a contemptuous attitude towards life is enough to provoke his wrath. When do we start? The gods turned their heads, and from the voice of the God of Life, they could clearly hear the anger. Don't rush, it'll be quick, very quick. The God of Darkness spoke in a sinister tone. Under the watchful eyes of the gods in the heavens, the heretical knights only needed to advance a little further before encountering the ambush forces that the lords of various races had already laid in wait. If the stagnation of the holy power had not awakened too early, if the gods were to awaken first, these ambushes would likely have already become sharp knives aimed at stabbing at the stagnant holy authority. Within the forest, the arrival of the heretical knight brought an atmosphere of extreme quiet, a stark contrast to the vibrant life that was everywhere. Until a certain moment, the plants grew rapidly, forcefully separating the heretical knights into individual units. The blessings of the goddess of abundance are fully displayed here. Then the God of Darkness unleashed his power. The light in the sky was instantly obscured, and under the eternal night, only creatures blessed by the God of Darkness were qualified to see the world clearly. On the ground, a Minotaur lord gave a cruel smile. This all-out war was blessed by so many gods at the same time. They have never fought such a rich war since they entered this war game. He took out the wine blessed by the God of Wine from his waist and gulped it down, causing an even more surging power to erupt from the Minotaur's muscles. The war has begun. In the pitch-black darkness, a Minotaur warrior suddenly appeared in front of the heretical knight. Because of the blessing of the God of Darkness, they can see as if it were daytime, even when walking in darkness. The heretic knight couldn't see him, but finding the heretic knight's location was a piece of cake for him. He slowly straightened up in front of the heretical knight. The Minotaur warriors were even taller than the pagan knights on horseback. Go to hell. With bloodshot eyes, the Minotaur warrior brought his wooden club down on his head. Thump! The wooden stick collided with the armor, and the immense force caused several cracks to appear on the stick. Seemingly sensing something, the heretic knight thrust his lance toward the spot where the attack had just come from, each thrust piercing flesh. The Minotaur warrior's eyes widened. The knight's lance was pulled from his heart, and the breath of life gradually drained from his body. How can flesh and blood, unarmored, possibly defeat steel? However, in no time at all, a rich life force was poured into the Minotaur warrior's body. The damaged heart was repaired, and the skin was restored to its original state. The blessing of the God of Life could not achieve such an effect. There is only one possibility for this to happen. The God of Life must personally intervene. Besides the God of Life, the primordial gods lurking on the ground also broke free of their disguises and attacked the pagan knight's lines. It depends on the frenzied power of those primordial gods. The pagan knight's lines were broken in a short time. With the cooperation of several righteous gods in the sky, and the fact that several primordial deities had just entered the fray, the pagan knight's ranks began to dwindle. On the other hand, with the multiple blessings of the gods, the fighting power of warriors from all races continues to soar. It seemed that victory in this war was only a matter of time for them. So, how long are they going to continue this futile effort? Outside the darkness, Sasha had stopped and yawned. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of auxiliary troops also halted their advance. Even though they knew they had been ambushed, no one intended to retreat. Sasha could sense the intense battle within the darkness, but she didn't understand the meaning of this battle. Those trapped inside the black curtain are all units from the old system. Sasha shook the flag in her hand. As long as she wasn't killed, none of us would have died. So what is the significance of this war? At that moment, a mournful melody was played by the bards behind the crowd, as if they were mourning someone's death. Gao Chang and the others didn't feel anything. But when the warriors of various races were placed within the darkness, a distinct sense of unease was felt. They had been fighting the army of the revived holy authority in the shadows for so long. Even if the heretical knight is made of steel, he will eventually have his head snapped off by the blessed, muscular Minotaur. For the Shadow Clan, it allows them to bypass their armor and plunge their blades directly into their flesh. But why, after so many heretical knights fell, did their numbers seem to remain unchanged? After an elven archer fired his last arrow, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Look at the ground. Chapter 139, The Lost Ones on the Road to the Underworld. On the ground, there were pagan knights whose limbs and necks had been twisted. Surprisingly, it stood up again under the influence of an unknown force, and even its broken limbs were repaired by twisted tentacles that appeared out of nowhere. This eerie feeling is like mending a doll, coupled with the mournful music that echoed from afar. An atmosphere of fear gradually spread among the warriors of all races. Clicking sounds kept coming from all around. Sometimes it's the sound of bones realigning, and what remained was the sound of firearms being loaded. The knights put down their lances and pulled out their huge muskets from their backs. As the warriors of various races penetrated deeper into the territory, they successfully became entangled with the heretical knights. After the fallen heretical knights were resurrected, they were surrounded and killed. Although they could not see in the dark, that was not the case for the heretical knight at this moment. The slightest sound would cause them to fire their muskets. The muskets of the heretical knights were not the childish toys of various orthodox cults. The large-caliber musket, after undergoing ammunition improvements, possesses the characteristic of extremely high temperatures. It can cook meat instantly upon impact. Once this weapon is used on warriors of various races, once hit, even if the god of life were to come to your rescue, there would be no way to save you. After all, he is only the god of life and cannot turn a piece of cooked meat back into a living thing. Wait, were those bastards doing this on purpose? One of the lords suddenly looked grim, because the heretical knights' subsequent attacks did not distinguish between friend and foe. The same bullets, when fired at the heretical knights, did not seem to hinder their resurrection. On the contrary, it's because the firepower network is too dense. The fear among the warriors of all races who could see was overwhelming. Every time I passed in front of a gun barrel, it felt like I had just walked through the gates of hell. Although they weren't always unlucky enough to be shot by unseen pagan knights. But the feeling of repeatedly passing through the gates of hell is not pleasant. Furthermore, a method to successfully kill the heretical knight has yet to be found. In an instant, the war weariness of warriors from all races in the forest began to soar. After the war weariness level soared from 50% to over 80%, this war weariness gradually began to subside. It's important to understand that this all-out war has only just begun. Once war weariness reaches 100%, the lords of each race dare not even imagine what will happen next. Fortunately, they haven't completely failed yet. Some lords place their hopes on the gods. In the end, their game lords were just an extra in this all-out war. What we really want to see is the showdown between the various righteous gods and the revived holy authority. It is quite clear, even in the case of God. They also possess significantly more fighting force than the restoration of the holy authority. Everything will be all right as long as the gods intervene. That's right, as long as the gods intervene, everything will be all right. Sister Wang Chuan. Sasha kept shaking Wang Chuan's shoulders. Hurry up and take care of those troublesome guys. My sixth sense tells me that several new ingredients have appeared in the forest. But this pitch blackness completely covers everything. It's so annoying. Wang Chuan was dizzy from being shaken by Sasha. After Sasha finally stopped moving, Wang Chuan took a small hop and bounced to the side. He glanced at Sasha with empty eyes. A few seconds later, Wang Chuan suddenly nodded. With his hands placed in front of his chest, Wang Chuan adopted a gesture of prayer. Lost people. Wang Chuan murmured a few words. The chilling atmosphere completely extinguished any signs of life on the ground. In a daze, figures seemed to appear around everyone, only to disappear in the next moment. Among them were barbarians, as well as warriors from 10,000 years ago. Unsurprisingly, All of these people were beings who had once been lost on the river of oblivion. Finally, a few minutes later, a huge figure appeared, swaying slightly. Feeling a sound like an earthquake, Gao Chang forcibly broke free from the embrace of Data expunged and poked his head out of its body. The first thing you see after emerging is a figure that blots out the sky. The god of mountains, Zhu Luo explained. Her gaze also fell upon that figure. It was obvious that the mountain god was not in a good state. His body, made of solid stone, showed no sign of spiritual light, like a puppet that wandered aimlessly. Following the god of mountains, another god's body suddenly appeared near the group. God of the North Wind. Suddenly, Gao Chang turned his head to look at Wan Chuan. Wan Chuan is still in a praying posture, and her form is the Yellow Springs. In its Yellow Springs form, the River of Oblivion can summon creatures that were once lost on the River of Oblivion. Does this mean? The gods, including the god of mountains and the god of the North Wind, had already lost their way on the surface of the River of Oblivion. Those temples dedicated to them have not received their protection for countless years, because they themselves are in a precarious situation. Boom! The colossal form of the mountain god burst into the darkness. Almost instantly, he crushed a primordial god. These newly born primordial gods appeared far too small and fragile in the face of this lost ancient god. Unfortunately, such a powerful deity also became a wronged soul wandering the road to the underworld. Boom! The destruction caused by the mountain god continues. Power exceeding the limits of the world is a unique characteristic of the gods. But the god of mountains was once one of the gods. None of the lords present had even managed to develop their technology to the peak of the second-tier world. Therefore, when faced with the god of the mountains, they were powerless and could only watch helplessly as the boulder pressed down on them mercilessly. At that moment, the god of the North Wind raised his hand. In the direction of the vassal army, the followers of the North Wind god raised their crossbows as if by divine inspiration. The moment the arrow soared into the air, a hurricane swept by, causing the arrow to pierce the vast darkness almost like a bullet. The arrival of the two lost gods further increased the war weariness of the already low-spirited allied forces. The reinforcements from their own gods that they had been hoping for did not arrive. What none of the lords knew was that, just now, the gods felt a terrifying pressure emanating from Data expunged. Your last holy site has been destroyed. Your deity has been successfully angered. Data deleted. Gao Chang felt a touch on his back and was gently put down by Data expunged. Subsequently, the size of Data expunged began to grow larger and more distorted. One after another, ferocious eyeballs emerged from the body whose data had been deleted. This time, however, Zinke was not there to repair his golden body. A hideous maw opened on the pitch-black body of Data expunged. Before the gods could react, the tentacles had already reached towards the sky, and in the next instant, it enveloped the weakest of the gods of abundance and sent him into the Data expunged escaping maw. Chapter 140 Triple Combat Power. None of the tribal lords, who were being strangled in the darkness, noticed anything amiss outside the veil. It's just that the greenery used to separate the heretical knights has suddenly become a bit sparse. Many people didn't take what just happened hard. Even gods aren't omnipotent. Perhaps the goddess of abundance was simply tired. Only the gods high above the heavens know what has just happened. Fertile, just like that, it was eaten. The voice of the god of darkness became somewhat strange. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. In his memory, the difference between them and the old days should not be this great. Even in the great war that ended the lives of the gods 10,000 years ago, the ancients did not seem to display such overwhelming combat power. It should be noted that even if the goddess of fertility is weak, she is still one of the many righteous gods. It's somewhat understandable that a god would crush a newborn being. Crushing the ancient goddess of abundance is just too outrageous. Over the course of 10,000 years, have we become weaker, or has he become stronger? Dionysus murmured to himself. At this moment, the red blush on the divine body had diminished considerably. The fall of the goddess of abundance almost sobered up the god of wine. The other gods also expressed their disbelief. Only the god of life seemed to be frozen in place, motionless. The god of darkness frowned as he looked over. He knew that the goddess of abundance was in harmony with the god of life. But given the selfishness of the gods, The loss of a close friend shouldn't cause the god of life to grieve to this extent, right? The god of life finally spoke. Just the instant the data deletion attack was launched. He sensed the life force of Data expunged. He is 3 times stronger than he was 10,000 years ago. Suddenly, silence fell over the sky. The god of darkness stared blankly at the ground. 3 times? After 10,000 years of slumber, the gods have all weakened considerably due to the passage of time. In comparison, even if the opponent wasn't weakened by time, it shouldn't be 3 times stronger, right? But if what the god of life says is true, the god of darkness's already dark complexion seemed even darker. Why didn't you say so sooner? Having said that, before the other gods could react, the god of darkness turned to leave. 10,000 years ago, the gods suffered a crushing defeat. Now that their opponent is 3 times stronger, how could they possibly be a match for them? It would be better to sleep for another 10,000 years. A new era will always come. Perhaps after sleeping for tens of thousands of years, the old era will be over. There are quite a few gods who share the same idea as the god of darkness. As true gods, they had already been asleep for 10,000 years, so what difference would it make if they slept for another 10,000 years? However, the next moment, something that terrified the gods has happened. The god of darkness, who was preparing to escape, had not gone far when he was pierced by the aurora descending from the sky. Although the aurora only blocked the other party for a moment, it also created an opportunity for data deletion. Several elongated tentacles shot towards the sky, forcibly binding the body of the god of darkness and dragging him into the gaping maw of Data expunged. A loud chewing sound rang out. The remaining gods looked at the beings blocking their way with unpleasant expressions. Lord of Aurora. A god called out the other's name, but received no response. Another being who once got lost in the river of oblivion. His soul has been lost, leaving only a body wandering aimlessly on the road to the underworld. At this time, the body of the north wind god also rose high into the sky, vaguely appearing to surround the other gods. The gods glared angrily at the 2 bodies, one in front and one behind. In terms of combat power, the 2 physical bodies of gods could never possibly defeat them. But all the other party has to do is stall for time. A deity glanced down at him with an embarrassed expression. A huge mouth covering the ground continued to chew. The god of darkness was like a candy in his mouth. It seemed that after finishing one candy, he would choose a new one until all the gods were eaten. Gao Chang had no idea what the gods in the heavens were thinking. Looking at Data Deleted's body, which suddenly became incredibly distorted, it was completely devoid of its previous cuteness. But whether it was because his sanity was constant or because of the blessing from eating fish, Gao Chang just couldn't feel afraid. Similarly, no one else present questioned the appearance of the change Data expunged. As Data expunged chews faster, the body of the god of darkness was gradually torn apart in his mouth. Thus, the dark curtain summoned by the god of darkness gradually dissipated from everyone's sight. With the veil of darkness lifted, the lords of the gods and their troops were completely exposed to Gao Chang. The number of those warriors was enormous, almost filling the entire forest, and their total number was several times that of all the living forces under Gao Chang's command. But after glancing at the war interface, Gao Chang smiled slightly. War weariness level, 54%, 89%. Despite being hit repeatedly, the actual number of casualties may only be tens of thousands, less than 1% of the total number of the coalition forces. But the morale of the allied forces was on the verge of collapse. On Gao Chang's side, the only war weariness level was increased by the hundreds of thousands of auxiliary troops. Due to the tyranny of data deletion and the desire to reshape the world order, those auxiliary troops wouldn't dare, nor would they increase their war weariness much. As for the warriors of the old system, as long as Sasha, the flag bearer, is still alive, they will not die, and their war weariness will not increase. If Gao Chang holds out a little longer, he won't need to fight against an army of millions. The enemy will scatter like birds and beasts on their own. At that moment, a tremor suddenly came from behind Gao Chang. Turning my head, I saw that after the darkness of the god of darkness dissipated, hundreds of thousands of his servants began to advance into the territory of the god of life. These auxiliary troops outnumbered Gao Chang's direct forces by dozens of times. Now that the army is advancing together, The already weakened morale of the Allied forces has become even weaker. Moreover, once the darkness dissipated, the heretic knights could see again, and they no longer needed to use their ears to aim their weapons. Bang, bang, bang! Gunshots rang out in the forest. The pagan knight mounted his horse and weaved through the ranks of the Allied forces, with the sound of a musket rang out every now and then. Although the Allied forces also had muskets, the long-range penetrating power of their projectiles was even inferior to that of fine crossbow bolts. Normally it's okay to fight leather-armored or unarmored units, but now it's completely ineffective against the fully armed heretical knights. Of course, there's also the mountain god, who wreaks havoc in the forest. Every movement of the mountain god's body was like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. With just one landing, a large area of land collapsed. As one of the ancient gods who drove all living beings off the earth, his power was enough to make mortals tremble. Chapter 141, the enemy troops fled in panic. In reality, they were a bunch of cowardly rats. This looks really interesting. With his face propped up, Baihexiu couldn't help but say. As the commander-in-chief of the witch hunters, Baihexiu was stationed at the rear with Hayukin and others. After all, once the heretical knights were recruited, the witch hunters, numbering only a few hundred, were no different from a logistical force. But watching the fierce fighting on the front lines, Baihexiu suddenly felt a little itchy to join in. Reaching out, Baihexiu poked Hayukin's waist. Under Hayukin's murderous glare, Baihexiu asked his question. Is that thing finished yet? Can't you see for yourself? Hayukin pointed behind her and said irritably. Behind the crowd, hundreds of catapults had just been manufactured. This is probably the most common item used by everyone in this game, and it's not difficult to make. What's truly remarkable is the ammunition these catapults are about to launch. Volcano Bomb Oddity. Description: a product of mixing various existing bombs. No two volcanic bombs are exactly alike, and the explosion creates a spectacular scene resembling a volcanic eruption. That's right, because there were too many old bombs in the warehouse. Baihexiu simply had his men tie all the bombs together with fuses. Furthermore, due to his expertise in laying mines, these random bombs, strung together, were surprisingly usable, even because the equivalent is too large. In feudal times, every volcanic bomb was a truly extraordinary object. Explosions are art. Ever since he destroyed the old shrine, Baihexiu has grown fond of the feeling of mushroom clouds rising from beneath his hands. This feeling intensifies as the Empire awakens. Ignition. Upon receiving Baihexiu's order, hundreds of catapults slightly adjusted their angles and launched the ignited volcanic bombs. A large number of volcanic bombs, a hodgepodge of various types of explosives, tumbled and fell into the forest, heading towards the central lines of the Allied forces. Boom! The first volcanic bomb exploded. But for volcanic bomb, an explosion is not the end. On the contrary, it is only the beginning. Numerous different types of bombs were launched into the air by the explosions, followed by secondary and tertiary explosions. Some of the bombs, resembling fireworks, even shot straight into the sky and exploded. In an instant, the volcanic bomb displayed a beauty resembling a volcanic eruption. Sasha stood beside Gao Chong, gazing intently at the clusters of volcanoes erupting from the forest. What a nice view. Although it's a waste, it's really worth it. Of course, beauty comes at a price. People watching the volcano from a distance only see the beauty of the eruption. Those living beneath the volcano experienced firsthand the terror of the eruption. A mournful wail echoed through the forest. Hundreds and thousands of bombs of all kinds were flying everywhere in the explosions, and they had no idea where to hide to avoid them. Some of the landmines were not even triggered by the explosion. They simply bounced to the ground, waiting for their destined owner to arrive. Since the auxiliary troops entered the front lines, the pagan knights have abandoned their entanglement with the frontline soldiers and begun to advance towards the central front. Some lords also wanted to maintain the morale of their soldiers. However, with explosions everywhere, it was difficult for his words to reach the ears of his people. Some lords even revealed their presence when they had such intentions. When the heretical knight raised his cold spear, no one could save him. Bang, bang, bang! Scattered gunfire rang out from the center of the coalition forces. The coalition forces suffered few casualties. However, in the war interface, the number of lords who are hostile to Gao Chong is decreasing rapidly. This time, most of the dead were lords. The deaths of many lords instilled a sense of fear in the hearts of lords of all races. Although not recorded in the war interface, the war weariness in the hearts of various lords was actually rising rapidly. The war weariness of the people is rapidly approaching 100%. Finally, one of the lords couldn't sit still any longer. Let's retreat. A 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. The formation completely collapsed the moment the first grain of sand began to crumble. Zhu Luo squinted and chuckled. The enemy troops fled in panic. They are truly a bunch of cowardly rats. Of the Allied forces that numbered in the tens of millions, only about 1 million were actually able to make contact with Gao Chang. Even fewer actually engage in combat, numbering only around a few 100,000. Unfortunately, this one clash has already pushed the Allied forces to their limit in terms of war weariness. In the moment of defeat, tens of millions of people of different races will flee in panic. Wow. After fighting for a long time, Data Deletion finally finished digesting the God of Darkness. Then, with a wave of its tentacle, it swept the entire god of wine into its mouth. Hiccup. The strong smell of alcohol made Data expunged, burp, seemingly a little tipsy. Gradually, Data Deleted shrank back to its original shape as a cube-shaped cat and rubbed against Gao Chang. They've gone. Gao Chang disdainfully pushed the Delete Data button aside with his arm. He can't get used to having this data deleted and smelling like alcohol. Awoo. The data deletion device stretched out 2 big eyes, blinked resentfully at Gao Chang, and then hopped away to the side. Hey Lord, come quick. Sasha's voice came from afar. After the Allied forces had completely retreated, Sasha slowly walked onto the battlefield, carrying her flag. At this moment, he was waving a flag at Gao Chang, as if he had found something good. As for Wang Chuan, he was not with Sasha at the moment. The ground war has ended, with the coalition forces suffering a crushing defeat. But the battle between the gods and the heavens continued. However, with the river of oblivion present, the pressure on the gods continues to increase. More and more lost divine bodies emerge from the road to the underworld, solely to suppress the gods here, so they cannot escape. Of course, the war in the sky had nothing to do with Gao Chang. Gao Chang leaned closer to Sasha and peeked at what she was saying. A building can be vaguely seen less than a few kilometers away from here as the crow flies. The Shrine of the God of Life. The heretical knights, having arrived first, had already stormed into the shrine. Unlike other races in the coalition, as the host of the Pantheon of Life, the elves can run away, but they can't hide. Although many elven lords had already retreated with the Allied forces. However, some lords who were attached to their homes stayed behind, intending to rely on the Shrine of the God of Life to resist for a while longer. This includes Lan Yen. When Gao Chang and Sasha arrived at the shrine, Lan Yen had already been tied up and thrown to the ground. He didn't run away, and he couldn't run away anyway. Ever since he sensed the presence of another source of energy within the camp of the reviving Holy Authority, Lan Yen already knew his fate. Chapter 142 Edible Idols. The source energy placed on him was like a precise GPS navigation system. No matter where he runs, as long as another being with source matter wants to find him, he can't escape. That's interesting. Gao Chang glanced around at the situation inside the shrine. The ground was littered with the corpses of elven warriors. Some warriors were shot to pieces by the muskets of the heretical knights the moment they broke in, their corpses mixed with blood covering the walls. Of course, some soldiers were also bound hand and foot, just like Lan Yen. Gao Chang walked up to Lan Yen and stared at him for a moment. Lan Yan's eyes were calm, and he didn't seem to be very afraid of death. Aren't you afraid of dying? Gao Chang asked curiously. Lan Yen seemed to want to say something, but his mouth was covered, and he could only make muffled sounds. At this moment, Sasha began calling out to Gao Chang again. Never mind if you don't want to talk about it. Gao Chang shook his head and turned to walk toward Sasha. He could sense that the Elven Lord was a carrier of Source Essence, but he didn't know exactly which Source Essence he was. Judging from their momentum, the other side seems a bit weak. Gao Chang even felt that the other party was not much stronger than himself, and was really quite weak. His appearance was also unremarkable, a typical face among elves, utterly ordinary. According to Yena's previous statement, there should be no other reverse Kabbalah source material in this war game, since I can't take away the other party's essence either. Rather than killing him outright, Gao Chang preferred to send him to Aishir, as it would be a small favor to do someone a favor. Lost in thought, he found himself standing beside Sasha. Gao Chang followed Sasha's gaze. It is an image of the god of life. After the god of life awoke, tender buds sprouted from his statue, looking delicate and beautiful. It's no different from ordinary buds. However, Sasha had already reached out and grabbed it. He plucked a leaf and held it in his mouth. Gao Chang couldn't resist flicking Sasha's forehead. You're so enthusiastic when it comes to eating. Other people's flag bearers charge with me, but you become the one charging for me. Hey. Sasha chuckled sheepishly. I'll remember next time, definitely next time. Yes, your lordship, won't you send a piece? Sasha then casually plucked a leaf from the statue of the god of life and handed it to Gao Chang. Gao Chang glanced suspiciously at the leaf in Sasha's hand. For Sasha, who has never liked vegetarian food, to chew on these leaves so enthusiastically, there must be something special about them. But after thinking about it, I took it and took a small bite. Mint flavor. He raised an eyebrow. Gao Chang imitated Sasha and put the leaf into his mouth, a sweet taste wafting onto his tongue. It's like chewing mint gum, leaving your mouth feeling cool and refreshing, but without the harshness of mint. Before long, the two were leaning against the statue of the god of life. Amidst the murderous gazes of some elves, leaves were plucked from the statue, one by one. Things from God are just so good, Gao Chang said while chewing on a leaf. Sasha nodded in agreement. She just didn't like vegetarian food, but she still loved sweets. It's rare to find fructose that's as pure, natural, additive-free, and pollution-free as the god of life. All right. Chewing on the leaves, Gao Chang suddenly remembered the matter of the Holy Light Pantheon. His battle is over. However, it seems that the Holy Light Pantheon doesn't have that yet. Data deleted. Previously, he suddenly fell into a state of anger because of the destruction of the holy site. And isn't the last untouched holy site he has left the one belonging to Su Uki? The perspective connects to that I within the Holy Light Pantheon. Gao Chang saw the current battle situation of the Holy Light Pantheon. The towering city walls were directly destroyed by immense force. A giant tens of meters tall is leading a Minotaur army to wreak havoc among the paladins. The eye that Gao Chang placed grew into the shape of a giant carnivorous flower. Below the eyes, there were scattered pieces of Minotaur's body torn into pieces. Of course, there was also Su Uki's terrified face. For Su Uki, nothing has been more exciting than these past few days. After the Minotaur's god of war awoke, he transformed into a giant taller than the city walls. With a single punch, he punched a hole in the Holy Light Pantheon city wall, unleashing a massive Minotaur invasion. On the other hand, the Sons of God clashed for some reason. The original defensive advantage not only failed to materialize, but also turned into an internal war between the various pantheons of the saints. In other words, the saints' forces are currently using 1/3 of their strength to resist the Minotaur invasion. Lords like Su Uki, who joined midway through the process, truly suffered an undeserved disaster. Without high-tier units like paladins, the human race's ordinary units would find it difficult to resist the Tauren forces. Meanwhile, the core lords of the Holy Light Pantheon were busy resisting the invasion of the god of war. Lords like Su Uki are naturally not someone anyone has the time or inclination to deal with. Therefore, not long ago, Su Uki's territory was discovered by the Minotaur lord who suddenly broke in. The outcome is obvious. Su Uki was not exactly an elite, and with no advantage in any aspect, his defenses were instantly torn to shreds by the Minotaurs. Even the buildings were demolished by the Minotaurs. That was around that time. Su Uki saw what appeared to be a mouth growing out of midair. No, not at all. The fact that there are Minotaur corpses everywhere says it all. Your sanity level -3. After staring at Su Uki for a while to make sure he was all right, Gao Chang turned his attention back to the god of war. High-powered eyes, growing period. Characteristics, indescribable. Heavenly soldiers descend, inviting gods to join forces. Inviting the gods to join in. Summary. True strength is never about being strong alone. Effect. You can teleport any unit from any holy land to this holy land's location. This is probably the weakest eye that Gao Chang has ever seen in terms of attack power. Considering the strength of the previous two eyes, Gao Chang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with this last eye. But this war game was nearing its end, so Gao Chang stopped dwelling on it. Besides summoning guardian knights, This eye's ability to invite divine intervention allows it to use other eyes as portals. Although the main force of the powerful troops were not near those two eyes. But this does not mean that Gao Chong has no troops available. In fact, he can summon quite a few beings. For example, the chubby, plump chicken god in the chicken coop, or the countless root-like units accumulated within the Victory Pantheon. Gao Chong tried summoning. The first to respond were naturally the knights who protected the faith. Wherever they are, they can always provide reinforcements to the Holy Land at the first opportunity. What followed was countless bright red roots that covered the ground, instantly creating an unusual sense of desolation for the world. To Gao Chong's surprise, the chicken god actually responded to his call. Chapter 143 Eyes at the Doorstep. Don't kill the chicken. After the summoning begins, the eye began to expand rapidly to supply the root warriors quickly. This unusual occurrence was naturally noticed by most beings both inside and outside the Holy Light Pantheon. Those are his eyes. Above the heavens, after the sun god clashed with the Lord of Holy Light once more, he suddenly retreated rapidly, withdrawing from the territory of the Holy Light Pantheon. Looking at that gaping, ferocious eye, the sun god was somewhat bewildered. So that's what I meant? The god of Holy Light showed no intention of pursuing them beyond the territory. He simply shrugged helplessly. When he saw that being stick its eye in front of him, he knew who the true embodiment of justice was. Holy Lord, you! Before the sun god could finish speaking, something strange erupted from the area of his eye once again. A massive, ancient tree with roots sprouted from the gaping maw of the eye. Since it was severed in two by the god of victory, the ancient roots have become an independent entity and can naturally transport things using the properties of its eyes. The moment the ancient root tree appeared, a strong sense of danger enveloped the god of war. The god of war ceased his rampage through the vast ranks of paladins and turned to look at the mother tree of roots. He sensed a strong aura of decay emanating from the mother tree. That aura surpassed even that of the gods. It seems I want to drag the whole world into a desolate abyss. A rustling sound came from where the roots and vines were spread out. One after another, warriors of roots rose from the place covered by scarlet roots. Before the minotaurs could react, the bullets fired by the root warriors had already pierced their bodies with red trajectories. Because most of the warriors were not wearing armor, the roots quickly began to erode from the wounded parts of the minotaurs toward their heads. Blood vessels stretched across the minotaur warriors' eyes. From a distance, they looked like a group of angry bulls. But in reality, only they themselves can feel the despair of life slipping away. Perhaps because of their different race, the minotaurs did not go insane like the elves do to the erosion of the roots. Once their brain nerves are pierced by the roots, they often face only death. It was at this moment that Giggle, the sudden crowing of a rooster, shattered the apocalyptic atmosphere. Everyone stared in disbelief and turned to look. When a large, round hen appeared behind the root tree, several question marks appeared on my forehead. Gao Chong stared at the chicken god who had been teleported in, his face full of black lines. The atmosphere was amazing, especially after the rooster crowed like that. There was no atmosphere at all. After a while, as the roots continued to spread forward, the lords gradually came to their senses. It's just a big hen, nothing to be curious about. The most urgent task is to deal with that strange mother tree. As the mother tree of roots opened its crimson, twisted giant eyes, the Minotaur lords all looked toward the god of war. This level of combat is beyond their capabilities, and the god of war did not disappoint them. With its massive body striding forward, the god of war passed over the heads of the paladins and walked straight toward the mother tree of roots. Unlike the half-awake, half-asleep god of victory at that time, the fully awakened god of war appears more agile and acts more recklessly. His power is still gradually increasing. Whether it was the battle between the Minotaurs and the paladins, or the attack launched by the roots, it was all nourishing his body. Even with the Lord of Holy Light unable to intervene, his mere existence would be sufficient to sweep through the Holy Light Pantheon. Because he represents war itself, the root warrior's bullets struck the massive body of the god of war. It can cause some damage at first, but as time went on, the god of war seemed to have been strengthened in a specific direction. His muscles began to become as firm as steel, and the roots could no longer pierce his body. To everyone's surprise, having been ignored for a while, the chicken god suddenly clucked and rushed to the front of the root mother tree. Although he is not small, he is only compared to an ordinary human. Faced with the size of the god of war, the entire group of chicken gods combined was not even as big as the opponent's palm. However, Chicken God still has speed. Although they were still several kilometers apart, the Chicken God arrived at the feet of the god of war in just a few minutes. To this day, the god of war has not uttered a single word. He simply looked at the little chick that had come to him and gave it a disdainful smile. Boom! With one stomp, Chicken God was instantly crushed into a chicken patty. Far away in the pantheon of life, Gao Chong covered his face. I just saw Chicken God rush out like that, and I thought there might be some surprise, but Chicken God gave him a second death. Speaking of which, I wonder if the Chicken God will be able to live a third time. Your resident's Chicken God trait has been triggered. Huh? When did the Chicken God become his subject? Could it be because of that resurrection after death? Hearing the war game prompt that suddenly came to his ears, Gao Chong turned his gaze back to Yan's perspective. From the eye's perspective, the god of war stomped on the meat pie beneath his feet a couple more times. But all beings facing the god of war were now looking behind him. That chicken god who had already been trampled to death by him. At this moment, it stood behind the god of war, its empty, dead fish eyes staring at him silently. Gao Chong tried to check the chicken god's personal attributes. It actually works. Chicken god. Occupation. God. Myth. Legend has it that this is a hen that can lay golden eggs. As long as she is alive, she can lay a golden egg every day that can cure all diseases in the world and is also very valuable. Having suffered the consequences of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, he gained new power to correct this mistake. All who attempt to kill him will face endless retribution. Characteristics. Former clan, do not kill chickens. Looking at the name of the attribute, Gao Chong's lips twitched. What a straightforward name. Do not kill chickens. Synopsis. A chicken was killed as a signal. Where are the 500 axemen? Effect 1. The chicken god can be resurrected once per day. Effect 2. When the chicken god is killed, it will summon 500 chicken warriors, immune to physical damage, to retaliate. At that moment, a chilling aura suddenly appeared behind the god of war. For God, this aura was far too obvious. However, as soon as they turned around, a bunch of roosters suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The roosters began pecking at the muscles of the god of war. Muscles that even roots cannot penetrate are as fragile as paper in front of those roosters' beaks. The god of war seemed to have no idea what was happening, but one of his legs had already been pecked hollow by hundreds of roosters, revealing the white bones beneath the muscles. His entire body tilted to one side. Chapter 144, a god who only cares about war, not victory. The enraged god of war waved his arms, seemingly wanting to crush the roosters that had offended him into mincemeat. But whenever he swatted a rooster under his palm, like a mosquito, the rooster would always crawl out of his palm unharmed. Even on their way out, the rooster's beaks would take away some of the flesh and blood of the god of war. These things may seem to have taken a long time, but in the eyes of the Tauren lords, in reality, less than half a minute had passed. The god of war has already fallen. The rooster kept flapping its wings and scavenging for food on his body. The fact that they seemed never to be full no matter how much flesh and blood they consumed made the Minotaur Lord attacking the Holy Light Pantheon swallow hard. Is this the Holy Light Pantheon that represents justice? So the paladin they just fought was a beginner monster? The roots, vines, hens, and roosters that have appeared now are all more terrifying and bizarre than the last. I know they are attacking the pantheon of the true Holy Light Lord. Anyone who didn't know better would think they'd stumbled into the lair of some evil god. By the way, do evil gods exist in this world? Before the Minotaur Lord could even rub his chubby head and ponder the question, the god of war has been devoured in front of everyone in a slow and agonizing manner. Killing a chicken comes at a price, especially killing the chicken that revives the sacred rite. And now, he has paid the price he deserves. The giant that was originally tens of meters tall has disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a skeleton lying on the ground. Gao Chong couldn't help but click his tongue twice. It's a pity that the undead didn't participate in this war game. Otherwise, they would have been overjoyed. After devouring the god of war, the unscathed rooster turned its head and gave a cold look in the direction of the Minotaur warrior. That look in his eyes, it's like watching a bunch of walking, dried beef jerky. This caused many Tauren lords to experience physical discomfort. No, When did even roosters start looking at them like that? In the heavens, the Lord of Holy Light glanced at the sun god. Hit again. The sun god snorted coldly. It was just killing a mere god of war. I didn't even give that fool a second glance 10,000 years ago. He's a god in the concept, but he still retains a physical body and doesn't even say a word when things happen. His muscular brain is only interested in fighting. And it's the kind where they just fight and don't care about winning, the moon goddess added quietly. The god of war may have been a minor figure 10,000 years ago, but among the gods who are still alive, his name is as thunderous as thunder. They only care about fighting, not about winning. Whoever becomes his follower is doomed for 8 lifetimes. But the Lord of Holy Light ignored the two gods' attempt to change the subject. So, fight again. He continued to ask, Holy Lord, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The sun god snorted coldly. I'm only doing this because of that one. The Lord of Holy Light paused in his movements. You finally remembered? You said the same thing 10,000 years ago. The sun god has chosen to support the restoration of sacred authority, and all lords under his command automatically join the all-out war against the gods. The moon goddess has chosen to support the restoration of the holy authority. All lords under her command have automatically joined the all-out war against the gods. In an instant, the paladins and sun knights, who were constantly fighting on the ground, paused in their movements. At the border of the holy light pantheon, the battlefield, which had just been filled with the sounds of swords and spears, suddenly fell silent. The war game lord on the side of the sun god listened to the announcement of the sudden switch of factions. He was stunned for a moment. No, according to the orders of the Saint Sun, they had to take the preserved source matter from Ashir. But given the current situation, one of the lords swallowed hard. Because the sun god has switched sides, if they now want to attack their ally, the holy light pantheon, it seems the mysterious unit type, the Sun Knight, is no longer under command. However, if we use regular troops, let them use those swordsmen and shieldmen to fight the paladins. I glanced at the paladin's tall figure, a cross shield still gleaming faintly in their hands. They had already witnessed the paladin's tenacious survival ability on the previous battlefield. Apart from the Sun Knights, the other soldiers could not withstand even a single stab to the chest. A paladin can also pull out his sword and cleave someone in two. Besides paladins, the combat strength of the various walker units in the 5 Elements Divine system is generally higher than that of ordinary units. Without the Sun Knight, how can we fight this battle? Just as many lords were frowning in worry, a gentle voice rang out from the rear of the battlefield. Gentlemen, Wenze appeared between the two opposing sides. Looking at Wenze, many lords on both sides couldn't help but blush. Some of them had met Wenze before, but for some reason, Wenze's expression didn't change at this moment. But there's always a subtle charm that makes people want to get closer. It seems like boys aren't necessarily excluded. Wenze frowned slightly. Why did the situation seem a little different from what he had imagined? He came to act as a mediator. For some reason, ever since he walked to the center of the battlefield, the lords on both sides have been focusing their attention on him. As for fighting, it seems that many people have lost the will to fight. May I ask you all to hear what I have to say? After Wenze spoke, the battlefield fell silent. The expected rebuttal did not occur. Everyone stared intently at Wenze, seemingly waiting for him to finish speaking. Wenze seemed to realize something only then. She reached out and pinched her own cheek. So, is this the privilege of beauty that the elven lord spoke of? He coughed lightly twice. Wenze continued speaking. You are all our brothers and sisters of the same clan. It is understandable that we fought because we had different positions before. Now that we are on the same side, there is no reason for us to be enemies. Gentlemen, why do you still wish to draw your sword against each other? Seeing that no one responded, Wenze guessed that everyone was still wary of the Holy Sun. I know you all received orders from that Holy Sun, but he is the Holy Sun of our saints, and so is Lord Ashir. No need to say more. A voice suddenly came from the sun god system. We stand united with the holy light pantheon. As they spoke, a lord commanded his sun knights to peacefully cross the defensive line of the 5 Elements Divine system and charge towards the Minotaur. Wenze looked at the situation on the side of the sun god system with some surprise. The situation went much more smoothly than he had expected. Now all that's needed is for the 5 Elements Divine army to turn its spearheads again. The Holy Trinity defense system will return once again. Chapter 145 almost lost his head. The Saints were the ones with the advantage in this war game. Once the Triad defense system returns, it will mean that this war game is about to come to an end. Previously, those who joined the side that was reviving the sacred authority would not have dared to say such a thing. But now look at the war interface. Several additional deities emerged from the side that revived the sacred authority. Although they're still scarce, they're all high-quality righteous gods, such as the Lord of Holy Light and the Sun God. Next, consider the war weariness levels of both sides. 57%, 100%. The first thing I saw was the war weariness level. All the lords who had just been immersed in the carnage were dumbfounded. The war weariness level of the gods has been maxed out? No wonder it seems that from a certain point onwards, the main force of the Sun God system completely became the Sun Knights. All ordinary soldiers started to give the impression of going through the motions. So, their war weariness level has been completely destroyed. Thinking of this, the Lord of the Sun God system looked at the many ordinary warriors who had just retreated and whose expressions were calm. They couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. After switching sides, the soldiers' emotions stabilized. But what if you hadn't switched sides? Given their fierce fighting style, their soldiers are probably already prepared to give up their heads. Seeing that the matter was over, Gao Chang controlled his eyes and looked around. Aside from the roots still spreading, there seems to be nothing else to worry about in the Holy Light Pantheon. They stopped trying to scare Su Uki. After returning the rootstock to its original location, Gao Chang moved the eye that was located above Su Uki's head to a distance. Gao Chang didn't know how much sanity Su Uki had just lost, so he specially left Chicken God there. The fluffy Chicken God should be able to soothe his frightened heart. After doing all this, Gao Chang looked away and sent a message to AI Seer, Su Uki, and other people he knew. Let's have a chat about the pantheon of life. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. As the Allied forces collapsed, thick smoke rose above the pantheon of life. Along with it came a peculiar fragrance. Ashur has arrived here with winds, escorted by hundreds of paladins. As for the Saints' other son, the lords who had come to join the Sun God system were already petitioning on their own to take Wen's down directly. Whenever he thought of this, Wenzhe couldn't help but shudder. The privilege of beauty is indeed very useful. But for some reason, he felt that the other lords were looking at him more and more strangely. When the two arrived, Gao Chang's family had already started eating. Besides AI Sierra and the other two, Su Uki arrived even earlier. With nowhere to go after his territory was destroyed, he simply came directly to the Life God system to seek refuge with Gao Chang. Fortunately, he managed to get a few more meals from Jiu Luo than the others. Besides Su Uki, Yina was also brought here by Satan. At first, he was unwilling. Why do I have to come here? Yina asked Satan with a sense of despair. The only response was a terrifying laugh from Satan. Because I want to. But after meeting Lan Yin, Yina's attitude changed completely. Serves you right for chasing me, for making me offer myself to you, for having such a big face. As she spoke, Yina kicked Lan Yin hard in the groin. Looking at Lan Yin's bloodshot eyes, Yina snorted coldly. You didn't even utter a sound. I didn't expect you to have such backbone. With his mouth gagged, Lan Yin couldn't make a sound at all. In a cheerful mood, Yina turned around and came face to face with Aishir, who was walking into the Shrine of Life. Another holder of the source substance? Yina and Wenz exchanged a glance and subconsciously thought of something. Satan, however, was simply flying in the sky, observing the expressions of the two men with amusement. After a few seconds of silence, Aishir seemed to have sensed something as well. Catch that, elf. The paladin did not move. Instead, after Aishir gave the order, the paladins all knelt down on one knee in one direction. Aishir was about to speak, but then something else occurred to her. Composing herself, Ashul looked into the depths of the shrine. In this world, only a powerful being blessed by the Lord of Light could make a paladin perform such an action. As Ashley predicted, no, there's still a bit of a gap. Gao Chang came out carrying a bowl of beef noodles that looked quite unusual. Seeing so many people gathered outside the shrine, Gao Chang instinctively said, "Want to join us for a bite?" After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Aishir blushed and wiped the corner of her mouth. I don't know why, but she started eating with them. Moreover, this highly skilled cook is amazing. You probably can't find a better chef in the entire Holy Light Pantheon. Even the ingredients she used were mythical ingredients. If I had known I could get this kind of free food here, who would have stayed in that bitter and cold land of the Holy Light Pantheon? Just then, Asher suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. You seem to be enjoying your meal. A teasing voice came from behind. Vensha. Asher turned around and saw that it wasn't Wens, but a person wearing a pure white cloak. Are you the Lord of the Holy Light? Asher asked hesitantly. Judging from his aura, he is indeed the Lord of Holy Light. The Lord of Holy Light nodded. Not only him, but behind him, the sun god and the moon goddess also appeared in human form in the Shrine of Life. Most people had no objection to their change of allegiance. These conceptual gods have no physical form, and they probably wouldn't taste like anything if you try to eat them. Others didn't care, and Gao Chang cared even less. Anyway, they've devoured enough gods during this period of time. Various newly created primordial deities were successfully served on the dinner table. Sasha's 40th edition of the Bible was also greatly enriched. Life here is like living in paradise. Clutching her full stomach, Sasha said this. On the other hand, Gao Chang invited his acquaintances, hoping to take advantage of the fact that this war game was not yet over, so that everyone could get together for a good meal and part ways amicably. Now it's almost time to end this. Asher smiled slightly at Gao Chang. Once this war game is over, the saints should acknowledge your status as the Holy Son. In 1Z too, please take good care of him in the future. After saying that, Asher playfully stuck out her tongue. This was the first time she had made such a lack of dignity in this war game. For the saints, this time they did not eliminate the source iatheism. However, they unexpectedly gained two source qualities, basic and beauty, which can be considered as exceeding the target. And then, as the last true god in the sky was slowly stuffed into his mouth by Data expunged, the gods, with 100% war weariness, finally collapsed completely. Congratulations on completing the Battle of Heaven. As the victor, you will enjoy heaven alone with your followers. Additionally, after the game ends, you can choose to take one item with you. Calculating your contribution in this total war. Your contribution is 93%, therefore the item levels you can choose are Wonders and below. Chapter 146, Religious Triumph. Because over 95% of religions now belong to your pantheon. Congratulations to the old gods for achieving their victory objective. Religious victory. Did a religious victory actually happen unexpectedly? Gao Chang raised an eyebrow. With the gods revived, achieving religious victory through the will of believers alone is virtually impossible. However, Data expunged consumed most of the gods. In this war game now, it seems that religion is the only thing left. I glanced at the contribution point screen and realized that this war game hadn't involved many acts of genocide or anything like that. Although the contribution points gained in the second-tier battlefield are generally higher. However, Gao Chang only received close to 800,000 contribution points, which was less than what he received in the ancient times. Of course, if the Allied forces were wiped out, the number would probably be dozens of times greater. However, Gao Chang isn't some kind of bloodthirsty monster. No one is stopped, lest you seize too much land and end up in a difficult situation. Without dwelling on it too much, Gao Chang turned to Aishir and the others and asked, Do you have anything else to do that you want to stay? Su Uki shook his head. With his territory already destroyed, he naturally didn't want to linger in this war game any longer. After saying goodbye to everyone, Su Uki immediately confirmed the settlement. On the other hand, Aishir has no intention of settling accounts for the time being. She naturally heard the cue of victory as well. But after all, he is the son of a saint. She still had a lot of work to do in the time before the mandatory settlement. Seeing this, Gao Chang didn't say anything. Since we've all added each other as friends, we can talk about anything else later. After a brief greeting, Gao Chang confirmed the final outcome of the war game. Zhou Luo simply squinted and waved at Gao Chang, and he said the same thing as last time. See you next time. As Gao Chang's figure soared into the sky, he instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The rest of the people stared at each other, then gradually dispersed. On the ruins of an old shrine, Zinke lay down in the middle of the collapsed rubble, quietly enjoying the starlight of the night. What a quiet night, isn't it? Your Excellency, High Priest. An aged voice came from behind Zinke. Zinke turned to the side and glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye. After seeing the appearance of the person who came, Zinke looked away. So, it's the High Priest. Didn't you go out and cause trouble with our lovely Lord? Isn't the high priest the same? The visitor smiled and asked in return, then sat down next to Zinke. After a moment of silence, the visitor then said quietly, "Has anyone ever told you that your taste in screenplays is really terrible?" Zinke looked to his side in confusion, but then he noticed that the old woman next to him was holding another Bible. It should be that all the Bibles were destroyed because of the destruction of the old shrines. The next moment, what the newcomer said cleared up Zinke's doubts. "I found this in the Lord's hall, mother-in-law. Those young girls and boys are really a handful." "I agree with that," Zinke chuckled, acknowledging the other party's words. Immediately, Zinke changed his tone and asked directly, "Are you going to read this Bible to me? I think you must have found quite a few clues, right?" The visitor smiled slightly. "The contents of this Bible are slightly different from those of the one the Lord saw." Then she told a story. In the Bible that Gao Chong saw, God is an existence that is not bound by the technology tree, so he can easily break through the boundaries of the world. But the gap between gods and mortals is widening. Gods gradually took over the sky and the land, while mortals were driven to the earth, where they huddled together praying for God's mercy. After that, they defeated the gods and returned the world to the newly born civilizations. A beautiful fairy tale about a hero defeating a dragon. However, this is not the case in this new Bible. The gods were content with the heavens and the land. But the existence of one is different. He desires the heavens, the mountains, the sea, all things on earth, and everything underground. Every flower, every blade of grass, every grain of sand, and every stone should be under his control. "Lord of the three realms," the visitor murmured. "I didn't expect you to find out." Zinke smiled slightly. "That's right." Before he could finish speaking, the Bible had already been placed in his arms. "You wrote this book too, didn't you?" "This." Zinke's smile vanished, and he clicked his tongue in disapproval. "That's why I hate talking to smart people." Stretching, Zinke said helplessly, Right, there's no such thing as so much bitterness and hatred in this world. I just want them to let me out." "So you're satisfied now?" For a moment, silence fell between the two of them. "Shall we go?" the old woman asked. Zinke shook his head. "After you leave, this world will be my canvas, and I will use it to write a new story." "Yes, this time your story isn't included." Upon hearing this, the old woman stopped trying to persuade her, and instead got up and walked out of the territory of the Wailing Wall. After walking a few steps, she seemed to remember something, and turned to say one last thing to Zinke. "Your story is really bad." Standing high in the sky, Gao Chong looked down at the surface of the war game. The settlement area in war games is very high. It even far surpasses the position that the gods can stand in. From this angle, Gao Chong could see the illusory image of the Lord of Holy Light, which looked like an ant. But the Lord of Holy Light was completely unaware of him. Calculating your war contribution. Since you have 773,000 war contribution points, your contribution points will be converted into 77,300 war coins. After the war coin conversion is complete, as before, what follows is a large amount of weighted calculations related to land and resources. This represents the land allocation that Gao Chong can receive. Looking at the rapidly changing numbers in front of me, even if Gao Chong were to think for a second, he would know that the amount of land they seized this time wouldn't be small. Fortunately, this time it was in an open area near the college, so there shouldn't be any problems. If they were to add another territory between two bustling city centers like before, the military would probably be tempted to give them a good beating. After the weighted calculation of the land is completed, next came the moment Gao Chong had been most looking forward to. Since you participated in Total War, your contribution rate is 93%. You could take any one item you owned and use it in your future gameplay. In the last war game, Gao Chong chose the Fallen Empire. I wonder what good things will be available this time. Of course, because this war in heaven is considered a total war, the item level that Gao Chong can choose is also limited to the miracle level. Chapter 147 Settlement Time. Open the selection interface. Compared to the Stone Age, this feudal era, having mutated into the mythological era, offers a much wider selection of desirable items. Almost every item related to a deity can be rated as a rare artifact. For example, the Dark Bible of the God of Darkness, or the Life Canon of the God of Life. Gao Chong also saw the new book written by Sasha and others. The 18 Cooking Methods of Primitive Deities, Revised Edition, Episode 40. This book was actually classified as a rare item. Effect 1. When the faction possessing this book faces a mythic unit, their threat level increases by 40%. Effect 2. Increases damage against mythical units by 10%. Effect 3. When the opposing side in the war possesses mythic units, their war weariness gain rate increases by 10%, while our war weariness gain rate decreases by 20%. The added value provided by this book is quite considerable. However, upon closer examination, the limitations are considerable. Mythical units are unique to the mythological era. Even if it exists in other war games, Gao Chang may not necessarily encounter it again. If you choose to take this book with you, the most likely outcome is that it will be useless to you for a very long time to come. With that in mind, Gao Chang continued scrolling down. Soon, Gao Chang spotted a familiar figure among the many items available. Data deletion. Characteristics, remnants of past power, creative force, intimidating, universal salvation, benevolence. Can you take your own gods with you? Moreover, the cost of taking away is not high. The data deletion, having lost its cruelty attribute, is only considered a miracle item. In addition to data deletion, some buildings can also be removed. For example, the River of Oblivion. Taking the River of Oblivion is equivalent to taking away a miracle item. There's even a high probability that it will come with a listless, emotionless girl named Wang Chuan. But considering the consequences of bringing the River of Oblivion back, Gao Chang quickly shook his head. If the River of Oblivion were placed near the academy, all the students and the military personnel who transported them would probably be in trouble. Thinking about it this way, it seems that the data deletion feature, which includes a benevolent attribute, is safer. After all, he is a benevolent god with ninefold merit. Without looking any further, Gao Chang directly selected data deletion as the item he would take from this war game. The war game has come to a close. Gao Chang's consciousness suddenly soared upwards, and the continent beneath his feet quickly vanished without a trace. However, if we had scrolled down a little further, Gao Chang will discover it. Starry Night. Rank? You're back. Shaking his head, Gao Chang looked around. This time, he didn't appear in any primeval forest like he did last time. It's unclear whose land they seized. Upon his return, Gao Chang immediately found himself mired in trouble. Black plants were everywhere around. When I reached out to grab it, there was absolutely nothing to lean on. Therefore, Gao Chang could only watch helplessly as he was gradually swallowed by the swamp. Just then, a small, black, rectangular object suddenly perched on Gao Chang's shoulder. I thought I would sink down. But the next moment, Gao Chang suddenly discovered that he had the ability to stand on the mud. He struggled to pull his body out of the mud. Gao Chang looked at the boundless swamp and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seems we've accidentally plundered too much again this time. Because Su Yuki entered from a different location than him, Gao Chang was unsure whether Su Yuki's return would affect him. As for now, all we can do is wish him good luck. To avoid being lost by the academy, Gao Chang had no intention of wandering around aimlessly. Compared to those, Gao Chang glanced at his shoulder. Then he picked up, data deleted, and carried him in his arms. After being removed from the war game, the smell of alcohol on DATA expunged finally disappeared. Only, how did it suddenly become so small? Gao Chang picked up the data deleted device and shook it, somewhat puzzled. Previously in war games, DATA expunged could easily completely conceal itself. When I took it out, it was actually smaller than half my arm. Is it because of the loss of cruelty? Is whitewashing really that much weaker? DATA expunged. Body swayed in Gao Chang's hands, seemingly trying to struggle free. After realizing he didn't have enough strength, he deflated in a huff. Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on Gao Chang's lips. In war games, DATA expunged always likes to hug and cuddle him. Now it's his turn. Before Gao Chang could do anything about the data deletion, suddenly, another heavy weight slammed down on Gao Chang's head, slamming him into the mud once again. It hurts, it hurts. A neutral voice came from above Gao Chang's head. It wasn't until he climbed out of the mud again that Gao Chang saw what exactly had hit him. A human girl dressed very lightly. Then, being carried by Satan and flying through the air. Satan, are you Yina? Gao Chang asked instinctively. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yina subconsciously looked down, then leaned back and pressed against Satan's chest. It's you. Then I saw Gao Chang's strange expression. Yina subconsciously touched and sniffed her own body, until I touched two large lumps of flesh. Ah! After a moment, Yina finally calmed down and hugged her knees, quietly waiting for death to come in the swamp. No more alive, no more alive. The swamp slowly rose over Yina's head. But every time this happens, Satan, who is flying above Yina's head, will intervene in time, grabbing Yina by the neck and pulling her out of the swamp. Gao Chang sat to the side, watching this scene with a strange expression. He couldn't help but point at Satan and ask Yina, "So the item you brought out this time was actually him?" Because he joined Gao Chang's side, Yina also gained to share the winning side's identity. What Gao Chang didn't expect was that Yina would think of bringing Satan out. For some reason now, has become her. Does she really think she can control Satan? Even if it's just a fabricated, fake Satan. But to Gao Chang's surprise, after hearing the question, Yina looked up at him with a resentful expression. He chose it himself. As Yina's clone, Satan can not only access Yina's character panel, but also directly choose to take away game loot. Unsurprisingly, he chose himself without hesitation. As for the current situation, as if realizing something, Yina suddenly raised her head and looked at Satan. "It was all you're doing, wasn't it?" Chapter 148, A Good Name. "You're the one who turned me into a human, aren't you? You're the one who turned me into a woman, aren't you?" Listening to Yina's hysterical roar, Satan picked at his ear without any remorse. "Right. You. Yina pointed at Satan, momentarily at a loss for words. If you say he has methods, then he certainly does. Even Gao Chang didn't know how he did it. By deceiving the race determination in the war game, Yina was identified as a human lord and was able to return to the human plane. Such a peculiar method is probably unheard of even if you search the entire intelligence hub. Satan is quite rebellious. However, what Yina couldn't understand was, why did she have to become a human woman? Hearing the roar coming from beside him, Satan quickly plugged his ears. Was it his imagination? Why did he feel that Yina had become increasingly louder since the gender reassignment? But he is Satan. A smile crept across Satan's lips. Disguising Yina as a human could be interpreted as an attempt to evade the Mother Tree's pursuit. Therefore, turning Yina into a woman was simply his perverse pleasure. His actions throughout his life were utterly absurd, yet he had no need to explain them to others. But that human lord who created himself. Satan looked at Gao Chang with ill intent. Having left the war game, without so many eyes and tentacles, he wants to see who can protect Gao Chang. A flash. Satan had already flapped his wings and carried Yina to Gao Chang's side. "You created me, so you must grant me 3 wishes. Holy crap. Gao Chang was so angry at Satan's shamelessness that he laughed. Is this how you play games? How is this different from when he sought a miracle to make 999 wishes? What if I disagree? Disagree? Satan grinned menacingly, his claws slowly approaching Gao Chang. I know you're very strong in the war game, but right now, you happen to be in a gap period, don't you? If I kill you here, who will avenge you? As he spoke, Satan felt a slight itch on his face. It certainly wasn't because he felt embarrassed. Instead, something was scratching his face. Looking sideways, Satan suddenly noticed that a rectangular block that looked like a chibi cat had somehow climbed onto his shoulder. At this moment, the cube also stretched out a small, oval hand, poking Satan's face intermittently. You little rascal. Satan withdrew his threatening claws and was about to reach for the cube. However, the next moment, Satan suddenly stopped moving. He saw dozens of eyes suddenly grow out of the block, and several twisted tentacles extend from the block. It's you. As he spoke, Satan's voice trembled slightly. Looking at that familiar tentacle, he seemed to realize something. But what he never expected was, what kind of weird thing could be brought out like that? Ha! Suddenly, Satan threw his head back and burst into laughter. Just when Gao Chang thought the other party was about to unleash their full power, Satan suddenly lowered his head. I was wrong. I was just kidding. Gao Chang and Yina stared silently at Satan. Yina turned her head away. I don't know him. He is not my alter ego. After the farce came to an end, Satan volunteered to find a piece of land that wouldn't sink. This provides a place for everyone to rest temporarily, so that they can wait for the academy to come and pick them up. During his free time, Gao Chang couldn't help but ask some questions. For example, Why did Yina suddenly transform into a human female and come to Gao Chang's vicinity? At this point, Satan stood up and declared, "Now that things have come to this, don't you understand? My heart is with humanity, and heaven and earth can bear witness to this. I'm sorry for being born a demon." Gao Chang glanced at Yina, then at Satan. "I understand the logic, but why is it her who changed and not you?" "Because she is the true form," Satan said without hesitation. "Real." Seeing Gao Chang's suspicion, Satan raised his hand and swore, "I, Satan, swear to hell that if I have uttered even half a lie, I will be sent to heaven right now." A few seconds later, nothing happened. Satan grinned and said, "See, I told you I wasn't lying." "Then why a human female?" Yina asked quietly. Even now, she is still clinging to the key point about women. He used to be a cute and handsome elf, after all. It's several times better than Lan Yen. Lan Yen was, after all, an elf, and even with his ordinary face, he was considered quite handsome in the eyes of humans. But to put another way, Yina, this mediocre appearance can be summed up in one word: ugly. Yina always thought that Lan Yen couldn't stand seeing other people's brothers and sisters doing well because he was ugly. Unfortunately, having left the war game, Yina has lost the word man and is left only with beauty. I couldn't come up with a reason right away. Satan could only give Yina a wistful look. "Tisk, did you just tisk? You just tisk, didn't you?" Ignore Yina's shouts. Satan looked around. Suddenly, he pointed to the delete data option and changed the subject. "How about we give a name?" Yina opened her mouth. Was she being ignored? Okay. Gao Chang nodded, realizing that constantly calling delete data was indeed inconvenient. It wouldn't be bad to find something to do before the college staff come and pick him up. She really was ignored. Yina pouted and turned away, leaving everyone with a lonely silhouette that evoked a sense of pity. Gao Chang shook his head violently. After reminding myself several times that Yina was a man, Gao Chang then focused all his attention on the data deletion function. Actually, he's not very good at naming things. They're especially bad at naming gods. Judging from the appearance of data deletion, it's pitch black. Is it called the god of darkness? It seems to overlap with other gods, and the name so-and-so god doesn't sound good either. I grabbed the DATA delete file and shook it. Meow. I heard the DATA delete message. Or call me cat. Gao Chang blurted out his inner thoughts. But then he shook his head. Not imposing enough. I picked up the deleted data, squeezed it, and rubbed it. Gao Chang's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had a good idea. How about calling him Black Dumpling? Meow. Data deleted. 2 wide-eyed stares were visible, accompanied by a dazed expression. Gao Chang thought about it. If we combine it with the characteristics of the past, we can call it the black dumpling left over from yesterday. Puff. Yina, who had been holding her breath, suddenly burst out laughing. Satan, on the other hand, clapped his hands with a straight face. Great name. The black dumpling left over from yesterday. What a wonderful name. But in Satan's eyes, a gloating smile appeared on his face as he looked at the black ball of flesh. Chapter 149, Returning to the Academy. Then let's call it the black dumpling that was left over from yesterday. Let's call it Black Dumpling. Ew. The black ball of fluff drooped its body, looking utterly dejected. It seems he likes the name you chose, Satan nodded affirmatively. Wow. The black ball tilted its head and stared wide-eyed at Satan. It's a pity he can't speak, otherwise he would definitely want to say something. At that moment, an electronic voice came from midair. Identity confirmed. Gao Chang. Execute the recovery task. Gao Chang turned his head and saw a disc-shaped aircraft heading towards his location. It is the Academy's aircraft. Before entering the war game, after applying for land, it was this kind of aircraft that transported Gao Chang here. Logically speaking, after returning, the Academy's aircraft shouldn't have taken so long to find Gao Chang. Perhaps the land area brought back this time was too large, causing the spacecraft to get lost for a while. The disc was gradually approaching. Satan narrowed his eyes. He then grabbed Yina by the neck and, ignoring her screams, penetrated her body. You! As Yina spoke, Satan had already vanished. As a characteristic of atheism acquired in the feudal era, Yina had actually separated and reunited with his alter ego several times. But this was the first time the clone had fully entered her body after being transformed into Satan. This feeling is completely different from the previous one of containing the clone. It was as if another intelligent life was inside her, making Yina feel very uncomfortable. Sizzle. The disc had come to a steady stop above the swamp and was constantly emitting a prompting sound urging Gao Chang to move forward. He picked up the little black ball in one scoop. Gao Chang stood on the disc and turned to look at Yina. Would you like to come along? Going to college was not a good option for Yina. After all, they came to human society to escape the Kabbalah of life. Going to the academy is like going from one wolf's den to another tiger's mouth. Gao Chang was fully aware of this, so he only asked the question casually out of politeness. As expected, Yina turned her head away, showing no intention of responding to Gao Chang's words. She has already made her stance clear. As for what she might do that could harm human society, Gao Chang wasn't too worried. The world era in which you live is equivalent to a fifth-tier battlefield in a war game. Even if Satan is powerful, even if Satan is a mythological entity, he is still bound by feudalistic constraints. If Satan or Yina really have some other intentions, the machine guns of modern warfare will teach her a lesson. Well then, see you again someday. Gao Chang waved his hand, about to direct the disc to leave. But then Yina let out a cry of surprise and stood on the disc. I can't control my body anymore, Yina exclaimed in terror. She didn't know why. Even though she was refusing, her body started moving on its own. She only regained control of her body after standing on the disc. But when she has the thought of leaving the disc, her body will once again become uncontrollable. Satan, Yina said through gritted teeth. As an avatar, Satan's actions have become increasingly outrageous. Not only did they forcibly change her gender and race, but now they're also defying her and forcibly controlling her body. Yina didn't dare to think about what might happen in the future. However, when she turned her head, she was met with Gao Chang and the Black Dumpling's strange expressions. I thought you weren't planning on following us. At this moment, the disc gradually rose into the air, and several tiny pillars of fire shot out and flew towards the floating academy. It was too late for Yina to back out. Enter the academy through the dedicated aircraft docking channel. I wonder if it's because there's never been such a precedent. Yina's identity as an elf went unnoticed by the academy, and she arrived at the aircraft's docking point smoothly with Gao Chang. There was already someone standing here, waiting for Gao Chang to arrive. I saw the people waiting in front of me. Gao Chang smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Senior Sister Qi Ling. It's been more than half a year since we last met. I didn't expect you to still remember me, Junior. Qi Ling returned a polite smile. But the next moment, she saw the woman standing next to Gao Chang. They don't look like college students. He glanced at Yina's face and chest with a small look. Qi Ling gave a sweet smile that everyone understood. Haven't seen you for half a year, Junior. You have quite the refined taste. Seeing that Qi Ling seemed to have misunderstood something, Gao Chang opened his mouth, about to explain. But Qi Ling interrupted him directly. All right, I'm not your counselor. I won't get involved in this kind of thing. I'm just responsible for taking you to see Mr. M. You can talk to Mr. M about what you need to say. By the way, that classmate who enrolled with you has already passed by. Gao Chang understood that Qi Ling was referring to Su Uki. Because Su Uki settled his account early, he managed to avoid being caught by the Academy's aircraft and was easily found and brought back. Next, Qi Ling stopped mentioning Yina and instead led Gao Chang to the right place. Yina and Satan remained very silent throughout the journey, while Gao Chang and Qi Ling chatted idly. During their casual conversation, Gao Chang learned what Qi Ling had been doing for the past 6 months. The first thing is the grade level. After half a year of unremitting efforts, Qi Ling has successfully advanced from her sophomore year to her junior year. Although it didn't involve war games, it could be considered a step closer to the academic path. On the other hand, most of the students who enrolled with Gao Chang have also passed the first-year certification and are now studying courses to advance to the second year. Yes, we've arrived. Qi Ling suddenly stopped. The campus offers convenient transportation, with escalators and elevators available everywhere. Therefore, after exchanging only a few words, the three of them were already standing in front of Mr. M's office. Knock, knock, knock. Qi Ling knocked on the office door. Enter. As Mr. M finished speaking, another person walked out of the office. Brother Chang. Upon seeing Gao Chang, Su Uki scratched the back of his head. He himself didn't know what he was doing in this war game, and he was a little embarrassed when he saw Gao Chang. They had the confidence that the Stone Age provided. Su Uki originally thought that this war game would be a battle where brothers would fight side by side, and no two generals could possibly clash. Unexpectedly, After a period of confused development, he was directly defeated by the Minotaur and ended up feeding like a ghost. If it weren't for the terrifying biological warriors descending from the sky, Tsuyuki wasn't sure if he would have seen the sun rise today. It was precisely because of this war game that Tsuyuki finally realized the gap between himself and the members of those powerful forces. The difference lies in vision, awareness, and strategic planning ability. It's not something that can be made up for with a little bit of resources. Of course, this excludes the situation where Gao Chang sends out resources that completely overwhelm the opponent. Chapter 150, What are the reasons for the war? I'll wait for you outside, Brother Chang. Tsuyuki scratched his head and stood next to Qi Ling. Gao Chang patted Tsuyuki's big belly jokingly, then nodded and walked past Tsuyuki into the office. Yina glanced at it sideways. As a result, my body uncontrollably followed Gao Chang's back. She is... Upon seeing Yina, who had also come from the past, Tsuyuki looked at Qi Ling with a curious gaze. Qi Ling looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to her. He then gave Tsuyuki a knowing look and whispered something in his ear. Inside the office, Mr. M was sitting at his desk, watching the fax machine beside him continuously printing text. The fax machine was just an ordinary, old-fashioned fax machine. However, the text printed inside comes from a higher dimension. Mr. M turned his gaze away from the fax machine and looked straight ahead. Gao Chang was already standing in front of him. Of course, it's not just about high strength. When Mr. M saw Yina appear behind Gao Chang, he rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. As his counselor, he was certain that the girl following Gao Chang was definitely not a student of the college. Since they're not students, they must be kids from outside the city. I don't know how Gao Chang, who was supposed to be participating in a war game, managed to bring back a human during the half hour he spent picking him up after his return. But Mr. M still patiently explained. Gao Chang, the academy is a very serious place. Isn't it inappropriate for you to bring your girlfriend along? Hearing Mr. M's words, Gao Chang turned around and glared fiercely at Yina. No wonder all those students looked at me with such blessing on the way here. So he's treating Yina like his girlfriend. But the problem is that only Gao Chang knows it. Yina is a 100% male, just turned into this by Satan. Never mind. I'll contact the military later to send her home. I don't want to. Yina suddenly spoke, her loud voice startling Mr. M. But then, seeing that Mr. M had shifted his attention, Yina quickly put on a coquettish expression. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she was about to cry. Gao Chang twitched the corner of his mouth. All I can say is that it doesn't seem like acting. Yina certainly doesn't have such good acting skills. Without a doubt, it must be Satan who took over Yina's body. Since it's not my own body, I won't feel ashamed using it. I just don't know what Satan is up to. Seeing Mr. M looking at her, Yina covered her mouth with her small hand and turned her head away with teary eyes. I have no home anymore. It just goes to show that he truly lives up to his name as Satan. He can spout lies without batting an eye. Through each tearful word, Satan has successfully crafted the persona of Yina as a pitiful orphan. If it were Qi Ling or someone else present, they would probably be moved to tears at this moment. But he was facing Mr. M. Mr. M maintained his cold expression, appearing aloof and unapproachable. But Yina had already put it this way. He kept chasing people away, making him look like a bully. Unable to do anything with Yina, Mr. M could only glare fiercely at Gao Chang. Since you're not students of the college, I will not approve any extra dorm rooms. You can figure out yourselves. Yina quickly pointed to Gao Chang. I'll just share a dorm room with him. Snort. Mr. M did not dwell on the topic any further. Instead, she changed the subject and asked Gao Chang an unrelated question. What are your reasons for joining the war game? And why are you in such a hurry to participate? After saying that, Mr. M reached out and pressed down. Don't rush to answer my question. Let me finish. I've already spoken with your friend. For him, joining the war game was completely aimless. In fact, it made no difference to him whether he participated or not. Land? Resources? Or becoming stronger? For Tsuyuki, none of this seemed to matter. This is also the difference between ordinary people and members of powerful forces. For members of powerful factions, it's as if they were born with a mission. They have things they must fight for, and reasons they must fight for. But Tsuyuki did not. So I tried to persuade him. Mr. M continued. Continuous participation in war games would do him no good. And he also felt his own inadequacy. Next, he plans to pursue further studies at the academy, so that even if he cannot actually join the academy in the future, he will not be as lost and confused as he is now. Gao Chang nodded first, then looked at Mr. M. So, Mr. M, are you planning to try and persuade me as well? In fact, Gao Chang had already noticed something when Mr. M intervened to stop him from entering the game last time. Mr. M seems to want everyone to become stronger, but he doesn't want them to participate in dangerous war games. Qi Ling is a good example. If Gao Chang's guess is correct, Qi Ling should not have participated in any more war games after joining the academy. Without the support of Warfire coins, Qi Ling's main source of information should be the lectures given by professors within the academy. But to be promoted so quickly based solely on verbal knowledge. If Qi Ling were to participate in the war game, she might experience even greater improvement. Of course, she could also have died there. That's right, I'm planning to try and persuade you, Mr. M said. If you have no goal, no belief, and no reason to fight, why risk your life to continuously enter war games? Don't tell me it's to bring land and resources to humanity. I can tell you're not that kind of person. Gao Chang lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Mr. M is right. Land, resources, and becoming stronger. Does he really need it? For many, does the infinite war, the final destination, really want to go? Think about it carefully, Mr. M continued. At least here, you still have your family. You can take advantage of your holidays to travel around different places, and you can buy some snacks in your spare time. War is not something children should think about. So, Mr. M only saw me as a child? Gao Chang smiled inwardly. But just then, Gao Chang suddenly felt his sleeve being tugged. Turning my head, I saw Yena's resentful expression. It seems that Gao Chang's lack of intention to participate in the war game makes him appear like a heartless man. Seeing Yena's expression, Gao Chang had an idea and already had a reason to speak. Was his purpose in participating in the war game to protect something? Protecting others around you? Of course not. I do think I really need to take a good rest, Gao Chang replied to Mr. M with a smile. Chapter 151, Honorary Professorship. The life-or-death threat of the reverse Kabbalah source was gone. The strong sense of crisis has also vanished. Perhaps because he had spent so much time with everyone, Gao Chang always lacked a sense of urgency. He had never truly experienced walking on thin ice. For others, a war game is a war. But for Gao Chang, it was neither war nor a game. Instead, it's a sightseeing tour without a guide. He was the only tourist. Upon receiving Gao Chang's affirmative answer, Mr. M revealed an expression that suggested he was a promising student. I knew you would make the same choice as your brother. In that case, as your counselor, I will now talk to you about your future plans. Your brother is planning to take the entrance exam for freshman year. And you? Mr. M glanced at Gao Chang. I tore the printed paper off the fax machine in front of me. A force called the Saints has introduced you to it. Although the Saints are nothing compared to the main campus of the academy, they're still a cut above the branch school where Mr. M is located. As a result of the referral, you can no longer take the exams for freshmen through seniors. Gao Chang tilted his head, looking at Mr. M with a puzzled expression. He had assumed that Mr. M would also arrange an entrance exam for him as the first stepping stone to joining the college. But now it seems that's not the case, because you will directly qualify to become an honorary professor in this department, which means you'll become my colleague. At this point, Mr. M explained to Gao Chang the reason for obtaining this qualification. Just like the university in Gao Chang's previous life, many professors merely hold the title of teacher while actually holding senior management positions in companies or being business owners themselves. As the top power on the human side, the academy does not reject sharing resources with other major human powers. Talent is naturally a part of the resources. The various departments of the academy warmly welcome high-ranking members from various powerful factions to join as honorary professors. Although Gao Chang's status as the Holy Son has not yet been personally confirmed, it has been officially announced by the Holy Ones based on Aisher's report. As one of the Saints' Holy Sons, Gao Chang clearly possessed the qualifications to become a high-ranking member of the Saints. At the same time, he also qualified to become an honorary professor of the college. Of course, being an honorary professor is not without its advantages. The biggest advantage is that you can freely use the academy's teleportation facilities to avoid instability caused by excessive population movement across different dimensions. Generally speaking, even students of the college need to apply in advance and wait for approval if they want to use the college's jump facilities. However, This restriction does not apply to honorary professors or regular professor tutors. With access to the warp drive, Gao Chang could travel to any other plane that also has a warp drive. Of course, the Leap is a paid project, and even professors will not use it for free. Upon hearing about the benefits of such authority, Gao Chang looked at Mr. M with a half-smile. According to Mr. M, it's just a qualification. To become an honorary professor, there should be other conditions, right? That's right. Mr. M nodded. Actually, this condition is not difficult for you to meet. All you need to do is defeat one of the other professors in the academy or draw with him in a high-prism simulation war game. These conditions don't seem too difficult. Any other conditions? Gao Chang asked. Isn't this condition enough? Mr. M frowned. If you're that confident, you can just go out and have Qi Ling take you directly to a professor for a match. I know that beating me once has given you a lot of confidence, but I must remind you of something. Your chances of winning against those professors in the academy aren't very high. Gao Chang nodded. Then, suddenly looking at Mr. M, she said, but you lost to me before. That's enough. Roll. As a result, Yeno was also kicked out of Mr. M's office. Outside the door, Qi Ling and Su Yuki looked at each other, bewildered, as Gao Chang was kicked out of the office. I don't know what Gao Chang said that made Mr. M so angry. Oh right, Brother Chang. Su Yuki seemed to have thought of something, and lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly, his hands clasped together and swinging back and forth. There's something I want to tell you. Just say it. Why are you acting like a woman? Gao Chang rolled his eyes at his good brother. He then took a step back, glanced at Yina, and looked at Su Yuki with suspicion. Are you going to change too? Transform into what? Su Yuki didn't understand the meaning behind Gao Chang's words, but he still gritted his teeth and said what he wanted to say. Brother Chang, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you in the next war game. Su Yuki himself didn't feel comfortable with these words. He always felt that saying that made him seem too cowardly. In reality, he just felt that he should do some studying. The gap in cognition and mindset makes it inevitable that Su Yuki will become a background character when facing members of powerful forces. Or perhaps they are cannon fodder who don't even feel a thing when the enemy tramples them underfoot. Completing the Academy's program will make up for Su Yuki's shortcomings in operation and cognition. The college has many excellent resources. This is a good opportunity to catch up with the members of the major forces. Thinking of this, Su Yuki slowly closed his eyes and uttered those words. Next, I want to study hard at the Academy. Let's meet again at the summit in the future. Phoenix. Gao Chang suddenly patted Su Yuki on the shoulder. It's such a small thing. Why are you making such a fuss? I'll issue you your graduation certificate later. Gao Chang's interruption improved Su Yuki's mood considerably. However, upon carefully reading Gao Chang's words, Su Yuki's expression became somewhat strange. What do you mean by give him his graduation certificate later? However, at this moment, Gao Chang had already walked to Qi Ling's side. After briefly recounting her conversation with Mr. M, Qi Ling understood what Gao Chang was about to face. Challenge a professor. According to you, defeating any professor would qualify you for an honorary professorship. Because I was busy with my college applications, I do know where most professors usually appear at what time. But do you have anyone you'd like to challenge? Qi Ling asked. Or do you want me to recommend one? Since he didn't know any of the professors, Gao Chang didn't have many thoughts about it. So he simply said, just recommend one for me. Chapter 152, Challenge Objective. In that case, Qi Ling's eyes darted around, as if she had made a choice. They were then led to a classroom. Since it was still during class time, the corridor was quiet. Thinking back to Gao Chang's first day of school, he directly participated in the war game and had no knowledge of the teachers in the highest academy. Taking advantage of this moment, Qi Ling could explain to him the professor he was about to challenge. Professor Li Qi is one of the resident professors at the top university. Their strongest areas of expertise are the first to third-tier low-level battlefields. Not only did they rarely suffer defeats in high-prism simulation battles, in real war games, Professor Li Qi has also topped the contribution leaderboard many times. During his senior year, Li Qi was able to hold his own against professors in simulated battles. Due to his deep understanding of war games, after completing his senior year studies, he naturally joined the highest institution of learning and became one of the professors who taught the next generation. In fact, she was one of the professors that Qi Ling had the most contact with during her sophomore year. because students can choose professors to ask them questions and ask them for guidance. Qi Ling's most frequent question was to Professor Li Qi. Qi Ling's rapid advancement to her third year of university is inseparable from the tactical support she received from Li Qi's guidance. "It's someone I know." Hearing Qi Ling say this, Gao Chang looked at her with some surprise. According to Qi Ling, Li Qi's tactical skills might not be top-notch among professors at the highest university, but they are still first-rate. But Gao Chang wasn't worried about losing. He was worried about Qi Ling's relationship with Professor Li Qi. "Are you sure you want me to challenge this professor?" Putting aside other things, since they are acquaintances, Gao Chang feared that once this challenge ended, Qi Ling's friendship with Professor Li Qi would be completely over. Just then, two loud thuds came from the classroom door frame. "Have you finished talking?" The sound was so loud, I could hear it even inside the classroom. The group looked toward the source of the sound. The classroom door has been opened. A woman in a business suit and gold-rimmed glasses leaned against the door frame, her eyes scanning the group up and down. "Didn't you just mention that you wanted to challenge me?" As she spoke, the woman's eyes turned towards Qi Ling. It's clear that this must be Professor Li Qi, whom Qi Ling mentioned. He looked very young, not much older than the others, a far cry from Gao Chang's impression that professors were mostly elderly. Li Qi knocked on the door frame. "You're still in class, so hurry up and say what's on your mind." Qi Ling turned around and smiled apologetically at Gao Chang, indicating that he shouldn't mind. Professor Li Qi has a rather impatient temperament, but he is very easy to talk to in daily life. Turning around, Qi Ling pointed to Gao Chang and introduced him to Li Qi as well. "This is Gao Chang, the one who defeated Mr. M. Haven't you always wanted to meet him?" By the way, Gao Chang has been certified as an honorary professor at the university. Therefore, he needs to defeat a professor in a simulated battle to prove his ability. "Looks like he chose me." Li Qi adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and carefully examined Gao Chang. Having taught for many years, she has developed a habit of judging people by their temperament first. However, she did not sense any unique aura from Gao Chang. Rather, his imposing presence was less than that of the square on his body. Li Qi glanced at the black ball of fur perched on Gao Chang's shoulder. This little pet seems a bit peculiar. If it doesn't want people to notice it, it can make people subconsciously ignore its presence. But for Li Qi, this ability is not very useful. Compared to visual imaging from both eyes, Li Qi is equally willing to trust his intuition. From Li Qi's perspective, although the black ball of fur seemed lazy, its imposing presence was always stronger than Gao Chang's. "How could someone who's not even as good as your own pet beat Mr. M?" Li Qi frowned slightly. To be honest, she didn't really believe it. Long ago, before she was a professor, she had challenged Mr. M. The truth is, she lost miserably. Never mind. I won't dwell on it anymore. Whether it's high strength or not, it doesn't matter. Now that the assessment target has been set on her, she will not change her strategy regardless of the other party's identity. Because of his familiarity with Qi Ling, Li Qi kindly reminded Gao Chang of something. "Challenging me is not a good option for someone just starting out as an honorary professor. Many professors at the university are much friendlier than I am." Seemingly thinking about the practices of some professors, Li Qi shook his head. Because they are academics, some professors in top universities may feel a sense of pity for those who challenge them, as if they were the underdog. Perhaps they themselves didn't even realize it. Out of pity, many professors would give students a little leeway when conducting assessments. But Li Qi believes he is different. Even if it's a challenger introduced by an acquaintance, I won't show any mercy. The challenge has not yet been finalized. If you regret it, it's not too late to find another professor. No need. Gao Qiang interrupta Li Qi. Since Li Qi is willing to be his examiner, it's good to save some time. Li Qi squinted at Gao Chang. That's strange. Although Gao Chang's aura was not particularly imposing, she could sense a strange confidence emanating from him. It was as if he really thought he would win. "Then come in." Li Qi slightly turned to the side, making way for the classroom door. "We need to demonstrate the final battle in class. We were originally supposed to select students to come on stage, but you arrived at just the right time." Gao Chang followed him inside. Qi Ling, however, came to Su Yuki and Yi Na's side and covered her mouth to chuckle. "You seem very happy?" Su Yuki asked, somewhat puzzled. "Is it a fun thing for your teacher and your classmates to compete against each other?" Qi Ling nodded. "Professor Li crushed me in 12 consecutive matches during the simulation battle. I had previously helped her find some student opponents, but most of them were all show and no substance, and none of them could make Professor Lee lose even a little bit. But if it were someone whom Mr. M had lost to, they should be able to defeat Professor Lee. Tisk. Yuna clicked his tongue inwardly, and she silently communicated with Satan, saying, "Is this what a best friend is like among humans?" Satan pondered for a moment. Perhaps we could also call it enemy honey. When the three entered the classroom, Gao Chong was already standing on one side of the podium, facing Li Qi. Meanwhile, there were more than a dozen students sitting below the podium. It was clear that they were very curious about Gao Chong's sudden appearance. Li Qi was the Abbess Miju they had talked about countless times in private. It's one thing if they don't avoid me on ordinary days. Is there anyone who dares to challenge her now? Chapter 153, Targeted Rules. At this moment, Li Qi asked Gao Chong, "Since it's you who's challenging me this time, as the one being challenged, I get to decide the mode, rules, and stages of this simulation battle. Is that all right?" Gao Chong nodded. "No problem. In that case," with a wave of his right hand, Li Qi sent transparent rhombus-shaped blocks appearing beneath their feet, gradually filling the entire area within their field of vision. This also cut off their visual access to the outside world. The infinite-level computer Hyprism has taken over this stage. From that moment on, the two of them had only each other in their eyes. Then let me explain the rules first. This era will be defined as the greatest era you have ever experienced, and the time when you enter this stage is during your full development period. Following Li Qi's brief description, the Hyprism mirror simultaneously sent a detailed analysis of the rules to Gao Chong. In this simulated battle, the two will skip the development stage and inherit the territory they once developed to its final state from the very beginning. The details of the territory will be captured directly from the River of Time by an infinite-level computer Hyprism. In other words, the number of troops you have at the start of this simulation battle is the same as the number of troops you have in the war game. This simulated battle isn't about development, but about foundation, the underlying essence of war games. This rule is not friendly to true academics. Because of their poor performance in the war game, those who only know how to talk about war have no choice but to surrender when faced with such rules. Otherwise, they will face being swept aside and losing all face. Yina, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the rules set by Professor Li Qi. They came prepared. The students in the classroom didn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong with the rule. After all, you are at your strongest state in the game, and so am I. It's all about how well we've developed in the past. Even the era selection was based on Gao Chong, which is fair. Only Yina, who had faced Gao Chong once in the early stages, knew very well just how great Gao Chong's advantage was in the early game. It's obvious that Li Qi has specifically studied Gao Chong. As long as the gap between the two sides is widened in the early and mid-game, Gao Chong's overwhelming advantages will be greatly reduced. After reading the rules, Gao Chong looked up. "No problem. Still so confident?" Seeing that Gao Chong's aura remained unchanged and he still exuded confidence, Li Qi smiled slightly. "The war has begun. Welcome to the feudal era." The moment the simulated battle began, the fog of war shrouded Li Qi's eyes. However, those watching from the sidelines could clearly see the situation in Li Qi's territory. Qi Ling's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen Li Qi's territory so directly. It was only then that she realized just how well Li Qi had developed his territory during the feudal era. The imposing stone fortress was built layer upon layer. Outside the fortress were numerous wooden barricades and some facilities that appeared to be designed to counter large units. Among them were various soldiers wearing iron or leather armor patrolling back and forth. Clearly, Li Qi not only reached the end of the era in the war game, but also stayed there for quite some time. She must have seized the opportunity for a decisive victory before launching the final, decisive battle. Therefore, Li Qi had stockpiled a large number of troops and facilities before this. During the feudal era, she was quite terrifying at her peak. As for high strength, Qi Ling looked toward Gao Chong's territory. Ruins, ruins, and more ruins. That shouldn't be the case, right? The rule of this war is to take the optimal state of territory. But Gao Chong's optimal state is actually a wasteland? But the Hyprism wouldn't make a mistake, so Qi Ling didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she seemed to have lost some of her expectations for Gao Chong to win. During the game, Gao Chong is checking his territory type. At the start of the simulation battle, His territory type was fallen empire, stagnant holy authority. However, since it is taking the optimal state, Gao Chang's territory has now become the awakening empire, revival of the holy authority. This opening scene not only eliminated all limitations, but it was also something Gao Chang had never experienced before. Moreover, because of his full field of vision, Gao Chang could clearly see what was happening in Li Qi's territory. Judging from the technology and attire, Li Qi's territory should be in a typical feudal era. Gao Chang looked at himself again. Feudal era, mythology. It seems that the High Prism did not completely distinguish between the feudal era and the mythological era. In the High Prism algorithm, even if two war worlds are of the same second order, they can still be compared. Therefore, Gao Chang has an exceptionally wide variety of troop types at his disposal. From the heretical knights, to the ancient rooted tree, and then to the Lord of Holy Light and several other gods who had come to join them. According to the calculations of the High Prism, all of these are high-strength deployable units. However, using these units to fight in ordinary feudal times seems a bit too unfair. I thought about it carefully. Gao Chang casually gave some instructions amidst the ruins. A knight of the Order of the Holy See strolled out slowly. He wanted to see what he could achieve if he sent out only one soldier. They've sent troops. Qi Ling tilted her head in confusion. She had guessed that Gao Chang would take the initiative to attack. But to everyone's surprise, Gao Chang only sent out one cavalryman. Just kidding. Is this some kind of solo journey? Even if they were scouts, which scout would use heavy cavalry, which is not good at hiding and has low mobility for reconnaissance? Unable to understand what Gao Chang was plotting, Qi Ling could only continue to keep a close eye on the developments in the wargame. Compared to Qi Ling, Yina did not have such a rich inner world. The moment Yina saw the Knights of the Faith emerge, only one word came to her mind. Holy crap. Because the simulated battle progressed very quickly, a short period of time could pass in just a few days. The knights sent by Gao Chang have already been detected by the spies planted by Li Qi. Looking at the intelligence sent back by the sentry, Li Qi was momentarily unsure of Gao Chang's true intentions. Was the single cavalryman a scout? But leaving it unattended and letting the other side get more information about your territory seems like a huge loss. Thinking about this, Li Qi led a group of men to quietly flank the enemy. He's just a cavalryman. A quick victory will suffice. With the help of the sentries, Li Qi's men surrounded the Guardian Knights with almost no effort. Then several foot-operated crossbows slowly emerged from the bushes. In feudal times, these foot-operated crossbow bolts, with arrowheads made of fine steel, often possessed better armor-piercing capabilities than firearms. Swoosh! A few soft sounds of crossbow bolts rang out. The knight in charge of the faith fell to the ground, his chest pierced. Chapter 150 For the Bug of the High Prism? Was there really only one cavalryman? Looking at the knight who had been confirmed dead, Li Qi frowned slightly. Isn't she being overly cautious? After all, he was just an honorary professor preparing for the assessment. Should I turn a blind eye? Just as Li Qi was thinking this, a sudden change occurred. The knight who had just been confirmed dead suddenly stood up and stabbed a crossbowman to death with his lance. Playing dead, Li Qi subconsciously thought of this operation. But the remaining crossbowman didn't have time to get back. The foot-operated crossbow is not particularly good in terms of either flexibility or reload speed. Now, when faced with a heavy knight charging at them, even if the opponent is just a dismounted knight, they are helpless with their unloaded crossbows. The knights, one shot at a time, strung the crossbowmen together like candied hawthorns on a skewer. The first wave of conflict ended in a strong victory. Li Qi looked up at Gao Chang and said seriously, "This time I was careless." She really didn't expect that a heavy knight would have the option of playing dead, and to do it so convincingly. However, the actions of the Guardian Knights next puzzled Li Qi even more. After achieving victory in a minor conflict, Gao Chang did not instruct the Guardian Knights to stop while they were ahead. On the contrary, the Knights of the Holy See had already remounted and were heading towards Li Qi's territory, carrying spears adorned with strings of candied hawthorns. It felt as if Gao Chang could see her location. No, that knight is walking towards his territory. They watched helplessly as the Guardian Knights appeared in front of the barricades of the territory. The barricades that were placed to deal with large-scale wars were of no use to the Knights of the Faith, because he was all alone. His war horse didn't even start running. A warhorse that walks slowly has many ways to slip through the gaps between the barricades. So, should the spearmen who remained around the barricades kill him? Li Qi already has a plan. A large number of spearmen gathered in the direction of the Guardian Knights, attempting to block them within the area marked by the barricades. However, what Li Qi did not expect was, with the simulator accelerating the passage of time, she actually watched the battle rage on for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, blood and entrails stained the ground red. All the spearmen who joined the encirclement operation perished here. The Knights of the Faith were not without their rivals. On the contrary, the knights who protected the faith were stabbed into a pincushion countless times during those 3 days and 3 nights. But even if you lift them up with a spear and put them on a fire to roast, the knight in charge of the faith will always come back to life and raise his lance again. Li Qi had no doubt. If it's not a simulated battle, imagine encountering such a knight in a real war game. They wouldn't even need to hold out for 3 days and 3 nights before their morale completely collapses. After dealing with the spearmen blocking their path, the Knights of the Faith did not stop. He continued onward. The first wall of the fortress, the second wall. Neither rolling stones nor logs, neither molten gold nor burning oil could stop the Knights of the Faith from advancing. His figure is clearly so thin. However, it gives people a sense of terror. The defensive weapons designed to withstand large-scale wars proved utterly ineffective against a mere cavalryman. Finally, half a month had passed in the simulated battle. The Knight of the Faith finally managed to reach the last wall of the fortress by his own strength. Beyond this wall lies the most central location in Li Qi's territory. As for what's inside, from Gao Chang's perspective, it should be empty inside. Aside from being initially angry about the battle casualty ratio, Li Qi didn't show any further emotional fluctuations. She wanted to see it too. How far can a mere cavalryman go? Boom! Suddenly, just as the knights stepped onto the city wall, a thunderous roar erupted. It was explosives. Gao Chang recognized the familiar voice and instantly understood what Li Qi had done. She placed the explosives behind the last section of the city wall. If anyone breaches her fortress, the explosive she has planted will be the best gift for them. Unfortunately, the Knights of the Faith did not die. They had sworn to the gods that they would not die before the gods they believed in. When the smoke cleared, the figure of the Guardian Knight still stood there. Li Qi's expression had frozen. She never imagined that the duel would turn out like this. What exactly happened with that cavalryman? If we still can't find any weakness in the cavalry, perhaps the cavalryman really could ride 1,000 miles alone and win the duel, spear by spear. Of course, the time required will definitely be a considerable amount. After much deliberation, Li Qi was really struggling to hold back. He looked up at Gao Chang and asked, "Don't you have any other methods? A faster way?" She didn't believe that Gao Chang only had one soldier under his command. Being crushed by a large army and being worn down by a single soldier are two completely different feelings. If Li Qi had to choose, she would prefer the former. Gao Chang had originally planned to admire the fearless and heroic figure of the Knights of the Faith. Gao Chang was taken aback by Li Qi's question. If Li Qi were unaware of the god's weakness, a single Guardian Knight could easily wear down all of Li Qi's forces. But this efficiency is too slow. Even though the simulated battles are fast-paced, grinding them down bit by bit can feel utterly nauseating. That would be very impolite. As for a faster way, there really is one. Gao Chang glanced at the units he could deploy. They then selected their next deployment target. Sun God, a fully resurrected god, whose power far exceeds the upper limit of the second-tier war game technology tree. Just as Gao Chang was deploying the Sun God, a massive flame descended from the sky and crashed heavily into Li Qi's fortress. Boom! The towering flames spread in all directions. The stone walls collapsed one by one, and the wooden buildings were all engulfed in flames. At that moment, a towering figure rose from the center of the flames. "I am the sun." Simulation ended. The infinite-level computer has recorded Gao Chang's victory and archived it. "I lost." When Li Qi said this, it was almost a forced smile, delivered through gritted teeth. Gao Prism really made a big mistake today. She could tolerate things like cavalry that wouldn't die. However, in feudal times, calling upon gods to fight on the battlefield was a bit too audacious. This was the first time Li Qi had questioned whether the High Prism lens would have any bugs. Is it possible for a player lord in the feudal era to possess something that can demolish a section of a city wall with a single slap? Chapter 155, Gold Medal Instructor. Which one? Suddenly, someone raised their arm. Professor Lee, is it possible for us to turn the tide in this situation? It seems like a very simple question, but in the current context, it's like rubbing salt into a wound. Li Qi glared at the source of the sound. The one who said this was none other than Qi Ling, who was trying not to laugh. Li Qi knew perfectly well that this little girl was seeking revenge for his previous 12 consecutive defeats against her. But it's also Li Qi's own fault. 6 months ago, I heard from Qi Ling that someone had defeated Mr. M. She immediately wanted to get to know that student. Li Qi even felt sorry for a long time because Gao Chang directly entered the war game. The result is now a competition. Was this the kind of thing Mr. M faced back then? Recalling the scene of the sun god descending from the sky, Li Qi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. She covered her face, pretending not to have heard Qi Ling's question. But in her heart, she did think carefully about how to deal with it. She wasn't quite sure what the exact combat power of that sun god was. However, if you want to deal with the sun god, the level of the second-tier battlefield alone is not enough, even if you max out the tech tree. There are better ways to deal with this, at least in the 3rd or 4th-tier battlefield. If we raise the bar a little higher, in the 5th-tier battlefield, the usefulness of the sun god will decrease significantly. It is very likely that a single airdrop of liquid nitrogen could completely shut down the enemy. Of course, all of this is predicated on a higher-level battlefield. As for the method to eliminate the sun god in the 2nd-tier battlefield, Li Qi's final conclusion was impossible. The concept of a sun god would have been considered a miracle in feudal times. This kind of miraculous unit that walks in the world is something that cannot be defeated by common sense. Unless there were other similar miracles, such as a god who was hostile to the sun god, Li Qi had no idea how to kill him in feudal times. But in the end, he still lost to the opponent's mere 2 units. This happened in front of more than a dozen students. Suddenly, Li Qi raised his hand and clapped. The smile that appeared on her lips caught everyone off guard. He pulled Gao Chang to the center of the podium. In front of more than a dozen students, Li Qi introduced Gao Chang's identity. This is Professor Gao, who has just joined the top university. It's clear that Professor Gao's war tactics are quite unconventional. As he spoke, Li Qi's tone became serious. Meeting the students' gazes, her aura suddenly intensified. I know that everyone here has unique talents and was specially invited to join this top university. But you are not chosen ones. People like you are everywhere among the human race. In the tens of millions of battlefields generated every day by the War of Light game, how many geniuses like you are born every single day? Have you ever thought about that? You don't have any. You only think of yourselves. Li Qi slammed his hand on the table. All the students who met her gaze couldn't help but lower their heads. I've seen far too many prodigies die, some of them even stronger than you. Think about it carefully. If you were in this situation, if you were the ones facing Professor Gao today, how would you handle it? This is what I'm going to teach you today. During the rest of the class time, everyone will form groups of 3 to complete this week's group assignment. And this week's group assignment is to use your brains and think about how to deal with a formidable enemy like Professor Gao who suddenly appears. Each group's tactical strategy must be no less than 50,000 words. As Li Qi finished speaking, the students in the classroom all looked worried and distressed. But some people have started to think about it seriously. If they were in Li Qi's position today, how would they respond? After all, Gao Chang only used 2 units of troops from beginning to end. On the other side, several people stared in disbelief at Li Qi's speech. Mingming lost badly to Gao Chang. But Li Qi's words not only saved her face, but also gave the students the illusion that her defeat was justified. Even this failure was incorporated into the lesson content by Li Qi. Isn't it reasonable enough that the professor lost to Gao Chang, who is also a professor? She truly deserves to be called a top female lecturer at the most prestigious university. Such eloquence truly made Gao Chang feel inferior. Only then did Li Qi turn around and look at Gao Chang with a smile. The assessment is complete. Is there anything else, Professor Gao? The message to ask him to leave was clear, and Gao Chang felt embarrassed to linger in the classroom and continue to bother Li Qi. After leaving the classroom, Gao Chang shrugged with a wry smile. Well, although Li Qi doesn't seem like the kind of person who would hold a grudge against him just because of one failure. However, it's estimated that for the foreseeable future, Li Qi will want to avoid seeing him, just like Mr. M. Winning a simulated battle with only 2 units is really a bit too much a ripoff. Wow, Junior, you were so cool just now. After walking out together, Qi Ling covered her mouth and chuckled secretly. As if hearing Qi Ling's words, the classroom door behind them slammed shut. Wait, we should call him Professor Gao from now on, Qi Ling added. Looking at Qi Ling, who continued to follow him, Gao Chang suddenly asked curiously, "Don't you have to go to class today?" Class schedules at top universities are very flexible. Qi Ling waved her hand and said, "And it was mainly commissioned by Mr. M. Mr. M knows that Professor Gao is not very familiar with the various things and benefits after becoming a professor, so he asked me to guide Professor Gao. Why doesn't he come by himself?" Gao Chang asked casually. Recalling what it was like in Mr. M's office earlier, Mr. M didn't seem to be busy. Upon hearing Gao Chang ask this question, Qi Ling seemed to think of something funny and burst out laughing. "Mr. M doesn't want to see you." Upon hearing this answer, Gao Chang was momentarily speechless. That's actually a very reasonable reason. All right. Qi Ling smiled slightly. Actually, Professor Gao probably doesn't have any particular intention of educating and nurturing students, right? Gao Chang nodded. To put it bluntly, it's not that he doesn't want to teach, but that his methods are something others can't learn. Is he going to tell others that they should spend 10,000 years developing their character before entering the war game? In that case, I do have an idea of where to take you. As she spoke, Qi Ling continued to lead the way. Su Yuki left halfway through the journey, taking with him the dormitory key that Gao Chang had given him. Since they got the dormitory key from Qi Ling last time, the two of them haven't been back to the dormitory even once. Su Yuki planned to take the college route and took this opportunity to clean his dormitory. Chapter 156, The Know-It-All's New Post. We've arrived. Qi Ling stopped in her tracks. Gao Chang looked up and saw that Qi Ling had brought him to a familiar place this time. Smart Hub. This is where you use your benefits and privileges. For a normal professor, it is also a place to examine their duties. However, since you're an honorary professor, you don't have many obligations because it's just a nominal position, and your benefits will also be reduced. Next, Qi Ling briefly explained the difference between honorary professors and regular professors. The regular professors in the college are those who have risen through the college's own channels, and in a sense, they're considered insiders of the college. These individuals can use many of the higher-level facilities provided by the college free of charge. For example, dimensional jumps, or activating partial permissions of an infinite number of computers, etc. However, the professor's main activities were also confined to the university campuses arranged by the college. Without entering the war game, professors must complete a fixed teaching quota each month. But honorary professors don't have as many rules and regulations. For the academy, the difference between the two is like that between a servant and a retainer. Because most honorary professors are high-ranking members of outside forces. For honorary professors, the college will only grant them the right to use the facilities, but will not provide them with many benefits. For example, if Gao Chang wants to perform a jump, it starts at 1,000 Warfire coins per jump, with no upper limit. Similarly, honorary professors do not have monthly teaching quotas and are allowed to not participate in teaching activities at all. Gao Chang nodded. He understood what Qi Ling meant. Although honorary professors have the title of faculty professors, they may actually be more distant from the faculty than the students. The creation of this position likely reflects the college's broad vision and tolerant nature. I've said all I need to say. As for more, you can experience it for yourself in the Smart Hub. As she spoke, Qi Ling stepped aside to make way for her. Upon entering the Smart Hub, just like last time, Gao Chang was elevated to a separate area. Only, how long are you planning to stay with me? Gao Chang turned his head to look at Yina beside him. Although Yina behaved quite honestly and dutifully after entering the highest institution of learning. But Gao Chang really didn't understand what it meant for Yina or Satan to follow him. Chill. Yina held up her hand and made a shushing gesture. There's something I'll tell you tonight. For now, just pretend I don't exist. Although his tone was much more serious this time. But Gao Chang could still tell that it was Satan's voice. After all, judging from Yina's appearance, she shouldn't be able to say such a thing. As for why Satan suddenly became so serious, Gao Chang glanced at the flowing data stream in front of him, probably worried about Omega, the infinite-level computer that controlled the intelligence hub. Different from myself, as a force directly involved in the infinite battlefield. If the Academy discovers that something like Satan exists within its ranks, he will certainly suffer the consequences. Yena clasped her hands together, bowing and pleading. Gao Chang shook his head and didn't say anything more. Connect to Omega. The familiar search interface reappeared before me. When Gao Chang searched for Fallen Empire again, he found many posts on the forum related to himself. From rumors to shocking gossip, it has it all. Shocking. The Fallen Empire's participation in a second-tier battlefield. Is it a sign of distorted humanity or moral decay? What a terrible title. Gao Chang's eyes twitched as he looked at the post published by the all-knowing expert. Seeing the influence of the post, he roughly knew that the other party was about to start their jinx again. I glanced at it, and perhaps because the content was relatively short, this post only required 100 war coins to view. After clicking on it randomly, the first image displayed was a scene of the Lord of Holy Light confronting the Sun God. Gao Chang had never seen this scene before. It's unclear how the forces behind Bestone obtained this image. Of course, Gao Chang knew perfectly well that since it was a shocking system, the connection between the images and the content was probably not very strong. Let's move past the image and continue looking down. The content that Know-It-All will be discussing this time is actually unrelated to the Fallen Empire. The largest section of this post is surprisingly about the brand new event, Battle of Paradise. A special event that has never been triggered before. This is the assessment from the all-knowing expert. According to the knowledgeable person's guess, to trigger this event, the Warlords faction must first be very ancient. The Fallen Empire, with its history spanning at least 10,000 years, perfectly fulfills this condition. Next, the two sides that need to fight each other must be strong enough in combat. Neither side could claim to be invincible, but they were at least powerful enough to influence the course of the war. Further details remain to be discovered. Scrolling to the bottom, Gao Chang discovered that this post had been viewed a very high number of times. Most people didn't care about the title, The Fallen Empire, and were only there for the War of Heaven. Young Master Baiqing. It's actually an event that forces all lords to participate in a total war and choose to join either side. Iron Monarch. If this kind of event can be used properly, it can be a brilliant move not only in second-tier battlefields, but also in higher-tier battlefields. Almost all the discussions revolve around the war in heaven. Will you share heaven with us, or be condemned to eternal hell as our enemy? Both the symbolism of this event itself and the effects it has had are quite fascinating. Moreover, the effects are quite powerful. It directly forces all warlords to choose a side to support. Enemies who remain neutral will become the common target of both sides. If you play the Heaven's War card in a high-level battlefield, it will inevitably change many aspects of the battle, and may even change the rules and gameplay of a war game. Therefore, most of the comments are discussing how to start the War of Heaven, as the protagonist who initiates the war in heaven. The corrupt empire, on the contrary, was ignored. Smiling and shaking his head, Gao Chang closed the post. Perhaps because of the previous review by Best Know, the various factions seem to have some misunderstandings about the strength of the Fallen Empire. But so be it. In any case, Gao Chang had no intention of explaining anything. Interestingly, amidst numerous rumors and shocking posts, he also found an official announcement from the Saints. Recently, the Saints announced that two supernovas will be appointed as holy sons, Gao Chang and Wen Zhe. The post briefly explained the situation of Gao Chang and Wen Zhe, as well as the reason why they became holy sons. Even though this was a free post, its readership was only a fraction of that of the Know-It-All post. Chapter 157, The G Family's Intention to Make Acquaintances. And unlike Best Knows, judging from the comments section, the majority of people who read this post by the Saints are from groups of similar or even smaller size. Most of the words spoken were just polite congratulations, since saying congratulations on a free post wouldn't cost more than a few war coins. But from another perspective, there was none of the grand spectacle that Bai Xiaotong could generate, attracting viewers from all levels of society. It can only be said that Saints' external operational capabilities still need to be strengthened. You have received a friend request. The sudden pop-up war game notification puzzled Gao Chang. Who could be the person adding me as a friend at this crucial juncture? Looking at the friend request, Gao Chang felt a sense of familiarity with the name of the person on the other end. Yi Boxian. Is your surname G? Gao Chang had a vague feeling that he had some kind of recollection of something from somewhere. After casually accepting the other person's friend request, the other person took the initiative to identify themselves. Ji Baxian. I am Ji Baxian, the head of the Ji family in Heiken. I am truly grateful for what my daughter and servants have said. You have helped my daughter a lot in the past. The Ji family in Heiken. That brings Gao Chang to mind. That idiot who was used as a knife by Gong Xingjian back then. As for helping out, if jokingly giving her to Su Uki as his wife is considered helping out, then throwing her out of his territory is considered helping out. Perhaps he actually did help out a little. Gao Chang knew perfectly well that the Ji family, as a war-themed family focused on war games, had nothing to do with him no matter how much they doted on their young lady. They're spoiling their own young lady. What does it have to do with Gao Chang? Is Gao Chang a young lady from the Ji family? Almost a year and a half had passed since that war game, and Gao Chang had almost forgotten about Ji Lin Jiayu when the Ji family came knocking on their door. That says it all. Ji Lin Jiayu was just an excuse. As for the more important content, Gao Chang guessed it was still the identity of the Holy Son he was about to obtain. It just goes to show how fast the internet spreads information. Not long after the Saints released the statement, almost everyone who had any connection with Gao Chang knew that Gao Chang was about to obtain the status of a Holy Son. The Saints faction is a human force that plans for high-level battlefields. In the Ji family's view, although they were not familiar with each other, there was no harm in getting to know each other. At this moment, Ji Baxian received a new message in his friend's chat. I have already sent you a thank you gift through the Academy's channels, and I hope you will not refuse it. Just as Ji Baxian's message arrived, a small pop-up appeared on the search engine in front of Gao Chang. The head of the Ji family in Heiken has paid you 100,000 war coins. Gao Chang then saw that his personal panel had an extra 90,000 war coins. As for the missing 10,000, that's naturally the Academy's withdrawal fee. It has to be said that the Ji family was very shrewd in choosing the Academy. Even when giving gifts, everyone, from top to bottom, should get a taste. Are you satisfied with this gift? Ji Baxian asked. Of course I'm satisfied. This gift was worth more than Gao Chang had played a war game. So how could Gao Chang not be satisfied? At the same time, Gao Chang also realized that the value of war coins to the faction might not be as high as he had imagined. In a war, the number of warlords is limited, and the contribution points they can obtain are also limited. Even if Gao Chang slaughtered all the lords, the amount of war coins he could obtain in a single war game would only be so much. But what about the major powers? The amount of war coins obtained by each ordinary member is probably less than a fraction of that obtained by a high-level member. However, they're located in different war games. Once these members come out, each of them can spend 10 war coins within their own faction. That's a pretty terrifying number. Gao Chang smiled and shook his head. From this perspective, in a human society where relationships are interpersonal, the gains from building connections far exceed those from any war game. Of course, even if Gao Chang wanted that many war coins, it wouldn't be of any use. Soon, news of Ji Baxian came again. If you'd like, the Ji family of Heiken welcomes you to come and chat anytime. As the message arrived, the coordinates of the jump target also popped up on the search engine in front of Gao Chang. This must be one of the perks of becoming an honorary professor of the college. Gao Chang reached out and clicked on it. The search engine instantly switched to a brand new interface. This is a grid-like interface that contains the various human planes that the Academy can jump to. The fees charged will vary depending on the jump distance. In short, the minimum is 1,000 with no upper limit. However, Gao Chang did not find the Saints' coordinates. The reason is explained in the comments on the interface. Not all human planes allow the Academy to set up plane movement mechanisms. The plane where the Saints reside is one of them. I want to travel to the plane where the Saints reside. Gao Chang must first go to the location that the Academy can reach, and then use the dimensional movement methods of other forces to make several detours. The places with the most dimensional movement capabilities are undoubtedly the various warplanes. The plane where the Ji family resides is one of the warplanes. Judging from the fact that the Ji family seems to be paying attention to the situation of the Saints, they might happen to have a way to travel to the Saints' dimension. But Gao Chang wasn't in such a hurry to leave. On the one hand, Mr. M's words touched him, and he could have taken a good rest for a while. On the other hand, Gao Chang is only at the second level. As a young man who grew up in the living plane, he doesn't need to get involved in the warplanes so early. Having no immediate desire to go to Heiken, Gao Chang politely declined Ji Baxian's invitation. Ji Baxian expressed his understanding and said that the Ji family would welcome Gao Chang at any time, as long as Gao Chang was willing. Immediately afterwards, under Yina's watchful eye, Gao Chong flipped through some gossip that interested him. After spending over 1,000 war coins, it was already evening. Seeing that it was getting late, Gao Chong finally stopped getting engrossed in the gossip and romance of the various factions and left the Wisdom Hub. This also allowed Yenna to breathe a huge sigh of relief. She had no idea that the kinship relationships among the major human powers were so chaotic. It's even possible for a bizarre situation to occur where your father's grandson is your grandfather. As a native elf born and raised on the mother tree, Yenna felt that her worldview was being greatly challenged. SAN value -1. After leaving the Smart Hub, Qi Ling took Gao Chong back to his dormitory, thus concluding her day's guidance work. Qi Ling raised her hand and slowly stretched. Seriously, is it easy for me to earn just 1 credit? They actually made me stand there like an idiot outside the Smart Hub for an entire afternoon. She thought Gao Chong would come out soon. What an inconsiderate professor. After muttering her complaint, Qi Ling waved to Gao Chong and then turned and left. Well then, see you again sometime, Professor Gao. Chapter 158 Utter Rebellion. See you later. Witnessing Qi Ling leave, Gao Chong began to examine the door in front of him. Because he passed the honorary professor assessment, Gao Chong was assigned a room of his own within the academy. As for the original student dormitories, it seems that as long as the university doesn't make any other arrangements, Su UKI will have his single room for a long time to come. Standing in front of the door, Gao Chong felt a beam of light sweep down from above his head. The faculty and staff dormitories have a higher level of security and do not require keys. Instead, they're equipped with scanning beams that have identification capabilities. The automatic door is connected to the server of the top university and can identify the visitor's identity through the stored body information. After confirming the identity, the door automatically closed to one side. An electronic notification tone also came from inside the room. Welcome back, Professor Gao. The room was fully furnished, with sofas, beds, tables, and chairs, and the materials used did not appear to be cheap. On the other hand, even if no one lives there, the house is kept clean regularly to prevent it from becoming dusty. Upon entering the room, the door closed automatically and warm-colored lights were turned on around the room. Gao Chong had never been to the student dormitory, but he was certain that this place was much better than the student dormitory. At least, it's much more convenient. Soon, Gao Chong stretched and lazily laid down on the bed. Although the fallen empire had a technological advantage, Gao Chong's life experience in both the primitive and feudal eras was quite good. But these modern king-size beds, which aren't cheap these days, are just as good. At that moment, Gao Chong heard a sound coming from behind him. I sat up and looked towards the door. But discovering it was Satan was like removing a piece of clothing. Gradually, I pulled myself out of Yenna's body. Gao Chong had witnessed such a scene once before, back in the feudal era. But this time, it's a little different from before. All that could be seen was Yenna's eyes turning white. After Satan left Yenna's body, Gao Chong watched as Yenna collapsed limply to the ground. This didn't happen back then. Before Yenna could fall completely to the ground, Satan scooped her up and carried her to the sofa. The rise and fall of her chest proved that Yenna was still alive. Hey. At that moment, Yenna suddenly gave a silly laugh. Looking at the silly grin on Yenna's lips and the drool that was about to drip from the corner of her mouth, Gao Chong shook his head. Well, not only is he alive, he's probably still having some wonderful dreams. Patting him on the shoulder, Gao Chong summoned the black ball of fur. Meow. After ruffling the black ball's soft head, Gao Chong looked toward Satan. No one knew what he was going to say next, and even Yenna, the true form, had to avoid him. Don't be so hostile. Satan flapped his wings, drew close to Gao Chong, and revealed a terrifying smile. You are my creator. How could I possibly harm you? First of all, I did not create you, Gao Chong corrected. I just watched you crawl out of her body, that's all. As he spoke, Gao Chong pointed to Yina, who was fast asleep. Satan did not reply, but only gave the black ball a deep look. Okay, you decide. Shrugging, Satan continued. The reason I'm following you is actually quite simple. It's safer here. Oh, Gao Chong showed an expression of interest. If we were to say where the most dangerous place in the world is besides the military, it would be the highest institution of learning. But Satan came to the conclusion that following him was the safest option. Our enemies are not only humans, Satan explained. If the holders of the Kabbalah source come looking for you, they will definitely choose to kill you first. That's a very honest answer. Gao Chang pondered Satan's words for a moment. Between humans and elves, they would inevitably choose to kill the humans first. But once you enter the war game, if anyone wants to kill them, then they have no future. That makes sense. I am indeed safe around me. But why should I protect you? Gao Chang looked at Satan with little interest. I'm not seeking asylum. Then, Satan uttered some shocking words. What I meant was, we can work together to eradicate the mother tree. Listening to Satan's words, Gao Chang finally understood why he had put Yenna into a deep sleep first. This is utterly outrageous. So utterly outrageous. Yennefer is the child of the mother tree, and Satan is an incarnation of Yennefer. Logically speaking, Satan could also be considered a child of the mother tree. But he only knew one thing. The mother tree threatened his existence. If only one of the mother tree and himself could survive, Satan would not hesitate to choose to bury the mother tree. Boring. After yawning, Gao Chang lay back down. After spending a lot of time with Zhou Luo and the others, Gao Chang's mindset had already changed. War is neither a means nor an end, and the other side has nothing that Gao Chang desires. Having just finished a feudal-era war, Gao Chang seemed to enter a state of enlightenment, showing absolutely no interest in such matters. Such a war is better left undone. Good night. As soon as Gao Chang finished speaking, the lights in the room automatically turned off. After some time, only Gao Chang's deep sleep and Yina's incoherent laughter could be heard in the dark house. Satan looked thoughtfully at Gao Chang and at the little black ball of fur that kept poking Gao Chang's cheek with its tiny hand. In the end, he didn't say anything more. Feeling the sunlight streaming in through the window, Gao Chang lazily rubbed his eyes and crawled out of bed. I glanced at the time and couldn't help but yawn. You slept until the afternoon again. It has been some time since the last return from the feudal era. Nothing unusual happened during this period. Su Yuki successfully took the first step in his university career. In the simulated battle, he wielded a pair blossom-shaped, mountain-splitting axe with great skill and flair. By taking the lead in everything, he successfully completed the freshman entrance examination. Yenna and Satan, on the other hand, were very well-behaved and did not cause any trouble within the academy. Even because of the war coins, Yenna would occasionally linger in the Hub of Wisdom to watch the human family dramas. Over time, many students in the college got used to the presence of this beautiful woman. As for Gao Chang, he embarked on a wonderful life as a professor. When they wanted to attend a class, they would simply audit a session with a regular professor, causing considerable distress to all the professors during the simulated battles. Sleeping until you naturally wake up when you don't want to go to class is one of the best things in life. Inside the intelligent hub, Yenna sometimes couldn't help but ask Satan how long this peaceful life would last. It'll be soon, Satan would always reply. For that kind of person, the longer the period of calm, the easier it is for a small thing to trigger their emotions. Chapter 159, The Military's Wrong Decision. But aren't you having a pretty good time? Listening to Satan's ambiguous, half-smiling tone, Yenna felt a little embarrassed. The search engine in front of her prominently displayed. After marrying my aunt, I'm just studying the habits of humans, aren't I? Yenna couldn't help but argue. Inside Yenna's body, Satan nodded indifferently. If Yenna hadn't spent all his war coins just to read this gossip, he might have actually believed it. But the next moment, Satan suddenly took control of Yenna's body. What are you doing? Let me read one more page. Don't move. Controlling Yenna's hand to exit the Nexus, Satan looked ahead through Yenna's eyes. At the end of the corridor, a young girl strode confidently into the smart hub without looking back. Is she angry? Yenna asked herself, somewhat puzzled. Satan did not answer, but gave a sinister smile. The show is finally about to begin. Some time ago. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? The angry shouts came from Mr. M's office, and because the door wasn't closed properly, they could be heard clearly even in the hallway. Many students who didn't have classes quietly gathered in the corridor, trying to eavesdrop on the gossip in Mr. M's office. Gao Chang was naturally one of them. Professor Gao, would you like a piece? A student handed over a slice of watermelon. Gao Chang took the bite without hesitation. He was a man who had defeated the cold-faced demon lord and abbess Miju, and he was also rather lazy, so it was easy for him to get along with the students. Yes, the first two were nicknames that the students gave to Mr. M and Li Qi, respectively. While Gao Chang was quietly watching the drama unfold, The argument in Mr. M's office grew increasingly heated. Isn't there any way to save them? A woman's voice questioned Mr. M. I'm sorry, but the university must be responsible for its professors, and the professors must be responsible for their students. Your request cannot be fulfilled. Thump! A teenage girl burst through the door. Gao Chang's eyes widened. It was none other than Long Xianyeo, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. At that time, as if she were sulking with her family, she chose to directly enter a higher-level war game, just like Gao Chang. After Gao Chang's return, there was no news of Long Xianyeo for a long time. Perhaps because the second-tier battlefield spans a longer period of time, the battlefield where Long Xianyeo was located did not end the war so quickly. Sometimes, when Gao Chang thinks of the other person, he feels sorry that the other person may have died in the war game. Unexpectedly, the other party returned today and clashed with Mr. M again. Watching Long Xianyeo, her eyes bloodshot, walk away from the crowd, Gao Chang slipped into Mr. M's office and locked the door from the inside. What's wrong with her now? Gao Chang asked Mr. M. After becoming familiar with the highest institution of learning, Gao Chang fully understood that the highest institution of learning and the academic cliques in various places could not be generalized. Long Xianyeo's previous guesses seemed somewhat unreasonable after Gao Chang understood the true appearance of the academy. You heard that. Mr. M gave a wry smile. Given Gao Chang's status as an honorary professor, he did not hide anything and instead slowly recounted the details of his conflict with Long Xianyeo. Do you remember when you first enrolled? Mr. M asked. Gao Chang nodded. On that occasion, Tunlong Group agreed to let Long Xianyeo join the highest institution of learning. But it is clear that this was not Long Xianyeo's original wish. Long Xiwen of Tunlong Group may not be coming back, Mr. M suddenly said. He then revealed some information that many ordinary people were unaware of. The military has always had a special force dedicated to maintaining land balance in cases of excessive land loss. Logically speaking, this group of troops not only has guaranteed strength, but also acts with considerable caution. Even if it fails, it won't have too many negative consequences. After all, this is just a life-changing world, and the military wouldn't do anything as foolish as going all in. But theory is still just theory. This happened long before Gao Chang entered the war game. The military secret forces suffered an unexpected and devastating defeat in the war game. If not handled properly, the lost land could potentially jeopardize the safety of the city. In order to avoid causing public panic, a 5-star general in the military made a decision. The secret unit was instructed to issue a distress call, and military personnel were subsequently dispatched to the battlefield. That's where things went wrong. Military personnel have a very high land ownership stake. If a large number of military personnel joined the war game at the same time, victory would be fine, but defeat would have unimaginable consequences. But things took an unexpectedly bad turn. As more and more military personnel joined the war game, the situation not only failed to improve, but instead went further down the path of defeat. Which 5-star general failed to cut his losses in time? Gao Chang couldn't help but interject. Mr. M seemed to have heard something funny and immediately shook his head. He was among the first to respond to the call for help. It is precisely because a 5-star general was lost inside that the military will not let the matter rest while the enemy is still alive. But as the military suffered increasing manpower losses, if the war game fails, not only the city, but the entire province will be affected, and even neighboring provinces and cities will be impacted. Wait a minute. Gao Chang frowned. Recalling Long Xianyeo's behavior just now, Gao Chang asked uncertainly, could my family be included in this province that can't escape the disaster? Mr. M nodded. It's not just your home. It's the home of millions of families. The foundation of Tunlong Group is right here. Long Xiwen would never abandon his family business and run away. Therefore, the day after we finished speaking with Long Xianyeo, according to our information, Long Xiwen had already led his men to respond to the call for help. What Mr. M didn't say was, arranging for Long Xianyeo to enter the highest institution of learning was, in fact, Long Xiwen's way of protecting her. Failure was almost inevitable. If the war is lost, most of Tunlong Group's business will naturally disappear along with the land where it was born and raised. From that moment on, her status as a student of the highest institution of learning would become Long Xianyeo's greatest protection. Merchants are driven by profit, so how could Long Xiwen possibly do a losing business? All right, you don't need to think about this kind of thing too much. Mr. M comforted him. Your parents should be traveling in Bahai right now. So even if it fails, it won't affect them. As for participating in this war, you should not even consider it. After so many years of fighting, the military has failed to establish any advantage. If it weren't for the strength of the native humans in the war game, they would probably have been defeated long ago. Chapter 160. Entering the Age of Exploration. After saying that, Mr. M looked seriously into Gao Chang's eyes. Don't be foolish. This is a war we're destined to lose. Universities must be accountable to their professors and students. Gao Chang pondered quietly, without expressing clear agreement or refusal. Then, Gao Chang suddenly raised his head and asked Mr. M. Since Long Xianyao has already found out about this matter, she should also have the coordinates of the military distress call, right? Mr. M frowned slightly. Goodbye. Before Mr. M could respond, Gao Chang had already stormed out the door. When Gao Chang arrived at the smart hub, Yina had already been waiting against the wall for a long time. Yina's eyes lit up when she saw Gao Chang arrive. Satan was absolutely right. Several months of peaceful life did not make Gao Chang become indifferent. On the contrary, because of his mundane nature, Gao Chang is more prone to emotional fluctuations due to certain events. Just like when someone stays at home for too long, they always want to go out for a walk. So, they stole from my house without my knowledge. Gao Chang whispered. Mr. M's words were like giving Gao Chang an excuse to enter the war game, although he did not desire to become stronger. But if someone bullies him, that's absolutely unacceptable. As for what Mr. M said about impending failure, Gao Chang opened his friend's list and sent a message to someone. Are you there? Gao Chang quickly received a response from the other party. Today I'm still a cute little fairy. Hey there, honey. What's up, honey? Is there any item that could prevent a war game from ending so quickly? Although Gao Chang's question was very ambiguous. But I sure roughly guessed what Gao Chang needed. Take a look at this prop, honey. Immediately afterwards, Ashir sent over a description of the item. Letter of request for battle oddity. Effect. After using the request for battle, the game will not proceed to the settlement phase unless your race wins or is completely wiped out. Nice one. Gao Chang's eyes lit up. But the next moment, Ashir's conversation continued. Since you like it, I happen to have one in stock. Thank you for your patronage. It costs 88,888 war coins. How would you like to pay? So expensive. Looking at the price that Ashir revealed, to be honest, it's not cheap. Purchasing this letter of request to fight basically means getting a free low-level battle. No wonder even major powers don't use similar things extensively in low-level battlefields. Who has the money to burn like that? Just when Ashir thought, Gao Chang wouldn't reply. Gao Chang asked again, can we pay through the Academy's channels? Sure, but the college will take a 10% processing fee, dear. Not expensive. After receiving a positive reply from Ashir, Gao Chang stepped into the intelligent hub. Yina, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly followed. Gao Chang glanced at Yina, who was standing beside him, but made no attempt to drive her away. Instead, it directly invoked the professor's permissions, located Long Xianyao's position within the intelligent hub, and moved the two of them there. At this moment, Long Xianyao was squatting on the disk of the intelligent hub, secretly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. As a member of the Long family, she can show her arrogance, but she must never show her weakness. Therefore, even knowing that the entire Tunlong group could be destroyed in this disaster caused by the military's mistake, they were still aware of the danger. Long Xianyao also forced herself not to shed a single tear in front of outsiders. But Mr. M's refusal without hesitation has almost destroyed all of Long Xianyao's hopes. She didn't know what kind of war the military was facing, but even a 5-star general was killed. His father had been away in the war game for almost a year, and it was likely that he was in grave danger. Thump! Just then, a slight knocking sound interrupted Long Xianyao's melancholy. Suddenly a disc bumped into me. At first, it startled Long Xianyao. But when Long Xianyao looked up and saw Gao Chang's appearance, she was clearly stunned for a moment. It's you. Player Gao Chang has requested to add you as a friend. Stop talking nonsense and send me the coordinates of the military's distress call. As Gao Chang spoke, he sent friend requests to both Long Xianyao and Yina. As for Yina, since she wants to participate, let her participate. Meanwhile, Gao Chang was manipulating the Academy's interface to initiate a transaction with Ashir. More than 90,000 war coins were spent. A token with a slightly bronze hue was folded and presented to Gao Chang. It seems this is the letter of request to fight that Asher mentioned. This was the first time Long Xianyao had ever seen Gao Chang act so decisively. Subconsciously, I sent the coordinates of the distress call through a friend's window. After receiving the coordinates from Long Xianyao, Gao Chang glanced at them subconsciously. It's just a level 3 war game. Mr. M also stated that the indigenous humans were the dominant force in this war game. Logically speaking, the military should be able to solve the problem. The specifics of the situation are still unknown, but Gao Chang did not hesitate. On one hand, the coordinates were forwarded to Yena, and on the other hand, a request was made directly to the highest academy for Land for War. Seeing that Gao Chang was about to leave, Long Xianyao subconsciously opened her mouth. But Gao Chang didn't seem to care about him. Long Xianyao stamped her foot, applied for Warland as well, and quickly followed. Should we apply? Yena asked Satan inside her strangely. Satan shook his head. I don't know either. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, separated only by a physical body. Never mind. Satan didn't intend to think that much about it. Controlling Yena to slip out of the academy while everyone was distracted, Satan then spread his wings and carried Yena to a desertified land. Let's go in from here. Around the same time as Yena, Gao Chang also joined the war game by issuing a distress call. Welcome to War Games. Welcome to the Tier 3 Battlefield 9522. The era depicted in this game is the Age of Exploration. Your territory type is fixed as Fallen Empire. Your miracle talent has been triggered. Please select up to 3 targets to intervene. At this moment, a panel appeared in front of Gao Chang. The panel displays the names of a group of human lords who have not yet entered the game. Like Gao Chang, they had just entered this war game. It seems that the military has not completely given up on this war and is still sending in follow-up troops. But those people who are complete strangers have nothing to do with Gao Chang. Gao Chang found the names of Long Xianyao and Yi Na on the panel and immediately chose to intervene. Sometimes it's a blessing to be recognized by yourself. Selection complete. The target you chose to interfere with will lose their territory type, Lord Path, and personal talents for the remainder of this game. Chapter 161, Washing It Clean, commonly known as whitewashing. At the same time, Long Xianyao and Yi Na stared at the pop-up notification in front of them, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Due to interference, all your attributes are reset to 0 in this game. I opened the panel and took a look. Personal talent, none. Territory type, none. Lord Path, none. What a treacherous villain, Long Xianyao said through gritted teeth. This was whitewashed before even entering the game, making the already disadvantaged side even worse off. Long Xianyao even had some doubts about whether it was right to recklessly chase after Gao Chang. With 3 blank cards at the start, is she here to deliver food to foreign tribes? On the other side, Yena touched her own body and was secretly overjoyed. No, that's not her. He's back to normal. Could it be because Satan was eliminated due to starting with 3 blank cards? Just as Yena had this thought, a sudden heat came from the back of her neck. We are one, my dear original self. Satan gently approached Yena, feeling Yena's neck suddenly stiffen, and chuckled coldly. This is truly a rebellion against heaven. How could someone say such a thing? Enjoy the game. After a brief pause at the start, all those who had been brought in by the distress call descended downwards. Practice makes perfect. This was Gao Chang's 3rd time entering the war game, and he had completely gotten used to it. While he was in the air, he briefly observed the situation in this war-torn world. From a macroscopic perspective, this world is entirely an ocean planet, covered by islands of all sizes. Most of the large islands have civilized architecture. If Gao Chang's guess is correct, based on his characteristic that he cannot be born near other forces, in this game, he will most likely be born on some secluded island. Just as Gao Chang was thinking this, on a medium-sized fleet on the 9th trade route, the navigator suddenly exclaimed in surprise. How was that possible? Under the observation of a telescope, on the side of the 9th trade route, in the area known as the Fog City, the fog was gradually dissipating. Nervously pulling out the nautical chart, the navigator confirmed once again that what he had just been looking at was indeed the sea area called Fog City, outside the shipping lane. That sea area was originally shrouded in dense fog year-round due to some undiscovered characteristic. In the most extreme cases, the fog can even block out sunlight. In the foggy waters, all ships were unable to determine their direction. Those who are lucky may find their way into other shipping lanes, while those who are unlucky may be lost forever inside the foggy city. But now, the fog that had perpetually shrouded this terrifying sea has actually dissipated. Has the fog over the Fog City waters cleared up? The fleet commander rested his chin on his hand, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. As people who make a living at sea, faced with such a bizarre event, his first thought was definitely not to get away. Instead, a new shipping lane, and endless treasures and wealth. Suddenly, the commander smiled slightly. Notify all ships. Destination, Fog City waters. Set sail. Oh, exploring the unknown. This is the romance of the age of exploration, and the romance of every navigator. Shushu. Gao Chang opened his eyes. Although it is also a Fallen Empire type game, the style of the territory in this game is significantly different from the previous two war games. Gao Chang was born on a peaceful and tranquil beach. The waves lapped against the beach, and a refreshing sea breeze blew in. Slide. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water came from Gao Chang's right. I turned my head to look. The River of Oblivion? At this moment, Wang Chuan is holding an exquisite fishing rod and sitting on a rock on the beach fishing. She already had quite a catch in her fish basket. I heard Gao Chang's voice. Wang Chuan turned his head and smiled slightly at Gao Chang. But soon, he returned to his original blank expression, as if what Gao Chang had just seen was an illusion. At this moment, Wang Chuan put down his fishing rod. He carried the fish basket to Gao Chang's side. Wang Chuan picked up a fish and handed it to Gao Chang's shoulder. Hearing Wang Chuan's voice, which sounded like he was coaxing a child, the black ball of fur poked its head out from one side of Gao Chang's shoulder. Meow. Two small, oval hands took the fish from Wang Chuan and began to eat it in small bites. Seeing this, Wang Chuan put down his fish basket and returned to the reef to continue fishing. Gao Chang took the opportunity to try to open Wang Chuan's personal interface. This time, there were no surprises. River of Oblivion. Occupation. Reclusive anglais. The silent angler. Synopsis. Once the best angler, until she was hated by the water because of it. It seems that the River of Oblivion has now become a commoner and is no longer related to the River of Oblivion from the previous war game. I watched for a while. No fish were caught in Wang Chuan's new fish basket. It seemed that the previous success was just a coincidence. I will no longer disturb Wang Chuan's fishing pleasure. After Gao Chang put the black ball into the fish basket, he comfortably lay down on the warm beach and checked the situation of his territory in this war game. The Sighing Wall. Number of people, 73,100. Ships, 3 super dreadnoughts, 20 battleships. Defensive structures, 3,700 artillery pieces, 1,200 fixed mortars, for by 800 mm cannons. Production building, burial ground. Miracle buildings, none. Introduction. 10,000 years ago, the ancestors of this territory had already conquered the entire sea area. They no longer relied on the power of the wind to traverse the ocean, and for the first time, brought the power of steel to the open sea, until they tried to study an unsinkable warship, until they witnessed the pinnacle of the world. In the end, all that remained was silence. Their wisdom has no limits, but the world does. Even so, their legacy continues to this day, with the power of iron and fire protecting their descendants. For millennia, even the fiercest hunters of the oceans have never dared to extend their predatory claws into our lair. There are no wonder buildings? Gao Chang frowned. Compared to the previous two war games, this time the high-intensity version has an additional production building called the Burial Ground. But it directly resulted in the loss of one of the wonders of the world. It appears that the number of buildings the Fallen Empire constructs in each game is completely random and not fixed. After surveying the territory, Gao Chang did not rush to leave. Instead, he took out the letter of request to fight that he had bought from Ashir from his pocket. The bronze-colored token had a strange, tactile quality when held in the hand. This strange object seems to contain some kind of indomitable will. Once a petition is filed, it's all or nothing. Use. Chapter 162, The Romance of the Age of Exploration. You have already submitted your request to join the fight. This game will not proceed to the settlement phase unless your race wins or is completely wiped out. He watched as the bronze token gradually dissipated in his hand. Gao Chang smiled with satisfaction. He didn't know the current situation of the military, nor did he know if the military was about to lose. But from this moment on, as long as Gao Chang is not dead, other races want to win this game? No way. Spending over 90,000 war coins might seem expensive, but it was absolutely worth it. Just then, Gao Chang received a new message from AI Sierra. Today I'm a cute little fairy. Need any help, honey? The Saints are a pro-war force. If they need help in any foreign wars, they can contact us at any time. As the holy son of the Saints, you no longer have to fight alone, my dear. The last sentence was perhaps said by Aishir because she considered that Gao Chang was previously a solo player. Saints are different from colleges. The academy is a loosely organized entity and does not force its students to participate in any activities. The Saints, on the other hand, are a faction focused on war games. For the Saints, there is really no difference between participating in the newly opened war game and joining the world of the call for help. That's why Asher asked that question. But it was also quite heartwarming. After a moment's thought, Gao Chang still rejected Aishir's suggestion. He still didn't know the full story of the military in this war game. If the situation in the military is truly as bad as unimaginable, then the Saints joining in would only be suicide. Ordinary game lords do not have a special territory type like the Fallen Empire. For most people, the timing of development is really important. Besides, I already have enough here. Gao Chang looked towards the horizon. At the horizon, a colossal ironclad warship is sailing towards us. Thick black smoke billowed from above the warship. At the bow of the ship, a boy was waving at him. My lord. By Hexiu. Occupation. Captain of the Super Dreadnought, Shield of Sustainability. The warships did not risk running aground and instead rushed directly onto the beach. Instead, after maintaining a certain distance from the island, the power source was gradually shut down. Bai Hexiu then landed on the shore in a small boat. Bai Hexiu waved for the Eternal Shield to leave, then plopped down next to Gao Chang and lay down like him. Lord, you're enjoying the sun today too, Bai Hexiu said, stretching. All right, let's all slack off together. As he spoke, Bai Hexiu extended his gloved hand and made a shushing gesture to Gao Chang. Don't tell anyone else. Gao Chang scrutinized Bai Hexiu's current attire. The 1.7-meter-tall boy wore an exquisite captain's uniform, the embroidery representing majesty and the medals representing honor shining brightly in the sun. Oh, don't tell anyone what happened. A familiar voice came from behind Bai Hexiu. Bai Hexiu stiffened and looked up. Jiu Luo's ambiguous smile came into view. Sister Jiu Luo, what a coincidence. Weren't you not here just now? Ooh. Just as Bai Hexiu said this, Sasha suddenly emerged from the beach. Shaking the sand off herself, Sasha corrected. The chef and I have been here the whole time. Gao Chang watched this scene unfold. So Sasha just buried herself alive, right? Jiu Luo covered her face and shook her head. Sasha is a bit naughty. I was just playing with her for a while. But it's you. Jiu Luo smiled and grabbed Bai Hexiu's ear. Our dear captain, what are you doing on the beach? Bai Hexiu grimaced in pain, but glanced away. I just came to keep the Lord company because I was worried he might be bored. That's a great idea, Jiu Luo said with a smile. But you could tell from her tone that she didn't believe it at all. However, Jiu Luo still let go of Bai Hexiu's ear. After being released, Bai Hexiu visibly breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his ears and looking at Jiu Luo with a resentful expression. Anyway, no one's going to come over here, right? Being adrift at sea is so incredibly boring. That's not necessarily true. Jiu Luo stretched out a finger and pointed into the distance. If what you say is true, what are they? Bai Hexiu looked in the direction Jiu Luo was pointing. A medium-sized fleet of dozens of ships is approaching the territory of the Wall of Sighs. Is there really anyone who dares to approach them? Gao Chang's focus is different from Bai Hexiu's. This is the first encounter upon entering this war game. He discovered that the crew of the opposing fleet were actually human. Wasn't it said that the military was on the verge of losing this game? Or was this the incredibly powerful indigenous human described by Mr. M? They carefully examined the fleet's appearance. The fleet's main warship was a wooden, double-mast sailing ship, with a large number of cannons arranged on the deck and inside the cabin. Judging by appearances, a single main warship would have no fewer than 40 cannons. The other ships weren't as huge, but they weren't completely without fighting capabilities either. Based on the flags flying over the fleet, Gao Chang could almost certainly conclude that they were not from the military. Because just now, the fleet noticed a few people on the shore. The original flag with a lucky clover was removed and replaced with a pirate flag with a blood-red skull. Sure enough, on the vast ocean, anyone you see could be a pirate. On the fleet's capital ship, the commander of this medium-sized fleet looked at the island before him with a greedy expression. He never expected his dream to come true so quickly. The area of the Foggy City Sea area seems to be smaller than imagined. So much so that after sailing only a short distance, he actually found an island that had never appeared on any nautical chart before. What does a new island mean? It means wealth, fame, and even power. He could easily take over the island, appoint himself as its governor, and then notify the outside world to gain recognition. Upon seeing Gao Chang and the others on the beach, the commander's expression of ecstatic joy was impossible to conceal. An island inhabited. This means that he has more than just wealth, fame, and power. You can also get a lot of free labor. All they had to do was reduce the island's natives to slavery. Once he becomes the governor of this new island, he can save a lot of extra money on hiring construction crews and sailors. Thinking of this, the commander stared at the direction of the beach, gripping the ship's railing tightly with both hands. Go on an adventure. He has found the treasure he was looking for. Change to the pirate flag, the commander ordered. Unruly and disorderly. That's the romance of the age of exploration. Chapter 163, How Dare Someone Launch an Attack on Us? Sasha pulled out a piece of jerky from who knows where and took a bite. He then tilted his head, looking at the approaching fleet in the distance with a puzzled expression, and asked, "What are they trying to do?" Gao Chang did not respond. He simply frowned and looked in the direction of the fleet. They were getting closer to the shore. The fastest boats were already close to the beach and showed no signs of slowing down. Are they trying to crash right into us? The next moment, Gao Chang saw the sailors on the ship pick up flintlock pistols and point them at him. Just cripple them. Don't kill them. We need someone to guide us. The sailors nodded in agreement as they listened to the captain's words. The actual range of a flintlock musket is very short. To attack Gao Chang and his group, they first need to get off the ship and close the distance. Otherwise, it will be impossible. One by one, the sailors descended from the ship's ropes onto the beach. Judging from their practice movements, they were clearly used to doing this kind of thing. But I don't know if it's because of poor maintenance, the bullets got damp. The first round of flintlock musket fire did not hit Gao Chang and the others. All the bullets drifted away and disappeared. Seriously, someone actually dares to invade us. Until the first bullet hit the beach in front of everyone. Baihexiu finally dared to believe his eyes. There are actually people who don't want to live a good life. Zhu Luo didn't speak, but turned her back to look at the back of the island. Beyond the beach lies an oasis, but from this vantage point alone, it's impossible to discern anything special about it. Just as Zhu Luo had thought, none of the fleet's captains and sailors, including the commander, realized what was hidden on the island. Only, Zhu Luo smiled without showing any sign of panic. The flintlock musket was very loud, and after this round of firing, it would take about 3 minutes to reload. This is enough time. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a large number of flames erupted from the oasis, catching the ships at sea, which had not yet landed, completely off guard. Shouts rose and fell from the ships. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Where is the enemy? The sailors on the ship were running around like headless flies, completely unaware of where the shells were coming from. And then, the sailors who had already landed on the beach were not having an easy time either. While they were still loading flintlock muskets, a large number of shells were already falling like raindrops. The firing rate of mortars is obviously much higher than that of artillery. With each explosion, the once peaceful beach was instantly stained with blood. Sailors lay in pools of blood, clutching their severed limbs. Even worse, some unlucky souls were hit squarely by a mortar shell and torn to pieces on the spot. Thousands of artillery pieces and mortars have surrounded the island, successfully transforming it into a military fortress. The artillery pieces were heavily camouflaged. From the outside, there is absolutely no way to see any of the island's layout. Zhu Luo continued to look towards the center of the island. In the center of the island lies a high, rugged terrain. All 4 800mm cannons within the territory were placed there. If Zhu Luo remembers correctly, the weight of a single 800mm cannon shell reaches a terrifying 7,000 kilograms, almost enough to crush any obstacle that dares to challenge it. Furthermore, its range has reached a terrifying 40 nautical miles. Like the super battleship, This giant cannon has almost pushed the limits of being bigger, heavier, and stronger. In other words, this giant cannon can crush any monster in sight, and those monsters have no way to harm it in the slightest. Boom! A deafening roar, like thunder. The sailors who landed on the beach had no idea what was happening when they heard a series of pitiful wails coming from behind them. The flagship has sunk. What? The sailors looked back with incredulous expressions. They had only been near the island for a short time. Given the sturdiness and firepower of the main ship, how could it possibly sink? But reality slapped everyone in the face. But then they saw that the main battleship, which had more than 40 cannons, had completely exploded in the middle, forming a huge hole. The scattered wood chips even affected the course of other warships in the fleet. Click! A cracking sound was heard. The already overburdened capital ship collapsed and sank to the bottom of the sea. They didn't even have a chance to fire a single shell. One of the captains watched this scene in disbelief. The main warships are still so far away from the island. What kind of artillery could sink their capital ship with just one shot from such a distance? However, at that moment, they gave the fleet absolutely no chance to catch its breath. Under the glaring, furious eyes of countless sailors, a colossal warship, far larger than anyone could have imagined and entirely constructed of steel, sailed in from the other side of the island. How could it be? How could it possibly be an ironclad warship? They had only seen a warship of this caliber once before. The Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company's Meteorite Miracle ship is a nightmare for countless explorers, rebels, or pirates. It is precisely because it possesses a massive ironclad warship that the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company is able to set the rules for this sea area. But now, they've actually seen a second one. In that moment of utter shock, Gao Chong opened the attribute panel of the Eternal Shield. Eternal Shield Super Dreadnought. Displacement, 90,000 tons. Dimensions, 300 meters long, 40 meters wide. Main guns, 2 triple 457 millimeters main guns. Secondary weapons, 6 by 300 millimeters secondary guns, 12 by 105 millimeters howitzers, depth charges. Auxiliary equipment, detection sonar. One by one, the data points were presented to Gao Chong. Perhaps Gao Chong didn't quite understand it. But one thing is certain. This iron tyrant is enough to dominate the seas and has few rivals. At this moment, the black smoke billowing from the dreadnought became thicker, and its overall speed suddenly increased. Because of the weak winds, most galleys lacked sufficient power to escape and could only watch helplessly as the dreadnoughts hurtled toward the center of the fleet. Only then did the captain realize what was happening. Fire! Fire! The belatedly aware sailors lit the cannons, and the shells, carrying their trajectories, blasted towards the armor plates of the dreadnought. Then something even more despairing happened. After a series of explosions, aside from leaving the dreadnought's armor plates with a few charred marks, they did not cause any effective damage. We failed to penetrate their armor? One of the captains collapsed to the ground. As the dreadnought hurtled straight toward him, he knew exactly what was going to happen to him. Chapter 164, Legendary Treasure Map. Rumble. The dreadnoughts didn't even need to fire their main guns. They easily rammed into the fleet's encirclement using only their own power. The massive ship crushed the tiny wooden sailboat in front of it. It has advantages in size and weight. The ramming of the sailboat had almost no effect. In the immediate aftermath of the collision, the entire ship, including the ram, was torn to pieces. Once the dreadnought moved aside, only a large number of broken wooden planks remained floating in the original spot. How could we possibly defeat such a monster? The captain's hands trembled as he gripped the helm tightly. At this moment, who can't see it clearly? The ironclad warship before us, which appears to be several hundred meters long, is definitely no less powerful than those legendary, miraculous warships. The reason why the miracle ships are legendary is that no one on the entire ocean dares to provoke their owners. Only by truly colliding with it. Only then did they realize what kind of monster they had disturbed. Why have I never heard of them before? Is the legend of those who never return from the Foggy City waters because of them? In a short period of time, the surviving ship captains had already gone through a brainstorming session, and there was a hint of regret in his expression. Some of them were just ordinary maritime merchants in the past, and they formed a fleet to stick together for mutual support. As for playing a pirate, it's only an occasional thing. Who would have thought that a casual cameo appearance would almost cost him his life? I took a deep look at the Eternal Shield Super Dreadnought. Every captain understands that to make an enemy of them is tantamount to suicide. Some of the ship captains glanced silently at the ships that had already landed. Suddenly, he said something to his sailors. "Everyone, get into the cabin and row. We're evacuating the battlefield." The density of firepower on the island is very unusual. Those people are beyond their control. Next comes the time to race against our allies. Boom, boom, boom. Just as some ships were trying to break away from the battle, the dreadnoughts that had already rushed into the center of the fleet once again unleashed their terrifying power. The howitzers unleashed their shells at an incredibly rapid rate of fire. When the grenades landed on the wooden sailboats with a curved trajectory, they immediately ignited towering flames. This fire, Gao Chang stared at the flames erupting from the distant fleet. Flames shot into the sky, clearing away the remaining ships with overwhelming speed. But one thing is certain. This kind of fire could not have been started by just a few shots from artillery. Moreover, on this vast sea filled with water, the sailors on the opposing fleet's ships were unable to reduce the fire in the slightest. I'm curious about the type of shell. So Gao Chang first glanced at the sailors who had landed. Seeing that the enemy was still struggling under the hail of mortar shells, he finally felt relieved and opened the technology interface. Then, from the back of the ammunition technology tree, I found the type of ammunition used by the howitzer. 105mm solid incendiary bomb. Description: the specially designed incendiary bomb can explode at temperatures far exceeding those of ordinary flames in an instant, and is extremely difficult to extinguish with liquid. This flame is hot enough to instantly burn through wooden structures and gradually melt metal parts, ultimately crippling the ship. Features: ultra-high temperature, flame-resistant. We've already witnessed its incredible ability to instantly burn and penetrate wooden structures. The ships hit by howitzers were collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. From a distance, it looks like a melting ice cream, rather than a warship sailing on the sea. The scariest thing is, the turrets that fire these solid incendiary shells come from the secondary guns of the Super Dreadnought, which are 105mm howitzers with extremely high rates of fire. This level of firepower, Gao Chang had no doubt, let alone oar-powered sailing ships or multi-mast sailing ships. Even if an ironclad warship came here, it would not escape the fate of being melted and destroyed. In other words, this solid incendiary bomb was specifically designed to target ironclad warships with wooden panels inlaid with iron plates. The war ended at an absurdly rapid pace. The first few ships that fled did indeed outrun their companions initially, thanks to the combined effect of wind and human effort. However, one thing the captains miscalculated was they were not facing ferocious beasts from ancient times, but a true super dreadnought. The dreadnought tilted its hull slightly, and its two triple-mounted main guns aimed at several galleys that had already traveled some distance. The roar of the main gun and the 300mm secondary gun rang out simultaneously. Several ships that attempted to escape were also lost forever in this sea area. At the moment when the entire naval fleet was captured, the few ships that had already landed on the beach were naturally outnumbered and unable to fight alone. The dreadnought slowly turned its guns toward the beach. A moment later, Gao Chang received a notification from the war game. Congratulations on completing a thrilling battle. Enemy casualties: 1 3-mast sailing ship, 13 2-mast sailing ships. Our casualties: none. Evaluation: a resounding victory. Reward: treasure map of a legendary navigator, fragmented. Treasure map? Gao Chang raised his palm, and a tattered map appeared in his hand. The map depicts an island and marks the location where the clues are buried. However, due to the damaged map, the parts showing the waterways and the appearance of the surrounding islands have disappeared. Suddenly, Gao Chang felt several people around him sticking their heads closer. "What is your lordship carrying?" Sasha leaned over and took a look. "Treasure map. Is there anything good to eat?" Thump. Zhu Luo withdrew her fist from Sasha's forehead and wiped it on her chest. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he began to analyze the treasure map in Gao Chang's hand. This treasure map came from a legendary navigator. Seeing Gao Chang nod, Zhu Luo showed a hint of interest. "In our quiet years, we have heard many legends about this sea. I never expected that one of the treasure maps would end up in your hands. Do you know what treasure this treasure map contains?" Gao Chang asked Zhu Luo, holding the treasure map in his hand. Jiu Luo nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the ultimate treasure on this treasure map should point to a miraculous warship. Most maritime legends regard their warships as family or brothers. They did not want the miracle ship to fall into the hands of villains after their deaths. Therefore, when they are about to die of old age, they will lead their old comrades to properly place the miracle ship and finally dismiss everyone, including themselves. This type of treasure map is less about finding treasure and more about testing you. It tests whether the person who receives the blueprints has the ability to inherit the miracle ship. If not, that legend would probably prefer the miracle ship to be kept hidden forever. Chapter 165 Pan Ocean Free Trade Company. I see. Sasha nodded as if listening to a story. So, can the chef tell which legend this treasure map belongs to? Jiu Luo shook her head. To be honest, I don't care about the miracle ship. It's just that the Lord might be a little interested. Jiu Luo looked at Gao Chang. After learning that the ultimate treasure on the treasure map might be a miraculous warship, Gao Chang did indeed have some ideas. Of course, Gao Chang's main focus was not on the large ship, but on the word miracle. In this war game, one of the wonders is missing from your own territory. Therefore, in order to improve the path of miracles, Gao Chang would have to find other miracles in the outside world and then destroy them. Therefore, this treasure map is a very good alternative. Gao Chang waved the treasure map and asked Jiu Luo a question. Can this treasure map locate the island? Of course. Jiu Luo smiled slightly. Our warships have the most accurate nautical charts in the world. All we need is for our captain to cooperate. As she spoke, Jiu Luo glanced to the side. Gao Chang also looked over. However, Bai Hexiu was nowhere to be found. In the distance, Bai Hexiu had already walked away with an awkward laugh. As Bai Hexiu passed through the broken limbs and ruins on the beach, he saw that he was about to reach the seaside. Sister Wangchuan, please help me. Sasha suddenly turned her head and shouted towards the Wangchuan on the nearby reef. From the start to the end of the battle, Wangchuan did not move an inch. Even after the coastline was stained red with blood, the chances of catching fish in the River of Oblivion increased considerably. Now he hears Sasha calling his name. Wangchuan tilted his head and glanced at her briefly, but quickly looked away as if he hadn't heard Sasha speak. Looking at the raft and the super dreadnought so close at hand, Bai Hexiu revealed a smug expression. Are they trying to drag him away on another long trip? No way. Once aboard the raft, Bai Hexiu turned to Gao Chang and the others and shouted, I suddenly remembered I still have to patrol. I'll accompany the Lord to sunbathe another time. However, Bai Hexiu then noticed that his shadow was gradually lengthening, as if something behind him was blocking the sunlight. I turned my head and looked. A huge wave crashed in. What bad luck! The waves did not capsize Bai Hexiu's raft. Instead, they carried him directly back to the beach. They even used the momentum of the waves to push Bai Hexiu all the way to Gao Chang. What did the captain just say? Jiu Luo asked, squinting. Bai Hexiu's gaze drifted to the side. Of course, I'll say it. How about we talk more once we're on board? After saying that, Bai Hexiu pointed to the eternal shield, which had come to a complete stop. None of them objected to this. After boarding the eternal shield on a small raft, Gao Chang and the other two still kept their eyes on Bai Hexiu. Stare. A few drops of cold sweat dripped down Bai Hexiu's forehead. After overworking one's brain, Bai Hexiu looked pleadingly at a Marine on the ship. Stare. The Marine sighed helplessly. He walked up to Gao Chang and reported, My lord, we have captured a prisoner alive. Would you like to take a look? Judging from his identity and attire, he should be the commander of that fleet. Oh, upon hearing the word commander, Gao Chang's attention was immediately drawn to it. He was actually quite curious about the natives involved in this war game. After all, Mr. M had stated that if it weren't for the overwhelming strength of the native humans in this war game, the military would have already been defeated. It could be said that, as fellow human beings, if the other side does not launch the first attack on Gao Chang, there is still room for negotiation between the two sides. Bring it up for us to see. He received a powerful order. Only then did the Marines go over and turn a winch on the dreadnought. As the winch turned, a large net that looked like a fishing net was lifted up from the sea. The net contained several large wooden planks and a richly dressed but still terrified man. It appears that the giant cannon had pierced through the ship's hull, and he, standing on the deck, was lucky enough to escape unscathed. However, there was one thing that puzzled Gao Chang. Even though he was already in such a terrible state, the commander was still tightly clutching his chest, as if he were hiding some treasure, until he was dragged to Gao Chang by the Marines. The commander gradually recovered from his shock. Wait, you can't kill me. Before Gao Chang could speak, the other party spoke directly. I am Captain Avar, registered with the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company, and a legitimate businessman in this sea area. Gao Chang turned his head and exchanged glances with Zhu Luo and the others, all of them seeing the smile in each other's eyes. Legitimate businessman? Are legitimate businessmen so adept at switching pirate flags? It can be said that if the other side hadn't run into a brick wall today, and if Gao Chang hadn't happened to have some savings, it would have been a different story. If you replace the wall of size with a primitive native island, Gao Chang could easily imagine what the other side would do. What would happen if we killed you? Gao Chang asked, suppressing a laugh. Unexpectedly, Avar did not answer immediately, but fell into silence. After a long while, Avar asked cautiously, You don't have a letter of privateering issued by the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company, do you? License of mark? Gao Chang raised an eyebrow. Captain Avar always manages to come up with topics that interest him. Tell me in detail, and I might consider letting you off the hook. Seeing that Gao Chang knew nothing about this, Avar breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know why the other side even possessed ironclad warships, they were unaware of the rules governing this vast sea. But fearing that Gao Chang might do something bad that would affect everyone in a moment of madness, Avar quickly recited all the rules. In reality, the vast majority of known shipping lanes and sea areas are governed by the rules of a single power. Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company, a commercial alliance dedicated to maritime trade, engaging in most aspects of business, including luxury goods, valuables, and the slave trade. In some cases, the company was even willing to contract out its fleet to governors in various regions. Almost every ruler of the land has some connection with the company. In some places, the governor was even appointed directly by the company. It can be said that on this vast ocean, the company is the rule maker, and the company's word is greater than the oracle of the gods. All those who break the rules will ultimately only have one option: to sink into the sea. The source and foundation of all this comes from the enormous financial resources the company once invested in building it. A miraculous warship from the blueprint of a century-long plan. Meteor. Chapter 166, Privateering Warrant. I think I vaguely remember that. Zhu Luo clenched his fist and punched his palm. He noticed that several people were looking at him. Zhu Luo leaned close to Gao Chang's ear and whispered something. When our ancestors were researching unsinkable warships, the project they started was the project of the century. The Meteor appears to be an early product of Project Century. After the project failed, we at the time simply tossed the blueprints onto some unknown island. Gao Chang nodded. It must be the characteristics of the corrupt empire that came into play again, with the blessing of 10,000 years of history. The miraculous warship that the other side was so proud of turned out to be their own blueprint discovered through archaeology. Of course, Avar didn't hear any of these words. Turning his head to the side, Gao Chang said to Avar in an annoyed tone, Why are you looking at me? Keep talking. Oh. Avar then realized what was happening and continued speaking. Because of the meteor-sized miracle warship, almost no force on this ocean is willing to provoke the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company. In a situation where no one dares to be hostile, Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company, as a mere company, has gradually gained the power to set the rules for this vast ocean. And the first rule they established was to pay taxes. All merchants must register with the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company. At the same time, every sea voyage must follow the routes designated by the company, and employees must voluntarily pay sufficient taxes or contributions to the company. In Avar's description, this is something similar to the papal tithe. However, after the age of exploration fully began, a saying circulated across all continents. Better to owe the gods a tithe than to owe the company a toll. A local official is more powerful than a county magistrate. And the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company happens to be the current manager of the entire ocean. As he spoke, Avar cautiously observed Gao Chang's expression. All these words were actually meant to make Gao Chang have reservations. After all, the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company's military strength is among the best in the world. As long as Gao Chang feels it's not worth fighting the other side, then his life should be safe. That's right, Avar only wants to save his life at this moment. As for harboring resentment towards Gao Chang, judging from the ironclad warship beneath him, he would never dare to do so. Anyway, not all the ships in the fleet belonged to him. His real loss was only his own multi-mast sailing ship and the hundreds of sailors on board. A ship can be rebuilt if it's lost. As for sailors, they're even cheaper. During the age of exploration, there was no shortage of sailors. If one person was unwilling to do it, there were plenty of others who were. After waiting for a while, I couldn't tell anything from Gao Chang's expression. Avar continued, "Judging from your appearance, you probably don't have a privateer's license, do you? So what if I have it? So what if I don't?" Gao Chang frowned slightly. Seeing that Gao Chang was getting impatient, Avar quickly said, "This brings us to the other rules of the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company." According to Avar's description, the tax revenue from the entire ocean alone is clearly not enough to satisfy the appetite of the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company. After everyone got used to paying taxes, Pan-Ocean Free Trade Zone Company introduced new rules. Legal robbery. That's right. Since it's impossible to truly eliminate piracy from this sea, why not put it under our control as well? At the request of Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company, only legal pirates with a privateer's license have the right to legally plunder this sea. Those pirates usually had to pay half of their ill-gotten gains to cover the company's daily operating expenses. As for illegal pirates, the company will ensure that all untaxed illegal pirates disappear from this sea. Hearing this, Gao Chang couldn't help but laugh. What about someone like Avar, who is both a registered merchant and possesses a privateering license? So, according to you, it's legal for you to rob me, but it's illegal for me to hit you? No, I wouldn't dare, Avar chuckled sheepishly. As you know, this is the company's rule. We don't need to go against the company, right? How about this? After I leave, I'll immediately report to the company that we encountered a storm en route and all the ships in the fleet perished. What do you think? Seeing Avar's state, Gao Chang did not immediately give in. Thinking of how Avar immediately hoisted the pirate flag, and recalling how Avar had held onto the object tightly even when he fell into the water, Gao Chang suddenly said, "Let me see what you're holding." "Haha, no, that's not necessary." Avar hugged his chest tightly. Unfortunately, he didn't have many choices. Bai Hexiu waved his hand, and two Marines stepped forward, roughly pried his hands apart, and pulled out a booklet from their pockets. Gao Chang took the booklet from the Marine and casually flipped through a few pages. "So this is what you call a warrant of privateering." Gao Chang then waved the booklet back and forth. "Now that I have a letter of privateering, does that make me legal?" "Haha, what are you saying?" Avar gave an awkward laugh. "My name is on the warrant. You can't use it even if you take it." "Oh." Gao Chang raised an eyebrow, turned to the page with the name on it, and spread it out in front of everyone. "Look, isn't my name written here? Or did I see it wrong?" Zhu Luo leaned closer to take a look, then stood behind Gao Chang and said seriously, "That's right, the name on the document is indeed yours, Lord Avar." All of his heart skipped a beat, as if he had a bad feeling. You must be joking with me. I have a heart condition and can't handle this kind of stimulation." Gao Chang squinted and walked closer to Avar. "You say this is your identification, but how can you prove it? I noticed that your photo isn't on this ID card." In Gao Chang's eyes, this booklet had no insurance value other than a name and a stamp. There are only two possibilities in this situation. One option is that Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company doesn't care who actually obtains the certificate. Another possibility is that, given the current technology tree, the camera technology simply hasn't been developed yet. But whichever the possibility it is, now that the privateering warrant is in Gao Chang's hands, it is naturally his. As the Lord of Fallen Empire, he doesn't steal or rob. So why can't he just take something? Come on, tell me how you're going to prove you yourself. Huh? Avar's mouth gaped open, his mind a complete mess. How can he prove that he is himself? I am Avar. Words are no proof. Gao Chang stomped his foot angrily. Pointing to the Marines on the dreadnought, he said, "Ask them who the real Avar is." Seeing that Avar was speechless, Gao Chang gave instructions to the surrounding Marines. "Since you can't produce any evidence, guards, throw him into the sea to feed the fish." Wait, sir. Only after being lifted up by the Marines did Avar struggle violently. "Sir, you promised to spare my life. Sir, you can't go back on your word." Gao Chang snorted coldly. "I said I'd let you go. But who said I'd let you go? Do you even have a horse?" Chapter 167, Burial Ground. Avar was not given another chance to speak. The two Marines released Avar back into the sea. This time, Avar wasn't so lucky as to be able to grab onto the floating plank. After struggling in the sea, only a wisp of bubble remained before it finally sank completely. Gao Chang casually stuffed the privateering warrant into his pocket. In fact, when Avar was speaking, Gao Chang received several hints from the war game. For example, he obtained a vigilant war reason against the human race. However, after carefully reviewing the description, Gao Chang immediately dismissed the reason for the war. This justification for war clearly includes themselves in it. So I hit myself? Shaking his head, Gao Chang figured he wouldn't even need to use such a ridiculous reason for war in this round. Humans are, after all, one of our own, and Gao Chang has no intention of dealing with other human forces before winning this war game. Those who actively provoke you don't count. Of course, the most important thing is to take advantage of the ample time we have now to improve our lordship path. He turned to look at Baihexiu. To get the dreadnought out of the water, you need to convince the others to agree. Baihexiu seemed to have anticipated Gao Chang's intentions and instantly glanced to the side, humming an awkward little tune. A moment later, he saw Gao Chang continuing to look at him. Baihexiu sighed and suddenly burst into tears. My lord, it's not that I don't want to take you on a long voyage. It's just that I'm afraid my old buddy can't hold on any longer. As he spoke, Baihexiu patted the dark parts of the dreadnought's hull. Those were the areas that had just been directly hit by artillery fire. Judging from the appearance, the iron plate was not deformed, and the cannonball that hit the ship had rolled away to an unknown location. But Baihexiu was now facing these charred parts, tears streaming down his face. Having just survived such a perilous battle, my poor old mate's hull is badly damaged. Without several months of major repairs, it will probably be difficult to set sail again. If your lordship insists on forcing this old fellow, then we shall leave now. Gao Chang frowned as he watched Baihexiu suddenly put on this melodramatic performance. It was just a voyage. Why does he feel like he's becoming more and more like the villain who broke up a couple? There's also Baihexiu's claim that the ship's hull was severely damaged. If even the rust isn't gone, then this dreadnought, blackened by fire, is probably considered severely damaged. If that's the case, then is the so-called major overhaul just a few months of repainting the dreadnought? Even Gao Chang could see it, let alone everyone else present. The Marines on the dreadnought remained awkwardly silent, intending to be a group of unspoken wooden figures. Zhu Luo leaned close to Gao Chang's ear and whispered, "This kid's acting skills are even worse than the scripts written by someone else I know." Baihexiu, who was being evaluated in this way by Zhu Luo, was completely unaware of this. She even started wiping away her tears. "My old friend, you've had a tough life." As he cried, Baihexiu cautiously opened his eyes and glanced at everyone out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that no one reacted, she quickly closed her eyes again and continued to cry miserably. It seemed that Gao Chang's decision to send the Eternal Shield to sea was a death sentence for the dreadnought. All right. Gao Chang interrupted Baihexiu's spellcasting. "You don't need to go out. You should have said so earlier." Baihexiu's face immediately lit up with a smile. "You see, we don't only have one boat. Others would be happy to take you on a long voyage." As they were talking, Baihexiu had some deck chairs brought over and placed on the deck. After stretching comfortably, Baihexiu asked Gao Chang, "My lord, would you like to continue sunbathing? Let me tell you, sunbathing is good for your health." Despite Baihexiu's lengthy explanation, the Shield of Eternity eventually sailed to the ship repair shop. The so-called ship repair place is actually the production building that Gao Chang saw in the attribute panel. Burial ground. Gao Chang originally thought that the burial ground would be something more mysterious. It wasn't until they arrived at the shipyard known as Boneyard with a shield of sustainability. Gao Chang then realized he had made a huge mistake. The word bone in the so-called burial ground refers to the keel of a ship. The overall meaning is a place where ships are buried. From a distance, the burial site appears to be an enormous shipbuilding factory. After the shield of perpetuality sails into the burial ground, Gao Chang glanced around and found that the interior was incredibly messy, like a garbage dump. Large numbers of abandoned ships are piled up here like garbage. Some ships were battered and bruised, seemingly having been through many major battles, while others were covered in rust and had not survived the erosion of time. Of course, some ships were never even built. Only the keel was constructed before they were abandoned. These are all things we'll never need again, Zhu Luo explained. Since entering the burial grounds, among the sealed warships or abandoned ships that Gao Chang has seen, none possess capabilities comparable to the Eternal Shield. Just like Zhu Luo said, this place is full of trash that will never be needed again. Perhaps they will never have the chance to see the light of day again. Once the dreadnought had completely docked, Gao Chang and his group disembarked from the warship. The burial ground was quiet, with hardly any signs of human activity. Suddenly, a flame rose up in front of them, illuminating some of the darkness. Who is it? Haiyukin, carrying a candle, emerged from the corner, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Oh, it's Lord. She covered her mouth and yawned. Turning her head to look to the side, Haiyukin belatedly realized that something was off about the appearance of the Eternal Shield. The current Eternal Shield seems to have become much darker. Suddenly waking up from her sleepiness, Haiyukin burst out laughing. So you guys went out in your boat and crashed into a coal mine? Why are you all as black as coal when you come back? Just as Bai Hexiu was about to speak, Haiyukin stretched out a hand. All right, stop. I know what you're trying to say. Turning around, Haiyukin shouted loudly at a corner of the burial ground, Uncle, someone's here. Boom. I don't know if it was Gao Chang's imagination, but he suddenly felt the ground of the shipyard beneath his feet shake. The next moment, a burly figure dressed in work clothes emerged from the darkness. His figure looked to be over 2 meters tall, with muscles so muscular they seemed about to bulge out. It looks exactly like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gao Chang casually opened the other person's profile panel. Dakai. Occupation. Entry-level shipwright. Summary. Although he couldn't understand the blueprints for his ancestors' ships at all, if you imagined his muscles as his brain, you would understand just how unparalleled his shipbuilding skills were. Chapter 168, Not Going Far Away. You need to repair the boat? As he approached the crowd, Dakai lowered his head and looked at Bai Hexiu, who only reached his waist, and asked word by word. No. Bai Hexiu shook his head like a rattle drum. I just want to change the paint, that's all. Then Bai Hexiu leaned close to Gao Chang's ear and whispered, Uncle Dakai is the top shipwright in the burial grounds, so never ask Uncle Dakai to repair your ship, or you'll definitely regret it. Gao Chang nodded in deep agreement. After all, you can tell from Dakai's profile. As a shipwright, he couldn't even understand the design blueprints passed down from his ancestors from a glorious past. This is likely related to the 6th effect of the Fallen Empire, which prevents new construction during the Fallen Empire period. In the end, he still fell into depravity. Gao Chang thought about each era he had experienced, and most of the people were more or less weary. For example, in ancient times, nobles were not allowed to engage in any work. This sense of weariness seems to be increasing with the advancement of the times, and now we've reached the point where we're beginning to forget the skills of our ancestors. If the times advance further, Gao Chang speculates that this gap may continue to widen. Of course, our attention should be focused on the present. Repainting is fine too, Dakai said, staring at Bai Hexiu and emphasizing each word. No, I won't trouble you, uncle. Bai Hexiu looked at Haiyukin with pleading eyes. Haiyukin covered her mouth and chuckled softly, but still arranged a complete repainting project for Bai Hexiu. Dakai was not included in the labor calculation. Besides Dakai, there are many other shipwrights in the burial grounds. Although these shipwrights have also forgotten the superb shipbuilding skills of their ancestors. But they can still do jobs like repainting. I looked at the calculated amount of work in my hand. Haiyukin then said to Gao Chang and the others, the total project time is more than 6 months. Is that all right? So long. Gao Chang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Bai Hexiu. Surprisingly, Bai Hexiu didn't exaggerate the repair time. Faced with Gao Chang's question, Haiyukin nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Based on a 2-hour workday and a 3-day workweek, 6 months should be a conservative estimate. Gao Chang rubbed his forehead. Well, he didn't take the mindset of his subjects into account. In the Stone Age, most people during the Fallen Empire were unwilling to do any kind of work. In this age of great exploration, they're still willing to do some work. Gao Chang felt that based on this alone, he might have to kowtow to everyone. Alternatively, you can choose someone who doesn't need to take a break to complete the repair work. Hukin glanced at Dakai, seemingly hinting at something. This uncle is quite the workaholic. Dakai didn't speak, but nodded heavily. Bai Hexiu hesitated. It wasn't until his gaze fell on Gao Chang that his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had an idea. My lord will definitely need Uncle Dakai's skills. What? Seeing that Gao Chang didn't understand, Bai Hexiu pulled Gao Chang aside and whispered, "Didn't you want to go out to sea?" Pointing to the burial ground, Bai Hexiu continued, "Look, aren't these all boats? With a little repair, we can build an entire fleet for you." That makes sense. However, Gao Chang was clearly not blinded by those words. Other lords might worry that their ships aren't good enough, but that's clearly not the main problem with Gao Chang. Rather, it's because no one in his territory is willing to travel far with him. Sasha was easy to fool, and Zhu Luo seemed easy to talk to as well. But if it's just Sasha and Zhu Luo, there's no one to sail the boat. Thinking of this, Gao Chang suddenly noticed that there didn't seem to be any other active ships docked in this burial ground. Logically speaking, I should still have 2 dreadnoughts and dozens of battleships. Oh, you mean them? After questioning Hayukin revealed an amused expression. The captains heard you were going on a long journey and fled overnight. If you wander around the island a bit more, you might find them. Well, you really don't want to travel far? Gao Chang's face darkened. The performance of the existing warships clearly demonstrates just how unwilling the seemingly indifferent citizens are to travel far from home before they awaken to their true potential. In this situation, even if Gao Chang could build a new fleet within this burial ground, he wouldn't be able to set sail at all. It seems we can only place our hopes on our own efforts. Gao Chang opened the path to miracles and looked at the unique ability he had gained during his last advancement. Put Oneser in. This ability allows Gao Chang to reasonably give away things he doesn't need to the forces he interferes with. I initially thought it was no different from a transaction. Now that he has a target to interfere with, Gao Chang discovered that this ability actually has its own independent small panel. Long Xianyao, interfered with. Resources given away, none. None of the ships gifted. Lone leader, none. This panel shows that Gao Chang can adjust the level of support for the targets he is interfering with according to his own will. The bare minimum of support is, of course, no support at all. Without support, the interfered target will be completely useless in all aspects except for a 3-fold increase in research speed. This was certainly not what Gao Chang wanted. Opening the giftable items, Gao Chang saw the names of the 3 super dreadnoughts on the panel. The Kingdom of the Past, the Shield of Eternity, the Star of Tomorrow. The 3 super dreadnought warships appear to employ different design philosophies. When Gao Chang tried to drag the Shield of Perpetual ID to the gifting panel, the gifting failed as expected. Gao Chang's behavior was seen as unreasonable by the people. Even through intervention, unreasonable gifts should not be made. As for what's reasonable, Gao Chang's gaze fell upon the burial ground. It's perfectly reasonable to take out some trash yourself, right? Of course, it's just trash compared to the dreadnought. In the burial ground, besides the wooden boat, Gao Chang also saw some ironclad warships. Although those ironclad warships were mothballed, they could still be used after proper repairs. Moreover, these are all so-called garbage. Giving gifts to targets that one has interfered with is clearly a reasonable behavior. With the help of Long Xianyao and Yin Na providing crew members, he would also lease out leaders who were willing to go to sea with him to the 2 of them. The idea of freely venturing out to explore before awakening might actually be realized indirectly. Seeing that Gao Chang seemed to have come to terms with it, Bai Hexiu breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking that not many people would be willing to accompany Gao Chang on his long voyage, Bai Hexiu immediately comforted him. "My lord, you can go out with peace of mind. As the fastest man on this sea, I will avenge you the moment you encounter danger." Gao Chang's expression was somewhat strange. Listening to Bai Hexiu's words, something seemed off. Chapter 169, Breakthrough Level Shipwright. I didn't think about it deeply enough. Gao Chang, whose attention was entirely focused on his intervention capabilities, looked toward Dakai. "Daka, uncle, can I ask you for help next?" Hearing that there seemed to be someone alive, Dakai took 2 steps. Suddenly, Dakai disappeared from Gao Chang's sight. By the time Gao Chang realized what was happening, the other person was already standing behind him. "You just choose," Dakai said, enunciating each word clearly. Gao Chang nodded. But instead of making a blind choice, she turned to look at Zhu Luo. There are many kinds of sealed warships in the burial ground, and Gao Chang certainly can't choose them all by himself. But he still trusted Zhu Luo's judgment. Zhu Luo looked at Gao Chang, then at Dakai behind Gao Chang, and smiled with a hand on her forehead. "I understand what you mean, but I think you'll be pleasantly surprised later. Thanks to Zhu Luo's discerning eye, Gao Chang actually discovered quite a few good things in the burial ground. For example, an armored cruiser that may have been mothballed for 1,000 years. It roams the 4 seas, its voice resounds across the oceans. Perhaps this cruiser has a glorious history. Unfortunately, it ultimately ended up being thrown into the trash heap. It is no longer needed. This once powerful armored cruiser, which could wreak havoc on the high seas with its ironclad armor. Now, they can only lie quietly in their burial ground, waiting for the rust to slowly corrode them completely. How heartbreaking. I stroked the rust on the cruiser. Gao Chang already had a plan in mind. Turning to Dakai, he asked, "Uncle, can you make it move again?" Dakai nodded. Then, to Gao Chang's astonishment, he reached out and slammed his hand into the cruiser's hull. Then, with a forceful pull of both hands, he tore off a completely rusty piece of the outer shell as easily as tearing paper. Then Dakai walked to another scrapped ironclad ship in the burial ground, tore off a piece of armor plate that looked intact, and nailed it to the empty spot on the cruiser. Under Dakai's sweeping modifications, parts of one abandoned ship after another were forcibly dismantled and then hammered into the cruiser's interiors with hammers and nails. Looking at the cruiser that has begun to change drastically, a strong sense of wasteland atmosphere swept over us. Gao Chang clicked his tongue in amazement. Is this a beginner shipwright? Is this really not a shipwright of the lowest rank? Gao Chang was truly impressed by the incredible strength with which the steel plate was torn apart by hand. Back then, the chef who sold hand-shredded roast duck that Gao Chang met at the roast duck shop couldn't shred a roast duck as easily as Dakai's shredded steel plate. No wonder by Hexia didn't want Dakai to repair the shield of perpetuality. If Dakai were to repair it, the word eternal in eternal shield would come to an end. Waiting time is always tedious. By the time Dakai had repaired the cruiser, it was already the afternoon of the second day. The once rusty cruiser is now completely renovated. The armor plates, made of several layers of sheet metal, gave people a deep sense of security, and the small deck was crammed with hundreds of howitzers. Unless it's a metal coffin that falls apart at the slightest touch, this kind of design must be a terrifying and deadly weapon. Looking at the warship in front of him, which was built by Dakai hammer by hammer, Gao Chang couldn't help but marvel at the ocean's inclusiveness. This warship, which resembles an abstract painting, can actually sail on the sea. He ordered Dakai to repair another cruiser. A few days later, Gao Chang shook his head as he looked at another cruiser that seemed to have stepped out of an abstract painting. In any case, both of them are genuine ironclad warships, in a state where one is not yet awakened. Exploring the age of exploration can finally be put on the agenda. Open the interference interface, find Long Xianyao in Yina's windows, and Gao Chang sent one armored cruiser over by himself. Passion Island. Long Xianyao looked at the numerous sea creatures landing from the coastline and bit her lip tightly with her teeth. All the warships on the shore have been sunk. At this moment, she had nowhere to retreat. I've only been in this war game for a few days. They were even fortunate enough to join forces with a small unit from the military headquarters. If only I could have a little more time. Thinking of this, Long Xianyao looked at her personal panel. Although all 3 are missing, I have gained a peculiar state, being interfered with. Interference. Introduction. We stand on the shoulders of giants. Thus we see further than others, and every step we take is a major breakthrough that they could not have imagined. Effect. Research speed increased 3-fold. The 3-fold increase in research speed was not all that Long Xianyao had gained. Under Long Xianyao's testing, the interfered state even had a hidden benefit. All technological research is open to her. She can see the complete technology tree, and can even skip some unnecessary technologies and directly study the most useful ones. This is clearly a developmental ability. Given time, even if Long Xianyao enters this war game very late, she can ensure that she can catch up with the military's first echelon, or even surpass them. But what Long Xianyao didn't expect was, within this war game, humans are so powerless when faced with foreign invaders. After discovering who the foreign race would be in this war game was, Long Xianyao then realized that her father might be right. This is a war game that humanity has almost no chance of winning, and Long Xianyao entered this war game with no intention of returning alive. Sending Long Xianyao to the highest institution of learning was more like entrusting her with a future heir. At this moment, looking at the retreating human lines on the beach, Long Xianyao couldn't help but smile bitterly. She's still too naive. Therefore, when the warship was sunk and no contribution was made, what could she possibly do with just a large group of unarmed sailors? Perhaps this is the end of it. With her eyes closed, Gao Chang's face gradually appeared in Long Xianyao's mind. If she had truly listened and stayed quietly at the top university, if she hadn't foolishly entered this war game, could the outcome be completely different? You have obtained 1 armored cruiser. The sudden notification sound from the war game made Long Xianyao open her eyes abruptly. What is it? However, the next moment, new notifications continued to arrive. Let's see just how far you can go. While Long Xianyao was still in a daze, an ironclad warship descended from the sky and crashed into the nearest safe waters to her. Long Xianyao suddenly clenched her fists. She seems to have survived? Meanwhile, in front of Yena, Satan was viciously gripping the neck of a human leader with his claws. Yena watched this scene helplessly. Because Yena entered the war game using a human identity, all the people she recruited were also human. And Yena has no path to becoming a traitorous lord. Therefore, when the human subjects saw his handsome face, which belonged only to the elves, their loyalty plummeted to negative numbers. Chapter 170, which old fisherman couldn't withstand such a test? Damn devil. The old fisherman, held in Satan's hand, glared at Satan and spat out a mouthful of saliva. I will not yield to you. You'll never gain the loyalty of an old fisherman in your entire lives. Satan tightened his grip, leaving a red mark on the old fisherman's neck. But in the end, they didn't kill him. Yena turned her head away helplessly. Not only the old fisherman, but also the other people he had recruited were looking at him with hostility. But if he were to kill all these people, wouldn't he be left all alone again, just like in the last war game? Having finally managed to recruit people, Yena still wanted to give a shot. Yena rubbed her face, trying her best to put on a gentle smile. Grandpa, I am, after all, our lord. Is there any need to make things so unpleasant? Pooh, don't think I don't know. Your heart is as ugly as that devil. Your subject's loyalty -10. The already negative loyalty level has dropped even further. The elves' beauty did not win them much favor among the old fishermen. Having spent years on the high seas, they have dedicated all their love to their ships and have no room for anyone else. Moreover, they were a foreign race with pointed ears and a winged demon. Yena's eyes dimmed slightly. Is it because of his atheism that he is destined to be unable to gain his people? The old fisherman's angry curses could still be heard. Give up, devil. No matter how many lies you spout, no matter how much you offer, I will. Boom. An ironclad warship with an incredibly abstract appearance descended from the sky and crashed into the waters behind the group. The splashing water soaked everyone to the bone. At that moment, the old fisherman's angry curses got stuck in his throat. You gonna use something like this to test an old fisherman? Yena had stopped paying attention to what the old fisherman said next. At this moment, his attention was completely drawn to the war game. Just now, several notifications popped up in succession. You have obtained 1 ironclad cruiser. You have temporarily been assigned the assistant, Sasha. You have temporarily acquired the administrator, Wanchuan. Let's see just how far you can go. Looking at the inexplicable prompts on the war panel, Yena suddenly heard a thud as he knelt down. Turning around, Yena saw that Satan had released his grip on the old fisherman's neck. The old fisherman led his people in kneeling on the ground in reverence. Oh, my esteemed demon lord, your ironclad warship is even brighter than the bald head of Susan's husband next door. Please make sure we can follow in your footsteps. When the old fisherman looked up, Yena could only read 4 words in his eyes. I yearn for it. I want to see things clearly. What old boy could resist an ironclad warship with hundreds of cannons? Satan fell silent at that moment. So all the so-called alien races are lies, right? Letting them operate fishing boats is to be damned, filthy, and vile devils. Giving them ironclad warships is to be treated like a venerable demon lord. Shit, how come humans can change their minds faster than demons? Thinking of this, Yena opened his citizen interface. Despite being a lord of a different race, the loyalty of his subjects is now rapidly increasing. In such a short time, it has broken through the negative number and is slowly returning to positive. Although it hasn't reached the passing grade of 60 points yet. But it's a good start overall. Suddenly, Yena received a message from Gao Chang. Gao Chang, have you received the ironclad ship? The nautical chart is in the captain's cabin. Once you receive it, hurry up and come to my grave to pick me up. I've also assigned 2 administrative officers to you. Remember to treat them well. It was actually Gao Chang who gave it to you. Yenna suddenly remembered the situation where she was interfered with at the beginning of the game. Now that Gao Chang has said this, there's no doubt that it was Gao Chang who did it. However, as civil servant, Yenna looked toward the ironclad warship. Sure enough, a cute-looking girl was already standing on the deck. Sasha tilted her head. So when is dinner served? A few minutes ago. Gao Chang looked at the interference interface in front of him and felt that it was still somewhat empty. What they gave away were the family fortunes that would follow them in their search for miracles. Although this mission felt similar to an emperor's incognito visit in ancient times, Gao Chang clearly wasn't planning to make things difficult for himself. Then let's assign some more administrative officers. Zhu Luo will definitely be taken away. A good chef is the foundation of a team. The rest is pretty much up to you. Gao Chang opened a rental option in the agent settings. In theory, every citizen can be rented to a target for intervention, and these citizens can help them develop according to their own ideas. However, after trying on a few people, Gao Chang found that the same problem persisted. I don't know how many years I lived a leisurely life. This resulted in most residents having no desire to go out, let alone being rented to a target of interference. No one wanted to go. It's impossible for Gao Chang to try each of the more than 70,000 people one by one. Therefore, they could only choose a few people from those they knew. I tried dragging Hayukin's profile picture, but it didn't move. Then Gao Chang saw Hayukin in the distance stomp her foot while holding a candle, angrily turning her head to the side, as if ignoring him. Okay, if that's the case, then there are even fewer targets to choose from. After trying out one by one, Gao Chang discovered that besides Zhu Luo and Sha, Wang Chuan was also a target that could be rented out. Is it because the River of Oblivion won't resist? I recall Wang Chuan's empty eyes. Gao Chang strongly doubted that even if the enemy swung their sword at Wang Chuan, it wouldn't shake Wang Chuan's fishing state in the slightest. For Wang Chuan, renting it out would probably just mean changing his fishing spot. So, including Wang Chuan, he already has 3 people with him. But Gao Chang felt it was still not enough. It would be fine if Bai Hexiu was willing to go out. However, none of the captains, including Bai Hexiu, were willing to go on long trips. They needed someone to ensure their safety. And among those present, besides the combatants, Gao Chang suddenly turned his head to look at Dakai. Uncle, how about you come out with me? If the ship breaks down, we won't have to come back to repair it. When he said the first sentence, Gao Chang looked at Dakai, who had no expression on his face. But when the second sentence was mentioned, Dakai simply nodded. Good. After saying that word, Dakai's portrait became a target that could be successfully dragged in the high-intensity interference panel. Thinking about the principle that birds of a feather flock together, Gao Chang simply handed the unreliable Sasha and the emotionless girl Wang Chuan over to Yina. As for Zhu Luo and Dakai, Gao Chang arranged for them to go to Long Xianyao's place. Chapter 171, Temporary Official. Cough cough. Long Xianyao held a rusty iron sword, supporting herself on the ground as she gasped for breath. She had thought that the appearance of the ironclad warships would secure victory. But who would have thought that after discovering the existence of the ironclad warship, the Sea Lord directly ordered the warriors to block Long Xianyao's land route to board the warship. Between Long Xianyao and the ironclad warship, there are now thousands of sea warriors wielding fine iron tridents or spears, eyeing her menacingly. Even with several military lords as allies, Long Xianyao seemed powerless to turn the tide of the battle, given that she only had sailors and no warships. Damn it! Long Xianyao cursed under her breath. The sea creatures are now sending reinforcements in droves, clearly intending to annihilate all of their human lords on this island. The longer the delay goes on, the more disadvantageous it will be for Long Xianyao, even according to the intelligence provided by the military's intelligence department. The sea tribe lord who besieged Passion Island this time was led by a female sea tribeswoman named Kama. The other party possesses a divination artifact called the Crystal Night Shining Pearl. If the opponent doesn't destroy the strange object in their hands, any plan Long Xianyao makes will be detected during its execution. The enemy has an absolute advantage in every aspect, including manpower, technology, and tactics. From this perspective, the opponent seems to be born in an invincible position. Having only experienced 2 low-level dungeons, Long Xianyeo had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Compared to the current age of exploration, Long Xianyeo felt that the war games she had experienced were simply a bunch of noobs fighting each other. After entering this age of exploration, Long Xianyeo realized what the dangers of the world truly meant. The enemies here won't wait until both sides have fully developed before attacking. If we're going to fight, we won't give the enemy even the slightest chance to survive. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly in his hand. Clearly, all we need to do is board the ironclad warship. Now that we've given her hope, why bring despair back to her? You have temporarily acquired the administrator, Zhu Luo. You have temporarily been assigned the administrator, Da Kai. Has that person who interfered with me given me something new again? Long Xianyeo's eyes lit up at first, but upon seeing that they were two administrative officers, his gaze dimmed again. The enemy has deployed no fewer than 10,000 sea warriors, and having lost their ships, we are at a significant disadvantage. Could two mere administrative officers possibly persuade the other side to surrender and withdraw their troops? With a sigh, Long Xianyeo looked around. I wonder if these two officers will suddenly appear like that ironclad warship from before. If we end up within the sea creature's lines, things could get really bad. Fortunately, what Long Xianyeo feared did not happen. Zhu Luo and Da Kai stepped out of the armored cruiser. After stepping outside, Zhu Luo glanced at the sky. The position of the sun is not much different from what we just saw at Gao Chang's place. This place should not be far from the burial site. That is. Zhu Luo frowned slightly and looked down at the bottom of the cruiser. Not far away on the ground, a group of weirdos with fish heads and human legs were chattering and laughing wildly. Why are these ingredients making such a racket? He raised a finger and gestured towards the sea creature. Zhu Luo discovered that, in fact, only a part of the body needs to be removed and the rest is mostly edible. Of course, this new type of food ingredient looked strange and neither human nor ghost. This was the first time Zhu Luo had ever seen such a thing in all her years of life. They look like they're done for, Da Kai said, pointing to Long Xianyeo's location in the distance, emphasizing each word. Zhu Luo looked out over the distance. Long Xianyeo struggled to hold on against a small group of sea warriors. These fish-headed, human-bodied monsters remain as powerful as ever even on land. On the contrary, the sailors under Long Xianyeo's command did not have the same strong individual combat power as the sea tribe. In close combat, almost all of them were injured. That won't do. Zhu Luo shook her head. Gao Chang needs the sailors recruited by Long Xianyeo to start the warships. Otherwise, he can only harass his people one by one within the wall of size. If they all die, the Lord will not be happy. As Zhu Luo spoke, she turned her head and said, Uncle, it's up to you now. Saving Long Xianyeo and protecting the crew of the ship is clearly good for everyone. Da Kai did not refuse. After gesturing with a hammer for a while, suddenly he tucked the hammer into his waistband, then flexed his muscles and forcefully removed a 105mm howitzer from the deck. Aiming at the direction where Long Xianyeo was, Da Kai fired a shot at the besieging sea creatures. Boom! The sudden burst of flames drew everyone's attention to the ironclad warship. When he saw Da Kai carrying a 105mm howitzer, he couldn't help but gape. Lifting a naval cannon with one hand, whose general is this? In a shallow sea area, Kama frowned slightly. Omans. After witnessing Da Kai's terrifying power, Kama did not appear particularly nervous. It wasn't that she felt confident in her sea warriors, but rather in herself. The appearance of most sea creatures is indescribable. Some have fish heads and human bodies, some have fish bodies and human legs, and some are completely monstrous. But Karma is clearly an exception. She is one of the few beings among the sea creatures with a human body and a fish tail, and she is also a woman. Many human lords had a very good first impression of Kama. With her personal talent, the Siren Song, Kama even caught the eye of a native governor. The Siren Song. Description: your singing voice is so beautiful it's almost otherworldly. Any living being that hears your voice would be compelled to offer you everything, even becoming your food. Trait: when you sing, intelligent life forms that have never seen you before will increase their affinity towards you by 0% to 100% after hearing your voice. This personal talent is also why Karma often remains hidden during combat. Her trump card has always been herself. As long as an intelligent life form that has never seen or heard its own singing voice has never seen itself, it will unconsciously increase its affinity for itself. This goodwill, when transferred to the people, manifests as loyalty. Once one's affection for oneself exceeds one's loyalty to the Lord, then betrayal will follow. Kama hadn't used this ability before because he was afraid the humans would be on guard. But now we see Dakai appearing. She knew it was time. No. Seeing that a Sea Lord had taken the lead, Kama stopped what she was doing. Perhaps she can wait a little longer. By this time, Dakai had already rowed a lifeboat onto Passion Island. Faced with the siege of the Sea Warriors, Dakai did not hesitate to pull out a grenade launcher and forcefully shove it into the mouth of one of the Sea Warriors. Then, with a sudden burst of force, he pierced directly through the opponent's gills. Boom! A cannon shot blasted another warrior behind the enemy into mincemeat. Dakai then swung the grenade launcher behind him with his other hand. With several loud bangs, the area hit by the grenade launcher was left with only a pile of mangled flesh. Chapter 172, What's Broken Can Be Fixed. Dakai's overwhelming power stunned the Sea Warriors who had surrounded him. The Sea Warriors exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in their comrades' eyes. Facing Dakai, they felt as if they were facing a war machine disguised as a human. The terrifying power to wield a 105mm cannon and then smash a person into a pulp is something that no warrior in the entire Sea Tribe can do. The sound of a howitzer being dragged could be heard. Dakai looked at the Sea Warriors surrounding him and walked forward step by step. You will make the Lord unhappy. Anything that makes the Lord unhappy must be broken. As Dakai spoke each word slowly and deliberately, the Sea Warriors, who had an overwhelming numerical advantage, suddenly felt a pang of fear. It was as if they were being targeted by some monstrous flood or beast. In the past, they would only experience this feeling of trepidation when facing adult sharks or even more terrifying creatures. But the aura emanating from Dakai was even greater than that of those ferocious beasts. How is that possible? How could humans possibly give them this feeling? Warriors of the Sea Tribes. Suddenly, a Sea Lord swam out of the sea and stood on land. He observed Dakai from directly behind for a long time and found that Dakai did not have the habit of retracing his steps, which is why he dared to boldly step onto land. After he stepped onto land, the Sea Warriors' morale increased significantly. This stems from his advancement to the third-tier Lord path, Orator. The Orator is a highly proactive leader path, where most abilities must be actively triggered. The first and second stages only brought him the initiative to mobilize and inspire, respectively. However, upon reaching the third stage, a qualitative change occurs. Deceived. Description. Your words can briefly sway the fear of soldiers on either side of a war, causing them to fight to the death for a short period. Staring at Dakai, the Sea Lord shouted loudly. We have over 1,000 men. If all our warriors attack together, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to kill us all before he runs out of energy. An invisible sound wave emanated from the Sea Lord as its center. All the Sea Warriors struck by the sound waves were momentarily stunned. Their brains are rapidly secreting excessive amounts of dopamine. It seemed as if invisible voices were whispering in their minds. You are great. You are amazing. You could do anything. Numerous incentive and reward mechanisms stimulate the sea creature's brains, making them seem to have forgotten fear. Suddenly, a Sea Warrior picked up a spear and charged toward Dakai. The result was that he was instantly smashed into a meat patty by Dakai wielding a grenade launcher. But under the deception of the Sea Lord on the shore, the Sea Warriors had long since lost their sense of fear. This scene not only failed to frighten the other Sea Warriors, but instead accelerated the production of dopamine in their minds. Soon, the eyes of the Sea Warriors became bloodshot. They felt like their brains were about to explode with excitement. It's going to break. A Sea Warrior covered his head and said, if we don't kill something soon, their bodies will probably be the first to collapse. In the world of life on the shore, only Dakai is allowed to be killed because he is the enemy. Don't anyone try to take it from me. A warrior suddenly roared and lunged at Dakai. As for his companion who had just been fried into mincemeat, he had completely ignored him. Dakai made no move at this moment. He thought he just heard from the Sea Warrior. It's broken. Boom! A grenade took out the Sea Lord behind him, who was still talking incessantly with his mouth open. Then Dakai casually tossed aside the empty grenade launcher, revealing a friendly, neighborly smile. It's broken, but it can be fixed. What? Before I could even think about what the other person meant, the sea warrior who lunged forward was already firmly held down by Dakai's large hand. Let go of me. After saying this, the sea warrior suddenly heard the sound of his skull cracking. It wasn't until the moment before he completely lost consciousness that he realized what that madman had done. He crumpled his own skull into a ball with his bare hands. Holding the fish head that had shrunk by half in his hand, Dakai looked at the other warriors. How should be fixed? Let's stick to the old method. Suddenly reaching out to grab a sea warrior, Dakai tore open the man's fish mouth and stuffed the fish head, which he had been holding tightly, inside. After being struck several times with a hammer, the fish meat and bones mixed together, forming a bizarre mess that looked mushy yet was incredibly solid. The Sea Lord, who was a speaker, had just been killed by Dakai with a single shot. Now, after Dakai's intervention, the remaining sea warriors suddenly came to their senses. That's when they realized what Dakai was doing. He actually treated the sea creatures as spare parts, and they were piecing together the corpses of the sea warriors in an extremely brutal way, seemingly doing something horrific. Is that building a ship? The observant sea creatures noticed it. What Dakai is building is a ship with fish bones as the keel, which is then hammered together with flesh and scales and finally fused together. Thump, thump, thump. Dakai's hammer continued to clang. Almost every so often, warriors of the sea tribe would perish. This sense of disparity made the sea warrior momentarily unsure whether he was the one surrounding him or not. He was still the only one who surrounded himself completely. Va vienes plus 10%. Just when the morale of the sea creatures was about to collapse, a heavenly voice suddenly rang out on the shallow beach. The lord of the military suddenly realized that his subjects were not moving. Everyone, including the sailors recruited by Long Xianyeo, fell into a state of obsession. Everyone was enjoying the heavenly music, and even the spear that the sea warrior was about to thrust down seemed to be ignored. The sea creatures actually have trump card? Seeing that Dakai had also stopped in the distance, Long Xianyeo's expression froze. Dakai's fighting prowess is undeniable. If he was also affected by this singing, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the armored cruiser, listening to the song rising from the sea, Zhu Luo suddenly smiled. Oh, so you finally decided to show your face? The cruiser was equipped with sonar radar, which, although rusty old equipment, was still usable. Kama probably thought she was hiding it well. What she didn't know was that the moment she sang the first melody, her position as the war commander was thus laid bare before Zhu Luo. Staring at the location marked on the sonar, Zhu Luo stretched out her foot and stepped on a pedal. That was the modified depth-charge triggering device of Dakai. Zhu Luo squinted and smiled slightly. It's a shame to waste such a good ingredient. Bye-bye. Chapter 173, Is He Really Not an Old Man Who Just Appeared Out of Nowhere? In the shallow waters, Kama unabashedly displayed her singing voice. Although some sea warriors were arranged to symbolically protect them, but she didn't think she was in any danger. The Age of Exploration was undoubtedly the most suitable era for sea creatures. Few other races have been able to effectively harm the sea creatures that lurk in the deep sea during this era. And this is the foundation of Kama's confidence. My lord. Suddenly, a sea warrior called out to Kama. The sound seemed incredibly abrupt amidst the melodious tune. Kama didn't stop singing. She simply opened her eyes and looked at the sea warrior with displeasure, as if blaming him for interrupting her good time. Faced with Kama's slightly angry gaze, the sea warrior shivered, but still quickly pointed towards the sea. My lord, what do you think that is? Kama looked in the direction he was pointing, puzzled. Several huge, spherical objects were falling towards them. Wait a minute. Kama's eyes suddenly widened. What is that thing? Boom, boom, boom. Several columns of water, tens of meters high, rose from the sea surface. Then, specks of blood rose from the shallow sea to the surface, mixed with the broken limbs of sea creatures. Zhu Luo rested her chin on her hand, leaning against the cruiser's railing, watching this scene with an indifferent expression. The consequence of frying fish is that you only get a bunch of scraps. It's a pity that such novel ingredients were wasted. On the other side, the sea warriors on land were stunned when they heard the song abruptly stop. Then, In horror, they looked back at the shallow sea and remained silent for several seconds. The sound of the depth charge explosion was amplified by the seawater and was not easily heard on land. But the sudden burst of water, coupled with the blood on the water's surface and the now vanished song, made me think of the moment. What happened on the shallow beach seems self-evident. They killed Kama? A Sea Lord frowned, already beginning to consider retreating. Kama's death means that the enemy has the ability to attack underwater. This means that even when the lords of the sea creatures are hiding underwater, they are not absolutely safe. They did not care about the deaths of their people. But when it comes to their own safety, they absolutely cannot turn a blind eye. This small-scale, localized war against humanity was originally intended to weaken the power of human lords on a daily basis, preventing humanity from developing further. If too many lords are lost in this war, it would be a case of losing more than one gains. I noted down what the warship looked like on the sea. He glanced again at his soldiers' ever-increasing war weariness. We will come back for revenge. The Sea Lord finally made a decision. Withdraw. Tens of thousands of sea warriors retreated from Baekseong Island in a grand procession, disappearing into the sea. Only then did the people under the military lord's command begin to recover from Kama's singing. Even so, they still savored the song, their faces showing expressions of rapture. The same was true for Long Xianyeo's sailors. Although things have gradually returned to normal, I am still somewhat unsettled. The song seemed to possess some kind of magic, almost captivating their minds and leaving them unable to recover for a long time. But I still managed to survive. Just then, Dakai came to his senses and kicked the small boat made of sea creature bones and blood next to him. The small boat rolled a few times on the shore and then plunged into the sea with a splash. Then it started to float up, swaying and drifting little by little towards the distant sea. Dakai's action startled the sailors under Long Xianyeo's command awake. Looking at the small boat made of flesh and blood by brute force, the sailors couldn't help but swallow hard. Let alone sea creatures. If anyone sees this little boat at sea in the future, they'll probably have nightmares every night. But soon they discovered that Dakai was walking in their direction. To Long Xianyeo's astonishment, her sailors threw down their weapons one by one and raised their hands to indicate that they posed no threat. Dakai walked up to Long Xianyeo without any hindrance. The lords of the military headquarters watched this scene in silence. They didn't know what the relationship was between Dakai and Long Xianyeo, but it's clear they don't intend to get involved in this mess. The ironclad warship on the coastline is still watching them. Thanks. Long Xianyeo threw away the rusty iron sword in her hand and forced a smile at the official in front of her. If it weren't for the two agents who appeared out of nowhere, she would have had no chance of survival, surrounded by the sea creatures. Even a most powerful ironclad warship can only be used if you board it. Thinking of this, Long Xianyeo couldn't help but cautiously examine the figure in front of her. Dakai was very strong. Long Xianyeo had to tilt her head up to see the other person's chin. At this moment, Dakai slowly opened his mouth and spoke slowly, word by word. Get on the boat. Long Xianyeo was stunned for a moment, then nodded obediently. In fact, she didn't even need to nod. The sailors around her were already running eagerly toward the ironclad ship. On the one hand, warships of this class are too tempting for sailors. Let alone driving, some sailors would be satisfied just to go up and lick it. On the other hand, it was also out of fear of Dakai's terrifying personal fighting power. He can crush the skulls of sea creatures with his bare hands. So crushing the skulls of these sailors would probably be a piece of cake for him. Seeing the sailors abandon her like this, Long Xianyeo shook her head with a wry smile and followed the others onto the cruiser. Jiu Luo had been waiting on the deck for a long time. Upon seeing Long Xianyeo, a person dressed completely differently from a sailor, board the ship, they immediately understood her identity. Opening the door to the captain's cabin reveals a nautical chart inside. Now that the Dragon Lord is safe and sound, let's get the warship started without delay, so that the Lord won't get impatient. Jiu Luo's words carried an unquestionable tone. For a moment, Long Xianyeo was confused as to whether she was the Lord or the Lord. Just then, a loud bang came from the deck. Long Xianyeo subconsciously turned her head to look. Dakai actually knocked the dismantled howitzer back into place. Jiu Luo smiled calmly. As a qualified shipwright, it's reasonable for Uncle Dakai to be a little strong, isn't it? Long Xianyeo nodded stiffly. So is this really a loan to his own civil servant? Is he really not an old man who just parachuted in? Due to Dakai's tyrannical power, Long Xianyeo held back many questions she wanted to ask. At that moment, she also saw the message sent by Gao Chong in her friends list. Gao Chong, have you received the ship? If you have, come to my burial site to pick me up. A burial ground? Using the nautical charts carried on the cruiser, Long Xianyeo located the burial site. Just like the 100 Fragrance Island, where Long Xianyeo is at this moment. The burial site is also located on the 9th trade route. Chapter 174 Situation Analysis. Before leaving, Long Xianyeo glanced back at the actions of the military lords. He then shook his head in disappointment. The lords in the military didn't care whether she lived or died. I had originally planned to leverage the military's power to some extent, but now it seems... He sighed. Long Xianyeo took the nautical chart from the captain's cabin. Set sail. By the time Long Xianyeo arrived at the burial site, more than 10 days had passed. Upon arriving here, the first thing she saw was a giant dreadnought docked at the shore. The Eternal Shield is several times larger than an armored cruiser, and its size is truly awe-inspiring. Around the shield of sustainability, a group of people who looked like shipwrights were chatting and applying new paint to the ship. The armored cruiser Jianlong Xianyeo arrived. The shipwrights immediately stopped what they were doing and retreated deeper into the burial ground. I'm not a bad person. What did Long Xianyeo want to explain? But in just a few moments, the shipwrights had vanished. Zhou Luo, standing behind Long Xianyao, covered her mouth and laughed out loud. They're just leaving get off work on time. What are you thinking? Get off work? Long Xianyeo looked up at the rising sun outside the burial ground, a puzzled expression on her face. No employee in Tenlong Group has ever left work before sunset. Never mind. Long Xianyeo shook her head and sent a message to Gao Chong. I have arrived. Not long after the message was sent, Long Xianyeo saw an armored cruiser, just as abstract as herself, sailing towards her on the distant horizon. At a glance, on the deck, Gao Chong and Satan bumped into each other while holding coconuts, while Yina lay lazily in a deck chair, basking in the sun. At the bow of the boat, Wang Chuan and the old fisherman huddled together. After spending some time together, Gao Chong learned that the old fisherman under Yina's command was named Xiaoda. Having fished all his life, he obviously had a lot in common with Wang Chuan. Sister Wang Chuan, I'm starving. Sasha waited anxiously behind Wang Chuan, hoping she would climb the pole. The black ball of fur also perched on Sasha's head and meowed. There's only one word to describe this scene, which consists of humans, elves, demons, and gods. Comfortable. Long Xianyeo took out a wad of handkerchief from somewhere and bit hard. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Was she the only one who got hurt? Oh, Xianyeo is here. As Long Xianyeo's cruiser approached, Gao Chong raised the coconut in his hand and gestured towards Long Xianyeo. Just went to the next island to mooch some off someone. Want to grab some? It must be said that Avar's privateering warrants were indeed useful, since Gao Chong and Yi Na reunited. While waiting for Long Xianyeo, he casually went to the shipping lanes to loot some goods. With the armored cruisers leading the way, almost every time Gao Chong pulled out his plunder warrant, the opposing ships would hand it over without even looking at it. No one could verify the authenticity of the looting warrant. Of course, this also reduced the sense of accomplishment from plundering, giving Gao Chong a rather ordinary, mundane feeling. Long Xianyeo shook her head, not responding to Gao Chong's words. More than just eating and drinking, she had other questions to ask. Upon arriving at the warship where Gao Chong was, Long Xianyeo stared at Gao Chong, pondered for a moment, and then asked her first question. Why are you helping me? From the very beginning of the intervention, even though it was only the start of the game, Gao Chong had clearly helped her a great deal. Otherwise, she might not have survived the sea creature's first attack. But what puzzled Long Xianyeo was, she clearly couldn't even get past Mr. M. Logically speaking, the people in the academy should have no reason to help her. That's what you're saying. Gao Chong gulped down a mouthful of coconut juice. As a professor at a university, is it wrong for me to help my students? You become a professor? Long Xianyeo stared at Gao Chong and twitched the corners of her mouth. It's not that I doubt the veracity of what Gao Chong said. However, for her, who had never spent more than a few days in the academy, Gao Chong's words were simply unbelievable. Seeing that her questions had yielded no results, Long Xianyeo had no choice but to give up. He then gave Yina and Satan a deep look. So who are they? If Long Xianyeo remembers correctly, the races in this war game should definitely not include elves and demons. Gao Chang smiled and said, just like you'll get used to it in a few days. Without Yi Na and Long Xianyeo, these two tool characters, how could Gao Chang explore freely without awakening his powers? But now that you're here, everyone's here. As they were talking, Gao Chang took out a tattered treasure map. Although this incomplete treasure map lacks reference objects and navigation markings. However, given the full map possessed by the Fallen Empire, it was still easy to identify. The island on the treasure map is located in the company's current 5th shipping route. Long Xianyeo's expression changed several times as she looked at the location Gao Chang pointed out on the map. There were concerns and hesitations. What's wrong? Gao Chang noticed Long Xianyeo's expression and asked curiously. He had told by Hexiu and others about these coordinates, as well as Ina. However, it is clear that no one else has such a rich range of facial expressions as Long Xianyeo. That waterway is where vampires roam. Without much hesitation, Long Xianyeo revealed the information she already knew. If nothing unexpected happens, my father will also be on that shipping route. After some thought, Long Xianyeo decided to reveal the entire situation within the war game. This includes the reasons why Mr. M disagreed with supporting the military. In the age of exploration, humanity should not have been at a disadvantage. The Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company, despite being a dominant force in the ocean, is also a completely indigenous human organization. In such an environment, humans can only be described as thriving in this war game. However, the enemy was no small fry either. Vampires and sea creatures are humanity's greatest enemies in this war game. The sea creatures are particularly shrewd. They never provoke native forces, but instead target and gradually eliminate the weaker members of the human lords. Human lords like Long Xianyeo, who enter through the distress call, are the primary targets of the sea race's attacks. The vampires, on the other hand, recklessly offended the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company early in the game. They are now trapped on some islands in the 5th route by the company's fleet, although it is very difficult to completely eradicate the vampire race. However, due to the company's blockade, the vampires can only roam within the 5th route now and have no opportunity to develop. Isn't this perfect? Gao Chang clapped his hands. Heading to the 5th route, I'll find my miracle, and you find your father. We'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No. Long Xianyeo's expression was somewhat solemn. According to military intelligence, the vampires have acquired a miracle warship. I have serious doubts whether a company that is based in the local area can withstand the pressure. Chapter 175, it's enough for the Lord to go out and train. It would be better if you couldn't hold on any longer. Seeing Long Xianyeo looking over in confusion, Gao Chang awkwardly turned his head away and coughed lightly twice. I accidentally blurted out what was on my mind. If the vampires overcome the company's pressure, it means that their miraculous warship will definitely be revealed. This saves Gao Chang the time of exploring the treasure map. He glanced at Long Xianyeo. Gao Chang changed the subject, saying, by the way, can't you ask about your father's situation? Long Xianyeo frowned and shook her head. Actually, I haven't been able to contact anyone from Tenglong Group since I joined the academy. Whether it's real-world communication or friend requests in war games, no one seems inclined to accept them. They must be deliberately avoiding me. As she said this, Long Xianyeo glanced to the side. She herself didn't actually think so, because even if they were deliberately avoiding her, it was impossible to have absolutely no news about her. Long before the Sea Tribe besieged her, Long Xianyeo had actually asked the military lord about this issue. However, the military has not received any intelligence about the Tenglong Group's activities in this war game for a long time. As the daughter of the Tenglong Group, she naturally knew that the Tenglong Group could not possibly keep its intelligence so secret. However, she also didn't believe that so many people from Tenglong Group who followed Long Xiwen and would all encounter accidents. Sure enough, I still have to go and take a look at the 5th channel. Upon seeing Long Xianyeo suddenly fall silent, Gao Chang smiled. It seems you're ready. Long Xianyeo nodded. After everyone reached a consensus, the 2 armored cruisers gradually sailed away from the burial site and headed out along the 9th channel. According to the markings on the nautical chart, if you don't want to take a long detour, you have to pass through a dangerous whirlpool area to get from the 9th channel to the 5th channel. Of course, this kind of problem is no challenge for Gao Chong at all. Standing behind Gao Chong, Zhu Luo squinted and whispered, as you know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. After Gao Chong and the others left, Bai Hexiu stood on the deck of the Eternal Shield, feeling the gentle sea breeze. Her loose, short hair swayed in the sea breeze. Immediately afterwards, a splashing sound came from the sea. On the sea surface completely opposite to Gao Chong's, a massive fleet of steel ships was slowly sailing towards them. Just as they approached, a figure leaped from the deck of another giant ship and tackled Bai Hexiu to the ground. Hey Xiaobai, you didn't leave. Bai Hexiu pushed the other person away in disgust. The one rushing towards them was the captain of the Rising Star, a little girl wearing a pink tulle dress. Although she was a young girl, she clearly hadn't learned what it meant to be quiet and reserved. Lifting her skirt, she stepped directly onto the turret's protrusion, then turned sideways to Bai Hexiu, revealing a small tiger tooth. He is Xiaobai Shai? Huan Zero, how dare you come back, you ungrateful wretch? Bai Hexiu said irritably. You won't believe how amazing this burial site is until you come here. It's truly shocking. So everyone else left except him, and he almost got caught going on a long trip. Oh, is Xiaobai angry with me because of this? Huan Zero drew out her words and walked up to Bai Hexiu, stretching out her hand to compare her height with his. Is it really not because I'm taller than Xiaobai? And I'll continue to grow later. All right, Zero, say no more. A mature, older woman's voice came from another giant ship. A woman in a Cheongsam stood with her arms crossed at the very front of the deck, stopping the two men from playing around. It would be good for the Lord to go out and gain some experience. Training. Huan Zero plopped down on the cannon platform, spread her hands helplessly, and said, But Uncle has already gone out with them. And it's really too much to go out and not take me, the most beautiful girl in the world and the most information expert in the world with you. As she spoke, Huan Zero swung her leg in Bai Hexiu's direction. Right, little white, the world's fastest gunslinger. Bai Hexiu was speechless. Why does it sound like you're praising me when you say that? Besides, I'm different from you guys, okay? I'm ready to give my heart for our honor at any time. Huan Zero looked at Bai Hexiu with disdain. Why didn't you go with me when you went on that long trip? After careful consideration, Bai Hexiu replied earnestly, It's not too late to offer it tomorrow. Wrong. Bai Hexiu suddenly realized. Why is everyone only talking about me? You bunch of cowards who deserted in the face of battle and didn't even call me are the real bastards. No. Huan Zero held up one finger and shook it. He then pointed to the mature woman in a Cheongsam standing on the deck of another warship. Sister Lianqian is different from you, okay? And what about you? Bai Hexiu squinted at Huan Zero. Huan Zero thought for a few seconds, but suddenly couldn't find a reason. He then squinted and met Bai Hexiu's gaze. I'll put your throat in my hand. Sigh. Lianqian sighed helplessly as she watched the two wrestling. He turned his head and looked at the spot where Gao Chong had left in the distance. I hope everything is well with you, my lord. Ugh. On the cruiser, it was getting dark. The group of people were arguing enthusiastically over the fish that Zhu Luo had just grilled. Sasha stepped on Yena's abdomen with one foot and used the other hand to move the grilled fish away from Yena. He then shared his thoughts on winning. He serves you right for cooking so badly. Wow. Hearing the black ball's voice in her ear, Sasha had a bad feeling. Then I turned my head and saw that the black ball had already wrapped its big mouth around the grilled fish. You better give in, you bastard. A scream pierced the sky, and Sasha shook the wooden stick in her hand, causing another chaotic scene on the cruiser. Are they always this noisy? Long Xianyao looked at the scene and twitched the corner of her mouth. As the daughter of Tung Long Group, she had never experienced anything like fighting over food before. On the other hand, Long Xianyao turned her head to look. Is grilling fish like it's really a good idea? On the cruiser's deck, Zhu Luo made full use of the local materials. A solid incendiary bomb was landed on the deck and ignited, to be used as fuel for grilling fish. Looking at the molten iron on the deck, Long Xianyao eyelids twitched involuntarily. Hopefully, this ship will be alright. I hope nothing bad will happen. The new grilled fish is ready. Zhu Luo brought over a plate of grilled fish sprinkled with seasoning, picked up a skewer, and stuffed 2 grilled fish in the mouths of Gao Chong and Long Xianyao respectively. Then, they headed towards the River of Oblivion. Sister Wanchuan, Please have some too. Wang Chuan nodded, took the grilled fish from Jiluo, and took a big bite, as if to avenge a day when no fish had been caught. Delicious. Chapter 176: The Actions of Wang Chuan. After a period of playful banter, the night grew completely dark. Most of the people and sailors returned to their cabins to rest, and there were hardly any people left on deck. Gao Chang originally wanted to go back to rest, but he heard a series of knocking and banging sounds on the warship. "Uncle, are you still up so late?" Gao Chang rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked over. Then they discovered that it wasn't Dakai who was doing the work, but Wang Chuan, a seemingly weak and emotionless girl. Go around to the back of the River of Oblivion. Gao Chang watched Wang Chuan's actions at that moment. She was holding a broken plank she had just fished out of the water that afternoon, and was carving something crookedly on a rock she had caught at noon. The black ball of fur was lying on Wang Chuan's shoulder, its body stretched out in a long strip, as if it had already fallen asleep. Gently removing the black ball from Wang Chuan's body, Gao Chang asked in a low voice, "What are you writing?" The writing in Wang Chuan does not appear to be human language. Just by looking at it, it doesn't look any different from scribbles. It's actually a bit scary to watch at night. Wang Chuan turned his head, glanced at Gao Chang with empty eyes, and then replied, "It was Black Dumpling who asked me to write it." A black lump of dough? Gao Chang looked at the long, rectangular block in his hand, somewhat puzzled. I don't know what the point is of hanging a creepy sign in the cabin late at night. A while later, Wang Chuan placed a wooden sign directly in front of the cabin door and straightened it. "It's done." He then turned around, grabbed his fishing rod, and walked out. Seeing that Wang Chuan was also fishing late at night, Gao Chang shook his head helplessly. In the 10 days or so before Long Zhanyao arrived, Gao Chang stayed on Yi Na's warship, and thus he also discovered a very special situation. The River of Oblivion does not need to sleep. At least, Gao Chang doesn't seem to have seen Wang Chuan sleeping. Every morning when I wake up, Wang Chuan is fishing, and every morning when I fall asleep, Wang Chuan is still fishing. That's a very regular daily routine. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Gao Chang yawned and carried the black ball of fur deeper into the building. There are comfortable beds and blankets in the lounge, which is much more comfortable than being outside, exposed to the wind and rain. Watching the two armored cruisers slowly come to a stop. Deep in the ocean, a faint light gradually appeared. A sea lord with 4 limbs looked up with a sneer. It wasn't for nothing that he followed the human lord for so long. He really did have accomplices. The ships capable of killing Kama must be destroyed. After observing these ships for several days, he discovered a weakness in the 2 ironclad warships. Too few crew members. The lord on the ship was clearly a newcomer to this war game, with very few subjects under his command. These lords also looked quite young. At least he had never seen either of these ironclad warships have the habit of having someone keep watch at night. However, this also made things easier for him. "Chao Chi, we'd better be careful," the other sea lords behind us suddenly warned. After all, they were facing 2 ironclad warships. Once they were discovered and alerted, it would be much more difficult to launch a surprise attack in the future. Be careful. You only need to be careful if the other party has a future. Chao Chi sneered, looked at the group, and pointed to the location on the sea. Haining, you are the strongest. Later, you will lead the warriors to sneak in from the deck and see if you can take the opportunity to kill the humans inside the ship. Then Long Hao and I try to sink the ship. Fragile humans cannot breathe underwater, and once the ship sinks, they will surely die. As for the others, they shall remain on standby for now. The sea lords behind Chao Chi exchanged glances and nodded. Seeing this, Chao Chi smiled with satisfaction. Kama's death dealt a significant blow to the sea creature forces in this area. In the past, most of the ironclad warships were in the hands of the company. As long as they don't clash with the native forces, the sea creatures still hold a considerable advantage in this war game. But things are different today. The human lords of the Ninth Route now possess 2 more ironclad warships, posing a significant threat to the sea creatures. Once this threat is eliminated, unifying the sea tribes in this area will be a piece of cake for Chao Chi. At that time, he will become the commander of this sea area. Having already considered the strategic development for the next few years, Chao Chi made a gesture with a cold smile. Seeing this, several sea lords led their warriors into action. Puffed! A wave surged up, and Haiyan was the first to leap from the sea onto the cruiser's deck. Looking around, Hyan suddenly stopped moving, and the fish's body became somewhat stiff. There are still people on deck. It's just that the person was sitting at the bow of the boat the whole time and was subconsciously ignored. So, does that mean I've already been discovered boarding the ship? In that instant, Hyan pondered many things. The noise of boarding the ship was not quiet. If the other side shouted, the humans would surely be alerted immediately. Thinking of this, Hyan tensed his legs, already prepared to run away. But the expected scream did not come. The little human girl, sitting at the bow of the boat, acted as if she were deaf, holding a fishing rod in her hand, completely ignoring Hyan's arrival. Wait, a fishing rod? Hyan looked at the fishing rod in Wang Chuan's hand and suddenly revealed an angry expression. The thing he hates most is the fishing rod that humans invented. If it weren't for this kind of thing, we wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation where we can't even eat safely in the sea. In a moment of rage, Hyan took a step forward and kicked Wang Chuan into the sea. That's all there is to it. He gave a cold sneer. Hyan sent a signal to the sea. The next instant, Haining led hundreds of sea warriors to leap up. Everything is safe. Haining and Hyan nodded to each other, then turned their attention to the cruiser's hatch. Wah! Sea Clan warriors surged into the cruiser through the hatches. But no one noticed that a thick fog had already enveloped the sea behind them, making it impossible to see their own hand in front of their face. Once inside the ship, the dense fog made it impossible for them to see the outside world through the hatches. Suddenly, a giant wave crashed through the thick fog, causing the cruiser to rock slightly. After the giant wave subsided, Wang Chuan, soaked to the bone, stood up again, grabbed his fishing rod, and resumed his original posture. This time, however, her luck seemed to be much better. Before long, the fishing rod in my hand began to shake slightly, clearly indicating that something had taken the bait. Splash! Wang Chuan gently raised his hand and lifted the fishing rod in his hand. A sea lord hung on a fishing rod, his two small fish eyes filled with bewilderment. What happened? How did he suddenly end up on the sea? Who is this human in front of me? For some reason, looking into Wang Chuan's empty eyes, a deep sense of fear rose from the heart of this sea lord. Chapter 177 Contents on the wooden board. Inside the cabin, Hyan and Haining had already led over 100 sea warriors a distance. At this moment, thick fog from outside filled the cabin. The two fish also sensed that something was wrong. No, this ship can't possibly be that big. Hyan recalled the size of the cruiser. Although this ironclad warship was not small, it carried over 100 sea warriors. This is only the first level of the ship's cabin. How could they not have reached the end after walking for so long? Realizing something was wrong, Hyan suddenly put his arm around Haining's shoulder, startling the other man. What are you trying to do? Haining screamed instinctively. He immediately covered his fish mouth with both arms. She breathed a sigh of relief when she noticed that there was no unusual activity within the thick fog. Thankfully, humans sleep soundly enough. Don't go any further, Hyan warned. Ignoring Haining's emotions, he immediately summoned a sea warrior and instructed him to walk back the way he came. However, after waiting for a full 20 minutes, there was still no sign of the sea warrior returning. Even without Hyan's reminder, Haining felt a little dazed at this moment. Something's not right. They walked around the first floor of the ship's cabin for a few minutes, which is fine. Let's assume that the ship's cabin is very large. But a journey that takes only a few minutes can definitely be completed in 20 minutes round trip. Did that sea warrior encounter an accident on his way to the hatch? Unfortunately, due to the dense fog, visibility inside the cabin was completely obstructed, and Haining had no idea what the situation was. My lord, please take a look at this. At this moment, a sea warrior suddenly spoke up. Hyan and Haining walked over and looked at the wooden plank that had appeared out of nowhere, feeling a chill in their hearts. The language of the sea people is written on this wooden board. But why would wooden boards inscribed with the language of the sea creatures appear on human warships? Moreover, the handwriting on the wooden board was not only ugly, but the meaning it conveyed was also very difficult to understand. Please note that he is merciful, so everyone has a chance to live, as long as they follow these rules. First, do not attempt to cultivate merit, for karmic consequences will temporarily divert his attention from you. Second, do not recite his true name. 3. If you notice his presence, pretend he doesn't exist. 4. Pay attention to your mind. When you frequently focus on it, you're not far from madness. 5. Don't look back. There's no way back. The wooden board wasn't big, and there weren't many words, but it sent chills down the spines of Hyan and Haining. They did not understand what the wooden board meant, nor did they know who the merciful God mentioned on it was. But upon seeing the fifth point, they seemed to already know the fate of the previous sea warrior. That sea warrior is probably never coming back. What should we do next? Haining silently looked at Hyan. Hyan remained silent for a moment. He was thinking, does the content on this wooden board need to be understood? After all, the night is short, and if they miss this window of opportunity, their sneak attack will be in vain once the human lords awaken. Row! Just as Hyan was about to get an inspiration, as if it had been planned, a sea warrior shouted excitedly. They found it without any effort. The stairs leading to the lower level that they were looking for were right there. It seems that no matter how big the ship is, it has reached its end after being walked on by so many people. Hyan subconsciously put the inspiration she had just had out of her mind. Haining, let's go. After saying that, he turned to look at Haining. As soon as he turned his head, Hyan froze completely, seeing a scarlet eye behind Haining. Those tumor-like eyes were growing on the ship's bulkhead. You looked directly at the black dumpling you ate yesterday for the first time, unlocking your sanity attribute. Your sanity level -10. Ignoring the warning from the war game, Hyan spoke in a trembling voice. Hi, Haining. What's wrong? You've been acting really strange. Haining looked in the direction Hyan was looking, but saw nothing. You didn't see anything? Hyan subconsciously raised his voice. But in the blink of an eye, the scarlet eyeball that had just been stuck to the bulkhead disappeared. It seemed as if everything was just his illusion. At that moment, Hyan suddenly swallowed. If he was the only one who saw that thing, did he just violate the third rule on the wooden board? Someone has their eye on me. To prevent myself from going crazy from staying in the thick fog for too long, Hyan plucked a fish scale from his body and then wrote a string of characters in the language of the sea tribe on the back of the wooden board. Next, they found a sea warrior and had him read the text aloud. The leftover black dumpling from yesterday. At that very moment, Hyan suddenly felt as if the sea warrior in front of him was being grabbed by some enormous force and pulled violently into the depths of the thick fog. After a few screams, silence returned. Is this the ship of a human lord? Hyan Guset Inwali. Through the death of a sea folk warrior, he had confirmed one thing. There's definitely something dirty on this ship, and it's a monster that's not just human. He turned his head and carefully memorized the contents of the wooden board. Hyan pulled up the unsettled Haining and decided to lead the team deeper into the area. According to the inscription on the wooden plank, they absolutely cannot go back. Otherwise, that missing sea warrior would be their fate. In other words, they must find a way to leave the ship while continuing to move forward. Alternatively, we can wait for Chao Chi to complete his plan and then let the ship sink to the bottom of the sea. When the seawater rushes in, they might be able to find their way out by following the direction from which the seawater is flowing. Meanwhile, Chao Chi, on whom Hyan had placed his hopes, was staring at the cruiser's outer armor shell and making clicking noises. So how do you even take this piece of junk apart? Chao Chi abruptly threw down his tools and roared at the sea. This was his first attempt to scuttle an ironclad warship. Who knew that sinking a wooden ship was not a similar level of difficulty to chiseling it out? It clearly looks like an outer layer of metal that's been haphazardly pieced together. However, upon closer inspection, it can be seen that each piece of iron plate was twisted together with tremendous force, fitting together perfectly. Besides Chao Chi himself, a group of sea warriors are also working hard on the cruiser's base. The trident, made of fine iron, struck the armored shell but left no mark. It even nearly broke off its own blade. This shows that ordinary tools simply cannot disassemble this lump of iron. The shipwright who built this armored hull was probably no ordinary person either. Looking at the large fist marks on the armor shell, Chao Chi swallowed hard. This thing is solid. Chapter 178, The Monster Inside the Cabin. The plan to scuttle the ship has failed. How is the situation on your side? If an assassination is not possible, try to retreat before dawn. Upon seeing the chat message from Chao Chi, Hyan's heart skipped a beat. We can't count on Kaiokai. The inside of the ship is too eerie. If he could, he would like to retreat right now. But unfortunately, the situation simply didn't allow it. Don't you think it's a little too quiet inside this ship? Haining suddenly uttered that sound. After hearing this, Hyan frowned and nodded. That makes sense. It is indeed a bit too quiet. Chao Chi and his group attempted to scuttle the two ironclad warships from the outside. Whether successful or not, there should be no sound coming in at all. Rather, the silence inside the ship was eerily unsettling. I wonder if I heard what the two fish were thinking. A gnawing sound suddenly came from the side of the two fish. Hyan turned his head and saw that the sound came from a steel hatch. They had seen too many similar hatches on the inner deck, most of which they couldn't open. But now this iron gate seems a little different. Hyan! Haining suddenly called out softly, bringing Hyan back to his senses. What's wrong with you? He turned to look at Shanghai Ning with a concerned expression. Hyan suddenly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He summoned a sea warrior and said, "You, go and open this hatch." After saying this, Hyan pulled Hai Ning and quickly retreated to the protection of many sea warriors, nervously watching the hatch. Under normal circumstances, this hatch should also be unable to be opened. However, under Hyan's tense gaze, the hatch, from which chewing sounds were constantly heard, was opened by the sea warrior with a creak. A thicker fog billowed out of the cabin. Gurgle! He swallowed. Hyan and Haining cautiously stepped forward and looked into the cabin. Because of the fog, they could barely see anything, except for a dark figure with its back to them. The continuous chewing sounds came from the dark figure. Your sanity score, -1. -1. Chill. Hyan gestured for Hai Ning to be quiet, while he led several warriors toward the cabin door. The closer they got to the hatch, the clearer the chewing sound became, until a crisp sound rang out. Hyan stared wide-eyed at the thick red liquid flowing out of the fog, thinking of the sea warrior who had just been pulled away by an invisible force, and then looking at the indistinct figure in the thick fog. Could it be that he is? Thump! Hyan rushed forward and slammed the hatch shut. Run! Huh! Inside the cabin, the lights were bright. Hearing the loud slam of the door behind her, Sasha turned around in confusion. She was happily eating a basket of fruit and had no idea who had just walked by. Suddenly, Sasha's eyes widened. Near the hatch, a bottle of ketchup was spilled on the ground. I didn't do it. Hyan, who had already run far away, heard faint sounds coming from her ears and increased her speed even more. Because they were already some distance apart and there was a wall in between, he couldn't hear the sound behind him very clearly. But it must have been the roar of some kind of ferocious beast. It seems their bold actions just now have made them a target. Hyan. Haining suddenly reached out with trembling hands, grabbed Hyan, and pulled him down. Before Hyan could get angry, Hai Ning said in a tearful voice, "Eyes, so many eyes." From Haining's perspective, the ship's windows have completely disappeared at this moment. Instead, there were large, fleshy eyeballs. Those eyes looked at her with curiosity, although it was not malicious. However, it gave her a sense of threat from a natural enemy. Where are the eyeballs? Hyan spoke up without thinking. But the next moment, he realized that Haining had fallen into the same state as he had been. He covered Haining's eyes and shook her forcefully. By the time Haining regained her senses, all the strange phenomena had disappeared. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion she had seen. I don't want to play anymore, Haining said, her voice trembling with tears. When fighting other lords, at worst you'll get blasted to pieces by cannon shot or killed quickly with a single blow. Even if the threat is significant, it's still out in the open. But since boarding this ship, not only have they not seen a single enemy, they have been constantly on edge. This assassination attempt was nothing short of psychological torture for her. Hyan clenched his fists. He knew he absolutely could not let Haining collapse now. Many of the Sea Tribe warriors present were local people from Haining. Once Haining collapses and the Sea warriors fall into chaos, the threat level will increase exponentially. Thinking of this, Hyan placed his hand on Haining's scales. Don't worry, we'll be out soon. This statement is not false. Hyan has actually found some clues. Judging from the journey so far, the ship was definitely not as big as they perceived it to be. What truly affected them was the thick fog that enveloped the cabin. Because of this dense fog, a very short distance may be magnified several times or even dozens of times in their perception. Hyan calculated the size of the ships he had previously seen. Given the size of this ironclad warship, even if the passageway were expanded dozens of times, they would definitely be able to get out of here before dawn. The prerequisite is that they don't go crazy before that happens. Just keep moving forward and don't think about the rules, Hyan reminded Haining, pulling her along. He is now beginning to suspect that the wooden plank at the door is a trap. The third one on the wooden board. If you notice his presence, pretend he doesn't exist. If it weren't for the wooden plank reminding me, they might not even notice his presence in the thick fog. With Hyan's reminder, the road ahead became much easier. The group of sea creatures went down to the next deck, and this time nothing unexpected happened. There was no sound of chewing, nor any loss of sea warriors. Upon reaching this deck, the group of sea creatures stopped in their tracks. This is... Hyan pushed open a door and rubbed his eyes. Human lords? Unbeknownst to them, they had actually walked into the human lord's rest area. Inside a separate cabin, Gao Chang was fast asleep on his pillow. Hearing the soft sound of the door opening, she turned over in her sleep and scratched her armpit. Because the rules weren't considered, the SAN values of Hyan and looking at Gao Chang's completely unguarded appearance, he seems quite easy to kill. Hyan turned his head and exchanged a glance with Haining, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Chapter 179, What the hell is this second stage? Maybe we should just leave, Haining said hesitantly. She understood the murderous intent in Hyan's eyes. But after experiencing a series of strange events in the cabin, she always felt that this assassination would not go so smoothly. They arrived safely at the human lord's quarters after losing only 2 sea warriors. No matter how you look at it, the security is far too lax. How will you know if you don't try? Now that things have come to this, Hyan shook his head. Although escaping is the priority right now. But this human is right in front of us. Killing one is a gain. If he doesn't seize this golden opportunity, he'll probably never be able to sleep well again. Moreover, he's not the kind of idiot who would joke about his own life. He casually summoned a sea warrior and solemnly handed him a fine iron trident. Kill him. The sea warriors did not refuse. Sleeping humans are easier to handle than lambs. In this war game, countless human lords have perished at sea in their sleep, and this time is no exception. Under Hyan's watchful gaze, the sea tribe warrior slowly walked up to Gao Chang. He aimed the trident at his heart and plunged it in. Thump! A crisp sound. The sea warrior felt something being inserted, but it wasn't the sensation of flesh being penetrated. It seems he inserted something hard. Turning his head, he saw that his companions were all looking at him with terrified eyes. What? The sea warriors fixed their gaze on the trident. Just now, a scarlet root suddenly grew out of the crack in the bed and blocked Gao Chang's heart. The roots were tough enough that the trident thrust by the sea warrior with all his might did not even scratch Gao Chang's flesh. But just as the sea warrior was about to finish him off, the roots suddenly sprang up and pierced directly into the sea warrior's brain from the eye. In a short while, only a thin slice of dried fish remained on the spot. This is bad. This is really bad. Hyan and Haining were facing Gao Chang, but their figures gradually moved to the side. After consuming the sea warrior, the root grew even thicker, seemingly growing at an incredible speed. In a short while, a giant warrior made entirely of roots appeared in the room. Crimson roots formed its muscles, armor, and greatsword. In terms of height alone, this warrior was 1.5 times taller than the Sea Race warrior. And in terms of waist circumference, he was more than twice as big as the Sea Race warrior. It almost filled the entire cabin. A sea warrior, eager to protect his master, rushed forward, only to be cleaved in two by the giant sword. Watching organs fly around in front of him, Hyan suddenly gave a bitter smile. He had considered the possibility of accidents and imagined many possible scenarios. But he really didn't expect things to turn out this way. Is this some kind of human lord? Why is it that only the human lords he encounters come with a second phase of the BOSS battle? Get out of this compartment immediately. Forget about being quiet. Hyan roared at the warriors behind him, then pulled Haining out of the cabin. Since it was impossible to walk backwards on the deck, Hyan could only continue running wildly toward the unknown future. As for leading 100 or so sea warriors to kill that monster, he didn't even consider it. Who can guarantee that there's only one of these monsters? If there are more, wouldn't they lose even the chance to escape? During his escape, Haining even turned his head to take another look. What made her tremble was that the small hatch did not stop the root monster's advance. In the thick fog, she vaguely saw that the monster's body was like it was made of water, and it just squeezed out of the hatch. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of heavy footsteps told Hyan that the monster had caught up. This monster clearly has nothing to do with the rules. They knew nothing about the monsters mentioned in the rules. We need to find a way to lure the monster away, Otherwise, everyone will die on this ship today. At this moment, Hyan could no longer ignore the rules on the wooden board. Recalling the contents of the rules, according to the inscription on the wooden tablet, he is a benevolent being, and the first rule is not to perform good deeds, as the karmic consequences will cause him to temporarily look away. Hyan has some understanding of the concept of merit and karma among humans. However, this content can obviously be interpreted in two ways. Fortunately, Hyan was not alone, so he had plenty of opportunities to conduct experiments. He immediately ordered one of his Sea Tribe warriors to attack Haining's men. Haining was caught off guard by Hyan's sudden issuance of such an order. In a moment of stunned silence, one of his subjects had his brain pierced by a trident. "Hyan, what are you doing? Have you gone mad?" Haining suddenly distanced herself from Hyan, looking at Hyan with surprise and suspicion. If she weren't currently trying to escape, she would definitely want to get to the bottom of things with Hyan. But Hyan was calmer than ever before at this moment. Staring in one direction through the thick fog, Hyan said calmly, "They're here." A gaping, blood-red maw opened wide. The sea warrior who had just killed his companion was instantly swallowed up, leaving only his two legs behind. Gurgle. Haining swallowed hard, watching the scene in horror. This. The most terrifying thing is that even after the sea warrior was eaten, the monster in the shadows clearly hadn't left. A dark shape loomed in and out of sight in the mist, seemingly already watching them. I understand now. Now that things have come to this, Hyan actually smiled. According to the first clue on the wooden board, he should be able to devour beings that have karmic consequences, which should not be considered a meritorious deed. This statement is actually directed at the written on the wooden board. The real meaning is, do not become his merit. It seems that, as a benevolent deity, Hyan will temporarily refer to him as a benevolent deity. He would probably care more about things like merit and karma. Killing a fellow sea warrior naturally became a merit in his eyes, but karma will distract him. What it actually means is that one must possess good deeds. As long as one possesses merit, killing oneself will cause the karmic consequences, naturally diverting the karmic attention of the being. In the current situation of being hunted down, it is obviously impossible to gain merit. But this was no challenge for Hyan. After the monster appeared from the shadows, it was actually less terrifying than when it was hidden in the shadows. He directly ordered his men to kill the people of Haining. The sea warriors in Hyan's hands then surrounded and attacked the people of Haining. In the blink of an eye, a third of Haining's manpower was killed or wounded. Therefore, all the warriors under Hyan's command were tainted by the karma of their own kind, which became merit in his eyes. Hyan smiled and gave an order to his subordinates. Everyone split up and run. Soon the warriors disappeared into the mist. The black shadow that had been following them disappeared at the same time. Hyan knew he had done the right thing. Chapter 180. A narrow escape? He has no merit, but as long as he creates negative karma for others, the gaze of the good gods will not fall on him. If the sea warriors were to separate and hide, the good god would naturally stop following them. One of the monsters was temporarily lured away. Next up are the root monsters that are still chasing after everyone. Hyan suddenly approached Haining, lowered his voice, and asked Haining seriously, "Do you want to live?" Haining still wanted to struggle, but hearing Hyan's earnest tone, he couldn't help but nod. "Have your men stop that root monster." Hearing Hyan's words, Haining hesitated for a few seconds. After the recent uprising in Hyan, only 2/3 of her subjects remained, and most of them were injured. If we do as Hyan says, all these warriors must die here. But the lives of the people are versus one's own. Haining hesitated for a moment, then replied softly, "Okay." Upon receiving Haining's order, the Sea Tribe warriors turned back and fought back without hesitation. This also depends on the characteristics of the basic warrior units of the sea race. Sea warriors. Characteristics: slow, strong, slowed reaction time, difficulty in dodging during close combat, emotional responses delayed by 1 to 48 hours. Because of their slow-wit nature, the sea warriors' emotional responses are very slow. Whether it's fear or war weariness, they won't react immediately. Therefore, they would not immediately realize that they were killing their own comrades, nor would they immediately realize that their lord was killing them. Of course, this doesn't mean they won't realize it in the future. Several hours later, various emotions began to erupt, which was the moment they retaliated. Therefore, whenever an incorrect command is given, It means that the Sea Lord has no intention of letting these warriors return alive. Only a few warriors were left to protect the two. After abandoning most of the warriors, the voices of the root monsters gradually faded away. But Haiyan and Haining still dare not slow down. Haiyan had previously seen the ship's internal map by chance in Gao Chang's room. Both lower decks are actually U-shaped corridors, so even without backing up, you can easily leave this damn cabin from another exit. Suddenly, a staircase leading upwards appeared in front of Haiyan. Just as I thought, they traveled a long enough distance through the fog. Because the route is fixed, they will not get lost as long as they do not walk in the opposite direction. Without triggering the lost state, the fog at most only increases the length of the corridor. We continued forward, mimicking the actions of others. Because the benevolent god in the shadows did not reappear, Haiyan successfully helped Haining up to another deck. The original root monsters didn't catch up either. Haiyan Muta. They had originally planned to send out the last few warriors from Haining to buy time if the enemy caught up. But now it seems that it's no longer necessary. Because the hatch is right in front of us. He pushed open the cabin door, and the bright moonlight broke through the thick fog, shining on Haiyan's face. The thick fog is gradually dissipating. They survived. They made it out alive. Haiyan and Haining gradually relaxed. Haining still seemed a little incredulous. They actually escaped so easily? So, is escaping the ship really that simple? Do not act with malice. Do not think about the rules, and certainly do not attempt any assassination. If you do nothing and simply walk through all 3 decks, you can successfully get off the ship alive. Haiyan also glanced behind him with lingering fear, judging from the fact that the other party did not stop him and Haining from escaping. That so-called he seems to actually be a benevolent god? However, at that moment, Haiyan heard Haining's cry of pain. Ah! Turning his head, he saw that a piece of Haining's body had been cut off. The Sea Tribe warriors who protected Haining were cut into slices of fish meat. Because the thick fog had dissipated, Haiyan could clearly see who had done all of this. A demon with long horns on its head and wings on its back. How could a demon appear in this war game? Before Haiyan could make a move, Satan raised his hand and clapped. Look what I see. A few lucky ones who made it out alive. Satan casually picked up a slice of raw fish from the sea warrior and put it in his mouth to savor it. Oh, it's filled with the feeling of surviving a disaster. It's so satisfying. Looking at Haiyan with the eyes of a cat playing with a mouse, Satan didn't seem to mind letting the other die knowing why, like a villain. Do you know that the beings that are hunting you down all have their own reasons? One is for justice, and the other is for protection. While analyzing escape methods, Haiyan listened to what Satan was saying. Something just doesn't sound quite right. Those 2 monsters in the thick fog would be considered good people if they were in Satan's mouth. But I'm different. Satan suddenly grinned maliciously. Satan took out a solid incendiary bomb left over from dinner and threw it at Haining. Haiyan quickly hid to the side. However, Haining, whose body had been partially removed, was completely unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as a ball of flame emerged from Satan's nostrils, detonating the solid incendiary bomb. Boom! In Haining's desperate gaze, raging flames engulfed the area around the hatch. Satan turned to Haiyan and said with a smile, I'm different from all of them. I don't need a reason to kill you. I love seeing your expressions shift from relief to despair. This feeling makes me incredibly happy. He's absolutely insane. Haiyan finally stopped listening to Satan's lies. He turned around and was about to plunge into the sea. But the next moment, a bamboo skewer used for grilling fish pierced right through his body. He then realized that Satan had just sliced several sea warriors into sashimi in an instant. At that speed, he simply can't escape. The cruiser gradually quieted down, with only the occasional crackling sound of the flames remaining. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish wafted up. As the sky gradually brightens, deep in the ocean, Chao Chi's complexion was not very good. Lang Hao was hooked by a fishhook from who knows where, and his fate is unknown. Haiyan and Haining were also unable to return before dawn. At this moment, all the messages sent by Ko Kai from the friend's interface disappeared without a trace. It is likely that Haiyan and Haining have also met with misfortune. With 3 lords suddenly lost, what exactly is going on with these 2 ships? Seeing that the sun had fully risen and knowing the humans would soon wake up, Chao Chi temporarily put aside his plan to board the ship and investigate. Without waiting for Haiyan and Haining, Chao Chi turned around and led his men to swim in one direction. I will come back again. Chapter 181 Supply Plan. After Chao Chi left, the sun gradually rose from the sea level. Gao Chang slept until noon before yawning, sitting up in bed and stretching, rubbing his sleepy eyes. I'm sleeping so soundly. It was another uneventful night. The age of exploration was indeed peaceful and calm. The morning sunlight streamed in through the cabin window, and a commotion broke out outside the cabin door. As Gao Chang lowered his hand, he suddenly touched something soft. Looking down, I saw the little black ball lying on the bed, looking at me with a dried fish in its mouth. Seeing Gao Chang looking over, the black ball tilted its head. Wow, you woke up pretty early. Gao Chang smiled and patted the black ball on the head, then picked it up and put on his shoulder. As soon as I stepped onto the deck, I saw Sasha being scolded by Jiu Luo, who was pulling her ear. Well, so you've learned to waste food, huh? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Sasha pleaded tearfully. I really didn't spill the ketchup. Seeing Gao Chang walk out of the cabin, Sasha looked at him with a pleading gaze. My lord. Hearing Sasha say that, Jiu Luo then let go of Sasha's ear, turned her head and smiled slightly at Gao Chang. Good morning, my lord. Breakfast has been prepared and placed on the upper deck. Taking advantage of this time, Sasha naturally made a quick escape to the upper deck. When Gao Chang reached the upper deck, everyone else except him had basically started their day's work. The sailors and fishermen carefully wiped the stains off the turrets with cloths, looking at the cruiser as if it were their own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Yena and the others sat together, holding nautical charts and seemingly deep in thought. Seeing Gao Chang only now emerging from the lower deck, Long Xianyao rolled her eyes. Hey, you're finally awake. Gao Chang is sleeping well. He can eat lunch as breakfast. However, Gao Chang didn't care about any of that. Gao Chang took the food from Jiu Luo and held the plate up to the group. What are you looking at? Well, this brings us to our dear Sasha. Jiu Luo glared fiercely at Sasha. Sasha sneaked a bite last night and spilled some of the seasonings in the kitchen, so we had to resupply before crossing the vortex zone. Meanwhile, Sasha was happily eating the food that Jiu Luo had prepared, completely forgetting the pain once the wound had healed. Seeing this, Jiu Luo spread her hands and sighed helplessly. He then walked behind Gao Chang and pointed to an area on the nautical chart. This is Yushan Island, a large island in the 9th navigation route, which is also a place we will pass through next. As for why we chose this place, Jiu Luo glanced at the old fisherman following behind Yina. Old fisherman Xiao didn't help with baiting the riverbank today. He was there to discuss this matter. Seeing Jiu Luo looking over, Xiao quickly explained to everyone. Today, Yushan Island is home to one of the most prosperous trading ports on the 9th shipping route. On our way forward, only Yushan Island had a large enough dock to accommodate our ironclad warships. Gao Chang nodded and continued looking at the other parts of the nautical chart. This nautical chart actually came with a decommissioned cruiser, and it's a slightly outdated version. The coordinates of all the islands are known, but it is unclear which faction controls each island and what structures have been built on them. In Jiu Luo's words, it makes no difference to him who owns these islands. However, Jode, as one of the recruited subjects, actually knew something about the power distribution on the island. Gao Chang glanced at Long Xianyao. The sailors recruited by Long Xianyao did not carry this kind of intelligence with them, which is enough to prove the special nature of fishermen. It seems that before Yena was intervened and cleared of wrongdoing, the type of territory she was randomly assigned was probably related to intelligence, which is why the initial sailor units were replaced with fishermen. But Yushan Island? Gao Chang put down the nautical chart and said, You can handle it as you see fit. Have you predicted their course? Deep in the ocean, Chao Chi asked the sea lord in front of him. After the night raid failed, Chao Chi temporarily abandoned the plan and instead sought cooperation with other well-developed sea lords. The man before him was Chuan Ming, a sea lord whose skill was no less than his own. He possesses a unique military camp capable of training elite sea creature hunters, a formidable weapon of the deep sea. Elite hunters of the Sea Clan. Synopsis: Hunters of the deep sea, true warriors born to hunt. They're no longer fearless, but more intelligent, more elite, and more powerful. Traits: Hunter's perception, advanced trident mastery, advanced underwater combat mastery. What Chao Chi valued was naturally the hunter's perception ability of elite hunters. This feature allows elite hunters to observe the prey's movements from a safe position. Only by understanding Gao Chong and his group's route could he better formulate his next plan. In response to Chao Chi's question, Chuan Ming nodded. I sent some elite hunters to observe the 2 ships you mentioned. According to the current route, they will pass by dozens of islands along the way. But after eliminating most of the impossible coordinates, I came to a conclusion. Yushan Island, Anjin Trading Port. If they want to dock, this is the only huge trading port along the way where their ships can dock. Yushan Island? Upon hearing the name, Chao Chi's eyes narrowed. Yushan Island is not special, and although Anjin Trading Port is huge, it is not the only one in the 9th shipping route. What's truly special are the people on Yushan Island. I'm going to Yushan Island. Why are you going to the human island? Chuan Ming seemed a little puzzled. Yushan Island is under the control of indigenous humans. Although these humans are not on the same side as the Lord, they are not much better off than the sea people. However, judging from Chao Chi's tone, which didn't seem like a joke, he didn't try to stop him. After all, the two only have a cooperative relationship. He had no say in what Chao Chi was going to do. However, I must emphasize again that I will not participate in any campaigns targeting ironclad warships, Chuan Ming stressed. This is also a major premise for his cooperation with Kao Kai. He would not directly participate in battles involving ships of ironclad class or higher. A wise hunter knows his own strength. Only in this way can he avoid becoming the prey instead of the hunter. After emphasizing this, Chuan Ming turned and left with his men. His views differed somewhat from Chao Chi's. In Chuan Ming's view, instead of attacking the opponent, it is better to find a way to make oneself stronger. He will then have to continue hunting marine life to grow his power through blood and goat food. Chapter 182 Death and Bargaining Chips. Without stopping Chuan Ming from leaving, the water in front of Chao Chi quickly calmed down. He knew that his cooperation with Chuan Ming was complete, as Chuan Ming had helped him locate the ironclad warship's target. As for how to plan next, that's up to you. Compared to Chuan Ming, he has more inside information. For example, the governor of Yushan Island is a target that could be won over. The area at the bottom of the Yushan Island official residence is unusually quiet tonight. A portly man, dressed in fine clothes, was already waiting there, holding a token in his hands with rapt attention. A conch shell from the deep sea. When she wanted to see him, she would use this conch shell to communicate with him. At such times, he would dismiss most of his servants and stay alone at night on the ground floor of the mansion, just to see her. He knew this was not something a governor should do, but he became addicted to it and couldn't extricate himself. Thump! Suddenly, a jet of water shot up from the puddle in front of them. A terrifying-looking fishman emerged from the puddle. "Yeah!" Screams echoed throughout the mansion. The governor's large buttocks slumped to the ground, and he kept backing away until he touched a musket hanging on the wall and gradually breathed a sigh of relief. And in front of him, after crawling out of the puddle, Chao Chi stared at the governor who was aiming his musket at him, then threw down his trident to indicate that he meant no harm. After rushing as fast as he could, he finally arrived at Jade Mountain Island before the human lord. Speaking of which, this passageway leading directly to the bottom of the official residence was personally built by Governor Zaka of Yushan Island for the sea people. Of course, the sea creatures mentioned here do not refer to him. At this point, Zaka calmed down and gradually put down his musket. He recognized Chao Chi's identity. Although most of the merfolk were ugly in his eyes, there were inevitably a few who were more impressive. "Why is it you who came today?" Zaka asked irritably. It seems that if Chao Chi doesn't give himself an explanation today, he'll be in big trouble. Chao Chi looked at Zaka's unfriendly gaze and knew what the other was thinking. He didn't want to see himself, but rather Karma. Karma used her song to kill many human lords. But during this time, her singing also won the favor of an indigenous governor. This governor was none other than Zaka, the governor of Jade Mountain Island. "Karma is dead," Chao Chi suddenly said. Upon hearing Chao Chi speak in human language, Zaka showed little surprise, seemingly unfazed by it. But after quickly realizing what Chao Chi had said, Zaka frowned, his chubby face contorting into a grimace. This joke isn't funny at all. Chao Chi lowered his head and did not rush to defend himself. The relationship between Zaka and Karma is rather unique. As governor, Zaka regarded Karma, who had a human body and a fishtail, as a special plaything and his personal possession. Therefore, A passage connecting to the sea was specially built beneath the official residence, just to provide Karma with the opportunity to travel to her own residence. On the other hand, Kama used Zaka as a tool to be conquered by her singing. With just a flick of her finger, Zaka would be at her mercy like a puppet on a string. Of course, all of this is predicated on Karma still being alive. Even if Zaka was not the best, he was still the governor of a large island, and this island also controlled an extremely prosperous trading port. Now that Karma is dead, Chao Chi's solo trip to see Zaka is tantamount to venturing into a tiger's den alone. If Haka doesn't trust him, he'll likely have little chance of leaving alive. But a moment later, seeing that Zaka did not leave the basement, Chao Chi knew that he had made the right bet. Sometimes silence is the best explanation. As a follower of Karma, I have no reason to lie to him about something like this. If Karma were still alive, this lie would be so easy to expose. Who did this? Zaka asked in a deep voice. Chao Chi pulled a wet nautical char from the water and pointed to one of the areas. City of Fog. Zaka frowned. Everyone knows that Fog City is a dangerous area where navigation is impossible. Where did you go? No. Actually, I haven't seen any fog in this area of the sea. Chao Chi shook his head. In this sea area, there's only one island that is not marked on any nautical chart. Zaka waved his hand, interrupting the tide. You came to me to report her death, which is actually related to Chongqing, isn't it? That's right. Chao Chi nodded. The Fog City ship that killed Kama is heading towards Jade Mountain Island. I see. Having served as governor for so many years, Zaka couldn't possibly be unaware of the meaning behind Chao Chi's words. Squinting, Zaka looked at Chao Chi with a dangerous gaze. You're treating me like a knife in your hand. Chao Chi remained silent. He had anticipated the current situation. Without Kama, Zaka, the governor of Jade Mountain Island, is no naive or innocent fool. But he still has one more bargaining chip. The ship that killed Kama was an ironclad warship. After saying this, Chao Chi clearly saw a greedy glint flash in Zaka's eyes. Upon noticing this, Chao Chi couldn't help but feel a bit sarcastic. If it were solely out of hatred or greed, Zaka might not have attacked the human lord. But what if the two were combined? Whether it was to avenge Kama for the sake of the ironclad, or to covet the ironclad for the sake of avenging Kama, it doesn't matter. In conclusion, Haka found reasons sufficient to convince himself. After coughing twice, Zaka watched Chao Chi with one eye open and the other closed. No matter what, this is only your side of the story. I, the governor, will personally go and meet those guys. Right and wrong will be clear in a single debate. Seeing Zaka turn to leave, Chao Chi couldn't help but ask, what are you planning to do? Upon hearing Chao Chi's question, Zaka paused in his tracks. He then gave a cold laugh. Naturally, we should first flatter them to the skies to lower their guard. But if the final result I get is different from what you say, you know what will happen. After saying that, Zaka left the basement of the mansion completely, leaving Chao Chi alone there. At this moment, Chao Chi was still reflecting on what Zaka had said. Praise to death? My lord, the waters ahead are the waters of Jade Mountain Island. As Jiu Luo's report reached his ears, Gao Chang's eyes were constantly scanning the surrounding sea. As we approached Yushan Island, the once empty sea suddenly became much more lively. Fishing boats were everywhere, and every now and then you could see giant merchant ships loaded with goods coming and going. Gao Chang even spotted ironclad warships from other factions. However, this so-called ironclad warship seemed quite different from his own cruiser. Chapter 183 was indeed quite neglected. Under Gao Chang's intense gaze, the ironclad warships in the distance appeared to be nothing more than wooden hulls covered with thick iron sheets. At the same time, the design of sailboat masts was completely abandoned, and instead, it was driven by human-powered water wheels. However, the ramming section was not made of wood, but of pure iron, which looked like it could easily tear apart an ordinary wooden boat. Jiu Luo suddenly let out a surprised sound. That ironclad seems to be approaching us. Just then, the ironclad warship turned all its guns in the opposite direction, sending a friendly signal. That's interesting. Gao Chang watched the movements of the ironclad warship opposite him and thoughtfully stroked his chin. While waiting for Long Xianyao, he took Ina to the shipping lanes to freeload. In Gao Chang's opinion, this ironclad warship might be coming for him. Logically speaking, I haven't stolen many ships, so how come my bad reputation has spread here? That's right. Your infamy is known to everyone from the plankton on the seabed to the other side of the ocean. Satan's fawning voice came from behind Gao Chang. Gao Chang rolled his eyes. Don't use the same words you use to praise yourself to praise me. It's like you're some kind of evil person. However, if it really is related to the merchant ships he stole, could they be here to ask me to pay my taxes? Thinking about the word taxation, Gao Chang narrowed his eyes, giving him a dangerous look. Just as they were hesitating about whether to call for reinforcements to sink the enemy, the ironclad ship had already approached within range of the sound. All that could be heard was a sailor shouting at the top of his lungs from the ironclad ship opposite. Distinguished guest from the Fog City, our governor invites you to come over for a chat. Foggy City? Are they talking about us? Gao Chang looked at Zhu Luo in confusion. Since the age of exploration began, he doesn't seem to have seen any fog yet. Zhu Luo nodded, took out the nautical chart, and pointed to the area marked as the burial site. Our area of the sea seems to be referred to by outsiders as the Fog City Sea. It's just a different name. You don't need to worry about it. After understanding the situation, Gao Chang nodded. He then gathered Long Xianyao and the others together. We'll have to go to the island to resupply anyway. Since the governor of Yushan Island is so insightful, it has saved us a lot of trouble. Following the ironclad warship, Gao Chang finally saw the massive trading port that Xiao De had mentioned. Looking around, several giant four-mast sailing ships were moored there, and there were countless other sailing ships of all sizes. Countless sailors in rough work clothes were loading and unloading cargo, sweating profusely, just like hard-working ants. This is the largest port dock that Gao Chang has ever seen, apart from the burial ground dock. But the ironclad warship did not stop there. Instead, it led Gao Chang in another direction from port. This time, Gao Chang saw fewer and fewer merchant ships along the way. But on the contrary, there were more warships. These warships are floating on the ocean, keeping merchant ships away from approaching. During this time, Gao Chang also spotted another ironclad warship. To possess two ironclad warships, Yushan Island certainly has some ability. By the time the ironclad warship came to a stop, there was no trace of any merchant ships left in the vicinity. This port area appears to have been completely cleared out. A group of honor guards were waiting on the shore. The ground was spotless and even covered with a clean red carpet. This contrasted sharply with the scene of the sailors working enthusiastically that Gao Chang had just witnessed. I couldn't help but sigh at the extravagance of the ruling class. After mooring the cruiser at the port, leaving the sailors and fishermen to guard the ship, Gao Chang and his group went ashore. Zaka squinted at Gao Chang and the others as they stepped off the ironclad warship. He wasn't stupid. He naturally noticed the difference between the other side's ironclad warship and his own. Although the tonnage difference appears small, the opposing ironclad warship seems to be completely unpowered by human propulsion. The company's ship? A thought suddenly popped into Zaka's mind. Only the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company, with its monopoly on technology, could manufacture ships that far surpass those of their local governors. A sense of apprehension arose in his heart. But Zaka had no intention of changing his original plan. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding honor guard played rousing music. Zaka, with a friendly smile on his face and his large pregnant belly, walked past the bureaucratic procession toward Gao Chang. You must be from the fleet that came from the Fog City, right? I am Zaka, the governor of Yushan Island. I didn't expect you to win such a big prize, so I can only rush here to welcome you. Please forgive me if I've been too slow, huh? Hearing Zaka use honorifics so readily, anyone would develop a slightly favorable first impression of him. But at this very moment, Sasha glanced around and, seeing there was no food at all, muttered to herself, "They're really neglecting us." The air froze for a few seconds. Long Xianyao looked at Sasha in astonishment. So, should we respond to someone's polite remarks with these kinds of words? It was clear to the naked eye that Zaka almost couldn't maintain his smile. People from the unknown Foggy City came to us. In situations where the other party might be his enemy, his first reaction is to flatter them. The higher he flatters them, the harder they will fall later. The current honor guard is already the highest level of hospitality on Yushan Island. He had considered what the other party would say about his grand welcome. For example, feeling flattered or something. But to my utter surprise, the other party actually said something like, "You're really being quite dismissive." Cough, cough. Forcing a smile, Zaka whispered to Gao Chang, You see the sea breeze is damp on the shore? How about we meet at my residence? Is he a tortoise? How can he be so patient? Sasha blurted out her thoughts again. The atmosphere on the field became noticeably awkward after hearing Sasha's unfiltered remarks. Gao Chang gave Zaka an apologetic look. Sasha is a perfect diplomat, but unfortunately, she only excels at insulting diplomacy. Judging from the clenched fist in Haka's hand, he must not be calm at this moment. Despite the prominent fat on his face, he still managed to maintain a kind smile. Gao Chang found it hard to imagine how the other party could remain calm. Ahem, I'm so sorry. Just when the atmosphere was getting too tense, Long Xianyao suddenly stood up and laughed it off. They pushed Sasha and hid behind Dakai. Long Xianyao walked confidently to Zaka. You must be Governor Zaka of Yushan Island. I've long admired your name. Although she had only learned the other person's name a few minutes ago, it did not stop Long Xianyao from being polite. Finally, there's a normal person here. Zaka also breathed a sigh of relief. If Sasha had said a few more words, the conversation definitely wouldn't have continued. Chapter 184. The person is actually quite nice. By the way, our distinguished guests from the Fog City have come from afar. They must be hungry. I have prepared a grand feast at my residence and was just thinking of entertaining you all. Why don't you all come and rest at my residence for a while? Upon hearing the words feast, Sasha's eyes visibly lit up. I didn't expect that although he looks fat, he's actually a really nice person. Does he look fat? Hearing Sasha's words, Zaka's fat jiggled involuntarily. But by this time, Zaka had already learned to ignore Sasha's words. As long as you ignore everything Sasha says, you won't lose your composure. Otherwise, several hearts wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. When faced with Zaka's invitation, Long Xianyao first glanced behind her out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that everyone seemed indifferent, I knew what they were thinking. Going or not going is fine, but Sasha clearly really wants to go. Once you understand this, Long Xianyao gave Zaka a formulaic, polite smile. Since it is Governor Zaka's kind offer, then we shall respectfully accept it. Zaka narrowed his eyes. Although Long Xianyao's demeanor at this moment was still somewhat immature, it had the air of someone from the company. When he was discussing cooperation with the company's tax officer, he had a similar feeling. This made him even more convinced that Gao Chang and his group had some connection with the company. Suddenly, Zaka let out a few hearty laughs. Ha ha, then what are we waiting for? He patted his big belly and gestured towards the harbor. Please. At this moment, the honor guard dispersed to both sides, leaving a path for everyone to pass through. After escorting everyone to Zaka's official residence, the honor guard bowed to Zaka and many officials and nobles of Yushan Island before turning and leaving. At that moment, two maids came out and bowed to open the gate of the mansion. A magnificent scene came into view. Inside Zaka's residence, crystal pendants hung from the ceiling, and the table was covered with gold and silver tableware. Even the pools of water available to everyone were filled with fine wines. One delicious dish after another was laid out on the table, which was enough to show the high standard of this hospitality. Please, everyone. Glancing at the group's actions, Zaka couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a confident smile. What Governor Yushin could produce was something these country bumpkins had never even seen. So what if it's the legendary Foggy Sea area? He had never heard of any large trading port in the waters off Chongqing. Once the veil of mystery is removed, it's nothing at all. Thinking of this, Zaka couldn't help but adopt a certain demeanor. Facing Gao Chang and his group, he smiled and said, "Don't stand on ceremony with me. Eat and drink whatever you like. Make yourself at home." Real. Upon hearing this, Sasha's eyes lit up and she dashed out in a flash. Since Zaka said not to be polite, she naturally didn't hold back either. When Sasha arrived at a plate of roast suckling pig, she grabbed it without any hesitation. I tore off the fragrant and crispy roasted pork skin, dipped it in the sauce on the side, and ate it. Although it's a little worse than what the chef made, it's still acceptable. Zaka's eyelids twitched. They really weren't going to be polite to him. Upon hearing what Sasha said, Jiu Luo smiled and shook her head. "Sasha, you're the one who was treated to the food. You should at least give them some face." As he spoke, he walked past Zaka and stepped forward, picked up his utensils, and gently put a piece of roast chicken into his mouth. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on Jiu Luo's lips. Oh, interesting. The roast chicken retained its juices well, but unfortunately the seasoning was too heavy, which masked the chicken's own flavor. You could even pick these? Zaka's brow furrowed. He originally intended to shock the country bumpkins, but unexpectedly, these country bumpkins started finding fault with him. If you didn't know better, you'd think his official residence was hosting some kind of culinary competition, and Jiuluo was one of the judges. I wanted to retort with a few words. However, considering his own objectives, Zaka held back for the time being. I'm so sorry. Long Xianyao quickly stepped forward to try to block Zaka's view while trying to smooth things over. Your Excellency, it's quite a mess outside. How about we go inside and have a chat? Zaka took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, before nodding. After gradually calming down, he discovered that everyone present was a beauty, and in terms of appearance alone, they were all much better than his maids. Unfortunately, apart from Long Xianyao, who was more sensible, everyone else was just talking nonsense. He gave a servant a look, and the servant understood and opened a side door of the official residence. Zaka looked at Long Xianyao with a friendly expression, but then I realized I hadn't even asked the other person's name. This distinguished guest from the Fog City is clearly a person of great character. Since you've made that request, let's go to the reception room to talk. After saying that, he tried to reach out and grab Long Xianyao's arm. Are you all right? Seeing Zaka's sudden, overstepping actions, Gao Chang frowned and sent a private message to Long Xianyao. No matter what, he was his student and accomplice. Haka's actions were quite disrespectful. It's all right, you can eat well outside. I'm good at handling these kinds of situations. He can't touch me. After replying to Gao Chang's private message, Long Xianyao looked at Zaka's outstretched arm and did not shy away at all. This was actually the first time she had ever dealt with such a move. But as the daughter of Tung Long Group, even if she hasn't eaten pork, she's certainly seen pigs run. The underhanded dealings between major corporations are no less than those involving Emir Governor Zaka. Facing Zaka head-on, Long Xianyao naturally avoided his pulling motion and simply shook hands with him. He then smiled slightly and said, "Please." Zaka was taken aback by Long Xianyao's actions, but he couldn't make any further moves in public. Therefore, he could only awkwardly withdraw his hand and walk towards the reception room. The two gradually disappeared from the group's sight. After Zaka left, the banquet hall quickly became a lively scene. The leadership of each island of Yushin flattered each other and cultivated relationships. However, Gao Chang and the other protagonists of the banquet were sidelined by the powerful and wealthy of Yushin Island because of Zaka's departure. With such an obvious stance, how could Gao Chang not know what was going on? It seems that their so-called welcome to us is entirely out of respect for Zaka. Now that Zaka is gone, the true colors of the powerful and wealthy have all been revealed. Just then, Gao Chang felt Jiuluo gently tug at his sleeve. Turning around, Jiuluo was squinting and smiling at him. Can we talk privately? Chapter 185. Was the food poisoned? Because the nobles did not care about strength. Gao Chang easily followed Jiuluo to a secluded corner. Jiuluo was holding a tray with several different dishes on it, some meat and some vegetables. Gao Chang frowned. It had gotten to the point where Jiuluo needed to directly remind herself. Could there be something wrong with the dish? Is there poison in this dish? Gao Chang asked instinctively. Is Zaka planning to poison us? If there were any problems with the food, this would be the most serious thing that Gao Chang would think of first. Jiuluo chuckled. You're overthinking it. It's not that serious. However, the first half of your statement is not entirely wrong. The first half of the sentence? Gao Chang thought for a few seconds, then suddenly widened his eyes and asked in a low voice, Is there poison in the food? Jiuluo nodded. Actually, I don't know whether to say that the chefs who made these dishes were too clever or simply stupid. Jiuluo picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth to savor it. The sauce in the dish contains a numbing element, but it is so mild that it is difficult to have any effect on the body. Because these elements are so subtle, many professional chefs may not be able to taste them. So I had a suspicion before that maybe the chef at the governor's mansion was too bad and couldn't handle the ingredients properly. But Jiuluo picked up another piece of pumpkin and ate it. As I tried different dishes, I discovered that each dish contained this slightly numbing element. After hearing Jiuluo's words, Gao Chang looked strangely toward the noisy banquet hall next to him. If what Jiuluo said is true, and the other party poisoned the food, that doesn't make sense. So many nobles have eaten the banquet food. Does Zaka want to poison them all? You don't need to think about it too seriously. Seeing Gao Chang's gaze, Zhu Luo realized that Gao Chang had made the situation serious, and quickly tried to explain. There's an old saying in the culinary world: discussing toxicity without considering dosage is just being irresponsible. Actually, with this level of estrogen, as long as you don't eat like Sasa, even if you eat until you're full, you won't have much of a reaction. In most cases, nothing unusual will happen. The worst case scenario is that you will experience muscle cramps during strenuous exercise. Hearing Zhu Luo's words, Gao Chang's expression also looked somewhat strange. If this is the worst case scenario, then Zaka doesn't seem to have any reason to poison himself. Because the dose of toxin was so small, the effect was only mild anesthesia. Even Zhu Luo wasn't quite sure whether the chef who prepared the banquet did so intentionally or unintentionally. So this dish, Gao Chang hesitated and looked at Zhu Luo. You can eat the food here without worry. Zhu Luo immediately responded. My main purpose is actually just to remind you that it's best not to completely believe the attitudes displayed by certain scoundrels. After receiving Zhu Luo's assurance about the safety of the dishes, Gao Chang quickly returned to the dining table. Sasha and Dakai had piles of bones in front of them, seemingly competing to see who could eat more, showing no manners whatsoever. Among the people who came with Gao Chang, at this moment, only Yena was sitting at the dining table, elegantly picking at the seafood. While sucking on the lobster meat and juices, Yena muttered self-repentance for her sins. The scent of life, damn it, it smells so good. As a spirit who reveres life and nature, Yena once swore that she would not eat those who die naturally. He absolutely refuses to eat any creature that has been killed. During the time spent on the ship, Yena relaxed her strict requirements for herself a little. For example, eating one of the killed creatures a day isn't actually excessive. As partners of nature, if those fish, shrimp, and crabs knew that they had contributed to the continuation of an elf's life, they would surely rest in peace. Thinking about it, Yena's eyes welled up with tears of emotion, and then she took another plate of seafood and placed it in front of her. Actually, because Zhu Luo's cooking skills were so good, Yena had already increased the target of eating and killing creatures from 1 to 50 per day. But unfortunately, the feast hosted by Zaka today, while lacking in quality, certainly had plenty of quantity. Eating only 50 servings of seafood a day seems incredibly harsh on myself. Let's increase it by another 50. After crossing her bottom line, without any psychological pressure, Yena stuffed the peeled crab roe into her mouth with a face full of guilt. Gao Chang, who had been watching Yena's antics for a while, shook his head. As expected, he had too high expectations for these people. Apart from Zhu Luo, there isn't a single reliable one. With a sigh, Gao Chang casually picked up a glass of fine wine from the table. You have discovered a rare item, a jadeite glass cup. What the heck? The hand reaching for the wine glass paused for a moment. Gao Chang stared at the wine glass in front of him, his eyes narrowing into slits. Even a random wine glass can be labeled as a rare item. Was it because Governor Zaka was too wealthy, or? Gao Chang thought of another possibility. War games, even though you can actually die, are still just games. Zaka, this kind of NPC, might be equivalent to a faction leader who issues quests. He would occasionally offer some bounties, and then take some junk he had as a reward. Just as Gao Chang was thinking this, inside the reception room, Zaka and Long Xianyeo were exchanging jokes. To Long Xianyeo's surprise, although Zaka's actions had been somewhat indecent earlier, he did not do anything inappropriate now that the two of them were alone in a room. On the contrary, Zaka seemed more concerned with the situation at sea. I've heard things are getting unsettled at sea lately, Zaka remarked. Merchant ships traveling to and from Yushin Island often mention hearing the songs of Siren while sailing. After each song ended, some of the sailors would disappear without a trace. I had intended to issue a bounty and use the assets of the manor to deal with that monster that was causing widespread panic, but I haven't had the chance to do it yet. Our distinguished guest from the Fog City happened to come from that sea area. He shouldn't have encountered any danger, right? Upon hearing Zaka's words, Long Xianyeo vaguely remembered it. Previously, when she was on Baixiang Island, this strange song seemed to have appeared among the sea creatures who besieged her and the military lord. But the person who sang that song is already dead. The abrupt end of the song was also a major reason for the sea tribe's retreat. If that's what Governor Zaka is worried about, I think there's really no need for that, Long Xianyeo said softly. I suppose such songs will no longer disturb your territorial waters in the future. Chapter 186 Bad ideas kept popping up. Zaka paused for a few seconds. He then burst into laughter. Okay. How could he not understand the meaning behind Long Xianyeo's words? Where Long Xianyeo couldn't see, Zaka's large, fat hands clenched into fists. But on the surface, Zaka still maintained a friendly demeanor. The people of Fog City have rid the people of a scourge. I will personally present a banner to the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company to praise your achievements. Long Xianyeo took a sip of tea and nodded with a smile. From his expression, Zaka didn't seem to have anything useful to say. It's too formulaic, just like those damn corporate dogs. Without revealing anything amiss, Zaka quickly steered the conversation in another direction. As the two began chatting, Gao Chong gradually began to examine the properties of the strange object in his hand. Jadeite glass cup, rare item. Effect 1. Wine served in a glass dish will remain chilled and aerated, gradually developing an aging effect. Effect 2. Collecting the jadeite glass cup, the glass luminous pearl, and the amber gold thread cup simultaneously will unlock the clues for the miracle ship, Dark Deep Sea. This is the fourth clue about the miracle ship that Gao Chong has learned of so far. The first three clues are the company's meteor, a legendary explorer's treasure map, and an unnamed miracle ship belonging to the vampires. However, it seems that this new clue is the most demanding one yet. You need to collect 3 rare items first in order to obtain a clue. It's nowhere near as good as the treasure maps of legendary explorers. At least the treasure map can be directly compared with one's own complete nautical chart, which can save time needed to find the fragments. However, since it's already in my hands, even if it's junk, I won't put it back. Gao Chong reached into his pocket. The privateering warrant lay there quietly. He's a man with the legal right to plunder. I just don't know if this letter of marque applies to a governor. Let's look at it from a different perspective. Gao Chong glanced around the banquet hall. What if the remaining 2 strange items are also here? Hiss. That's not entirely impossible. With a quick glance around, Gao Chong suddenly walked to Sasha's side and pulled her into a corner. Sasha's mouth was still full of food, and she was speaking incoherently. What the hell are you doing with Dragon Ball? After Sasha swallowed all the food in her mouth, Gao Chong took out the jade glass cup and pressed it against Sasha's face. Sasha didn't dodge. She just watched Gao Chong's movements with curiosity, until the jade and glass cup emitted a cool sensation. Wow, where did you get such a treasure, Lord? Shadash. Gao Chong made a shushing gesture. He then pointed to the banquet hall. I found it in this banquet hall. I'm only telling you this, so please don't spread it around. Hee, my lord, do I look like that kind of person? Sasha patted her chest with her greasy hands and assured them. Even if I eat all the food here today, I won't let a single person know about this. However, my lord, you said you picked it up from the banquet hall? Sasha's eyes darted around, and she gave a mischievous smile. I always felt that Governor Zaka probably didn't need this kind of junk anymore. Why don't we kindly help him get rid of them all? Gao Chong looked at Sasha with a knowing expression. Sasha only becomes so savvy when she starts coming up with bad ideas. I wonder which scoundrel encouraged me to demolish Stonehenge. However, Gao Chong still appeared hesitant. They're treating us to good food and wine. If we don't show proper etiquette, won't we give outsiders something to talk about? So what if it gives people something to talk about? Sasha stared into Gao Chong's eyes and gave him her assurance. Don't worry, leave it to me. We definitely won't be the ones to start it. Sigh. Gao Chong sighed and patted Sasha's shoulder heavily. I acknowledge your sense of justice. Has the Lord finished speaking? Sasha suddenly blinked. I'm going back to eat now that I've finished talking. Having said that, without waiting for Gao Chong's agreement, Sasha had already disappeared in a flash. Looking at the jade glass cup that Sasha was clutching tightly in her hands, Gao Chong subconsciously clenched his palm. Well, I've lost everything. If anyone's going to pick it up, it has to be Sasha. I just grab a quick bite to eat. Because Zhu Luo had mentioned that food contains trace amounts of toxins, Gao Chong didn't eat much, only about 80% full. Looking around again, Gao Chong realized that the banquet showed no signs of ending. The nobles didn't eat much at all. They always seemed to have endless topics to talk about, so much so that they could spend a long time eating a simple pastry. Yena, on the other hand, was already nearing the end of her meal. Afterwards, 2 large plates of various seafood scraps were laid out in front of them. Yena let out a satisfied burp. However, when she turned her head, she saw Gao Chong's face was already inches away from hers. What are you going to do? Yena jumped up in fright and took several steps back. How was the food? Gao Chang asked. It's all right, but not as good as your cook's cooking. In that case, come with me out for a walk to digest your food. Why should I be with you? Before Yina could finish speaking, her entire body froze. His eyes then reddened, and he gave a strange smile. Okay. Gao Chang knew that Satan had taken over Yina's body again. In fact, in order not to frighten the people on Jade Mountain Island, Satan had already cooperated by returning to Yina's body. Otherwise, who knows how Zaka would react to seeing such a huge demon flying in the sky. If your lordship wishes to go out for a walk to digest your food, I'll accompany you. At this moment, Zhu Luo also came over. Gao Chang noticed that she had a small cloth bag attached to her waist. This. Zhu Luo picked up the small cloth bag and tossed it around. I just borrowed the common currency for the shipping route from the governor's steward. I was planning to buy some seasonings later. If there is anything your lord wishes to buy, please feel free to do so. The three men's departure went unnoticed, although several maids discovered the three's whereabouts. However, Gao Chang was heading in the most bustling central area of Yushan Island, which was completely opposite to the port. They simply pretended not to see it and didn't meddle. Outside Zaka's residence was a dense forest. As a governor, Zaka clearly had no intention of living with his subjects. But what appears to be a series of loopholes in the forest is actually a trap. In just a few hundred meters, Gao Chang had already encountered several musketeer teams. Fortunately, they all knew Gao Chang, the man Zaka had brought back. They simply greeted us and quickly let us through. Finally, after passing another patrol, Yina sniffed the air. Then a chilling smile appeared on his face. I can sense the tension. Chapter 187, The Military's Conspiracy. A tense atmosphere. Gao Chang looked in the direction that Yi Na, or rather, Satan, was looking. Their musketeer squad, though well disguised, exuded a timid and hesitant air. This temperament is completely different from the musketeers we just encountered, especially after noticing Gao Chang and others. Their first reaction was not to approach and question or greet them, but to pretend they didn't see them and retreat directly towards the edge of the forest. They don't know themselves. Gao Chang suddenly had this feeling. How about it? Want to follow them and take a look? Yina asked in a seductive voice. Gao Chang stroked his chin. He only nodded slowly when the other person was almost out of sight. Good. Just now, while he was staring at the other person, because of his miraculous abilities, he could see the difference between them and the other person's back. In terms of military strength, the other side is as insignificant as an ant compared to us. This is a special application of estimation ability that Gao Chang discovered. Miracle, I estimate. Summary. The 37th of the 36 stratagems. When facing any enemy, always estimate that you can win. Effect. While you're alive in the game, all lords in the game can directly see the difference in military, economic, and technological levels between themselves and any other lord. This ability cannot be used by native characters in war games. In the earlier low-level battlefields, the natives were few in number and their temperament was too different from that of a lord, so they played almost no role. But as the gap between eras narrowed and it became increasingly difficult to distinguish between lords and natives, this ability finally found its purpose. The group of people must have suddenly become nervous because they saw the skill gap panel displayed in the war game. In a certain aspect, the other side is like a god compared to us. Gao Chang was curious to know what this group of people, led by a human lord, disguised as musketeers and loitering near Zaka's residence, were planning. After receiving Gao Chang's affirmative reply, Yina looked at the musketeers who were facing away from him in the distance with a cat-and-mouse gaze. Only after the group had completely disappeared did they begin to track them down. Don't worry, I can smell the tension they exude, even if they escape to the ends of the earth. After dealing with several more musketeer squads, Gao Chang finally managed to leave the forest. Suddenly, the view opened up, and a dirt road in the mountains came into view. Zaka's residence is located on higher ground on the island, making it extremely difficult for anyone to ambush him. Looking down, one sees a bustling town stretching as far as the eye can see. Before arriving on the island, Chowda had discussed the prosperity of Yushan Island with Gao Chang and others. Yushan Island is a large island and also has one of the few giant trading ports in the 9th shipping route. The permanent resident population alone has reached tens of millions. This is the largest indigenous force Gao Chang has ever encountered in the game. On the soft ground of the dirt road, Gao Chang saw the tire tracks left by the musketeer team that had just left. It is clear that this was a premeditated action. It seems that while Gao Chang and the others were walking out, the other party had already left in a carriage. However, Yushan Island is such a large island that it would take a long time to walk there on foot. Just as Gao Chang was thinking this, a carriage slowly drove up from the other side. The decorations on the carriage are similar to the emblems on the exterior walls of the former official residence. This must be one of Governor Zaka's carriages, and it seems to be transporting something right now. Gao Chang nudged Yina with his elbow. "We're guests, right? Yenas milit knoingiri." "Certainly." The next moment, a demon emerged from Yena's body. Ju Luo sighed helplessly and turned away. Inside the slums of Ankin Trading Port, several horse-drawn carriages swiftly passed through the filthy, stinking roads and stopped outside a secluded tavern. Because it is a slum, the smell emanating from the tavern was certainly not very pleasant. It smelled strongly of cheap alcohol. Only the poorest, most despised sailors and pirate drunkards would choose to spend their money in such places. However, the people in the carriage clearly didn't care. A group of sailors jumped off the carriage, tossed their muskets into the carriage, and then filed into the second floor of the tavern. The carriage quickly left, and the area around the tavern quieted down as if nothing had happened. On the second floor, several people dressed in military uniforms were playing a game of sailor's poker, a popular game on the high seas. Upon hearing footsteps, they cautiously looked towards the stairs. Upon seeing the familiar face of the person who came, he breathed a sigh of relief, but was also somewhat puzzled. "Lishan, didn't you take some men to observe Zaka's residence?" "Stop talking." The man called Lishan shook his head, dismissed his sailors, and sat down at the table. He casually picked up a bottle of cheap liquor that someone had drunk from and took a swig. "Cough, cough, cough. We feel more at ease drinking the stuff we make ourselves." Listen to what Lishan said. A woman with the rank of lieutenant sitting next to him frowned and threw the remaining deck of cards on the ground. "Okay, so what exactly happened?" Upon hearing this, Lishan could only sigh. The terrain survey plan failed. Zaka was very cautious and deployed too many musketeers near the residence. "We were almost discovered. I knew it would turn out like this." Beside the table, another man with the rank of second lieutenant threw down his cards and said, "Zaka may look fat, but he's not stupid. Given Haka's personality, he would never give outsiders a chance." Fortunately, Lishan was quick-witted enough. Otherwise, he might have ended up in the same situation as his colleagues. "I'm telling you guys." At this moment, another man with the rank of captain and a face covered in stubble slammed the two cards he had left on the table with a dark expression. "Have you made enough of a scene?" Hearing what the other person said, everyone except Lishan was startled. He quickly picked up the cards from the ground with an embarrassed smile and threw them onto the table, scattering them. "Captain Chang, don't be angry. We're just worried about Lishan." "Yes, Brother Shengrong, this might be our last day anyway. Calm down. Don't get upset and hurt yourself." Chang Shengrong snorted coldly. Looking into Lishan's eyes, he asked, "You didn't leave any loose ends when you came back, did you?" Lishan immediately stood up straight and saluted. "Don't worry, Captain. Absolutely no one has discovered me." Just then, a loud bang came from where they were standing. Boom! Chapter 188: Contact with the Military. The previously noisy and chaotic sounds on the first floor of the tavern suddenly stopped. "Hold head high. Is someone causing trouble?" A group of pirates with numerous scars on their faces, looking fierce and menacing, stood up, grabbed their bottles of liquor, and headed towards the tavern's door. They wanted to see which fool had come to cause trouble while they were having a good time drinking. However, a moment later, inside the tavern, many drunkards rubbed their eyes and stared incredulously at the tavern's entrance. The pirate who had just left was now back, carrying a bottle of wine. Good heavens, are they still drunk? The next moment, they saw a monster with bright red skin and two horns on its head walk in. This monster was even several heads taller than those ferocious pirates. He was indeed drunk. The drunkard picked up the bottle beside him and hit his head with it. Instantly, his vision went black, and he collapsed onto the table. You should feel better after a good night's sleep. But not everyone is as mentally impaired as an alcoholic. Satan was seen walking completely into the tavern. Most of the guests who were drinking stood up and stared at Satan in fear. For every step Satan takes forward, they take a step back. "Oh, it seems I'm not welcome here." Satan clutched his chest and said with great sorrow, "That's such a pity, because I won't leave." Laughing wildly, Satan sat down at the bar in the tavern, looking mockingly at the bartender who was sweating profusely. "4 glasses of your best wine, please." Well, it's astonishing that Satan even used honorifics. The bartender bent down, trembling, and groped for the fine wine stored under the counter. Meanwhile, his eyes remained fixed on Satan. I was afraid that if I looked away for even a moment, my head would separate from my neck. Soon, the bartender brought out 4 wooden glasses. The bartender poured the drinks with trembling hands, but in doing so, he spilled the drinks all over the table. "I'll wipe it right now. I'll wipe it right now." "No need, I don't drink." Gao Chang's voice came from outside the door. He wasn't as heartless as Satan. After tying the coachman to the fence to ensure the carriage wouldn't drive away on its own, Gao Chang led Yi Na and Jiu Luo inside. At that moment, Yina was clutching his lower back in pain and casually found a chair to sit down. It seems Satan emerged too quickly this time, and it must have hurt him quite a bit. Looking at Yina's handsome face, some of the pirates couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, people who make a living at sea don't always need to distinguish between men and women so clearly. But seeing Satan standing guard beside Yina, the pirates decided to back down. "Upstairs," Satan casually remarked, gesturing to Gao Chang that the person he was looking for was upstairs. Gao Chang nodded and got up to walk upstairs. Jiu Luo then went to the bar and gave the bartender a friendly smile. "Do you have anything on this list here?" The bartender hesitated before taking the list from Jiu Luo's hand. Then his expression turned strange. Actually, anyone who can open a tavern in a slum must have some connections. He wondered what the other side was up to with such a large entourage. Perhaps they wanted contraband such as cannons from active warships. "So this is what I saw on the list. Salt a pinch. Spices, lots of them. Oranges in large quantities. Is this a pub, a fruit shop, or a general store? There are also small and large quantities. Someone who doesn't know better might think this is for cooking." If Satan hadn't been sitting right next to him, he would have suspected that Jiu Luo was there to cause trouble. But the next moment, a small money pouch slammed onto the table, plunging the already quiet tavern into complete silence. "Is this small cloth bag from an item in Governor Zaka's residence?" The bartender swallowed hard. Whether the other party stole or robbed, or was one of Zaka's men, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. "How long will it take?" Jiu Luo asked. "It'll be ready soon. Almost done." The bartender nodded frantically and held up 3 fingers. "If I don't buy all the fruits and seasonings you want within 3 hours, I'll bring you my head." Then 3 hours. Jiu Luo ignored the small cloth bag on the bar and turned to chase after Gao Chang upstairs. Because Satan did not move, the first floor remained silent. "Lishan, are you really sure you didn't leave? Any loose ends?" Chang Xingrong's expression was rather unpleasant. "You know, if we're discovered by Zaka now, even escaping Yushan Island will be a problem." Shadash. At this moment, the female lieutenant raised her finger to signal for silence. Her gaze was fixed on the stairwell. Someone else is coming up. Gao Chang and Jiu Luo came into view. They were clearly taken aback when they saw that only 2 people had arrived. But the next moment, a group of sailors carrying scimitars and muskets rushed out from all directions on the 2nd floor, surrounding Gao Chang and Jiu Luo. "Sorry, we meant no harm," Chang Xingrong said first. "But we must make sure you have no ill intentions towards us." When Chang Xingrong spoke, Gao Chang also noticed the clothes worn by the people on the 2nd floor. Although it is somewhat worn and wrinkled, the original style is still clearly visible. "He's from the military." His eyes darted around, and Gao Chang immediately said, "I am Bai Yinian, the brigade commander of the 24th Special Operations Brigade." Bionian. They all noticed the confusion in each other's eyes. A brigade commander is equivalent to a senior colonel. Does Yushan Island actually have one of our own with such a high rank? However, they are not part of the same system, and they don't know much about it. Chang Xingrong and his group remained motionless for several minutes, seemingly checking their friends' messages to confirm whether Bai Yinian actually existed. After a moment, Chang Xingrong revealed a strange expression and slowly said, "Put down your weapons." He then patted the table in front of him. "Colonel Bai, we have confirmed your presence with General Mike's intelligence department. Please have a seat. You just confirmed their existence, but don't you verify if it's really them?" As Gao Chang sat down at the card table, he asked curiously. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect the other person to actually believe it. "I should have just said I was a 5-star general instead of a brigade commander. What's there to believe or not believe?" Chang Shungrong dealt Gao Chang a few playing cards, then took out a bottle of liquor with an offensive odor and gulped it down. Anyway, there are only a few of us left in the military on Yushan Island. We'd be happy to have more people. Why will there be no one from us left soon? Gao Chang did not refuse Chang Shingrongfa's cards. Playing cards naturally allows you to better understand the situation from your opponents. Chapter 189 Zaka's Past. Why not? Isn't it because of the governor here, Zaka? Chang Shingrong glanced at Gao Chang, as if Gao Chang shouldn't be unaware of this news. But I quickly came to terms with it. While playing cards, Chang Shingrong chatted with Gao Chang about everything that had happened on Yushan Island. This war game has been going on for several years. Gao Chang calculated the time in his mind. According to Chang Shingrong, this war game had already started long before he came of age. Since the start of the war, the military's power has been fluctuating. Yushan Island, which was once almost entirely within the military sphere of influence, is now located in the area. The military lord here is commanded by Major General Eddie, a staunch supporter of General Mack. During Eddie's command, the relationship between the military and Governor Zaka was quite ambiguous. I wouldn't say we're as close as brothers, but we're definitely more than just nodding acquaintances. Zaka would often issue bounties to the lords of the military. The military cleared the threats in his shipping lanes for him, and he paid the price with some rare items or weapons and ammunition. This win-win cooperation should have continued for a long time, until one day, Zaka politely invited Eddie to his residence for dinner. That was the most polite he had ever been to Eddie. According to Chang Shingrong's recollection, the way Haka looked at Major General Eddie was not exactly that of someone looking at a lower class, but it was certainly filled with arrogance. On that one day, however, Zaka's face was full of smiles, and his eyes became incredibly gentle. Eddie, caught completely off guard, was beheaded inside Zaka's mansion, his blood spurting 3 feet high. It was from that day that the relationship between the governor's office of Yushan Island and the military completely broke down. The death of a major general was something that General Mike, a 5-star general, could not swallow. Haka, however, clearly didn't care. He even issued an order to blockade Yushan Island and to kill any sailor or civilian under any military lord. Strangely, however, he demanded that the lords of the military be captured alive. It is indeed quite strange. As Gao Chang listened, he fired the bomb in his hand. On the other side, Alexander, who had been standing straight for a long time, suddenly raised his head and shouted in a strong voice, "General Mike will never abandon us." General Mike said that we would definitely be able to go home before the end of this year. Come on. The female lieutenant looked at the cards in her hand, shouted pass, and then rolled her eyes at Lishan. It's time to face reality. We've already been abandoned. If General Mike really still cared about us, there wouldn't be only a few of us left on Yushan Island. So you still haven't explained what it means that today is the last day? Gao Chang asked curiously. Chang Shingrong sighed. Because of our time lying in wait, we have found some clues. All the captured military lords are being held in the basement of Zaka's residence. It is said that every once in a while, Zaka would kill all the lords in the basement, and we don't know how many are still alive. We would have ended up like them, because we had nowhere to run. But today is a special day. According to our observation, Zaka has moved all his warships to a corner, and the port has become a safe place. This may be a trap, but we have no choice. This is our only chance. He threw the remaining pile of cards on the ground. Chang Shingrong looked at Gao Chang intently. Today we're going to infiltrate Zaka's residence to see how many of our colleagues we can rescue, though we might not make it back. But at the same time, we have also prepared evacuation vessels at the port. You could go with the sailors to the ship and wait for us. If you don't see us by midnight tonight, don't hesitate. Leave Yushan Island immediately. It's time to settle this karmic debt. Chang Shingrong stood up and walked past Gao Chang, stepping on playing cards. Lifting a floorboard revealed a secret passage. Judging from the appearance, part of the wall on the first floor should be hollow, so that a secret passage on the second floor can lead directly to the underground. Chang Shingrong and others had been preparing for this day for a long time. Are you just going to watch them leave? After everyone had left, Zhu Luo stood behind Gao Chang and asked, "No, I'm just curious about the basement they're talking about." Gao Chang looked up and exchanged a glance with Zhu Luo. As distinguished guests, it's not unreasonable for us to take a look at Zaka's basement, is it? When they went down to the first floor, the bartender had already prepared everything Zhu Luo needed. There were so many things that they filled an entire carriage. As for the money that Zhu Luo paid, it remained quietly lying on the bar, untouched by anyone, given Governor Zaka's current influence. These untouchables from the slums dared not defile Zaka's cloth. When they returned to the governor's mansion, it was already close to dusk, and Satan had re-entered Yena's body. As soon as Gao Chong and his two companions stepped into the banquet hall, they saw Zaka and Long Xianyeo walking out of the reception room side by side. It seems that Zaka did nothing to Long Xianyeo, and the two chatted quite pleasantly. Zaka glanced at Gao Chong as he walked in through the gate, but said nothing. Instead, he turned to Long Xianyeo and suggested, "It's getting late. Why don't you all stay at my governor's mansion tonight? Tomorrow, I will arrange supplies for our distinguished guests in the Fog City and buy some fine sailors so that you may be ready to embark on your journey." Long Xianyeo initially wanted to refuse with a smile, but then I received a private message from Gao Chong. "Say yes." After a moment's hesitation, Long Xianyeo agreed to Zaka's suggestion. Seeing that Long Xianyeo agreed so quickly, Zaka instructed his servants to prepare rooms for Gao Chong and the others, and then left the banquet hall under some pretext. Watching Zaka's departing figure, Gao Chong curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. According to Chang Shungrong, there will definitely be a good show tonight. Besides, he clearly didn't know Hakka, so why was Hakka treating them with such courtesy? This scene is so similar to the death of Major General Eddie, as described by Chang Shungrong. If I were to leave now, would Zaka really be willing to let me go? They were led by servants to a house to rest in. Just like Zaka had done before, he treated Gao Chong and the others with the utmost respect, even using the highest standard guest rooms. Sasha was carried back by Dakai with her swollen belly. Having eaten for most of the day, Sasha was so full that she was almost too weak to walk. At this point, everyone on Gao Chong's side, except for Wang Chuan who was still fishing on the boat, had arrived. He glanced at the soft, large bed in front of him. Gao Chong showed no intention of simply waiting for time to pass. "We need to find a way to get to the basement here," Gao Chong said in a low voice. He was genuinely curious about what Hakka was doing. Chapter 190, The Tragic Condition of the Basement. But the problem now is, Long Xianyeo tugged at the door frame, but it didn't budge. He then turned around, spread his hands, and shrugged. It seems like the door is locked from the outside. She actually wanted to leave first, because she could sense Zaka's hesitation during their conversation. Zaka is wary of something. This fear doesn't necessarily originate from them. But as long as Zaka doesn't make up his mind to harm them, he will always be benevolent, and they will have the opportunity to leave Yushin Island. But now it seems that their decision to stay behind gave Zaka the opportunity to unleash his malice. Zaka's inner balance has begun to falter. Locking the door was probably his last act of hesitation. The door? Where's the door? Gao Chong crossed his arms and gestured towards Dakai with his lips. With a novice shipwright like Dakai around, do you think you can lock everyone inside? No way. Uncle, please. Gao Chong shouted to Dakai. Dakai nodded and walked to the door. Boom! A gust of wind swept by, and the door next to Long Xianyeo vanished without a trace. Turning my head, I saw that the door had been smashed against the wall of the corridor, and a deep fist mark was now visible on the gold-embroidered surface. Dakai stood motionless in the aisle. Uncle, are you all right? Long Xianyeo asked hesitantly. Like everyone else, she got used to calling Dakai uncle during this period of the voyage. Dakai slowly moved his muscles, which twitched visibly a few times before returning to calm. I had a cramp, but it's nothing. The group came out of the house into the corridor. The sky had now passed dusk and turned completely into night. What's puzzling is that during the short time everyone was in the room, the entire mansion fell silent. It's understandable that the officials and nobles who were in the banquet hall this morning have already left. But the mansion, which was usually filled with maids and servants, was now completely deserted. Looks like I can finally get out and move around. Satan's incoherent voice came through. As he spoke these words, he had already emerged from Yena's body. Floating in midair, Satan's lips curled into a sinister smile. I smelled fear. Deep beneath the official residence, a once clean puddle was now stained red with blood. How's it going? Zaka asked coldly to the person behind him. The old butler bowed slightly. We have locked and reinforced the door, so even if they wanted to break it down, they would be powerless due to muscle cramps. But are you really going to take action against them? The old butler hesitated for a moment before continuing. I suppose you sense that these people from Fog City might have some connection with the company. They are different from the people here. As they spoke, the old butler glanced out of the corner of his eye at the iron cage that had just been delivered to the basement. These iron cages were connected by chains. Each iron cage contained one or more scantily clad men and women. Some of them showed signs of military involvement, but others looked much younger and were likely just innocent lords caught up in the mess. That's enough. Zaka, in a hoarse voice, stopped the old butler from continuing. I have made my own decision. The old butler sighed and withdrew. After the old steward left, Zaka coldly grabbed the hair of the female lord beneath him. Were we just now? The female lord watched in horror as Zaka picked up a boning knife. She had just witnessed firsthand how many lords Zaka had killed with that knife. He would use this knife to sever the lord's bones from hand to foot, piece by piece, and then throw him into the puddle in front of him. It was clearly a gift prepared for her. But why did she die before you? Zaka seemed to recall something painful, and he slashed his boning knife down hard at one of the female lord's finger bones. The female lord wanted to scream, but having been locked in the cage for so long, she barely had the strength left to scream. Zaka naturally felt no pity for her. One strike after another, each one delivered with all one's might. He hated that someone had killed his beloved concubine, but he hated his own hesitation even more. The enemy is right in front of him, yet he is hesitant and timid, and has even considered keeping to himself and avoid conflict. Gradually, the female lord in Zaka's hand stopped moving. When he chopped off the fingers of her second hand, she had already been tortured into unconsciousness. The subsequent cuts seemed more like Zaka was pointlessly venting his anger. Waste! He threw the barely breathing female lord into a puddle filled with blood. Zaka raised his head and looked at the lords locked in cages in the basement. All the lords lowered their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of this ruthless governor, until a demonic face appeared before him. Wow, so much fear. Is this a gift you gave me? What are you? Zaka screamed instinctively. His whole body shuddered, and then he tripped over a stone. Because he was so fat, he rolled several times before stopping. However, his shouts also attracted the attention of his servants. A large number of servants rushed in from all directions, aiming their guns at Satan, who was floating in midair and at the small hole that had appeared above the basement. Pointing a gun at a guest is not a good idea, Governor Zaka. Long Zainio's cold voice came from above. Then, the group fell to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Dakai casually crumpled the several broken shovels into balls and threw them into the puddle. Under Jiu Luo's protection, Gao Chong surveyed the scene in the basement. The only word to describe it is shocking. Zaka's behavior is exactly like that of a game lord hunting down the human side. But as a fellow human, he should have no reason to do that. Unless it's for the sake of the sea creatures. Why you guys? After seeing Gao Chong and his group's faces, Zaka fell silent. I was already planning to let you go. Why can't you just live a normal life? Why did you all have to come down here and witness all of this? His roar was almost heart-wrenching, because he knew that if the company found out what he had done, he would be finished. It's not that the company is particularly humane. Rather, the taxes he paid were not enough to make the company turn a blind eye to what he did. He simply couldn't afford the price he would have to pay to get the company to that level. At this moment, whether Gao Chong stays or leaves, Zaka will inevitably pay a heavy price. Finally, the scales in his heart tipped completely. Kill them. Chapter 19101 could have predicted everything. You have obtained a reason for war against Governor Zaka of Yushin Island. Punishment. Just as Zaka was expressing hostility towards Gao Chong also obtained a reason to wage war against Zaka. The old tortoise has finally gotten angry, Sasha said, sticking out her tongue. Stop being so cheeky. Jiu Luo patted Sasha on the head. Ouch! Sasha rubbed her head and cried out, but she didn't dare to get angry at Jiu Luo. She could only glare at the servant holding the gun in front of her with a puffed-up look. Under Sasha's gaze, the servant instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of a bullet leaving the barrel triggered a chain reaction. Gunfire erupted throughout the basement in an instant. Even before the gunshot rang out, Jiu Luo had already swiftly tackled Sasha and Long Zainio to the ground. Dakai then casually picked up 2 airtight iron gates and placed them in front of the 3 of them. Fortunately, the servants' muskets were still using round bullets. Despite the impressive display, it served no purpose other than leaving a few marks on the iron gate. On the other hand, Yena has Satan protecting her. Satan flashed in front of Yena and used his body to take all the bullets aimed at Yena. Gao Chang, on the other hand, heard a howl. A thick scarlet root sprouted from the ground in front of Gao Chang. Finally, the sound of muskets subsided. The servant's first wave of fire only inflicted effective damage on Satan. That annoying feeling again. Satan moved his body, flinging the bullets inside him onto the ground. I remember saying more than once that you think you can kill the great Satan with such a mere fatal wound. Who exactly are you looking down on? With his wings spread, Satan approached a servant and tore him to pieces. It will take some time before the muskets are fully loaded. Sasha took advantage of the moment to rush to the servants and kicked one of them, breaking his ribs. Sasha is pretty amazing too, okay? Just as Sasha said this, she suddenly felt a strange convulsion and collapsed. I'm having a muscle cramp. Before the servants could even form any thoughts about Sasha, Dakai and Jiulu rushed to Sasha's side and protected her. Watching the servants' movements, Zhu Luo gave Sasha a light kick, feeling exasperated. If you eat so much, will you dare to do it again next time? Next time for sure. Just as Sasha fell to the ground in response, a loud shout came from behind the servants. Get out of the way! The servants instinctively made way for them. Behind the servants was a hidden door to a basement, where the old butler pushed a cannon and aimed it in the direction the group was. This is the direction Zaka usually stands in. How dare Zaka have his men aim their cannons at the place where he is standing? Does he really trust his subordinates that much? This turn of events was unexpected by everyone. Oh no, seeing that the cannons were already aimed at the location of Sasha and the others, Gao Chang secretly thought that something was wrong. The distance is too far, making it difficult to react. Besides, the old steward had already lit the cannon's fuse with a torch. Under the wide-eyed gazes of the crowd, the fuse gradually burned out. Boom! A loud cannon shot rang out. Zhu Luo instinctively crouched down, closed her eyes, and protected Sasha. See you in the future, Zhu Luo said in a low voice. A short while later, Fina. Zhu Luo opened her eyes in confusion. Dakai did the same thing as himself, but like himself, Dakai was not hurt. Heavy warriors made of roots stood in front of everyone, blocking all the projectiles from the cannon. Are you alright? Gao Chang quickly ran over at that moment. Fortunately, the roots reacted faster than expected. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Zhu Luo and Sasha are just subjects in the war game, perhaps it is because of the different gameplay. Gao Chang had long regarded the other person as a living, breathing person, just like himself. If something happens to the two of them, please don't stand in such a dangerous place. Zhu Luo stood up and reached out to block Gao Chang behind her. Then he looked at the old butler with a cold gaze. One by one, bullets were falling to the ground from the root warrior's body. Zhu Luo glanced at the bullets on the ground. Grape seeding, an anti-personnel artillery shell, can fire thousands of projectiles at once, turning people into mincemeat. It's an extremely inhumane weapon of mass destruction. Am I right? So what if I'm right? The old butler said quietly. Zhu Luo and the old butler looked at each other, and Zhu Luo suddenly chuckled softly. I just didn't expect you to dare set up cannons in a place like this, a place where you could easily kill your own governor. Outside the two of them, Zaka broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Zhu Luo's words. If it were him standing here, he would probably be dead by now. At this moment, the old butler slowly shook his head at Zhu Luo. His tone was somewhat wistful. Guest from the Foggy City, you didn't expect this scene. You seem quite surprised. You should know that new things are born every moment in this world, and no one dares to claim to be omniscient and omnipotent. There are many things you haven't anticipated. Just as the old butler finished speaking, a large pile of earth fell from above the basement. A full 12 cannons were pointed downwards. Did you foresee this? The old butler asked Zhu Luo. After Zhu Luo landed, Gao Chang took a deep breath. 12 cannons were positioned in all directions overhead, making it impossible for even the root warriors to intercept all the cannon fire simultaneously. If they were all the great bullets that Jiu Luo had just mentioned, they could turn everyone present into mangled flesh in an instant. At this moment, Gao Chang couldn't help but have some doubts. Isn't he being a bit too arrogant? Would it have been better to have made a different choice and returned to the warship? Just then, Jiu Luo gently grasped Gao Chang's hand. You are not wrong, Jiu Luo's soft voice came. Because I am here, I will not let you make a mistake. After saying this, Jiu Luo looked up at the old butler. Do you know what I expected? The old butler frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. That shouldn't be the case. Could something unexpected happen to him? But following his intuition, the old steward raised his hand, about to order Gao Chang and the others to be executed on the spot. And just then, boom, 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 a series of explosions came from the official residence overhead. A large amount of mud and sand fell, and the shaking ground changed the direction the cannons were aiming, making the servants hesitant to fire for a moment. At such a close range, if the wrong shot is fired, it could very well tear Zaka to pieces as well. This situation did not last long. Just a dozen seconds later, amidst the continuous explosions, the ceiling finally collapsed. The bright moonlight shone in from outside, and so a road leading upwards was born. Chapter 192, The Killing Intent that was almost uncontrollable. Jiu Luo smiled and looked at the old butler with a provocative gaze. This time you have lost. I will not allow the Lord to make the wrong choice, so the Lord's decision to stay is not wrong. At this moment, all 12 cannons were buried in dust. Amidst the old butler's pale face, the shouts of battle from above continued incessantly, and were even getting closer and closer to below. Just then, several corpses fell down. The old butler looked at the corpse, and his face turned even paler. These corpses belonged to the guards of Zaka's mansion, who were the elite of the elite as his personal guards. And now, they're dead here. The bodies of the palace guards seemed to foreshadow something. In no time, a large number of elite pirates armed with knives and guns were seen falling through the blasted hole. The moment they saw the servants, they raised their guns and fired without hesitation. In an instant, the basement became incredibly chaotic, with gunshots and shouts of killing ringing out continuously. Hurry, we don't have much time. A familiar voice appeared in Gao Chang's ears. Chang Shengrong appeared under the protection of a large number of sailors. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Gao Chang. He then frowned. Didn't I tell you to wait for us on the boat? This time, Chang Shengrong didn't get completely drunk, and he finally managed to show some of the bearing of soldier. On the other side, a woman wearing the rank of lieutenant walked in, casually raised her musket, and killed a servant who was loading it, then shouted at Gao Chang. Stop playing house, you commoner. Lishan and his companion won't last long against the palace guards, so run. Run? Upon hearing this word, Gao Chang's first reaction was to look towards Zaka beside the puddle. Jiu Luo understood immediately and picked up a musket from the ground, handing it to Gao Chang. He watched as Gao Chang pointed his musket at him. Zaka finally panicked. What are you going to do? Why aren't you running? Gao Chang said coldly. You, Zaka roared in fury. He hasn't lost yet. If the guards come down, everyone here will die. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Zaka felt a chill in his groin. Looking down, he saw a bullet had hit him there. Gao Chang casually tossed the musket aside. He then took another loaded musket from Jiu Luo. I won't miss with my next shot. Because of Zaka's impressive movements, several elite pirates also saw his current awkward situation. He then walked toward Zaka with a sinister grin. Just then, several spears shot out from the puddle, piercing the pirates' hearts. Gao Chang could vaguely hear a sentence. Chao Chi, I'll help you one last time. As soon as he finished speaking, several sea creatures leaped out of the puddle and dragged Zaka into the water. Governor, seeing this, the old butler ignored the hail of bullets in the basement and rushed anxiously toward the water pit. He knew nothing about Zaka's dealings with the sea creatures. Similarly, the sea creatures did not know who he was. Seeing the old steward running over like this, another spear flew out from under the puddle, piercing the heart of the old steward, who was full of resentment. Why did it turn out like this? The old butler stared wide-eyed and then collapsed. I calculated everything perfectly. So why did it turn out like this? So it really is related to the sea creatures. Gao Chang squinted at the location of the puddle. The puddle, now stained red with blood, has become a forbidden zone. Any human who gets close will have their heart pierced by a spear, whether they are on the military's or Zaka's side. But his reasons for war against Hakka still exist, which means that Hakka is still alive and well. They got away, Zhu Luo said with some emotion. Yes, Gao Chang nodded. It's good that you ran, the farther the better. Should we launch a war against Zaka, the governor of Yushan Island? Reason for war, punishment. Yes. The next moment, all the warriors on Zaka's side felt as if they were being stared at by some kind of ferocious beast, and their hearts clenched. Looking at the war panel with two 50% war weariness levels, Gao Chang squinted at the puddle. It was he who gave his main warships a reason to break free from their decline. But this is the only time in the 3 war games that Gao Chang was able to send troops. Yet he couldn't generate the gratitude thought. He slaughtered the human lords, offering humans as gifts to the sea creatures, and even nearly caused the deaths of Zhu Luo and Sasha. Just now, Gao Chang almost couldn't contain his urge to kill him. If the sea creatures hadn't appeared and rescued him, Gao Chang might have actually chosen to kill him, thus abandoning the reason for the war. Fortunately, everyone was safe and sound. Commoners, get out of here! Then the female lieutenant's roar came again. Corpses began falling from above the basement again, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. But this time, the corpses were dressed differently than before. It's the musketeers from Lishan. Chang Shengrong, his face grim, opened another cage and handed the lord inside to the sailor. At this moment, most of the imprisoned lords have been rescued. As for those who were not imprisoned, he's probably already dead. Chang Shengrong was somewhat downcast, but he quickly composed himself and ordered those around him. Lishan is about to collapse. We must retreat immediately. We'd better get there before the fleet on Yushan Island can react. Yes, there's also a fleet on Yushan Island. Gao Chang coldly looked in one direction. Letting Hakka go had left him seething with anger, and he hadn't had a chance to vent it properly yet. Hey, civilian. The female lieutenant wanted to say something more, but saw that Gao Chang had already gotten up and left. With the help of Satan and others, Gao Chang and his group quickly climbed out of the basement. Only, the female lieutenant stared wide-eyed as she watched Gao Chang's departing figure. You're going the wrong way. That's the fleet assembly point on Yushan Island. The location of the coastline. Because of the continuous explosions coming from Yushan Island, the 2 docked armored cruisers have been surrounded by various warships. Hundreds of cannons were aimed at the cruiser, creating a tense atmosphere. Captain, why aren't we firing yet? A Marine asked, looking puzzled. Idiot. The man called the captain knocked the other man's navy cap off. The enemy ship's armament is such that if you shoot through it, it'll just explode. Governor Zaka had already issued the order. These 2 ships must be intact. Intact, you understand? But nobody noticed. Under the cover of darkness, Gao Chang and his men have boarded the 2 cruisers again. Long Xianyeo, you are transferring command of the battle to Zhu Luo, Gao Chang instructed. Long Xianyeo didn't ask why, and simply handed over command. Immediately afterwards, he stared wide-eyed at the 12 golden entries on the panel. As for you, Gao Chang turned to look at Yina. After his gaze lingered on Sasha for a few seconds, Gao Chang pointed to the girl who had been sitting at the bow of the boat the whole time. You will hand over command of the operation to Wang Chuan. Chapter 193, the entry for the River of Oblivion. Hearing what Gao Chang said, Yina looked at Wang Chuan, who was fishing at the bow of the boat with distrust. Her? Yina looked left and right, but couldn't see anything special about the River of Oblivion. It wasn't until he handed over the command of the battle to Wang Chuan, as Gao Chang had instructed. The next moment, Yina's expression turned strange as he looked at the leader's entry for Wang Chuan. This, seas aversion. This unit is not tolerated by the ocean. Neither this unit nor its vehicle can sink into the depths of the sea. Sinking fish. A goose feather cannot float, and reeds will definitely sink to the bottom. This unit experiences 3 times the resistance of swimming at 800 meters. Willing fish take the bait. When troops under this unit launch ranged, non-targeted attacks, there's a 50% chance of a hit. Why does this golden entry look so weird? However, after leaving aside the first few entries, things got much better after that. Lost. When this unit is attacked, it will trigger the Lost effect, periodically reducing the total number of enemy personnel. Return of the Soul. Lost units may launch random attacks. Forgotten River Waters. When this unit is in a state of war, it can allow our existing combat units to join the battlefield as projections. Note, when a projected unit dies, its previous state will be forgotten. Just as Yena handed over command to Wang Chuan. The warship group surrounding the two armored cruisers also received new intelligence. What? A large number of pirate ships are breaking into the port. Looking at the flames soaring into the sky in another direction of the port, the captain of an ironclad warship stood with his hands behind his back and his brows furrowed tightly. Yushan Island is not an island where pirates are prohibited from passing through. If pirates were to break into the checkpoint under the current circumstances and considering the recent explosion at Zaka's residence, the true identity of the person who broke through the checkpoint was immediately obvious. It must be those ignorant lords. They wanted to save their companions. And if I'm not mistaken, those lords actually succeeded. To do this right under one's nose. That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The captain squinted. To protect the governor of Yushan Island, Zaka's guard was undoubtedly the most powerful land force in the surrounding waters. The fact that they were able to successfully raid Zaka's residence from the palace guards proves that the other party is indeed quite capable. Similarly, it also proves how unforgivable the other party is. The other party didn't take me seriously at all. In comparison, the two cruisers that were sitting obediently in front of them seemed rather uninteresting. A sinister smile crept across the captain's lips. When they sink to the bottom of the sea, they will regret their actions today. By order of Governor Zaka, all warships attempting to leave Yushan Island tonight shall be executed without mercy. The power of the land can only be used on land. On this vast sea, only they are the true overlords. The giant ironclad ship began to turn, propelling it toward another direction in the harbor. No lord may be allowed to leave Jade Mountain Island. This is a death order issued by Governor Zaka. In the current weak winds, the human-powered giant wheel of an ironclad warship would obviously provide better power. If they let themselves go unchecked, even if those lords successfully break through the checkpoint, they could easily pursue and kill them. Are those warships about to leave? Gao Chong also saw the firelight appearing from another direction of the port. If nothing unexpected happens, Chong Shungrong and his men are already preparing to evacuate Yushan Island with the rescued lord. And because of the actions of Chong Shungrong and others, a gap has appeared in the fleet line surrounding Gao Chong's two cruisers. It seems they don't see Gao Chong as a threat and even have the capacity to deal with other matters. Of course, their desire to leave doesn't mean Gao Chong is willing to let them go. You're a bit too hot-tempered tonight, Gao Chong said, squinting. At this moment, Zhu Luo and Akai had boarded another cruiser, and both cruisers were ready to go. Just as Gao Chong finished speaking, the two armored cruisers gradually began to emit black smoke and slowly moved forward. This move clearly caught the Yushan Island fleet off guard. Seeing Gao Chong and his group gradually leaving the port, many captains surrounding Gao Chong rubbed their eyes and showed incredulous expressions. How dare they? These two warships are not allowed to leave port, but that was an order given by Governor Zaka. Gao Chong and his group are trying to defy the rules of Yushan Island. Moreover, just now, they received an order from the fleet commander. Tonight, any warships attempting to leave port will be slaughtered without mercy. By order of the commander-in-chief, fire. Since these two ships chose to die, they can't be blamed for it. Finally, one of the captains gave the order to fire. Dozens of cannons on the sides fired first. As if receiving a command, the guns, already aimed at the cruiser, fired in rapid succession. Because Zhu Luo was positioned relatively far forward on the cruiser, she took the brunt of the enemy's first round of fire. It can only be said that it was ultimately a warship pieced together from the shipwrecks in the burial ground. Although the first round of fire from the Yushan Island fleet did not achieve effective penetration, it still dealt a heavy blow to the cruiser's first armor plate. The armor plates that Dakai had forcibly assembled were now falling off piece by piece. Fortunately, this situation was anticipated, and when Dakai repaired the warship, he did not simply add one layer of armor plating. The fact that the heavy first armor plate had fallen off actually increased the cruiser's speed. What we really need to be concerned about are the shells being fired at the deck. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions followed, destroying howitzers one after another. Fortunately, the cruiser had more guns than sailors, and many of its howitzers were idle, so there were no casualties. Uncle! Zhu Luo suddenly called out to Dakai. Hearing Zhu Luo call his name, Dakai stretched out a hand and gave a thumbs up. He then picked up the damaged howitzer and threw it directly into the sea. Then, Dakai lifted up some of the excess armor layers and easily repaired the damaged parts of the deck. As the cruiser turned around, now it's their turn to fight back. The sailors on the cruiser could hardly contain their excitement. With a resounding thud, it was launched. Hundreds of solid incendiary bombs were launched by the howitzer. Because the inner side of the encirclement net was too small, several sailboats were just within the range of the incendiary bombs. In an instant, the entire sea surface was illuminated by raging flames. This also alerted the two ironclad warships that were attempting to support the port. One of the captains turned around, his eyes fixed dangerously on the sinking sailboats. These outsiders actually dared to bite their people on their own turf? Chapter 194, The Descent of the Fog City Sea. We have tied down a group of troops and brought them back. Long Xianyao stood beside Gao Chong, looking at the distant battle with some worry. At this moment, Zhu Luo's cruisers were in the lead, having already widened the gap between themselves and Gao Chong's vessel. This is also related to the entries that Zhu Luo possesses. This general is adept at both advancing and retreating. He will not get bogged down in a difficult battle, and his actions cannot be hindered. It is precisely because of this gold label entry. Despite facing a barrage of shells and constantly falling armor plates, the cruiser under Zhu Luo's command did not retreat due to the resistance. That ship is like a dump truck at sea, and it's still accelerating even now. After losing 2 layers of armor plates in succession, as Zhu Luo's speed gradually increased, the old-fashioned cannons posed little threat to her. Those old-fashioned guns, slow to turn, extremely inaccurate, and with very long reload times, were becoming increasingly difficult to hit the hull of this cruiser. In contrast, the howitzers forcibly installed by Dakai, unlike those on the Dreadnought, could not be automatically loaded. But reloading is very easy. The ignition-based firing method gives these howitzers firepower that exceeds that of fuse-fired artillery by several orders of magnitude. A single cruiser managed to hold its own against repeated bombardments from multiple four-mast warships and a large number of sailing ships. Asshole! A captain slammed his fist on the rudder. Solid incendiary bombs can burn at sea. So under the repeated bombardment by cruisers, several damned fire zones appeared on the sea. Wooden boats are definitely something you should never touch. Everyone disperse and retreat. Don't give the enemy a chance to group us together. In order to prevent the entire area from being burned down, this is the only option left. And so, a scene appeared on the sea that made Long Xianyao's jaw drop. Under Zhu Luo's command, the cruiser charged straight into the fleet's encirclement, shattering the original fleet formation. Conversely, due to the difficulty of turning ships and aiming cannons, those sailing ships simply could not catch the slippery loach, Zhu Luo. More and more ships that were originally intended to support the port are turning back. This increased the success rate of the Human Lord's evacuation plan at the port. But Gao Chong always felt that. That's not enough. Of the ironclad warships on Yushan Island, only one was attempting to meet Zhu Luo. The other ironclad warship did not change its course. As soon as that ironclad warship arrives on the battlefield, based solely on the quality of the ships in the port, perhaps the next time we meet, those human lords will all be scattered and disorganized. Just as Gao Chong had this thought, the sailboats that had been left behind by Zhu Luo finally turned their attention to Gao Chong. Gao Chong's vehicle moved quite smoothly, just like the calm and even fishing line in Wang Chuan's hand. They knew that Zhu Luo's warships couldn't catch up. The cannons on the sailboat were pointed directly at Gao Chong. Boom, boom, boom. The projectiles flew through the air in an arc, most of them landing in the water, but a small number of them struck the cruiser's deck. That is when the ship was damaged. Gao Chong saw a faint mist rising from the sea level. Subsequently, the fog gradually thickened, engulfing the Yushan Island fleet's view. City of Fog. One of the ship captains realized this. Is it the fog of Chongqing? We're so far from the Fog City area. How did the fog from Fog City drift here? Thinking of the various legends about the Foggy City, one of the captains hurriedly got up from the helm and ran towards the deck. They were all people who made a living at sea. In a sense, they are simply fishermen who are at a higher level in the food chain. However, the fishermen catch fish and eat their flesh and blood. They capture people and eat their flesh and blood. Some captains, like ignorant fishermen, firmly believe in all sorts of legends about the sea. Hanan Jamuk Shaoqi. He counted the heads of his sailors one by one. Soon, captains were horrified to discover that sailors had disappeared without warning. This was compounded by the occasional booming of cannons and shouts of anger that could be heard through the fog. This eerie feeling gradually eroded everyone's psyche. The waters off Chongqing are a restricted area. Fire. Just then, Wang Chuan, who had been silent all along, finally uttered 2 words. After casually uttering the words, fire, Wang Chuan returned to his indifferent state, continuing to fish. But we have no vision, Jode retorted. As a fisherman at sea, he knew exactly what to do in this situation. That is silence. In this situation where no one has any vision, the sound of cannons and the flash of fire put oneself in a disadvantageous position. Unlike Xiao De, Gao Chang and Yi Na thought of the golden entry for Wang Chuan. Those who are willing will take the bait. Without a target, Wang Chuan's ranged attacks have a 50% hit rate. Do as he says. Yena instructed Jode and the other fishermen directly. Jode gave Yena, the alien lord, a deep look. But a lord is still a lord. High explosive shells were quickly loaded into the howitzer. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of cannons rang out continuously. The high explosive shell flew in an arc into the distance. It seemed as if it were preordained. Even though the trajectory of the howitzers was completely invisible, some warships managed to change course in the fog and catch the falling high explosive shells. After the violent explosion, cries of people falling into the water echoed through the thick fog. Gao Chang glanced at the war interface. War weariness level, 59% versus 78%. Because the fighting was so intense, although the losses of the Yushan Island fleet were not yet unacceptable, their war weariness was about to soar to the warning level. If they continue to bear even more psychological pressure, the fleet on Yushan Island is likely to collapse on the spot. But the next moment, Gao Chang heard a cheer. Immediately afterwards, an ironclad warship appeared from the side of the cruiser. Judging by this, it's the second ironclad warship. He ultimately did not choose to go and support the port. From a moment, the thick fog rose. The captain of the ironclad warship knew that his backbone was not going to leave. Close to the high-strength side hull. Because the human-powered giant ship could accelerate briefly, the ironclad ship accelerated and charged forward recklessly. 2 enormous ships of similar tonnage collided violently. Since the ram of the ironclad warship was also made of pure metal, the immense force tore a gash through the belly of Gao Chang's cruiser. Seawater rushed into the cruiser. But Wang Chuan's attention was not on the other person at all, simply because she caught a fish. Chapter 195, The Once in the Day Heavenly Kingdom Super Dreadnought. A huge, fat fish was caught by the Wangchuan River. Then Wang Chuan presented it to Gao Chang with both hands, blinking his empty eyes. Wow! The black ball of fur unceremoniously carried the fish onto Gao Chang's shoulder. While eating the fish, he rubbed it against Gao Chang's mouth, giving Gao Chang a first-hand experience of what fishy smell really meant. Your blessing for blindly eating fish has taken effect. Suddenly, a notification for a war game appeared. Due to the blessing blindly eating fish, you will receive the random buff, Eye of Insight, within 3 days. The Eye of Insight. Effect. Your vision will not be affected by weather, triggers, or medication. The very next second after receiving this buff, Gao Chang suddenly felt his vision become clear again, although the view ahead is still shrouded in gray. However, Gao Chang could already see the locations of all the warships within his field of vision. The ironclad ship beside him had already withdrawn its ram. The ironclad warship did not fire its cannons, seemingly waiting for Gao Chang's warship to sink into the sea on its own. It's all right. We can still open the ship even if it's flooded. Yena was trying to explain to his people what the sea's aversion meant. But the ship looks like it's about to fall apart. Jode pointed helplessly to the ground. Holy crap. Yena looked down at her feet. If Dakai were here, he could easily repair the ship by dismantling and patching it up. But Dakai was not there. This hastily assembled warship is already showing signs of falling apart. Open it even if it falls apart. Jode asked. No, no, no. Yena quickly waved his hand, interrupting Jode's dangerous idea. If we fall apart, we're doomed. Gao Chang ignored Yi Na's situation and looked into the depths of the thick fog. In the distance, an ironclad warship was engaging Jiu Luo in combat, because Jiu Luo had already pushed the speed to its limit. Even if that ironclad warship were to attempt a ramming attack, it would always narrowly miss Jiu at the crucial moment. managing to evade it by the slightest margin. Enraged, the ironclad warship unleashed a barrage of firepower at Jiuluo. The intense gunfire also attracted most of the warships to approach. Just as Jiuluo was about to be surrounded by the net, woo! The piercing sound of horns echoed across the entire sea. In the thick fog, a huge lantern hanging at the bow of the ship illuminated a part of the area. The captains and sailors of all the warships looked in shock toward the source of the light. The location of the light source was the only place they could clearly see in the thick fog. But after seeing it, no one could believe their eyes. It was a ship, a giant ironclad vessel. Gao Chang roughly estimated that the size of this ship would not be weaker than the Eternal Shield piloted by Hexu. However, in terms of height, this ship is almost 3 times taller than the Eternal Shield. Its sister Lianxian. She's actually here. Sasha burst into cheers, but quickly collapsed to the ground. Ouch, this cramp hurts so much. While Sasha cheered, Gao Chang also looked at the characteristics interface of the giant ship. Paradise of the Past, Super Dreadnought. Synopsis: a colossal vessel with a displacement exceeding 100,000 tons. Once the only salvaged ship in the burial grounds, it was transformed into an apostle traveling between the human world and heaven after being converted into a super dreadnought. Features: flame immunity, chained linkage, modular design, advanced cooling, fully loaded with marines. There were so many characteristics that Gao Chang didn't even have time to look through them one by one. Then they saw that the Kingdom of the Past was already heading towards the location where Jiuluo was. The fact that its displacement was more than 10 times that of a cruiser did not slow down the Kingdom of the Past. On the contrary, this super dreadnought was much faster than the cruiser used by Jiuluo. When the Kingdom of the Past approached Jiuluo, it was as if a wall had suddenly appeared on the sea, giving people a sense of fear of a colossal creature. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, the former Heavenly Kingdom launched a large number of harpoons from its broadside, which pierced the ironclads and cruisers. As the harpoon retracted, with a loud boom, the 2 ships were firmly secured to either side of the former paradise. The captain of the ironclad warship swallowed hard. At this moment, he was like a chick being led around by the giant of the former heaven, without any power to resist. No, it cannot be said that there was no force of resistance. The captain's gaze fell upon the heavy cannons on the ironclad ship. He can also fire the cannon. Some of the sailors shared the same thoughts as the captain. However, this was only the moment they came into contact with heavy artillery. They then discovered that above their heads, part of the wooden planks of the Forgotten Kingdom had been removed, revealing cold, hard cannon muzzles protruding from the ship's hold. Orchestral cannon. Description: anti-personnel machine gun, feared for its extremely high rate of fire and powerful suppressive firepower. Looking at the thousands of small cannon holes hanging overhead, the captain of the ironclad warship's lips twitched. No, really? The next moment, a dense barrage of firelight fell like rain. The upper deck of the ironclad ship was directly penetrated, and the living creatures on the deck were blasted to pieces by an excessive number of small shells before they even had a chance to scream. After doing all this, the Kingdom of the Past slowly retrieved the organ cannon, filled the muzzle with modular wooden planks, and continued sailing toward the other ships drifting at sea. More and more ships were captured by the Kingdom of the Past. In the past, the Heavenly Kingdom was adept at using harpoon guns to capture warships to their side, and then using the concentrated firepower of organ cannons to wipe out personnel and units. In the end, only one relatively intact ship will remain. During this period, there were ships that attempted to escape capture by the former Kingdom of Heaven. But once the thought of escaping arises, the highest point of the former heaven will fire a large number of chain bullets. This was done to break the masts of ships, rendering them completely incapable of operating at sea. Gradually, the Forgotten Kingdom approached the damaged cruiser beneath Gao Chang. The attack started with a harpoon, the chained harpoon securing the cruiser firmly to the side of the former heaven. Looking around now, the Kingdom of the Past has released thousands of chains. Nearly 100 warships, large and small, were being towed by the Kingdom of the Past, and from a distance, they looked like a floating island made of ships. This weight seems to be no problem at all for the former Heavenly Kingdom. Click! Just as Gao Chang's cruiser was securely fixed in place, the once Heavenly Kingdom suddenly opened a gap. The modular wooden planks were moved aside. A woman in a Cheongsam walked down the street with Jiuluo in her arms and went straight to Gao Chang. At first glance, She was a head taller than Jiuluo. This must be the Lin Xian that Sasha mentioned, right? Just when Gao Chang thought she was about to do something, but then Lin Xian reached out and pulled Gao Chang's head close, rubbing it against her chest along with Jiuluo's. Remember to call an adult next time something like this happens. Lin Xian smiled and spoke slowly and deliberately. Chapter 196. This level of understanding truly reflects our reality. While feeling the suffocating softness, Gao Chang pried at Lin Xian's arm. Only then did Lin Xian notice that Gao Chang's face was slightly flushed from holding back his anger. "Oh, I'm sorry." Upon releasing Gao Chang, Lin Xian instinctively covered her mouth. At this moment, Jiuluo also took the opportunity to escape Lin Xian's embrace, came behind Gao Chang, and gently patted Gao Chang's back. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Gao Chang looked up at Lin Xian and asked, "Did you come here this time because of the projection in the River of Oblivion?" Only a few hours have passed since the declaration of war. There's only one possibility that Lin Xian was able to arrive so quickly. Lin Xian nodded in response to Gao Chang's question. She then shrugged nonchalantly and gave a friendly, older sister-like smile. "I'll be leaving soon too, but before that, I need to help our lovely lord resolve all the issues." Chatting with Gao Chang didn't take up much time. However, the fleet on Yushan Island had already been scattered, and all the ships were trying to escape the fog. Although they were unsure of their course, they understood that they needed to get away from the location of the lights. Many warships sailed in all directions, gradually distancing themselves from the former paradise. After leaving the River of Oblivion, the Kingdom of the Past will be temporarily unable to carry out pursuit missions. Lin Xian covered her lips and let out 2 giggles. "It really is a race against time. Then let's not delay, my lord. Please come aboard the ship." After saying that, Lin Xian turned to the side, and the Heavenly Kingdom ship extended a wooden ramp from above. Stepping inside the Forgotten Kingdom, the bright interior is completely different from the cruiser Gao Chang had previously traveled on. The passageway itself was covered with a bright red carpet and decorated with warm-toned lighting. It doesn't look like a super dreadnought. It looks more like a comfortable cruise ship or a hotel. After everyone boarded the Forgotten Kingdom, the ramp was slowly retracted. After a few clicks, I looked back at the location of the ramp. The outer walls of the ship were tightly sealed, showing no sign that it had ever been separated. At the same time, it completely cuts off everyone's view of the outside world. The Kingdom of the Past was a product of the later stages of the Century Project and one of the most perfect treasures left to us by our ancestors. Lin Xian introduced the group. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked the wall of the corridor. Doing so would be tantamount to stroking the entire hull of the ship. Our ancestors believed, in the later stages of the Century Project, that an unsinkable ship should not rely on heavy armor or any part of the ship. As she spoke, Lin Xian remained in her pose and led the way toward the upper deck. "Come with me." Along the way, Lin Xian explained some of the things about the Heavenly Kingdom in the past to Jiao Qiang. Of the 3 super dreadnoughts, the Forgotten Kingdom is the most uniquely designed. Unlike the unbreakable, perpetual shield of tomorrow, which is seamless and indestructible, the Kingdom of the Past did not add much steel to non-critical parts. Therefore, even though it was more than 3 times the size of the other 2 ships, the weight of the Kingdom of the Past was not much higher. The benefits of doing this are obvious. While ensuring speed, its massive size made the Kingdom of Heaven virtually immune to artillery fire. An ordinary cannonball piercing the outer walls of the former heaven is no different from an insect biting a giant. On the other hand, a larger size also means that it can carry more modular structures. The numerous mechanical designs allowed the former Heavenly Kingdom to project firepower from almost any angle. At this point, Lin Xian stopped and reached out to stop the people behind her. Suddenly, the outer wall of the passageway in front of them deformed, separating into rows of firing ports. One by one, the organ cannons and their operators were pushed up by the machinery and placed in the firing positions. Through the firing port, Gao Chang could barely see the Marines below, who looked like ants. The Marines belonging to Yushan Island were almost entirely filled with fear at this moment. Clearly, the Forgotten Kingdom has successfully salvaged another new ship. Boom, boom, boom. The organ cannons fired continuously. The heated cannon barrels even slightly raised the temperature in the corridor, but the heat quickly dissipated after the shelling stopped. Click-clack. The organ cannon was retrieved, and the corridor returned to its original state. Only then did Lin Qian start walking again. Please, my lord. The journey from the lower deck to the upper deck was very smooth. From stable to highly suspicious. Even if you put a glass of water on the ground, the water inside the glass might not shake violently. At this moment, only the occasional cannon fire from the warships hinted that the outside world was not as peaceful as people imagined. By the time everyone reached the upper deck, the battle on the sea was almost over. After the two ironclad warships, which posed no real threat, were captured, the remaining warships were like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Lin Qian walked to the huge lantern at the bow of the ship, took out a folding fan from her chest, and gently opened it. Then he turned around with a smile and gently fanned himself with a folding fan. Come and see. This is the most accurate portrayal of us. Gao Chang moved to Lin Qian's spot, and a cool sea breeze blew towards him. Only by standing at the very top can one truly appreciate the vastness of the ancient kingdom of heaven. If Gao Chang were merely standing on the deck, looking straight ahead, all you can see is the distant sea. You can't see the giant floating island below, which consists of hundreds of ships of various kinds. If you look down, you'll find that it's incredibly small. Whether it was an ironclad warship or a massive four-mast sailing ship. From Gao Chang's vantage point, everything appeared incredibly small, simply because he stood high enough. When you reach the summit, you'll see all the mountains below. Gao Chang said subconsciously. Giggle, giggle. Turning his head, Gao Chang saw Lin Qian gently smiling while covering her lower abdomen with one hand. Where did you hear such a sentence, my lord? However, it's not exactly wrong. Lin Qian gently waved her folding fan. However, this statement is not entirely accurate for us, because we did more than just climb the highest peak. We are still giants, giants who can move mountains. As Lin Qian finished speaking, another sea breeze blew across Gao Chang's face. After listening to Lin Qian's words, look down again. From this vantage point, he could barely see the bodies of the Marines who had died tragically on the warship, nor could he hear the echo of the waves crashing against the hull. It seemed as if all the storms and suffering beneath his feet were isolated from him. From this vantage point, all one can feel is the tranquility of life. Those who died seemed to have become like bugs that were casually trampled to death by a giant as he walked. If the giant had never bowed his head, he would never have even realized that he had taken the life of an ant. Chapter 197 Port Breakthrough. The location of Anjin Trading Port. Chang Shengrong was carrying two lords on his back, glancing nervously at the area behind the port every now and then. Lishan and a group of musketeers had already set their sights on that spot. However, at this moment, everyone, including Lord Lishan, was seriously injured. They have repelled several waves of attacks from Yushan Island. However, as the war escalated, they would face more than just Zaka's palace guards. As a large island with a population of tens of millions, the number of standing army troops on Yushan Island has exceeded 10,000. The few hundred men that Chang Shengrong and a few others from the military could easily crush would be overwhelmed by the enemy. How much longer until the warships can leave port? Chang Shengrong couldn't help but roar. As soon as he finished speaking loudly, Chang Shengrong couldn't help but kneel down and suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. He had actually already been hit by a musket, but he was lucky. The musket bullet hit his armor just in time. Therefore, he only broke one rib and won't die anytime soon. It'll be ready soon. The female lieutenant bit her lip, directing her elite pirate crew to deal with the restraints on the warship. It was as if they had anticipated their actions. Today, most merchant ships in the port were ordered by Zaka to be prohibited from setting sail, and Zaka also erected many obstacles at the port. These obstacles will only be gradually removed after the Yushan Island incident is perfectly resolved. Leaving aside those merchant ships, only a few warships belonging to the Yushan Island Navy were outside the obstacle range and could set sail directly. What Chang Shengrong and his men were planning to seize were these warships. But now there's a problem. These warships were chained to the port. To get these warships out of the way, the problem of the chains must first be solved. Damn it! They could hear the faint sounds of gunfire gradually returning from outside the port. Chang Shengrong looked towards the sea with concern. Before anyone knew it, a thick fog had enveloped the entire port. Perhaps due to the dense fog, the fleet on Yushan Island did not react immediately to provide support to the port. But Chang Shengrong knew that he and his companions didn't have much time left. Once the Yushan Island fleet returns, that will be the moment the group dies on Yushan Island. Captain, the chains are off. Upon hearing this, Chang Shengrong's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked toward the source of the sound. Unable to cut the chains, the elite pirates simply sawed off the pillars to which the chains were attached, although this is likely to affect the speed of the warships in the future. But in any case, they can finally leave the island. Lishan, quickly bring your people onto the ship. Chang Shengrong quickly turned his head and shouted towards Lishan. But the next moment, he froze. From all directions, large numbers of musketeers belonging to Yushan Island marched in orderly steps toward this place. Even if Lishan wanted to get on the ship, it was already too late. Captain, facing the musketeers surging in like a tidal wave, Lishan spoke slowly. He turned around and smiled at Chang Shengrong. You must live well. Then please tell General Mike that I want to read his biography again in my next life. Lishan had barely finished speaking when he was blasted away by a sudden explosion. Hurry, go. At a distance. The regular troops on Yushan Island have moved their artillery to the front lines. Chang Shengrong gritted his teeth. He knew that if they didn't leave now, no one would be able to escape once the warships were sunk. Wait, anchor! Chang Shengrong shouted loudly. Several warships slowly raised their anchor amidst the eerie laughter of the elite pirates. Freed from all constraints, they were propelled away from the port by the sea. Similarly, the sounds of gunfire behind them gradually faded into the distance. Thump! Good times don't last long. The flight path has only traveled a short distance. Chang Shengrong heard a loud crash, followed by the warship rocking violently, as if it had run aground. What happened? Chang Shengrong turned his head to look. After seeing what he had hit, Chang Shengrong collapsed onto the deck. What did he see? He saw a floating island, an island made up of countless ships. And overhead, a huge lantern was shining brightly. The object with the lantern is a giant ship. The other party is too big. So much so that the moment someone sees the other person, they simply cannot muster the will to resist. But right now, several of their own warships are being pushed and moved by the enemy. Chang Shengrong heard the sound of gunfire coming from the port once again. He knew that he had ultimately returned to square one. It's over. Gently close your eyes. Hearing the sound of heavy objects colliding beside him, Chang Shengrong seemed to have already foreseen the moment when his life would end. And just then, boom, boom, boom. A series of machine gun fires made Chang Shengrong open his eyes in astonishment. Look up. It was still the same giant ship, but their enemy seems to be the standing army on Yushan Island. At this moment, the Kingdom of the Past descended into the troop transport channel. The heavy wooden template was lowered, passing right over Chang Shengrong's head. As the passageway was connected to the ground, a section of the former Heavenly Kingdom was completely opened. A large number of fully armed Marines were pushing various types of artillery, looking down at the musketeers below who were still confused about the situation with mocking eyes. The standing army on Yushan Island seemed completely oblivious to the current situation, but the artillery fire wouldn't give them any more time to think. Boom, boom, boom. The musketeers on the ground were caught off guard by the attack coming from above. Various anti-personnel artillery pieces, primarily organ-type cannons, blazed with fire and swiftly reaped lives like the Grim Reaper. The artillery brought by the musketeers couldn't reach the enemy's height at all. It's over. It's all over. In the deep sea, through his reflection in the water, Zaka could roughly tell how badly his army was being bullied. After being overwhelmed by their superior firing height, they were utterly helpless. It is likely that the standing army on Yushan Island will be completely disintegrated before long. It's all over. Zaka floated in the water with a vacant look in his eyes, muttering to himself. His fleet was finished and his army was finished. This means that his tenure as governor of Yushan Island has finally come to an end. From then on, he never had the chance to set foot on Yushan Island again. Having lost his power and status, he was left to live like a commoner on this vast ocean. It would be easier to just kill him. Wake up! Chao Chi shook Zaka, his brows furrowed tightly, his entire fish-like face contorted in pain. Haka was his chosen ally, and a very powerful one at that. But setting aside his governorship, the rare treasures that Zaka has amassed over the years are also quite enviable. Chapter 198 Promotion to Major General. For example, What allows Zaka to breathe underwater right now is a strange object called the Water Dragon's Tear. It was thanks to this magical object that Zaka was able to enter the water and be intimate with Kama. Now, this strange object has become the key to Zaka's survival. Zaka has many more such strange objects. You haven't lost yet. While shaking Zaka, Chao Chi encouraged him. As long as we unite, we will definitely be able to take back everything that belongs to us. It's everything that belongs to me. Encouraged by Chao Chi, Jacques slowly came to his senses and looked up at the horizon with a gloomy expression. Chao Chi is right. He still has a chance. The savings accumulated over so many years will not be completely depleted by the fall of Yushan Island. One day, he will return, and both Gao Chang and the company will eventually be crushed to ashes by his rage. At this moment, Zaka had completely regarded Chao Chi and his group of sea creatures as his own. Once his basement activities are exposed, he will have no place on any major shipping lanes now that he has lost all power. So much so that he had to temporarily associate with the lowly sea creatures. Thinking of this, Zaka glanced disdainfully at the rugged appearance of the sea warrior. He arrogantly ordered a sea warrior, "Take me away from here." After receiving Chao Chi's affirmative nod, the sea warrior stepped forward and became Zaka's means of transportation in the water. Haka walked very fast, but Chao Chi knew that, given the other party's swimming skills, he would never be out of his control. Only, does it all belong to him? Chao Chi slowly grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Speaking of which, it's time for him to find new allies. This time, he will surely find strong enough allies to bury those human lords in the sea. For example, vampires? No one knows what happens beneath the sea. All those on the sea knew was that the sounds of cannon fire from the kingdom of heaven had continued until dawn. All the buildings surrounding the port collapsed at this moment. The remaining musketeers huddled even deeper among the rubble of the building, not daring to show their faces. Fear spread through the port. What's even more frightening is that they don't know how long this fear will last. Some musketeers couldn't help but cry out. This feeling of being outmatched in terms of equipment has completely shattered their pride as the standing army of Yushan Island. Chang Shungrong and his lords were now obediently lying under the module, trying to remain invisible, hoping that the giant ship would notice them later. Suddenly, the intense artillery fire abruptly ceased. Immediately afterwards, Chang Shungrong heard several footsteps overhead. Lien Xian waved her folding fan and walked with light steps, escorting Gao Chang and the others to the port filled with the smoke of gunpowder. At this moment, the sun's rays are gradually shining into the thick fog. Lien Xian chuckled softly. "Then I will escort you here, my lord." The morning sunlight shone on Lien Qian's face, adding a unique beauty to her mature features. If we deal with them to this extent, there shouldn't be any more rebellious individuals on this island, right? Lien Xian turned her gaze toward the ruins. At this moment, the firepower projection of the former kingdom of heaven has long since ceased. Even so, none of the musketeers dared to break out of the ruins and confront Gao Chang and his men. On the eve of departure, Lien Xian picked up Gao Chang and the others and ruffled their hair one by one. Then, satisfied, he added, "Next time you encounter something dangerous like this, be sure to call an adult first. Even if the sky were to fall, it should be the taller ones who carry it." After saying that, Lien Xian took a step back and walked onto the module that had been lowered to the ground earlier. The module quickly rose, taking Lien Qian's figure with it as it shrank into the interior of the former heavenly kingdom. The harpoons binding the two cruisers were removed. As the sun completely dispelled the fog, the kingdom of the past also vanished without a trace. The floating islands made up of ships on the sea also disappeared. Looking out over the sea, everything is calm and peaceful, as if everything that happened last night was just a dream. Of course, this is on the premise that you don't go to see the large number of ruins at the port, because of the departure of the kingdom of heaven in the past. Gao Chang finally spotted Chang Shengrong's warships. Looking at that familiar figure on the warship, Gao Chang couldn't help but smile. "It's good to see you again, Captain Chang." "Yes, Colonel Bai, what a coincidence." Hearing Chang Shengrong's polite words, Gao Chang couldn't help but feel a little amused. "They're not calling people commoners anymore?" "Haha, what are you saying?" Chang Shengrong paused for a moment, then looked at the mess at the port. "So, we don't need to run away anymore?" General Mike. Far away in the first channel, 5-star Admiral Mike was awakened from his sweet sleep. "What's all the noise about?" He loudly rebuked the major general who had woken him from his sleep and sent him aside. Mike slowly got out of bed. He put a military cap on his head and then picked up a pipe and lit it. After exhaling a smoke ring, Mike looked up at the major general who had woken him. "So, what are you trying to say?" Upon hearing this, the major general quickly looked up. Good news, General Mike. According to reliable sources, Zaka, the governor of Yushin Island in the Ninth Route, has successfully fallen from power. Zaka. As Mike smoked his pipe, he tried to recall who Zaka really was. Oh, I remember now. That native governor who was extremely hostile to us. At this point, Mike frowned. He had a trusted general named Eddie, who died at Zaka's hands. It is said that his head was cut off with a knife, and the scene was extremely bloody. A bunch of useless trash. If I were here, Zaka would have had to surrender in less than 3 days. The major general under his command was used to Mike's comments and made no further comment. After commenting on Haka's weakness and Eddie's stupidity, Mike turned his attention to the major general. You said someone killed Zaka. Who did it? I was just talking about Zaka's downfall. The major general thought to himself, but he quickly responded to Mike's question. According to those below, the person who brought down Zaka was Bayunian, the brigade commander of the 24th Special Operations Brigade, who held the rank of senior colonel. Never heard of it. Mike shook his head. He wasn't the only 5-star general in the military. The other party was likely not one of his subordinates. Moreover, even if it were his own men, given his 5-star general's discerning eye, he wouldn't bother remembering the name of a mere colonel. But soon, a strange light flashed in Mike's eyes. Pass on my order. Bayunian is promoted to Major General, effective today. He is to hold Yushin Island until reinforcements from the military arrive. Because of the sea creatures, the human lords have been at a disadvantage for far too long in this war game. Since he took over the battlefield, 4 of the 6 waterways where the military was active have gradually been lost out of the 9 major waterways. Now, Haka has fallen from power. Could it become the banner of the military's counteroffensive? Chapter 199, The Temptation Left Behind. The port of Yushin Island. Several days have passed since the battle with Zaka's fleet. Zaka's downfall did not cause much chaos on Yushin Island. In fact, the day after Zaka fled Yushin Island, the Yushin Island Merchants Association spontaneously took over the governance of the port. All caravan trade continued as usual, without any impact whatsoever, over the course of several days. Today, Anjin Trade Port, a giant trading port on Yushin Island, has become a tax-free free port. The original owner of this port, the Yushin Island regime, was powerless to do anything about the disappearance of the vast majority of its warships. Ultimately, the officials of Yushin Island had no choice but to compromise with the Merchants Association. After completely abandoning its navy, it became a landlocked force that only retained its army and completely lost its dominant position on the 9th line. Are you really not going to reconsider? In front of Gao Chong, a man in a well-tailored suit was looking at him with a smile. If you wish, the company is willing to nominate you as the new governor of Yushin Island, and you will also have the legitimate right to rule this large island with a population of tens of millions. Gao Chong stared at the man's smile and slowly shook his head. To be fair, the other person's smile was very similar to the smile that Long Xianyeo had shown when she faced Zaka. It had a touch of mercenary shrewdness, yet was quite proper, like a smile sculpted from a template. The other party was a tax officer from the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Association, who appeared out of nowhere the morning after Zaka's defeat. His influence was evident in both the Merchants Association's power grab and the establishment of the free port. During their first meeting, Gao Chong had asked the other party why they shouldn't be on the same side as Zaka. The other party's answer was also very realistic. The taxes paid by Zaka did not include the provision that the company should have provided assistance when Zaka was attacked. The taxes he paid were far from enough. In recent days, the man has invited Gao Chong to become the new governor of Yushin Island more than once. Now, after being rejected by Gao Chong once again, the man is not angry at all. That's such a pity. I hope you will reconsider this proposal when we meet next time. After saying that, the man very sensibly turned and left. But after so many days of harassment, Gao Chong realized that this was not the end. When the other party said, "See you next time," they meant exactly what they said. Sometimes, Gao Chong could meet the other party several times just by strolling around the port. Of course, that's all for today. Gao Chong turned around and glanced at the repair work on the 2 cruisers. Both cruisers sustained varying degrees of damage during the previous battle. To give Dakai time to repair the ship, the group stayed on Yushin Island for a few more days. The two cruisers have now been repaired. The group also took the opportunity to get some real rest and, using the treasures Sasha found in Zaka's residence, went on a shopping spree on Jade Mountain Island. Thinking of this, Gao Chang took out a small cup with his other hand. Amber and gold wire cup, rare item. Effect 1. When a non-toxic liquid is placed in a glass, it acquires a heating, brewing-like property. Effect 2. Collecting the jadeite glass cup, the glass luminous pearl, and the amber gold thread cup simultaneously will unlock the clues for the miracle ship, Dark Deep Sea. Because of Sasha's actions, Gao Chang has already collected 2/3 of the prerequisites for unlocking the miracle ship clues. Logically, the last rare item, the luminous glass pearl, should also be in Zaka's residence. Even after turning Zaka's residence upside down these past few days, they still couldn't find a trace of the glass luminous pearl. Gao Chang guessed that this strange item might have already been given away by Zaka as a reward for some bounty. He also asked Chang, Shengrong, and others, but they were clearly unaware of the matter. Well, speak of the devil, and he appears. Gao Chang had just been thinking about the military personnel when he saw them approaching. Compared to a few days ago, their complexion was clearly much better. Many lords have recovered their strength after a few days of rest. Besides Mountly, Gao Chang looked toward a person being pushed in a wheelchair. The young man who had been covering the rear for the military was now wrapped up in bandages, with only his mouth exposed to the outside world. We are here to express our gratitude to you before you leave. Chang Shengrong stepped forward and said solemnly, "The 217 lords who survived on Jade Mountain Island will never forget your kindness." As well as, "Are you really not considering staying?" Chang Shengrong looked at Gao Chang intently. "General Mike's orders have been issued. As long as you stay, from now on, you'll be Major General by union of the military. It will still be effective even if you leave this war game." "Forget it," Gao Chang said with a smile, waving his hand. He had no interest in staying on Yushin Island to guard the military reinforcements. That would be too boring. "Go find your Bai Yinian. What does it have to do with me?" Gao Chang. Having said that, Gao Chang boarded the cruiser's deck without waiting for Chang Shengrong to try to persuade him to stay. Chang Shengrong paused, but ultimately didn't say what was about to come out. "Until we meet again," he said to Gao Chang in farewell. Until we meet again. The two cruisers departed port one after the other. Gao Chang also relaxed and stretched. Next, we can finally head to the 5th route and witness the miracle of this era. Because we stayed for a few more days, we had replenished most of our supplies, including all sorts of odds and ends. In addition to the originally planned spices and seasonings, Zhu Luo also acquired a number of various maritime stories. These stories are often compiled by fishermen or passed down orally, only revised by the company into the form of a book. Thinking of this, Gao Chang glanced at a spot on the deck. It seemed that Yena had maintained the same reading posture ever since he boarded the ship. "What story made you so happy?" Gao Chang quietly approached Yena and saw the storybook in his hand. "The Legendary Fisherman and the Deep-Sea Octopus, an Untold Story." "Tisk, how strange. Let me take another look." Gao Chang watched for a while before Yena suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly hid the book under her bottom. With a slightly flushed face, Yena coughed twice and glanced towards the horizon. "Would you believe me if I said I was studying human behavior?" "That's right. I'm studying human habits so that I can better deal with human lords in the future." Gao Chang's eyes looked a little strange. Using deep-sea octopuses to deal with human lords? What a wicked idea. Speaking of which, can't you pay more attention to your student? Yena suddenly changed the subject with righteous indignation. However, after Yena said that, Gao Chang realized that as they approached the 5th route, Long Xianyeo's mood seemed to be getting increasingly depressed. Chapter 200 Passing through the Whirlpool Zone. We spent several days at sea. Long Xianyeo always kept herself cooped up in the cabin. When we occasionally ate together, she always seemed sullen and unhappy, making it difficult to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. This situation persisted until the cruiser approached the vortex zone. The whirlpool area is not the transition point between waterways. Because waterspouts often spontaneously form in whirlpool areas, the company does not recommend any fleet to attempt to cross whirlpool areas unless absolutely necessary. Although neither cruiser used wind power for propulsion. However, in order to ensure a timely response in case of an emergency, Zhu Luo still made everyone gather on the deck. Zhu Luo was giving instructions on precautions. One person, however, seemed somewhat distracted. Is the fifth route just beyond here? Long Xianyao looked at the vortex area in front of her and murmured to herself. Actually, everyone was quite lucky. Fortunately, the weather cooperated today, and there was no heavy rain in the vortex area. Therefore, in the vast sea area, there are only a few slender waterspouts, which like pillars supporting the sky, span the boundary between the sky and the sea. These waterspouts are quite far apart, and each moves at a rather slow speed. In such clear weather, not to mention the cruiser Gao Chang was on, even an ordinary multi-mast sailing ship could easily pass by. I need some peace and quiet. After greeting everyone with a smile, Long Xianyao sat down in a corner of the cruiser and stared intently at the area opposite the vortex. Suddenly, she felt a figure sit down beside her. Promise. Gao Chang handed over a piece of cake. Thanks to ample supplies, Zhu Luo's diet has become more varied. At least nowadays, it's perfectly fine if none of our 3 meals consist of fish. Thanks. Long Xianyao took the cake from Gao Chang and ate it in small bites. Seeing the other party's attitude, Gao Chang was somewhat puzzled. Is something bothering you? Did Zaka lay a hand on you earlier? Seeing Long Xianyao's low spirits, this was the first possibility that came to Gao Chang's mind. However, it doesn't seem like it. At that time, Zaka was clearly wary of him. They probably wouldn't dare to openly show hostility towards Long Xianyao. Oh, stop making wild guesses. Long Xianyao sighed and responded helplessly. It has nothing to do with Haka. Actually, what makes me hesitate is that I am about to get close to my father. Long Xianyao's eyes flickered as she slowly voiced her hesitation. Since entering the game, she has been trying to add people from the Tenglong group as friends. Without exception, everyone seemed to have vanished without a trace. Long Xianyao knew that not long after she joined the academy, Long Xiwen led the Tenglong group into this war game. Now, she has completed a war game. This period spans a long time, and anything could happen. The worst-case scenario that Long Xianyao could imagine was the complete annihilation of the Tenglong group, including Long Xiwen. Only in this way can we explain why no one accepted her friend request. The closer they got to the fifth route, the clearer Long Xianyao's idea became. Naturally, their mood became even more depressed. She didn't know how to face reality if her guess was correct. Then let's go take a look. Gao Chang put one hand on Long Xianyao's shoulder. After all, among the current clues, there are 2 miracle ships in the fifth route, one of which is in the hands of the vampires. If Long Xianyao were to go and search for her father, a clash with the vampires would be almost certain. Thinking of this, Gao Chang glanced at the war interface. It must be said that Haka's ability to endure was unexpected. Despite the fact that Yushin Island had already been captured by Gao Chang and all territory had been lost, Zaka was still able to maintain a 92% war weariness level and refused to surrender. As a result, Gao Chang is still in a state of battle with Zaka. Continue at this pace. Several super dreadnoughts and destroyers remained in sortie status, and it was estimated that they would rendezvous with him soon. Even if we face the vampire's miracle warship, we should have no problem. The coverage area of the vortex zone is not large. In just over an hour, Gao Chang had barely managed to ease Long Xianyao's anxiety when the cruiser arrived at the middle of the vortex zone. Here, you can see a lot of broken planks floating everywhere, and some buckets that occasionally float to the surface. Clearly, Gao Chang was not the first person to choose to force his way into the vortex zone, nor would he be the last. The vortex area allows for rapid passage between the 2 shipping lanes. The potential profits for any caravan that manages to navigate the whirlpool are unimaginable. Those who couldn't get through the whirlpool area naturally became driftwood on the surface of the whirlpool, and might even become spoils for those who came later. After taking a quick look at the trash on the sea surface, Gao Chang shook his head in disappointment. Clearly, these items are mainly high-volume commodities, such as daily necessities. As a necessity, the profit from a single trip involving bulk commodities can even exceed that of luxury goods, while the risk is also lower. However, there are also drawbacks. After being soaked in seawater, these items became moldy and damaged, rendering them worthless for salvage. Just like the protagonist in a novel, who can find good things just by walking around, this obviously doesn't apply to this sea. They passed through the vortex area without incident, and the situation developed more smoothly than anyone had imagined. And drive through the vortex zone. Gao Chong thus officially moved from the 9th route to the 5th route. Before everyone could rest, a fleet appeared on the horizon and approached the ship where Gao Chong was. This is different from the attitude that Zaka displayed when he lured his opponent into a trap. The current fleet has all its cannons poised to fire, seemingly ready to launch an attack at any moment. It's the fleet of the Pan-Ocean Free Trade Company. After squinting and analyzing the situation, Zhu Luo gave her conclusion. Over the past few days, she has learned the characteristics of various governors or forces at sea. If we were to say which aspect of the company is most impressive, that's advanced. The company holds patents for many advanced weapons, and many lords have to pay the company a considerable amount of patent fees just for manufacturing these weapons. This patent fee is not only for lords. Even governors or merchants and even savages living on wild islands cannot escape paying this fee as long as they live on this sea. Unless, of course, they don't use weapons that the company has patented. This is why they fought against Hakka back then. Despite possessing 2 ironclad warships, Zaka was unable to equip them with cannons befitting their size and capabilities. The main reason is the exorbitant patent fees that Zaka paid.